The man was still dreaming sweet dreams on his bed in the rental house, but the next second, he found himself lying naked in a thorny primitive jungle. He was an invader who had entered the mysterious tribe's territory without any cover. He didn't speak the language, was unarmed, and had no hope of escaping. He stepped on the thorns barefoot, and the primitive warriors chased him like a beast. He was captured alive and brought back to the tribe like a lamb to be slaughtered. At this moment, he was completely stunned. The sharp pain on the soles of his feet from the moment the thorns pierced his skin reminded him harshly, this is not a dream. Could it be that he had traveled through time? What about the system? What about the golden finger? He desperately tried all the spells he could think of, and even unconsciously shouted, "Open sesame," but the only response he got was the primitive man's contemptuous look in his eyes and the piercing pain on the soles of his feet. Without modern equipment, superpowers, or even a fig leaf, he was captured naked and dragged into a shabby shack that looked like a cannibal tribe. What made him even more desperate was the greedy look in the tribal elders' eyes, as if they were looking at a piece of meat to be roasted. Being locked in a shabby shed with a pungent smell, Sui panicked. Was he going to become a delicacy on the table of these primitive people just after crossing over? Sui was extremely distressed, but he was never one to sit and wait for death. Soon, a plan quietly emerged in his mind. He decided to make a pair of shoes out of animal skins in an attempt to escape from the tribe, which appeared to be cannibals. Unexpectedly, no matter how hard he tried to tear the tough animal skin, there was no sign of breaking. After some searching, Sui finally found a stone in the mud behind the shack. Sui used the stone in his hand to barely cut a gap in the hide. Following the gap, he finally succeeded in tearing the hide in half. As the light in the shack was dim, Sui could only rely on groping to wrap the animal skin as much as possible around the sole of his foot. After some strenuous attempts, he finally made a simple shoe. Just as he was about to clear the dead leaves behind the shack, cheers suddenly came from outside. Sui smiled bitterly and sat back down. The next moment, the door of the shack was opened, and shouts came from the door. Sui bent down and walked out. The blinding sunlight shone upon him again, warm and bright. He squinted his eyes slightly, and after adjusting to the light, he could see the surrounding scene clearly. More than 20 young men and women dressed in animal skins, holding stone knives and bone spears, stood not far away. Just behind them, where a few children had just been playing, lay a dead wild boar covered in blood. Sui's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. When the young women saw his naked body, they immediately turned their backs, while a few older women glanced at him nonchalantly and then turned their eyes away. Sui felt uncomfortable all over and felt a sharp pain behind him, as if someone was forcing him to move forward. After taking a few steps, he calmed down and muttered to himself, "Damn it, the dead bird will fly up to the sky." He walked towards one of the largest shacks, guessing that was where he would meet the tribal leader. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from behind him. A tall young man threw a piece of fur at him with a look of disgust. The man looked at Sui, then glanced at his lower body, his eyes full of threats and warnings. Sui was irritated by the other party's look that was like looking at pigs and dogs. He turned around without hesitation, held his head high, and walked towards the door of the shack with his head shaking. If you were destined to be eaten, you might as well experience the life of primitive society. There was an angry scolding behind him, but Sui didn't care. He smiled lightly and continued walking forward. He lifted the door, curtain woven with leaves, and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Sitting on the tiger skin stone chair facing the door was a beautiful woman in her 20s. Could this be the leader of the tribe? Her face was painted with complicated patterns, but it couldn't hide her delicate features. A circle of animal teeth hung around her neck, and deerskin covered her chest and thighs. Under the woman's majestic gaze, Sui didn't care at all and looked at her wantonly. However, the next moment, the woman sitting on the seat suddenly turned over, picked up the stone knife beside her, and slashed at him. "Do you think the chief will chop off his head? The chief hates cowards the most. That foreigner is not as brave as our Yao Ding," said the tribe member. Yao Ding was a naked child, and he puffed out his chest when he heard that. However, he is the first outsider to enter the territory in several years. "The chieftain will not kill him," said a slightly older woman. Humph. A cold snort came from outside the small circle. Everyone looked sideways and shut their mouths. The man who came was the elder brother of the tribe leader, Yao Ying, who was also the strongest warrior in the tribe. "How dare he go to see my sister without any cover?" Yao Ying said. Everyone in the tribe looked at the half-piece of cowhide on the ground, with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Before the tribe encountered the change, there was a blind outsider who tried to offend Yao Yu, who was not the tribe leader at that time. She risked a war between the two tribes and smashed the other person's genitals. "Where did you catch them?" Yao Ying glanced at a short tribesman in the crowd. "I'll take you there." The two of them left the camp one after the other. The stinging pain on his neck made Sui feel a rush of warm blood. The woman suddenly attacked him, her movements as swift as a cheetah, and he had no time to react. However, under the threat of death, Sui instinctively raised his fist and hit the opponent's cheek. The female chief bent down and dodged the attack flexibly. She took 2 steps back, out of Sui's attack range, sat back on the tiger skin stone chair, crossed her legs, and looked him up and down coldly. The stinging pain in his neck made him nervous, but the amount of blood was not large. It should be just a scratch on the skin. After saving his life, Sui gradually calmed down and stared at the other person quietly. Not killing him immediately might mean there was still room for negotiation. He knew he couldn't act rashly, lest he anger the other party. "Which clan are you from?" The woman on the seat spoke in a clear and crisp voice. Sui shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. Then, the female chief communicated with him in several languages, but Sui still shook his head blankly. After a fruitless communication, Sui was locked up back in the shack. The adult members of the tribe gathered in the meeting hall, which was also the big shack. "Chief, why don't you kill him?" "Yes, why not kill him?" someone echoed. Xiaoyu, the chief, looked at everyone quietly. "Tell me, why do you want to kill him?" Hearing the tribe leader's question, the man was stunned. He thought for a while before speaking again. He invaded our territory. "We have to kill him for invading our territory?" "As far as I know, he didn't take a single leaf from us, did he?" Xiaoyu looked at a tribe member who had grabbed Sui. Under her gaze, the tribe member straightened his chest. "Yes, he was wearing nothing when I met him. Since he didn't take away our resources, we can't kill him." Xiaoyu glanced at everyone and found that her brother and another tribesman were not present. "But that foreigner offended you," a male member of the tribe said. "He is a shameless foreigner. Can we bother with a savage?" Xiaoyu said calmly. "Yes, he was shameless in front of us just now. So we can't kill him. According to our ancestral teachings, we have to treat him with delicious food." An elderly female member of the tribe said loudly. "If he wants to leave, we can't stop him." Another tribesman added. "Going against the will of the god of fire will be punished." Yes. Everyone talked at once, recalling the taboos and ancestral teachings in their minds. Xiaoyu heard the answer she wanted and nodded slightly. It has been a long time since any outsider has entered the territory of the Xuanniao tribe. No wonder the tribe members have forgotten their ancestral teachings. "No, we must kill him." At this time, Yaoing stepped in, holding a bloody pheasant in his hand. "We found this at the place where the foreigner was found. He wanted to plunder our food." These words aroused the anger of the tribesmen, and flames of anger ignited in their eyes. Even the tribesman who had just advocated treating outsiders kindly gnashed his teeth. "Damn foreigner. If Eagle hadn't gone back to check, we would have been deceived by him. Cut off his head. Chop him into pieces," said the tribesman. "Why didn't I notice it just now?" The tribesman who captured Sui touched his head and tried to recall. "You were deceived by the treacherous foreigner. He hid the pheasant in the bushes." Yaoing continued. "Then he is really a cunning foreigner." Seeing the indignation of his fellow tribesmen, Yaoing felt relieved. When he looked up, he found that his sister was staring at him coldly, and he changed his expression to an angry one. If you want to keep a foreigner, don't think he doesn't know what his sister is thinking. Xiaoyu looked at the pheasant that was still dripping with blood, and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. She would not allow anyone to lie in front of her. "Brother, are you sure this pheasant was killed by an outsider?" she said in a cold voice. "Of course, if we catch the outsider, we can prove it," Yaoing said, meeting his sister's gaze. "Did you see the foreigner kill the pheasant with your own eyes?" Xiaoyu turned around and asked. Yes. Yaoing hesitated. "I was the first to discover the foreigner, and saw him hide the pheasant with my own eyes." Yaoyu's expression did not change, but there was a little more anger in his eyes. "Very good. They actually teamed up to deceive her. The pheasant that had been dead for a long time was still dripping blood. They really thought she was a fool, but she knew that if she expressed her doubts, Yaoing would definitely have a countermeasure. We will hold a sacrifice ceremony in 3 days, and use the blood of foreigners to comfort our ancestors." Xiaoyu raised his stone knife and shouted. The tribesmen below immediately echoed him. In the shack, Sui was still confused. He didn't know what the female chief was going to do, but he knew that his fate was still in his own hands. Following the gap in the house, he saw that all the adults had entered the largest shack. He was delighted, thinking to himself that these stupid primitive people had forgotten in the blink of an eye that they had a captive. The escape plan was activated again. The shack was simple, and Sui quickly tore open a hole big enough for him to crawl out. As soon as he stuck his head out, a pair of small feet appeared in front of him. Sui swallowed his saliva, his heart pounding. When he looked up, he saw a little bird, and then a few little kids surrounding the shack, who were looking at him with curiosity. "Damn it, I've been discovered. But don't panic." Sui gritted his teeth and retracted his head, and blocked the hole again. He sat back in the shack, his heart still beating violently. He now only hoped that these little ancestors would not go to the adults to inform on him, otherwise he might even have his legs broken. After all, these people were primitive people wearing animal skins and holding stone tools. Sui knew very well that these little brats were arranged to guard him. After staring at the big shack and observing for a long time, Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief. He did not see the snitching child. Not long after, a group of people came out of the shack. Sui noticed that everyone looked at him more ferociously than before. It's over. They must have planned how to eat him. I should have run away if I had known. Sui slapped his forehead in regret. In the big shack, Chief, that foreigner is innocent. Looking at the remaining tribesmen, Yao Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, do you mean that Li is lying? Chapter 3, Reproduction. That foreigner was very cowardly. He stopped when he encountered a small thorn and couldn't catch the agile pheasant at all. Yao Yu remembered that when he first met the foreigner, he was only wearing animal skins. However, she did not think that the foreigner was cowardly, but in fact he was very courageous. This aroused Yao Yu's interest. Tell me in detail how you caught him. A bonfire was lit outside the shack, and the atmosphere was quite lively. Occasionally, there were hostile glances from all around, so Sui decided to postpone his escape plan and wait until night. After analyzing his situation, he set himself a new task: to learn the language of these indigenous people. If the guards were strict, he could also find an opportunity to win the sympathy of the beautiful female chief by using his language, and perhaps gain a chance of survival. Fortunately, there were some children outside who spoke a relatively simple language, so he started learning with full concentration. Appeared out of thin air. Yao Yu suddenly sat up straight, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Yao Gu was the best tracker in their tribe, second only to her, and she trusted his judgment. And the language spoken by that foreigner was different from that of any surrounding tribes. Could he really be sent by Xuanniao to save their tribe? Chief, Li is lying to you. Yao Gu whispered. I know. Yao Yu said calmly, without any emotion. Go and call Li. Watching Yao Gu leave, Yao Yu fell into deep thought. Her brother had always supported her, so why did he stand against her on the issue of foreigners this time? He even instigated the tribesmen to deceive her behind her back. She would never allow anyone to challenge her authority, not even her own brother. As for the outsider, she never intended to kill him. Their tribe was in trouble now, and it was not suitable for another war. For the future of the tribe, she could not easily kill the first outsider who had entered the territory in 5 years. Chief, you're looking for me? Yao Li stood straight with a determined look. What did he tell you? How dare you lie at the meeting? Yao Yu stared at him with a stern tone. Every word I said is true. Yao Li did not avoid her gaze. How dare you lie in front of the statue of your ancestors? Yao Yu sneered. Yao Li gritted his teeth and said, I dare. You? Yao Yu was furious. At this time, Yao Ying's voice came. Sister, why do you have to embarrass a loyal tribesman? You eavesdropped on our conversation? Yao Yu stared at the door angrily, clenching his fists. I didn't eavesdrop. Yao Ying strode in and waved Yao Li away. Yao Li glanced at the clan leader, said nothing, and turned away. Yao Yu was angry in his heart, but his face remained calm. The old clan leader asked me to lead the entire clan. Did my brother forget his oath? Yao Yu said. The ancestors are always in my heart. Yao Ying raised his hand and gently stroked his chest. You are our patriarch, my dear sister. Yao Yu was shaken for a moment, but he still said calmly, Brother, that pheasant was not hunted by outsiders. Do you want him to die? It's enough if everyone in the tribe knows that he was the one who killed him. Why do you have to kill him? Don't you understand that our tribe is on the verge of extinction? Yao Yu asked anxiously. You expect that cowardly foreigner to save us? Yao Ying sneered. He can help our tribe survive. Yao Yu insisted. That's enough, you. Yao Ying said in a serious tone. The survival of our tribe is in our own hands. I will definitely make the tribe rise again. But he is innocent. Yao Yu stood up, furious. Aren't you afraid that foreigners will come to take revenge? Yao Ying's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his firmness. Foreigners who rob our resources must die. If the enemy attacks, I will resist. There is another way. Even our tribal meeting cannot decide his life or death. You want Gu to testify for you? Yao Ying smiled. He will stand on my side for the stability of the tribe. No, as long as that foreigner is willing to give us his prey, he will be our honored guest. Yao Yu blurted out. Yao Ying stopped, sneered, and turned away. Yao Yu calmly sat back in her chair, but her heart was full of doubts. She knew that Yao Gu would never offend his own people for outsiders, but she couldn't just watch the future of the tribe be ruined. She was extremely excited. For the past 5 years, the fate of the tribe had been on her shoulders. She must not let her mother down and must allow the tribe to continue to multiply. At night, Sui was moved to a new shack. Later, I learned that it was a place for storing tribute. The new shack was spacious and clean, and he was given food and water. It is worth noting that the person who delivered the food was a woman. She seemed a little nervous, sneaking in and leaving quietly. Although the meat she brought was half-cooked and had blood on it, Sui ate it with gusto. The water was contained in half a coconut shell, and it was obvious that they had not yet learned how to make pottery. After eating and drinking, Suyi's uneasiness was slightly relieved. He began to wonder if he had misunderstood the natives. After all, no one would waste food. However, the escape plan was still his top priority, and he didn't want to be a prisoner forever. The new shack had several windows. Sui observed the sky outside while planning his escape route. As night fell, the starry sky was particularly bright. Sui looked up and saw 2 bright moons, and suddenly a bitter feeling surged in his heart. He had wondered if he was lost in some primitive tribe, and maybe he could return to civilization one day. But now, he was sure that he had traveled through time. Looking at the double moon, he felt as if he was trapped in a strange world. As night fell, the bonfire gradually died down, and the tribe gradually became quiet. The chirping of insects and the roar of animals intertwined in the air, and the night in this tropical jungle was filled with the sounds of life. But Sui was struggling in his heart. He began to wonder if the beasts here were more ferocious than he had imagined. Without weapons, he could not resist the attacks of these beasts. Although he was filled with anxiety, Sui did not give up his determination to escape. He picked up the weapon he had prepared for escape, a wooden stick tied with sharp stones, walked quietly to the fence of the shack, and carefully tore a hole. Chapter 4. Prisoner or Guest. The guard has fallen asleep at the door, snoring intermittently. This is the best time for Sui to escape. The wind from outside the shack rushed in through the hole he had torn. With his heart beating faster, Sui thought to himself that as long as he could escape from this tribe, with his many years of primitive survival experience, he should be able to live well here, at least much better than this precarious life. Carefully climbing out of the shack, Sui was relieved to find no one outside, and quietly moved forward according to the planned route. As long as he bypassed the 2 shacks in front of him, he could easily cross the simple fence outside. He crouched low, the animal skins on his feet making him walk almost soundlessly. Gradually, he came into sight of the low fence. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out. "Ah, someone come quickly!" The child's cry instantly broke the silence of the night. Sui was startled, and the hair on his body stood up. He turned around and ran towards the fence. The screams were getting closer and closer, and he knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. "Don't turn your back to the enemy." Sui stopped suddenly, turned around, and raised the stick in his hand. The scene in front of him stunned him. A leopard nearly 2 meters in size was rushing towards him, and it was holding a child in its mouth. In an instant, several thoughts emerged in his mind. If he saved the child, would he be grateful to the tribe and save his life? Besides, he couldn't survive the night with the beasts outside the fence. If he fell into the hands of primitive people, he might die, but if he was taken away by a leopard, it would definitely be more dangerous. Damn it, let's take a gamble. The leopard stopped less than 3 meters away from him and made a low humming sound from its mouth. Sui immediately realized that this was the leopard's threat signal. "I want to test your ability." He gathered his courage, spread his legs, held the stick tightly in his right hand, and stared at the leopard's every move. The next second, the leopard began to bypass him and dragged the child away. "Ah!" Sui shouted, waving his weapon to block the leopard's path. People in the shack area began to hear the shouting and ran over here. The leopard tried to get around him several times, but to no avail. Finally, it let out 2 low whimpers and let go of the child. Seeing this, Sui immediately stepped aside. He didn't dare to confront an adult leopard directly. After watching the leopard disappear outside the fence after a few jumps, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt that all his strength was drained away. "Thank you, brave foreigner." The first person to rush over was the female chief, her eyes full of gratitude. Sui felt relieved. It seemed that he had made the right bet. The people behind also came and hurriedly carried the child back, and everyone's eyes became more friendly. Looking at the blood on the ground, Sui felt a little scared. If no one came to his aid in time, he might be bitten by the leopard or even die. He noticed that the fence offered almost no protection against large wild animals and was almost useless. Surrounded by tribesmen, Sui returned to the shack area. The bonfire was lit again, and the atmosphere became slightly relaxed. The female chief stood there, probably directing her tribesmen to stay alert. Sui guessed that she was making everyone alert. The night breeze blew gently, and Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without the threat to his life, his emotions stabilized a lot. The female chief then invited him to come in front of everyone and let the whole tribe see him. There were cheers from the crowd. Su-yi smiled slightly and secretly thanked himself for having made a grass skirt in the afternoon. Otherwise, it would have been really embarrassing. After the campfire meeting, the tribesmen dispersed and returned to their huts. Many women cast their eyes at him, and although Su-yi didn't understand why, he still smiled back at them one by one. It was late at night. The moonlight was shining on the ground, and Su-yi entered the third shack. There was thick hay and 2 pieces of animal skin on the ground, and he could sleep peacefully in this environment. After a day of tension, he finally fell asleep in exhaustion. The next morning, as the sun rose, Su-yi was awakened by the voices of a dozen female tribesmen. Listening to their discussion, he couldn't help but smile. Of course I'll be the one delivering the food. He even smiled at me last night. Nonsense, he was clearly smiling at me. I'm telling you, I sent him some meat yesterday. An elderly woman said loudly. Auntie, you're not going to join in the fun, are you? Several young women looked at her nervously. Why can't I join in the fun? If you ask me, we should have 1 day each. Then I'll go first today. No. Su-yi was awakened by the noises and jumped up from the animal skin reflexively. He realized he was being discussed again when he saw 2 young girls come in. One of them was holding a piece of black barbecue, and the other was holding a half coconut shell of water. Thank you. Su-yi smiled, took the water and food, and stood up quickly. These primitive people were not particular about what they wore, and they were not afraid of exposing themselves even when wearing animal skins. When he took the coconut shell, he suddenly felt the girl's hand gently touching his hand. Su-yi didn't think much about it, but felt a little strange, but not disgusted. After all, in his eyes, the girl's figure and face completely met the modern aesthetic standards. He had noticed that these primitive people looked similar to the Chinese people, with yellow skin, black eyes, and hair, and that most men were strong while women were relatively slender. I'm glad I didn't come to the black tribe, otherwise I would have suffered so much. He took a bite of the barbecue and found it hard to swallow. I must grill it myself next time, he thought to himself. There were some floating objects on the surface of the coconut water, so he blew them away carefully and drank a few sips. At this time, there was a chaotic sound outside the shack, and Su-yi pushed open the curtain and walked out. It turned out that the female chief was summoning the tribesmen to go hunting, and Su-yi quietly went over. He planned to familiarize himself with the environment, see if there were any materials nearby that could be used to make tools, and participate in hunting. Eating for free was not his style. However, suddenly, the whole camp fell silent. Everyone looked at him, as if he was standing in the wrong place. As a guest, you don't need to participate in hunting. The female chief's voice came. Although Su-yi didn't fully understand it, from the rejection in her eyes, he knew very well that he was excluded. He gestured for a long time, trying his best to make his intention clear, but in the end he was left in the camp. Now in the camp, except for 2 gray-haired old men, there were only 5 children left. They looked at Su-yi with a pleasant expression, and the child he rescued that day even kowtowed to him. This surprised Su-yi a little. In primitive society, kowtow was popular to express gratitude. What surprised him even more was that although the children were taken away by the leopard, they were still alive and kicking the next day. He secretly sighed in his heart that primitive people were really tenacious. Looking at the children playing with their buttocks naked, he suddenly realized a serious problem. There were no babies in this tribe. This made him start to think, why were there no babies? Could it be that all their descendants were captured by wild beasts? But it is impossible that there is not even one left. After thinking for a long time, Su-yi still couldn't figure it out, so he decided to ask them after learning their language. He stood up, patted his butt, and walked around the camp. Outside the open space where they were camping was a dense forest. He looked carefully and found that there were no crops or livestock around. Among the broken tools, he found several stones suitable for making stone tools. He picked out 3 stones of suitable shapes, one for a stone axe and the other 2 for scraping tools. With these stones, Su-yi walked into the dense forest through the gap in the fence. Chapter 5. Shooting deer with bow and arrow. Su-yi decided to give these primitive people living in the Stone Age a little shock. Although this group of people were not very productive, they possessed all the physiological characteristics of modern humans. Not only did they look similar to modern humans, but their skeletons and characteristics were also almost exactly the same. He shook his head, put these thoughts behind him for the time being, and told himself to just make the best of it. If the tribe didn't drive him away, he would stay here shamelessly. Anyway, now it was certain that they would not eat him. It was too lonely to survive alone on this strange planet. This time, his purpose was to make a bow to show his worth to the female chieftain. He had been fascinated by survival shows in school and had learned how to make a bow and arrow. However, theory is one thing, practice is another problem. He found a wooden stick at random, tied the end of the stick with vines, and barely made a stone axe. This process took him nearly an hour, mainly because the stone was difficult to fix on the stick. Next, he began to look for materials to make a bow. He soon found a small tree that was as thick as a baby's arm, with a straight trunk and no branches, which was very suitable for making a bow. It didn't take much effort to cut the tree with the stone. He cut the wood into about 1.5 meters long. According to his memory, he followed the steps, but he still accidentally destroyed 2 pieces of wood. His hands had blisters from typing on the keyboard for a long time, but Xuanniao gritted his teeth and persisted, pricked the blisters, and continued to operate. The side with the bark cannot be moved, otherwise it will affect the toughness, and the split side needs to be scraped. He muttered to himself, but his hands did not stop moving. 2 stones he had brought from the camp helped him a lot, and he kept improving the bow until the curves on both sides were the same, and he was completely immersed in this work until the sun began to set. Xuanniao sat in the first seat, calmly observing the tribesmen who looked dejected. They had not hunted any prey this morning, which made her feel unhappy. The prey around her became more and more alert, and the difficulty of hunting was also increasing. But what made her even more disappointed was that the foreigners she relied on to reproduce her tribe had disappeared. She had done so much for him. Why did he leave? She let him live in the nest used for sacrifices, and would rather let the tribe members starve than give him food. However, he left quietly. The tribesmen seemed to sense the chief's displeasure and stopped whispering. "Don't be discouraged. We will definitely be able to hunt for food tomorrow." Yaoing waved his fists, trying to boost morale. He was secretly happy that the foreigner had finally left. The tribesmen looked at him and seemed to feel encouraged, and they all straightened their chests. "Brother, you take the men to get water, and I will distribute the remaining food with the women." Xuanniao gave the order, and the 13 strong men took the water-getting utensils and left the camp. 15 women, led by Xuanniao, walked to the warehouse. "Chief, are you unhappy because of that man?" The one who spoke was Yao Ling, the girl who had touched the back of Su Yi's hand in the morning. Xuanniao was silent for a moment after hearing this, then turned back to look at Yao Ling. Seeing her embarrassed expression, she suddenly felt something in her heart. She was not angry, but happy, and immediately asked, "Did he violate you?" Yao Ling waved her hands repeatedly, with a little panic in her eyes. "Li came to me a few days ago. He said he wanted to have a child with me." "What?" Yaoyu's face turned pale instantly. "I slapped him and rejected him," Yao Ling quickly explained. Hearing this, Yaoyu's tension eased. Even if the reproduction of the tribe is facing a crisis, she will never allow the same mistakes to happen again and a similar disaster to happen. "Ling, you did the right thing." Yaoyu gave her an approving look, then raised his voice and said, "Everyone listen carefully. If anyone dares to break the taboo, I will personally chop off her head to comfort our ancestors. But our clan is about to perish. Can't we break the taboo and reproduce?" An older woman in the crowd asked boldly. "Yes, if keeping the taboo means the extinction of the whole clan, then why not break the taboo?" Another person whispered. These 2 sentences immediately frightened the young girls, and confusion appeared in their eyes. "Shut up," Yaoyu roared. "What did you promise me on the wedding day in previous years? You all said that you would never break the taboo. You solemnly swore under the aura of the black bird god. Are you going to violate the totem on your face now?" The 2 women lowered their heads, full of regret. They were unwilling to break the taboo, and even more unwilling to have children with their brothers. Seeing the stern attitude of the tribe leader, they knelt down and apologized. "Tribute, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please punish me." Yaoyu looked at them, her heart full of bitterness. She once disdained the taboos of the tribe, challenged the norms, and acted recklessly. It was not until her parents suddenly disappeared that she realized that the freedom she had enjoyed was built on her parents' sacrifice. Taboos are the foundation of our tribe's survival for hundreds of years. As long as I am alive, I will never allow them to be broken. Yaoyu's eyes were as firm as iron. "Fortunately, you haven't violated the taboos, otherwise the clan rules will never forgive you." Xuanniao stood in front of the bow he made himself, feeling very satisfied. This bow took him most of his time, mainly spent on adjusting the bow until the curvature of the left and right sides was exactly the same. In addition, he made 5 feathered arrows about 70 centimeters long, picking up feathers from the ground, which were everywhere. Finally, he used fire to carbonize the arrowheads and sharpen the arrowheads, but these needed to be completed back in the camp. Looking up and around, the sky was getting dark. Xuanniao realized that dusk was coming and immediately rushed to the camp. Just as he was about to start, he suddenly heard a plop. He immediately stopped and turned to the direction of the sound. He found a herd of deer in the bushes. Just right. Xuanniao's mind moved, and he immediately decided to test the power of the bow and arrow. The deer were only more than 30 meters away from him, and the target couldn't be closer. Even if he missed, at most one arrow would be wasted, and there were still enough arrows. He leaned down and quickly sharpened the arrow with the stone axe at hand. Then he stuck the tail of the arrow into the string, slowly pulled up the bow, and locked onto the target, the belly of the deer. Sui knew that if he missed the target, he would have no time to chase. He held his breath, held the bow in his left hand, and pulled the string with his right hand. After pulling it to the limit, he aimed more accurately and released the arrow. Swish! The arrow flew through the air, and Sui saw the deer leap up and then run wildly. Hit! He couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly picked up the stone axe on the ground and ran towards the deer. Seeing the blood on the ground, he was excited and followed the blood and sound, and soon found the deer's body. Sui was so excited that he almost couldn't help shouting, waving his fists, unable to suppress the joy in his heart. Chapter 6. It's time to show off. The animal was really not smart. After being shot by the arrow, it just ran around in a panic, which led to its death so quickly. Sui muttered to himself while carrying the deer on his back. Fortunately, this was a young deer that had just matured. If it was a mature deer, he would not be able to carry it. He walked into the camp with a somewhat proud step. The primitive people chatted around the campfire and laughed from time to time. Sui's appearance made them stunned for 2 seconds. Well, being the focus was something he was used to. Yao Yu reacted the fastest. She jumped off the animal skin and ran to Sui in a few steps. Seeing that he was covered in blood, she felt a little worried, but when she saw the wild deer he brought back, she was filled with joy. Oh, he's back again. Look, that's a wild deer, right? He actually hunted a wild deer by himself. That's amazing. I want to have a baby with him. The women gathered around excitedly, their eyes full of admiration. So awesome. I want to ask him how to hunt deer. Several men also came up excitedly and surrounded Sui. Yaoing stood outside the crowd, his face complicated, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. He didn't understand why the foreigners came back after they had clearly left. He looked at the deer corpse in front of him, feeling puzzled. He had been called a natural hunter since he was a child, but he had never hunted a deer. He couldn't believe that this foreigner had hunted a deer by himself. He squatted down and examined the deer corpse. You have all been deceived by foreigners, Yaoing said coldly, and the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Sui turned his head and looked at him, feeling puzzled, and saw the hostility in his eyes. Yaoing, we all saw it. The deer was brought back by foreigners. Yao Ling said dissatisfiedly. Yes, everyone saw it. The people around him echoed. Yao Yu looked at Yao Ying, and her heart was full of doubts. She didn't understand why her brother always opposed this foreigner. Yao Ying analyzed calmly. If you don't believe me, come and see. There is only a small wound on the deer. Such a wound is definitely not caused by a javelin. After hearing this, everyone came over and began to check the wound on the deer. Yes, I've never seen such a small wound. It's impossible to throw such a thin javelin very far. Yao Gu muttered as he gestured. Why did this deer become like this? Could it be that outsiders just happened to pick it up? I checked. The deer's legs are fine. It only has one wound on its body. Yao Yu analyzed with a frown. At this time, Yao Ling noticed the 5 arrows tied around Sui's waist. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed to Sui excitedly, desperately grabbing the straw rope that tied the arrows. Sui was a little confused. Looking at the people surrounding the deer corpse, all kinds of thoughts were flying in his mind. Did hunting deer violate the taboos of primitive people? But isn't their totem a bird? The next second, he felt a force coming from his waist, and then his crotch felt cold. He turned around and found that the girl who brought him water in the morning was holding his grass skirt. Sui's face instantly turned red, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Ah! Yao Ling cried out, quickly covered her eyes with her hands, and her cheeks turned red. She just wanted to take his arrow to help prove it, but who knew that the grass skirt was so fragile? In just a moment, she seemed to have seen something she shouldn't have seen. Ah! My mother said that I can only look at my man. What should I do now? She was panicked and felt that her grass skirt had become like a hot snake, so she quickly threw it away. Sui was in a state of dismay, thinking to himself, what had he done to offend anyone with this grass skirt? He took a few steps forward, picked up the grass skirt, and put it back on. Yao Ling secretly glanced at Sui through her fingers as he put on the grass skirt, and breathed a sigh of relief. Give me that thing, and I'll help you prove yourself. Yao Ling pretended to be calm, convincing herself that she hadn't seen anything just now. Sui finally understood what she meant, not the grass skirt, but the arrow. Could it be that this girl knew how to use a bow and arrow? It seemed that there were also smart people among the primitive people. He handed her the arrows and was about to take off the bow he was carrying, but he saw that the girl had already blended into the crowd. This is the evidence. Yao Ling raised the arrow in his hand. The outsiders used this to hunt the deer. The crowd suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at the weapon in Yao Ling's hand curiously. Can this kill the prey? Oh, unless the deer stands still and lets him stab it. Yao Ling laughed disapprovingly. Look, why are there feathers on this arrow? Yao Gu was the first to notice the difference in the arrows, and immediately asked for one and tried to throw it out. Oh, this foreigner is really smart. Feathers can help arrows fly farther and be thrown more accurately. Yao Gu was so excited that he danced with joy. Everyone imitated throwing arrows and had a lot of fun. The eyes looking at Su Yi also became eager. Yao Ling was still unconvinced, so he also took an arrow and threw it hard. He often threw javelins, and after throwing it, he immediately knew that he was wrong. This slender arrow, with the help of feathers, has become so powerful. If it is close to the target, it can indeed pierce the skin and flesh of the prey. But for a wary prey like a deer, it is really lucky to be hunted by this foreigner. He turned to look at his sister Yao Yu and found that she was also quietly looking at the foreigner with admiration in her eyes. Humph! Yao Ying snorted coldly and walked back to the shack alone. Everyone knew Yao Ying's temper, and no one paid any attention to him. Su Yi was shocked again. These primitive people were just like animals. They didn't need bows and arrows, but could throw arrows very far. Wouldn't it be even more powerful if they were equipped with bows? However, Su Yi also discovered that these people did not know the existence of bows at all and just used arrows as javelins. It was time to show his skills and not waste his hard work for a day. He walked towards the crowd, untied the bow on his back without hesitation, found the dazed girl, took an arrow, put the arrow on it, and bent the bow in one smooth motion. The arrow was aimed directly at the jungle outside the shack area. Swoosh! The arrow made a sound of breaking through the wind and instantly disappeared from people's sight. Chapter 7. The Chief's Personal Service. Oh! The primitive people exclaimed in unison. They never dreamed that something could fly so far from their hands. Oh my God! That javelin must have flown into the sky. After a brief silence, the surroundings became noisy, with everyone talking in amazement and curiosity. Sui handed the bow to the female chief beside him as a token of his loyalty. Then he turned away from the crowd and went to find some water. His throat was so dry that it felt like it was smoking, and he needed water urgently. There were many containers next to the campfire. He picked up a relatively exquisite stone bowl and drank the water in it without hesitation. Yao Yu looked at the treasure in her hand, her eyes sparkling with wonder. This thing was not complicated, and she quickly understood its principle. But she knew in her heart that if there was no outsider, she might never be able to do it. I really don't know what is going on in this outsider's head. He is so smart. She suddenly thought, this must be the savior bestowed by the blackbird god on their clan. She handed the treasure in her hand to Yao Ling, who was eager to try it, and then looked at Su Yi by the campfire, deciding to grill meat for him personally to express her gratitude. Su Yi was staring at the two bright moons in the sky, feeling somewhat confused. He was thinking that the difference in the moons might affect the development of the tribe's planting industry. He has decided that in the future he must guide the tribe to the path of animal husbandry and planting, because relying solely on gathering and hunting is too unstable. At this moment, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw that it was the beautiful female chieftain. Under the moonlight, she had long hair and a well-proportioned figure. Her long legs shone lightly in the moonlight. Sui had long noticed that everyone in this tribe was very good-looking, and it was a pleasure to live with them. It was simply wonderful. The female chieftain carried the skinned deer in one hand, and it didn't seem to be difficult. Sui already knew her strength, so he wasn't surprised. There was a friendly smile in her eyes, which was a good sign. The female chief approached, gently placed the deer carcass at her feet, bent her knees and sat on the animal hide. Her movements were natural and proper, without revealing a single bit of her beauty. Sui smacked his lips and looked away. After Yao Yu sat down, she noticed something was wrong. She found that the water in her bowl was gone, and there was no water around it. This bowl was made by her father himself, and it took him several nights. Everyone knew that it was her personal property, and no one would touch it. Unless it's him. Thinking of this, Yao Yu turned to look at the foreigner, and found that he looked guilty. Humph! It's him. He dared to be naked when they first met, and now he dared to use her bowl. However, since it is used, she thought, she should be generous and forgive him. Of course, she thought so for the benefit of the clan, not because she really forgave him. Su Yi swallowed his saliva. He noticed that the female chief was still looking at the empty bowl with a frown on her face. He began to feel anxious. Just a bowl of water should be fine, right? Su Yi didn't understand the taboos of primitive people at all, and didn't know whether they regarded this water as holy water. This bowl looked really exquisite. What if he drank holy water and was tied to a cross tomorrow morning? Su Yi carefully observed the expression of the female chief, and found that she was smiling again, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this should not be a big deal. After the primitive people took turns to experience the bow and arrow, they gathered around the campfire again. The atmosphere was relaxed, everyone was talking to each other, and laughed heartily from time to time. Xuanniao was also infected by this atmosphere, and the worries in his heart gradually dissipated. At this moment, a piece of fruit that looked like an orange was suddenly handed to him from the left. He turned his head and saw that it was the girl who had taken off her grass skirt that morning and looked a little weird. "Thank you." Xuanniao took it with a smile and threw it directly into his mouth. "So sweet. The fruits in the primitive world are not bad. I have to find a way to transplant these fruit trees near my residence in the future." When Yao Li saw Yao Ling handing food to outsiders, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. The tribe leader knew that he had proposed to Yao Ling and warned him that if he dared to violate the taboo, he would not only be expelled from the tribe, but also chop off Yao Ling's head with his own hands. Yao Li was scared. He knew that the clan leader had the final say and he could not go against the clan rules. But when he saw Yao Ling smiling at outsiders, he felt a mixture of resentment and bitterness. If this outsider had not appeared, perhaps he would have been able to convince the women of the tribe to continue reproducing. If the clan leader objects, they can easily elect a new clan leader with more votes. Then Ling will be his woman and no one will snatch her away. He can hold her in his arms while sleeping, like a married couple. When Yao Li thought of this, he was so excited that he trembled. But now everything has changed, all because of this foreigner. Not only can he hunt alone, he also invented a powerful weapon like the bow and arrow. Now all the women in the tribe revolve around him, and even the strongest Yaoing can't do anything to him. What can Yao Li do? The aroma of barbecue filled the air. Xuanniao watched the female chief busy cutting, slicing, and flipping the meat by herself. There was no one around to help. He gave up the idea of helping, thinking that maybe this was the tribe's rule, and he dared not make a mistake. What he didn't expect was that the female chief actually handed him the first piece of roasted meat. Xuanniao didn't hesitate. He had already eaten a bite in the morning. He was very hungry now. He took it, let it cool down a bit, and ate it all in 3 or 5 bites. There was no seasoning, but the meat was tender. The female chief had a good skill in grilling the meat, and it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Just as he finished eating, another piece was handed to him. Was this a special reward for his deer hunting? Xuanniao didn't think much about it and continued eating. However, gradually, he found something wrong. No one was eating, and everyone was looking at him eagerly. "Huh? Why aren't you eating?" Xuanniao said while gesturing. But seeing that everyone was still indifferent, he turned around and gestured to the female chief. The female chief pointed at the deer carcass, then pointed at him. Xuanniao suddenly realized that what she meant was that the prey belonged only to him. But he couldn't finish it all by himself. In such hot weather, the meat would go bad soon. Wouldn't that be the end of him? Moreover, he brought back the venison, assuming that everyone should share it. He didn't expect that primitive people would divide it so clearly. Xuanniao knew that they didn't consider him as one of their own. But he wasn't too worried, because they would definitely accept him after a while. After he demonstrated, the female chief agreed to share his food with everyone. Xuanniao discovered that the primitive people had someone in charge of distributing the meat, and the order was in good order. The female chief was different. She washed her hands first, then waited quietly for someone to bring the barbecue to her. "Well, it seems that I don't know how to appreciate my good fortune." The standard of service provided by the female chief is really high. There are nearly 30 adults, and one fawn is not enough to eat, but everyone has a happy face. It was the first time that Xuanniao saw how primitive people ate. He thought he ate fast enough, but they didn't even wait for the meat to cool down before they started eating. They just stuffed the roasted meat into their mouths, chewed it a few times and swallowed it. Except for the female chief who ate a little more politely, everyone else devoured it. Yao Yu ordered her tribesmen to send a portion to Yao Ying, but the report said Yao Ying was unwilling to eat it, so she did not bother about it anymore. At this time, the weather in the tropical jungle changed, and a strong wind suddenly blew. Everyone was busy working together to put out the fire. Xuanniao returned to the shack, and the heavy rain outside soon fell. The wind was howling, lightning and thunder, and the sound of branches breaking could be heard from time to time. Xuanniao was worried that the shack would be blown down, so he held on to the supporting pillars with both hands. The rain was heavy, but he still heard the footsteps coming from outside the house. Chapter 8. A Gift on a Rainy Night. The door of the shack was opened from the outside, and 2 shirtless men walked in. Xuanniao immediately let go of the support column and reached for the homemade axe next to him. It was a dark night with strong winds, lightning, and thunder. It was indeed a good time to kill someone. Crack! With a flash of lightning, Xuanniao could see clearly that what the 2 men were holding were not weapons, but 2 black objects. He felt a little relieved, but he still watched them vigilantly. "We are following the orders of the patriarch to light a fire in your house." We will leave after it is lit. He didn't understand what they said, but when he saw them taking out firewood from behind, he understood what they meant. They wrapped the firewood with animal skins, and it was obvious that they were very careful. The flames started, and the house gradually became warmer. The two men retreated and closed the door carefully, as if they had never been in. Sui was a little surprised. The two of them came in the rain just to make a fire for him. This was obviously not a treatment that every tribesman could enjoy. Could it be that the female chief meant it? Was she afraid that he would be cold? After all, there were 2 large pieces of animal skin in the shack, so he should know that he wouldn't be cold. The rainstorm came quickly and went away quickly. The rain stopped, but the wind still did not stop. Although it was a little chilly in the shack, it was not particularly cold. Sui did not think about it anymore. The fire was already lit, so he should be grateful since someone was so considerate. Chief, is this really okay? Yao Ling looked at the chief's proposal, her face full of embarrassment. Don't you like him? Yao Yu asked back, with a hint of joking in her tone. If you don't like him, I'll go find Lon. After saying that, she pretended to leave. I can. Yao Ling's voice trembled, and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but she finally agreed to the arrangement of the tribe leader. Yao Yu smiled with satisfaction when she heard her answer. She thought that this foreigner might be from a big tribe in the far north. She had heard her father mention that the people in that place had no shortage of food, so they would not eat like primitive people. She must keep this smart outsider in the tribe, and Yao Ling is the most suitable candidate. Yao Ling's beauty is not inferior to hers, and her wit and wisdom are enough to make her a capable assistant to the tribe leader. After eating, there is also a warm nest. Yao Yu feels that this outsider will not refuse the gift she gave. Yao Ling was filled with anxiety. The clan leader's proposal was too embarrassing. How could she have the nerve to do it? The clan leader said that the outsider would definitely like her, but what if he didn't like her? She admitted that she had a crush on the foreigner, but it was just a liking, not to the point of entrusting herself to him. But now she had already promised the chief, and it was too late to regret. She thought he was not bad. His eyes were full of wisdom, although he was not strong enough, but the weapons he invented were extremely powerful. Moreover, he was willing to share food with everyone, very generous. So Yao Ling mustered up her courage and decided to go find him. She pushed open the door with mixed feelings in her heart. Sui was half asleep when a cold wind suddenly blew into the shack and woke him up. He turned over and sat up, and found that the door had been opened at some point. There stood a figure at the door, wrapped in animal skins. In the moonlight, he recognized it as the girl who handed him the orange-like fruit that morning. She turned back to close the door, turned around and loosened the animal skin that was wrapped around her body. In the light of the fire, her figure looked particularly graceful and she rushed towards him. Without saying anything, the girl got into Suyi's arms. The warm and soft body had a faint herbal scent. The sudden change made Suyi's mind go blank for a moment, and he raised his hands, not knowing where to put them. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses. He quickly pushed her away, hurriedly tore off the animal skin wrapped around his body, and put it on her trembling body. Unexpectedly, the girl threw the animal skin away and squeezed into his arms again. Sui was not completely noble, but he also knew that the girl in front of him was unwilling. Every time she got into his arms, she gritted her teeth and shed tears, which made him unable to do anything. He quickly hugged her tightly with his hands to stop her from struggling. Yao Ling became more and more emotional. Tears flowed like a spring, and her body kept shaking. Sui could only helplessly pull her into his arms, hold her tightly, and comfort her. How about you teach me your language? Sui loosened his arms and gestured to her. After several gestures, Yao Ling finally understood what he meant. The cold wind was howling outside. Inside the house, the two of them lay side by side, lowering their voices, one teaching and the other learning. Sui didn't know when he fell asleep. When he woke up in the morning, the girl had quietly left. Recalling what happened last night, Sui felt like it was a dream. He rubbed his face and pushed open the door of the shack. The tribe did not have a collective hunt today. Everyone carried out a bunch of dried meat from the warehouse and didn't know where to send it. Sui immediately came forward to ask. After several people explained for a long time, he finally understood that the meat was to be used as a tribute. Under the leadership of the female chief, the men lifted 3 bundles of dried meat and prepared to set off, while the women, children, and 2 elders stayed in the camp. Everyone who stayed in the camp had sad faces, looking at the jerky being carried away, their eyes full of desire. Sui looked at the jerky in his hand, while others only had dry wild vegetables. He felt a little indignant, but did not intervene. The other party that was paying tribute must be a more powerful tribe. Sui had not figured out the division of power in this area, so he did not intend to cause trouble easily. Therefore, his top priority now was to learn the language first, and then consider other things. He found the girl from last night in the crowd. Although she was a little shy, she did not avoid him. After he made his intention clear, she was also happy to continue teaching him the language. Sui studied very hard and found that the language of this tribe was not complicated. In the past 2 days, he also listened carefully and mastered the daily communication dialogues very quickly. While he was learning, he marked the pronunciation on the ground with a branch. His behavior attracted everyone's attention. It's writing. Foreigners can actually write. He must be from a large tribe. Everyone looked at him writing and drawing in amazement, their eyes full of curiosity. Hello. Su-yi stumbled and heard everyone's laughter, and he couldn't help laughing. These primitive people were very cheerful, and their laughter was very contagious. It was already past noon, and the tribesmen who had gone out had not returned yet. Su-yi's stomach began to growl. He did not eat the dried meat given to him in the morning, but instead shared it with a few children, unintentionally gaining their favor. I have a way to let everyone eat meat. Su-yi thought to himself. Chapter 9. Let's eat fish today. Everyone was stunned after hearing this, and looked at Su-yi with puzzled eyes, as if they thought he used the wrong word. I said, I can let everyone eat meat. Su-yi repeated it word by word, and everyone finally reacted. Wow, you are so amazing. Yao Ling's eyes were shining with admiration. She knew that he had the ability to hunt alone, and if he said he could eat meat, he would definitely be able to do it. We have meat to eat today. I'm so happy. Great. I've been hungry for several days. The people in the primitive tribe are always so sincere and rarely hypocritical. Su-yi couldn't hear what they were saying clearly, but he knew that everyone had full trust in his ability to bring meat. Follow me. Su-yi led everyone to a corner of the camp. When everyone saw that the place he took them to was a pile of waste, they all showed puzzled expressions. Can we find meat here? Yao Ling asked cautiously. Although she believed in Su-yi, it was obvious that there was no meat in these scraps. To make, weapons. Su-yi explained patiently. Although he had not yet mastered the vocabulary for all the tools, he first replaced them with similar words. Hearing this, Yao Ling stuck out her tongue. She felt a little ashamed. Did Su-yi think she was stupid? After searching for a while, Su-yi found a thin bone. He used a stone to grind it finely and turned it into a hook-shaped tool. Make it into this shape. Su-yi drew a fish hook and asked everyone to try it. Can we eat meat this way? Don't ask nonsense. We can't fully understand Su's idea. Yao Ling said in a low voice, afraid to disturb Su-yi. Yes, we just do it and help him. Everyone made fish hooks according to Su-yi's instructions. After several people wasted several pieces of bone, they finally made a fish hook that satisfied Su-yi. Looking up, everyone had almost finished the work, and some were even as good as the one he made. Su-yi felt happy and found that everyone had strong hands-on skills, which would be very helpful for future plans. Su, is what I did right? Yao Ling came over and asked. Yes, not only you, but everyone is great. Su-yi said sincerely. Everyone was happy to receive Su-yi's praise. By the way, Ling, where's the river? Su-yi asked. No, we can't go to the river. Yao Ling immediately refused sternly. She had promised the clan leader to keep an eye on Su-yi and never let him do anything dangerous. Why? Su-yi asked curiously. It's too dangerous there. Yao Ling answered, her eyes full of worry. Apart from the river, are there other places with fish? Su-yi gestured with his hands, trying to express whether he could find other places with fish. Yao Ling then realized that Su-yi was planning to catch fish for everyone to eat. She had eaten fish once when she was a child, and the meat was tender and delicious, but she never had the chance to taste it again. Fish, only in the river. Yao Ling answered, and then added, but you are not allowed to go. Then how do you drink water? Su-yi continued to gesture and asked. Drink water. Many times we drink rainwater. When there is no water, we go to the river to get it. All the men in the tribe go together, so there will be no danger. Yao Ling explained. The sentence was long, and it took Su-yi some time to understand. Do you also use rainwater to bathe? Su-yi asked again with gestures. Yao Ling's face instantly turned red. They did find a place where no one would notice them to bathe on rainy days. However, which man would ask another woman about bathing? This made her a little embarrassed, and she didn't know how to answer. Then why don't you come with me? Su-yi saw her embarrassment and didn't continue to ask. We can't do it. We need men. They are stronger. Yao Ling shook her head and refused. Yes, we can't do it. The beasts in the water are too dangerous. You'd better not go. The other women also advised. Su-yi pointed at himself, saying that he was also a man, but Yao Ling still shook her head. Su-yi was full of black lines. If he had known, he should not have been so self-controlled last night. Don't you want to eat fish? Su-yi still didn't give up. Yes, I dream about it. Yao Ling licked her lips, her eyes flickering with desire. But you can't go. The others also echoed, with a firm attitude. Okay, if you don't take me, I'll go by myself. After Su-yi finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. You're going the wrong way. It should be this way. Yao Ling blurted out, and then quickly covered her mouth. Su-yi raised the corner of his mouth. He couldn't fool a primitive, silly girl. Do you really have to go? Yao Ling opened her arms to block Sui. You must go. I told everyone to eat meat. Well, let's go together. Yao Ling reluctantly directed everyone to get weapons. Soon, the women came back with stones, spears, and javelins. Although Sui didn't know what was by the river, since the men could go, he should be able to go with this group of female warriors. 15 women and 1 man were marching towards the river. Yao Ling led the way, while the other women solemnly protected Sui in the middle. Sui didn't know when he would be treated like this, as everyone seemed to be afraid that he would be hurt. The road leading to the river was obviously often walked by people, and the traces left by the footsteps were very clear. Along the way, Sui did not forget to chat with the people around him. What's your name? He asked a round-faced girl next to him. My name is Lan. Oh, your name is very good. Sui habitually praised. Everyone around looked at Yao Lan with a smile, and Yao Ling, who was leading the way, also smiled back. She felt a little awkward. Sui hugged her last night, but now he praised Lan's name for being nice. She felt a little uncomfortable. How many people are there in your tribe? Sui smiled back and continued to ask. 13 male warriors, 16 female warriors including the tribe leader, 5 children, and 2 elders. Yao Lan gestured with her fingers, a total of 36. Sui was a little curious and asked, has your tribe always had so many people? No, we used to have a lot of people. Yao Lan's eyes flickered at that time. Lan. A woman next to her suddenly interrupted her. Yao Lan immediately shut up. Sui looked at them in confusion and vaguely guessed in his heart that perhaps this was the secret of their tribe. Could it be related to the fact that there were no babies in their tribe? Sui, there is a river ahead. Yao Ling whispered. Sui withdrew his thoughts and became more alert. It seemed that there must be danger by the river. After bypassing the bushes, the river in front of him came into view. There were 3 long-haired cats by the river, like adult jaguars, and they seemed extremely cautious when drinking water. Sui guessed that there must be danger in the water. Suddenly, a crocodile jumped out from under the water, but a jaguar's head with its bloody mouth, and easily dragged it under the water. Blood and waves splashed everywhere, and the remaining 2 beasts screamed in panic and left the water in anger. Sui, why don't we go back? It's too dangerous to go fishing in the river. Yao Ling's voice was trembling, and she was obviously frightened by the scene before her. Yes, several of our tribesmen have died in the river. We don't eat fish anymore. Yes, we just eat vegetables. Fish is too bad to eat. I heard it's smelly. The other women also echoed, and everyone was very determined. Who said I'm going to go fishing in the river? Sui said with a smile, with a hint of relief in his tone. If we don't go to the river, where will the fish come from? Yao Ling blurted out, with anxiety in her voice. Sui gave a mysterious smile and shook his head. I won't tell you. Yao Ling couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop her from admiring Sui even more. Chapter 10. Let the fish go. Sui looked around and saw that there were no more ferocious beasts around, so he walked towards the river. His actions immediately touched the hearts of all the women. They looked at each other and hurried to follow. No need to follow me. I'll just look from a distance to see if there are any fish in the water. Sui said helplessly. Yes, my brother caught him before. Yao Ling took a few steps forward and grabbed his arm, her eyes full of pleading. Yao Ling was very scared. Her brother exchanged his life for a fish, and she couldn't let Sui die like her brother. Okay, I won't go. I won't go. Seeing the sternness in Yao Ling's eyes, Sui spoke to reassure her. He was not a fool. The crocodile just now is definitely more than 8 meters long, and it would only take 1 bite to kill him. His life was precious, and the rich life in primitive society had just begun, so he was reluctant to die. When will we find a way to kill a crocodile and provide leather shoes for all the girls in the tribe? Except for the female chief, everyone else was barefoot. Their smooth feet were calloused and uncomfortable to touch. Sui shook his head and withdrew his gaze from Yao Ling's feet. Seeing that the other party didn't notice, he breathed a sigh of relief. Following the crowd retreating to 100 meters away from the river, Sui cast his gaze towards the surrounding bushes. Please help me find some bugs, Sui said while gesturing. The women didn't know what the bugs were for, but their advantage was that they were obedient. As long as Sui didn't go to the river, finding a few bugs was no big deal. A dozen people immediately bent down and started searching. Sui only took a quick glance and quickly looked away. The animal skins on their waist were too short. It was fine when they stood up, but when they squatted down, they would be more or less exposed. He decided that the popularization of underwear should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. He also had a task. He had to cut a long wooden stick and weave a fishing line out of tree bark. It's best if the insects are alive, but dead ones are also fine. Okay, the women said in unison. An hour later, Sui's simple fishing rod was completed. In order to prevent the pole from breaking due to being too long, Sui deliberately picked a slightly thicker piece of wood, and it was a little difficult for him to hold it with both hands. When he came out of the woods, he was surprised to find that the women were still looking for bugs. There was a pile of them visible to the naked eye on the ground, and 2 people were assigned to look after them. Enough, enough. Everyone come back soon. Sui called out. Looking at the 15 women in front of him with mud on their hands and feet, Sui didn't know what to say. He suspected that as long as he didn't speak, they would keep looking until the sun set. What a group of hard-working people. Sui muttered. Su, what did you say? He spoke in Chinese, and Yao Ling didn't understand. I said you're all amazing people. Sui praised. The women all giggled. They were just looking for a few bugs. What was the big deal? In full view of everyone, Sui picked up a big white worm as thick as a thumb and put it on the bonefish hook. After making sure it would not fall off, he picked up the fishing rod and headed for the river. As expected, he was immediately stopped by everyone. Do you still want to go fishing in the river? No. Yao Ling stood in front of him fiercely, with an unquestionable look on his face. Perhaps because she had been honest with him, Sui felt that Ling was more concerned about him. Other women also wanted to stop him, but Ling often got there first. The sun was setting, and he didn't have time to elaborate. I won't go into the river. If you're worried, let's go together. After saying that, Sui grabbed Yao Ling's hand and pulled her towards the river. Su pulled Ling's hand. They're not going to have kids, are they? Ling is so beautiful, it's normal for Su to like her. Feeling the warmth from the other person's hand and listening to the teasing of the tribesmen behind him, Yao Ling's heart was pounding, and he swallowed back the words on his lips. 5 meters away from the river, Sui stopped. Feeling the struggle in his palm, he let her go without a word. Sui also heard the teasing from others. But the idea of having a baby just by holding hands shows that the primitive people's view of love is too simplistic. See, I said I wouldn't go into the river, but I can't lie to you. Yao Ling's face turned slightly red and she muttered a few words silently. The water is not flowing fast and is slightly turbid, but it is clear enough to see a lot of fish in it. The crocodiles were probably hiding at the bottom of the water and were not noticed. Come on, everyone, make way. Next, I will teach you how to fish. Under the curious gaze of everyone, Sui raised the fishing rod with both hands and swung it out. The small stone tied near the fish hook turned into an arc and fell into the center of the river. Then we just have to wait for the fish to take the bait. Sui held the fishing rod with both arms, trying hard to control his arms from shaking. It was all because the fishing rod was too heavy. He had to hold on and not show weakness in front of so many women. Can we have fish to eat this way? Yao Ling couldn't help but ask curiously. She trusted Sui very much, but all the tribesmen said that fish were very smart and it would be difficult to catch one even if several people gathered together. So she began to doubt whether Sui could catch fish with the strange weapon. Sui turned his head and was shocked to see everyone staring at the center of the river. My aunts. Hold your weapons, everyone. Be careful of the crocodiles. They didn't understand his first sentence, but they heard the second one clearly. Everyone suddenly came to their senses and became extremely alert. At this moment, Sui felt movement in his hand. Got it. He was ecstatic. He felt a little guilty because he hadn't taken the bait just now, worrying about problems with the fish hook or that the bait is not to the fish's liking. Now it seems that the worries were unnecessary. I had boasted a lot and my arms were so sore, but luckily I took the bait. He exerted force with his arms and stepped backwards at the same time. Soon a fish was pulled out of the water. There are fish. Look everyone, what a big fish. Su, you are awesome. The women danced with excitement. To be safe, Sui simply held the fishing rod and retreated again and again. He kept pulling the fish several meters away from the shore before he stopped. Don't be too happy, be careful of danger. Sui reminded helplessly. These women are not professional fighters after all. It's easy to get distracted and forget about the crisis at hand. Looking at them touching the fish all over, the joy in their eyes almost overflowing, and turning a deaf ear to his reminders, Sui couldn't help but get angry. He would feel guilty if someone got hurt or died while fishing. Let the fish go. Sui threw down the fishing rod, walked into the crowd and said word by word. Why? Yao Ling held the fish in both hands, not caring about the dirt at all. I won't let go. The others finally realized that Sui was angry, and they stopped playing and became as silent as quails. They didn't understand why Sui was still unhappy even though he had caught such a big fish. Only Lan secretly glanced at Sui's face, thoughtfully. Ling, give me the fish. Yao Ling finally heard the unhappiness in Sui's words, so she was unwilling to give it to him. He said he wanted to let the fish go. She held it tightly with both hands, unwilling to let go. Can't we just let it go? Yao Ling said pitifully. What did we do wrong? The others also raised their heads and looked at Sui in confusion. Give it to me, Sui insisted. Yao Ling pursed her lips but still didn't let go. If you don't give it to me, I will never take you hunting again, Sui said. His threat really worked. Yao Ling handed the fish to him reluctantly. Sui took it, swung it with one arm, and threw the fish directly into the water. Ah, don't want. The half-dead fish was thrown into the water and soon regained its vitality, disappearing from everyone's sight with a few flutters. Yao Ling's eyes were filled with tears. She didn't understand why he did this. That was fish, and she had only eaten it once. Many people in the tribe had never even smelled it. Sui looked at the dozen or so women quietly, and several of them had red eyes. He couldn't help but wonder if he had drugged her too hard. But the atmosphere has become so tense, he can't afford to soften. Maybe they had to fight for food before, but now that he, Sui, has appeared, he will not let such a thing happen again. Who knows what I just said to you? He glanced at everyone and said lightly. Chapter 11 You Die. Everyone was puzzled and looked at each other, realizing that everyone was bewildered. Only Yao Lan thought for a moment and said weakly, "You said to alert everyone to the danger." Sui thought it was just a one-man show, but he didn't expect that the round-faced girl actually noticed his reminder. That's right, Lan is right. Sui gave a look of praise without hesitation. There are footprints of wild animals everywhere. There are also powerful giant beasts in the water. If you let your guard down, someone will die. Puff. Watching Sui talking and gesturing at the same time, his movements were so funny that Yao Ling turned around and forgot about the unpleasantness just now, and laughed out loud. Sui had no way to deal with this girl. He glared at her pretending to be angry and continued. Food is not important. You are the most important. Sui paused and then said, "Remember, life is the most precious." When the women who had their heads down heard this, they all raised their heads. No one had ever said anything like this to them since they were born. Until today, he told them that they were the most important. Yao Ling looked at Sui standing in the sun, and she felt that he was glowing like the statue of the Xuanniao god. Sui looked at the sky and decided not to waste any more words and just go straight to the specific measures. From now on, when you come out with me, you must follow my instructions. If you don't obey my orders, don't follow me anymore, and don't share my food. Good. We will absolutely follow your command. The women expressed their opinions at once, and Sui finally felt a little relieved. Okay, now I'll start the grouping. Lan, pick 3 people to go fishing with me. When the round-faced girl Lan heard this, her eyes sparkled brightly. He immediately pulled up the 2 girls beside him, and then turned his attention to Yao Ling. She could see that Ling and Su had a special relationship. Yao Ling felt a little unhappy when she heard that Sui actually asked Lan to accompany him fishing. But I didn't dare to oppose him. Seeing Lan looking at her, she was so happy that she wanted to hug her. Sui could see the 2 people's little thoughts. But he felt that Ling must be taught a lesson. She was too lively, even a little rash. Ling, pick 5 people to go behind us to protect us from the wild animals in the woods. Upon hearing this, Yao Ling froze in place as if struck by lightning. She looked up at Sui and saw that his eyes were on someone else. Her heart felt like it was being pinched, and she felt uncomfortable. But she soon realized that her laughter must have angered him, so he did that on purpose. After figuring this out, Yao Ling called a few people and headed towards the back. She wanted him to see that she was very obedient. The rest of you stay with me. Your mission is to keep an eye on the beast in the water and warn me in time. After the division of labor is completed, work becomes much more convenient. Sui taught the fishing skills to Yao Lan and the other 4 people, working in pairs, and he just became the hands-off boss. Get on it. Pull, he commanded. Yao Lan held the rod with both hands and threw the fish directly onto the shore. Sui was stunned. How could such a thin arm have such great strength? He thought that only female chiefs were powerful. It seems like everyone is like this now. No, he has to put physical exercise on his schedule, otherwise he will be the weakest in the entire tribe. Yao Ling listened to the happy laughter of Yao Lan and the others and felt extremely envious. But my mission is also very important. As Sudu said, everyone's life is the most precious. She held the long spear and stared at the slightest movement in the forest, just like they did when they were hunting. The sunset glows thousands of feet high, and the setting sun is as red as blood. Fish in primitive society were really easy to catch. Once you cast the rod, the fish would be caught in no time. After catching 16 fish, Sui ordered the 3 men to stop. Su, it's still early. Yao Lan fell in love with the feeling of throwing the fish ashore. She felt that there was nothing more wonderful than this. When she heard Sui say stop, she subconsciously wanted to refute. But she reacted quickly and shut her mouth obediently. This round-faced girl would definitely be an excellent student in modern times, Sui thought. They divided themselves into 4 groups, each holding 4 fish, and then they set off on their journey home. What? He took the women to the river. Yao Ying's voice almost blew the roof off. Damn foreigner. If any of my tribesmen die because of him, I will definitely chop off his head. The riverside is too dangerous. Women can't deal with the beast in the water. A man said worriedly. He said he wanted to take the women fishing. One of the elders added. Fishing? Why didn't you stop them? Yao Ying was furious. How can outsiders lead our people? Someone asked in confusion. It was Yao Ling who asked everyone to bring weapons and go together. The elder said, "I didn't stop them." "Stop talking nonsense." Yao Yu, who was in the first position, said coldly, "Leave 3 people to protect the child, and the rest of you follow me to the river to look for someone." Yao Yu was also extremely shocked. The foreigner is so bold. He wouldn't think that he can catch fish just by inventing the bow and arrow, right? The giant beast in the water opened its bloody mouth, and no creature could escape. What's more, he was able to lead all the women in the tribe. If the women were unwilling to go, Yao Ling would have no choice. It seemed that they were going with the outsiders voluntarily. Thinking back to the other party's demands when paying tribute today, Yao Yu felt that he was about to collapse. At this time, there were sounds of laughter coming from outside. They were so happy, no one should be injured or killed. Yao Yu's heart fell. Others were not as calm as she was. Yao Ling picked up his weapon and rushed out of the shack first. When he saw the foreigners surrounded by women, like their king, the unhappiness in his heart reached its peak, and he wished he could pierce his chest with a spear. Following Yao Ling was Yao Li. He looked around but didn't see Yao Ling. A bad thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and then anger took over his entire mind. "Go to hell." Yao Li roared and rushed towards Sui with a stone spear. "Li, you're crazy." Yao Yu, who had just walked out of the door, was startled. "Stop." Yao Li turned a deaf ear to him and charged forward with spear in hand. Sui also reacted and pulled out the stone axe from his waist. But he underestimated his position in the hearts of women. Seeing the crazy Yao Li, the women surrounded him. "Li, stop. Su is a guest of our tribe. Get out of the way, I must kill him." Yao Yu quickly caught up with Yao Li and snatched the spear from the other's hand. "Li, I order you to go to the statue of the Black Bird and repent." "No. You are the one who should repent, patriarch." Chapter 12, Shocking News. "It's you. You don't deserve my respect." Yao Li burst into tears, then pointed at Sui. "He killed Ling. You are just trying to reproduce your tribe and don't care about Ling's life at all." "Ah." Yao Li roared, glancing at the women fiercely. "Why aren't you the ones to die?" "Li, shut up." Yao Yu turned his head to see Suyi's reaction. "Ling is not dead." "Everyone, I beg you to kill him." Yao Li wouldn't listen to anything they said. He stubbornly believed that Yao Ling was dead and that all the women were sheltering foreigners. He knelt down in the direction of the men and begged the leader, "Eagle, don't you like the chief? Kill the outsiders and you will definitely be your woman." The vain Yao Ling had just changed into clean fur clothes from the shack and came out to hear shocking news. "Li, what nonsense are you talking about?" When Yao Li saw Yao Ling, he was dazed for a moment. "Why? Are you still alive?" Seeing the anger on the other person's face, Yao Li realized what he had said. There was silence on the field, and everyone was stunned. Yao Yu turned his gaze to Yao Ying's face in disbelief. She saw panic in his eyes. She understood it all. No wonder he tried to kill foreigners so many times. Yao Yu couldn't help but tremble, but he gritted his teeth and stood firm. "Brother, is what Li said true?" Yao Yu stared at Yao Ying's eyes. Yao Ying gritted his teeth and nodded. Our clan has no way out. If we don't marry within the clan, our clan will be destroyed." "So? You want your biological sister to give birth to a child for you?" Yao Yu said in a cold and calm tone. "I would rather die. The Blackbird God has clearly given us a savior. He is our hope, but you have been targeting him. I didn't expect you to be such a selfish person." Yao Ying looked at his sister's pale face, and her words made him despair. He just wanted to take good care of her, and he didn't want her to be sad every day. But now it's all over. Suyi's eyes widened. What a shocking piece of news. The brother fell in love with his own sister. Such a small tribe is so complicated. That Yao Ying was the guy who had always been rude to him. It turned out that he was afraid that I would take his sister away. TSK, the primitive circle is so chaotic. But why does Yao Ying look like he's about to die? He can't be committing suicide just because his sister rejected him, right? He was counting on these people to get rich, so it would be a waste if this guy died. "Lon, you secretly took his weapon." Sui hurriedly whispered, "Be careful." Watching Lon sneaking around, Sui thought, this girl is very prudent in her approach. As expected, the next moment Yao Ying raised his weapon and pointed it at his own heart. Sui glanced sideways and saw that Lon was still some distance away from the other person. "What are you doing?" It was the mocking voice of the female chief. He now hoped that she would shut up and not provoke the other party. "There is a labor shortage, and one death means one less labor. You actually threatened to kill yourself?" The female chief sneered. "Only a coward would hurt himself. Go ahead and stab me. If I were to stop you, I wouldn't be the chief of this clan." Sui really wanted to rush over and cover her mouth. Sure enough, after hearing what the female chief said, the tall man's eyes became even more determined to die. Yao Ying felt his heart trembling. He wanted to die just because he was too ashamed to face her. How could he force her? There's no point in explaining. Everything is meaningless. He was just trying to help her. He didn't know when he started to treat his sister as his woman. He knew that once a foreigner showed up, his sister would become someone else's woman. That's why he pointed his knife at innocent foreigners. My sister must hate me now. It's a pity that I will never see her smile again. Yao Ying closed his eyes, but suddenly he felt a huge force in his hand and his spear was taken away. Why are you standing there like idiots? Hold him down. Sui gave the order stumblingly. This group of stubborn guys, when they saw someone trying to commit suicide, not only did they not stop him, but they also acted as if they wanted to help the other person. Don't worry about it. Let him die. Yao Yu ordered coldly. He is a coward. Sui was anxious. This female chief must be mentally ill. This is my own brother. Hasn't he succeeded yet? Is it really that serious? After the female chief spoke, the men who were about to stop her stayed where they were. All of you go and hold that big fool down for me. Looking at Yao Ying, who was trying to grab the weapon, Sui gave orders to the woman beside him. He himself would not go. If the primitive man showed his brute force, it would be easy to kill him. The women obeyed the order, dropped their weapons and rushed forward. Everyone stop. Yao Yu said coldly, let me see how he's going to act. The women were stunned, their eyes flickering between the two men. Suyi's temper also flared up. This female chief usually looks quite smart. Why is she acting crazy today? Go quickly. You won't listen to me now? Sui ordered. No one is allowed to go, otherwise we will be punished according to the clan rules. Yao Yu turned his head and glared at Sui. You were just an outsider. Why do you interfere in our clan's affairs? Seeing that the women all looked apologetic, they retreated awkwardly. Sui took a few steps forward, ready to teach her a lesson. But where is the right place to hit? He's the chief. It's not nice to slap him in the face. How about a spanking? Did he remember some expert saying that spanking would make women lose their fighting spirit? After hesitating for a moment and looking at the perky body, Sui decided to try the feel of it. He just understood that he himself is the life-saving talisman, so he should not lose his head. If I do this, if I can lure this cold and beautiful female chieftain to the bed, then this journey through time will be worthwhile. Later, every time he fought with the female chief in bed, Sui could always recall his own sharp foresight. Bang! Even in a noisy environment, the clear sound stands out. The men were in a mess, but the women saw everything clearly and covered their mouths in shock. He's so brave. He actually dared to hit the clan leader. Yao Yu was immersed in his own pain. Not only was she constantly oppressed by foreign races, but her brother, whom she regarded as a supporter, also betrayed her. She didn't notice Sui approaching or his raised hand at all. A burning sensation came from her buttocks, and her mind went blank for a moment. She never dreamed that an outsider would dare to spank her in front of the whole tribe. A glimpse of the horrified eyes of her tribesmen made her feel ashamed and angry. Seeing the female chief in a daze, Sui felt happy. The experts never lied to me. Why are you glaring at me? I'm going to hit you. Bang. Before she could react, the second palm fell heavily. What are you guys standing there for? Go hold that big idiot down. The women didn't care anymore when they saw this. Yao Ying was the bravest warrior in the tribe. If he died, everyone would have a hard time. How dare you? Stop right there. No matter what Yao Yu ordered, everyone lowered their heads and pretended not to hear. Foreigner, Yao Yu said with a ferocious look, don't think I dare not kill you. Sui lowered his head and met her eyes without any fear. Yao Yu was furious when he saw Sui's fearless look. She jumped up from the spot, pushing and pressing Sui to the ground with his back facing up. I'll let you hit me. I'll let you hit me. Sui was confused. This petite body, with strength from nowhere, sat on his chest like a mountain. Fist rained down on his face, and his nose, eyes, and mouth were all attacked at the same time. The worst thing was that he couldn't break free from her even if he tried his best. Damn, is this woman crazy? Are you going to die? Driven by the desire to survive, Sui reached out and grabbed the other person's chest. A groan came from the female chieftain on his body, and his hand was slapped away. The output stopped. The next moment he realized what he had pinched and immediately raised his hands to cover his face. He almost died from the spanking, and now he might actually die. Chapter 13. I'm just a little dizzy. In just the next second, my body felt lighter. The attack he was waiting for did not come, and when he opened his eyes again he saw the female chief fleeing in panic. Sui covered his nose and climbed up, meeting a pair of surprised eyes. And the look in that tall guy's eyes that seemed to want to eat him. I took the beating for a long time, but you're not allowed to charge me any interest. Sui wiped the blood from his nose as if nothing had happened. When Yao Ling saw Sui with a bruised face and nose, she came over to him in a soft voice. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have changed the animal skin. That's why Li, that idiot, went crazy. The girl blamed herself. Sue, does it still hurt? When Sui saw her concerned look, his heart moved. He held his head and slowly fell to the ground. As expected, I fell into a warm embrace. There is a familiar scent of grass and trees at the tip of my nose. What's wrong with you? Yao Ling said nervously, looking at the person in her arms. Just now, when the clan leader beat him, she didn't even have the courage to stop him. It's okay. I just feel a little dizzy. Sui said weakly, I'll be fine after resting here for a while. Yao Ling heard this without thinking much about it. After all, how much cleverness can a primitive man have? Besides, Sui did look a little miserable. She carefully supported Sui, knelt on the ground, and put Sui in her arms. Sui is so beautiful. This girl looks thin, but her body is so soft, so nice. It's just that the big guy's mumbling voice next to me is too annoying. Lon, go find a rope and tie him up for me. The patriarch was not there, so the women did not ask any further questions. They quickly tied Yuing up like a dumpling. Make a fire and cook. Sui lay in Yao Ling's arms, gesturing, wash the fish and grill it for me. Su, are you feeling better? After a while, Yao Ling asked with her head down. Everyone looked at her with strange eyes and she was a little uncomfortable with it. Ouch, I'm still dizzy and can't even stand up. Sui covered his face and lied with his eyes open. But he stayed there for a while and then sat up by himself. There are plenty of opportunities for Tai Tai, so now we should figure out the affairs of this tribe first. Ling, tell me about your tribe. Yao Ling looked at Suyi's serious expression and said quickly, our clan has always been like this. As if she was afraid that Sui would not believe her, she added, yes, our tribe has always been like this. In terms of cunning, Tin Yao Ling's are no match for Sui. He could tell at a glance that Yao Ling's eyes were evasive, but he didn't ask any further questions. What secret is it that makes Yao Ling so silent? I can't ask her, so I can only get the answer from the female chief. Look, he actually dared to go to the clan leader? Everyone in the tribe sat around the campfire, looking at Suyi's back in disbelief. Lon, do you want to stop him? A male tribesman said worriedly, will he be beaten to death by the tribe leader? That shouldn't happen, right? Yao Lan was unsure. The clan leader personally ordered us to take good care of the outsiders. She shouldn't disobey. But Suka touched it. A female member of the tribe stammered. It's no use. Yao Ling came over and knelt down, looking worried. He had to go, and I didn't stop him. Everyone watched Sui silently as he walked out of the clan leader's nest. Then, to everyone's surprise, Sui stayed outside the door for a while, then opened the door and went in. The distance was too far, so no one could hear clearly what the two said. Didn't the tribe leader forbid men to enter her nest? Yao Ling muttered, how can Su enter? Everyone shook their heads and pricked up their ears to listen for any screams. After listening for a while and hearing no movement, everyone felt relieved. Ling, were all the fish today caught by outsiders? A man asked Yao Ling curiously. Hearing the sound, the other men all looked over. Even a fool knows the difference between wild vegetables and fish. They all got a big piece of fish, which was definitely thanks to the foreigners. How could they not be grateful to him? No, it was Lon who caught it. Yao Ling was reluctant to admit it, but still told the truth. On the court, except for Yao Li who ran away, and Yao Ling who was tied up like a dumpling with his mouth gagged, all the other men exclaimed in amazement, wondering why Lon suddenly became so powerful. I thought it was a foreigner, but I didn't expect it was Lon who caught it. A man said in disbelief, then can you teach us? Yao Lan had an awkward smile on her face. Ling knew clearly that it was not her credit, but she still said that. She could only patiently explain it to everyone. You mean, the foreigner? Su, he has created another tool. Is it specially used for fishing? Yes, if he doesn't mind. I can teach you. Everyone once again turned their eyes to the chief's nest. They prayed in their hearts that the patriarch would not be impulsive and harm the savior sent by the black bird god. Although he had just traveled through time, Sui discovered that he already had a sense of belonging to this tribe. So he no longer considered the problem from a personal perspective as he did at the beginning, but instead thought at the level of the entire tribe. In this way, he would have to find out what difficulties the group was in and what threats it faced. Since others seemed unwilling to mention the tribe's predicament, he could only start with the female chief. Roll. Sui was turned away. You didn't even look at who it was before you started to curse. Sui laughed. He was not in the least affected by the beating he had just received. What if I curse the wrong person? If you don't get out of here, I'll beat you up. Another cold voice came from inside. I can help you. Sui said calmly, no matter what problem you encounter, I think it can be solved. So, I want to know why. Yayu was still guessing what Suyi's purpose was in coming here, but when he heard what was said outside the nest, he was excited for a moment. But she quickly calmed down. This outsider was good at sweet talk and tricked the women in the tribe into not recognizing her as the tribe leader. He was even bold enough to touch me. Thinking of what had just happened, she didn't know how to face her tribesmen. How can I believe what such a casual person says? I will really beat you up. She suppressed her anger. He is Ling's man after all, otherwise. Don't you want to know how to catch fish? Don't you want the tribe to have meat every meal? Or do you not want the tribe to grow and develop? Yao Yu's heart was filled with emotion. What he said was something she dreamed of coming true. But she still couldn't tell him the truth. Seeing that the person inside was still indifferent, Sui decided to use his trump card. If you don't explain it to me today, I will leave here forever when daybreak comes. You dare. A slightly anxious voice came from inside. Just see if I dare. Su Yi found that this female chief was hard to deal with and could not talk to her calmly. No, you can't leave. What will happen if you leave Ling? If she has a child, someone must take care of it. If you dare to leave, I will break your legs. Chapter 14. The Godforsaken Clan. Su Yi heard this and thought, as expected, this silly girl Ling came here just to follow the orders of the female chief. He was somewhat surprised that primitive people could also use the beauty trap. Oh, if I am threatened by your words, I am not Su Yi. Su Yi sneered. At worst, I can just kill Ling and die with her. Yao Yu found that she seemed to have never understood this foreigner. Although he always looks kind and smiling, he can be very difficult at certain times, like now. It can't be concealed anymore. Then you come in. Su Yi felt relieved when he heard this. The female chief insisted on chopping off his legs, and he had no choice. Besides, he didn't want to survive alone in the wilderness unless it was absolutely necessary. In those programs about survival and primitive worlds, the protagonist is at least accompanied by a photographer. If he goes out, the only ones who can accompany him are unknown wild beasts. When I opened the door woven with leaves and vines, the shack was completely dark. After adjusting for a while, he could barely see the situation inside the house. The cold-faced female chief was actually sitting on a wooden bed. What a luxury. The bed was not covered with animal skins, but some kind of fabric. This discovery made him feel moved. There is also a stone bench and a stone table with a bowl on it. Not far from the table, there was a stone stove. This is all the furnishings in the shack. The room was filled with a faint herbal scent, exactly the same as the smell on Yao Ling. Have you seen enough? The female chief's icy voice came from where she sat on the bed. Enough. Su Yi was not polite and sat down on the stone bench. Yao Yu has been observing Su Yi since he entered the door. She found that the other party was only slightly surprised by the contents of her nest. Therefore, she concluded that the other party must have seen it and even used it. Then he must be from some large tribe? But why should I keep them here? If I tell the truth, will he help my clan because of Ling? Hope rekindled in Yao Yu's heart. Where are you from? Yao Yu asked the question in his mind. I come from another place. Su Yi paused, then continued. Now it's my turn to ask you. What's going on with your tribe? The bonfire rose, and the fiery red light shone on everyone's faces. It smells so good. Sister Lan, can I just have a small bite? Several children surrounded Yao Lan eagerly. No, there are bones in the fish. They must be removed before eating. Yao Lan refused with a smile. The child can't do it, but we can eat it, right? The men stared at the fish that the women were grilling over and over again. The crispy yellow skin was sizzling with oil, and the tempting aroma made everyone, who had been hungry for a whole day, unable to resist. Yao Ying, who was tied up nearby, also smelled the fragrance. He swallowed his saliva and cursed himself in his heart for being useless. He would rather die than eat food hunted by outsiders. No, Yao Lan said seriously. Su said that his food would only be shared with those who obeyed his orders. If you disobey orders, you will not be able to eat meat. We are just asking. Take your time. There is no rush, the men said in unison. Yao Ying's eyes were about to spit fire. This was how outsiders won over his people. They are such a good-for-nothing bunch. He listened to the foreigner after taking a bite of fish. This group of women are the same. They haven't seen each other for just one day, and now they only listen to the foreigner. He was tied up so tightly that he had to adjust his posture even to fart. After eating the fish, all the men were won over by the foreigners. How can his sister continue to be the clan leader? No, he can't die. This outsider not only shared food, but also gave tools to the tribesmen. He must have some ulterior motive. Could it be that he wanted to send them to be slaves? Yao Ying suddenly remembered that when he was a child, he heard from his elders that some large tribes liked to treat prisoners of war as slaves. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Foreigners are so scary. Woo-woo. The one guarding Yao Ying was Yao Ling. She saw him twisting and turning like a bug, whimpering as if he had something to say. You have something to say? Woo-woo. Yao Ying nodded wildly. I can get it open for you, but you can't swear, otherwise Su will get angry and blame me. Yao Ling looked serious. Hearing this, Yao Ying nodded, and felt more and more that the foreigners were too powerful. The animal skin in his mouth was pulled out, and Yao Ying took a few deep breaths. Tell me, do you want to apologize to the clan leader? I can convey it. No, I want to ask why you listen to outsiders so much. Yao Ying said after taking a deep breath. You mean Su? Yao Ling's eyes lit up. He shares his food with everyone. He makes powerful tools, and he tells us not to take risks for food. In short, he is a good person. You can't scold him. There was one thing Yao Ling didn't say. which was that even when she took off all her clothes in front of him, he didn't bully her. She first thought that he didn't like her, but just now when he lay in her arms, she realized that he just didn't want to hurt her. No, you were all deceived by him, Yao Ying said firmly. He deceived your trust in order to make you his slaves. Slave? Yao Ling didn't understand. Being tied up means you have no freedom. The master can kill or beat you whenever he wants. Yao Ying had only heard about it, and he tried to make his description sound more terrifying. Isn't this the same as you are now? Yao Ling laughed heartlessly. Yao Ying's face was filled with black lines. He shouldn't have looked for her. What? A clan abandoned by God. He almost laughed out loud after hearing this. Seeing Yao Yu's cold eyes, he tried to hold back. He has always mistaken the clan, in their language, as tribe. These are actually two concepts in different categories, and he has been using them incorrectly because of language barriers. The so-called Xuanniao clan is one of the 6 clans of the Yanfeng tribe. 5 years ago, the leader of the Xuanniao tribe and a large number of warriors in the tribe suddenly disappeared. As luck would have it, thunder struck from the sky, striking down the statue of the black bird that they had been worshipping. The tribal leader expelled the Xuanniao people from their ancestral land where they had lived for generations, claiming that they were abandoned by the gods, and drove them all the way to a jungle fraught with dangers. Moreover, the wicked tribal leader even issued a warning in the name of God, forbidding everyone to intermarry with the Xuanniao people, believing that their misfortune would spread. So, 5 years later, the Xuanniao tribe, which had more than 100 people, is now reduced to less than 50 people. What do you mean? If you want to leave, just leave, Yao Yu said angrily, looking at Yi, who seemed to be smiling. No. Yi sat up straight and said seriously, I asked you to speak out to help you. I didn't mean to mock you. So you mean you won't leave? Yao Yu asked tentatively. Yi did not answer, but asked, they say you are the forsaken of God, are you? Chapter 15, I'm determined. The tribal chief can communicate with the gods, so he is certainly right. Yao Yu swore. Besides, the statue of the god worshipped by our tribe was destroyed by thunder. I saw it with my own eyes. It's all our fault for breaking the taboo, which led to the punishment from the heavenly thunder. Yao Yu sighed again. Although Yi didn't believe it, he could understand Yao Yu. When all this happened, she was still a girl in her teens. Naturally, she felt deep awe when she suddenly suffered a misfortune. In addition, he could not use modern thinking to understand primitive people's views on gods. I won't leave. On the contrary, I will help you. Yi looked at Yao Yu's bright eyes and continued. But I want everyone to listen to me, including you. Impossible. Yao Yu immediately became alert and shook his head decisively. Can you ensure that the people of the tribe have enough food and drink every day? Yi asked calmly. Or can you lead everyone back to their ancestral land? These are what I should think about. Yao Yu pondered for a moment. You just need to stay and help me, and I will give you the best food and women. Yao Yu, the Xuanniao tribe can only have one voice. Yi said, looking into her eyes. That voice can only be mine. Yao Yu refused to give in. Today, Yao Yu repeatedly stopped him from rescuing people, and Yi didn't want this to happen again. Either you all listen to me. Yi stood up, or you fend for yourself. How do you think a race without offspring can continue to reproduce? Yi continued. There are probably only a few people in this world who are not afraid of the fate of the forsaken of God, except for me. Yao Yu knew that she had no other choice. Either rot slowly in this jungle, or believe Yi. He does bring a lot of surprises, maybe he really can? But I don't trust you, Yao Yu said. Then I have no choice. Yi spread his hands, feeling extremely nervous. Unless you join our Xuanniao tribe. Yao Yu said, if you become a member of our tribe, I will naturally trust you. Yi thought for a moment and said, I can join you, but you just need to agree to one condition of mine. Why do you have any conditions? Yao Yu said angrily. The condition just now was to stay and help you. Yi made a small calculation in his mind. The condition now is to join you. Patriarch, these two are different, aren't they? Then you tell me, I'll think about it. Yao Yu was very happy, but she still tried to control her tone and not appear too excited. From today on, you will serve me personally. Yi sat back on the stool and crossed his legs. Help me get water and grill the meat. Don't be so hasty to reject me. Looking at Yao Yu's angry face, Yi hurriedly said, in the future, there will be more and more people in our tribe, but there will only be 1 or 2 people who can serve me personally, and their status in the tribe will naturally be very high. Think about it, Secretary Yu. Yi suppressed the joy in his heart. Or maybe you would like to be like everyone else. Just follow my instructions and be an ordinary soldier. I'll tell you in secret, Lan has set her sights on the secretary position. Su Yi saw that Yao Yu seemed to be interested, so he struck while the iron was hot and said, "You know Lan, she has a good temper, is smart and careful. If you can't do it, don't force it." This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. "Nonsense. Why can Lan do it, but I can't? I will definitely be your secretary." Yao Yu stood up and said, "As the head of the clan, you must keep your word." Su Yi was afraid that she would go back on her word. "Of course," Yao Yu answered bravely. "Then tomorrow, I will offer sacrifices to the ancestors and let you officially join the Xuanniao tribe." "No problem." Su Yi stood up and patted his butt habitually. "Today is a good day." Watching Su Yi humming a little tune and leaving through the door, Yao Yu felt indescribable feelings in his heart. Not only did she hand her people over to a foreigner, she seemed to have handed herself over as well. No, why should everything belong to him? You know what? It seems like the foreigners have been deceiving us all along. It seems he is sending us into slavery. Slave? Just tie them up with ropes and don't let them escape. Beat them if you want, kill them if you want. No way are foreigners so bad. When he comes out, we'll ask him together. Good. If it's true, should we kill him? Just drive them away. After all, they saved our people and shared their prey with us. Yes, we can't kill him. Su Yi came out of the shack and went to the fire. What surprised him was that not only did everyone else deliberately avoid him, but even the girl Yao Ling looked at him strangely. He was fine before he went in to find the female chief. What happened now? Su Yi thought about it for a long time, but had no clue, so he decided to find someone to ask for clarification. "Ling Lan, come here," Su Yi called out. When they heard the greeting, they looked at each other and stood up. Seeing this, the others also stood up and gathered around. Su Yi was a little confused. This is not a good situation. Why are these primitive people going crazy for no reason? Fortunately, I reached an agreement with the female chief. "What are you doing?" Su Yi asked tentatively. "Su," Yao Ling spoke, her face full of heartache. She didn't want to believe it, but everyone thought so. "Are you going to send us to be slaves?" Yao Ling asked cautiously. "Slaves?" Su Yi was confused. "Have you ever seen slaves?" Hearing this, Yao Ling's heart sank. He indeed knew what a slave was. "Just answer whether it is or not." Lan on the side spoke vigilantly. "No." Su Yi was confused. "What good would it be for me to send you as slaves?" "No." Yao Ling's face immediately turned from gloomy to bright. "Really not?" Su Yi said seriously. "Oh, it turned out to be fake." Everyone was talking about it, and sat down next to Su Yi in twos and threes. "It scared us. That fellow eagle guessed wrong, and now we are embarrassed to eat fish meat." "That's right. Outsiders are obviously not bad people." "Shut up. I just counted you for being so fierce." Su Yi finally understood. He could only admire the innocence of primitive people. "Even if I want to be a human trafficker, I won't say it directly." However, rumors spread quickly among the crowd and have a profound impact, so we must be on guard against this. Let's ask the tribe leader to punish that fellow eagle and make him repent before the statue. Yes, punish him by not letting him eat for 3 days. See if he still dares to lie. Rumors come quickly and go even faster. Su Yi listened to the heartless laughter around him and admired the primitive people's frankness. "Su, I was scared when I heard what he said. I said you were a good person, but they didn't believe me." Yao Ling handed over a piece of unknown fruit like offering a treasure, with a bright smile on her face. The girl's emotions were all on her face, and Su Yi could see that she was happy. "Lan, why are you hiding so far away?" "I don't blame you." Su Yi waved at Yao Lan. Lan is a thoughtful person, unlike Ling. After hearing the call, Yao Lan walked around the campfire and knelt down beside Su Yi. "Su, then I'll help you grill the meat." She smiled apologetically on her round face, revealing 2 dimples. When Yao Yu came out of the nest, he saw a girl on each side of Su Yi. Chapter 16. What are you talking about? One was carrying water and the other was grilling meat. Others' eyes were also on him, as if he had become the core of the tribe. The aroma of grilled fish filled the air, and she couldn't help swallowing. But do I really want to serve him? He is just dreaming. Yao Yu approached the campfire, and everyone immediately made room for her. She looked at Su Yi carefully and found that he glanced at her and then looked away. Since the other party didn't ask her to go, she wouldn't go. Under the campfire, the women were responsible for removing the fish bones and distributing them to everyone after roasting. The men were getting impatient waiting, but they didn't dare to get angry. Once the fish meat is in your hands, you can eat it in one gulp. Su Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw it. Fortunately, the thorns were removed, otherwise these primitive people would definitely have eaten something bad. Su Yi even suspected that they didn't taste anything at all. There were 16 big fish. Su Yi originally wanted to keep 2 for other uses, but he ended up eating them all in one go. The stars are shining brightly, and the flames are swaying in the breeze. Everyone be quiet. Yao Yu said loudly after seeing that everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. Everyone stopped whispering and looked towards the patriarch. I've decided to migrate the entire clan. Su Yi didn't expect her to say this suddenly. Seeing the men lowering their heads apologetically and the women looking at each other in confusion, Su Yi guessed that it might be related to today's tribute. The Yinfeng tribe requires us to offer a woman in addition to food when we pay tribute next time. I promised them. Yao Yu's eyes dimmed, but I will not give up any of my tribesmen. Crackle. The sound of the burning bonfire was particularly clear. Everyone had sad faces and looked like they were about to die. Su, will you come with us? Yao Ling poked Su Yi's arm and whispered. Won't. Oh, all right then. Su Yi could hear her displeasure. I won't leave, and no one needs to leave. Su Yi said loudly. Not leaving. Yao Ling was curious, but there are many warriors in the Yinfeng tribe. They will send people to rob and kill people. Everyone's attention was drawn to Su Yi's speech, and Yao Ling's question was also a source of confusion for them. We'll wait for them here. If they dare to come here to rob and kill people, let them die one by one. There was a flash of murderous intent in Su Yi's eyes. No, there are too many of them. We are no match for them. Yao Yu said, I don't agree. Secretary Yu? Su Yi asked calmly, what are you talking about? I can agree to everything else except this one. Yao Yu said seriously. The tribesmen looked at each other in bewilderment. Why did the clan leader need to seek Su's opinion before making a decision? Just listen to my arrangements. I have a way to make those invaders retreat. Su Yi glanced at Yao Yu, stood up, and said confidently, That's great. Su, we will follow your arrangements. Yes, I will follow your instructions. Everyone was talking at once. They have been running this camp for several years. Once they leave, they will have to live a life of displacement again. You, aren't you afraid of death? Yao Yu said angrily. Chief, how many of us died in order to open up this camp? Yao Gu, who is usually taciturn, stood up and said, Why should they give us everything we want? They drove us away from our ancestral land, occupied our house, and now they want our sisters. With the powerful weapons made by Su, I will kill them if they dare to come. We're not leaving. Let them know that we, the Xuanniao tribe, are not to be trifled with. Yes, we are not to be trifled with. For the first time, Yao Yu felt isolated and helpless. She turned to look at Su Yi. It was all his fault. If the Xuanniao tribe perishes, my soul will haunt you forever. Yao Yu gritted her teeth and said she shouldn't have agreed to him. Su Yi just smiled at this. He was a little curious about Yao Gu, who was full of ideas. This young man was a promising talent. From today on, I am a member of our Xuanniao tribe. Su Yi decided to make his position clear first. You will all obey my command from now on. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Yao Yu. He's right. Yao Yu's eyes were blazing with anger. Tomorrow we will offer sacrifices to our ancestors, and Su will officially join the Xuanniao tribe. Wow, that's great. Yao Ling cheered. Noticing that everyone's expressions were somewhat serious, she hid behind Su Yi again. Everyone gather here at sunrise tomorrow. Su Yi waved his hand. Yao Gu, take 2 smart people to keep watch, and the others should go back to sleep quickly. Everyone was still a little hesitant and looked at Yao Yu. Why are you looking at me? Didn't you disobey me? Yao Yu said angrily. Do as he says. If you have any problems in the future, go find him and don't bother me. After Yao Yu finished speaking, he turned and left. From now on, those who keep watch at night don't need to participate in hunting during the day. Su Yi said to everyone. Then we. Yao Gu and the other 2 were hesitant to speak. We have the same amount of food as everyone else. Su Yi suddenly realized. Of course, if something happens at night and you don't warn us in time, you will also be punished. After finishing his explanation, Su Yi turned and walked towards the tied-up Yao Ying. Now that the clan is in need of people, he has to mobilize all his strength. You actually threatened my sister to give up the clan leader to you. Yao Ying said coldly. Do you have a brain? Do you think I'm a match for your sister? Su Yi said disdainfully. She did this voluntarily. I won't waste my time talking to you. Yao Ying, listen carefully. Given your sister's personality, she can't possibly be your woman. Su Yi continued. And if you die because of a woman, you are indeed the biggest coward in the clan. Isn't it just a woman? If you follow me, you can have as many as you want in the future. After saying that, Su Yi untied the ropes on Yao Ying and walked away. Yao Ying was stunned for a long time before he struggled to get up. Looking at the disappearing figure of the foreigner, his heart was filled with waves. After painting a rosy picture for Yao Ying, Su Yi went back to his shack and fell asleep. He was also very tired after a tiring day. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by the cold wind again. But this time it was not a beauty who came, but a man with a weapon. Are you here to kill me? Sui sat up and said calmly. He has recognized that this is the guy who was willing to die for Yao Ling. His name is Yao Li. I don't know where he ran off to before, but now he suddenly pops up to cause trouble. I have also stolen his woman. So will Yao Li go crazy and kill someone? Damn it. Can anyone get a good night's sleep? You are a bunch of brainless guys. Sui said impatiently. I go hunting and fishing every day, and you are not grateful, but you want to kill me all the time. Think about it, and ask yourself if I have done anything wrong. Ling doesn't like you, and you force her. The Black Shadow finally spoke. I'm forcing you. Sui said calmly. Go ask her yourself if I've ever asked her to do something she doesn't like. When you were lying in her arms today, I could see that she looked very reluctant. Yao Li said coldly. Sui's heart skipped a beat. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have been so naughty. Chapter 17, Joining the Clan. The young man in front of him raised his weapon. Ling is shy. Do you understand shyness? The other party turned a deaf ear and continued to approach with the stone spear. Sui thought quickly. She's pregnant with my child. If I die, she won't forgive you. You lied to me. Yao Li's voice was distorted. If you don't believe me, go ask the clan leader. She knows everything. Sui looked fearless. Yao Li left, feeling distraught. Sui grabbed the animal skin on the ground and put it on, then ran to the door of Yao Ling's hut. He tiptoed open the door and met Yao Ling's wary eyes. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Yao Ling asked nervously after seeing that it was Sui. I'm scared to sleep alone. I need someone to accompany me. Sui said, I wanted to go find Lon, but after thinking about it, I think you are the most reliable. Is that so? Yao Ling was secretly delighted. She was indeed different from others in his heart. Then don't move. Okay, I'll definitely listen to you. Sui rushed in, closed the door, and lay down straight. The temperature in the shack was not high. Luckily, he brought a piece of animal skin. Smelling the faint herbal fragrance at the tip of his nose, Sui fell asleep peacefully. Sue, what if everyone finds out tomorrow morning? Yao Ling realized belatedly. How about you get some sleep and go back early? Everyone knows we live together, and they're going to tease me again. Call. Listening to the snoring beside her, Yao Ling frowned. Later, she didn't know when, she felt tired and closed her eyes. In the morning, Sui woke up numb. Yao Ling had snuggled into his arms at some point, her head resting on his arm, her legs crossed around his waist, and she was sleeping soundly. Sui wanted to move his arm away, but his slight movement still woke up the sleeping person. The next moment, the two looked at each other. She withdrew her legs from around his waist, as if she had been electrocuted. The little face turned red with shyness. Ling, you have to be responsible for me. Sui took the initiative and pretended to be a victim. I just stayed for one night, and you actually touched me. What do you want to do? Yao Ling looked at Sui's expression, feeling a little helpless. Sui just wanted to tease her, but when he found out that she took it seriously, he immediately gave up the idea. I was just teasing you. Sui said with a smile. I came to you on my own initiative. How can I put the blame on you? There were already sporadic footsteps outside the house. Sui casually folded the animal skins at hand, got up and left. 7 or 8 tribesmen had already gathered on the open space. When everyone saw Sui coming out of Yao Ling's nest, envy flashed in their eyes. Sui naturally understood it. Speaking of the men of the Xuanniao tribe, their situation is really miserable. They are all young and strong, but they have to abstain from sex for 5 years. The life of primitive people is just about eating, drinking, and having children. It's really hard for these people. It seems that helping the bachelors in the tribe to find their partners has to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. The sun rose from the horizon, and all the tribesmen had gathered together. The first thing to be carried out is Sui's initiation ceremony into the clan. Led by Yao Yu, everyone came to the door of a shack. Children and the elderly were also in the team, and no one made any extra noise. Sui couldn't help but be infected and also kept his mouth shut. At the instruction of the clan leader, 4 young men respectfully entered the shack and soon carried out a statue. Yao Yu muttered mysteriously for a while and directed several people to place the statues. Then a stone table was brought out. Several female tribesmen left and brought back a lot of fresh fruits. Everyone led Sui to the sculpture. Yao Yu personally painted the totem symbolizing the Xuanniao tribe on Sui's face. The black Xuanniao statue is made of unknown material, is the size of a person, and looks lifelike. With the weapons-making techniques these primitive people used, it would be impossible for them to carve such detailed statues. Sui let himself be manipulated, but he kept thinking in his mind. The ceremony finally came to an end when the sun was high in the sky. The sculpture was moved back to the shack and the food on the table was distributed to all the tribesmen. He also got half of the bright red fruit, which was so sour that his teeth became tender. Su, from now on you will be called Yao Su. Yao Ling came up and said happily. Sui smiled and said that the name didn't matter, it was just a title. Other tribesmen also came over one by one to meet the new tribesmen they had already known. As a member of the clan, Sui is qualified to know all the assets of the clan. They are nothing more than some stone and bone tools. What worried him the most was that all the food stored in the tribe was only enough for everyone to have one meal, and they couldn't eat to their heart's content. Meat has always been a luxury within the tribe. Only adult members of the tribe who participated in hunting could get some meat. Children, the elderly, and some weak women ate grass roots and leaves most of the time. After hunting the prey, more than half of it must be stored. In addition to dealing with famine, they also had to pay tribute. No wonder he was able to become so successful in the tribe just by getting food twice. Ling, how often do you usually get to eat meat? Sui turned around and asked. That's hard to say. Yao Ling thought for a moment and said, sometimes the hunting team is lucky and can hunt for food, so we can eat once every few days. But most of the time, everyone is hungry. Yao Ling looked at Sui's expression and regretted having said too much. Su must be from a big tribe. He knew that their tribe lacked food and would definitely regret joining. But with the weapons and tools Su gave her, she would try her best to prevent him from going hungry. Everyone gathered in the open space again. Sui walked out of the crowd and came in front of everyone. Ling, take 2 people to the warehouse to get food and share it among everyone. No, you'll be hungry tomorrow. Yao Yu stepped forward to stop them. Everyone is hungry now. How can we work and hunt? Sui glared at Yao Yu. Don't worry about food, tribe leader. Yao Yu's chest heaved with anger. Okay, let him share the food. Did he think he could catch a lot of fish every day? Did he really think he could hunt a deer every day? He also told her not to worry about it, and she just threw the mess to him. I guess in a few days the tribe members will no longer trust him. By then, I will be the patriarch who commands everyone. They don't even have the habit of storing food. She wants to see how people from this big tribe can lead the Xuanniao tribe to prosperity. Yao Yu was thinking resentfully when he suddenly heard Sui calling his name. Yao Yu, take all the women in the tribe to the river to fish, and try your best to collect edible plants. Seeing that Yao Yu was about to question again, Sui directly blocked her mouth with words. If you don't understand, you can ask Lan. She knows everything. No one had ever dared to look down on her like this. Yao Yu suppressed her unhappiness and did not explode in front of the crowd. Except for the men who were on guard last night, all the other men followed me into the woods to prepare materials for making weapons. Let's go after we eat and meet up here before the sun sets. After giving the instructions, Sui received a piece of jerky as thick as a thumb, just like everyone else. Dry, tasteless, and even a little tingling. But everyone ate with gusto, and some children even sucked their fingers. Originally, children were not allowed to eat dried meat. Sui insisted on dividing it, and Yao Ling had no choice but to follow his orders. The meat and fruit stored in the warehouse were completely sold out. Although all the tribesmen were satisfied with the food, there was a hint of hesitation on their faces. Many men already suspected that the new leader was giving random orders. Chapter 18. The crisis begins. Outside the shack area, behind a shady hillside, 10 people were working hard to cut down trees. This won't work. It can't have a wormhole. Sui sat on a big rock nearby and casually threw away a piece of wood that someone handed to him. Your skin is torn, it breaks easily. There was confusion in everyone's eyes, and they searched around while mumbling. No wormholes, no branches, as thick as an arm, can't be peeled. Sui didn't expect that he only made a few requests, but these primitive people would forget the other ones after remembering one. Cut wood always has flaws. Hey, you cut it pretty well. I'll give you an extra piece of meat when we go back. Sui promised. Seeing this, other tribesmen perked up. An extra piece of meat was an honor that even the clan leader could not enjoy, but I didn't expect that I could get it by chopping a piece of wood. Although primitive people are a little dull, they learn quickly. After Sui gave some further instructions and personally cut down a few trees to demonstrate, everyone finally mastered the trick. Today, everyone has a piece of meat. Oh, everyone cheered. Yaoing was also working hard to cut down trees. His wood was recognized by Sui, and he was the second person to add meat, and he was quite proud of it. Sui, why did you choose the one without wormholes? A tribesman asked in confusion. The wormhole will become the weak link in the entire weapon, making it easy to break. Sui explained patiently. He has answered this question no less than 10 times. By the river, several crocodiles were lazily basking in the sun. Chief, shall we begin? Yao Lan looked at Yao Yu. The crowd had been at the river for some time. Start. Yao Yu looked at the river at a loss. This. How about I take charge? Yao Lan asked carefully. You? Okay, everyone be careful. Yao Yu was full of curiosity about what fishing method Su Yi taught them. You five go guard the forest. Yao Lan recalled what Su Yi did yesterday. You five, drive those crocodiles into the water. Everyone else, come with me to catch bugs first. Lan finished his explanation. Everyone followed the order. If they disobey Lan's orders, it would be equivalent to disobeying Su's orders. And Su's orders must be obeyed. When Yao Yu saw Lan giving orders calmly, and everyone had no objections, he felt a surge of emotion in his heart. She suddenly remembered that Su Yi said yesterday that Lan was very suitable to be his secretary. No, she may not be able to compete with Su Yi, but she must be able to compete with Lan. But, as the head of the clan, how could she catch bugs with everyone else? After thinking for a while, she picked up a few large stones and walked towards the river. Crocodiles have thick skin and flesh, and will only react when hit in a painful spot. Yao Yu has excellent throwing skills and can often hit the crocodile's eyes. Wow, the chief is so powerful. The people who were responsible for driving away the crocodiles praised him unanimously. By the time Yao Lan brought people over, all the crocodiles had already gone into the water. Yao Lan swung the long pole, and soon, amid cheers, a large fish with shiny scales and a white belly was brought to the shore. It's my turn, it's my turn. Yao Ling grabbed the fishing rod impatiently. The fish in the primitive rivers seem to be as simple and honest as primitive people. They naturally accept the fat insects that fall from the sky. In less than 2 minutes, Yao Ling felt a pulling force on the rod in her hand. Lan, hurry up, there seems to be a fish, she said excitedly. Just pull it up. Yao Lan smiled faintly. Su Yi had told her last night to let all the women in the tribe learn how to fish. She will definitely complete the task he asked her to do. Lan, can I try again? Yao Ling held the fishing rod tightly and didn't want to let go. I haven't learned it yet. Lan just smiled and nodded. Su came out of Ling's room this morning. She must be his woman, Lan thought sourly. Yao Yu also wanted to try it, but she would not be like Ling, because she was the clan leader. At this time, in the bushes on the other side of the river, her eyes were staring at the women of the Xuanniao tribe. How could they catch so many fish? One person said. Let's take their fish and their tools. What fish are you trying to steal? Another person's eyes flashed with desire. Don't you realize that each of these women is prettier than the other? Oh, another person shifted his gaze from the pile of fish on the ground to the women. They are much prettier than those stinky women in our tribe. 3 wolves, do you want to have sex with them? Of course. Let's go back and inform the king. The 2 men disappeared stealthily into the bushes. The women on the river bank were immersed in the joy of harvest, unaware that they had been targeted. Finally, it was Yao Yu's turn. Under Lan's instruction, she carefully hung the worm on the fishhook. Like everyone else, throw the fishing hook into the river. However, the fish seemed to be deliberately against her. After throwing it down, there was no movement for a long time. Lan saw the tribe leader's frowning face and said soothingly, "Take your time. You will be hooked. I waited for a long time once yesterday. Finally, I felt a pulling force on my hand." Yao Yu couldn't help but feel shaken. A fish was hooked. Without waiting for Lan to give any instructions, she had already pulled the fish out of the water. The splashes of water from the fish's tail were extremely dazzling in the sunlight. Holding the heavy fish in his hand, Yao Yu felt for the first time that obtaining food was not difficult. And all this was attributed to Su Yi. Everyone, take the fish and let's go back. Yao Lan looked at the sun that was slightly westward. We still have to collect other food. How can only 20 fish be enough? Yao Yu held the fishing rod in her hand. She wanted to catch a few more. Su said we could only catch 20, Lan insisted. He said it's better to eat fresh fish. If you store them, they'll go bad. Everyone packed up their weapons and prepared to return to their residence. Yao Yu did not insist any longer. Her mind was already set on the position of Su Yi's secretary. In just 2 days, Lan had already learned a lot, and she had to seize the opportunity. As soon as the group left the shore, a group of people armed with stone hammers and wooden sticks appeared on the other side. "CG, this is the woman you were talking about." The leader, a burly man with a rough face, said with his eyes wide open. There were no women on the other side, only a few unknown big wild beasts lying there. It was clearly there just now. CG's 2 rows of ribs were clearly visible, and fear flashed in his eyes. "Sanling, say something quickly." Seeing the unfriendly look from the Tiger King, the 3 wolves immediately nodded and said, "King, there were indeed more than a dozen women just now, and they caught a lot of fish, but they are gone now." "Fish?" The Tiger King's stomach growled, and he walked towards the river. "Huh, there are really fish in this river. You guys, go catch some fish." He waved his hand. "The rest of you go get some firewood so we can grill fish today." A dozen people tiptoed into the water. The 4 chickens' eyes rolled around, and they looked for a long time, but didn't dare to go into the water. Huh. Seeing someone coming back, Tiger King stood up from the ground. You dare not obey my orders? Tiger King, I have something important to tell you. CG looked at the brutality in the other party's eyes, lowered his head, and said hurriedly, this river is very deep, and we definitely can't get through. We must take a detour to get to the other side of the river. Why don't I take a few people to find a place with shallow water nearby, and then we can all rush over and snatch those women away. The Tiger King glanced at the river and nodded. He didn't notice that the several giant beasts that had just been lying on the shore had disappeared. Help! A heart-wrenching sound coming from the river immediately attracted the attention of the 2 men. I saw a man being dragged into the middle of the water, and a large amount of blood suddenly spread out. The man shouted and struggled desperately, but in the end only a string of bubbles was left. Soon the corpse floated to the surface of the water, and several giant beasts swarmed over, tore the corpse into pieces, and swallowed it into their stomachs. None of the people who went up to help came back alive. The Tiger King held his huge stone axe and hesitated for a long time before daring to go forward. The river god is angry, he shouted. Everyone come back quickly. The dragon in the river is angry. The king has given the order, come back quickly. Come back soon. The people on the shore raised their weapons towards the river, shouting in panic. Of the dozen people who went down into the river, only 7 came back. As for fish, not a single one was caught. The Tiger King was angry. His tribe had migrated all the way here, and never had so many people died at one time. And all this was caused by the 3 wolves. If he hadn't said there were fish in the river, how could so many of his tribesmen have died? The Tiger King picked up the stone axe and strode up to the 3 wolves. Sanlang, you dare to lie to me? King, those women really caught fish. The 3 wolves turned pale and lay straight at the feet of the Tiger King. 4 chickens, you also saw those women catch fish. Tell the king. King Tiger, I only saw women. CG lowered his head and dared not look directly into the king's eyes. Chapter 19 Competition. CG, you. The 3 wolves looked up in surprise. What greeted him was a stone axe coming towards him. There was a scream, and white and red splashed everywhere. The people around were silent. This is what you get for deceiving me. The Tiger King licked the blood from his lips and slammed the stone axe heavily to the ground. Make a fire and roast him. The Tiger King sat back on his mat. The tribesmen dismembered the 3 wolves and put them on the campfire. The thick smoke was extremely abrupt in the clear sky. Su-yi looked at the smoke rising from the treetops in the distance, feeling somewhat confused. Eagle, do you see that smoke over there? Where? Yaoing straightened up and looked in the direction Su-yi pointed, puzzled. The Yinfeng tribe is not in this direction? Yaoing touched his head. We have never been to the other side of the river. Could there be people there? Never been there. Su-yi asked. There are crocodiles in the river, and no one dares to go there. Yaoing said. Su-yi nodded and kept this matter in mind. The sun sets in the west, and its afterglow spreads across the ground. A bonfire was lit again in the center of the Xuanniao tribe's camp. From today on, our clan has a new rule. While the fish was still not cooked, Su-yi stood up and said, that is, whoever contributes more to the tribe will get more food. If you want to eat more, you have to work hard. Su-yi saw Yao Yu beside him seemed to be hesitant to speak, so he gave her a look that told her to shut up. Yao Yu glared at him fiercely and said nothing. Su, food must be divided equally. You are violating our ancestral teachings by doing this, one of the 2 elders questioned. Ancestral precepts? Su-yi laughed out loud. Excuse me, if all the members of the clan are dead, will the ancestral precepts still exist? When all the clan members die, the ancestral teachings will naturally be lost, said the elder. As a person who eats white rice every day, do you feel sad that the Xuanniao tribe cannot be destroyed? Su-yi mocked. You, how dare you say that? In the firelight, the elder's face flushed. Yao Yu, as the clan leader, you just watch him insult the elders? Yao Yu wanted to speak, but seeing Su-yi's stern eyes, he lowered his head and acted like a quail. I told you, everyone gets food. Su-yi was afraid that the group of people wouldn't understand, so he emphasized it again. But, the more you work, the more food you get. As for you, you won't be able to eat the grilled fish tonight. Su-yi teased. Why? The elder blew his beard and glared, and became anxious. People of the Xuanniao tribe, can you bear to watch an outsider bully me? Mr. Liu, Su is already a member of the Xuanniao tribe. Before Su-yi could speak, Yao Yu spoke first. Although she didn't quite understand Su-yi's approach, she knew that it would not do much harm to the entire ethnic group. What's more, I paid such a huge price to get Su-yi to join. There is no way I can let him leave. The elder stood up and looked around, and seeing that no one supported him, he sat down again muttering. Xuanniao naturally didn't get used to him. When the meat was distributed, there really was no food given. Another elder got a palm-sized piece, and even a few children got a piece as well. As for the others, they each got 2 pieces. The aroma of grilled fish filled the air, and everyone's mouths were filled with oil. Xuanniao couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she baked a piece and was about to hand it over, but Xuanniao snatched it away. What the chief bakes is delicious. Xuanniao turned around and glared at him, but he ignored her. Seeing this, the others also gave up the idea. Xuanniao sat for a long time without getting a bite to eat. He returned to the shack cursing. Xuanniao held the grilled fish in his left hand and Xuanniao's stone bowl in his right hand. Yao Ling would occasionally hand him peeled fruit, and he accepted all of it, just in time to eat more to relieve his tiredness. Do you think I'm too harsh on Mr. Liu? Xuanniao said vaguely while eating. No one said anything, but the surprise on their faces showed that this was what they thought in their hearts. If there was only one fish today, how would you divide it? The field fell into silence, and it was Yao Ling who broke the silence first. Everyone, take a small piece. After saying that, he shrank his neck as if he was afraid of Su Yi's blame. Are you sure that everyone gets the same amount? Su Yi asked with a smile. Yao Ling thought carefully about the usual distribution of food and said, of course not. Those who go out hunting will naturally get more. So capable people eat more, right? Su Yi gave her a thumbs up in his heart. That's right. Yao Ling interrupted. But you didn't give him anything to eat. Yao Yu looked at the shack in the distance. I just want to tell everyone that if you want to have food, you have to work. Su Yi vowed. He would never say that the old man challenged his authority, and he just wanted to teach him a lesson. Starting tomorrow, we have to divide the work. Since we eat together, we have to work together. Otherwise, it will be unfair to others. Chopping wood, mending fences, cleaning sheds, as long as you do a good job, the children will get 2 pieces of meat. Su Yi painted a rosy picture for everyone. After hearing Su Yi's words, everyone was eager to try. Among the people who rarely had enough to eat, everyone wanted to eat more meat. The bows and arrows are ready. We are going to hold a competition. Su Yi continued. Whoever shoots the most accurately and the farthest will get an extra piece of meat. Yao Ling was overjoyed when he heard this. He was the strongest man in the tribe. No one could match him in javelin throwing, and archery was naturally no problem for him. He had tried the bow and arrow made by Su Yi, and it was really a powerful weapon. Therefore, I believe my sister's words without a doubt. Su, it must be the black bird God sent to save them. Su, what if 2 people can shoot equally accurately and equally far? A man said. Then add a piece of meat for each person. Su Yi slapped his thigh. What if? I only need 2 people. Su Yi interrupted the man. 2 people who can shoot far and accurately. No, Yao Lan rarely spoke. Then our arrows can't shoot as far as the men, which means we will never have a chance to add meat. Women compare theirs, and men compare theirs. Su Yi had already set the rules. The women cheered and jumped for joy. So, everyone can take time to practice in private, and then you can get more meat. In addition, there should be a penalty for being last in the standings. Ah, there is still punishment? Everyone said in unison. The worst person must give half of his meat to the best person. We will have other competitions later, and there will be more chances to win first place. For example, you are not good at archery, but maybe you can win first place in other competitions. Su Yi said, pointing at a tribesman. Chapter 20 Kindness. Longing for a better life, the tribesmen returned to their shacks in 2s and 3s. Yaogu didn't know why Su left the 3 of them alone. At this moment, his mind was working rapidly, thinking about what happened last night. Su Yi looked at them, silent. Yao Li went to his shack with weapons to take revenge for this matter, and he has not yet settled the score. Gu, how do you usually deal with fights within the clan? In the firelight, Su Yi's cheeks flickered. Yao Gu suddenly remembered Yao Li, whom he had released back to the camp last night. Usually they have to be killed. Yao Gu looked at Su Yi's face and said truthfully. Su Yi understood his expression and nodded. You 3 are responsible for the safety of the entire tribe. You can't. We will definitely protect you all seriously. Yao Gu immediately expressed his attitude. Whether he can survive depends on you. Su Yi left after saying this. Yao Gu looked at the dark forest outside the shack, wondering what he was thinking. The 2 people behind him were even more confused. Remember not to take a nap at night. Yao Gu said seriously. Keep your eyes open. After thinking for a while, he added, if you see Li coming back, catch him for me. Don't ask, just follow my orders. Yao Gu looked at the 2 confused people. If there are people running around in the camp, keep an eye out. The 2 nodded and left. They were extremely serious about the task of getting the same amount of food without having to engage in dangerous hunts. Su Yi went into Yao Ling's shack again. The girl seemed to know that he was coming, and had already made room for him and laid out hay. The breathing around me was peaceful. Yao Ling, who was lively during the day, was always surprisingly quiet at night. He planned his recent schedule and fell asleep unknowingly. Yao Ling was very conflicted. She grasped the animal skin with her 2 little hands and kept kneading it. She was expecting Sui to hold her in his arms and press on her like the adults she had seen before. At the same time, I am afraid that he will do so. Until I heard a soft snoring sound in my ears. She was worried again, wondering if Su didn't like her. In the morning, the sunlight shone through the small window of the shack and fell right on Su Yi's face. He opened his eyes hazily and found that Yao Ling had snuggled into his arms again and was sleeping peacefully. Pretty cheeks, delicate neck. The 2 perky breasts wrapped in animal skin revealed a hint of snow whiteness. There is a slender waist without a trace of fat, and below that is a delicate curve. The short animal skin could not hide the well-developed body. Feeling that he had reacted, Sui withdrew his gaze from the round thighs. Once the food source becomes relatively stable, we need to start building the house. I got up carefully, but still woke up the person who was sleeping. Looking at her sleepy eyes, Sui raised his hand to tuck the hair on her face behind her ears, then stood up and left. In the open space, a group of people were surrounding Yao Li, who was tied up. Li, I haven't seen you for 2 days. I'm worried about you. Yeah, where have you been these past 2 days? Gu, why did you tie him up? Seeing Sui coming, everyone immediately made way for him. Su. Good morning, Su. Sui responded to everyone's enthusiasm one by one. Then he looked calmly at Yao Li, who was tied to the ground. Li wants to kill me. Sui said shockingly. What should I do? The surrounding tribesmen were in an uproar. Is he crazy? He actually wants to kill Su. Doesn't he know that Su was given by the black bird god? If Su dies, our clan will be finished too. We should kill him, Yao Lan said. He wants to harm our people, which is against our ancestral teachings. According to our ancestral teachings, we should kill him. Everyone glared angrily. Li, do you really want to kill Su? Someone asked. Yao Li, kneeling on the ground, looked ashen and said nothing. He didn't expect that Gu, who grew up with him, would tie him up. After looking for Su alone that day, he had actually been hiding near the camp. A person cannot catch any prey and can only eat grass roots and leaves. He wanted to sneak back to sleep at night, but he was caught by 3 people who were prepared. Seeing that Yao Li did not defend himself, everyone knew that he really wanted to kill Su. The crowd was more angry and a little reluctant. Then I have no choice but to obey the clan rules and kill Yao Li. Su, he said to Yao Yu, who had an expressionless face. Yao Yu originally wanted to plead for mercy on the grounds that the tribe had too few people, but when he noticed Su, he was looking at him, he was unable to speak. Yao Li did violate the clan rules, and killing him was also to serve as a warning to the clan members. And Su is too important. The fate of the entire Xuanniao clan depends on him. Yao Li is really too bold. Oh, Yao Ying sighed and shook his head. He wanted to kill Su and he needed everyone's consent, but Yao Li dared to do it on his own. After walking out of the shack, Yao Ling suddenly understood why Su went to find her in the middle of the night that day. She looked at Yao Li's gaze and cruelly didn't meet his eyes. Yao Li looked at everyone hopefully, and finally turned his gaze to clan leader Yao Yu, seeing that she had no intention of letting him go. He became afraid because he knew he was going to die suddenly. He acted on impulse that day and was terrified when he thought about it afterwards. He had known for a long time that Yao Ling could never become his woman. But now, it's too late for him to regret. Su, I was the one who let Li in that day, so I was also wrong. Yao Gu, who was standing beside Yao Li, knelt down and spoke sullenly. Su was really impressed. Fortunately, Yao Gu was clear-headed and pleaded for mercy. Otherwise, would he really kill Yao Li? This kid was strong and a good fighter. His death would not be in vain. Su actually blamed everyone wrongly. If he hadn't reminded Yao Gu last night, Yao Gu wouldn't have stood up. Now his words carry a lot of weight in the Xuanniao tribe. The tribe is facing internal and external troubles, and suddenly a person joins and says he can help everyone survive. Moreover, he achieved his goal step by step. Everyone regarded him as a gift from God, so naturally they did not dare to neglect him. After pretending to be in deep thought for a while, Sui said, "Since you didn't hurt me and your clansmen are begging for you, I'll let you go this time." Oh, thank God. Merciful Su. The surrounding tribesmen were excited. They raised their hands and bowed to Sui. Yao Li, who was shaking like a sieve, was suddenly pardoned. His eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. Li, why don't you thank Su? Yao Gu poked his arm. Yao Li was tied up tightly. He immediately faced Sui and prostrated himself to show his respect. Although you don't have to die, but Sui's words made everyone shut up again. You will be punished by not eating or drinking for a day and kneeling in front of the statue to repent. Compared to death, this is a negligible punishment. Everyone praised Su Yi's merits. Quiet, Su Yi shouted. Today I will teach you a new skill. Everyone follow me. Chapter 21 Trap. Trap. Yao Ling followed Su Yi's advice and tied her hair up high, looking young and beautiful. What is that? With the trap, we can catch the beasts alive and also catch those who dare to attack us. Su Yi looked around at everyone and said, "What's the point of catching them alive? Why don't we just beat them to death?" This statement was recognized by most people. The Xuanniao tribe did not have the concept of animal husbandry or slaves. Su Yi knew that he couldn't explain it clearly at the moment, so he didn't waste any words. Once the trap is made, you can leave. The prey will be trapped or killed. So you just need to know how to do it, and you will understand it slowly. After he finished speaking, the reverence in the eyes of the tribesmen seemed to overflow from their eyes. Su Yi was too lazy to explain. In the eyes of everyone, he was unfathomable, smart, and wise. He led everyone to a tree. Su Yi decided to make a rockfall trap, explain the principle to them, and let them play their own role. He first found a stone the size of his head and tied it up with vines. After going around the tree trunk, he handed the stone to Yao Ying, who was standing in front of him, and said, "Lift it a little higher." Everyone looked at Su Yi, who was busy, and looked at each other in confusion. As Yao Yu read on, he felt like he had grasped the main points, but he was still a little confused. "Okay, Yao Ying, you can let go." Su Yi checked and felt that it was fixed. Boom. As soon as Yao Ying let go, the stone fell to the ground in front of everyone's eager gazes. Seeing everyone looking puzzled, Su Yi's old face turned red. "This time doesn't count. Let's try again." After rearranging it again and busying himself for a while, Su Yi said carefully this time, "Eagle, let go slowly." As Yao Ying let go, the stone stopped steadily in the air. Bang! Su Yi clapped his hands happily. He is also a dabbler. He had seen it by chance on his mobile phone before, and it took him a lot of effort to reproduce it now. Everyone watch out. Su Yi stepped towards the tripwire he had set up. As the taut rope loosened, rocks above head fell down. What would happen if this rope was set under a rock? What would happen if this stone was bigger? After Su Yi finished speaking, he left everyone in shock and returned to the camp. "It's amazing. How did you do that?" A group of people bent over, some lowered their heads, and carefully studied the trap set by Su Yi. I know. Yao Gu suddenly shouted excitedly. "If the stone is bigger, it can kill the beast." "How clever. What a smart trap." Yao Gu danced with joy. Looking up and seeing the patriarch's unfriendly eyes, he immediately laughed and said, "Come on, everyone, come over here. I'll tell you." Looking at the people with a strong desire for knowledge, Su Yi smiled knowingly. The master leads them to the door, and the practice is up to them. He only needs to convey the concept of trap to them. He believed in the wisdom of primitive people in setting traps. However, saying a few more words can help them avoid taking detours. By the time everyone came back in high spirits, Su Yi was already a little sleepy from waiting in the sunlight. "Everyone, be quiet for a moment." Su Yi stood up and stamped his numb feet. "The trap I just made is relatively simple. You should all think about how to make a more powerful trap." "Simple? A more powerful trap? Isn't there just that one trap?" someone asked puzzledly, pointing at the big tree. Everyone also looked at Su Yi. Su Yi smiled, but said nothing. Everyone was very impressed by Su Yi's appearance. It turned out that Su could set so many difficult traps. Our tribe will also select the person who is best at making traps. Whoever has the most ingenious trap, the most powerful trap, and the one that can catch the most prey, this will be our judging criteria. He felt like laughing as he watched them scratching their heads and racking their brains. "Think while you work. Lon, take 5 women and 5 men to go fishing. The others stay in the camp and bring out the wood that was cut yesterday. I will teach you how to make powerful bows and arrows. Lon, choose me. I have the strongest strength." Yaoing approached Yao Lon and said, Choose me. I run the fastest." Another man came over. The men had long wanted to use the fishing tools and immediately showed their courtesy to Yao Lon. Yao Lon was instantly surrounded, looking at a loss. She randomly pointed to 5 men and took 5 women with her and set off. The men who were not selected looked depressed. "We make bows and arrows for hunting and to protect ourselves. So everyone cheer up," Su Yi said seriously. The rest of the people immediately took action and moved out all the wood that had been cut yesterday. The sun is at its highest point, and birds can be heard singing occasionally in the woods. The people of the tiger tribe looked at the river, at a loss as to what to do. "King, look," a tribesman said in a low voice. The tiger king looked and saw more than a dozen people, both men and women, approaching the other side of the river. "Hurry, hide," the Tiger King whispered. All his men immediately lay down behind the dense bushes. The Tiger King stared at the leading woman. He had never seen such a beautiful woman, with a round butt, a thin waist, and a pair of snow-white thighs, which were simply fascinating. She is infinitely better than the masculine women in her tribe. He had made up his mind to get that woman. The group of people came to the shore and raised a long pole. After a while, a fish was pulled up. The Tiger King rubbed his eyes and stared at the other side in disbelief. He turned around and found that all his tribesmen looked as if they had seen a ghost. After a while, they actually pulled up another fish. Oh, damn it. The fish scales shone brightly, making his eyes red. He had been hungry for a long time, and that big white fish, the Tiger King swallowed his saliva. He wanted the woman, the fish, and the long stick. As for the few thin men on the other side, he was confident that if everyone rushed over, they could be hacked to death. But how to cross the river? The Tiger King had a stern face and a frown on his face. He immediately led everyone far away from the shore and into the woods. "CG," the Tiger King called out. "Take 5 of your tribesmen and look for a way to cross along the river. Find a way to cross the river, and the woman on the other side will reward you." The 4 chickens were overjoyed when they heard this, and immediately called a few people. "King, I will definitely find a way to cross the river for you." Looking at the 4 chickens' departing backs, the Tiger King nodded. If all the tribesmen were like CG, the tribe would not have been driven here. "Everyone else, go find some food. I'm starving." The Tiger King sat on a tiger skin and waved his hand. Thinking of those white legs, the Tiger King pulled over a woman who was serving him, lifted the animal skin on her waist, and pressed on her. 10 seconds later, the Tiger King roared and ended the fight. Looking at the woman's fat, dirty, black butt under him, he slapped her hard in disgust. The woman got up and tidied herself up hastily, acting as if nothing had happened. Soon, the tribesmen came back with tree roots, wild vegetables, and red and green fruits. Chapter 22. 2 Chickens. Looking at the pile in front of him, the Tiger King reluctantly picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth. People on the other side of the strait eat meat, so why should he, the Tiger King, eat grass? He couldn't help but look in the direction where the 4 chickens left. There was a tribe hidden on the other side of the river, but Yao Lan and the others were unaware of it. Just like yesterday, after catching 20 fish, they set off on their journey home. The wind started to blow, and the trees on both sides of the path were blown all over the place. The sky was dyed inky black. Heavy rain comes suddenly. Su-yi looked up at the rain, still worried about the tribesmen by the river. Don't let a flood wash them away. Seeing several people soaked like drowned rats from afar, Su-yi breathed a sigh of relief. "Su, are you waiting for us here?" Lan had messy black hair and rain was running down her cheeks. When she saw Su-yi looking out the door of the nest, her heart warmed. "It's raining so hard. I'm worried something might happen to you." Su-yi opened the curtain. "Come in quickly. You must be freezing." Looking at the pale cheeks of several people, Su-yi hurriedly ordered people to light a fire. In the tribe's meeting hall, the largest hut, a bonfire soon lit up. Including Yao Lan, several people who went out fishing all looked at Su-yi with gratitude. A common thought crossed their minds. They must work hard and not let Su down. The tribesmen sat together and carefully made bows and arrows according to Su-yi's requirements. There are already a lot of discarded materials on the edge. Su-yi does not tolerate any flaws and will order them to redo any problems he finds. Remember, don't scrape the side with the bark. You scrape too far, no. Look, Ling has her hair shaved very evenly. Let's learn from her, Su-yi said, holding up an unformed bow. Yao Ling was extremely happy, and she also received Su's praise. The rain kept falling until the evening, and there was no sign of it stopping. In the big shack, everyone sat in a circle around the campfire. Divide the fish into 2 parts, Su-yi ordered. Save 1 part, and eat the other part today. The sky is overcast, and the rain may not stop for a while, so it is necessary to store some food. The sound of rain entered my dreams all night. Although the rain had not stopped when he got up in the morning, he received great news. Yao Gu, who was in charge of night watch, caught 2 live pheasants under the cover of darkness. Su-yi could tell at a glance that there were 2 chickens, 1 male and 1 female. Gu, you have done a great deed. Su-yi smiled. You, go to the warehouse and find an animal skin and give it to him as a reward. Yao Yu was puzzled, but did not raise any objection. She has summed up her experience that she'd better not object to anything Su-yi decides. Facts have proved that Su-yi almost never makes mistakes. No, I can't accept it. Yao Gu declined. They were just 2 pheasants. How could he deserve such a reward? Do you think these are just 2 pheasants? Su-yi carefully put the chicken on the ground. What is that? Yao Ling squatted down and touched the pheasant's colorful tail feathers, her eyes flashing with admiration. These are two seeds that will ensure our tribe will never go hungry again. Su Yi said happily. Everyone was puzzled, but they were used to it because Su often said things that they couldn't understand. These are obviously two chickens, but you insist that they are seeds. Su, the tail feathers of this chicken are so beautiful. Can you give them to me? Yao Ling looked at Su Yi expectantly. No. Su Yi refused sternly. Oh, okay then. The smile on Yao Ling's face faded, and he looked unhappy. Ling, these two chickens are treasures now. Su Yi explained patiently. When I have the chance in the future, I will make you beautiful feathers. Everyone, you must take good care of the two chickens. Su Yi said loudly. Don't hurt them, and someone must be responsible for getting them food. Feed the chickens? The crowd was shocked. I can't even fill my own stomach, so where is the extra food for the chickens? Su Yi was not surprised by the short-sightedness of primitive people. These two chickens will lay eggs in the future, and the eggs will hatch chickens. Even though there are only two now, there may be many in the future. Su Yi fantasized. Eggs lay chickens, and chickens lay eggs. Yao Ling's eyes were filled with curiosity. Su, which came first, the chicken or the egg? This question attracted everyone's attention. This, you have to ask the blackbird god. Su Yi said mysteriously. When they heard that they had to ask God, no one bothered about the question and immersed themselves in the big picture that Su Yi had painted. Yao Yu had returned with a piece of cowhide in his hand, which he stuffed into Yao Gu's arms. Seeing Su Yi's unquestionable gaze, Yao Gu had no choice but to accept it. You, find a suitable room and find a few people to reinforce it. Don't let them escape. Su Yi instructed her. Remember to block the windows as well. I'm not as stupid as you think. Yao Yu turned away angrily. Su Yi laughed dryly twice and turned his gaze to other people. Is there anyone willing to take charge of raising chickens? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They knew how to eat chickens, but they didn't know how to raise them. Just pick up some fruits and catch some insects every day and feed them. Su Yi pointed to the chickens on the ground. Can I? Su Yi lowered his head and saw a small dark face. This is the youngest of 5 children, probably about 6 or 7 years old. Of course. Su Yi said solemnly. How about this? I'll give this task to the 5 of you. No. Su, they can't raise him well. A woman in her 30s squeezed in front of him. Without further ado, he raised his hand and slapped the kid hard on the butt. I told you not to talk nonsense. If the chicken dies, how are you going to explain it to Su? Leave such important matters to the adults. The children are still young and may make mistakes easily. Yalan also said. Everyone tried to persuade him, but Su Yi just lowered his head and looked at the stubborn little face. The child thought he had made a mistake, so he lowered his head and secretly glanced at Su Yi's face from time to time. I'm optimistic about you. Su Yi squatted down. You guys can definitely raise the chickens well. When the time comes, you will be the heroes of the entire family. Su Yi patted his shoulder and turned his gaze to the other children. You should not beat children often in the future, especially since he didn't do anything wrong today. Su Yi stood up and said to the woman. The woman nodded in agreement. The 5 children cheered and rushed into the rain enthusiastically. They were going to find food for the chickens. Be careful not to catch a cold. Su Yi only had time to shout once. At noon, the rain eased slightly. The 10 fish left over from last night, plus the food collected, were barely enough to fill the stomachs of the entire tribe. Men, follow me. Let's go into the woods and see if we can catch him alive. Inspired by Yao Gu, animals may hide in their nests on rainy days, which is a good opportunity to capture them alive. You, take everyone to the river to see if you can catch any fish. Be careful not to get washed away by the river. After the arrangements were made, everyone left in 2 directions. Is anyone good at tracking? Su Yi asked. He had no experience in tracking prey. Chapter 23 Crocodile Hunting. Yao Ying volunteered to lead everyone into the dense forest. The heavy rain washed away all traces on the ground, and Su Yi's attempt to capture the animal failed. Moreover, since everyone was not wearing shoes, it was relatively convenient for them to walk, but the animal skins on Su Yi's feet were covered with mud and became heavier as he walked. He decided that he would never go out when it rained. The group wandered around aimlessly for a long time, but didn't see any decent prey. On the way back, someone found a snake, so they didn't return empty-handed. When Su Yi and his friends returned to the camp, the women had already returned. The current in the river is very strong, making it impossible to fish. Yao Yu looked at Su Yi and said. Su Yi had anticipated this. What he didn't expect was that it rained heavily for 3 days. During the 3 days, in addition to going out to collect every day, Su Yi spent the remaining time gathering the tribesmen together. The entire clan worked together to equip everyone with a bow, and also made nearly 300 arrows. At Su Yi's reminder, everyone used their imagination to experiment with more than 10 kinds of traps, and they were waiting for the weather to clear up before putting them into practice. Food was too scarce. For the past few days, Su Yi had been thinking about how to increase food supply. The only ways to increase production are agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery. When animal husbandry is just starting out, with only 2 chickens, it might be a complete waste of effort. Fishing is not suitable. As for agriculture, there is currently no clue. He had been paying attention to the plants that everyone collected, but he didn't find any crops that could be planted. In addition, the plant roots under the soil here were extremely developed, making it unsuitable for developing large-scale planting. In the end, he could only focus on the existing fruit trees in the forest and develop forestry. He had already instructed his tribesmen to collect the fruit cores and scatter them to the west of the camp. As to whether it can grow out, that is still unclear. Su Yi had only heard of seedling transplanting. He had no experience with it. Careful! A scream was heard. Su Yi came back to his senses and saw a crocodile nearly 10 meters long jumping out of the forest. He was startled and immediately started running for his life. After eating wild vegetables for 3 days, I finally waited for the weather to clear up and was thinking of going fishing. But how come I encountered a crocodile coming ashore? The crocodile was dragging its huge body onto the shore and was not moving very fast. Su Yi ran for a distance, looked back and saw this, and immediately stopped. Don't panic, everyone. Yu had already ordered everyone to fight back, surround it, and keep your distance. The men went hunting in the woods, and those who came out with Su Yi were all women. Fortunately, everyone brought their own weapons. Yu was like an agile cheetah. She seized the opportunity, jumped up from behind the crocodile, and slashed its hind legs with a knife. The crocodile felt pain, turned around, and opened its mouth wide to bite. Yu has already distanced himself. This scene made Su Yi shudder with fear. She was almost caught up. A palm-long wound appeared on the crocodile's leg, and blood began to flow out. A shadow flashed in his peripheral vision, and he saw Yao Ling, holding a stone spear, also rushing forward. Her speed was comparable to Yao Yu's. She stabbed out with the spear and immediately retreated. Su Yi felt timid. He didn't expect that this girl who was like a kitten in front of him every day was so tough. As the crocodile's movements slowed, other women became eager to try. Just like a group of lions attacking a lone elephant. The circle of women kept following the crocodile's movements. Everyone attacked the crocodile's 4 short legs tacitly. In a short while, his skin was torn and blood was flowing everywhere. It's going to escape into the river. Su Yi saw the crocodile looking in that direction and quickly reminded. Break its hind legs. Yu shouted. The river was not far from here, and the crocodile escaped, and all our efforts were in vain. Su Yi also wanted to go up and help, but he thought he was not as agile as the women. After thinking about it, he decided to assist from the side. I looked around and found a large stone. He immediately ran over and moved it over with great effort. Here, use a stone. Su Yi handed the stone to a woman. The woman took it easily, twisted her waist and hips, and smashed it out directly. It hit the crocodile right on the spot, breaking one of its hind legs. Su Yi silently gave her a thumbs up. Lian, well done, Yu said excitedly. Everyone used stones. The crocodile dragged its broken body and tried to get into the river. A group of women were behind him, throwing stones and poking with sticks. When the crocodile was more than 50 meters away from the water, its 2 hind legs could no longer be seen. Even so, the crocodile still dragged its huge body slowly towards the river. The position of the women's attacks changed. They started picking up stones and hitting the crocodile on the head. Finally, when everyone was exhausted, the crocodile, with a lot of blood spurting out of its mouth, became motionless. In order to prevent the crocodile from pretending to be dead, Su Yi asked everyone to hit it more than 10 times. Everyone didn't stop to rest until the crocodile's head was smashed into the mud. Yu leaned against a big tree to catch his breath and looked at Su Yi with a look full of primitive wildness. A lot of mud and water splashed on her cool and beautiful cheeks. Because she bent over, Su Yi saw watermarks flowing down her neck and into the ravine between her snow-white breasts. The waist and hips have beautiful curves, and the thighs, which are longer than Yao Ling's, are eye-catching. Su Yi couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to push a woman like this onto the bed. Seeing Su Yi staring at him stupidly, Yu couldn't help but stand up straight. Humph! She is the most beautiful woman in the tribe. It's his fault that he always goes to Yao Ling's nest. Everyone take a break and then drag the crocodile back. Su Yi looked away and bent down slightly, saying, Don't let the smell of blood attract other beasts. Su, why are you bending down? Are you hurt? Yao Ling jumped over and saw Su Yi's strange look and asked with concern. It's okay, it's okay anyway. Su Yi waved his hands repeatedly. It would be embarrassing if his brother lifted up his grass skirt if he stood up straight. The women pulled down nearby vines, plaited them into ropes, cut down tree trunks, and tied them up. They quickly got something like a stretcher, flipped the crocodile over it, and carried it towards the camp together. They must have often carried their game in this way. The whole process was orderly, efficient, and fast. Su, are there still fish here? Yao Ling pointed to the river behind him. The river level had risen significantly, and the water had become extremely turbid, with tree trunks and branches mixed in, and it was flowing continuously. It will happen, Su Yi said firmly. We have to trust nature. Then we can go fishing again. Yao Ling cheered. Everyone took turns carrying the huge crocodile. Su Yi couldn't understand where these seemingly slender arms and legs got so much strength. He knew that he would never be able to beat Yao Ling in a one-on-one fight, and he would definitely be the one being pinned down. When the Xuanniao women returned to the camp, the tiger tribe on the other side of the river also began to take action. Chapter 24, Divine Envoy. What? Tiger King's eyes widened. Found the way? For several days in a row, he sent all his tribesmen out to find a way to reach the other side in the rain. However, there was not a single section of the entire river from top to bottom that could be passed. He got angry several times because of this. Now CG actually says he has found the way. Hurry up and lead the way. The 34 men and 7 women of the tiger tribe packed up their weapons and followed the 4 chickens upstream. He cut through the thorns and bushes along the way until he reached the sun's zenith. The Tiger King had already lost his patience. His eyes swept towards the river, and his expression became increasingly ugly. We're here, King. The 4 leading chickens pointed at the river happily. The Tiger King turned his head and saw a tree as thick as an ox lying across the river. The big tree originally grew on the river bank. The water washed away the soil, and the big tree fell over one day, forming a natural bridge. Ha! The Tiger King patted CG's shoulder and pulled a woman over. I'll give it to you once. Whether you can leave a seed depends on your ability. There was confusion in CG's eyes. The woman that the Tiger King promised was clearly the one on the other side of the strait. The Tiger King saw his hesitation and snorted coldly. There is no way he could possibly get his hands on the women on the other side of the strait. 4 chickens. You don't want it. Resentment flashed through CG's heart, but gratitude was revealed in his eyes. Thank you for your reward. He smiled like a flower. Under the gaze of everyone, CG struggled to knock the woman down. 5 seconds later, CG's legs went weak, and he stood up trembling. This woman has always belonged to the king, so it would be nice for him to have sex with her once. But CG felt resentful but did not dare to show it. The other people in the tiger tribe looked at CG with envy. Since the tribe migrated, they have rarely been able to get women. The 7 women were all kidnapped, and only with the king's consent could they be brought. Come on, some people, chop some branches. The Tiger King pointed to the tree that spanned the river. Others, get some food. We'll go to the other side for our next meal. Oh, cross the river, cross the river. Everyone in the tiger tribe danced with excitement. On the other side is a paradise of women and food. Xuanniao tribe. The men went hunting in the morning, and, for the first time ever, they managed to hunt 2 deer and a wild boar in one go. This was their biggest harvest in one day since they migrated here. The convenience brought by the new weapons made the men crazy from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing Su Yi walking in front and the women behind him carrying a huge crocodile, the men subconsciously thought that it was Su Yi's credit. Therefore, their respect for Su Yi reached a new high. The men immediately knelt down and shouted, God's messenger. The women were inspired and knelt down as well. They also thought that it was good luck brought by Su Yi. After all, they had never thought that one day they would be able to hunt the giant beast in the river, the crocodile. Su Yi looked at Yao Yu, who was kneeling with his head down beneath him, and the other clansmen who were kneeling together, and a strong sense of conquest filled his heart. In fact, what the Xuanniao people said was not wrong. He really did come from another world, and was very mysterious. I shamelessly acted like a charlatan and recited a poem by Li Bai by looking up to the sky. The Xuanniao people couldn't understand it, but that didn't stop them from being enthusiastic. To them, Su Yi's majestic and rhythmic voice sounded like he was communicating with the Xuanniao god. Su Yi bent down, held Yao Yu's slender arms, and helped her up. Yao Yu was a little frightened, and his heart was pounding. Everyone get up. Su Yi raised his hands, savoring the warmth and tenderness of his palms and the softness of the backs of his hands. Hey, that's great. Normally, I would never dare to touch this cool and beautiful female leopard. Everyone stood up and, at Su Yi's request, washed off the mud and blood on their bodies. Looking at the tribesmen who had formed two groups again, Su Yi announced loudly, "I have decided that the first archery competition of the Xuanniao tribe will begin immediately. From now on, every competition will be held before the food is distributed. The weather is clear and the light is abundant, which is a good time for the competition. It is urgent to improve the combat effectiveness of our tribe members. The strength of his tribe is the capital for his survival." It's not that Su Yi hasn't thought about exercising, but he found that even if he trained for 28 hours a day, he would never be able to catch up with the physical fitness of his tribesmen. The bows that everyone carried on their backs, under his strict requirements, had both shape and strength and looked extremely good. Regardless of gender, age, or status, everyone is eager to give it a try. "Li, make the target farther away. I can shoot it even if it's so close," Su Yi commanded. About 100 meters later, Su Yi asked Yao Li to hang up the animal hide the size of a wheel. He felt that 100 meters was far enough for beginners, and primitive people were only strong and their arrows might not be accurate. Men ejaculate first, women ejaculate later, and each person can only ejaculate once. After giving the instructions, Su Yi found a dry place and sat down on the ground. Seeing this, the two tribesmen immediately ran to the shack and brought out a stone bench. Su Yi moved his butt onto the stone bench and sighed in his heart. Then I felt like something was missing. Looking at Yao Yu playing with the bowstring, Su Yi's eyes lit up. "Secretary Yu, can you come over and massage my shoulders?" Su Yi was just talking nonsense, but he didn't expect that the female chieftain, who always contradicted him, would actually walk towards him with a bow on her back. Looking at her cold and beautiful face, Su Yi's heart was beating inexplicably. Yao Yu had come back to her senses by now. She realized that the messenger Su Yi must have bent down to help her just now in order to touch her. If he likes me, he should just tell me directly. It's not like she can't have a child for him, so she has to be secretive. Yao Yu decided to give him a little punishment. She walked around behind him, put her hands on his not-so-strong shoulders, and changed her mind again. Perhaps it was God's arrangement that made the brain exceptionally smart, but the body was not strong. She couldn't help but loosen the strength of her hands. Su Yi took a breath. He felt that Yao Yu's slender hands were like eagle claws, and he almost cried out in pain. Sure enough, I knew she wouldn't be so obedient. "What's wrong?" Yao Yu felt like he was trembling. Yu, can you be a little gentler?" Su Yi wanted to chase her away, but changed his mind when he saw her serious expression. "I know you are reluctant to be my secretary. In that case, I'd better find someone else." He added slowly. "Me? I didn't use any strength." Yao Yu stomped her feet anxiously. She only used half of her strength, who knew he was so fragile. "I know you didn't use much strength." Su Yi couldn't believe it. "Go and call Ling Lan is also fine." "I don't." Yao Yu's men wanted to use more force, but immediately held back. "I just don't believe it." "Auntie, I was wrong. If you let me go this time, I won't make things difficult for you next time." Su Yi was afraid that the female chief's white hands would break his neck. "Why are you like this?" Yao Yu was angry and aggrieved. She clearly didn't mean to hurt him. She wanted to abandon him, but he kept saying that he wanted to change his secretary. Is she so bad? Chapter 25, Hitting the Bullseye. Su Yi turned around when he heard the female chief sounding like she was crying. The corners of her eyes were slightly red, and she turned her head away intentionally so that he wouldn't see. Su Yi swallowed his saliva. Did he really misunderstand others? This female chief didn't even cry when she wanted to kill her own brother. So what should she do now? Su Yi, who has been single since birth, tried hard to recall the words that bad guys used to coax women. "Oh, hit." There was a cheer from the crowd. "Wow, who's so awesome? I have to go check it out." Su Yi felt relieved and immediately left his stool and joined the crowd. The first person to shoot the arrow was Yao Ying. His arrow hit the center of the hide and was firmly nailed on the tree trunk behind the hide. Su Yi was stunned. You have to know that the arrow had no tip. It was just charred by fire under his guidance. "Awesome." Su Yi gave a thumbs up and patted Yao Ying's chest heavily. The tribesmen all knew that the cow Su was talking about was another kind of cow. "How much strength did you use?" Su Yi asked curiously. "Half, a little more." Yao Ying's face flushed, showing his excitement. "Hiss." Su Yi took a deep breath. He knew that Ying was telling the truth and was not exaggerating for vanity. He realized that he had always underestimated the humans on this continent. Could it be because of the two moons in the sky? Great. Su Yi clapped his thigh happily. "Lon, remember, the eagle will get an extra piece of meat today." "Is that so? Then I can do that too." A voice came from the side. Su Yi turned his head and saw that it was Yao Li who spoke. He walked up to the designated position, bent his bow, and drew his arrow, took aim briefly, and the arrow landed steadily next to Yao Ying's. Su Yi's smile froze on his face. No way. Aren't all these people so awesome? If you have the guts, move farther away and we'll compete. Yao Ying said, unconvinced. Let's compete. Yao Li also straightened his chest. Enough. Su Yi suppressed the joy in his heart. This is everyone's competition. Get out of the way after you finish shooting. Don't affect others. What about me? You will get the meat. Su Yi patted Yao Li. Lon, remember to give it to him too. Next, the development of things was in line with Su Yi's expectations. Everyone can indeed shoot at a distance of 100 meters, but the accuracy is a bit poor. Of the 13 men, including the 2 earlier, only 4 arrows hit the target. Those of you who didn't hit the target should practice hard in the future. You will definitely be able to do it. Su Yi encouraged everyone every day. After hearing this, everyone perked up. If the messenger of God said that he could do it, then he would definitely be able to do it. Move the target closer and let the women compete. Su Yi said. Not for now. Yao Yu's cold voice came from behind. She took a few steps forward and stood in the circle on the ground. In order to stretch the bow to its maximum extent, she leaned slightly to the side and raised the bow and arrow. Hook the string, push the bow. The bow is like a full moon, and the proud figure is highlighted at this moment. He aimed and shot the arrow in one go, and the arrow flew as fast as lightning, hitting the center of the bull. The tribesmen cheered again. Su Yi was not only amazed at her figure, but also at her talent in archery. There was no one to guide her. She figured it out on her own. Did everyone see how you shoot the arrow? Su Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration. You should all learn her techniques and movements from her in the future. You too should also be humble and ask for advice. Su Yi specifically reminded Yao Ying and Yao Li again. After Yao Yu shot the arrow, he stood behind the stool without saying a word. No one could tell whether she was happy or angry. The target was moved about 20 meters closer, and the women chattered and took turns shooting arrows. Except for Yao Ling, who hit a corner of the animal's skin, all the others missed the target. Su Yi encouraged everyone for a long time and told them to practice diligently. Then, he moved back to the stool. I'm sorry. Su Yi said softly. He was not the kind of person who would refuse to admit his mistakes. Yao Yu's heart trembled slightly. She didn't expect that he would actually apologize to her. Sit down, Yao Yu said expressionlessly. Su Yi sat down obediently. A pair of hands touched his shoulders, soft and slightly cool, and Su Yi couldn't help but straighten his body. Is this okay? A cold voice came from behind. Just right. Feeling the tenderness of the other's fingertips, Su Yi said with a smile. Everyone turned their heads to look at the two of them from time to time. The women all wanted to replace Yao Yu's position, and the men thought it was natural for the patriarch to serve the messenger of God. Ling, your position has been taken away by the clan leader. Someone joked. Yu is so beautiful, it's normal for Su to like her, Yao Ling said indifferently. Besides, Su will come to see me in the evening. I heard that the kings of those big tribes all have several women. I wonder how many you want, the man asked again. Who knows about the messenger of God? Yao Ling spread his hands. The aroma of meat filled the air around the campfire. The tenderest tenderloin on the deer was naturally given to Su Yi, and Yao Yu was roasting it carefully. Yao Ling peeled a fruit that looked like a dragon fruit and handed it to Su Yi's mouth. This fruit is good. Su Yi took a bite and said vaguely, do you remember the location? Take me to see it next time. Yao Lan held the slate in her hand and distributed food strictly according to Su Yi's requirements. The person who got the 2 pieces of meat was ecstatic, as such a privilege was usually only enjoyed by the head of a clan. The man and woman who got half a piece of meat had determination in their eyes and vowed to do better next time. Children and elders also get a piece of meat. Under Su Yi's arrangement, the 5 children were responsible for taking care of the chickens, and the 2 elders also collected a lot of firewood. Only if you work hard can you get something, and the more you work, the more you get. This concept has gradually been widely recognized by the Xuanniao tribe. As for whether Su Yi eats more or less, the tribesmen have no objection at all. Everyone had a simple thought in their mind. How could God's messenger be compared with other people? And after spending a few days together, everyone knew that Su couldn't eat much each time, and his appetite was about the same as that of a big child. You are an adult, but you eat so little. If taking out the good things before was to entertain guests, later everyone tacitly gave him the best and most exquisite food. After all, if Su ate it, it was equivalent to offering sacrifices to the gods. In the afternoon, Su Yi did not let his tribesmen go out. He gathered everyone together to practice archery and make traps. Su Yi knows very well that the wisdom of the masses is infinite, and they guide and learn from each other. He observed from the side and summarized the experience with modern thinking to facilitate future promotion. He had kept in mind the smoke he had spotted rising on the other side of the river. Besides, the day for the next tribute payment was drawing nearer. He always reminds himself not to be content with the status quo. I want to take a few people to the woods. Yaogu walked over and said carefully. Oh, He was puzzled. He dropped the branch in his hand and stood up. As a result, because of the fierceness, everything went dark before my eyes. What's wrong with you? Chapter 26. Bow and arrow demonstrates its power. When Yaogu saw Yi staggering with his eyes closed, he immediately held him up. When everyone heard Yaogu's exclamation, they gathered around. Looking at everyone's concerned eyes, Yi waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. Without further ado, Yao Ling pulled him directly onto the stone bench. You guys take care of your own business. Yi patted his chest to indicate that he was fine. Go on. I want to take a few people to the woods to set traps. Yaogu thought. The camp is completely different from the woods. I think the traps must be hidden in order to work. Go ahead, take 4 people with you. Yi was very happy that Yaogu could think for himself. Remember the location of the trap. Be careful not to hurt your own people. Yaogu forced a smile on his face. He was happy that his idea was recognized by Su. He turned around and called a few dexterous companions, and the 5 of them, carrying their own weapons, plunged into the forest. At the edge of the forest, upstream of the river, the people of the tiger tribe carefully climbed across the single-plank bridge. The group walked downstream along the river bank. Be gentle, the Tiger King said, taking the lead. I'll chop down anyone who dares to make a sound. The group trudged along the way, ignoring the setting sun above their heads. King, the sun is about to set. We should find an open space to make a fire for the night. A tribesman suggested carefully. Bullshit. The Tiger King was only thinking about meat and women, so he didn't listen to the suggestion of setting up camp. Hurry up, we can eat meat when the sun sets. The muddy soil and tangled bushes along the riverbank seriously slowed down their pace. Until the moon rises and sets, and the sky is filled with stars. The tiger tribe finally found the place where the Xuanniao tribe often fished. A path leading into the dense forest is vaguely visible. The Tiger King was anxious, but he didn't dare to go directly into the dark forest. The leaves will completely block out the faint moonlight, and it will be pitch black, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Someone, bring a torch. At the Tiger King's command, the tribesmen went to cut trees and collect firewood nearby. Unexpectedly, the heavy rain for several days soaked the firewood thoroughly, and the tribesmen took turns to light a bonfire, but failed to do so. The roar of beasts in the forest seemed to be getting closer. The dark forest was like the open mouth of a giant beast, giving everyone great pressure. You are all useless, the Tiger King roared. You can't even light a fire? Without fire, there is no light. It is impossible to drive away the wild beasts. The people of the tiger tribe could only form a circle, each holding a weapon and carefully guarding against possible danger. In the middle of the night, several huge beasts quietly broke into the crowd. A heart-wrenching scream awakened the confused crowd. Under the dim moonlight, the Tiger King saw a giant beast covered in black bumps biting the chest of a tribesman. There are actually several such giant beasts in front of and behind me. Quick, kill them. The Tiger King was terrified and raised the stone axe high and chopped down. The stone axe seemed to hit a rock, and the shock made my palms numb. The Tiger King was anxious and angry. He had never seen such a ferocious beast before, and even an axe couldn't chop it. Roars, screams, cries for help, and the howling of ghosts and wolves. Some were swinging axes, some were kicking, some were chopping, and the whole place was in chaos. The tiger tribe was attacked by several adult crocodiles. Because of the flood, they all live not far from the shore. Night is the time when these cold-blooded animals hunt. The weapons of the tiger tribe did not cause much damage to the thick-skinned crocodiles, and people kept falling down screaming. It took most of the night and countless casualties before all the crocodiles were driven away. The stone axe in the Tiger King's hand had broken. He sat on the ground exhausted, unwilling to even move a finger. The air was filled with the lingering smell of blood and the groans from the throats of injured tribesmen. As the sky brightened, the blood-soaked Tiger King struggled to stand up. He was not injured, and the blood belonged to his people. Of the 7 women, 2 died and 1 was seriously injured. Of the 34 men, 5 were killed and 8 were seriously injured. The rest of the people were also injured to some extent. There were internal organs and severed arms and legs scattered all around. Several wet tracks led down to the river. Water Dragon, what did our tribe do wrong? The Tiger King knelt down, raised his hands high, and kowtowed to the river. Among the 9 seriously injured tribesmen, 5 had broken legs, and 4 had both broken legs and arms. The Tiger King stood up, and a flash of pity finally appeared in his eyes. The seriously injured tribesmen knew what they were facing and closed their eyes. The cruel nature is clearly revealed in the primeval jungle, and the pure land in the forest seems like a paradise. In the morning, Xuanniao was awakened by the sound of footsteps outside the shack. He knew that everyone was getting ready to go out for gathering and hunting. As usual, he lifted the animal skin and prepared to get up, but was shocked to find that Yao Ling, who always wore animal skins in his arms, had his upper body empty. Her 2 huge white breasts were like jade, rising and falling slightly with her breathing. Her belly was flat and her slender waist was so thin that it could be grasped with one hand. Xuanniao swallowed his saliva, covered the 2 men with the animal skin again, and stretched out his big hand. It feels soft, smooth, and delicate. Looking at the girl in his arms who was trembling slightly and trying hard to pretend to be asleep, Xuanniao did not expose her. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the shack. Are there foreign invasions? It's almost there. Go call Su. It was Yao Yu's voice. The 2 people in the shack turned over at the same time. Xuanniao immediately opened the door of the shack and rushed out. What's going on? He turned around and half closed the door, asking anxiously. When everyone saw him, they seemed to have found a backbone and immediately surrounded him. Ding said that a group of people came from the river, covered in blood, and are not far from us. Yao Gu said with dark circles under his eyes. Ding, did you see how many people there are? Xuanniao tried hard to make his tone less hurried. Ding was a child in charge of raising chickens. He got up early in the morning to find food for the chickens and happened to see the foreigners. He put down the bug in his hand and raised both hands, as if it was not enough. Therefore, Xuanniao concluded that there must be a lot of enemies. Except Ing and Li, everyone else keep quiet and go into the woods with your weapons. Xuanniao pointed in a direction. Without hesitation, everyone took the child away. You 2 are like this. Xuanniao pulled the 2 men over and gave them a brief explanation. Then he followed the large group into the jungle. Here I come. Before he could catch his breath, he heard Yao Yu's whispered reminder. After pushing aside the bushes, I indeed found a group of people tiptoeing outside the fence. If Yao Ding hadn't discovered it in advance, the Xuanniao tribe would have suffered a loss due to being caught off guard. 25 people. It was impossible to tell whether they were men or women, and almost all of them were covered in blood. It was obvious that he was up to no good. Fortunately, there are not many people, and the Xuanniao tribe can easily handle it. The Tiger King was excited when he saw only fences and shacks, but no one in sight. His previous experiences with sneak attacks told him that the people in this tribe had not yet gotten up, so it was a good time to attack. The old rules, kill the men. Tiger King instructed everyone. Catch the women. After saying this, he waved his hand, and the tribesmen all stepped towards the fence. Xuanniao was anxious. How could he shoot if the enemy had entered the shack? Can you shoot that tall guy? Xuanniao said in a low voice. Although the distance is no more than 100 meters, a stationary target and a moving person are 2 completely different concepts. Yao Yu snorted and stood up from behind the bushes. He bent his bow and drew his arrow, and the tip of the arrow followed the enemy chief's movement. Call out. The arrow flew out of the wind, and due to the angle, it only hit the opponent's left chest. The Tiger King was shot with an arrow and cried out in pain. The people of the Tiger tribe immediately fell into chaos. Go over there, she's there. The Tiger King pointed to the direction where the arrow came from. He had already seen a woman hiding there. Damn stinky woman, don't let her fall into my hands. The people of the Tiger tribe were full of bravery and immediately charged forward shouting. Don't be nervous. Aim at the enemy and shoot arrows together. Xuanniao looked at the pale-faced tribesmen and comforted them. Yao Yu had already shot the second arrow, which pierced a man's throat steadily. Everyone shot arrows, and arrows flew out sparsely. Although they were not in line, the enemy was charging head-on. The distance was shortened, and the hit rate was much higher. After one round of shooting, 5 more enemies fell. The people in the forest could not see their number clearly, and their companions were falling one by one. The courage in the hearts of the people of the Tiger tribe disappeared, and they turned around and ran back screaming. Seeing the enemy retreating, Xuanniao commanded everyone to rush out of the jungle and pursue them. The 4th chicken rushed the slowest and was not hit by an arrow. When he saw the enemy rushing out with strange weapons, he immediately shouted, "Hurry, hide behind their nest." Several people who were about to rush forward changed their minds after hearing CG's shouting. So, everyone in the Tiger tribe rushed towards the shack again. Just then, 2 arrows were shot out from the shadows of the shack. The 2 tribesmen fell to the ground screaming. The people who rushed out were panicked and retreated back in fear. It was excruciatingly painful for the Tiger King every time he breathed, and even more excruciatingly painful when he moved. Seeing that there were only a dozen tribesmen left around him, fear had completely taken over his mind. He endured the severe pain and fled to the other side of the woods. Run for your life. The king has already escaped. Quick! Hearing another scream coming from behind, the 4 chickens were so scared that they rolled and crawled. Xuanniao watched the remaining 9 enemies run into the forest and immediately ordered, "Leave a few to deal with the bodies, and the others to chase. Don't let any of them go." Chapter 27, A Great Victory. To say that I wasn't nervous would be a bit of a self-deception. Xuanniao's hands were numb and his limbs were trembling. When foreign enemies invaded, he was determined to save his people. Now that the enemy has retreated, he feels uncomfortable looking at the corpses lying on the ground and listening to the groans in his ears. Xuanniao looked at the tribesmen around him who were waiting for his orders and took a deep breath. Their faces were not looking good either. As the leader, I couldn't show weakness first. "So, I killed someone." Yao Ling looked at a corpse not far away with an ugly expression. "Who said they are human?" Xuanniao said loudly. He seemed to be saying to himself, "They are invaders, and invaders are not human. If we don't kill them, the ones lying on the ground now are our people." "Is that so?" The other female tribesmen who stayed behind also looked relieved. Xuanniao found that the men looked much better. Perhaps they had seen such a scene before. Since they dare to come, they should be prepared to die. Check and carry the dead to the woods over there. "Xuanniao, are we going to kill the injured?" asked a male tribesman holding a wooden spear. Xuanniao was a little troubled. Among the enemies lying on the ground, 7 died instantly. They were either shot through the neck by arrows, or shot in the chest or abdomen, causing massive blood loss and death in a short period of time. There were 3 others who were seriously injured and had lost a lot of blood. They probably wouldn't survive. The other 6 people were not seriously injured, but the pain broke their will and made them give up struggling. "Bring over the 3 seriously injured ones." Xuanniao already had an arrangement in mind. He decided to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys in front of the other 6 people. The wooden spear pierced his neck and blood spurted out. 2 women and 1 man. 3 seriously injured enemies, their bodies trembling and motionless. But Xuanniao discovered that the other 6 people did not seem to be very scared and were not as afraid of death as he thought. Xuanniao didn't dare to gamble whether it would be a blessing or a curse to keep such a person. Kill 2 more." Xuanniao pointed at the 2 men with injuries in the chest and abdomen in annoyance. The tribesman holding the wooden spear walked forward with an expressionless face, killing 1 person with 1 spear. Xuanniao stared at the expressions of the remaining 4 people. I noticed fear in their eyes, but more of it was dullness. He seemed to know the reason. They thought they were going to die, and he gave them no hope of life. "Ling, go get some food for them." Due to the language barrier, Xuanniao decided to use food to express his intentions. Yao Ling was stunned for a moment, then turned and left. She came back quickly with some dried meat and shared it among the 4 people. Xuanniao looked at their expressions, which were first puzzled, then ecstatic, and finally, regardless of their injuries, they all knelt down at Yao Ling's feet. "Okay, let's not kill these 4 for now." Xuanniao waved his hand. "Go dig a hole in the woods over there and bury the dead. The climate in the tropical jungle is hot and humid, and bad things will happen if the corpses are not dealt with. It's too wasteful to burn it with fire, so it's better to bury it directly." Yao Yu returned with his tribesmen. Xuanniao noticed that the stone knife hanging around her waist was stained with blood. Killed 6 and 3 ran away. Yao Yu met Xuanniao's inquiring gaze. "Well done. Go back and have a rest." The remaining 3 people could no longer make any big waves. Yao Yu saw 4 people kneeling on the ground, pulled out his stone knife, and approached them step by step. The panic in the 4 people's eyes immediately turned into fear. They retreated using their hands and feet, while looking at Yao Ling for help. "You, keeping them here will be useful to me." Xuanniao understood and stopped her. Yao Yu said nothing, glared at a few people fiercely, put away her long knife, and returned to her shack. "You shot 2 people. What's so great about that?" Yao Ying's loud voice spread. "I shot 3 people." "Humph, the clan leader shot and killed 4 people. Why don't you compete with her?" Yao Li was not willing to be outdone. "Bah, if Su hadn't ordered me not to expose myself in advance, I would have shot more people than her. Su also ordered me to do so." Lang Ben is one of the 4 captives. He still couldn't believe that the powerful tiger tribe would lose to a tribe where there were more women than men. This strange tribe possesses a deadly weapon. The sharp wooden sticks are so painful when they pierce your body. Moreover, the man who did not look strong seemed to be their king. He commanded the killing of several of their tribesmen with just a wave of his hand. Fortunately, they didn't die tragically, they were just stabbed in the neck. The tiger tribe never leaves any men alive. They all turn into meat and go into their stomachs. So, he thought he was going to die. If he was stabbed in the neck, he would die instantly and suffer less pain. As a result, the man actually asked an incredibly beautiful woman to bring them some dried meat. He didn't dare look at her any longer because the man was still staring at them. However, it seems that he doesn't have to die. No one would give jerky to their food. The hope of life ignited in his heart, but the murderous intent in the eyes of the cold-blooded woman who had just returned frightened him. He saw her approaching, saw her holding the knife. Oh, help! He could have survived. He glanced secretly at the man. Only he could decide their life or death. As it turned out, the man was also looking at him. He seemed to know what he was thinking, which was really scary. Fortunately, the man spoke up to stop her, and the cold-blooded woman put away the knife and turned away. He doesn't have to die for the time being, and maybe he can sleep soundly in the sun in the future. He wanted to go over and express his submission to the man. He was willing to kneel down and accept his orders as long as he spared his life. But he was afraid of angering the other party, so he didn't dare to make any unnecessary moves. They carried the bodies to the woods and returned empty-handed. Don't they eat meat? The sudden attack disrupted the peace of the Xuanniao tribe. The hunting and gathering tasks in the morning could not be completed. However, the archery competition is still going on as usual. How do you usually deal with injured tribesmen? Su Yi asked humbly after watching Yao Yu finish shooting the arrows. Yao Yu was a little confused. The Xuanniao clan has been making medicine for generations. How could Su, the messenger of the Xuanniao god, not know this? You don't know? Yao Yu asked back suspiciously. Of course I know. Su Yi rolled his eyes at her. Apply medicine and sew the stitches. Only. You already know this, and yet you ask me. Yao Yu turned and left. She thought Su Yi was teasing her. Is there really a medicine? Su Yi was surprised. In the warehouse. Yao Yu pointed impatiently. Now it was Su Yi's turn to doubt his life. On a wooden shelf in the warehouse, there were more than a dozen animal skin bags of various sizes. This is for treating wounds. This is for treating internal injuries. This is for us to wash our hair. And this one. Yao Ling pointed at the packages and introduced them one by one. Where did these medicines come from? Su Yi rubbed his eyes. Chapter 28, Different Aims. The clan leader collected them, and we all worked on them. Yao Ling's eyes lit up. You can identify herbs, too, right? I can't. Su Yi confessed, but I can recognize other medicines. He will take some over-the-counter medicines according to the instructions. You mean, only the clan leader knows him? Su Yi grasped a key point. The Xuanniao tribe's medicine-making technique can only be learned by the tribe leader. Yao Ling looked at the medicine bag. Even Eagle doesn't know how to do it. TSK, so other tribes don't know either? Su Yi's eyes lit up. Of course, only the Xuanniao tribe knows how to make medicine. Yao Ling put her hands on her hips and said proudly. After that, she turned her head and said, Su, are you confused today? Even if they have a monopoly on medicine, they can still live such a miserable life. Su Yi was speechless. Monopoly? Yao Ling asked curiously, what is that? Don't other tribes use medicine? The medicine they use is of poor effect. Only our tribe has inherited the most orthodox medicine-making techniques of our ancient ancestors. After she finished speaking, she saw Su Yi staring at the medicine bag in a daze. What's on your mind? Su Yi was thinking about how to win over the clan leader and then learn her medicine-making skills. In the small open space outside the warehouse, Yao Yu was staring at the four captives coldly. Do you want to die or live? When Lang Ben suddenly heard the familiar language, he was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted immediately. The arrow in his chest had been pulled out, and he knelt down at her feet, enduring the pain. The others followed suit. I want to live, not die. Lang Ben trembled. As long as I'm alive, I'm willing to do anything. Yao Yu looked at Su Yi, who was walking behind him, and translated it for him. Have him swear to his god and promise to be loyal to the Xuanniao tribe forever. Su Yi instructed. Tell them how to be a qualified slave. Anyway, just tell them not to run away and stay to work. You can figure it out yourself. After Su Yi finished speaking, he left humming a little tune. Yao Yu wanted to kill them all and put an end to it. In the past, when male prisoners were captured in tribal wars, they were killed directly and their meat was eaten. She didn't understand why Su Yi wanted to keep these people. If you don't want to die, you can be our slave. We're willing to do anything. The four of them said in unison. In this vast continent, in a corner of the south, slavery began to take root. Su Yi is ambitious to expand his small tribe, while another tribe is about to perish. It's over. I will definitely be punished by the Tiger King when I go back. There were still 2 people from the Tiger tribe who were able to move, and they were not hurt at all. While escaping, the 2 followed Tiger King and left the main group, thus avoiding death. The Tiger King was seriously injured and unable to move, so he ordered the two men to go out hunting. How can two people hunt for food? The four chickens complained. They don't even eat fruit. They must eat meat. Shoo, there's a black chicken over there. Lu Yin lowered his body. The four chickens looked and saw a fat black chicken nestling in the bushes. If you don't look carefully, you might not even notice it. One of them touched a stone. They looked at each other, took aim, and threw it. As the stone slipped out of his hand, CG felt that he had thrown it in the wrong direction. The black chicken was startled and flew up, but was hit by the stone thrown by Lu Yinho. It fell down immediately, flapped its wings twice, and stopped moving. Lu Yin picked up the prey happily and went back to report the good news to the Tiger King. CG, what are you standing there for? Do we really have to bring the prey back to the Tiger King? The four chickens rolled their eyes. He is our king, why not take him back? Lu Yin asked in surprise. CG looked at Lu Yan's strong physique and followed him carefully. The Tiger King was so happy when he saw the prey in Lu Yan's hand. CG, go get some branches to start a fire. Lu Yin, find a pond to take care of the chickens, and then find a way to get some water back. I'm thirsty. You two have performed well. You will be my right-hand men from now on. When I recover from my injury and snatch a woman, I'll give one to each of you. The Tiger King said proudly while sitting on a big rock. Thank you, Tiger King. Lu Yin thanked him and was so happy that he immediately left with the black chicken. CG also forced an ugly smile to express his gratitude. The Tiger King looked at the four chickens and 2 racks of ribs with disgust. If he hadn't said there was a woman, why would I have paid attention to the other side? If he hadn't found the way, he wouldn't have led people across the river, and so many of his tribesmen wouldn't have died. Although there is not much meat on these 4 chickens, killing them can still provide enough for 2 meals. The bonfire was lit, and the black chicken was placed on the fire. The Tiger King took the water in the leaf and took a sip. Lu Yin, you are a loyal and good subordinate. Lu Yin, who was praised, looked at CG with a bit of pride. The chicken is roasted. The Tiger King grabbed it and started chewing it until his mouth was full of oil. Lu Yin and CG were drooling at the sight. In the end, not even a chicken but was left for the 2 of them. Even the cock's head was sucked clean. After eating the whole chicken, the Tiger King still felt unsatisfied. Looking up at the 2 people staring at him eagerly, the Tiger King gave a dry laugh. Hiss, that damn woman. She pricked me so hard that it hurt. Ha! Only by eating a full stomach can you recover faster. After I recover, I will attack them by surprise and capture that woman and torture her severely. The Tiger King opened his mouth wide, with pieces of meat hanging between his teeth. CG went to collect firewood silently, and Lu Yin took out the collected fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. On the second day, the 2 men failed to hunt any meat and were scolded by the Tiger King. On the third day, the 2 returned empty-handed, and the Tiger King was furious. CG noticed that the look in Tiger King's eyes was not right. But even if the Tiger King was injured, it was not something he could deal with. The Tiger King is the most outstanding king of the Tiger tribe. He is naturally strong and has great power. As a member of the Tiger tribe, CG has witnessed the heroic performance of the Tiger King countless times. Even though he had doubts in his heart, he did not dare to act rashly. As for leaving the tribe and living alone, he didn't dare to do that. A lone human being is no more than a sheep in the jungle. CG, I have something to tell you. Lu Yin came from behind, took out a fruit, and handed it to him. The Tiger King wants to eat you. The firewood that CG was holding in his hands fell to the ground with a crash. He guessed right. Are you here to kill me? CG took 2 steps back tremblingly. Lu Yin glanced behind him and said, if he can eat you now, he can eat me later. At night, we do this. 3 people sat around the campfire. The Tiger King, who had a belly full of grass roots and wild fruits, felt unhappy. The javelin thrown by the stinky woman pierced deep into his body, and he felt the wound starting to hurt again. CG, our tiger tribe can't go on any longer. The Tiger King stood up and said. The 4 chickens looked at the stone axe with a new wooden handle in the Tiger King's hand and were extremely frightened and angry. As expected, he was going to take action. The 4 chickens retreated in fear, and the Tiger King pressed forward step by step. Lu Yin, who was behind the Tiger King, quietly raised his stone spear. Why? Lu Yin shouted and threw the stone spear out fiercely. Ouch! The Tiger King screamed in pain and turned around abruptly. Lu Yin, you're looking for death. The Tiger King took a big step forward and raised the stone axe to chop at Lu Yan's head. Lu Yin couldn't dodge in time and had to hold on with both hands holding the spear. CG, come on. Lu Yin struggled to hold on. Chapter 29 Phone Xin. CG picked up his weapon and shouted. You dare, roared the Tiger King. There was a flash of fear in CG's eyes, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The Tiger King raised the stone axe and chopped again. Crack! The shaft of the stone spear broke with a sound. The huge stone axe hit Lu Yan's shoulder. Oh! Lu Yan roared, and brutality flashed in his blood-red eyes. He held the Tiger King's weapon tightly in his left hand, picked up the broken spear in his right hand, and stabbed it into the Tiger King's stomach repeatedly. He walked back and forth several times in 1 second. The Tiger King cried out in pain, and desperately pulled out the stone axe from the cracks in his bones and chopped it down on his head. Lu Yan fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. His head hit the stone, and his whole body convulsed. The Tiger King knelt down, holding his stomach, his eyes fixed on the 4 chickens. Tiger King, I will not betray you. CG looked at the Tiger King's round eyes and dropped the weapon in his hand, fearing that the Tiger King would explode and kill people. Just like that, under the gaze of the Tiger King, the 4 chickens dared not move. It was not until his legs lost feeling that CG came to his senses. The Tiger King hasn't blinked in a long time. The Tiger King died, with a big hole in his stomach and his intestines all over the ground. I can still see the grass roots in its stomach. The 4 chickens picked up their weapons, rushed to the Tiger King shouting, and stabbed him hard in the neck. He didn't sit down to rest until his head and body were separated. They chopped off one of the Tiger King's arms, added some firewood, and roasted it over the fire. There were insects chirping and beasts roaring all around, and the 4 chickens were scared to death. Seeing the Tiger King's glaring eyes, he shuddered again. After finally making it to dawn, he immediately headed towards the direction of the Xuanniao tribe. He had to see someone, anyone, even if that person might kill him. Finally, when the moon rose, traces of human beings appeared before our eyes. But this is not the same tribe as before. This place is much bigger than that place. Who is it? Several men rushed out from inside. CG didn't understand, but immediately raised his hands and knelt on the spot. Are you really a foreigner? Not long after, a fat man came out and said, You are a guest. Put away your weapons first. The 4 chickens were actually invited into a large nest. There were also women who brought dried fruits and meat. CG was flattered and wanted to kneel again. The chubby man stopped him. Which tribe are you from? The other party asked him. As usual, Sui returned to Yao Ling's nest. As soon as he lay down, she took the initiative to get into his arms. As the warm body got closer, Sui discovered that the girl was naked from the upper body, but fortunately the animal skin on her lower body was still there. He is not short, but he is thin and looks weak. Holding the petite body in my arms, my nose is filled with the faint herbal scent of her body, elegant and gentle. As his fingers brushed against the softness, he was really worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself. Yao Ling's little hands seemed to have nowhere to put, and they were running around between the 2 of them. If you move again, I'll get serious. Sui said in a rough tone. Just hold me gently. Yao Ling seemed to be afraid as well, and kept her hands down. Ling, your clan has inherited the art of making medicine. Is there any other clan that is good at building houses? Sui asked casually as his fingertips sank into a mass of soft flesh. He needed a house, and a bed free of weeds. What do you mean by your tribe? It's our tribe. Yao Ling raised her little head from Suyi's chest and said in a soft voice, The houses built by the nesting clan are big and good. I heard it from the old tribe leader. We learned how to build our nests from them. Is that so? Sui found that he knew very little about this world. Tell me about the tribes there are. Then don't move your hands, Yao Ling said coquettishly. Otherwise I won't tell you. Okay, don't move. The old patriarch also talked about the Mabu clan. Well, don't move. CG didn't expect that this chubby man with a hoarse voice was actually the king of this tribe. He also speaks their language. You said they have a powerful tool that can pull fish out of the river? The other party asked curiously. CG gnawed at the fruit and said vaguely, Yes, I saw it with my own eyes that day. It didn't take long to catch a lot of them. After hearing this, Feng Xian sneered and thought to himself, This Xuanniao tribe has learned to keep secrets. They didn't offer fish as tribute and only sent dried meat each time. Haha, he wants the fish, and that bitch Yao you can't escape from his grasp either. You must be talking about the Xuanniao tribe. The Xuanniao tribe? CG asked in surprise. There aren't many people, and they're all very beautiful. They're still to the east of us, so they should be the only ones of the Xuanniao tribe. CG was very nervous and asked carefully, My king, do you know them? Feng Xian didn't notice CG's expression. He looked in the direction of the Xuanniao tribe and said, The Xuanniao tribe is part of our tribe. The 4 chickens were so frightened that they almost jumped up from the ground. It's over. They are from the same tribe, and he is walking into the tiger's mouth. Fortunately, he has not yet mentioned the conflict between the tiger tribe and the other side. CG thought that he would finish his meal here and leave as soon as the next morning. Feng Xian looked at the skinny, terrified CG and said with a smile, "Your tiger tribe should have a lot of people, right?" How could CG dare to say that all the people from the tiger tribe died at the hands of the Xuanniao tribe? He suddenly had an idea and immediately made up a lie. Thinking of the tragic deaths of his tribesmen, he tried to pretend to be sad. Alas, all the people in our tribe were washed away by the flood. He felt that his lie was flawless, and when he looked up, he found that the other party did not seem to doubt him. CG breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Xian asked calmly, "Are you the only one left?" This is indeed the truth. CG looked into the other person's eyes and said frankly, "Yes, I am the only one left." Feng Xian smiled and said, "He is a poor man too. Eat more. I will ask someone to bring some more in." After saying this, he left the nest with his round body. CG was very grateful and grabbed the dried meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Not long after, footsteps were heard outside the nest. Several men armed with weapons rushed in viciously. "Damn it, what a waste of food. Take him out and roast him for storage." CG was startled. He looked at Feng Xian, who had changed his face, and asked, "My king, what happened?" Feng Xian sneered and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Drag him out and roast him, and deal with him cleanly." Without the support of the tribe, the other side was just a pile of meat in his eyes. How could he talk to food? However, the other party also brought a piece of news, that the Xuanniao tribe actually had fish to eat. There are countless crocodiles along this river. I really don't know how the Xuanniao tribe got the fish. Yes, we must get that powerful tool, as well as that woman Yaoyu. If we get her, we will get the Xuanniao tribe's medicine-making skills. By then, the warriors of their Yanfeng tribe will be able to snatch back more women, and their tribe will definitely become the leader among the 5 tribes. There is still some time before the next tribute, and he can't wait. Thinking of Yaoyu's face, he felt extremely hateful. If he catches her, he will torture her severely, making her kneel down under his crotch and lick his ass. The resentment that Feng Xian inadvertently revealed made several of his followers feel timid. Chapter 30 New Tools, Network. One night of stars and one night of wind. Daylight continued to shine in through the small window, as usual. Su-yi opened his eyes and carefully took the round legs off his waist. Yaoling groaned and coiled back. There were frequent footsteps outside the house. The tribesmen must have all gotten up. "If you don't let me go, be careful what the clan leader says to you," Su-yi said softly. Like a frightened kitten, she immediately retracted her legs. "Don't go hunting today. I'll teach you how to make something new." Su-yi tidied himself up and came in front of the crowd. In yesterday's battle, although the Xuanniao tribe had fewer men, they won a great victory. The only injured person was scratched by a branch during the pursuit. All the tribesmen knew that this was all due to the weapons of the messenger Su-yi and his wonderful command. Therefore, Su-yi's reputation within the clan rose to a new level. Another good thing. Be quiet and listen to Su. Su would teach everyone new things every now and then, and the Xuanniao people had become accustomed to it. In their opinion, this is what a messenger of God should be like. "Today I'm going to teach you a new tool, a net." Su-yi gestured. "Everyone go get some vines nearby, and tear some tinder bark from the trees. Anything that can be woven into a rope will do. Bring it back to me, and I'll see if it's suitable. Forget it, I'll go with everyone." Su-yi led everyone into the woods. Rattan and tinder tree bark are both easy to obtain materials, and they are the most abundant in the tropical jungle. To Su-yi's surprise, he found a bush of rami behind a small hill. That is the raw material for making linen. Su-yi's production process of linen only stays at the simple level of warp and weft. But he decided to entrust this glorious and arduous task to the women in the tribe. Last night, Yaoling told him about a linen clan that made linen and sold it at a very high price. The Xuanniao clan, a clan abandoned by the gods, has no right to trade with other clans. Su-yi thought that when he became stronger and had more resources, those people would come to him on their own initiative. The hemp rope is quite strong, so Su-yi decided to have people cut down all the hemp. "Everyone come here and recognize it. Next time you come across this kind of plant, remember to cut it down." Su-yi called to the nearby tribesmen. "Isn't this just hemp? You can't eat it, but it's good for making ropes." Yaoling walked over and said, "Luoma, do you know her?" Su-yi couldn't help but look at her. Everyone knows him. The materials for making the ropes were piled up in the open space. Men and women sat together and began to weave ropes. Without Su-yi's guidance, everyone's ropes were very strong. It doesn't have to be too thick, just the thickness of your little finger. Yes, that's it. You guys continue to weave, and the rest of you go get the materials. Su-yi found a few tribesmen who weaved quickly and well. "Su, How long should it be? Asked the tribesman. 10 steps. Start by making it 10 steps long. Without the concept of meters, measuring length is still a bit cumbersome. Soon, a tribesman brought the braided rope to him. Not bad, not bad. Sui picked it up and pulled it, praising it repeatedly. It is rare to receive Su's praise. What surprised everyone was that every time he praised someone, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Come here, everyone. I'll teach you how to make a knot. Sui picked up 2 ropes. This kind of knot is called a fishing net knot. Look carefully, fold it like this first, then fold this one and stuff it in. Sui had seen it accidentally while watching a short video. He recalled and explained at the same time. Seeing that the knot in his hand was similar to his memory, Sui nodded with satisfaction. Have you learned it? Sui looked up at everyone. The tribesmen all shook their heads. Okay, let's do it again. Sui expressed his understanding. Give me another rope. Finally, he used 4 ropes to weave a palm-sized, cone shape. Have you learned it? Sui looked up. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. In the end, Yao Lan volunteered. Let me give it a try. Sui was speechless as he watched her threading her way back and forth and tying another knot. He doubted she could wear a second one. Am I really stupid? Yao Lan looked up with a red face. Come, I'll teach you step by step. I don't believe it. Sui squatted beside her and held her little hand. Yao Lan shrank back, but couldn't pull it back. His breath hit her behind the ear, making her feel uncomfortable. The strong masculine scent enveloped her, and Yao Lan was distracted for a moment. Lan, concentrate on your studies. Sui sensed her sluggishness and reminded her. Yao Ling came back from chopping a bunch of rami and happened to see this scene. From her perspective, it looked like he was holding her. Humph, what a bad man. I will never let him touch me tonight. Paula. Yao Ling deliberately dropped the thing heavily. Sui laughed dryly, let go of his hand, and stood up. He gave the other person a gentle smile, and the other person gave him a ponytail in return. Each grid should be as big as I made it. Sui turned back and continued teaching. It can't be too big. Oh, and make a few thicker ropes, about 20 paces long. The raw materials were continuously brought back and ropes were woven one by everyone. With Sui's continuous efforts, everyone finally learned how to tie the knot. The speed of networking is much faster. The old leader once said that the Xuanniao tribe should be left to fend for themselves. Wouldn't it be a bad idea for us to send people to rob them? After all, they were members of the same tribe before. The elder sat in the front, and Feng Xin knelt beside him. Father, the Yinfeng tribe has suffered repeated setbacks in battles with several other tribes. Feng Xin looked distressed. The Xuanniao tribe's medicine-making skills are very important to us. You can't get involved with a clan abandoned by God. The clan elder looked up to the sky, his turbid eyes full of awe. Moreover, the old patriarch of the Xuanniao clan had a close relationship with him, and he didn't want Feng Xin to invade them. Feng Xin had anticipated this. Father, if a tribe loses its men, it is equivalent to extinction. The elder was shocked and looked at Feng Xin deeply. You are not allowed to be tainted by misfortune. I don't agree with the invasion of the Xuanniao tribe. Feng Xin was unhappy because he didn't get the approval of the clan elders. At this time, there was a noise coming from outside. Chief, it's bad. The Black Wolf tribe is coming again. A tribesman rushed in panic. Feng Xin had vaguely heard the drumbeats of the Black Wolf tribe and immediately rushed out. Grab the weapons and fight them back. Uncle Wolf, take your people and go around to the Black Wolf tribe to kill their children. Yes, Chief. Feng Xin roared, raised a huge stone hammer that was commensurate with his body size, and rushed forward. The battle between the two sides took place in the sparse woods at the border between the tribes. There were clashes of sticks and shouts, and the sky was shaking. Feng Xin swung up the sledgehammer and knocked down 2 men from the Black Wolf tribe. He also suffered a wound on his back. The number of people in the Yinfeng tribe is not as large as that in the Black Wolf tribe. He sent out another part, causing the Yinfeng tribe to be defeated step by step and on the verge of collapse. Chief, let's run away. There are too many people from the Black Wolf tribe. Everyone hold on. Hold on a little longer. Feng Xin roared in a strange voice. Insist? Huh. The one who came forward was Wolf Howl, the leader of the Black Wolf tribe. The mockery in his eyes was not concealed. The leader who will cut off his descendants? Ha ha. Wolf Howl, are you looking for death? Feng Xin ignored the pain in his back, roared, and swung the stone hammer to smash. The other party would always ridicule him, and this was the pain he least wanted to be mentioned. Lang Xiao was worthy of being the leader of the tribe. He waved his 2 stone axes and fought Feng Xin on equal terms. Chief, something bad has happened in the camp. Quick, retreat, go back to the camp. Lang Xiao's face changed, and he shouted at everyone to retreat. The people of the wolf tribe fled in panic. Feng Xian sneered. It seemed his plan had succeeded. We must reward Uncle Wolf generously when we return. Return to camp. Divide the spoils. Oh. The tribesmen cheered and waved their weapons. Chapter 31 Loyalty. The network is finally ready. This is a square net with a side length of about 7 meters. There is a thick rope on each of the 4 sides, which makes it easier for the tribesmen to pull it open. Does anyone want to try out the power of the new tool? Sui looked around. Several people who participated in the weaving waved their hands repeatedly, and others did not dare to underestimate this tool. Come on, the 4 of you. Each hold one. Sui called the 4 children to come on stage. Well, do you dare to try? If you can break free, I'll give you a piece of animal skin. Me? I want to try. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Ling shouted first. She was not sure about the adults at all, but she was not afraid of the children. The animal skin can be used to make another piece of clothing, but this one is badly worn out. Naturally, the other tribesmen also wanted this piece of animal skin, especially the dozen or so tribesmen who were still wearing grass skirts. Everyone volunteered and was willing to give it a try. You can't. Sui glanced at Yao Ling and looked away from her. I clearly said it first. Yao Ling raised her face and insisted. I have a piece of deer skin. I'll give it to you when I'm done. Just be obedient. Sui coaxed her quietly. Being tied up in a net is not necessarily pleasant. And what if you are exposed while struggling? Okay, Yao Ling said with satisfaction. Who is the strongest man in the tribe? Sui's eyes swept over several men. It's obviously me. Bullshit, I'm the strongest. Everyone was arguing. Okay. Sui was in a state of panic. Let's have a wrestling match. Whoever is the best, come. This novel competition attracted everyone's enthusiasm. But Sui only asked men to participate. 2 against 2, whoever falls first loses. In the open space in the middle, everyone formed a circle. Except for the 2 people guarding the slaves, everyone cheered and encouraged. Soon, the 2 strongest people were chosen. As Sui expected, it was Yao Li and Yao Ying. Yao Li is slightly shorter, but stronger. The 2 of them grabbed each other and wrestled continuously. Yao Ying stretched his legs first and gained some advantage, but Yao Li quickly stabilized his body. The 2 of them were fighting back and forth, purely testing their endurance. In the end, Yao Li was slightly better and he seized the opportunity to knock Yao Ying to the ground. Yao Ying looked depressed. He felt that Yao Li was like a bull and his strength seemed endless. Let's take a break and test the tools. Sui has decided to continue the wrestling competition. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yao Li was trapped in the center of the net on the open space in the field. The net had been slightly tightened, and the 4 children were each pulling on a rope with serious eyes. Start. Sui gave the order. Yao Li tried to hold open the net and pounced on a child. The other 3 immediately pulled the rope and turned around. As the net tightened, Yao Li's legs and arms lost space to move. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free at all. In less than half a minute, Yao Li was wrapped like a dumpling and couldn't move at all. Loosen the rope. Sui was very satisfied and instructed the children. Everyone discovered that even after they released him, Yao Li was still unable to move. He could only roll on the ground like a bug. Looking at Yao Li's miserable appearance, Yao Ling was glad that Sui stopped her, and the others also felt timid. I know, Yao Gu in the crowd suddenly shouted. If this net is used in a trap, it will definitely catch live prey. I know. Ahaha. Yao Gu danced like crazy. These days, people see Yao Gu less and less. He stayed in the woods all day long, fiddling with something, and sometimes he was not even there when food was distributed. Sui knew that he was setting a trap, and he was also worried that his condition would not allow him to keep watch, so he deliberately replaced him with someone else. Nets can be used to catch fish and large wild animals. Now that you have learned how to make nets, you should bring back more prey in the future. I have one more thing to tell you. If you encounter sheep, cows, horses, pigs, or other prey, it is best not to kill them, but bring them back alive. Should we raise them like chickens? Asked a tribesman. That's right. Sui gave a thumbs up. The vegetation here is lush, so it's not difficult to feed them. What is animal husbandry? Just do as I say. The sun was already setting. After eating, Sui ordered his tribesmen to collect some supplies nearby. He wandered over to the corner where the 4 slaves were. Lang Bin suspected that he had arrived in heaven. Not only did people send food to us, but we could occasionally see meat. There were even beautiful women who treated their injuries. Over the past few days, their wounds have begun to heal and they have regained their ability to move. The 4 of them discussed it privately, and surprisingly, none of them wanted to escape. There is water and food here, and there is no need to worry about attacks from wild beasts. Apart from expressing gratitude and pledging allegiance, They didn't know what else to do. As if they were afraid that they would run away, someone was watching them all the time. He had explained numerous times that they would never flee, even if they died, but the cold-blooded matriarch didn't quite believe it. Lang Bin heard footsteps and looked up to find that it was their king. That's right, they have become slaves of the Xuanniao tribe. The matriarch told him that slaves were also part of the Xuanniao tribe. King, Lang Bin shouted, and several people immediately knelt down respectfully. Su Yi heard this word but did not correct it. The injuries of several people recovered well, and no one was infected. The medicine of the Xuanniao tribe was indeed very powerful. After these people recovered from their injuries, Su Yi decided to let them cut down trees and build a fence around the camp. There are too few people, and many things cannot be done. He also wanted to transplant some fruit trees, build a strong gate and walls, and build a kiln to burn pottery. Now even the patrol officers can't be distinguished. The attack by the tiger tribe was a wake-up call for him. It was too late when we realized the enemy had arrived at our door. Come with me. Su Yi said to the two tribesmen. I have other tasks for you. You guys are just... Lang Bin discovered that Wang had called the two guards away. But it doesn't matter whether there are guards or not. They have decided not to leave anyway, unless they are driven away. Two crescent moons hang in the sky. Su Yi took Yao Yu, the translator, and went to the corner where the prisoners were. Lang Bin was called out alone. He was standing in front of the two people with his head lowered in fear. The king sees that you are a loyal person and decides to consider whether to let you join our Xuanniao tribe based on your performance. Yao Yu said to Lang Bin, Chief, I am already a member of the Xuanniao tribe. Lang Bin was puzzled. If you join the Xuanniao tribe, you can hunt with us, work together, and build nests. Slaves don't have these qualifications. Yao Yu said coldly. She didn't know why Su Yi taught her to say this. You mean? Lang Bin raised his head in disbelief, then quickly lowered his head. I will definitely perform well. After saying that, he lay on the ground again, with his head facing the two of them. Listen carefully. If you join our tribe, you can eat meat every day. If a woman in the tribe likes you, she can give it to you as a reward. Yao Yu was reluctant. She didn't want the women in the tribe to follow these cowardly people. If that happened, they would be the ones who would suffer. Chapter 32. Come on. But Su Yi insisted that she say so, and told her it was just a pancake. Pancake, huh? He said strange words again. Lang Bin couldn't believe his ears. He couldn't bear to think about eating meat every day, not to mention getting a woman from the Xuanniao tribe. Apart from the king's women, all the other women of the Xuanniao tribe are also beautiful. If you get any of them, you will wake up laughing in your dreams. I will definitely perform well. I will swear to be loyal to the Xuanniao tribe, the king, and the tribe leader until death. Lang Bin knelt down and said this, then lay back on the ground. Get up, Yao Yu said coldly. Let me ask you, if someone wants to escape, what will you do? As soon as he stood up, Lang Bin lay down again. Chief, we won't run away. Answer my question, Yao Yu said impatiently. Lang Bin lowered his head and said tremblingly, I will kill him. Heh, you are not a member of the Xuanniao tribe yet, so you are not qualified to decide the life and death of slaves. Yao Yu sneered. I called for everyone to catch him. I'm telling you, if any one of you four tries to run away, the rest will be killed. However, if you can tell us in advance who is going to run away, not only will we not punish you, we will reward you. This is your chance to show off. Yao Yu said word by word. Did you hear me clearly? Chief, I understand. Lang Bin said. Even if you escape, you will inevitably fall into the hands of other tribes and become roast meat in their stomachs. After hearing the two footsteps fade away, Lang Bin carefully got up. Lang Bin, what did the king and the chief say to you? When the three tribesmen saw him returning, they immediately surrounded him. The chief said that if one person escapes, all of us will be executed. Lang Bin said seriously, we have food and drink here. We will die if we run away. Think carefully. Lang Bin, you don't understand what we mean. We won't run away. The three said in unison. Lang Bin naturally knew it, but he was now hoping that someone would escape. The two walked side by side, and when they were about to separate, Yao Yu asked indignantly, Su, why did you promise the women of our tribe to the captives? Su Yi thought for a moment and smiled. I learned it from you, but I didn't learn the essence. You sent Ling directly to my room, and I just gave him an idea. Yao Yu looked a little unnatural when he heard this. I'll have to talk to Ling about this later. She forgot about the patriarch after having a man and told him her plans. It's really infuriating. It's getting late. Let's go to bed. Yao Yu waved his hand and fled. Su Yi laughed and walked around the camp again. He asked him to increase the number of night watchmen to 5 so that he could monitor the entire camp. Seeing everyone doing their job, Su Yi went into Yao Ling's nest with peace of mind. You're back, Yao Ling said happily. I want a hug. Su Yi opened his arms, and Yao Ling hung directly on him. In private, this girl has completely lost her shyness and is now passionate. When he threatened to take real action, he was timid and shy. There is a shortage of manpower and outdated tools. I heard that the Xuanniao tribe put a lot of effort into building these huts. Now is not the time to ask the tribesman to waste manpower for his personal happiness. It would be nice to have a ready-made house with a big soft bed, Su Yi always thought. There was no entertainment in primitive society, and having children was the greatest joy. The Xuanniao people's happiness was taken away from them. After the two of them lay down, Yao Ling seemed to remember something, turned around, and gave him a smooth pat on her back. He tried to put his hand on her chest, but she grabbed it and threw it back. Su Yi thought about it and understood where her emotions came from. Su Yi didn't want to spoil her in this regard. His big hands immediately wrapped around her, and with a little force he held her in his arms. Humph, bad man, Yao Ling groaned. You're holding on to the one in this nest, but you're still thinking about the ones in other nests. All the women in the tribe want to be with you. Can you handle it? Hey, God's messenger Su Yi was actually taught a lesson by the girl Yao Ling, but you were right to teach her a lesson, Su Yi said, holding a white rabbit. Except for Sister Yu. At most, Lon is included in the clan. Even so, it takes 3 days for her to accompany me once. Yao Ling turned around and looked at Su Yi seriously. Will you always like me? Su Yi felt the warmth in his arms and said seriously, of course I will always like you. Yao Ling lay down, closed her eyes, and said hurriedly, Su, then you come quickly. Listening to her panting, all the blood in Su Yi's body rushed to one place. But reason told him that he had not taken a shower since he came here. A night of indulgence could lead to decades of pain for her. Ling, can we wait until we have a big house and a big bed? Su Yi gently calmed her excited emotions. Yao Ling whimpered and crawled under the animal hide. Ling, why do you like me? Because you are God's messenger. It's so majestic to be your woman. A muffled voice. Su Yi felt strange after hearing this. What if I'm not a messenger of God? Then I like you too. You're so smart. You've built a lot of cool things. After you came, people rarely go hungry. Gu told us that you appeared suddenly. If you are not a messenger of God, who else could be a messenger of God? Su Yi was silent. Go on and tell me about the surrounding tribes. You fell asleep yesterday when I talked about the Black Wolf tribe. The sun rises, its cool light shining on everything, and the gentle wind blows freely. Yinfeng tribe. Feng Xian was very happy. Yesterday they dealt a heavy blow to the Black Wolf tribe. This was a rare victory for their tribe in the dozens of battles between the two sides over the years. In his opinion, his father was too old-fashioned and never knew how to use strategies. He only knows how to confront head-on. Yesterday, they killed more than a dozen children and brought back 3 women. Feng Xian concluded that the Black Wolf tribe would definitely retaliate recently, as yesterday's battle had injured many members of the tribe. Since the elders disagreed, he decided to secretly transfer manpower to snatch back the people and medicine from the Xuanniao tribe. We'll see what he has to say then. So early in the morning, Feng Xian called several clan leaders to discuss the matter. Each tribe can send out at most 6 people, and the others will prevent the Black Wolf tribe from invading. I only want that woman Yao Yu, and the rest is your 4 clan shares. Leave quietly. Remember you are going to the mountains to hunt. The Yinfeng tribe, including the main force of the Yinfeng tribe and the other 4 clans, a total of 30 young and strong men from the Yinfeng tribe left the camp with weapons. The departure of these people was seen clearly by a man hiding on a tree branch outside the tribe. He jumped down from the tree nimbly and ran in the opposite direction. A small group of people secretly left. Lang Xiao frowned as he listened to the tribesman's report. Did you see where they went? They entered the dense forest in the east. The subordinate replied. East? Isn't that a forest? Call Lang Yue and take a few people with you to secretly catch up with them and see what tricks the Yinfeng tribe is up to. I won't go out. I want to stay and avenge my brother. A tall woman with delicate features walked in. The Yinfeng tribe is up to something again, and I'm worried that the others can't track them. Then you have to promise me that you won't go to war with them first, and you have to wait for me to come back. She said in a pleasant voice, pouting her lips and acting coquettishly. My dear daughter, father promises you. Lang Xiao said helplessly. Go quickly, they will be far away soon. Chapter 33 God is watching over you. This morning Su Yi got up early, left the shack, and started running around the camp. The air in the forest is fresh and makes people feel relaxed. He decided to exercise every day to make his body stronger. The Xuanniao people got up one after another and were somewhat puzzled by Su Yi's behavior. What is Su doing? This is a way to communicate with God. What do you know? Everyone gather in the middle and don't disturb him. Yao Yu also came out to order everyone. Su-yi ran more than 10 laps in one breath, which was about 2 kilometers. After he stopped, his legs were trembling and he was panting like a cow. He could hardly run anymore. His body was too weak. Yao Ling was thoughtful enough to bring him some water. Everyone is here. Su-yi took a sip after taking a deep breath. I'll arrange today's tasks later. He sat on his own little stone bench, bent over, and rubbed his calves. Seeing this, Yao Ling put down the container in her hand and took over the task. Oh, not bad. Su-yi sighed comfortably. Ling was so considerate. Yao Ling glared at him with a blushing face, then lowered her head. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on his legs, Su-yi coughed dryly. Those of you who were on guard last night, you can go and rest now. Eagle, take 5 people to hunt. Li, you and Gu go together and set up a trap in the direction where the Flame Phoenix clan is coming from. Remember, don't cross the border of the trap. We won't invade others for now, but if others dare to come, we have to teach them a lesson. Su-yi has never felt safe since coming to this mysterious continent. Almost everything he has done so far has been to keep himself in a state of mental peace. Whether it is making bows and arrows, setting traps, or holding competitions, it is all for the purpose of giving the tribe members more ability to protect themselves. The Xuanniao tribe's territory is sandwiched between the river and the Yinfeng tribe's territory. The captives said that a tribe had migrated from the other side of the river. The Tiger King's body was also found by the tribesmen who went out. So far, the threat from the other side of the river has been almost eliminated. Nowadays, the beasts in the forest are not worth mentioning, and the remaining threat comes from the Yinfeng tribe. Su-yi had already decided to break off relations with them. Now it's time to make some arrangements in advance to prevent any problems from happening. Su, have you made up your mind? Yao Yu stepped forward and said, if we have a conflict with them, there will be no end in the future. I think it's better for us to move to the other side of the river. When the time comes, we will destroy the wood that we used to cross the river and guard the river, and they won't be able to harm us. It's still unclear who is the tiger and who is the rabbit, Su-yi said calmly. If I really can't win, I won't joke about the lives of my people, don't worry. Lan, take a few people to the river to fish. Remember to bring weapons and nets. Maybe you can deal with crocodiles if you encounter them. You and the rest of the people, take the captives and go cut down the trees around the camp to store more firewood and arrows. The bushes around the camp blocked the view too much, and Su-yi had wanted to clear them away a long time ago. After arranging everyone, Su-yi sat lazily in the sun. There are too few people, and even if one person splits 2, it's still not enough. The fastest way, of course, is to just rob it. With the current strength of the Xuanniao tribe, they can barely protect themselves and do not have the extra power to invade. Su-yi narrowed his eyes and thought about various possibilities. In my opinion, it doesn't take so many people to destroy the Xuanniao tribe. Yes, the new leader is too cautious. Last time I counted, there were only a dozen men on the other side. Oh my, what a weird place this is. The bushes are so dense. Woodbird, are you leading the way correct? Someone complained. That's absolutely right. I tracked them to their camp last time. It was in this direction. Didn't we just let them pay tribute before? Why do we want to destroy them this time? I'll tell you a secret. What? The leader's roots were caused by that woman. Ugh. The person who spoke was covered in silence. Shut up and speak more quietly, the man said in a low voice. They marched until noon, when Xuanniao saw the hill ahead and said happily, everyone cheer up, their camp is not far away after the hill. Hey, I'm hungry. Let's eat at the Xuanniao tribe first before going back. That's right. The wooden bird walking in front suddenly felt as if it had tripped over something. Careful. There was a cry of surprise from behind. Xuanniao took a step forward and was about to turn back when he felt a sharp pain on the top of his head. His head felt heavy, his vision went dark, and his body felt weak. The others looked at him like he had seen a ghost. Warm liquid flowed down. He reached out and touched it. The bright red color was blood. The wooden bird died. There was a large sharp stone stuck on his head, and his head was almost split in half by the stone. The strange thing is that there is a rope tied to the stone. It seemed to be hanging from the sky. The others were at a loss. They simply couldn't understand what was happening suddenly. God. It must be God who killed him. The person closest to the wooden bird trembled. He saw with his own eyes the stone falling from the sky and piercing Kanoa's head. There was a lot of blood splattered on his face, and it wasn't cold yet. The gods are looking after the Xuanniao tribe. Let's go back. How are we going to explain this to the leader when we get back? Do you want to be punished? Let's keep moving forward. Everyone, watch your heads. Then you lead the way. The man with blood on his face was not prepared to show off. Damn, what a coward. The man cursed and walked to the front of the team. He was also a little scared. Everyone, pay attention to the top of your head. If you find a stone, let me know. He had not taken many steps when he heard the sound of breaking wind. Before he could even turn his head, he was knocked away. Pua! The others were all horrified when they heard the screams and saw the scene before them. They saw a huge tree suddenly fly out from the right side of the forest and knock people out. The person lying on the ground was vomiting blood from his mouth and was breathing in more than out. No, I want to go back. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone dispersed and ran back the way they came, desperately running for their lives. Sui looked at the two bodies on the ground, and his heart trembled slightly. Yao Gu's trap can accurately calculate the landing point, time, and chain reaction after triggering. It is truly genius. After Yao Li ran back to inform him, he immediately led everyone into the dense forest. After lying in ambush for a long time without seeing any movement, everyone searched along the way and found the two bodies. Li, take a few people and return the bodies to the Yanfeng tribe, so that they will know the consequences of invading us. So, don't talk nonsense, just do as I say. Yao Li called a few people and carried the body away. Chapter 34 Provocation. After Sui finished explaining everything, he led his people back to the camp. Gu, you did a good job. Sui patted his shoulder and said, after they suffered a loss, they will definitely be more cautious. The concealment of the trap should be the focus of your next consideration. Also, your trap is too technical. In fact, digging a hole in the ground, inserting a few thorns, and covering it with some leaves can also have a good effect. You can also apply some snake venom on the thorns, right? In addition, you can set bait and let them trigger your trap. The more Yao Gu listened, the brighter his eyes became. Yes, why didn't I think of that? God's messenger, I understand. Yao Gu rubbed his hands. Sui knew that he couldn't wait to try it again, so he let him go first. Next time the Flame Phoenix tribe sends people, it won't just be a few dozen, it will probably be hundreds of people. How to fight such a battle? Sui stroked his chin and thought. God. Feng Xian's face was uncertain, and everyone said that the two were killed by the gods. Stones. What? Feng Xian sneered. Have you ever seen gods kill people with these things? The gods will send down thunderbolts to kill you. Do they still need stones? A bunch of rubbish, frightened out of their wits by the Xuanniao clan hiding in the dark. Get out of here. I'll punish you by starving you for 3 days. Anyone who dares to eat will be expelled from the tribe. Chief, there was absolutely no one around at that time. Everyone said in unison. Get out. Feng Xian was very angry. There are ropes tied to the stones and wood, which shows that it was done by humans. What a bunch of stupid guys. Chief, the elders of the tribe want you to discuss a matter. Someone came in to report. The useless subordinate came back crying and shouting, and even the elders of the clan knew about it. Feng Xian took a deep breath, stood up, and said, I'll go right away. In the big nest in the center of the tribe, the elders had gloomy faces. Xian, you don't take me seriously anymore? Elder, how dare Feng Xian? Why are those 2 wooden birds gone? The Xuanniao tribe killed them. I will definitely lead everyone to take revenge. Feng Xian said angrily. Do you really think I'm old and confused? The elders' eyes were like lightning, which made Feng Xian's scalp numb. 2 people died suddenly. How are you going to explain to the tribe members? Looking at Feng Xian, who kept his head down and said nothing, the clan elder shook his head and sighed. They were killed by the Black Wolf tribe. Go and seek revenge on them. How can I feel at ease if the Yanfeng tribe is handed over to you? Have you lost the bravery passed down by our ancestors? You dare not provoke the powerful enemy in front of you, but you insist on bullying the weak Xuanniao tribe. I think you don't want to be the leader anymore. Feng Xian came out of the nest in a daze. For many years, he has been at the forefront of everything, working hard for the tribe, and always asking for the least when distributing prey. Finally, he gained recognition from his tribe members and became the leader. Now, it was actually denied by a single sentence from the clan elder. He worked so hard just for revenge. He must use the power of the tribe to make that damn woman, Yao Yu, kneel down under him. Whenever he thought of that night, his hatred erupted like a volcano. At the beginning, she was the daughter of the chief, and he was the only son of the leader of the Flame Phoenix tribe. He simply sneaked into her nest in the middle of the night, and before he could even touch her, she held him down and brutally smashed his genitals. His father told him to be patient, and it was indeed he who broke the rules first. But why did she smile at him during the day? In his opinion, this was seducing him. The leader must be mine. No one can take it away from me. Feng Xian suppressed the resentment in his eyes and thought viciously. Chief, Xuanniao and their bodies have been delivered, a subordinate reported. Feng Xian withdrew his thoughts and followed them to the edge of the woods, where the crowd had formed a circle. Were they killed by the gods? That's right. Rocks suddenly fell from the sky. It's so scary. Seeing the leader coming, everyone shut up tacitly. Feng Xian looked at the two bodies and trembled with anger. Yao Yu, he actually dared to provoke him so blatantly. Who are you? Yao Li was shocked when he saw the people suddenly jumping out. He immediately took out his bow and put an arrow on it. Put down your weapon, or I'll shoot you. You just laid down your weapons. Can't you tell the difference between a large number and a small number? A tall and beautiful woman replied. He noticed that there were no totems on the faces of the other people, so he became alert. So what if there are more of you? We are not afraid of you. Are we afraid? Langyue said arrogantly, staring at the opponent's strange weapon. This is our territory. People from our tribe will be here soon, and you will all die then. Yao Li threatened viciously. Your territory? Isn't this the territory of the Yinfeng tribe? Langyue narrowed his eyes and raised the stone spear. Besides, all your people have gone back, and you still want to deceive me. Who said this is the territory of the Yinfeng tribe? Yao Li said angrily. This is clearly the territory of our Xuanniao tribe. They just killed 2 people from the Yinfeng tribe. The person next to Langyue reminded in a low voice. Langyue was also a little confused. She remembered that the Xuanniao tribe had always been a part of the Yinfeng tribe. What is your relationship with the Yinfeng tribe? Langyue asked. They are naturally our enemies. Although there are fewer people, Yao Li is not afraid at all. He was confident that he could kill the beautiful woman with 1 arrow. Langyue felt that the sturdy man in front of her didn't seem to be lying, and her mind raced. The Black Wolf tribe is the enemy of the Yinfeng tribe, and the Blackbird tribe is also the enemy of the Yinfeng tribe. They can definitely work together to deal with the Yinfeng tribe. She was eager to tell her father the news. We're getting out of here right now. The 2 sides passed each other and left. Li, let's shoot them from behind, shall we? A tribesman drew his bow. We'll run after we shoot. They won't be able to catch up with us. Are you stupid? They are not in the same group as the Yinfeng tribe. Yao Li patted the man on the head. The envoy of God said not to provoke others. You must not have listened carefully. Did you meet another group of people? Su Yi was a little confused. Come on, tell me what happened, he demanded. After a while. Well done. Su Yi praised. The current development policy of our tribe is, I won't offend others unless they offend me. When we become powerful, we will take you to rob wives. 1 for each of you. No, 2 for each of you. Give me lots of babies. By the way, Li, about Ling's matter? Su Yi paused and looked into Yao Li's eyes. Lord Divine Envoy, Ling should have been with you. We are from the same clan, and this is against the rules. Yao Li waved his hands repeatedly, a little panicked. He didn't dare to snatch the woman from the messenger of God. He was completely blinded by the pigskin and almost lost his life. Oh, that's why it's said that happiness is shared with others rather than enjoyed alone. I hug a woman every day and feel sad when I see my brothers staying alone in empty rooms. Su Yi sighed. Thank you for considering us, Lord God's envoy. If we get a good one, we will definitely leave it to you intact. The 2 of them laughed in a way that only men can understand. After listening to the words of the messenger of God, Yao Li felt that he had grown brains, and his life suddenly had direction and goals. Snort. Yao Yu listened to the 2 men laughing and wanted to turn around and leave. Chapter 35, Who do you choose? They are still giving birth to babies so quickly. What do they regard women as? Every time Su Yi listened to people who were out reporting something, he would call her along. What do you mean by cultivating strategic awareness? Bah. Ahem. Li, restrain yourself a little. There are female friends here. By the way, which tribe are that group of people from? Su Yi asked. Oops. Yao Li slapped his head. I forgot to ask. Okay, go and do your thing. Su Yi sent Yao Li away and stole a glance at Yao Yu who was kneeling behind him. She sat upright, expressionless, like a piece of ice. Let me test you. Su Yi pretended to be profound. Do you know why there are only 2 kinds of people in the world, men and women? Do you know why a man and a woman will have a baby after doing that? Su Yi gestured. You are shameless. Yao Yu's face finally turned red. Su Yi laughed and left the shack. There are more wild animals in the forest than people. Because they had bows and arrows, the Xuanniao tribe would not be short of food for the time being. However, this is not a long-term solution. If a natural disaster occurs, we will not be able to survive without surplus food. Su Yi strolled to the shed where the 2 pheasants were kept. He would come to check on them every day. When the 2 chickens were first locked up, they fluttered around all day and refused to eat or drink. Su Yi also believed that they would starve to death for their freedom. As a result, from the 3rd day on, the roosters started eating the insects that the children brought back. That day, Su Yi added meals to the whole family. Later, the hens happily joined the roosters. In the past few days, the 2 chickens have been well fed, but they just don't lay eggs. There are many factors that may cause chickens to not lay eggs, and Sui is not a poultry expert, so he doesn't know what to do. I can only treat the 2 chickens with good food and drink every day. Sui decided that if he had more chickens in the future, he would kill these 2 first and put them on the shelf. As usual, he lay on the fence and looked inside. At this time every day, sunlight shone into the shack through the gap. What was different from usual was that there were a few more gray eggs on the pile of weeds in the corner. Bang! Sui clapped his hands happily, scaring the 2 chickens. Finally laid an egg. He looked around. There was no one around. The only one there was Yao Yu, who had just come out of the shack. Sui rushed over and grabbed her hand. Come on, let me show you the baby. Feeling warmth from the big hands, Yao Yu did not struggle and let Sui pull her all the way to the chicken coop. She couldn't help but frown. The smell of chicken manure was so bad. Look, eggs. See? Right there. Yao Yu looked at it carefully and nodded. Smile. Sui frowned as he looked at her. That's one small step for a chicken, one giant leap for mankind. Humans have existed for millions of years, and this should be considered an event that goes down in history. Yao Yu sniffed again, then forced a smile. She could see that he was very happy as a child. No, we can't be happy too soon. Let's celebrate after the chicks come out. The 2 men got up and left the chicken coop. Yao Yu suddenly smiled happily. Lan, you are back. Sui turned around and saw the women carrying fish. The flood has receded, and the river has slowly returned to its former vitality in recent days. Sui, we lost the net. Yao Lan said with a frustrated look on her face and her head down. Sui approached and found that several people were in a state of disgrace, with mud all over their bodies. No one was injured. He looked around at the women and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that they had only some scratches at most. If the net is lost, we can just rebuild it. As long as no one is hurt, that's fine. Sui comforted. Upon hearing this, several women looked up in surprise. It took the entire tribe almost a day to build the net, and everyone put in a lot of effort. They thought Sui would definitely blame them. In the end, he was just worried about them. You should just scold us a few times. Yes, we are punished to kneel before the statue for a day. What happened to you? Yao Yu asked unhappily. She was indeed a little angry because the net was lost. After a moment of silence, Yao Lan raised her head and said, a crocodile came ashore and we successfully caught it with a net, but it was too strong and we couldn't hold on to it, so the net was lost. Sui was stunned. Isn't this his bad idea? The crocodile and Yao Li are 2 completely different units. How could a few women possibly pull over a 10-meter-long prehistoric giant crocodile? It's my fault. Luckily no one is hurt. Sui said with some fear. It's all because we are too weak. We could have killed the crocodile. Yao Lan whispered. How can you be blamed for this? Sui is still reflecting on himself. Now everyone obeys his orders and completes the tasks he assigns without any compromise. Therefore, if he makes a wrong decision, it may bring crisis to his tribe. I will think twice before giving each order from now on. Okay, everyone go and clean up and take a rest. I won't punish you. Sui waved his hand. Yao Yu wanted to say something, but saw that everyone had left. She looked at Sui and said coldly, why are you so nice to them? What's wrong with it? Sui looked confused. Do you really want to put all the women of the Xuanniao tribe into your nest? How can I handle this? Sui said subconsciously. Lord God's messenger, as long as you let them go, I am willing to follow you. Yao Yu didn't know why he suddenly said such a thing. She felt uncomfortable when she heard that he cared about other women. Sui didn't expect that pie would suddenly fall from the sky. He grabbed her slender hand and said, it's a deal. If every member of the Xuanniao tribe is a beauty, then the tribe leader Yao Yu is the most beautiful among all beauties. Her temperament, figure and face are almost impeccable. Sui felt that he had gotten a great bargain, as he had never intended to touch other female members of the tribe. Looking at the face of the little devil Yao Ling every day, he naturally has no interest in other women. Only the female chief, Yao Yu, made him want to conquer her. Who would have thought that she would send herself to bed? Let's go and make a baby. Sui joked. He held Yao Yu's hand tightly and pretended to pull her up and walk towards the shack. No. Yao Yu stood there, and Sui was unable to move her. And Ling, can you put her down? Didn't you send her to my bed? Sui was stunned. Maybe she's pregnant. Yao Yu in front of him smiled sweetly, exuding natural charm. Sui was moved by what he saw. I asked Ling, and she said you didn't even touch her, and having a baby is out of the question. She was ecstatic when she got the news. She admired his determination and his love for her, which made her very envious, and this was also the reason why she was willing to follow him. Sui was embarrassed. How could Ling tell everything to others? She even told a third party about the couple's little life. So, do you want to let her go? The ones we just agreed to meet were other women from the Xuanniao tribe, and Ling is naturally one of them. He suddenly felt that the palm of his hand was a little hot. I have seen and touched Ling naked, and everyone in the tribe thinks she is my woman. What will she do if I give up on her? He said coldly. This is something she should consider. Why are you asking me? Yao Yu snorted coldly. She hoped that he would put aside everything and pull her into the nest. She was willing to give birth to his children. As the head of the clan, how could she share a man with another woman? You gave her to me yourself, and now you want me to abandon her. Why, you can't bear to let go? Then why don't you let go of my hand? Can't we discuss this? No room for negotiation. Either let me go or pull me into the nest. Ling told me that you don't know our medicine-making skills. As long as you choose me, I will teach you the medicine-making skills. That day seemed like it was just yesterday. When he had just arrived here and was feeling terrified, a silly girl took off all her clothes and crawled into his arms. He slept peacefully that rainy night, and his dreams were filled with gifts with herbal scent. He looked at the beautiful Yao Yu in front of him and slowly loosened his hand. Ling, Suko promised to always like you. Yao Yu took a deep breath, turned and left. She felt indescribable in her heart. When he let go of her hand, she felt sad and happy at the same time. She is confident that she is prettier than Yao Ling. Don't men like beautiful women? But why didn't he choose her? Not even any medicine skills are needed. She was sad because it was the first time she lost to a woman. But he was willing to give up a more beautiful woman for Ling, and she was happy about his sincere feelings for Ling. In fact, she had already decided that she would follow him sooner or later. However, after getting him and Ling, she changed her mind and wanted more. Now, he doesn't want her anymore. Looking at Yao Yu's graceful back, Sui didn't expect that this happiness came quickly and went away even faster. I have to talk to Ling properly in the future and not tell anyone about our little life as a couple. As for Yao Yu, sooner or later, she would trick him into bed. If he gives this beauty to someone else, his trip would be in vain. What else can he choose? He wants both, Sui thought secretly. Chapter 36 Clothes. Time flies, 15 sunrises and sunsets pass, and the Xuanniao tribe has gained several new members, a wild boar and 7 chicks. All 7 chicks hatched today, and Sui announced that the whole family should celebrate. Take out all the dried meat that has been stored for too long, and let everyone eat to their heart's content. As expected of you, Lord God's messenger. 2 turned into 9, that's amazing. Another man tore off a piece of meat and said vaguely, hey, if it fell into our hands, it would have turned into shit. 2 chickens can only feed 1 person, but 9 chickens are different. They can feed at least 4 people. That's right, but I think the envoy doesn't seem to want to eat the chicken. Who knows? Anyway, it's always right to listen to the messenger of God. By the way, send some meat to the slaves as well. Sui instructed a tribesman. Not too much. The tribesman obeyed and left. The 4 slaves received the dried meat and knelt down in unison in the direction of Sui, prostrating themselves on the ground. As slaves, they were usually fed with wild vegetables and fruits, and dried meat was a luxury for them. But several people are very satisfied with their current life. As long as you work, you will have food to eat. It is much better than when you were in the tiger tribe. In the past, if you worked hard in the tiger tribe for a whole day, you might not get a single bite to eat, and you also had to be careful not to get injured and be eaten by the tribesmen. I was worried all day, afraid that I would not see the sun the next day. It is different now. They feel that life is extremely hopeful, and they are full of energy. They work harder than the Xuanniao people. Lian, make a pair of animal skin shorts for each of the 5 children. They work hard from dawn to dusk. This is what they deserve. Sui said to the 5 children with a smile. Pants. We have pants too. Oh, great. When the 5 children heard this, they jumped around excitedly. The woman who turned and left was named Yao Yan. Sui accidentally discovered that she used bone needles very skillfully. The stitches on the things she sewed were fine and dense, and the edges were carefully trimmed, so the seams didn't prick people. Sui simply taught her how to make pants, and then arranged for her to make clothes full-time. His current leather shorts were made by Yao Yan. Although they were a bit baggy, the legs were of equal length, symmetrical on both sides, and the seams were neat, which was already very good. He also asked her to sew a set of clothes for Yao Ling using deerskin, and Yao Ling loved it very much. She wore it out the next day and showed it off to her sisters. The new clothes immediately became a popular item among the tribe members, especially the women. There was a fashion trend sweeping the tribe, and everyone wanted new clothes. But there were only 2 people who got the clothes. One was Yao Ling, who was the woman of God's messenger, and the other was Yao Gu, who actually caught a wild boar with a trap. Now the 5 children also have new clothes. How can we not be jealous? I heard that new clothes are difficult to make. It takes Lian 2 or 3 days to make one. These 5 pairs of pants will last for a while. Come here, 5 of you. Come here, I'll measure you. Yao Lian waved at the 5 children, holding a hemp rope in her hand. That day, a messenger of God suddenly came to her and asked her to stop participating in hunting and focus on needlework. The messenger told her that division of labor could improve productivity and that everyone should focus on their own work in the future. Although she didn't quite understand what he said, she knew that as long as she learned needlework, she would be able to eat the same amount of food as her tribesmen. Therefore, she made up her mind to complete the task assigned by the messenger of God. Then he taught her how to make clothes. She was very surprised that the messenger of God's mind was filled with things unknown to everyone, and he even knew how to wear women's clothes. Don't just stand there. Everyone work hard, and everyone will have it in the future. Feng Xian was extremely angry. He wanted to destroy the Xuanniao tribe and capture Yaoyu. But the elders of the tribe disagreed. There is also a black wolf tribe nearby, watching closely. Their gathering teams were attacked several times these days. Every time he dispatched tribesmen to help, the elders would intervene, making him feel restricted and unable to use many of his plans. He could no longer tolerate this. Chief Jupiter and his men killed a big bear. His subordinates came running over excitedly to report. Feng Xian's dark eyes flickered. Okay. He slapped his thigh. Notify everyone in the tribe to share the bear meat tonight. Chief, don't we have any reserves? The subordinate asked in surprise. Everyone has been working hard recently. Let's have a good meal. He paused and said, by the way, call the witch. I have something to ask her. The men cheered and left happily. Chief, are you looking for me? The witch was a thin girl with a wreath of unknown flowers on her head. Witch, there is a task that only you can complete. Feng Xian said gently. Tonight, you do this. After Feng Xian finished speaking, the witch left with a pale face. She didn't expect the leader to threaten her with her father's life. But she is the leader, what can she do? The stars in the sky are turning, and the curtains on earth are falling. The huge black bear was cut into pieces by everyone. People danced freely around the burning bonfire. Oh no, the elder has been poisoned. A shrill scream broke the laughter. Who dares to poison the clan elder? Feng Xian was furious and immediately led the clan leaders to the clan elder's residence. In the nest, the witch was sitting on the ground with a pale face, and the elder at the head had a black face and was no longer alive. Witch, how dare you poison the elders of your tribe? Why did you do this? One of the tribe leaders said angrily. He asked me to sleep with him at night. The witch trembled. So I poisoned him to death. You're talking nonsense. Mu Xie, the elder's son, said angrily. My father hasn't had a woman for more than 10 years. How could he want you? You're lying. Who ordered you to do that? Mu Ku, what are you looking at me for? Feng Xian's eyelids jumped, and he immediately said with great sorrow, are you doubting me? Your father strongly recommended me to be the leader of the tribe. How could I harm him? Mu Ku said nothing, staring at the witch. Tell the truth, or I'll kill you. There's nothing to say. I poisoned him because he wanted to sleep with me. The witch regained her composure. Feng Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the person she had chosen was the right one. She had even chosen a way out for herself. Although the tribe has rules that require marriage between people of the same generation, Feng Xian lamented, but you can't poison the elders. He has worked so hard for our tribe for so many years, alas. The tribesmen around shook their heads and sighed. No, my father will never fall in love with her. Mu Ku cried. Who ordered you to do this? If you don't tell me, I will kill you. I think he's too old, so I want to kill him myself. The witch said calmly. Chief, my father's death cannot be in vain. She must be killed. Mu Chi's eyes were filled with tears. Chief, it was the elders who broke the rules first. The witch did nothing wrong, so she cannot be killed. Someone in the crowd said. The witch has some knowledge of medicine. She usually helps treat people's injuries, and many people have received favors from her. The crowd was divided into 2 groups. Chapter 37. Dare not confront head-on. On the one hand, he wanted to kill the witch to pay for his life, but on the other hand, he believed that the witch was not wrong and should not die. Feng Xian raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Although the elder broke the rules first, I think the witch should also be punished. After Feng Xian finished speaking, everyone was silent, waiting for his next words. The witch was branded, and the elders were buried with honor. Hiss, branding. Everyone gasped. Chief, this won't work. How can she bear the branding? Men cannot withstand branding and can easily die if they are not careful. You mean, just kill the witch directly? Feng Xian said coldly. No, Chief Feng Xian is the fairest, someone interrupted immediately. Just punish me like this, everyone accept it. Fair. The sounds gradually faded away and the nest became empty. On the second day, the witch's back was burned with charcoal. The elder of the clan was buried solemnly in the clan land by everyone. Feng Xian seized power and ordered the entire tribe to prepare for war, ready to take revenge on the Xuanniao tribe. I didn't expect you to be so smart and get away with it. In the witch's little nest, Feng Xian sat beside the witch who was lying on her stomach. He put his hand under her skirt and stroked her buttocks. Chief, I hope you will keep your promise. The witch's face was indifferent, as if the big hand behind her did not exist. Your father has an extra deerskin, so he can have meat at every meal. Feng Xian looked at the horrific wound on her back, lost interest, and withdrew his hand. A gleam of light finally appeared in the witch's eyes. It was an open secret that the leader's lower body was damaged. Every time he looked for a woman, he could only satisfy his urge to masturbate. There was a flash of mockery in the witch's lowered eyes. You should take good care of your injuries. Feng Xian clapped his hands and pushed the door open. To attack the Xuanniao tribe, we must first get rid of the invasion of the Black Wolf tribe. This matter still needs careful planning. This is for you. Su Yi was holding a set of clothes in his hand. He is a modern young man and has heard more ways to pursue women than Yao Yu, a primitive man, has encountered in several lifetimes. Catering to the other party's preferences was just the most insignificant trick he could think of. Seeing the flash of love in her eyes, Su Yi smiled without saying anything. Yao Yu really liked this suit. The deerskin with small spots looked very soft. Yao Ling was always in front of her, and she was extremely envious. How can her clothes be so beautiful? It just fits the key parts of her body perfectly, making her look so beautiful. Lian had measured her size a few days ago and told her at the time that everyone would measure, so she didn't take it to heart. It now seems that she started making clothes for herself from the day she was measured. Needless to say, she must have obtained Su Yi's authorization to do this. Take it back, Yao Yu said stubbornly. I don't like it. She would never give up her persistence just for such a beautiful dress. Su Yi looked at her eyes fixed on the clothes, and his heart was filled with joy. Well, I think even if we are not husband and wife, we are still friends. Su Yi sighed with regret. This size is made according to your body shape. It must be very suitable and beautiful when you wear it. What a shame. What a shame. You don't like it. Su Yi said this, and seeing the struggle in her eyes, he almost laughed out loud. Lan seems to be about the same size as you, so I can only give it to her. Su Yi said, and pretended to leave. The next second, Yao Yu grabbed his arm tightly. Don't you like it? Su Yi asked puzzledly. Humph. Yao Yu snorted coldly, snatched the clothes, and went into the shack. I'm worried that Lan won't be able to wear them properly, and the fur will be wasted in vain. You are so stubborn. Su Yi chuckled, turned around, and left humming a tune. In the shack, Yao Yu heard Su Yi's laughter and wanted to pull him in and beat him up. When she looked at the clothes in her hands, all the little emotions she had just felt disappeared, and she blushed, and her heart beat fast with excitement. She has nice clothes too. She couldn't wait to take off the fur skirt, recalling how Yao Ling looked when she put it on. Sit on her bed and put your feet into both holes of her pants. The trouser body is made of Sika deerskin, with 3-finger-wide black fur spliced on the edges of the trouser legs and the waist, and a black animal leather belt worn around the waist. Slowly raise it to your waist and tighten the belt. The feeling of being completely wrapped was extremely comfortable, and there was no discomfort between the legs at all. Lian's craftsmanship is really good. Yao Yu turned around with a red face and untied the animal skin around his chest. The top is the same color. Also completely cover the upper body. After putting it on, she tightened the strap and wrapped it around her chest, then carefully tied a nice slip knot. As she walked and stretched in the nest, she didn't feel her clothes getting loose at all. Oh my goodness. What kind of brain does this messenger of God have to come up with such reasonable clothes? She liked it so much that she couldn't wait for everyone to see it. Feng Xian finally thought of a solution. He ordered 100 tribesmen to leave the tribal camp one by one under the cover of night. The same number of bonfires were lit in the tribe as usual. He also asked his subordinates to move around more often during the day to show the Black Wolf tribe that there were no fewer people. The people who entered the woods did not actually leave, but just hid according to his orders. After several days of experimentation, the Black Wolf tribe did not take any action. Another sunrise. You must be wondering why I did this. Why did I take you to sleep in the dew when I have a hut to live in? To tell you the truth, I went to secretly destroy the Blackbird tribe in order to hide it from the Black Wolf tribe. The Xuanniao tribe killed 2 of us. We must take revenge. Kill their men and take their women. The subordinates were confused for a few days before they suddenly realized what was going on. They finally understood the leader's arrangement and admired him very much. Let's go now. By noon we can reach the Xuanniao tribe and eat the fish they catch. A group of 100 people attacked the Xuanniao tribe like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, crossing mountains and forests. The tragic situation of the two people last time was still in Feng Xian's mind, so he rarely rushed to the front. When we were about halfway there, a shrill scream startled a flock of flying birds. The subordinate walking in front had his head smashed by a falling stone. Everyone was silent, with fear on their faces. Feng Xian immediately pushed through the crowd and examined the stone. He looked around carefully, and some broken grass branches caught his attention. Pushing aside the bushes, he saw the setting behind him, and his pupils shrank. Everyone come here. Feng Xian called out. Look, the rope on the stone is connected to the stick, and the stick is stuck here. If it is pulled off, the stone will fall down. This was obviously done by the Xuanniao people, not the gods at all. Feng Xian encouraged. The cowards of the Xuanniao tribe dare not fight us head-on, and can only hide behind us and sneak around. What do you think we should do? How abominable. They are so sinister. We must destroy them and avenge our people. Yes, kill them. Everyone, watch your step and pay attention to the traces around you. The crowd began to move forward again, but at a much slower speed. Chief, we found one, someone on the right said excitedly. Feng Xian squeezed over and found that the vines on the ground were almost the same color as the dead branches. His heart was pounding, and he always felt that there seemed to be something different about the Xuanniao tribe. Chapter 38 Dimensionality Reduction Attack. Follow the vine and carefully push aside the branches and leaves on the ground. Looking along the vines, I saw a huge tree hanging diagonally among the leaves, and it was impossible to see it clearly without careful observation. Too insidious. Everyone gasped in unison. If that huge tree comes flying, no one can withstand it. Get out of the way. Feng Xian led his tribesmen to retreat and picked up a stone to trigger the trap. The huge tree came crashing in with a sound of breaking wind, shook a few times, and then hung in the same place. Keep going. He looked a little unhappy. Ouch. After walking a few steps, another person fell down screaming in pain. Feng Xian looked and saw a hole on the ground as big as a buffalo's head, filled with sharp branches. The tribesman who screamed in pain had one of his feet pierced. He was shocked and angry in his heart, but his face remained calm. Everyone, divide into 3 groups, each forming a straight line. Use your weapons to explore the way and walk slowly. Feng Xian laughed loudly. The Xuanniao tribe must be afraid that we will kill them, so they made these things. We will definitely be able to destroy them. After hearing the report, Su Yi led his tribesmen into the woods. The tropical rainforest provides unique conditions for setting traps. However, the disadvantages are also obvious. If the distance is more than 4 or 5 meters, you can't see people anymore. This poses a great hindrance to archery. You are the best archers. Try to kill one person with 1 arrow. Su Yi said to Yao Yu and the other 2. Just follow them and shoot arrows when you have the chance. If they chase you, run away. If they run away, chase them. Be careful not to fall into the trap. Do you understand? The 3 of them nodded. Go ahead, and be sure to be safe. I'll wait for you to come back and celebrate. Watching the 3 people disappear from sight, Su Yi said to the others. You all follow the previous arrangement. Climb up the tree on the path that the enemy must pass through, hide yourself, shoot an arrow from a distance, and then get down from the tree and escape. Their weapons can't reach as far as yours, so shoot from a distance. Remember not to wait until the enemy gets close before shooting. I don't ask you to hit them, I just ask you to scare them. Okay, go ahead, and gather here after the fight. Only Yao Ling was left by his side, and all the others were sent out. Ling, is it okay for you to protect me? Su Yi looked at the disappearing figures of his tribesmen. I will definitely protect you. Yao Ling's little face was full of nervousness, and her big eyes looked around. Don't worry. War is all about morale and strategy. Maybe we won't even see them. Didn't we say that there were more than 100 people coming? If there were 3 of them against 1 of us, even with your powerful weapons, you still couldn't defeat them, right? We are fighting guerrilla warfare, not confronting them head-on. Fat chicken. Yao Ling came closer and said with big eyes, I'm discussing important matters with you. Don't talk to me about food. You always treat me like a child. Okay, let's not talk about food then. Feng Xian walked in the middle, always having a bad feeling in his heart. How did the Xuanniao tribe suddenly master such a horrible method of killing? In addition to these methods, do they have other means? Call out. There was a sound of breaking wind. The next moment, a member of the tribe fell down with a scream. Feng Xian saw a figure flash by in the bushes on the left. Hurry, chase him and kill him for me. He pointed in that direction, and the tribesmen immediately rushed over shouting. As a result, someone stepped into a pit on the ground. The tragic cries of pain made everyone stop in their tracks. The man whose foot was pierced earlier died with a pale face. Everyone knew that the thorns on the ground were poisonous. So, after chasing halfway, everyone ran back. As a result, the next moment, a javelin with feathers was thrown from that direction. One of his men was shot in the chest and fell down. At this time, javelins also flew out from the right, and screams rang out one after another. Over here. There are some here too. Someone come save me. The people of the Yinfeng tribe were frightened by the attacks from different directions. They had never encountered such a terrible situation before. If their leader had not been there, they would have already fled back. Feng Xian knew what everyone was thinking. He gritted his teeth and said, "Not far ahead is the Xuanniao tribe's camp. There are no bushes there. Let's see where they hide. Everyone spread out and follow me," he shouted and rushed forward. Ouch! Oh! When the tribesmen saw how brave their leader was, they immediately followed him, howling. Javelins were thrown from both sides from time to time, and people beside me fell down with screams. Feng Xian's heart was bleeding. More than 20 of his men had died. Damn the Xuanniao tribe. Damn Yao Yu. He will make her pay the price. He rushed very fast and seemed to trip over something, and the tribesmen following him were knocked out violently. Cold sweat broke out on my head, but the fire of revenge was burning in my heart. He and Yao Yu are fighting to the death. I caught a glimpse of a dark shadow coming towards me. Before he could react, a black shadow flew past his ear. The sharp spear was stuck in the soil behind it, with feathers on the tail. Where on earth did they get these weapons? The javelin was thrown from diagonally above. He saw a figure jump down from the tree and disappear. "Don't run!" Feng Xian shouted and ran after him. There was another sound of breaking wind, and this time my thigh suddenly twitched. Looking down, he saw a feathered javelin had sunk deep into his flesh. The pain hit my head. He looked at the seemingly endless forest ahead and felt fear for the first time. He had never been so scared when he encountered tigers and leopards before. "Retreat! Everyone retreat quickly!" Feng Xian gave the order in pain. All the subordinates felt relieved. "Chief, we will help you." 2 people came over to support him and retreated back the way they came. But what made Feng Xian even more frightened was, as they escaped, javelins would always fly out from behind them, taking their lives. "They're still chasing us." The damn Xuanniao clan. Feng Xian roared, his eyes red as blood. It was not until they were out of the forest that the devil following them disappeared. "Quick, count how many people are left," Feng Xian said anxiously. "Chief, 53 men come out." There were a total of 47 people left in the woods, and the fat on Feng Xian's face was twitching. "Let's go back to the camp first." Yaoing felt like a tiger. He was chasing a dozen enemies alone. They didn't even know to escape separately and just rushed in the same direction. He chased after them, and his arrows seemed to have eyes, piercing the backs of each enemy. Watching them fall down with screams, he felt that these enemies were much easier to shoot than the prey in the forest. He chased them all the way out of the woods, but he still felt he hadn't had enough. On the way back, he met 2 enemies who were shot by arrows, but not dead. But he remembered that the messenger of God said that captives could also be useful, so he did not take action. "Eagle, you actually chased here too." He heard the voice of force. "How many did you hit? Let's compare them." Yaoing said confidently in the direction where the voice came from. "I hit 6. "Sorry, I shot 7. Yali came out of the woods and said proudly, "But this time it must be that Gaigu who killed more. The traps he set for more than 10 days are probably all triggered." Hey, don't go in the middle, let's go to the side road." Yaoing called out to Yali, "Goose traps are so well hidden, maybe some of them haven't been triggered yet." "Did you really hit 7? I never lie." Sui was getting sleepy while waiting on the hill. He saw Yao Yu push aside the bushes and come out, a rare look of excitement on his face. They all escaped from the forest. Yao Yu saw his lazy look, as if he had expected it. "You guess they were going to escape?" "It's you. Are you going to run away or not?" Sui asked back. "If it's me, I won't come in." "You are a smart woman." Sui yawned. In primitive society, people generally fought head-on with sticks and stones. His tactics and weapons can be described as a dimensionality reduction attack. He will fail only if he is a well-trained soldier who is determined to fight to the death. This tactic is indeed a bit advanced to deal with a group of rabble. It would be somewhat unreasonable if the enemy was not completely defeated. Chapter 39. You're so scary. In this battle, 33 enemies were killed and 9 were captured. The total number added up is more than that of all the people in the Xuanniao tribe. There was no casualty among the Xuanniao tribe. God's messenger. God's messenger. God's messenger. The Xuanniao people knelt down fanatically at Su Yi's feet. Yao Yu stood behind Su Yi's stone bench. She looked at his profile in the sunlight, admiration unconsciously revealed in her eyes. He glanced at Ling, who was also standing behind him, her face full of pride. Yes, she is the woman of God's messenger. His status in the tribe has surpassed that of the tribe leader. She now firmly believes that the Xuanniao tribe will become stronger under the leadership of Sui. By then, how many members of the Xuanniao tribe will there be? 100? 200? When she thought about hundreds of people kneeling at her feet in the future, her heart seemed to jump out of her chest. The strength of the Xuanniao tribe is the result of everyone's joint efforts, and the credit belongs to everyone. Sui stood up from the small stone bench, holding up his palms. Everyone, stand up. The people of the Xuanniao tribe knelt even more devoutly. They all knew that the weapons and methods of warfare were brought by the messengers of God. But he actually said it was everyone's effort. God's messenger. God's messenger. God's messenger. The tribesmen shouted. All right. Sui said seriously, how are you going to work if you kneel down? Everyone got up one by one. In a corner of the camp, 9 lightly wounded prisoners were tied together with a strong rope. When Sui passed by, several people knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy. He ordered his men to untie the ropes that connected them, then looked down at the 9 people. Please, spare me. I don't want to die. Please. We are all from the same tribe, and I didn't want to kill you. Sui said with a look of regret. In the end, you insisted on coming to die. Give me a reason not to kill you? Sui asked, squatting down. The prisoners looked at each other, unable to utter a word for a long time. They knew very well that no matter which tribe treated male prisoners, they would kill them and make barbecue. I have a way to save your lives. You say it, and we will definitely do it. Several prisoners said in unison. If each of you kills a person from the Yinfeng tribe, you can prove that you are not my enemy, and naturally you can stay in the Xuanniao tribe and be a happy slave. Sui said with a smile. But the people of the Yinfeng tribe are outside the forest. A prisoner asked puzzledly. If you let them go, aren't you afraid that they will escape? The smiling man in front of me is obviously not a fool. Stupid. Sui straightened up. Aren't the people around you from the Flame Phoenix clan? After saying that, he turned and left. The curses and screams behind him spread, scaring many women of the Xuanniao tribe. The 9 prisoners were fighting each other in pairs, and there was another circle with 3 people tearing each other apart. Li, Ying, take the people to keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape. Several people from the Tiger tribe have lost their home. Sui is not afraid that they will run away, but these 9 people will definitely run for their lives if they get the chance. It is better to keep half of the ones who can be used than to keep 9 who are untrustworthy. 9 people fought against each other. In order to survive, they picked up stones and branches from the ground and attacked each other. The men of the Xuanniao tribe held their weapons and surrounded them. Not long after, 5 people died, and the remaining 4 were covered in blood, sitting there in despair. Huh? Why only 5 people died? Sui walked over and said after hearing no sound. The 4 survivors were trembling with fear. It turned out that he wanted to kill all 9 of them. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll just spare your lives. The man smiled again. He was like the devil. The 4 of them all prostrated themselves, grateful for Suyi's gift. Give them something to eat, and when you're done, take these 4 people to the mountain to dig a hole and bury the bodies. After solving the problem of prisoners, Sui felt a lot more relieved. You were so scary. Yayu came over and looked at him and said, I am from the Xuanniao tribe. Looking at Yayu, who was wearing animal skin shorts and a strapless vest, Sui couldn't help but secretly praised in his heart, top quality. The clothes made her waist look as slender as a willow, and the curves up and down made him unable to take his eyes away. Seeing his undisguised gaze falling on his chest, Yayu subconsciously straightened his chest. She likes this dress very much. It is very comfortable and not drafty. When the men in the tribe saw her, all of them were stunned. But the only one who dared to stare at it was the messenger of God. But if he likes to watch it, let him watch it. Chief, someone has escaped from the forest again. The Yifeng tribe was filled with gloom and sorrow. The death of a large number of his tribesmen made Feng Xian's position in the tribe no longer stable. Feng Xian waved his hand weakly and asked him to leave. In the past 2 days, 4 tribesmen have escaped back, which is a little consolation. Chief, I have good news. I have good news to report. A man rushed in from outside the door, his body covered with scratches and his hair was covered with leaves and dirt. Okay, you are the 5th person to escape. Feng Xinxiang cheered up and comforted him with a smile. Chief, I overheard a big secret. The man came closer and whispered, the Blackbird tribe. Bang. After hearing this, Feng Xian clapped his legs and stood up, staring at the other person's eyes. Are you sure? Chief, it's absolutely true. I even followed him from a distance, and there is absolutely no trap. Good job. Feng Xian was overjoyed. Come here, prepare some food for him, and give him a cowhide. No, a deerskin. Thank you, Chief. The man bowed his head and thanked him. That day he hid in the bushes and did not escape with everyone, but he accidentally heard the secret of the Xuanniao tribe. He was also very brave and followed the two people all the way to the Xuanniao tribe's camp before returning the same way. Go down and have a good rest first. Feng Xian's movements were too big and the wound on his leg was torn again. Yao, you treacherous, damnable, stinky woman. Let's see how you can escape from my grasp this time. He immediately decided to gather his troops and wipe out the Xuanniao tribe in one fell swoop the next day. No, I don't agree. The head of the Konoha tribe stood up and said, we have fought against the Black Wolf tribe many times and we didn't lose so many people. Yes, our tribe can't afford the loss. Who knows if they have other means? Everyone who had a say in the tribe opposed Feng Xian's decision. Feng Xian, who was in the first place, had already expected this. We have now offended the Black Wolf tribe and provoked the Blackbird tribe. Once they unite, our Flame Phoenix tribe will be destroyed. After these words fell, everyone in the tribe sighed, not knowing what to do. We will send some dried meat to the Xuanniao tribe. Considering the previous tribe, they will definitely not invade us. Yes, their current territory was allocated to them by the old chief. Everyone, don't forget that when the leader of the Xuanniao tribe suddenly disappeared with his people, it was you who held a meeting and decided to divide up the Xuanniao tribe's things, occupy their nests and tools, and drive them out of their ancestral land. Feng Xian, don't say such nonsense. Chapter 40. The Road to Death. It was clearly your father who took the lead and everyone agreed to it. Why are you blaming us now? But my father is dead, and you are still alive. Feng Xian, who was in the first position, said calmly. Everyone be quiet. I think we should send some meat and return some of the things that Yao Yu's father left behind. She is a kind child and will definitely not attack us. One of them raised his hand. I agree. Someone agreed. What a joke. The Xuanniao tribe had no food at that time, and many of its members starved to death. Yao Yu begged for mercy many times, but you didn't give her anything. She has long been resentful of you. Feng Xian, the first officer, grinned and said, now we have a chance. We can directly wipe out the Xuanniao tribe and get their powerful weapons, medicine, and women. Think about it. If the powerful weapons of the Xuanniao tribe fell into our hands, would we still have to fear the Black Wolf tribe? The women of the Xuanniao tribe will give birth to our children, and when they grow up they will become warriors of our tribe. They have a fishing tool that can catch fish right on the shore. Then they will be ours. The tribal meeting ended and Feng Xian successfully incited everyone. But this time he could only take 50 people with him. The Black Wolf tribe has noticed something wrong in the past few days. More and more people were sent to the surrounding areas of their tribe. 50 people are enough. There are only a dozen men in the Xuanniao tribe, and he doesn't care about women at all. That night, Feng Xian prepared to repeat his old trick and sneaked into the woods with 50 people. As a result, in the evening, another group of people rushed out of the forest. Looking at his body covered with scars, Feng Xian patted his shoulder with concern. He didn't notice the caution in the man's eyes. Chief, I found a way to bypass the Xuanniao tribe's trap. When Feng Xian heard the news again, he believed it without a doubt. Okay, he said happily, tomorrow you and Feng Wu will lead the way together. I will reward you handsomely if we destroy the Xuanniao tribe. The person who reported the news was stunned for a moment, but quickly concealed his expression. However, his fear of the Xuanniao tribe's envoy reached an even greater level. That man actually sent 2 groups of people. But, aren't there 9 prisoners? Fortunately, he didn't have any other thoughts. You are seriously injured. Go ask the witch for some medicine. Feng Xian warned. You are so brave. How dare you lie to the leader? The witch's sudden and inexplicable words made Mu Chuan's heart beat wildly. What nonsense are you talking about, witch? How dare I lie to the leader? He said with a guilty conscience. The wounds on your body are not caused by grass or trees. There are even teeth marks on the back of your thigh. You can't fool me. The witch's voice was flat. Don't say anything. Let me guess. The witch's eyes sparkled. It's been so long. You definitely didn't fight with the Xuanniao people. Then, did you fight with your own people? Looking at his shocked eyes, she knew she was right. Tell me, why are you fighting with your own people? The witch looked into Mu Chuan's eyes calmly and said, you'd better tell the truth, or I will tell the leader immediately. Miko, please spare my life. Mu Chuan knelt down at her feet in fear. As long as you tell the truth, I will never tell the leader. The witch's eyes flashed with curiosity. Are you sure? Mu Chuan asked hopefully. Yes, I swear to the god of Flame Phoenix, the witch said solemnly. That's how it is. Mu Chuan heaved a sigh of relief and explained the whole process. He was so scared. He had never encountered as many things in his life as he had in the past 2 days. He desperately needed someone to talk to. The more the witch listened, the brighter her eyes became. Is Yao Yu so powerful? No, it's not her at all. Mu Chuan's eyes showed fear. It's a man. They all call him the messenger of God. God's messenger? The witch's eyes lit up. I don't know either. Anyway, it was a man who was not very strong. He sent me back to report the news. God's messenger? Is he Yao Yu's man? I don't know. Anyway, everyone in the Xuanniao tribe obeys his orders and does whatever he tells them to do. Muchuan, are you ready? A voice came from outside the door. The leader is going to lead the people to set off. Muchuan was frightened and immediately looked at the shrine maiden pleadingly. Go away. They are just superficial injuries, the witch said loudly. Muchuan gave him a grateful look, then opened the door and left. God's messenger? The witch muttered. What a sinister man. Her eyes flashed with deep curiosity. It was the same bush where I hid last time. Muchuan grabbed a grasshopper that had crawled onto his hair, crushed it to death, and put it into his mouth. Outside the woods, you can still see the bonfire of the Yinfeng tribe and the tribesmen patrolling with torches. But he could never go back there. The Yinfeng tribe's punishment for traitors is beheading and offering sacrifice to the gods. There is no chance for him to turn back. What's more, he is now a slave of the Xuanniao tribe. If he succeeds this time, he will be a high-level slave when he returns, while the other 3 tribesmen will only be low-level. High-level slaves can get a piece of dried meat every day, while low-level slaves can't eat meat at all, Xuanniao thought happily. The man also told him that if he performed well, he would have the opportunity to join the Xuanniao tribe and become a member of the tribe in the future. You can even get women from the Xuanniao tribe. He will definitely do a good job. The women of the Xuanniao tribe are so beautiful. A drop of dew fell on his eyelid, and Muchuan woke up from his sleep. The morning light is dim, and we will set off after we can see the road clearly. He didn't know what arrangements the Xuanniao tribe had made. His mission was only to lead them through that safe passage. Let's go, let's go. One by one, everyone got up and set out on the fatal road. God's messenger, they are coming this way. Okay. Sui stood up. After today's battle, I believe the Yinfeng tribe will not dare to invade us for some time in the future. You have been practicing archery for so long. Today is the time to test you. After this battle, we will reward you based on the number of enemies killed. Everyone, do your best. After making a pre-war declaration, Sui led his people to the ambush site. The roads along the way were really not suitable for human beings to walk on. Sui couldn't climb up in many places. Fortunately, Ling supported him all the way. The Xuanniao tribe members were divided into 2 groups and ambushed on 2 small hills. Below them was the barely passable path. From a high vantage point, more than 20 bows can fire more than 50 arrows in 2 rounds. Even if the casualties are not great, it is enough to scare the enemy. These rabble prevented him from farming in peace, which was really a trouble. Which way should we take? Feng Xian stared with his small eyes, his gaze moving suspiciously between the 2 of them. Muchuan shuddered all over. He didn't expect that the path the other person took would be different from his. Wasn't he sent by God? If they really rushed to the Xuanniao tribe, wouldn't he be dead? His first-class slaves and his women were all gone. Muchuan's mind raced. Chapter 41 Don't Provoke. Chief, the road Feng Wu led might have been correct before. Muchuan fell to his knees, blocking the way of everyone. But when I came back yesterday, I saw the people of the Xuanniao tribe setting traps on that road. Chief, enough of our people have died. We must not take that path, Muchuan said earnestly. Feng Wu glanced at the leader carefully. He was also a little uncertain in his heart. Who knew whether the Xuanniao tribe had set up traps behind the scenes? Then, let's do as Muchuan says, Feng Wu hesitantly said. If he and his people fall into a trap again, the leader will kill him. On one hand, he was kneeling and begging. On the other hand, he was avoiding eye contact. Feng Xian glared at Feng Wu unhappily. Waste. Next, Muchuan leads the way. Muchuan got up from the ground. I feel indescribable excitement in my heart. The feeling of having everything under control made his heart beat wildly. When the enemy arrives, let the ones in front go first, and aim at the ones in the middle and shoot. Pay attention to the fat man appearing in the crowd. He is their leader. Remember, in the future battles, you must kill their leader as soon as you get a chance. Sui lowered his voice and passed on his experience to the tribesmen around him. Yao Ling, who was lying beside him, felt her heart skip a beat when she heard this and silently kept these words in mind. The rustling sound came from far away. It was Muchuan who led the way. Wait a minute, Feng Xian suddenly said loudly. The team stopped immediately. The route that Muchuan led was indeed correct, and there was not a single trap along the way. But he found that there were mountains on both sides ahead and a road in the middle. Thinking of the Xuanniao tribe's tiny javelins with feathers, he decided to send a few people through to see what happens. Muchuan, take 10 people with you first. Muchuan's heart skipped a beat, and he said anxiously, Chief, this road is fine. Feng Xian rolled his eyes and glared at him. What? You don't dare to leave. Muchuan naturally dared to leave. His task was to lead people along this road. As for what arrangements the messenger of God had made, he had no idea. Watching Muchuan and his 10 followers disappear before his eyes. Only after they passed the valley did Feng Xin command everyone to move forward. When Sui saw that only 10 people came in, he was so nervous that he forgot to breathe. There were still flaws in the plan. He greatly underestimated the wisdom of primitive people. The other party must have noticed something, and that's why he didn't rush in all at once. He has already instructed that the tribesmen who are hiding separately will not take action. He was worried that Yao Yu on the opposite side would order his troops to shoot, which would alert the enemy. In fact, his worries were completely unnecessary. The order that Yao Yu gave to the group of people she led was, look at the other side for everything. If the opponent attacks them, they attack. If the opponent doesn't attack them, they don't move. Finally, the team of 40 people at the back slowly walked in. Yao Yu recognized the man who sneaked into her nest in the middle of the night at a glance. His fat body is still as annoying as before. The arrow was already on the string, aimed at his fat chest. Shoot. Here's Su Yi's voice. She immediately stood up from her hiding place, adjusted it slightly, and released the arrow she was holding. Feng Xion's heart began to beat wildly as he entered the valley. He glanced at the bushes on both sides of the valley, and the more he looked, the more frightened he became. The view upward was completely blocked, but they could be seen clearly from above. At this moment, a voice sounded from above. Retreat, he shouted. Several dark shadows shot over, causing severe pain in my heart. He looked down and saw 2 feathered javelins stuck in his chest. Everyone retreat. He endured the severe pain and cried out in agony. Shoot them. Shoot them. On both sides of the mountain, there were overwhelming shouts of killing from the enemy, and javelins were still falling into the crowd. Feng Xian fell down weakly. The leader is dead. Run. The leader is dead. The already panicked crowd suddenly pushed and shoved each other in the valley like frightened wild boars. Screams echoed throughout the valley. The 10 people who left first stood there in a daze for a moment, not knowing whether to go forward or retreat. Muchuan, what's going on? Feng Wu grabbed Muchuan's arm angrily. Muchuan panicked. The Xuanniao people are so cunning that they set a trap here too. Muchuan, you dare to lie. The man raised the stone hammer in his hand. Muchuan shouted, how should I know that there are traps on this road? I will walk with you, and I will always be in the front. If I knew there were traps on this road, would I still dare to go to the front? Put it down. How can you use weapons among your own people? Another person pulled the two apart. It's not Muchuan's fault. It's all because the Xuanniao people are too cunning. Yes, we should go back and say the leader now. Muchuan said angrily, instead of arguing here. Go back and say the leader. Walk. The 10 men immediately turned around and rushed back with weapons in hand. Muchuan, who was following at the end, had already turned around and left secretly. Feng Xian felt his eyes becoming increasingly heavy, and when he saw the 10 people who had left earlier coming back, his heart was bleeding. He knew that all of them had been fooled by Muchuan. But why did Muchuan? He wanted them to escape, but no sound came out. Looking at the blue sky between the trees, the screams and shouts around me became quieter and quieter. Father, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have provoked the Xuanniao tribe. Kneel down and I won't kill you. Sui shouted. Everyone in the Xuanniao tribe also shouted in unison. The dead naturally cannot hear. Those who were still alive and at a loss knelt down immediately after hearing the shouting. Among them were the 10 people who rushed into the valley later. When they found out their leader was dead, they lost their composure and ran the same way they came. The people in the valley tried desperately to escape. The two groups were crowded together and could hardly move. Tie them together alive with ropes, and let the seriously injured be killed directly by the captives of the Flame Phoenix tribe. Go and get a few more people to put away their weapons. Seeing that the commotion at the bottom of the valley had stopped, Sui asked his tribesmen to go down and clean up the battlefield. By the time he stumbled to the bottom of the valley, his tribesmen had already packed up. Where's your leader? Sui asked. That's it. A prisoner raised his head and pointed at the fat corpse on the ground. Tisk, it's not easy to maintain such a body of flesh in this era. Sui sighed. To the people of the Yifeng tribe, this meant that the person in front of them wanted to eat their leader. Take the prisoners who have killed their own people back first. Sui looked at Yaoying and said, those who have not killed anyone, give them weapons and let them poke a hole in the fat man's body. After saying this, he looked at the prisoners again. I'm telling you, if you want to live, just follow our instructions. If you try to escape, break your legs and hang you on a tree. If you dare to resist, break your legs and throw you into a wolf den, where the wolves will eat you alive. Sui threatened him in a stern voice and walked away first. The people of the Yifeng tribe were terrified and cooperated extremely well. This method of punishment was so weird and horrible that no one wanted to try it. Chapter 42, I won't kill you. Su, in fact, as long as you promise not to kill them and give them food, they will be very grateful to you. Yao Yu looked into Su Yi's eyes and said seriously. There were only 2 of them in the big shack, while everyone else was busy with their own tasks. You were too cautious. Yao Yu continued, leave these prisoners to me. I will ensure that none of them will escape and will stay in the tribe wholeheartedly. Sui pondered her words and shook his head firmly. No. He firmly believed that primitive people's sense of belonging to their tribe was above all else, and they would run for their lives at the first opportunity. His methods can effectively prevent escape and rebellion. If I fail, I will be your woman, and you can do whatever you want to me. Yao Yu said, gritting his teeth. If I succeed, you will have to listen to my advice in the future and not make all the decisions on your own. Do you dare to compete with me? Where did you learn this? Sui smiled as he looked at her pretty face. I learned it from a certain angel of God. Yao Yu couldn't help but pout as he spoke. Okay, let me try it. Siyi's heart trembled when he saw this. This cold and aloof female chief actually knows how to act like a spoiled child. He simply can't stand it. Okay, go ahead. Sui agreed immediately. Yao Yu stood up and smiled sweetly, then turned around and returned to her queen-like coldness. In this ambush, 24 people from the Yinfeng tribe were killed and 17 were captured. Yao Yu came to a group of prisoners. The dozen or so people looked at her and shrank back in fear. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. She walked up to the prisoners one by one and untied their ropes. Are you willing to stay? I hope you will stay in our Xuanniao tribe. A dozen or so captives were stunned at first, then their faces showed ecstasy. Plop, plop. More than a dozen people knelt down and bowed at her feet. Get up. There's no need to do this. Yao Yu raised his arms with his palms facing upward. We are all from the same tribe. We should help each other and not kill each other. Poisonous snakes and ferocious beasts are our enemies. A dozen prisoners stood up cautiously, looking at the beautiful woman in front of them with devout eyes. From now on you will be our new leader, someone shouted first. The others immediately followed suit and shouted, Leader! Leader! Sui saw everything that happened in the corner of the camp. He always asked his tribesmen to be prepared to prevent the captives from suddenly attacking and harming Yao Yu. In his opinion, the loyalty of the captives could not be trusted, and it was very likely that they would do something rebellious for the sake of food and women. A dozen people gathered together are enough to cause considerable unrest. I'm not the leader, I'm just the patriarch of the Xuanniao tribe. Sui saw Yao Yu waving at him to come over. He walked up to the prisoners. The captives looked at him with fear in their eyes. Eagle, go get some dried fish to share with them. Yao Ying, who was following behind him, turned and left. I want to tell you that if you stay here, you will have meat to eat and women to sleep with. But if anyone wants to betray us and secretly do something to harm the Xuanniao tribe, I will break your limbs and hang you on a tree and dry you alive. Yao Yu glared at Sui unhappily. Does he have to mention women whenever he speaks? On one side is a bright and living path, on the other side is a dark and dead end. Even a fool knows how to choose. The captives were terrified and wanted to lie down and bow, but they dared not move. After Sui finished speaking, he turned and left. The dried fish was distributed. I thought it was just a small piece, but it turned out to be a palm-sized piece. The prisoners swallowed their saliva, but no one dared to move. Dried fish. This is dried fish. In the past, catching 1 or 2 fish were only enjoyed by the clan leaders and chiefs, not them. Eat. He is right. If you work hard in the future, you will have the opportunity to eat meat often, Yao Yu said. Hearing her words, the captives stuffed the food into their mouths greedily. After eating a few bites, he did not forget to lick his palms and suck his fingers. A dozen people sat quietly in a corner of the camp, occasionally whispering to each other. Look, isn't that Muchuan? Great. He was the one who killed Chief Feng Xin. Several prisoners stood up and prepared to teach Muchuan a lesson. You are crazy. If you want to hang yourself on a tree and turn into jerky, go ahead, someone said anxiously. Muchuan is a traitor. No, I will tell the new leader that Muchuan cannot be trusted. A man mustered up the courage and walked towards the big shack. After a while, he came back with a sad look on his face. How is it? What does the new leader say? Everyone came forward. He said Muchuan did it on his orders. Muchuan's performance was somewhat beyond Su Yi's expectations. His ability to adapt to changing circumstances was indeed better than others. He also unceremoniously agreed to reward him with meat and animal skins, and promised him that as long as a woman from the Xuanniao tribe fell in love with him, he would never stop her. Muchuan prostrated himself with gratitude. Sui took the opportunity to give him the task of supervising the captives of the Yinfeng tribe. Muchuan, you are not a human. You deserve to die. Brother, if the new leader asks you to go back to the Yinfeng tribe and cheat people, will you go? The man who asked the question was speechless. The matriarch spared his life, and the new leader gave him fish meat. Moreover, he personally killed a person from the Yinfeng tribe in the valley. Now he can only follow the Xuanniao tribe to continue to survive. I will go, the man sighed. Muchuan had already seen Siyi's methods, and now he was completely obedient to him. After all, I came earlier than you, and I know more than you. Muchuan approached them. Come, I will tell you about the rules of the Xuanniao tribe. Knowing the rules can help you avoid making mistakes and being punished, so other people immediately became interested. First of all, the leader is very kind to his own people. He regards everyone as important. He treats us like this only because we don't have his trust. Muchuan looked around at everyone. Then how can we gain the trust of the new leader? Need I ask? Of course I will do something that benefits the Xuanniao tribe. Just like if you go out and rob a few women and bring them back, the leader will certainly reward you and trust you. By the way, there are 2 more women you need to pay special attention to. Muchuan said mysteriously. Isn't the matriarch beautiful? Beautiful. Like a goddess, the captives said in unison. Look at her with respect next time. She is the leader's woman. If you make her angry, no one can save you. She is not the chief's woman, so we respect her too. That's right, others echoed. There is another woman who is dressed in the same clothes as the clan leader. She is also very beautiful. Be careful not to offend her when you see her. The captives kept it in mind. Muchuan, I heard before that the leader of the Xuanniao tribe is the most powerful one. How come there is a leader now? Chapter 43 Division of Labor. In fact, the people of the Xuanniao tribe don't call their leaders leaders, they call them divine messengers. God's messenger? Did you get fish? They were caught with the tools invented by the gods. The Xuanniao tribe can get as many fish as they want. Muchuan repeated what he had learned. And there are also feathered javelins. That's also a weapon invented by the gods. It can make a hole with one shot. It's very powerful. The captives once again recalled the figure who was about to hang them from the tree. This time, in addition to fear, there was also some reverence. You know the trap, right? That was also invented by the god's messenger. So, no matter how many people there are in the Yifeng tribe, they are no match for the Xuanniao tribe. You know how good it is to stay here. The captives had no idea what the future held. But they knew that being a member of the Xuanniao tribe meant they would not have to starve, nor would they have to die in vain. And there's more. The messenger of God can turn 2 pheasants into 9. Muchuan's last sentence almost made the captives kneel down. If using tools to catch fish is still within their understanding. So, turning 2 chickens into 9 is something that only an omnipotent God can do. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Muchuan felt proud. The Xuanniao people who told him this at the time probably felt the same as he does now. By the way, there is one more important thing. Muchuan's eyes sparkled. You are not yet a member of the Xuanniao tribe. You have only joined the Xuanniao tribe but have not yet been recognized by them. It's not just you, I am the same. But I am now a high-level slave, and you are still low-level slaves. Low-level slaves? The shocked crowd came back to their senses. Low-level slaves can only eat meat every few days, but high-level slaves can eat meat every day. Muchuan was very proud. Then how can I become a high-level slave? You can only be promoted to a chicken after making merit, right? That's what the messenger of God said. If I can be promoted to a chicken again, I will be a formal member of the Xuanniao tribe. Muchuan looked longingly. Muchuan, if you go back to deceive the Yifeng tribe next time, be sure to call me. I want to go too. I'm going too. Su, there are so many new people in the tribe, we won't have enough food. Yaoyu was happy but also a little worried. Some people are not afraid of having nothing to eat. Sui said confidently, it is no problem for this piece of land to feed our small population. As long as we master the method, there will be more food than we can eat. Yaoyu looked at the light in his eyes and his heart beat wildly involuntarily. She always thought that she would find a strong and powerful man to be her man, but now whenever she thought about it, Sui's face always popped up in her head. Now that we have the manpower, we can start planning the camp fence. Sui stroked his chin, and it's time to assign tasks to them. Only by focusing can we be efficient. Division of labor? Yaoyu asked curiously. Yes, division of labor. Everyone has different talents, just like the clothes made by Lian are very good. Sui said, and looked at Yaoyu again. Seeing the other party's eyes gradually getting colder, he continued. In the past, you didn't have powerful weapons, and the whole clan had to go out to surround the prey. Now that we have bows and arrows and traps, only a few people can do what the entire tribe used to do. This way others can be freed up to complete other tasks. Yaoyu discovered that whenever she treated him well, he would take advantage of her. If she hadn't used her eyes to stop him, she would have suspected that he would dare to touch her in broad daylight. Then how do you think we should divide the work? Yaoyu asked calmly. I have decided that Lian will make the clothes for the entire clan from now on, and she can choose 2 assistants. Ying and Li will each take half of the male tribesmen and 6 captives to form 2 hunting teams. The 2 teams will take turns hunting and patrolling. Speaking of these 2 guys, they haven't been punished yet. If it weren't for Muchuan's cleverness, the camp might have been attacked. That's right. These 2 people are too careless. Yaoyu rarely reached an agreement with Sui. Sui nodded and continued. Go ask Lan if she is willing to be in charge of fishing. The remaining slaves are now in your hands. Lead them to chop down trees and clear the area around the camp. By the way, don't chop down fruit trees if you come across them. Don't let the two elders cut down trees. Leave the task of making arrows to them. Okay, Secretary Yu. Inform everyone of my arrangements. Sui sat in the first seat originally occupied by Yao Yu and stretched. Yao Yu nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Night by the bonfire. Chief, can't you change the way of punishment? Under the firelight, Yao Ying's face turned blood red. Yeah, this is too embarrassing. Yao Li's expression was no less embarrassing. At this time, two people who had their animal skin skirts stripped off were lying on the stone slabs. Men, women, young and old from the surrounding Xuanniao tribe, and even a group of slaves were asked to come and watch. This was Su Yi's special request. The people around laughed and pointed from time to time. The two of them wanted to get under the stone slab. They knew they had made a big mistake and were ready to be punished. But they never dreamed of this method. There was no need to guess. It was obvious that it was the idea of the messenger of God. If the patriarch is willing to plead with the envoy of God, perhaps a different approach can be adopted. As a result, they found that the patriarch ignored them. Ling, please, talk to the envoy. Other than this, any other punishment is fine. I have a leopard skin to give you. Yao Ying's eyes rolled and he bribed directly. Yao Ling waved her hands repeatedly. She wouldn't dare. You want to try another one? Sui walked closer and heard the words, and asked back coldly. The two of them shut up immediately. No, absolutely not. Yeah, that's fine. Yao Li stuttered. Gu, you go. Sui commanded, beat them 20, no, 30 sticks. Aim for the ass. Yao Gu followed the order, raised the wooden stick handed to him by Sui, and hit Yao Ying on the butt. Yao Ying groaned. Everyone, watch and don't leave. Their carelessness almost caused the Xuanniao tribe to suffer losses. Fortunately, thanks to Muchuan's quick thinking, we didn't make a big mistake. Come here, give Muchuan 5 pieces of dried fish and a deerskin. Oh. The onlookers gasped. This reward was too much, and everyone couldn't help but look at Muchuan with envy. The slaves in particular were not only envious but also jealous, as they had never eaten 5 pieces of dried fish in their entire lives. Someone immediately came forward behind Sui holding a reward. Muchuan was shaking with excitement. He bent down and raised his hands with his palms facing upwards. Thank you, messenger of God. Feeling the heavy object in his hand and the gazes of countless people, Muchuan felt that he could die for the Xuanniao tribe. Seeing the reward immediately handed over to Muchuan, everyone felt as if it was in their own hands. Chapter 44 Pigsty. That is to say, from that night on, all the people of the Xuanniao tribe, whether they were clan members or slaves, understood that the messengers of God would be punished if they made mistakes and rewarded if they made meritorious deeds. Moreover, rewards and punishments are clear and there is no delay. Looking at the fire burning in everyone's eyes, Yao Yu knew that from tonight on, the position of God's envoy Sui in the clan would no longer be shaken in the slightest. No matter what he asks, everyone will try their best to complete it. If he wanted, he could even order his people to tie her up and send her to his nest. Thinking of this, she immediately shook her head and put the strange idea behind her. After 30 beatings, the buttocks of the 2 men were covered in blood. 2 tribesmen helped them downstairs to apply medicine. Su, I shot 2 people to death today. Why don't you just reward me? After everyone left, Yao Ling came over and said arrogantly. Sui picked her up and walked towards the shack while saying, I'll reward you right away. Oh, you're so annoying. There are others here. Yao Ling cried out. You mean you? She's one of us. Bah. Who are you and your family? Yao Yu watched the 2 of them walk away laughing, then turned and walked towards his nest. You really don't know how to be shy. The Yefeng tribe was filled with gloom and sorrow. The Xuanniao tribe was invaded twice, resulting in nearly 100 casualties. Even the leader died in the valley. It's bad, Chief. The Black Wolf tribe has stolen our prey. A man stumbled back to the camp. We hunted a bear and were going to bring it back for everyone to have a good meal. But the people from the Black Wolf tribe rushed out, snatched our prey, and injured my people. The person who rushed in was covered in blood. Chief Mui, you have to make the decision for me. The Black Wolf tribe is going too far. Come on, follow me. Mui shouted. After Feng Xian's death, he was elected as the leader of the Yefeng tribe. The tribesmen have suffered losses, and justice must be sought. The 2 tribes clashed again on that battlefield. Sticks clashed, shouts were thrown, bellies were ripped open, and heads were bleeding. The Yefeng tribe, which was already less powerful than the Black Wolf tribe, had lost many of its members, making it even less of a match. After a fierce battle, the Yefeng tribe retreated with screams and howls. The Black Wolf tribe returned triumphantly with the captives. Chief, I think the Yefeng tribe has fewer people than us. Why don't we go out in full force to wipe them out and occupy their territory? A tribesman suggested. No. Lang Xiao pondered for a moment. Feng Xian is very cunning. If we all go out, we might fall into his trap. Did you notice? He didn't show up today. He always rushes to the front. Wolf Howl said. Today, some of the people from the Yifeng tribe are missing. It is very likely that Feng Xin is ambushing there. Fortunately, I left some people in our camp. As long as we find the right opportunity and kill a few of them at a time, we can slowly wipe them out completely. Father, are we really not going to join forces with the Xuanniao tribe? Lang Wei asked. Silly daughter, let's not talk about whether the person you met last time was deceiving you. Even if what they said was true, we will not join forces with them. Think about it. After we destroyed the Yifeng tribe, their territory belonged to us. Why should we share it with the Xuanniao tribe? As for the Xuanniao tribe, let them continue to stay in the forest. As he was speaking, a tribe member rushed into the nest. Chief, the captives of the Yifeng tribe have given us a message. Their leader Feng Xin has died, along with dozens of others. Their new leader is called Mui. Mui? Lang Xiao was surprised. Who killed Feng Xin? The prisoners said that it was done by the Xuanniao tribe, said the subordinate. Take me to see the prisoner. Wolf Xiao was overjoyed. The subordinate raised his head and said hesitantly, Chief, the man has been smashed to death. 30 days later, the Xuanniao tribe. The tribesmen and slaves worked hard and everything was thriving. The expanded camp was surrounded by a thick fence and equipped with a sturdy wooden gate. On the east side of the camp, there is a special area for feeding livestock. The circle surrounded by tall fences was divided into 3 parts, which housed a wild boar, a kind of gray, unknown sheep, and 2 wolves. Sui tried to tame the wolves into dogs, and he would feed them personally every time. In the pig pen, the number of wild boars increased to 3, including 2 sows and 1 boar, and they lived in peace. There are 2 rams in the sheepfold. Every time they are full, they start fighting, making the pen very lively. This circle and the camp fence were built with cut trees tightly planted in the ground. The well-developed underground root system and backward tools made digging the soil extremely difficult. It took nearly 30 days to complete the task, and it took a lot of effort from the slaves. Everyone in the tribe joked that pigs and sheep lived better than humans. The chicks grew very fast, and the shed to keep them was not big enough, so the slaves were busy building a chicken coop these days. Did you catch something alive again today? A voice came from outside the wooden door of the camp, and Sui looked in the direction of the voice. Behind Yoing were 2 people carrying a sheep. The sheep had round eyes staring at him, as if it was dead. Alas, even rams have companions now. Yoing sighed, turned around and found Sui looking at him, and closed his mouth. Ing, it sounds like you're feeling a little lonely, Sui said indifferently after Yaoing approached. God's messenger, I was just talking about sheep, nothing else. Yaoing saw the gleam in Suyi's eyes and knew that he was in a good mood. God's messenger, when can you get us some women? We are so tired. Sui knew what he was thinking. I used to think we should conquer by force, but then your clan leader taught me, and I decided that we could conquer people by virtue. Eagle, to tell you the truth, when there are 10 sheep in this pen, women will come to you on their own. When the time comes, they will all scramble to be your women, and you will have to be picky. Sui leaned closer and said mysteriously, God's messenger, this is serious. Yao Ying's eyes also lit up. You kid, what did you not do that I said? With your words, I can get 20 sheep, not to mention 10. Okay, it's a deal, 20. I'm just saying, you can't. A true man means what he says? It's hard to catch up with the enemy once you've done it. Yaoing gritted his teeth. I'll go find Gu now and ask him to help set up some traps. Yaoing said this and rushed towards Yao Gu's shack. A dozen slaves were building a chicken coop next to the sheep pen, and Muchuan was the leader. The slaves of the Xuanniao tribe were divided into 2 levels, high and low. Now there are only 2 high-level slaves, one is Muchuan and the other is Lang Bin. The 2 of them enjoyed almost the same treatment as the Xuanniao tribe, with meat to eat every day and nests to live in at night. The other slaves could only live in huts that were not very sheltered from the rain. Although they would not starve, they could only eat meat once every few days. Therefore, the 2 naturally became the objects of envy of other slaves. Seeing the messenger of God standing by, everyone worked hard on their tasks. They all want to come into the sight of God's messenger and get promoted by him. Including Muchuan and the other 2, there are a total of 25 slaves from the Xuanniao tribe, and they have become the main force of labor. The men of the Xuanniao tribe only engage in higher-level jobs, such as hunting and patrolling. Chapter 45, Plea. Chief, the Black Wolf tribe is too powerful, said a chief. What should we do? Inside the meeting hut of the Yifeng tribe, everyone had a sad face. In the past 30 days, the Black Wolf tribe had invaded repeatedly, causing many casualties to the Flame Phoenix tribe, and many women were abducted. Even the places where they often hunted were occupied by the Black Wolf tribe. The children and the elderly in the tribe were hungry all day long, and even the young and strong people who went out hunting could not fill their stomachs. It's all Feng Xion's fault. If he hadn't insisted on doing it, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Let's retreat. Retreat to the forest of ferocious beasts over there. Mui sighed. The beast forest? Isn't that the territory of the Xuanniao tribe? Yes, everyone echoed. Mui snorted coldly and said, that place was originally the territory of our Yefeng tribe. It was given to them by Feng Xian's father at that time. Now, we are just moving to our own territory. But, will the Xuanniao tribe agree? Alas, not only is Feng Xian dead, but we have also offended the Xuanniao tribe. What should we do? We are all Yaoyu's elders. Now we have moved to our own territory. We only need to inform her. Can she bring people to fight us? That's right. I once gave her barbecue when she was a child. Notify everyone to evacuate the entire tribe. Mui made the final decision. The people of the Yinfeng tribe, carrying weapons and animal skins, holding wooden tubes and stone bowls, left the camp, looking back every few steps. Captain, it's bad. A large group of people from the Flame Phoenix tribe are coming to attack us. Today it is Yao Li's turn to lead patrol. Hearing this, he immediately ordered his men to hide. Looking through the gaps in the trees, there were indeed quite a few people from the Yifeng tribe. Looking more closely, besides the young and strong, there were also the old, the weak, and women in the team. These people were holding animal skins and stone bowls in their hands. They did not come to fight, but more like migrants. Idiot! Yao Li slapped the man who reported the news. Have you ever seen women and children in battle? I tell you every day to think. Yao Li recalled the words of the angel of God. Have you said so much that it has reached the ears of the wild boar? Captain, you are smart. They certainly don't look like they're here to fight. Come on, let's go out and find out why they came to our territory. A group of 7 or 8 people jumped out of the bushes, shouting. The people of the Yinfeng tribe were running around in the jungle in the dark, looking for a suitable place to set up camp. I was startled by the sudden shouting. How dare you, the Yifeng tribe, come to our territory? Yao Li put his hands on his hips. Mui felt relieved when he saw that there were only a few people on the other side. You are from the Xuanniao tribe, right? That's right. Go back and tell your tribe leader Yaoyu that half of this forest belongs to our Yifeng tribe. Don't come here to hunt in the future. We will not invade you. We live in peace. Old man, you're talking nonsense. Yao Li Bao's temper immediately flared up. He shouted, the entire beast forest is the territory of our Xuanniao tribe. Get out now, or I won't be polite. Mui raised his stone spear and shouted, there are only a few of you. Let me see how you can drive us away. Ouch, ouch. The Yifeng tribe members behind him immediately shouted to cheer. I'm so angry. Give me the bow. I must teach them a lesson. Yao Li threw down the stone axe in his hand and asked his subordinates behind him for his bow. Taking the bow and knocking an arrow on it, he aimed directly at the opponent's chest. Captain, the man who handed over the bow said hurriedly, the messenger of God said that the other party did not take the initiative to attack, so we can't be ruthless. Look, they were just demonstrating. They didn't dare to rush over. Yao Li rolled his eyes and suppressed the anger in his heart. The messenger of God often said that he was easily impulsive, so forget it, just scare them first. Yao Liu took aim and shot an arrow at the totem flagpole of the Yinfeng tribe, which was as thick as an arm. Bang! The arrow passed through Mui's ear and was nailed into the flagpole. Why don't you get out of our territory? Yao Li shouted. The next arrow will be shot at your heart. Mui broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He had heard from his tribesmen who had escaped back that the Xuanniao tribe had a powerful javelin that could shoot far and accurately. Retreat! Get out of the forest! Seeing a large group of people fleeing, Yao Li shouted, chase them, drive them out of the territory. Yao Li waited until the Yinfeng tribe left the forest before returning with a big laugh. Captain, you were so brave. Haha, you guys need to practice hard too. Outside the forest, the Yinfeng tribe was at a loss. Oh God, why do you treat our Yinfeng tribe like this? Mui raised his hands and looked up to the sky. Chief, I have a way to keep all our people alive. Mui turned around in surprise and found that the person who spoke was the witch. Tell me quickly, what can you do? Yes, tell me quickly. Other tribesmen also looked at him expectantly. As long as we are willing to put aside our dignity and beg the Xuanniao tribe, they should let us stay, said the witch. Mui sighed. Now that things have come to this, I can only ask Yaoyu for help. Who is willing to beg them on behalf of our tribe? Mui looked around and saw that the tribesmen were avoiding his gaze. The Xuanniao tribe was so ferocious that everyone was afraid of being shot in the heart by the javelin. Seeing that no one stepped forward, the witch gritted her teeth and said, Chief, I am willing to go. The witch's father was horrified. Kid, are you crazy? They're going to shoot you. Mui glared at him and said happily, Great. I'll get a few people to go with you. The witch shook her head. No need. After saying this, she went into the dense forest alone. Captain, someone's coming again. What? They dare to come. Yao Li jumped up from the ground. We must teach them a lesson this time. Yao Li led his men out of the forest and found a woman from the Yinfeng tribe. A good-looking woman. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to occupy their territory, they are Yao Li's enemy. Warriors of the Xuanniao tribe, I'm here on behalf of the Yefeng tribe. I'd like to ask you to tell your tribe leader to give our tribe a piece of land to live in. When the witch saw the figure, she immediately stated her purpose. The sound was clear and crisp through the branches and bushes. Don't even think about it. How could our territory be given to your tribe? Get out of here. Yao Li waved his hands impatiently. As a result, the woman not only did not leave, but also moved closer to him step by step. Stop. If you come any closer, I will shoot you to death, Yao Li said viciously. The woman trembled when she heard that, but she walked firmly. Yao pulled the bow hard and shot an arrow at the woman's feet. I didn't shoot you wrong. I was just giving you a warning. I will definitely shoot you to death next time. The witch didn't dare to take a step forward. She believed that the other party was not just talking. How can you help convey this? The witch shouted. I know you're from the Xuanniao tribe. Maybe you even know me. I am the witch of the Yefeng tribe. Witch. Yao Li tried hard to recall, but there was no memory of witch in his mind. However, looking at the pretty woman standing not far away, his mind began to become active. Chapter 46 Two Roads. He is so stupid. Why did you kill her? Instead of envying the boar in the pen, you might as well just snatch this woman back. You said you're a witch? Bullshit. That's not what a witch looks like. Do you know me? Can you tell me who you are? The witch was excited. It's not that she is not afraid of death, but for the Yefeng tribe and for her father, she must complete the mission. She gritted her teeth and moved closer to the other person step by step, hoping that he would recognize her. Pin the loose hair on your cheeks and forehead behind your ears, revealing a pretty little face. Yao Li looked at the other person's face, licked his lips, and dropped the bow. When the distance was about right, he took a big step and rushed out. When the witch saw this, she knew she had been tricked and immediately turned around and ran back. But how could she outrun Yao Li? Yao Li caught up with him in a few steps, picked him up, and carried him on his shoulder. Ah ha ha. He laughed heartily. Let me go. Help. Let me go. The witch punched and kicked. Yao Li felt the softness in his arms and shoulders, and his soul felt numb. The smell in my nose is different from that of men. It smells really good. You guys keep an eye on this place. If anything happens, send someone back to inform me. I want to send the prisoners back to the camp first. Yao Li gave the instructions and strode away. Sui looked at the woman huddled in the corner with tears on her face and seemed to be hesitant to speak. He turned to look at Yao Li and found his scratched face funny again. Li, I know you miss women, but she's just a messenger. What are you carrying back for? Two armies are fighting, but the envoys are not killed. Girl, don't be afraid. He was just blinded by lust for a moment. Tell me everything clearly and I will let you go. Yao Li was anxious. He finally had a woman. God's messenger. What do you mean? Shut up. Sui pretended to be angry. Yao Li left the shack in dejection. Outside the shack, many men from the Xuanniao tribe had already gathered. When Li was carrying the woman back, he happened to meet Yao Ying and his group who were returning from hunting. They were like wolves that had been hungry for months and saw meat, and they flirted all the way. The messenger of God wants to let her go back. Yao Li sat down on the open space in the middle of the field. Kiki. Yao Ying laughed when he heard that. I thought you were going to eat meat before me. You scared me. When the forest was robbed, the witch was only a little bit frightened. She knew that no tribal woman would be killed casually and would usually be left behind as a reward to meritorious tribesmen. But when she was surrounded and teased by a group of men at that strange gate, she almost fainted from fright. She suddenly remembered that the Xuanniao tribe would definitely not intermarry, and as a woman from another tribe, her fate was unimaginable. But in some tribes, there are indeed many men sharing one woman. Fortunately, the man in front of her told her that they would not hurt her. Is he the messenger of the Xuanniao tribe? Doesn't look strong at all. But the strong man who carried her back didn't dare to speak loudly in front of him. Come to think of it, your Yefeng tribe invaded us twice, and I haven't settled the score with you yet? The witch stood up, holding onto the pillar. Our Yefeng tribe is almost extinct. Oh, Black Wolf tribe. Sui sat in the first seat and listened to her story carefully. The Yefeng tribe can only say that it has brought it upon themselves. They had to provoke themselves, otherwise they would have nowhere to stay. The Flame Phoenix tribe attacked us before. They're our enemies. I should take this opportunity to send people to destroy you now. The witch was so frightened that her body trembled and she almost fell down. But Yao Yu, out of some old friendship, advised me not to destroy you. How about this? As long as you agree to my conditions, it's not impossible for you to settle down in our territory. Sui looked at the other party and said, otherwise, won't our losses be huge? You tell me. I will tell our leader every word. The witch said excitedly with her heart pounding. Every time the moon is the fullest in the sky, you must bring me 10 pieces of dried meat made from big game and 10 deerskins. Sui said after thinking for a moment. There are 2 moons in the sky, one big and one small. Sui observed and recorded that the big moon is full once every 35 days. This. Go back and repeat your statement. If you agree, you can stay with the Yifeng tribe. If you disagree, leave our territory. I see. The witch was very frustrated. The things the other party asked for would be enough for the tribe to eat for half a month if they were frugal. If this is a bit difficult, I have another way. Sui suddenly said again. You say. We can accept it generously. The women of your tribe, especially those who are young and suitable for childbearing like you, can directly join the Xuanniao tribe and enjoy the treatment of the tribe members. What about the man? The witch asked, grasping the key point. Man? I don't want a man. It's a waste of food. Sui shook his head repeatedly. But I am a kind person. If men are really desperate, they can come to our tribe and become happy low-level slaves. At least we don't have to worry about food and drink. The witch fell into deep thought. Sui turned and left. He opened the door and almost bumped into Yao Yu, who was eavesdropping. I invited you to come in, but you refused. You insisted on eavesdropping. What kind of hobby is this? Sui joked. Shoo. I know this witch. Yao Yu lowered his voice and pulled Sui away from the shack. We know each other, but we're not the ones asking for help now. Humph. The witch is pretty good looking. I am supervising you on behalf of Ling. Yao Yu said seriously, but aren't the conditions you proposed to the Yifeng tribe a bit excessive? When they drove you away, did they think of our friendship? Sui took her hand while she wasn't paying attention. I didn't kill them to help you get revenge. That's good enough. Just talk. Why do you have to use force? Yao Yu felt sweet in his heart, and he pulled back but couldn't. It was getting dark, and the witch had to stay with the Xuanniao tribe overnight. Yao Yu accompanied her on strolls, and before the Xuanniao tribe was driven away, the two of them were good playmates. The men around her just looked at her curiously and no longer dared to tease her, which made her feel relieved. That's the livestock area, where they keep the captured pigs and sheep. The witch looked in the moonlight and saw several animals moving behind a sturdy fence. She didn't understand why they were not killed for meat but locked up instead. That's where the slaves lived. Following the direction Yao Yu pointed, the witch actually saw quite a few members of the Yifeng tribe. He also found Xuanniao in the crowd. Let's go and take a look. Yao Yu took her hand. The slaves were talking about Beauty and the Beast by a campfire. When he saw the patriarch and his men coming over, he immediately stood up and started to greet them. Chapter 47. We will not be slaves. Chief. Hello, Chief. Chief, what's the good day today? Why are you giving meat to everyone? Xuanniao asked curiously. This was Su's decision, I don't know. Yao Yu lied. Sui told her that growing fat was a celebration of the decline of the Yifeng tribe. Anyway, he would gain weight whenever he wanted, and she was used to it. Makoto, you have become a slave too. Xuanniao discovered the shrine maiden beside him. No. I'm not. The witch waved her hand. Then why are you here too? Xuanniao asked, and suddenly remembered that Captain Lee seemed to have snatched back a woman today. You wouldn't. Is meat not enough to keep you from eating? Yes. After hearing Yao Yu's words, Xuanniao sat back in the crowd obediently. Let's go back over there. Yao Yu pulled the dazed witch away. The witch was shocked. She had heard her father say that slaves were not considered human beings. They ate little and had to work hard. But why do the slaves of the Xuanniao tribe eat better than the warriors of their tribe? As slaves, they did not show any signs of pain. Instead, they were all very happy. Could it be that the messenger of God deliberately arranged it for him to see? She couldn't help but wonder, do you give slaves so much food every day? No. The witch thought to herself, as expected. We don't have meat usually, but we have vegetables and fruits to fill us up. The witch asked curiously, why do you feed the slaves so much? Yao Yu looked at the witch strangely and said, Su said that slaves are also human beings. They will work hard only if they are well-fed and well-drinking. But, do you have so much food? This forest is more than enough to support all of us. There is also a big river with countless fish. The two chatted and returned to the open space in the center of the Xuanniao tribe's hut. A big bonfire has been lit here, and the tribesmen are sitting around it, laughing and talking happily. The witch noticed that the messenger Sui was also sitting with everyone. There was also a woman next to him who was almost as beautiful as you. Her laughter could be heard from afar. It was warm and flamboyant. She must have been doted on by everyone. Yao Yu pulled her to sit on the other side of Sui. As soon as he sat down, the big guy who carried him back came over. Witch, I'm sorry, this is for you to eat. After Yao Li stuffed a piece of meat into the witch's mouth, he ran back to his seat as if escaping. Before he could sit down properly, Yao Ling jumped up and came over to give the witch a piece of grilled fish. Eagle, what are you doing? Yao Li said anxiously. The messenger of God said that everyone can pray for the fair lady. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar immediately broke out. The witch stared blankly at the pile of fruits and barbecue around her, not knowing what to do. Some people even ran back to get the treasure hidden in the bottom of the box, but were stopped by Sui. You haven't seen meat for a long time. Women, please don't be surprised if your reaction is a little extreme. Sui tilted his head and said soothingly, all of you, be quiet. If you scare someone away, who will you cry to? That's right, sit down, Yali said in a low voice. A bonfire dinner was very lively because of the presence of the witch. Yao Li and Yaoling almost had a wrestling match next to the open space, just to prove to the witch who was stronger. Sui found it very funny. The next day, it was Yao Ying's turn to patrol, and he took the witch back. My daughter. As soon as the witch came out of the jungle, she saw her old father with white hair. When she was taken away yesterday, she thought she would never see him again. Father, I'm back. The two hugged each other and cried. Oh, the witch is back. The witch is back, Chief. It was the first time that the witch sat among the clan leaders, but having had the experience with the Xuanniao clan, she did not feel awkward at all. No, this request is too much. The Xuanniao tribe is so greedy, why don't they come and rob? I want to meet Yaoyu. Witch, please go again and inform Yaoyu to come and see me, Nui said coldly. Ahem, the witch couldn't help but sneer. She didn't understand. After suffering several losses at the hands of the Xuanniao tribe, why did the clan leaders of the Yinfeng tribe still have such confidence? Huh? Nui said angrily, what are you laughing at, witch? Chief. The witch said solemnly, the one who is in charge of the Xuanniao tribe now is not Yaoyu, but their divine messenger. God's messenger? Everyone was puzzled. Yes, their powerful weapons were made by that divine messenger. Now, all the people of the Xuanniao tribe, including the Yaoyu you mentioned, also listened to the envoy of God. And the god made him very hostile to our Yinfeng tribe. He said that if it weren't for Yaoyu's sake, he would have long ago sought revenge on us for the previous invasion. Oh. Several clan leaders and small chiefs who had a say were all horrified. What should we do? Everyone sighed. So, God gave us a second way. Witch, why are you speaking in segments today? Mui blamed. The witch wanted to tell him that she learned this from the messenger of God. He said we just need to. The witch repeated Su Yi's original words. Slaves? Mui cried out. Don't even think about it. We would rather die than become slaves to that God's messenger. Yes, the people of the Yinfeng tribe would rather die than be slaves. The crowd was excited, and the witch could only swallow the slaves of the Xuanniao tribe if their lives were good. Miko, go tell him that we will choose the first path. I don't believe that the hundreds of men in our Yinfeng tribe can't catch enough prey. The Black Wolf tribe has been gaining momentum recently. The 5 tribes have been attacking each other for a long time, and no one can do anything to anyone else. As a result, the Black Wolf tribe quietly occupied all the territories of the Flame Phoenix tribe. Chief, the forest to the north of the Flame Phoenix tribe was originally our territory. Now we should ask the Black Wolf tribe to take it back. Yes, Chief. In the meeting hall of the Thunder tribe, everyone was talking about it. No way. The Black Wolf tribe has wiped out the Flame Phoenix tribe and has become even stronger. How can we be their opponent? Lei Zhun, the leader of the Thunder tribe, said slowly. I remember that the Wind tribe also had a piece of territory occupied. A tribe leader said, why don't we unite with the Wind tribe and attack the Black Wolf tribe together? That's a good idea. Yes, if we unite and attack together, the Black Wolf tribe will definitely not be our opponent. Okay, let's prepare some gifts and go visit the Feng tribe. Lei Zhun said. Wolf Howl was still immersed in joy. The Black Wolf tribe's territory expanded by more than half. There are more than 30 more women, and they can give birth to many more children every year. Within a few years, the Black Wolf tribe became the most powerful of the 4 tribes. You said the people of the Flame Phoenix tribe hid in the Beast Forest? Yes, Chief. They stayed outside the woods for one night and went in the next day. I heard that this Beast Forest is a good place, with countless prey in it. Chapter 48 Marriage. The rainforest has abundant rainfall, is humid all year round, and has almost no seasonal changes. People living in the forest don't have to worry about the changing of seasons or the transition from cold to hot. However, the continuous heavy rain has become the biggest headache for the Yinfeng tribe. When it rains, the traces of prey will be eliminated, making tracking extremely difficult. Chief, the tribute is due tomorrow, and we are short of the dried meat of 2 wild beasts. What should we do? The chiefs of all tribes gathered in the newly built shack of the Yinfeng tribe. Yeah, if there's not enough stuff, we'll be kicked out. This forest is truly a Feng Shui treasure land. Although poisonous snakes and pests cause great suffering to the people, there are more wild vegetables, fruits, and melons than in the previous territory. Even if the tribesmen are not full, they will not go hungry. Chief, the Xuanniao tribe sent someone here, saying they have something to discuss. A tribe member rushed in and said, how many people are here? Mui was surprised. Only 3 people. Mui breathed a sigh of relief and said, please come in. In the big shack, Yao Lan of the Xuanniao tribe greets Chief Mui. Yao Lan put his palms up and bent slightly. Oh, Mui greets the envoy of the Xuanniao tribe. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Yao Lan was invited to sit on a stone bench nearby. Everyone in the Yinfeng tribe looked at this beautiful woman quietly, listening to what she had to say. Tomorrow is the day for tribute. I wonder if your tribe has prepared the things. Yao Lan said straight to the point. Well, our tribe has been trying hard to hunt, but it has been raining, and now, we are still too short. Mui looked at Yao Lan's face carefully. Hearing this, Yao Lan thought to herself, it is just as the messenger of God expected. You haven't had meat to eat recently, right? Yao Lan asked. Yes, there are a lot of wild beasts, but the mountains are not like plains. The surrounded wild beasts can always find loopholes and escape. There are too many tree trunks, and it is difficult to hit them with javelins. To be honest, we haven't eaten meat since we came here. Mui said bitterly. I'm here for no other reason than to solve your meat-eating problem. Speak up, everyone shouted. We are willing to offer 2 deer skins to marry a girl from your tribe. For every girl who marries into our tribe, you can pay 2 fewer beasts of prey as tribute. Messenger, wait a minute. Mui was a little confused. Although there were a few words he didn't quite understand, if he understood correctly, the Xuanniao tribe was willing to exchange deerskins for women and be exempted from part of the tribute? Is there such a good thing? He turned to look at the other tribesmen and saw that they were all confused but also ecstatic. Just give us 5 healthy and beautiful girls, and you won't have to pay tribute tomorrow, Yao Lan said with a smile. Mui understood that the Xuanniao tribe had taken away their 5 women for nothing. Fortunately, there are still many women in their tribe, and being able to use women as tribute would be the best thing for the Yinfeng tribe. Our Lord God's envoy said that it must be a beautiful girl with a healthy body. Yao Lan looked at Mui's flickering eyes and said coldly, if you cheat, he won't be polite to you. He will directly bring people to rob you. Leader Mui, you don't want the Xuanniao tribe to attack us, do you? No. Thank you for the kindness of the Lord God for giving us the opportunity to pay tribute with women. Mui said in panic. I will go and call the women in the tribe who are not pregnant yet, and you can pick 5 of them yourself. Lan, I told you that you could do it, but you still refused. Mui said cheerfully as he looked at the 5 girls standing timidly in a row. I'm just worried that I might mess up the task you assigned me. Okay, go find Lian. She has already made your clothes. Mui smiled and waved his hand. Really, Yao Lan was extremely happy and stepped back with a gentle smile on her face. After leaving the tent, she suppressed her excitement and did not run away. Instead, he came to Lian's nest with hurried steps. Lan, you're here. Before Yao Lan could say anything, she saw Lian turn around and hold out a set of clothes. The messenger of God has told me that I will give you the things when you come back. Did he already know that I could complete the task? Or does he want to possess me? Yao Lan couldn't help but think wildly. In the open space in the center, the 13 men of the Xuanniao tribe were extremely excited. There are finally foreign women in the tribe, 5 of them at once, and they are all pretty. These 5 women are only awarded to those who have made contributions, not for you to share. Mui's words instantly extinguished the fire in everyone's hearts. In primitive society, where did free love come from? When a woman and a man fall in love with each other, they will go into the woods together. When men meet women in the tribe who are not pregnant, they will take possession of them regardless of their wishes. Women also tend to mate with multiple men. In the tribe, except for the patriarch and the chief, only those who have made great contributions can possess women alone. As for other men and women, they often get together randomly. Men don't care about this as long as they can mate with multiple women. Women, especially some independent women, often cannot tolerate multiple men. They would rather follow the clan leader or chief and become their private property rather than a public thing. The 5 girls were presented as tribute to the Xuanniao tribe shortly after their coming-of-age ceremony, before they had the chance to become women. Mui decided to take this opportunity to change the bad habits of the Xuanniao tribe. Yao Gu's trap played an important role in our victory over the Yinfeng tribe. So let Yao Gu choose the first of the 5 women. Do you have any objection? No. The men's voices were sparse and weak. There will be more women. If you behave like this, you'll never get a woman in your life. Mui said coldly. The men immediately perked up. They understood what the messenger of God meant. From now on, they would be able to possess the woman alone. Thank you, messenger of God. Yao Gu grinned and stepped out. He picked the woman who looked the most voluptuous among the 5. Feeling the softness in his palm, Yao Gu couldn't help but pinch it. Don't worry, with my ability, I will make sure you are well fed and well drinked. The girl lowered her head and smiled shyly. Yao Ying, it's your turn to choose. Thank you, messenger of God. Yaoing took a big step forward, walked up to a petite girl, picked her up, and walked away without saying anything. Sui looked at the difference in their body sizes and felt a little worried about the girl. Other men were even more itchy when they saw it. Strength, Sui said. Yao Li came out from the crowd and approached. God's messenger, I want the women here. Can I also want the witch? Sui didn't expect that this guy was still thinking about the witch. In principle, one per person, but if the witch is willing to follow you, I won't stop her. Sui thought for a while and said, then I won't choose. Yao Li turned and left. I'm going to leave this position to her. The witch may not necessarily like you. Sui reminded. If you don't choose this time, the next time will be more than 30 days later. Chapter 49, Too much bullying. I haven't touched a woman for so long. A few days won't make a difference. Hey, Sui got to know this primitive and rough guy a little better. The three women left were separated without any setbacks. The contributions made by several people are also obvious to everyone. Before things were over here, Sui had already heard the suppressed low cries from Yao and Chao and shook his head helplessly. Yao Yu also heard the sound and walked out of the nest. She asked Sui, why don't you take care of him? He is not shy, what can I do? Sui spread his hands. In Sui's opinion, Yao Ying is the typical representative of primitive people. No, you have to make a rule that you can't do that until the sun sets. Yao Yu's blushing face made people's heart beat faster. Sui couldn't help but teased. What's the matter? You clearly know it. Yao Yu said angrily. I'm going to ignore you. All men are the same. After she turned and left, Sui discovered that the sound in Yao Ying's nest had stopped. No way. The eagle guy looks so strong, but it's only been less than a minute. This is for pigs, and that long and thin one over there is food for sheep. Yao Lan was teaching a few new women how to identify plants. She volunteered to be in charge of the livestock, so Sui handed the fishing task over to another member of the tribe. Sister Lan, why do we have to spend time looking for food for the pigs? A woman asked, puzzled. The others also raised their heads. People can't even fill their stomachs, and they still have time to find food for wild animals. This Xuanniao tribe is so strange. Yao Lan remembered that they had also asked the messenger of God this question at that time. The messenger said that pigs are not as precious as humans. They don't have high requirements for food. Yao Lan recalled, and they have a strong ability to give birth to piglets. They can provide us with a stable source of food. The messenger of God knows a lot. Did he really come from heaven? Yao Lan nodded. Sister Lan, are you the woman of God's messenger? Mu Qiu asked curiously. Yao Lan is older than all of them, and they all call her sister. Lan's clothes are the same as Yu and Ling's. Mu Qiu heard from her man Gu that Ling and Yu are both women of God's messengers. Yao Lan heard this and smiled. Why do you ask that? The clothes of the three of you are equally beautiful. They are all women of the messenger of God. Aren't you the same? Yao Lan looked down at her clothes and shook her head. You will all have nice clothes. Mu Qiu, next time Gu makes a contribution, you can ask him to change your clothes for you. Really? Mu Qiu asked in surprise. I'll talk to Gu about this when I get back. Okay, there's so much grass here. Let's collect more. Yao Lan said. The envoy said that as long as the pigs and sheep give birth, it will be our credit, and we can also get rewards. Can women get rewards too? Of course. As long as the work is done to meet the requirements of the envoy, he will not be stingy with the reward. Are the requirements of the God's messenger particularly high? Yes and no. Yao Lan also couldn't understand the messenger of God. Only he knew his standards. Anyway, our mission is to make the pigs fat and give birth to piglets. Mu Yi never expected that the Yanfeng tribe would hide in the woods and would be harassed by the Black Wolf tribe. The rain finally stopped and the sky cleared up. The prey they caught was snatched away by the Black Wolf tribe. This is too much. Mu Yi's beard trembled with anger. Gather our forces, and let's fight them to the death. Chief, listen to me. A tribe leader interrupted hurriedly. We are now living on the territory of the Xuanniao tribe. Why don't we ask the Xuanniao tribe to help us deal with the Black Wolf tribe? Please invite the Xuanniao tribe. No, they definitely won't help us for nothing. Mu Yi frowned. They are short of women. Why don't we send a few women over and ask them to help? The patriarch advised. But next time the Black Wolf tribe comes, can we still send women? Mu Yi sighed. This will cut off the roots of our Flame Phoenix tribe. We are no match for the Black Wolf tribe right now. If we lose more members, even hunting will become a problem. Don't forget that we still have to pay tribute to the Blackbird tribe next month. The tribe leader said worriedly. Mu Yi sighed. They couldn't afford to offend either side. At this time, the witch sitting in the corner spoke up. She was allowed to be present at every meeting. I have a way to get the help of the Xuanniao tribe without sending anyone. Real? Witch, please tell me. Everyone was surprised. The witch said, "Our entire tribe will join the Xuanniao tribe and become a part of the Xuanniao tribe. In this way, our affairs will naturally become their affairs, and they can't just ignore us." After hearing this, Mu-yi said coldly, "Your method directly gave away more than 200 people in the tribe. Do we have any other way out?" The witch asked. "But if you join the Xuanniao tribe, you will become a slave. The slaves of the Xuanniao tribe live a good life." The witch couldn't help but say, "Are you crazy?" Mu-yi scolded. "What good can you get from being a slave? Either the tribe is destroyed, or you become a slave to the Blackbird tribe." The witch stood up and said, "Anyway, I have decided to take my father away. You can fight to the death with the Black Wolf tribe. It's up to you." Mu-yi said coldly, "Witch, how dare you betray our Yinfeng tribe? Come here, drag the witch out and stone her to death under the totem flag." The witch knew the rules of the tribe, but she had already thought of a way out. "Yao Li, the captain of the Xuanniao hunting team, has taken a fancy to me. If you dare to kill me, he will not forgive you." Mu-yi blew his beard and glared, roaring, "I am your leader. He can shoot through your heart from a long distance." The witch added, "She was abducted by the Xuanniao tribe last time. After she came back, no one except her father cared about what happened to her. On the contrary, in the Xuanniao tribe, she received everyone's care, although she knew that they just wanted to possess her because of her beauty. She had wanted to leave a long time ago, but her father insisted on staying. Now she has thought it through clearly. The consequence of staying is that she will become a tool for the Black Wolf tribe to give birth to children, and her father will become food in their stomachs. It would be better to join the Xuanniao tribe. At least Yao Yu will definitely not let you live a bad life. My father doesn't have to sit in the leaky shack and get wet in the rain all day." Yu. Mu-yi covered his chest, but did not dare to ask anyone to take action. The witch sneered and strode out of the shack. "I won't go. I am a member of the Yinfeng tribe in life and a ghost of the Yinfeng tribe in death." After the witch told her father her thoughts, she got this answer from him. "You can't become a ghost after you die. The flesh in your stomach can only be excreted as shit," the witch said firmly. "Anyway, I have fallen out with the tribe. If you don't leave, you will have no place to stay." Sure enough, the two of them didn't get any food that day. After being hungry for a whole day and not having a drop of water, the old man looked a little listless. The witch felt sorry for him and ran out to look for fruit. However, she didn't see that two of her men were following her stealthily. Chapter 50. A Hero Saves a Beauty. "Jackal, I heard that she was possessed by the captain of the Xuanniao tribe. If we do this, won't we offend that captain? Look at you, you're such a coward." The jackal stared at the bewildered witch in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and said in a low voice, "If you miss this opportunity, you'll never get to sleep with such a beautiful woman in your life." In the past, everyone in the tribe protected her. She didn't want to have a man, and no one dared to force her. Now she is not a member of our tribe anymore. What are you waiting for? Besides, do you dare to disobey the leader's order? This is arranged by the leader. Stop talking, let's do it. The two followed the witch out of the camp. This place is good. It's far from the camp, so no one will hear her even if she screams at the top of her lungs. Dear, you sneak around in front of her. I'll surround her from behind. With the two of us, she won't be able to escape even if she grows wings. The jackal gestured excitedly with his hands. Good. The witch was startled when she saw the deer suddenly running out. John, what do you want to do? Seeing the lust in his eyes, she knew something was wrong. What? The deer laughed lewdly. Of course I'm going to fuck you. Hee hee. You haven't had a man yet. Don't worry, I have experience. You dare to touch me? The witch glared, pretending to be powerful. Aren't you afraid that my man will kill you? Your man? What a joke. He doesn't even know where to pick fruits from right now. Do you want to lie down obediently like everyone else? Or do you want me to push you to the ground? The deer's wretched eyes carefully examined several parts of the witch's body. The witch knew she couldn't escape, so she had an idea and said, I'm going to give birth to a child anyway, so it doesn't matter who I give birth to. Let's go back to our nest and lay out animal skins, which will definitely be more comfortable than this bush. Zhang looked at the witch's red cheeks and swallowed. Are you serious? Of course. Seeing that he was interested, the witch said, In fact, I have liked you for a long time, dear. What about the man from your Xuanniao tribe? Zhang asked doubtfully. I've only met him once, and I don't know him at all. The witch knew that once she returned to the tribe, no one would be able to force her. The deer was as happy as a child who got candy. Okay, we'll go back right away. Deer, was your head hit by a wild boar? The jackal jumped out from behind. The witch's heart trembled. She knew that the jackal would definitely not be as easy to deceive as the deer. If she goes back to the tribe, it will be our turn, the jackal scolded the deer. He looked at the witch and said, "Don't even think about escaping from our brother's grasp today. Aren't you going to the Xuanniao tribe? Then let them raise the baby in your belly for the two of us." The witch was determined and said, "Zhang, if you can defeat the jackal, I will be your woman and the child will definitely be yours." "Witch, my brother and I grew up together wearing the same animal skin. Do you still want to sow discord between us?" said the jackal. Zhang was not annoyed by being scolded. He stared at the witch angrily. "That's right. You are such a cunning woman." After saying that, the two of them surrounded the witch, one in front and one behind. "Help!" The scream startled a large number of birds in the forest. "Let me go! Let me go! Hee hee. This is the first time I've had sex with a woman who resists so fiercely." The witch was no match for the two men and was pinned to the ground in a blink of an eye. "Hiss! There are too many thorns in this broken place." The jackal pressed the witch's ankles with both hands and looked around. "Let's carry her to the open space over there." The two men ignored the struggling and screaming witch, lifted her up and walked towards the open space. The witch screamed in despair. It was only a matter of time before she was possessed by a man, but she was different from ordinary women after all. Her father had a good relationship with Yao Yu's father. When Yao Yu's father was teaching Yao Yu how to make medicine, she also learned a little. Given her status in the tribe, she would never become everyone's common woman. "Let me go, otherwise I will kill you." The witch was like fish on a chopping board, and threats were useless. The deer held her arms tightly, and her legs, which were tightly clenched, were slowly being spread apart by the jackal. "Help!" She begged for help unwillingly. "Go ahead and yell. The more you yell, the happier we brothers will be." When the witch saw the ugliness under the jackal, she closed her eyes tightly and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes to her ears. Suddenly, there was a scream, and the pair of claws that were prying her legs apart lost their power. She immediately closed her legs. When he opened his eyes, he saw a feathered javelin stuck in the jackal's chest. The Xuanniao tribe. It was the people of the Xuanniao tribe who came to save her. The deer was terrified at the miserable plight of the jackal. He immediately picked up the weapon beside him and looked around carefully. "Ooh, come out if you can." Sneaking around like a coward. Upon hearing this, Yao Li in the bushes put down his drawn bow. He is in charge of patrol today. He dispersed the team members and controlled them at various intersections. He lay in the middle of a branch of a big tree, tearing open some roasted meat and throwing it into his mouth, feeling very comfortable. When he first heard the cry for help, he thought it was some kind of animal. The more I listened, the more it sounded like a human or a woman. It is impossible for a woman from the Xuanniao tribe to appear here, so it can only be a woman from the Yanfeng tribe. He thought about it, jumped off the tree trunk, and went to the source of the sound. The scene he saw just now made his blood boil. The beautiful woman in her dream was actually pinned to the ground by two men, one taller than the other and as obscene as bamboo poles. She struggled weakly, and her animal skin dress was torn apart, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. Yao Li felt that the whole world had turned red. He immediately drew his bow and put his arrow on it, pulling with all his might. With one arrow, she shot down the man lying under her crotch. Damn it! How dare you touch my woman!" Yao Li jumped out of the bushes with his stone axe in hand. The musk deer was very scared. The man rushing towards him was tall and strong, like an angry tiger, and he felt that he was about to be torn to pieces. The opponent was very fast and knew there was no hope of escape, so he let out a monster cry and rushed forward with a stone spear in hand. "Good job!" Yao Li shouted loudly, shaking the mountains and forests. He jumped up and chopped the deer on the head with his stone axe. The deer stretched out its spear and turned from offense to defense, raising it above its head in an attempt to block the opponent. One can imagine the consequences of Yao Li's angry attack. Crack! Well, the spear shaft broke with a sound, and the stone axe chopped down, splitting the deer's head directly into two halves. Yao Li looked around cautiously, and seeing that there were no more enemies present, he immediately approached the witch beside him carefully. The witch felt indescribable feeling in her heart. There is the joy of surviving a disaster, the admiration for Yao Li, and the shyness of being unable to cover up one's body. Yao Li stood there, at a loss as to what to do. Her body and hair were covered with leaves and hay, and her face was covered with tear marks. He wanted to hold her in his arms and comfort her. In the past, he would have just taken action. But he remembered the experience that the messenger of God taught him about chasing women. He had to pester the messenger of God for several days before he told him that. He said, "Relationships should be built step by step. You can't be impatient, and you can't think about having a baby as soon as you meet." Can you turn around first?" the witch said helplessly. Chapter 51, The Song of Life. She was so scared. She wanted to be comforted and hugged. In the end, he just stood there and stared, which was very embarrassing. Oh. Yao Li turned around immediately after hearing that. But that vast expanse of white has always been in my mind. After a while, the voice of the witch came from behind. Li, turn around. She has covered her exposed body. When did I become your woman? The witch asked seriously. That's what he had just called her. Aye. Yao Li's face turned red all the way to his neck. I shouted out my true feelings in anger. What should I do? I agree to be your woman. The witch chuckled and walked closer to hold Yao Li's big hand. She likes strong warriors like him, and the children born to them will definitely be strong. I should have given it to you, but they scared me just now. How about next time? The witch coaxed Yao Li like an older sister. It's okay, as long as you're safe. He pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. Feeling the tenderness in his arms, Yao Li felt like his soul was in heaven. You are mine now, Yao Li said tremblingly. The angel of God promised me that you belong to me alone. The priestess didn't know the new rules of the Xuanniao tribe and looked up in surprise. You'll know when you go to our tribe. Yao Li raised one arm and picked out a piece of dry grass from her hair. The witch didn't dare to go back to the Yanfeng tribe and followed Yao Li all the way back to the Xuanniao tribe. You guessed right, Su Yi said after listening to the witch's description. It must have been the leader who ordered it. Li, go inform Ing and tell all our warriors to prepare their bows and arrows. Tomorrow we will go and seek justice for your woman. Thank you, messenger of God. Yao Li was very grateful. Su Yi just felt that the time was ripe. Seeking justice is just to have a legitimate reason. If he adds fuel to the fire of the Yanfeng tribe, he could make them surrender sooner. He learned from the slaves of the Flame Phoenix tribe that the Black Wolf tribe was much stronger than the Flame Phoenix tribe. The Black Wolf tribe devoured the Flame Phoenix tribe, which did not fit in with his plan. He always regarded the people of the Yanfeng tribe as his own. That night, after taking a bath with Yu and the others, the witch rejected Yu's invitation to live together and opened the door of Yao Li's nest. Yao Li knew she was coming, so he took great pains to clean up the nest. The Xuanniao tribe is so great, the witch said sincerely while lying beside Yao Li and listening to the chirping of insects outside the nest. She already knew the new rules set by the messenger Su Yi, and the other women who came earlier were all very happy. After learning that she was Yao Li's woman, no one in the tribe came to show their affection to her. The Xuanniao tribe was not like this before. Everything changed after the messenger of God came. Yao Li said quietly, Can you tell me about him? The witch asked curiously. It was Gu Xian and I who found him. He seemed to appear there suddenly. Yao Li said slowly. The sky was full of stars as Yao Li slowly recounted the story of Su Yi, causing the witch to exclaim in amazement from time to time. By the way, after that night, he declared his relationship with Ling and moved into her nest. When the witch heard that he went to the messenger with an axe for another woman, she felt a little sad. So do you still like Ling now? Of course not. She is the woman chosen by the god's messenger, and the god's messenger is someone who can communicate with the gods. How dare I blaspheme? Besides, now that I have you, I wouldn't take it to heart even if a goddess comes. Yao Li expressed his true feelings without any falsehood. In the darkness, the witch smiled and touched his hand and held it in her palm. Isn't this the kind of man she has always been longing for? By the way, are you sure the envoy moved to the feather nest to show his relationship? I'm sure. What else? Yao Li asked puzzledly. I think you might be wrong. The witch thought for a moment and said, He might have just wanted to avoid you, not to live with Ling. I can see that Ling has never had a man. After the witch finished her analysis, Yao Li sat up from the animal skin. No way. Would the messenger of God hide from me? Yao Li shook his head repeatedly. He is not even afraid of crocodiles in the water. More than 20 people from the tiger tribe came to attack him, but he just gave them a few commands, and they were all wiped out. And Feng Xian brought so many people with him, but they were scared out of their wits with just a few traps. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As for Ling, she is a girl. Could it be that the messenger of God is not good enough? Yao Li used his imagination to make a bold guess. What are you talking about? In the darkness, the witch felt her face getting hot. The witch said slowly, He is not afraid of external enemies. He is afraid of problems with the people around him. Like you can easily touch his nest. Won't he be wary of you? I can only say that the envoy of God is indeed not an ordinary person, otherwise you would have died long ago and would not be alive until now. Of course he is not an ordinary person. He is a messenger of God. Yes, he is God's messenger, said the witch with a smile. At this time, outside the unsoundproof nest, suppressed moans were heard one after another. They were both startled at the same time. Feeling Yao Li's slightly rapid breathing, the witch closed her eyes. Li, come on. Be gentle. It is like hearing heavenly music and your ears become temporarily clear. Yaoli had decided to take it slow, fearing that it would hurt her emotionally, but in the Xuanniao tribe camp, the song of life is played. Yaoli released the primitive power that had been sealed for more than 20 years, and the witch was so exhausted that she couldn't sleep all night. The next day, Yaoli woke up refreshed. It turns out that sleeping with a woman is such a wonderful thing. But how did the messenger of God manage to leave Ling alone? Could it be that there was really something wrong with it? He had heard that some people were born unable to have children. The messenger of God gained wisdom, but a mutilated body. Well, he couldn't help but cast a concerned look at the messenger of God who was running around the fence of the camp with a melancholy look on his face. No matter it is windy or rainy, the messenger of God always appears on time. It just seems a little earlier today. Good morning, messenger of God. Yaoli said happily. You kid, Su-yi said unhappily. You are currently the most powerful in the tribe. Yaoli didn't understand, but he was naturally happy when the messenger of God praised him for his greatness. There's going to be a battle today. Can you still run? Su-yi asked doubtfully. Hey, I can definitely run faster than an eagle. Just then, Eagle pushed the door open and came out. He heard Zheng say, You're talking nonsense. I'm the one who runs faster than you. Stop arguing. The two of them will definitely quarrel when they get together. Maybe it will be different when they have children. Tell the tribesmen to prepare food, and after we finish eating, we will set out for the Yanfeng tribe. Chief. No, it's bad. A tribe member stumbled in. The witch is bringing the Xuanniao people to kill us. What? Mu-yi, who was sitting in the first seat, stood up suddenly upon hearing this. Everything went dark before my eyes. It's over. He has seen the world after death. Yesterday, the bodies of the two men he sent to rape the witch were found. There were feather javelins on the corpse, and it was obvious that the Xuanniao tribe had done it. He was optimistic and thought that the Xuanniao tribe would not settle accounts with him for a woman. As a result, the call came within less than a day. Everyone, take up your weapons. Since the Xuanniao tribe dared to invade us, we must make them pay the price. Chapter 52, As You Wish. Everyone picked up their weapons and marched towards the direction of the Xuanniao tribe. Su-yi looked at the mob on the opposite side holding wooden sticks and stone spears, who were shouting and cheering. These are all excellent labor force. Ask the leader of the other side to answer. Su-yi said to Yaoing. Yaoing immediately opened his voice and said, Yanfeng tribe, who is your new leader? Come out and speak. Su-yi saw a middle-aged man walking out of the team, and he also stepped out of his own camp. The two came to the open space between the two sides. Muyi, the leader of the Yanfeng tribe, greets you. Looking at the other person with his palms facing up, bending over and lowering his head, Su-yi coughed lightly. Su-yi, the envoy of the Xuanniao tribe, advises you to surrender with your people. You? Mu-yi said coldly. So the Xuanniao tribe's envoy is such a reckless guy. Don't talk nonsense. Su-yi said impatiently. If you surrender now, you can save a lot of lives. The Yanfeng tribe will never be enslaved. Mu-yi said firmly. Su-yi sneered. We slaves all live better than you. I don't want these people to die in vain. If you insist on doing this, I will make you face the reality. Since you don't want anyone to die, why did you invade us? Mu-yi's beard trembled. You just want us to become your slaves. If I hadn't come, you would have been eaten by the Black Wolf tribe anyway. We'd rather die standing up. As you wish. After the two finished talking, they each returned to their respective camps. Charge. Let the people of the Xuanniao tribe see the bravery of our Yanfeng tribe. Mu-yi shouted. He did not dare to lead the charge, for he was afraid of the feather javelins of the Xuanniao tribe. Kill. Go. Looking at the mob rushing over, Su-yi gave the order. The two rows take turns shooting, twice each. The people he brought this time were all from the Xuanniao tribe, and men and women were standing in two rows. Shoot. Yaoli from the first row ordered. 14 arrows flew out almost at the same time, and after shooting, the master immediately stepped back and re-arrowed. Shoot. Yaoing from the second row ordered. Another 14 arrows flew out at the same time. For 2 consecutive rounds, 56 arrows fell like locusts into the crowded and defenseless Yanfeng tribesmen. Suddenly, screams were heard everywhere, and the charging crowd retreated, leaving behind more than 20 corpses. Charge! You idiots! Mu-yi shouted. They have run out of javelins. It's time for us to win. You actually retreated. Charge! Su-yi looked at the corpse on the ground and heard Mu-yi's cry, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This stubborn dog, isn't he deliberately harming his own labor force? Whoever can kill that leader will be rewarded with 5 whole fish. Su-yi said to the tribesmen. Suddenly, countless arrows seemed to have eyes, flying over the trembling crowd and shooting to the rear. Mu Yi looked at the javelins flying towards him and was so scared that he stood there in a daze. The next moment, he pulled a clan leader beside him to stand in front of him. The tribe leader only had time to scream before he was shot and turned into a hedgehog. Mu Yi was so frightened that he dropped the body and ran for his life. As soon as he retreated, his tribesmen immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Put down your weapons, kneel on the ground, and don't kill. This has become a procedure, and Su Yi doesn't even need to teach them. The tribesmen started shouting in unison. How could someone who is busy escaping for his life listen? Everyone was in a panic. The witch once again witnessed the power of the bow and arrow. It was far more shocking than the last time Yao Li shot the jackal. Seeing that each member of the Xuanniao tribe had at least a dozen arrows on his back, her face turned pale. Witch, lead the way. Su Yi waved his hand. The group headed cautiously towards the Yanfeng tribe's nest. Mu Yi returned to the camp like a madman, calling on his tribesmen to flee. However, his act of using his own life to block the arrows was seen by everyone. No one wants to listen to him anymore. Coward, a clan leader said coldly. You are not a coward, and I haven't seen you charge. Mu Yi said stiffly. That's better than killing your own people. Come here, capture Mu Yi and surrender to the Xuanniao tribe. This man's name is Renze, and he is one of the patriarchs of the Yanfeng tribe. After Feng Xian died, he almost became the leader. I am the leader. Who of you dares? Mu Yi roared. However, many of his men died in the previous charge, and he had lost everyone's respect by using other people's bodies to block javelins. The envoy of the Xuanniao tribe obviously doesn't want to be our enemy, but he is determined to send his people to their deaths. What are you still standing there for? Renze pointed at Mu Yi. Capture him and surrender to the Xuanniao tribe. Several of Renze's subordinates immediately rushed over, knocked the stone spear out of Mu Yi's hand, and pinned him to the ground. When Su Yi arrived, all the men, women, young and old from the Yanfeng tribe were kneeling on the ground. Mu Yi had been tied up and tied under the totem pole. I am the leader. Renze is a rebel. Mu Yi was still wailing, and when he saw Su Yi, he immediately said, Lord God's envoy, I surrender, and I surrender with all my people. I thought you were a real man, but you turn out to be a bug. Su Yi said disdainfully. You just said this, and it could have saved a lot of lives. Now it's too late. Su Yi turned around and ordered Yao Li Dao. Bring Mu Yi's son and daughter here. After a while, Yao Li pulled 3 people over. 1 woman and 2 men. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old and quite pretty. 2 men, 1 an adult and the other about 6 or 7 years old. The females will be given to the slaves of the tribe, but the males. Su Yi looked at the 2 people kneeling on the ground. There was fear in their eyes, but Su Yi clearly saw hatred. Kill the man. Su Yi sneered. He would not leave any hidden dangers for himself. Accompanied by 2 screams, 2 heads, 1 big and 1 small, rolled to the ground. The members of the Yanfeng tribe who were kneeling on the ground were all trembling with fear and kept silent. I was afraid that my head would fall to the ground the next moment. This messenger of God who doesn't look majestic at all is so cruel when he takes action. Mu Yi screamed and struggled. It did not change the fate of the children at all. Su Yi, you will go to hell when you die. Mu Yi roared and cursed. Li, block his mouth and shoot him to death with arrows. Su Yi waved his hand casually. Yao Li completed the task without any compromise. What's more, this old guy almost harmed the woman he loved. I didn't come here to kill anyone today. I just came to seek justice for my people, but some people are so blind. Su Yi swept his eyes over the head on the ground. The people from the Yanfeng tribe who were kneeling on the ground were puzzled, but did not dare to refute. It was clearly him who took the initiative to bring people to the door, so how can it be said that he is asking for justice? Su Yi looked at the witch, and she naturally understood what he meant. She knew that avenging her was just what the messenger of God said. But now she is a woman of the Xuanniao tribe. Yesterday, the Mu Yi leader sent deer and jackals to attack me in the forest over there. Fortunately, my man was patrolling nearby and saved me. The witch walked up to Yao Li and took his arm. Most of the kneeling Yanfeng tribesmen looked confused. But clan leaders like Renze know it very well. The witch did say yesterday that she had a man from the Xuanniao tribe, but I didn't expect Mu Yi to dare to send people to violate her. They could see clearly that the witch's man was at least a leader. No wonder they came to attack them. Have you noticed that the deer and jackals haven't appeared since yesterday? Some of the people remembered something. They are already dead. Mu Yi leader told us not to tell anyone. One of Mu Yi's men said, the jackal was shot to death by a feather spear. Everyone finally understood why the Xuanniao tribe came with so many troops. Since people are coming to take revenge, can they still survive? Everyone felt insecure for a while. My lord, I am guilty. Rinzai prostrated himself. This was all arranged secretly by the dead Mu-yi. The other tribesmen were completely unaware of it. I beg you to let them go. If you want to punish me, just kill me. Rinzai lay on the ground motionless. Su-yi swept his eyes over the slaves, and they all lay on the ground to show their submission. Since Mu-yi is dead, I am not a bloodthirsty person. As long as you are willing to surrender to us, become our slaves, and swear not to betray my Xuanniao tribe, I can spare your lives. Thank you, Lord God. Thank you, Lord God. Led by Rinzai, everyone shouted in unison. Just as Su-yi finished comforting the surrendered people, a tribesman rushed up to him in panic. God's messenger, we found that people from the Black Wolf tribe are heading this way. Chapter 53 Dancing Under Fire. How many people are here? Su-yi asked. The messenger calmed down when he saw that the messenger was not alarmed. There are dozens of them here, all young and strong. Rinzai was startled and almost fell to his knees again after just standing up. Fortunately, the people of the Xuanniao tribe are here, otherwise the Yinfeng tribe would be finished. Li, go tell their leader that this forest is the territory of the Xuanniao tribe, and that the Yinfeng tribe has joined the Xuanniao tribe, and ask them to leave. Su-yi instructed, remember, speak normally and don't threaten them. After listening to this, Yali called his two subordinates and strode away. Su-yi looked at his excited expression and felt a little worried. Witch, go and keep an eye on your man. The witch quickly ran after him. Hey, you bastards from the Black Wolf tribe, how dare you invade our territory? Yali was not afraid at all when he encountered dozens of people from the Black Wolf tribe. The messenger of God can reach the sky, who can be his opponent? The witch who had just caught up was so frightened that she stumbled. Li, what did the messenger of God tell you to do? She reached out and pinched the soft flesh on his waist, twisting it half a circle. Baby, why are you here? Yali turned around and said. The witch's cheeks blushed. Yali had no idea where he had learned that name from. She was already an adult, but he insisted on calling her baby. The messenger of God is worried about you, so he asked me to supervise you. The Black Wolf tribe was really intimidated by Yao Li's aura. There were only 4 of them, including the women, but they dared to challenge a group of them. There must be an ambush in the jungle behind them. However, they are not easy to mess with. Why do you say this is your territory? Just because I am a member of the Xuanniao tribe. Just because of the weapon in my hand. Yali said. Xuanniao tribe? Isn't it the Yinfeng tribe? Chief, we are only here to plunder the Yinfeng tribe. We can't provoke the Xuanniao tribe, right? What if the 2 tribes unite? You're a coward, said the tribe leader. The Xuanniao tribe is not even a tribe. How many people can there be? Even if the 2 families join forces, they are still no match for us. You from the Blackbird tribe. If you know what's best for you, go back to your nest and feed yourself. Don't get in the way of us fighting the Flame Phoenix tribe. Otherwise, I'll rob you too. Upon hearing this, Yali was furious. He immediately drew his bow and arrow, ready to kill the opponent. Force, the witch dissuaded. Only then did Yali reluctantly move the arrow tip to the side. This arrow will shoot at your totem flagpole, and the next arrow will be your head. Call out. The bow was like a full moon, and the arrow was like lightning, piercing the flagpole fiercely. The chief of the Black Wolf tribe had never seen such a horrific thing, and his face turned pale immediately. Even their strongest spear throwers could not throw that far. What's more, we can shoot wherever the other party says. Withdraw. Retreat quickly. He shouted a few times and led his men to retreat in a line. The witch's eyes sparkled, and her man was brave and invincible. One person can repel nearly 100 people. Ha ha, baby, let's go back. Yali laughed. The witch turned her head and glared at him. Who taught you to call me like that? No one taught me. Yali said. The messenger of God called Ling like this. I heard it. The Flame Phoenix tribe was subdued, and the Black Wolf tribe was defeated. The goal of this trip was achieved, and Su-yi was in a good mood. That night, there was another grand bonfire party. The hollow wooden cylinder made a clacking sound when it was struck, and the tribesmen followed the rhythm, twisting their bodies and dancing around the campfire. Su-yi sat on the stone bench, watching with great interest. Although these dances do not have the aesthetic appeal of modern dance, they nonetheless display exuberant vitality, wild cheers, and sexual innuendos. The dancers are all very cheerful. They are entertaining others as well as themselves. Why don't you go dance? Su-yi turned his head and looked at the beauty beside him. How interesting. Do you want to see me dance? Yao Yu asked back. Why not? Seeing Su-yi's expectant eyes, Yao Yu walked into the crowd leisurely. The clan leader is here. Oh, the clan leader wants to dance too. I haven't seen the tribe leader dance in years. Everyone in the Xuanniao tribe knew that their leader's dance was as beautiful as her appearance. Lan, Ling, you guys stay here and cooperate with me. Yao Yu said. The men go watch from the side. Don't we need to cooperate? What a joy it is to dance with the patriarch. You guys are so clumsy that it bothers me. Yao Yu said with an unkind smile. I'll leave the instruments to you. Su Yi watched curiously as several hollow wooden cylinders of different sizes were taken out. The wood was knocked, and in the crisp sound of it, Su Yi seemed to hear the sound of the long river of time. Yao Yu was in the center and began to dance to the rhythm. Although Su Yi didn't understand, he could tell from her vivid body language that she was dancing a dance imitating a peacock. Strolling, playing, spreading wings, spreading tails. He fixed his eyes on her, unwilling to leave for even a moment. As the rhythm changed, she looked like a beautiful snake from a myth. In the firelight, she looked gorgeous and proud, and her swaying waist made Su Yi's mouth dry. You look silly. You don't look like a messenger of God at all. Yao Yu had returned to him without him noticing. Su Yi suddenly turned his gaze away from the firelight, grabbed her slender hand, and with a little force held her in his arms. You are like a goddess in the sky. Su Yi's voice was slightly hoarse. I want to protect you well. Huh, why didn't you mention it before? Yao Yu twisted her body and felt the changes under her hips. She immediately stopped moving, her face slightly reddened. But what you said sounded very nice. I shouldn't have let you dance if I had known. Su Yi tightened his arms around her slender waist. You're giving other men a feast for the eyes. If you don't jump, you don't know when you will express your feelings to me. Yao Yu muttered. Su Yi looked at her cold and beautiful profile, and the urge to tease the little girl arose in his mind again. What do you mean by expressing my feelings? He smiled. I just said I would protect you. Did you misunderstand me? Seeing the blush on her cheeks fade away in an instant and her beautiful eyes filled with indifference, Su Yi felt that the joke had gone too far. The next moment, my arms felt empty. Yao Yu stood up and looked down into his eyes like a queen. Lord God's messenger, why are you holding me? She said coldly. Su Yi looked at the distance in her eyes and felt bitter in his heart. He really wanted to give himself a slap in the face. I like you. He reached out to hook her fingers, but she slapped them away. Talk nicely and don't touch me. Yao Yu said sternly. Tell me, why are you hugging me? The people around felt the chill emanating from the patriarch and hid on the other side of the campfire. Only Yao Ling hid aside and covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. I really like you. Su Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. I just wanted to play a joke on you. But who knew you would take it seriously? Chapter 54. Incredible. I don't care. You spanked me and touched me here. Yao Yu pointed to his chest unnaturally. You just hugged me. If you dare to leave me, I will kill you and then commit suicide. Why wouldn't I want yours? Su Yi waved his hands repeatedly. I accidentally touched her breast dozens of days ago, and she actually remembered it. Why did such girls exist in primitive society? It's really fascinating. Yao Yu looked at Su Yi and saw that his expression did not seem fake. He snorted coldly and turned away. Hee. I was planning to sleep alone tonight. Yao Ling came over with a smile. But you insisted on making a fuss. Okay, you have no choice but to accompany me. Su Yi felt depressed and pulled Yao Ling into his arms. He raised his big hand and slapped the perky butt. How dare you laugh at me? I'll beat you up, you little devil. You don't dare to bully Sister Yu, so you dare to bully me. Yao Ling said stubbornly. Ling, you're finished. Su Yi exerted all his strength and carried Yao Ling back to the nest. The fire was flickering. Everyone had a mission tomorrow, so they went back to the nest. Only Yao Li and a few others who were keeping watch were still by the campfire. Li, didn't you say that the messenger of God is incapable? One of the subordinates asked curiously. If you don't believe me, go and eavesdrop. What I say is absolutely correct. Yao Li patted his chest. In the little nest. It wasn't the first time Yao Ling had seen it, but she was still frightened by it. Su, didn't you say the room isn't suitable yet and there's no bed? Yao Ling nodded with a guilty look on her face. Shall we come back next time? I didn't intend to develop a new mode, but you, a little goblin, provoke me every day. You do this. Su Yi commanded. Is this okay? Yao Ling asked in shock. If I say yes, then I can. About half an hour later, there were only 2 people left by the campfire. What's the matter? Yao Li asked. I only heard the messenger of God gasping for breath, the man said with a strange look on his face. Isn't it? Yao Li vowed. In the little nest, Yao Ling covered her mouth and cried. Su Yi hugged her and coaxed her. She thought he would get better soon like everyone else. As a result, she was tormented for a while. She wanted to escape during the journey, but he wouldn't let her. He was like a different person, very fierce. You woo-woo, Yao Ling sobbed. Next time, go find someone else. Don't look for me. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Su Yi asked guiltily. I still feel a little bit nauseous. Yao Ling didn't give him a good look. As the sun rose, Sui got up early to exercise. The morning in the rainforest is so refreshing. Today, there are still big things to do. Yesterday, Sui led all members of the Xuanniao tribe to attack the Yanfeng tribe, and at the same time wanted to take the opportunity to test the loyalty of the slaves. He was very satisfied with the test results, and the slaves performed well. Therefore, he approved the two senior slaves, Muchuan and Lang Ben, to officially join the Xuanniao tribe. A ceremony is required to join the tribe. Early in the morning, everyone was cleaning the venue, preparing sacrifices, and placing the Xuanniao statue. The two protagonists of today washed themselves and wore the best animal skins. Work hard and make great contributions, Muchuan said to his subordinates. You can also join the Xuanniao tribe in the future. The slaves looked at the two of them with indescribable envy. The members of the Xuanniao tribe can eat large chunks of meat every day, which is no ordinary treatment. Men, women, young and old gathered together in the open space. Sui asked everyone to come and witness the two people's entry ceremony into the clan. Everyone has eyes to see clearly what Muchuan and Lang Ben are doing. Sui glanced at the crowd, and then looked at the two people standing in the front row. Today, you two officially join our Xuanniao tribe. You should put the interests of the Xuanniao tribe first and worry about the troubles of the Xuanniao tribe. If you dare to betray the Xuanniao tribe or do anything that harms the Xuanniao tribe, I will punish you severely. Sui said a few words and left the statue. The rest of the ceremony will be left to professionals. He stood until he was drowsy, and the ceremony finally ended when the sun was high in the sky. He originally wanted to simplify these rituals, but no one in the clan agreed. Everyone was afraid that they would not be pious enough in worshipping the gods and would bring disaster upon themselves. I am God's messenger. If I tell everyone that there is no God in the world, it would be a bit like destroying my own job. Besides, these people will definitely not believe it. Muchuan and Lang Ben could not hide their excitement, and the other slaves also looked envious. Everyone, don't leave. I have something good to announce. Sui walked up to the crowd and said loudly. There were many slaves who were particularly active, and he could not let them continue to be low-level slaves. Those whose names I called out, please stand up. Mushin, Langi. Hearing that it was a good thing, the people whose names were called also guessed something. They stood in front of the crowd, full of energy. You guys work hard and know how to think about the interests of the tribe. From today on, you will be promoted to high-level slaves. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Several people expressed their gratitude in unison, prostrating themselves before their eyes. Don't think that I will ignore you just because there are so many of you. I want to tell you that everyone in the tribe is my eyes. Everyone can see whether you do well or not. Sui looked at the crowd. I will not ignore anyone who works hard, nor will I let go of anyone who is lazy. After Sui finished speaking, the slaves returned to their living area in excitement. The envoy of the Xuanniao tribe is extraordinary. Rinzai couldn't help but praise the tribe leader beside him. He assigned several of us clan leaders to the position of low-level slaves, and you still speak for him. Another middle-aged man said angrily, Old man, your idea is very dangerous. Rinzai looked around carefully. How can you and I see through the wisdom of the messenger of God? He divides slaves into different levels and has a so-called upgrade method, which can make everyone work for him wholeheartedly. This is not something an ordinary person can think of. Let's just be slaves and don't talk about anything else. After saying that, he looked around carefully again. In the big shack, God's messenger, those clan leaders are also low-level slaves, so why can they possess women alone? As a new member of the Xuanniao clan, Lang Ben was allowed to attend clan meetings. That's a good question, Sui said. In the future, our tribe will gradually implement the system of monogamy. Monogamy. Everyone looked at each other. It means a man is paired with a woman, and the two live together and raise their children together. I know, just like me and the witch. Yaoli held the witch's hand. The witch was a little shy, but she couldn't resist Yaoli, so she could only let him hold her. Yaoli, let me ask you, do you want the witch to be possessed by someone else? Sui said. Yaoli pulled the witch over and held her in his arms. The witch is my woman. Witch, do you want Yaoli to sleep in another woman's nest every day? Sui asked the witch again. The witch blushed slightly and shook her head. I don't want to. You two like each other, and neither of you wants others to take away the person you like. This is actually a more reasonable state of affairs. Yaoing looked at the petite woman beside him and said with a grin, but what if I want to have a few more women? As soon as he said this, he was immediately scrutinized by all the women present. Does your woman agree to share her with others? Sui asked. She listens to me, so she doesn't dare to oppose me. Yaoing patted his chest. I don't agree, A weak voice came out. Yao Ying never expected that the woman who had always obeyed him would dare to oppose him at the meeting. Chapter 55 Guard. He raised his hand to hit. Stop! Su Yi and Yao Yu beside him shouted at the same time. The voice scared Yao Ying. Seeing the displeasure in the eyes of the messenger of God, he immediately put down his hand with a wry smile. If you have the guts, go to the outside tribe. If you dare to let me find you beating your own woman, I will punish you by making you kneel before the statue for a day and not allow you to eat for 3 days. This was your own choice. Since you didn't like her, I made the decision to let her be with someone else. Su Yi said coldly. No, I'd like to follow the eagle. 2 voices, one high and one low, sounded at the same time. Since you are willing to follow him, if he bullies you in the future, tell me and I will find you a good partner. Su Yi said to Yao Ying's woman. Don't worry, after you two separate, I promise he won't dare to bother you. Thank you, Lord God's messenger. She felt that the God's messenger treated her as someone as important as the eagle, and she was extremely grateful. From now on, men should not force women. Of course, women can't force men either. If both parties are willing to live together, come to me, and I will bear witness to your deeds. You will inform others of what we said today in a moment. If there are several women willing to be with one man, or several men willing to be possessed by one woman, as long as you can handle the relationship between them well and not cause conflicts, then it's up to you. After hearing Su Yi's words, Yao Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ling must be willing to share Su Yi with her. Even if Ling is unwilling, Su will persuade her. Okay, let's get down to business. Li Ying, Su Yi looked at the two of them. Each of you pick out 10 good fighters from the slaves, and add your current men to form the Xuanniao tribe's guard team. You, remember that the guards will give them an extra half piece of meat every day. The same goes for the new slaves? Same. After saying that, Su Yi looked at the two again. When you two select people, make it clear what the treatment will be. Our guard team must be the strongest force in the tribe. This matter must be done tomorrow. Starting from the day after tomorrow, I will make a new training plan for you. Besides training, your tasks remain the same. One team hunts, and the other team patrols. Yes, the two nodded. Lan, you also select 5 female slaves to help you feed the livestock. The sow was pregnant, there were a few more sheep in the pen, and there was also a buffalo, so their task was not an easy one. Yes. Yao Lan nodded in response. Lian, you should also pick 5 people who are skillful and can help you with the work. You can also teach them your own skills. Su Yi said. You must warn them not to make things privately. You understand all this, so you can do it yourself. Yes. Lian, who was sitting in a corner, agreed. Is Dai in charge of fishing? Su Yi looked at a woman in the tribe. It's me, the messenger of God. Yao Dai replied. The tribe has gained a lot of new people. Go to the slave area and pick a few people to help you fish. As the number of slaves increased, the residential area could no longer accommodate them. Su Yi asked Lang Ben to bring the new slaves to expand the slave residential area. He also arranged for Muchuan to bring a group of slaves from before to repair the Xuanniao tribe's own huts. After arranging all the messy things, the sun had already set. It's getting late today, so let's have everyone fix their tools. These are the tasks for the slaves for now. I'll arrange other work once the house is fixed. There was a great deal of noise in the slave quarters. I did nothing all day, but I was given food in the evening. The new slaves found the wild vegetables delicious. The old slave's goal was to have a piece of jerky every day. Many people were envious when they saw the person who had been eating wild vegetables with them the day before turned into a high-level slave today and was even given dried fish. Mushin, why did the messenger of God choose you to be a high-level slave? Someone said sourly. If you don't understand, you can ask the messenger of God. I don't know. Mushin tore off a piece of dried meat and threw it into his mouth, eating it with great relish. Oh, how dare I ask the envoy of God? Your decision must be correct. The man continued. I just want to ask you. How can I be appreciated? You've asked the right person. Muchuan narrowed his eyes and swallowed the jerky. I just used the time you took to poop to chop down trees. The man was speechless after hearing this. We're going to select guard members tomorrow. If you work hard, once you're selected, you can live the same life as the official members of the tribe. Muchuan came over and said. Although he became an official member of the tribe, he and Lang Ben still lived in the slave area. Su Yi has already promised them that if there is a woman they like and she is willing, he will allow them to have her all to themselves. Of course, this includes women from the Xuanniao tribe. As for why they still live in the slave area, Su Yi told them not to be separated from the masses and to know what everyone is thinking in order to reflect their own value. They all understood that Su Yi wanted them to monitor the slaves. The guards, there's no place for someone like me. Those strong and powerful ones will fight over it. Then you just work hard, build a new house, cut down trees, and get tools. There will always be someone who can do it right. Muchuan said. When I was in the Yinfeng tribe, everyone said that I made good stone tools. The man remembered something. Muchuan's eyes lit up. One of the tasks Su Yi gave them was to discover people with special talents. Isn't making stone tools a special talent? You don't have to work for now. Make a stone knife for me to see. If the messenger of God thinks it's okay, you will be a high-level slave. Muchuan patted the man's shoulder. Okay, I will do it well. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Crack, crack, crack. Every day before dawn, 40 members of the guard team would run around the entire Xuanniao tribe's camp. From the initial sparseness to the current coordinated pace, it all depends on sweat. For a long time, Sui thought that these primitive people could not be trained. They couldn't tell left from right and had no problem walking normally, but they stumbled as soon as they entered the queue. Fortunately, hard work pays off. More than 70 days have passed since the team members were selected, and these people finally have taken shape. After running in circles, they stood straight in the open space, with firm faces and eyes not looking away, waiting for their leader Su-Yi to issue orders. The more you endure during training, the greater your chances of surviving in battle. Su-Yi stood in front of the team. Starting tomorrow, each of you will carry a piece of wood for me when you run. Everyone in the queue was shocked, but they didn't dare to move at all. They were often punished collectively by Su-Yi for doing tricks in the queue. Now we will start the archery training. Su-Yi glanced at everyone. Today is the last day of the assessment. Those who fail to meet the archery standard will automatically leave the team. We want elites in our guard team, not cowards. Several people in the queue whose archery results have always been unstable have begun to get nervous. Chapter 56, Unite. After the test, it turned out that two people who were usually good at archery performed poorly and failed. Su-Yi looked at the two people with bitter faces and said nothing. Chief, we. The two men looked at Su-Yi pleadingly. The others in the queue looked at him pleadingly. Report. Yali said loudly. Explain. Chief, can you give the two brothers a chance? They have performed very well in the past. Yali said seriously. What do you think? Su-Yi looked at everyone. The team members said in unison. Give them a chance. The two men's eyes were red. For 2 months, regardless of wind or sun, they ran laps together, stood in punishment together, and wrestled together every day. They are brothers who have emerged from the same quagmire. They have become accustomed to this kind of life, and they are reluctant to leave everyone who has suffered together. This is an opportunity given to you by everyone. Perform well. Su-Yi said with satisfaction. Both of them held their breath and made a secret decision. If 8 out of 10 arrows hit the target, you pass. The target is not big and the distance is far. It was specially designed by Su-Yi based on the physical condition of primitive people. The two men lived up to expectations. One hit 9 and the other hit all 10. Everyone in the queue was excited but didn't dare to say anything. Under normal circumstances, they would have started cheering a long time ago. After passing the test, the two looked at Su-Yi expectantly. Get in line. Su-Yi waved his hand. Their faces flushed, as if they were reborn. Not far away, the women had already lit a bonfire and prepared food. Su-Yi commanded the troops to march in an orderly manner to the bonfire and ordered them to disperse. The guards lined up in a long queue, received almost the same amount of food, and sat around the campfire to roast their food. Su-Yi sat on a small stone bench and took the barbecue and water handed to him by Yao Ling. Lan just told me that the ewe we caught a few days ago gave birth to 2 lambs. 2 in 1 litter? Not bad. Su-Yi said happily. Go tell Lan to separate them and give the ewes some extra fodder. Sheep need special care? Sheep that have just given birth need special care. If they don't eat well with other sheep, the lambs will have no milk to drink. Su-Yi explained patiently. Oh, I'll go inform Lan right away. Yao Ling turned and left. 70 days passed, and great changes took place in the Xuanniao tribe. There are tall fences all around and shacks lined up in neat rows. Although the surrounding resources began to become scarce, the number of cattle, sheep, and pigs in the pen increased. The number of pigs increased to 5, 2 males and 3 females, 2 of which were pregnant. There were 21 sheep in total, and there were more rams, 10 in total, which accounted for half. There were also 3 buffaloes, 1 large and 2 small. What made Su-Yi depressed was that those 2 wolves were impossible to tame. He eats when he is given food and ignores people after he finishes eating. Su-Yi decided to wait until the wolf cubs were born and then roast 2 big ones. That day, after Su-Yi made a round of inspection, he returned to the big shack to cool off. Many trees around the camp had been cut down, and the sunlight was quite harsh. Su, something happened. Yao Yu walked in hurriedly with someone. She never gave up on taking back her ancestral land, and thought she could go back after conquering the Flame Phoenix tribe. But then a Black Wolf tribe emerged. Now that the Black Wolf tribe has not been resolved, the situation has become even more complicated. Yao Yu gave way to the people behind him. Let him tell you. Su Yi looked over and saw that the man was not tall and had a bit of arrogance on his face. Respected messenger of God, I am Long Tu from the Black Wolf tribe. The man saluted. Su Yi ate the barbecue and drank water leisurely. Well, what are you doing here? Lang Tu looked at the other party's leisurely appearance and felt suspicious. Was it a wrong decision for the leader to ask him to come to the weak Xuanniao tribe for help? The cold and elegant chief also stood quietly by the side. He continued, ever since our people saw the weapons of your tribe, they have never dared to enter your territory again. He stood in front of Su Yi, but spoke to Yao Yu. Stop talking nonsense. What are you here for? Su Yi swallowed the barbecue and said impatiently. The wolf suddenly became angry, but saw that the female leader looked as if it was a matter of course. He suppressed his emotions again. You know there are 5 tribes in this area, right? Su Yi nodded. He had heard you and the others talk about it. Now, except for our Black Wolf tribe, the other 3 have united together. After Lang Tu finished speaking, he carefully observed Su Yi's expression, but found that he was calm. He immediately added, if they unite, there will be countless young and strong people. Originally, we could only deal with the Thunder tribe and the Wind tribe, but it turns out that both tribes have joined the Tiger tribe. That Tiger King is a vicious man who likes to eat babies and women's bellies and human hearts. Lang Tu said several words in a row, and finally saw Su Yi frowning. So what does what you said have to do with us? Su Yi said indifferently. Lang Tu said anxiously. He destroyed our Black Wolf tribe, and will come back to take away your land and your women. So you are here to ask for help? Su Yi pretended to be confused. Yes, we should unite and fight against the cruel Tiger King together. You are wrong. Su Yi laughed. Since the Tiger King is so strong, why should I take the risk to fight him instead of joining him to fight you? There is no hatred between the Tiger King and me. Besides, the Thunder tribe and the Wind tribe have joined Tiger King, which shows that he treats people well. Lang was speechless. He knew that the man in front of him was not so easy to fool. Lord God's messenger, I lied to you. Lang Tu said dejectedly. Su Yi had a blank expression on his face. When the Thunder tribe and the Wind tribe led their young men to attack us, they were ambushed by the Tiger King and their lair was raided. Almost all the women and children were captured. They had no choice but to join the Tiger tribe. Except for this, everything else I said is true. The Tiger King is a brutal leader who often robs people everywhere. Now that he is even stronger, he only wants to destroy us and completely occupy this place. Wolf, right? When Su Yi spoke, Lang Tu immediately perked up. Even if I don't unite with your Black Wolf tribe, I still have ways to deal with the Tiger King. Why do you want me to lead my people to fight for you with just a few words? The wolf's brain raced, and he finally read something. Lord God's messenger, what do you need us to do before we can help you? Su Yi glanced at Lang Tu and turned to ask Yao Yu. Are the Mabu clan the subordinates of Black Wolf? Yao Yu nodded. After receiving Yao Yu's affirmative answer, Su Yi said to Lang Tu, teach me the technology of making linen cloth, and I will bring people to help you deal with the Tiger tribe. Lang Tu looked embarrassed. The core of their Black Wolf tribe is the Linen clan, and the core of the Linen clan is the technology of making linen. I can't make the decision on such an important matter. Lang Tu said truthfully. I will go back and ask for instructions from leader Lang Xiao immediately. Although he said this, he felt that the leader Wolf Howl would definitely not agree. You, give him a piece of fish to eat on the road. Thank you, messenger of God. Lang Tu felt a little warm in his heart. Carefully accepting the meat handed over by the female chief, Lang Tu immediately ran back to report. Will they give us the technology? Yao Yu asked as he watched the figure disappear into the jungle. It's not important whether the technology is given or not. What's important is to make the Black Wolf tribe a part of the Blackbird tribe. Do you have a way to get the Black Wolf tribe to join us? Yao Yu's eyes sparkled. Certainly. Then tell me quickly. If you kiss me, I'll tell you. Su Yi tilted his head and pointed at his cheek. Yao Yu looked outside the nest and saw many tribesmen coming and going. He whispered, can we not kiss each other tonight? Chapter 57 Destroy them. It doesn't matter to you. I won't tell you until we kiss each other. Su Yi looked indifferent. Yao Yu bit her teeth slightly, and when she saw that no one was looking at her, she immediately leaned over and gave him a kiss. Su Yi hardly felt the touch of a dragonfly on the water. Turning around to let her do it again, Su Yi was stunned when he saw her pretty face flushed red. The shy Yao Yu has a different kind of charm. Stop looking and tell me quickly. Su Yi's direct gaze made her cheeks feel hot. This is all we need. Su Yi began to talk about his plan. After hearing this, Yao Yu was surprised and asked, will this work? You don't believe me? Su Yi said with a smile. You cannot believe in the messenger Su Yi, but you have to believe in your man. You are not my man, Yao Yu said stubbornly. The last time he took the initiative to express his feelings, she had actually accepted him. You just took the initiative to kiss me, and it's still not enough? Su Yi touched the place where he was kissed. Kissing doesn't count. Giving birth to your child counts. Yao Yu has her own standards. Black Wolf Tribe. Want our hemp spinning technology? No way. The wolf on the first position howled angrily. What kind of divine envoy is this? He only cares about the immediate benefits. Lang Xiao said disdainfully. Once our Black Wolf Tribe is destroyed, will the Blackbird Tribe still have any good results? Chief, I think the messenger of God is not a foolish person. Lang Tu said. He's definitely not going to be any smarter. If it weren't for that powerful weapon, I wouldn't bother asking them for help. Chief, do you mean that we will not unite with the Xuanniao tribe? Are you sure we can win with the help of the Xuanniao tribe? Lang Xiao asked back. Lang Tu hesitated. All his confidence came from that messenger of God. Lang Xiao looked at Tu, who was silent, and asked, you have been to their camp. Are there not many people from the Xuanniao tribe? Lang Tu nodded. Lang Xiao thought for a moment and said, I plan to have you secretly lead people to destroy them. In this way, the powerful weapon will naturally belong to us. No, Lang Tu refused sternly. Their weapons are too powerful. I let you go secretly, Wolf Howl emphasized. That won't work either. Lang Tu shook his head again and again. Their fence is very solid. It's hard to break through from the outside. This won't work, and that won't work either. Wolf howled impatiently. Then what do you think we should do? Chief, there is no need for Lang Tu. I can lead my followers to wipe out the Xuanniao tribe. No, I should go. Other clan leaders volunteered one after another. This Lang Tu used to be a man, but now he becomes a coward when talking about the Xuanniao clan. Seeing that the leader was a little moved, the wolf said quickly, we must not attack the Xuanniao tribe head-on. We must defeat them with wisdom. Oh, Lang Xiao didn't think Tu was a coward. He knew that the weapons of the Xuanniao tribe must be very powerful to scare his warriors. We are right. Lang Tu's eyes lit up. We can give them the weaving tools, and then we can kill the people they sent, and naturally we will get their powerful weapons. Yes, that's it. Lang Tu became more and more excited as he spoke. As long as we have weapons, we can wipe out the Xuanniao tribe, and textile tools will be back. Wolf Howl fell into deep thought. Why would it be so difficult to wipe out a small clan? What if they take the weaving tools and run away? They definitely won't run away. The image of the Xuanniao tribe's well-organized camp emerged in Lang Tu's mind. Even if they don't run away, what if they take the things and don't send anyone? Hearing this, Lang Xiao also looked over. I can give them half of the tools, and then give them the other half after they send people over. Lang Tu began to admire his own cleverness. Okay, Lang Xiao thought for a moment and said, Tu, let's do as you say. There will be a big reward if it works. Father, Lang Yu, who had been silent, spoke up. Wouldn't we be deceiving the Xuanniao tribe in this way? All the elders and clan leaders in the nest cast blaming glances at her. What do you know? If we don't destroy them, our Black Wolf tribe will be destroyed. Wolf Howl said unhappily. That's what the leader said. You little girl, don't get involved in adult matters. Lang Wei opened his mouth and closed it again. Xuanniao tribe. Su Yi found Lang Ben. A man named Lang Tu came today. What's your relationship with him? Lang Tu. I don't know him. Lang Ben shook his head. Su Yi looked at his expression, wondering if he was lying. He then asked, did you know that there is a tiger tribe in our area? Lang Ben looked at Su Yi carefully, and seeing that he was staring at him, he immediately lowered his head. We separated from the tiger tribe. Our leader was actually the Tiger King's younger brother. In order to make decisions for himself, he took some of his people and left the tiger tribe without authorization. Lord God's messenger, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just... Lang Ben said as he lay on the ground. Su Yi continued. You are just afraid that I will suspect you will betray me. The wolf ran and lay motionless. Have you ever thought about betrayal? My lord, I swear to God that I have never thought about it. Su Yi said calmly. I believe you. The wolf ran up trembling with fear. He had finally become a member of the Xuanniao tribe, and he had fallen in love with everything about it, so he was unwilling to go back to the barbaric tiger tribe. Go pick a few people who are good at handwork and bring some digging tools, Su Yi said. Under Su Yi's command, several slaves used stone and bone tools to dig mud from the ground. After living for so many years, this was the first time they heard that mud could be made into tools. But if the messenger of God said it was possible, Then it must be possible. So the few of them just buried their heads and dug the ground. Almost. These are enough. Xuanniao bent down to take a look and ordered. Your current task is to remove the small gravel and grass roots in the mud. Several slaves followed the order. They were chopping down trees when they were chosen to do the easy job. This is a good opportunity to enter the sight of God's messenger. You guys take your time. I'll go look around somewhere else. Xuanniao looked for a while, then turned and left. Several slaves immediately showed their full concentration. In primitive society, living conditions were too harsh. Wearing animal skins is extremely uncomfortable when you sweat. Yao Ling complained to him every day, saying that she didn't want to wear shorts because they were sticky and uncomfortable when she sweated. She missed the animal skin skirt that showed her buttocks. Xuanniao had already promised her that he would get her a set of linen clothes after he dealt with the Black Wolf tribe. There was no pot to cook, no bowl to eat, and they had to grill meat every day. It was no problem for the primitive man, but his stomach could not take it. The shack we live in doesn't leak, but it's hot and stuffy when it's not raining, and very humid when it rains. There is still a lot to do if you want to live a good life. Xuanniao, can you really make the pot you mentioned? Yao Ling walked beside him. She was tired of fishing. I also went out with Yao Ying and his friends to shoot wild animals and had a great time. I have helped slaves chop trees and fed pigs with Yao Lan. When she went to Lian to sew clothes, she pricked herself with a few needles. These days, she has been following Xuanniao around, asking him to make something fun for her. Everyone in the tribe knows that it is better to offend the tribe leader than to offend Ling. The patriarch got emotional and exploded in front of others. If Ling is provoked, she will tell her grievances to the messenger of God. Xuanniao knew that Ling just liked to play and make trouble for no reason. She would not dare to act recklessly only when something big happened, so he just let her do what she wanted. You'll know when it's done. Xuanniao fancied. I can make soup with it in the future. Soup, what is that? Meat and water, stewed in a pot. Tastes like meat. It would be better to just eat meat. You are right. Xuanniao stroked her head lovingly. Chapter 58 Loom. The concept of sharing husbands and wives has become deeply rooted among different clans. In the name of God's messenger, Xuanniao forced everyone to practice monogamy, but with little effect. Many men still sleep with different women every day, and women who are not pregnant are constantly looking for strong men to mate with. Moreover, both parties were willing and harmonious, and there was no sign of coercion at all. Xuanniao could do nothing about this. This was especially evident in the guard team he led. Each member of the guard has more food and a stronger body. They became the objects of favor of almost all the women in the tribe. Yao Ying, the team leader, completely let himself go. He was tall and strong, and was surrounded by women of all races every day, some of whom were quite beautiful. So I stay out all night every day. Even his woman recognized the current situation. Because apart from having affairs with other women, Yao Ying was also very caring towards her. Since she had no worries about food and drink every day, she accepted it silently. Everyone is used to this. If you want to change, you have to do it slowly. Yao Yu looked at Xuanniao with a frown on his face and comforted him. I see. Xuanniao came back to his senses and said happily, now what we can produce is still too little. When everyone has a lot of private property, the relationship between the sexes may stabilize. Why? Yao Yu asked puzzledly. Xuanniao looked at her and said, a woman had sex with 5 men, and then she gave birth to a child. Does she know whose child it is? I probably don't know. Yao Yu thought for a moment and answered. No. Xuanniao said firmly. If there is no special situation, she must not know. Suppose Eagle is one of the 5 men and he is about to die. To whom should his 5 pigs be given? Of course it belongs to the Xuanniao clan. Yao Yu said without hesitation. Xuanniao held his forehead with his hand. You, if you are dying, who will you give your bed and your favorite stone bowl to? Give me my child. Yao Yu snorted coldly. I'm still young and won't die so early. Why did the 5 pigs of the eagle belong to the Xuanniao tribe? He would have 5 pigs as his private property? Yao Yu asked in disbelief. It's impossible now, but it may not be impossible in the future. Yao Yu seemed to be thinking. Then I know, his 5 pigs must be given to his children, but he doesn't know which one is his child. How clever, Xuanniao praised. So, when a man has more private property, he will ask his partner to remain loyal. Yao Yu's heart was pounding as he watched Xuanniao talking. Are you loyal? I have never thought about accepting multiple men. She thought that it might be because her mother also had only her father as a man that she had such thoughts. In her impression, her father loved her mother especially. But are they still alive now? The reason her father left suddenly was probably to look for her missing mother. His eyes couldn't help but look at Xuanniao, but she found that he was also staring at her. Well, when will we return to our homeland? She asked, finding a new topic. We'll go back after we take care of the Black Wolf tribe. Su Yi found that her face was pretty no matter whether she was happy or sad. Don't we want the camp we built here? Take the livestock with you and rebuild the house. It is difficult to achieve results in animal domestication in a short period of time, but it is different for crop cultivation. According to Yao Yu, their ancestral land is a flat place with a hot and humid climate, so as long as they find suitable crops, they will definitely grow well. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the shack. After getting the consent, Yao Li entered with a person who was Lang Tu from the Black Wolf tribe who had been there last time. Greetings to the Xuanniao tribe, the Lord God's messenger. Lang Tu saluted respectfully, without any of the arrogance he had last time. Has your leader agreed to my request? Su Yi sat in the main seat. We have brought the textile tools. The door curtain was opened, and two people entered carrying a wooden frame. Su Yi couldn't sit still anymore. This tool is so crude that it is suspicious, but it is still surprising in primitive society. What is the level of civilization in this world? Obviously, they have problems with food and clothing, but the Xuanniao tribe has miraculous medicine-making skills, and the Linen clan of the Black Wolf tribe has textile looms. Could it be that other tribes also have their own heritage? Lang Tu looked at Su Yi's surprised expression and felt relieved. Show me, let me see. Su Yi stood next to the machine. Lang Tu had already known that the other party was not so easy to fool. This machine is still missing some of the most important parts, so it cannot be demonstrated now. He bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, TSK, that won't do. Su Yi shook his head. I can't let my people die without the skills. Our opponent is the ferocious tiger tribe. Su Yi looked terrified and waved his hands repeatedly. Lang Tu was glad that he did not bring all the tools with him, as this messenger of God was too cunning. Our leader said that as long as you send people, the rest of the weaving tools will be delivered immediately, and we will also send our people to teach you. After he said that, he carefully observed the other party's expression. Su Yi thought about it and nodded. That makes some sense. The wolf was overjoyed when he saw this. Unexpectedly, the other party changed the subject. I'll send people to help you fight. You don't have to bring food and weapons yourself, right? The wolf was suddenly stunned. He came here just to get powerful weapons. How could the messenger of God not allow someone to take it away? Lang Tu was at a loss for words, but he quickly said, Our tribe has lost a lot of weapons recently, and I'm afraid there won't be enough for your people. Then Su Yi asked a lot of questions. After a few words of communication, he guessed that the other party was not interested in people, but their bows and arrows. He decided to give it one more try. Okay, you provide the food, and we'll bring our own weapons. Su Yi said loudly. Li, have everyone bring stone knives and stone spears, and prepare to support the Black Wolf tribe. After hearing this, Lang Tu's eyes went dark. He was thinking about how to start the conversation, but someone asked the question for him. God's messenger, don't we bring bows and arrows? Yao Li was puzzled. Are you doubting me? Su Yi said coldly. The bow and arrow are our clan's treasures. What if we take them out and lose them? Treasure? Yao Li always felt that the messenger of God was a little abnormal, and the atmosphere on the field was also a little strange. He thought about it, then turned and left without saying a word. This. Wolf hesitated. Without that treasure, the tiger tribe will be difficult to deal with, right? Su Yi has now concluded that the other party's request for help is false, and that they really covet their bows and arrows. If that's the case, it will be easier to handle. I really like these weaving tools. Can we exchange our treasures for your tools? No. Before the delighted wolf could speak, Yao Yu loudly refused. How can they take back their ancestral land if they give the other side such powerful weapons as bows and arrows? But I really like this weaving tool. Su Yi didn't expect Yao Yu to cooperate with him. That won't work either. Yao Yu refused sternly. We don't have to wear linen. As long as we have weapons in our hands, we are not afraid of anyone. Su Yi shook his head helplessly and said to Lang Tu, You saw it. I wanted to exchange with you, but our clan leader disagreed. The wolf's heart was in turmoil, sometimes worried and sometimes happy. Chapter 59 Shy. My lord, look. Lang Tu didn't understand why the Xuanniao tribe had two people in charge. Don't even think about it. It's impossible to change it for you. Yao Yu said firmly. After hearing these words, Su Yi was stunned. He looked at her expression and realized that she really didn't want to change. Our clan leader thinks that what you gave is too little, Su Yi said. Yao Yu was about to retort, but when he saw Su Yi's restraining look, he opened his mouth but said nothing. Too little. Lang Tu's mind became active again. He thought for a moment and said, It's fair to exchange our looms for your bows and arrows, isn't it? But our clan leader disagrees. Su Yi showed an attitude of driving him away. It seems that this exchange cannot be accomplished. You should take your things back. We are willing to add 5 more rolls of linen. Lang Tu gritted his teeth. Only 5 volumes. 5 volumes are all our tribe has in stock. It's still a little too little. After all, we don't need to use sackcloth, but we must kill the enemy. With bows and arrows, we can get all the land, lakes, rivers, women, but you only have sackcloth. You said that if our tribe grows stronger and destroys you, won't the sackcloth still be ours? Su-yi looked at Lang Tu and said something with a smile. Lang Tu felt a chill on his back. What this messenger of God said is absolutely right. There are few men in their Xuanniao tribe now, but there are many women. It won't be long before they grow stronger. Wouldn't the Black Wolf tribe be in danger then? Su-yi looked at his expression and understood. There is no hatred between the Blackbird tribe and the Black Wolf tribe. Since you are in trouble, we will lend a hand to help you this time. The wolf, who was stunned on the spot, suddenly became ecstatic. Did the envoy of God agree to the exchange? Who made me kind-hearted? Su-yi did not feel any psychological pressure at all about fooling the primitive people. 5 rolls of linen, a loom, and you have to teach us how to use it. Su-yi looked at Lang Tu and said, then our treasure, the bow and arrow, will be yours. The wolf was overjoyed. He had gotten a great deal. He immediately returned with the dried meat given by the other party. Why do you want to exchange the bows and arrows with them? Yao Yu asked puzzledly. Su-yi opened his arms and motioned her to come into his arms. There were only 2 of them in the big shack. Yao Yu approached shyly. Su-yi grabbed her little hand and pulled it into his arms. The warmth and softness in his arms and the soft touch on his thighs made him feel relaxed and at ease. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and buried his face in her soft black hair. He had fallen in love with the elegant herbal scent. The warm breath behind his ear made Yao Yu feel numb all over. What are you doing? If you don't tell me, I'll leave. Yao Yu struggled slightly. Can you learn how to make a bow and arrow just by looking at it? Su-yi asked. Yao Yu nodded. It is indeed not difficult to make a bow and arrow. The bows of the Xuanniao tribe are all made according to Su-yi's standards. But if it's just a bent wooden stick with a rope hung on it, then you can make as many bows as you want. The power may be smaller, but the effect is almost the same. The last time we scared them off, we were at a distance and they didn't see clearly. Once they see clearly, can we still get the loom? His fingertips lightly touched the tight skin on her waist, but Yao Yu was thinking and didn't notice. But I still don't want to give them powerful weapons. If a fight breaks out, our people will get hurt. Yao Yu said worriedly. Let's get a shield and make sure our people are safe. Su-yi kept reaching upwards with his hands and had already reached the bottom edge of the towering building. Yao Yu came back to his senses. She discovered that the messenger of God Su-yi was thinking about having a child in broad daylight again. I wanted to get up and leave, but I was very interested in the shield he mentioned. Keep your hands outside and don't go in. Yao Yu felt like his face was on fire. Su-yi's heart trembled, and he gladly accepted this sudden benefit that hit him in the face. The big hand grabbed one without any hesitation. Tell me, what is a shield? She suppressed the strange feeling in her chest and tried to keep her tone calm. Su, are you here? The door curtain was suddenly pulled open, revealing Yao Ling's little head. When she saw the 2 people sitting together, her eyes lit up instantly. Yao Yu wished he could crawl into the ground. She wanted to get up, but for some reason her body felt soft, and Su-yi was still holding her tightly. In a panic, she turned sideways and buried her face in Su-yi's chest. After finally grabbing hold of the cold female chief, Su-yi was reluctant to let go. Ling is one of us anyway. Where did you go to play again? Su-yi asked. Yao Ling saw the red neck exposed between Yu's black hair and smiled evilly. When Dai and her friends were fishing, a blind crocodile jumped onto the shore, but they beat it back. Let her out quickly. A faint mosquito-like voice came to my ears. Yao Yu thought Ling would go out when she saw them together, but the 2 of them ended up chatting. The annoying thing is that the messenger of God's big hand on his chest is still kneading it wantonly. Ling, your sister Yu is shy, so I'll ask you to go out first. You? Yao Yu's cheeks turned even redder. Su-yi felt the slight tremor in his arms. He gave Yao Ling a look and asked her to go out first. Yao Ling turned and left with a laugh. She's gone. Su-yi said gently. Then, he clearly felt the beauty in his arms soften. Why don't you let go? Yao Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with shame and anger. Su-yi smiled and let go of his hand. Let's talk shield now. Don't move your hands. A shield is a defensive weapon that can block arrows and sharp weapons and protect yourself. Even though they had bows and arrows, they couldn't do much damage to us. Have you thought of this a long time ago? The blush on Yao Yu's cheeks gradually faded, and there was surprise in his eyes. No need to think about it. It's always in my mind. Su-yi was not exaggerating. Looking down, he saw admiration and love in her eyes, and he couldn't suppress the feeling of pride in his heart. Traveling through this wild world and conquering a woman like this is definitely worth the trip. Looking at Su Yi's burning eyes, Yu couldn't help but close his eyes. Su Yi held the back of her head and kissed her red lips. The clay for making pottery is ready. Su Yi didn't know which kind of soil was more suitable, so he simply prepared several kinds of soil. Next, just follow me. Su Yi looked at the slaves. They were all selected for their ingenuity and were ready to be deployed. A few slaves were particularly devout. Not only them, almost everyone knows that doing things around a messenger of God will make them smarter. The pottery-making method that Su Yi taught them was the hand-making method, which is to use hands to mold the shapes of bowls and cups. The bowl should be made into a shape like this shell. Su Yi grabbed half a coconut shell and gestured. Glue a piece of mud underneath and make sure it lies flat, he said as he pinched. The result was a crooked thing. On the contrary, a few slaves did it quite well. Be careful not to leave any cracks or holes. This will be used to hold water in the future. Using mud to hold water? Yao Ling was also having fun. Her cheeks were covered with mud. Won't it leak? It depends on the nature of the mud and everyone's technique. He does a good job. Su Yi observed everyone and picked out a bowl that had thick walls but was very round. Everyone should learn from him. The slave who was praised had a solemn look on his face amidst excitement. It would be better if it could be thinner, Su Yi suggested. A group of slaves gathered around to watch. You need to make each of these types of mud, and remember to leave marks for easy distinction. The two people who make the best things will be promoted to high-level slaves. After Su Yi said this, he walked away leisurely, leaving behind a group of people who were busy with work. Hurry up, teach me how to do it. After Su Yi left, Yao Ling became the boss. The slave who was named knew that she was the woman of God's messenger, so he lowered his head and dared not look at her face. What are you afraid of? I don't eat people now. If you use too much force here, it will become deformed. And here, Chapter 60. You are a good person. The witch's father became a celebrity among the old men's team. Although he is not a member of the Xuanniao tribe, he regards himself as one of them. Every time he thought about how he was unwilling to come at all, his old face got hot. With the arrival of the Xuanniao tribe, life has become much better. They had meat to eat every day, and their nest no longer leaked. My daughter would come to visit him in her free time. The most important thing is that my daughter's powerful man sends her meat every day. The old men around were extremely envious. He felt that this was how people should live, and that all their previous lives had been in vain. What a wonderful daughter. I heard that the man of the Miko is particularly valued by the gods. It was time to go to work again, and a few old men surrounded him and flattered him as usual. The old men's task was to select branches from the chopped wood to make arrows. According to Su Yi's instructions, each group of old men was responsible for different processes. Pick the arrow shaft, feather the tail, sharpen the tip. The witch's father has the easiest job. He is responsible for acceptance. Check that the arrow is straight and the feathers are firmly glued. These old men fawned over him, so he just turned a blind eye. Old Wu, could it be that the messenger of God is attracted to the witch? An old man approached and asked. Wu Lao was stunned. No way. Who is the envoy of God? Why would he fall in love with my daughter? No, the old man said mysteriously. I saw it all. The messenger of God smiled at the witch, and more than once. Wu Lao waved his hand and said, I was just smiling. How come you like me? The envoy of God is also a human being, and a young and strong one at that. What does it mean that he often smiles at a woman? The old man argued. Old Wu, think about it. If the witch was the woman of the envoy of God, those people of the Xuanniao tribe would have to show some respect to you. Your status in the Xuanniao tribe is quite high. Wu Lao took a breath. This is terrible. He had already imagined himself sitting below the messenger of God, with the people around him looking respectful. For the whole day afterwards, old Wu was daydreaming. That night, when Yao Li went to deliver meat to him, he was kept by him. Li, you are a good man. Old Wu started by complimenting him. But now the angel of God has taken a fancy to my daughter. It would be bad if you were to live with her every day. Yao Li was scratching his head and was stunned. The envoy of God fell in love with the witch. How is that possible? Yao Li said in astonishment. The witch was promised to me by the envoy of God himself. Maybe he regrets it. Impossible. Ling and you are both prettier than each other. The messenger of God will not fall in love with the witch. Look at you. You don't listen to advice. Wu Lao said. Others have seen it with their own eyes, so I told you. What did you see? Yao Li questioned. God made him hold the witch's hand. Yao Li was shocked and angry. The two argued for a while, and finally, Yao Li left Wu Lao's nest in a daze. He didn't want to believe it, but in his eyes the witch was indeed more beautiful than the goddess. Could it be that God really made him fall in love with her? But why did he promise it to me in the first place? His woman was taken away by Su Yi again. He was angry and helpless. That's a messenger of God. He was the Xuanniao god who came down to save the Xuanniao tribe. Since he came, the Xuanniao tribe has become stronger day by day, and people no longer have to worry about filling their stomachs. At first, he spared his life. In the slave quarters, Yao Li came out of the witch's lair and strolled around aimlessly. A sharp-eyed slave woman recognized him and boldly stepped forward and took his hand. Yao Li didn't know how he got to the woman's nest. The nest was built not long ago, but the smell inside was not pleasant. The woman had already peeled off her own hide and pounced on him. Smelling the sweat on the other person, Yao Li pushed him away in disgust. Don't move. I'm staying here for one night. Yao Li warned. Put on your clothes, or I'll leave immediately. The woman put on the animal skin resentfully, but her eyes were constantly seducing Yao Li. This man is tall and strong, and has a very high status in the tribe. If I can follow him, I won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. The witch was waiting alone in the nest. Even when the sky was filled with stars, Yao Li still did not return. She began to worry about his safety. Since the two of them started living together, he never stayed out overnight. Even if something happens, I will tell myself in advance. The huts where the Xuanniao people lived were not far away. She thought about it and decided to get up and ask the messenger whether Yao Li had been assigned a mission. Although it was not nice to disturb others in the middle of the night, she was really worried. Walking out of the shack, the patrolman was the first to notice her. What are you doing up in the middle of the night? The other person asked in an unfriendly tone, staring at her vigilantly. I'll go find the messenger of God, said the witch. As she finished speaking, she noticed that the other party had raised his weapon. I went to ask him something. My man didn't come back, and I was worried that something happened to him. Let's go together. The guards, holding spears, followed not far from her. In Yao Ling's nest. Su, someone's approaching. There was a low voice in his ear, and Sui felt a small hand patting his cheek. He was holding Ling's soft body and sleeping soundly when he was woken up in a daze. Lord God's messenger, Li didn't come back last night. Have you assigned him any tasks? Su, it's a witch. Yao Ling reminded. Sui also heard it. There is no mission assigned. Ask the guards to take you to find it. Sui yawned and said, Go ahead. They must know where Li went. The witch looked at the guard beside her pleadingly. In the darkness of the night, the guards could see clearly that she was the squad leader's woman. At the entrance of the camp, there is a room specially provided for patrol personnel. The witch was brought here. After a while, the two guards were called back, and one of them said, Captain Yao Li went to the slave area and has not come out since. Got it. Go back to your posts and keep your eyes open, the team leader ordered. Another team member hesitated, then leaned over and whispered in the captain's ear. The witch felt relieved when she knew that Yao Li was fine. She didn't notice the two people whispering, but the news she heard made her confused. She knew that Yao Li went to deliver meat to his father in the evening, but why did he never come back? Are you still looking for the squad leader's woman? The team leader asked respectfully. I won't feel at ease until I find him, said the witch. The team leader looked embarrassed, but he still led the way. The witch thought Yao Li lived with his father, but the guard took him in another direction. When they reached a shack, the team leader stopped and said, Team leader, Yao Li is inside. The witch was confused. Looking at the other person's determined eyes, she called out, Li, are you in there? Yao Li was in a bad mood and fell asleep reluctantly. Suddenly, I heard the witch's call and couldn't believe it for a moment. Li, are you in there? Chapter 61 Punishment. Yao Li sat up straight from the hay. How did the witch find this place? The little sleepiness he had left disappeared completely. He lowered his head to straighten his clothes, then stood up and pushed the door open to leave. When he saw the team leader standing next to the witch, he knew what was going on. The man stood in front of her intact, and the witch smiled. But soon, the smile on his face disappeared. Following Yao Li out was a naked woman. The other person was completely shameless, sticking out his bare chest and looking at her with provocation in his eyes. You guys continue to sleep. I'm leaving. The witch turned and left without any hesitation. You. When Yao Li turned around, he saw a naked woman behind him. He simply raised his hand and slapped the woman in the face. Pa, didn't I tell you to get dressed? The woman fell down in pain and started crying. Why are you hitting her? The witch turned around and asked, If you are a man and you don't want to, can she drag you into the nest? Yao Li had no way to defend himself. Under the moonlight, his heart was broken when he saw the disappointment and sadness in the witch's eyes. Witch, please listen to my explanation. Without paying any attention to the woman on the ground, he glared at the team leader and quickly chased after her. The team leader suddenly realized. Next time he leads the way, he must definitely leave early. The residential area of the Xuanniao tribe. You said the envoy of God took a fancy to me? The witch didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He even held my hand? Yaoli, don't you have a brain? The witch scolded Yaoli harshly. Yaoli was happy and listened with a smile. The envoys of God never lie to their people. Even an outsider like me knows this. How could you believe what my father said? You believed his nonsense? The witch's chest heaved with anger. You two are both brainless. I shouldn't have believed it. Yaoli smiled awkwardly and tried to pull her hand. The other party brushed it away mercilessly. Why don't you sleep with that woman in your arms? The witch became furious when she thought of the woman's provocative eyes. Her butt is so round. The witch risked her life, pointing at her chest and saying, This is big too. Would you not keep mumbling about getting bigger? Yaoli growled, pounced forward and pressed the witch under him. What are you doing? Let me go, the witch said coldly. Yaoli didn't care and just lowered his head to chew. He thought he had lost her forever. The person under him gradually stopped resisting, and sobbing sounds were used instead. Haven't you had enough of that woman? The witch choked. I didn't sleep with her. She took off her clothes by herself. I didn't even touch her. Yaoli stood up nervously, held her in his arms, and wiped the tears from her face in the dark. It's okay to sleep, isn't it the same for everyone? I'm not. I don't like other women. I only like you. The second day, you didn't return to the nest in the middle of the night, and the witch was looking for you everywhere. What were you doing? He looked at Yaoli suspiciously. I thought he was a breath of fresh air among primitive people, but he ended up entering the sea so quickly. After listening to Yaoli's explanation, Sui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can you use your brain more when doing things? Yaoli nodded repeatedly. The witch said the same thing last night. After scolding Yaoli, Sui continued. Isn't this old Wu still restless? When the slaves were first moved in, he was the one who made the most noise, and he's still trying to come up with ideas. Eagle, take the unqualified arrows you found. Sui thought for a moment and said, send the people in charge of those processes, including Wu Lao, to clean up livestock manure for a month. Tell them that if they do it again, they will be beheaded and offered to the gods. Yaoli took the order and left. The arrows in his hand were of uniform length and thickness. However, the gluing of the tail feathers and the carving of the tail are very perfunctory. Such arrows will not only be ineffective if they are close, but will also affect their accuracy if they are far away. The punishment of Wu Lao and his slaves caused an uproar in the slave circle. I knew something was going to happen to them. Rinzai looked as if he had expected it. Because he had some white hair on his head, he was also assigned to make arrows, but he was responsible for selecting the arrow shafts. Yeah, luckily we didn't get lazy. Cleaning up livestock manure is not as easy as adding feathers to arrows. A few old men gloated. Can you bear to watch your father deal with all that manure? The old witch secretly approached the witch. The witch didn't give him a good look. She didn't expect that her father would dare to target the messenger of God. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. This is already a light punishment. I won't be able to save your life next time. Daughter, does the messenger of God really not like you? Old Wu still refused to give up. Father, he liked me and kept me by his side. The witch said helplessly, you should do your best. If the messenger is not satisfied, this job may be handed over to you in the future. After saying this, the witch turned and left. Old Wu returned to the livestock area with a bitter look on his face. Several people who often flattered him immediately surrounded him. Upon learning that he had returned empty-handed, they all sighed in disappointment. But after all, he was the witch's father, so a few people gave him the easier work. Old Wu now hates the person who whispered the advice in his ear. In the forest of beasts, a group of 6 people, 4 men and 2 women, were on their way in a hurry. Walking in front was a guard from the Xuanniao tribe. After following this route several times, Lang Tu still couldn't remember it. He felt that every walk was different. Warrior, he called out to the man who was leading the way with his chest held high. Why don't we just go straight? The guard said without even turning his head. There are many traps in this forest. If you wander around, you will get killed. Trap. After the bow and arrow, Lang Tu heard a new word, and he memorized it silently in his heart. It was invented by our messenger of God, said the guard proudly. Along the way, Lang Tu asked a lot of questions, but only this question did the other party reply with 2 sentences. He knew that it was useless to ask other questions, as the other party would not reveal too much. This time he also brought 2 women with him to teach the Xuanniao people how to use weaving tools. The other 2 young men held 5 rolls of linen to exchange for the Xuanniao tribe. He went back and told the leader of the Xuanniao tribe the terms of the exchange. The chief asked everyone in the tribe to discuss it, and they all agreed. In their view, the weaving tools were only given to the Xuanniao tribe for a period of time, and they would destroy the Xuanniao tribe once they defeated the Tiger tribe. Lang Tu naturally knew this, But there was a voice in his heart telling him not to make an enemy of the messenger of God. Sui received everyone from the Black Wolf tribe in the big shack. He also called all the women of the Xuanniao tribe in. You guys follow along and learn carefully, and everyone should try to operate the machine first. Sui reminded. The two young men from the Black Wolf tribe were dazzled by the women of different looks. Do you like them? If you stay in the Xuanniao tribe, you will have the opportunity to possess them. Sui looked at the two young men's strong muscles and subconsciously recruited them. Chapter 62 Crocodile Meat. The wolf suddenly frowned and coughed. This messenger of God actually used women to seduce his own people in front of him. The key is that the two of them took it seriously. Your Excellency, the messenger of God really knows how to joke. Wolf suddenly laughed. I'm serious. Sui said to him. You can also stay, have fish and meat every day, and have beautiful women all to yourself. The wolf suddenly swallowed and refused repeatedly. He also holds a high status in the Black Wolf tribe and has two women of his own. Besides, he wouldn't dare betray the Black Wolf tribe. No matter which tribe, the method of dealing with traitors is cruel. It's okay, you can come anytime you want. Sui said indifferently. Let's go and see the treasures of our tribe. Lang Tu immediately brought two of his men and followed Sui to the open space. A target has been set up at one end of the open space. Yao Li walked over holding a crudely made bow. When Lang Tu saw the so-called treasure, he looked suspicious. Lord God's envoy, is this the treasure of your tribe? No, there are still arrows. Sui pointed to the quiver behind Yao Li. This is too. Wolf suddenly felt that he had been fooled. Yao Li, show it to the distinguished guests. Yao Li pulled the rough bow and put an arrow on it. With the creaking sound of the bow being drawn, the arrow shot out and hit the target hard. The wolf's eyelids jumped when he saw this. Yes, this is it. Of course, I never lie. Sui changed the subject. But, it seems that you look down on our baby. No. When his real concern was revealed, Lang Tu waved his hands repeatedly. Although our treasure is not as complicated as your loom, it depends on your own wisdom. It is not easy to come up with it. Lang Tu also realized this. Li, present the weapons to the Black Wolf tribe. Sui ordered. Yao Li walked up to Lang Tu with solemn steps. Bend down and hold the bow horizontally. Lang Tu bowed and saluted, then took it with excitement. Their Black Wolf tribe finally got this weapon. Li, your task today is to teach them how to shoot arrows. Sui said without making any mistakes. Lang Tu looked grateful. He was worried that his tribesmen would not be able to learn it. In the big shack, the women were studying the loom carefully. Sui had already given them orders that they must learn seriously. In the open space outside the shack, Yao Li was also patiently instructing the two people in archery. Archery is easy to learn, but it is not easy to shoot accurately. Yao Li had good talent to begin with, and with daily practice, he was able to barely control this crude bow. The two young men from the Black Wolf tribe were so shot that they began to doubt their lives. Lang Tu also looked at the bow and arrow with suspicion. Seeing this, Sui called Yao Ling over to demonstrate it. This time, Lang Tu was sure that it was not the baby that was not good, but their people. The sun was high in the sky, and it was time for the Xuanniao tribe to eat. Sui warmly invited several people from the Black Wolf tribe to join him. This barbecue should be eaten with vegetables so that you won't get sick of it. Sui saw Lang Tu's surprised expression and explained. Lang Tu gritted his teeth and followed Sui's example, wrapping the meat with wild vegetables. When you put it in your mouth, it is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and your eyes light up immediately. Delicious, he couldn't help but say. Several other tribesmen, including two women, had already started devouring the food. They had never eaten such rich food in their lives. In order to avoid embarrassment, Lang Tu, the tribe leader, resisted the urge to stuff the food into his mouth. Fresh fruits, green vegetables, tender grilled fish, juicy grilled meat. No one from the Black Wolf tribe bothered to speak. You guys ate like this at the beginning. Sui saw it, and said to Yao Ling beside him with a smile. Ah. Yao Ling blushed no. She looked up and discovered that the way her people ate was indeed very different from the people of the Black Wolf tribe. They looked more like they were starving. Chief, the food here is better than in my dreams, whispered a tribesman. Lang Tu was very frightened. More than half of the people in their tribe don't have enough to eat every day, so the Xuanniao people have already found new ways to eat. In their Black Wolf tribe, such delicious food is often only enjoyed by the leader. No, even their leaders can't eat it. But in the Xuanniao tribe, every ordinary member can eat it, including several children. Looking at the Xuanniao people who were chewing their food slowly, he knew that they were not doing it for show, but that they ate like this every day. Lord God's envoy, this one tastes like chicken to me, and this one should be fish. Lang Tu held the 3 skewers in his hand, but I can't tell what the one in the middle is. Old man, that's crocodile meat. Yao Ling interrupted. Crocodile? The wolf was startled. Are you talking about the crocodile in the water? Yes, it's that crocodile. Yao Ling looked at the other party's wide eyes and smiled. This crocodile meat is not as delicious as deer meat. I don't like it. Crocodile. The Xuanniao tribe actually has the ability to hunt crocodiles. Looking at the skewer of meat in his hand, Lang Tu carefully bit off a piece and tasted it carefully. So fragrant. So satisfying. Their leader had never eaten crocodile meat, but now he was the first to eat it. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Lord God's messenger, I hope you can come to our tribe as a guest, but the food here is definitely not as diverse as the ones you have here. Lang Tu invited sincerely. I want to go as a guest too. Su-yi sighed. But I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Lang's heart suddenly trembled. It is true that their tribe has always been hostile to the Xuanniao tribe, but they have never revealed it. How did the messenger of God know this? Look at you. Su-yi frowned and said, You take it seriously, don't you? I just said it casually. I know the Black Wolf tribe will not deal with us. Yes, yes. The wolf suddenly felt relieved and echoed repeatedly. A transaction that both parties are satisfied with. Watching Lang Tu and his companions leave the gate under the guidance of the guards, Su-yi then ran back to the big shack with an excited look on his face. Have you learned everything? Show me the weaving tools. The 2 women started weaving together, and Su-yi frowned. In his impression, the loom can be operated by one person. Lord God's messenger, are we doing something wrong? The 2 men said guiltily. You did it right, but this machine is a little too primitive. Su-yi consoled him. You guys keep working on it, I'll take a look. One of the 2 women stood in front of the machine and was responsible for threading and tightening the weft thread, while the other was responsible for lifting the warp thread up and down. The structure of this loom is not complicated, but the rudimentary structure of mortise and tenon joints has been used on it. Each part appears to be thick and strong, and it is impossible for one person to take care of everything when they are integrated. If we shrink this big framework a bit, it can be operated by one person. Su-yi went out immediately and called 2 slaves in. He discovered these 2 people when they were building a shack. They were very good at scraping wood, so Su-yi decided to train them to become carpenters. Are you sure you can make a replica of this? The 2 of them looked around for a long time and nodded. How many days will it take? This big shelf is not difficult. The connecting parts and a few small items are a bit more troublesome. The 2 slaves looked at each other. Hearing this, Su-yi nodded with satisfaction. These 2 people did have some talent in carpentry. Give us 3 days, and we can make a replica of it. 3 days will do. Su-yi asked in surprise. Don't say you can't do it. In order to encourage the 2, Su-yi promised. As long as you can imitate it in 3 days, you will be promoted to a high-level slave immediately. It is not easy to scrape wood with stone tools, let alone make mortise and tenon structures. But if 2 people can really do it, then making a bed and building a wooden house will not be a difficult task. The 2 slaves were overjoyed and immediately rushed out to find their tools. Chapter 63 Yin Tribe. 3 days later, 2 carpenter slaves actually succeeded in imitating a loom. Su-yi fulfilled his promise and immediately promoted the 2 to high-level slaves. He then assigned 2 people to find a way to reduce the size of the loom. The 2 were very enthusiastic and devoted themselves to the work without any problem. It rains a lot in the tropical rainforest. Ever since the day the loom was successfully imitated, it has rained continuously. It was damp inside the shack and muddy outside. For several nights in a row, the stuffy tide kept Su-yi from falling asleep, and he felt listless. After getting up and running that day, he thought for a moment and decided to take the initiative. Destroy the Black Wolf tribe as soon as possible and move back to their ancestral land as soon as possible. The terrain of our ancestral land is flat, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and not as humid as the forest. In addition, Yao Yu promised him last time that she would give birth to a child for him as long as he took back his ancestral land. What Su-yi cares about is not the child. What he looks forward to is the process of giving birth. In the drizzle, 40 guards stood upright in the open space. Starting tomorrow, we will temporarily stop training. Hearing this, all the team members were excited and very happy. No one wants to run in the mud every day carrying a wooden stake. I have decided to fight against the Black Wolf tribe, but one of the 2 teams must stay behind to defend. Fighting abroad means having the chance to get big rewards. The team members held their heads high and were full of fighting spirit. Report. Yao Li at the front row shouted. Speak. I am willing to lead my team to fight against the Black Wolf tribe. Report. Yao Ying was unwilling to be left behind. He was still waiting for the messenger of God to make arrangements, but he didn't expect that Yao Li would actually volunteer to fight. No need to argue. He looked at everyone. I have made up my mind. As the squad leader, you easily believed the rumors a few days ago. Forget about the mission to attack the Black Wolf tribe. Eagle, take your team and stay. The rest of you can disband. Yao Li opened his mouth, but didn't dare to say much. He took his people to eat in a dejected manner. The people under his command were unhappy, but they did not dare to show it, let alone question the decision of the messenger of God. The Black Wolf tribe is extremely barbaric. They drove us into this damp forest, occupied our land, and took away our women. Why do we train so hard every day? It's just to defeat them one day, take back our territory, and protect our women. You are the weapons of my Xuanniao tribe. What you need to do is to let the enemy know that our tribe is very powerful and will not be invaded by other tribes. Now tell me, can you do this? Yes, yes, yes. The 20 team members who remained shouted 3 times in unison, and the 20 people shouted out the momentum of 200 people. Due to long-term rigorous training, each of them has good archery skills and the physical strength to run long distances. Coupled with the wisdom of God's messenger, they are confident that they can complete the mission successfully. Go eat now, Sui ordered. After dinner, the squad leaders and team leaders will gather in the big shack. I will assign tasks. In primitive society, on rainy days, not only did animals hide in their nests, but humans also reduced their range of activities. Tiger tribe. In the nest built on the tree trunk, lay a strong man with thick chest hair and lush beard. 2 young women were massaging his shoulders and legs, and 2 others were holding barbecue and water. Did you roast this piece of meat? The Tiger King took the roast meat, tore off a piece with his mouth, and threw it out of the shack. The good-looking woman was trembling with fear and dared not speak. Who told you to roast the meat like this? Don't we have enough food? Tiger King, as a woman, you don't know how to grill meat? Or did you burn it on purpose? He grabbed the woman's arm and pulled her into his arms. He touched her pretty cheeks twice. Then he turned his body to the side, pressed the woman under him, lifted up her grass skirt, and pressed on her. You can't grill meat, but you can give birth to a child, right? Woo no. The woman cried and shouted, struggling continuously. She had a man she liked in the Feng tribe. After more than 10 seconds, the Tiger King stood up with satisfaction. The other women stood quietly by, saying nothing. Why? The Tiger King pinched her chin. You don't want to be my woman? The woman shuddered with fear. Your leader gave you to me. You have no say, said the Tiger King with a smile. At this time, a loud shout came from the entrance of the camp. Tiger King, it's bad. One of my people, he was shot to death by a strange spear. What? The Tiger King was furious. He followed the person who reported the incident to the corpse, and indeed saw a long and thin spear piercing the chest of the corpse. The javelin was as long as an arm, very straight, with a sharp point and feathers on the tail. What kind of weird weapon is this? I don't know. I've never seen it before. The people around were talking about it. What's going on? The Tiger King asked angrily. We went out together to take a shit. As soon as we wiped our butts and stood up, we heard him scream. The tribe member who spoke was panicked and somewhat incoherent. Then I found that he had a javelin stuck in his chest. The Tiger King held the spear in his hand, a thoughtful look on his face. What you mean is, you didn't see who did it. The Tiger King raised his thick eyebrows and opened his eyes wide with anger. The soldier was so frightened that he fell to the ground and said tremblingly, No. The Tiger King snorted coldly and turned away. The Thunder tribe and the Wind tribe have been behaving well, and the leaders of the 2 tribes have also been very obedient. Could it be that they have been pretending? Come here. The Tiger King called out after returning to his nest. Immediately, the troops came forward to obey the order. You guys keep an eye on the Thunder tribe and the Wind tribe. If they make any moves, come back and tell me. Also, tell everyone not to go to the woods to poop recently. After giving the order, the Tiger King lay down lazily again. Now that the 3 tribes have united, their territory is very large. As more people participated in the hunt, more food was hunted. The food hunted by each tribe must be gathered and distributed by him as the leader. He knew that only fairness could convince people, and only strength could scare people. Regardless of which tribe they were from, he would reward them if they had made contributions and punish them if they made mistakes. So, after the other 2 tribes joined, they were very loyal. But who was responsible for the sudden death of these troops? He had clearly died at the hands of a human. The Tiger King narrowed his eyes and thought. If there were no problems within the tribe, the Tiger tribe would indeed have 2 enemies externally. One was the Yin tribe in the north, and he had once refused to pay tribute to them. The other is the Black Wolf tribe, which is not far from them. They fought several times over territory in the past few days. This strange javelin, Could it be that the Yin tribe in the north is targeting me? The Tiger King sat up from the tiger skin rug, with a look of worry on his face. When he was young, he followed his father to the Yin tribe to pay tribute twice. Every time you have to climb over several mountains and cross 2 rivers to get there. The Yin tribe has a large population. In his memory, their leader is not called the chief, but the emperor. They are blessed by God and can get an endless supply of food from the land. After his father died, he was unwilling to give his tribesmen the animal skins and dried meat that they had hunted hard for free, so he stopped paying tribute. Before, someone came to urge him once, but he said he didn't have anything and sent him away. The man was very angry when he left and threatened to send people to attack the Tiger tribe. The Tiger King pinched his brows. If the Yin tribe came to attack, they should have sent a large force to attack directly, but why did they have to sneak attack on a person who was taking a shit? The clouds cleared and the sun rose, and the animals began to go out to look for food. There was a dark cloud hanging over the Tiger tribe. Everyone was trembling with fear. From that day on, in the following days, soldiers died from feather javelins every day. This also includes people from the Wind tribe and the Thunder tribe. Therefore, the Tiger King ruled out the possibility of rebellion among his own people. Tiger King, no one dares to enter that forest now. How many of us have died in the past few days? The Tiger King on the first seat looked intimidating without even getting angry. 1 dies a day. Feng Ming, the leader of the Wind tribe, said angrily. The enemy is just provoking us. Gather your troops and follow me. Tiger King said coldly. I already know who did it. Chapter 64 Fishing in Troubled Waters. Who? I'll chop their heads off. Some were confused, some were angry. Black Wolf tribe, said the Tiger King coldly. Just yesterday, the men he sent out finally tracked down the enemy and saw them enter the territory of the Black Wolf tribe. I guessed it was them. Chief, this time we must destroy the Black Wolf tribe. The Tiger King didn't show it on his face, but he was a little worried in his heart. That strange feather javelin might be difficult to deal with. Have your men prepare more javelins. Each of you should select those who can throw far and form a special throwing team. Each person should bring at least 3 javelins. The Tiger King thought for a moment and then said, the rest of you should find the right opportunity and rush up to fight when the opponent has used up all his javelins. We have been enemies with the Black Wolf tribe for a long time, so it is normal for them to retaliate. But after this battle, our Tiger tribe will no longer have any enemies in this area. The Tiger King stood up and raised his fist high. Oh, killing someone with a borrowed knife? Yao Yu's cold face showed a silly look. Will they be fooled? If it were you, would you be fooled? Sui asked back. Me? Yao Yu thought for a moment. Probably. Just wait and come back to my ancestral land with me. Sui said confidently. While the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman benefits. I don't understand what you are saying. Yao Yu rolled his eyes. Do you want to learn Chinese? Sui said. I'll teach you when we get back and settle down. Are you willing to teach me how to read and write? Yao Yu's beautiful eyes lit up. She had heard her father talk about it. Writing is only available in some very powerful tribes, and only the patriarch or priests in the tribe can learn it. A small tribe like theirs has no inherited written language at all. What's mine is yours, Sui said. The current relationship between the two is self-evident. He has long regarded her as his lover. Besides, now that Yao Yu has learned how to read and write, she can help him record some things in the future. Yao Yu's cheeks turned slightly red. He always says things that make people happy. Captain Yao Ying, people from the Tiger tribe are here. A team member ran back happily to report. Yao Ying, with the totem of the Black Wolf tribe painted on his face, jumped down from the tree and said, these cowards are finally here. After receiving the order that day, he set out with his men and was exposed to the rain for several days, chewing on dried meat and drinking rainwater. Fortunately, all my men were strong and no one got a fever or fell sick. The Tiger tribe is really patient. They wait until the weather clears before coming out to take revenge. Check the totems on each other's faces. If there's no problem, we'll set off. Yao Ying stood in front of the team. Report, no problem. No problem. Yao Ying said, okay. After the fight starts, take advantage of the chaos to sneak in. You all know what the divine messenger has instructed. After shooting 3 arrows, immediately leave the battle and gather here. Why don't we shoot more? Someone asked. They shoot at targets every day, and finally they get to shoot someone, so naturally they want to show off their skills. The envoy said 3. That's it. Yao Ying said coldly, if you don't obey my order, get out of my team immediately. I was wrong, Captain Eagle. The man lowered his head and admitted his mistake. A group of 20 people moved swiftly towards the battlefield. What? The Tiger tribe is attacking? Wolf Howl, the leader of the Black Wolf tribe, was shocked. How many of them are coming? There are so many of them, a huge black mass. The troops said in panic. Quick! Notify everyone. Wolf howled, except for women and children. Everyone else will follow me to fight. Chief, our warriors are not proficient in using bows and arrows, and they can't shoot accurately. Lang Tu said worriedly, why don't we retreat first and fight again when everyone is stronger? Lang Tu? How did you become so cowardly? Lang Xiao said calmly, only fighting can train warriors. Practice archery on the battlefield. Yes, Chief. Lang Tu looked at the figure walking in front of him, his heart trembling. He could never match the chief's courage. The two sides, each holding a weapon, faced each other on a plain. Lang Xiao looked at the large number of people on the other side and his expression changed again and again. After this fight, I wonder how many of my troops behind me will die. However, if they dare to invade, he will let them see the bloodiness of the Black Wolf tribe. After exchanging the bow and arrow for the loom, Lang Xiao immediately asked his tribesmen to imitate them in large quantities. After a few days, every member of the Black Wolf tribe had one. Although the styles vary, some are long, some are short, some are thick, and some are thin. But as long as it can shoot the arrow and shoot far, he thinks it is a good bow. When the two sides met, they were extremely jealous of each other. Several people from the Tiger tribe died in succession, and everyone was holding their breath for revenge, with their shouts deafening. Facing the invaders, although the Black Wolf tribe had few people, their momentum was very impressive. Lang Xiao calmed his troops, asked them to draw their bows and arrows, and wait for the enemy to charge. The Tiger King also asked his men armed with javelins to get ready. A strange atmosphere permeated between the two sides, and neither side launched the charge first. Javelin throwers, get closer and shoot when you are close enough. Tiger King ordered. The rest of you follow behind and crush them. The warriors of the Tiger tribe roared and rushed towards each other. Wolf Howl thought that the Tiger tribe had seen through his plan. He didn't feel relieved until the enemy swarmed in. Seeing that the distance was about the same, he shouted, everyone, shoot. There are more than 500 people in the Black Wolf tribe, most of whom are women and children. There are about 200 young and strong people brought here this time. The number of people from the Tiger tribe who went into battle this time was more than twice that of the Black Wolf tribe, totaling 500 young and strong men. On the plain, 500 young men were shouting and running, like a whistling gale. Some timid people in the Black Wolf tribe were shaking with fear and their faces turned pale. Almost half of the 200 arrows did not hit the expected distance. There were only 100 left, and they fell sparsely into the charging crowd, splashing strings of blood. Shoot again! Shoot again! The wolf howled. The members of the Black Wolf tribe bent their bows again. After 2 rounds of arrows were shot, the javelins of the Tiger tribe were already flying towards them sparsely. Seeing many tribesmen fall to the ground, the Tiger King roared, spread out and charge. He didn't expect that the opponent's weapon could shoot so far. When has his Tiger tribe ever suffered such a loss in this territory? Looking at the corpse at his feet, there was a tiny feather javelin stuck in his neck. Really? It was their Black Wolf tribe who was responsible before. The Tiger King immediately shouted, charge. They have run out of javelins. Go up and kill them. The two sides were already very close. He held a huge stone axe in his hand, walked with extremely swift steps, and shouted to encourage his troops. After nearly 100 bodies fell from the Tiger tribe, the two sides finally engaged in close combat. In an instant, shouts and cries of killing shook the sky. Hurry! Now! Yaoing gave an order, and 20 members of the Xuanniao tribe immediately sneaked to the periphery of the battle circle. Yaoing drew his bow and shot down an oncoming enemy with 1 arrow. As the envoy had expected, the Black Wolf tribe was no match for the Tiger tribe. Although they fired a few rounds of arrows at first, their archery skills were too poor. Once a head-on confrontation occurred, the side with fewer people would definitely suffer. After he shot down 3 people from the Tiger tribe, he was eager to leave the battlefield. But the 2 people from the Tiger tribe were pestering him like crazy. Yaoing ran away without saying a word. He was not here to fight to the death. The 2 people from the Tiger tribe were a little dumbfounded. Looking around, the totem flag of the Black Wolf tribe was still there, which meant that their leader had not retreated yet. The people of the Black Wolf tribe are cowards. They actually ran away. Let's go. Let's catch up and kill him. The 2 looked at each other and immediately chased Yaoing into the woods. Chapter 65 Come to my arms. On the battlefield, both sides were bloodthirsty. If they see that the totem on the face is different from their own, they will pounce on it and kill it immediately. Hit with a stick and stab with a spear. Almost everyone was injured. Lang Zhao's heart was bleeding as he watched his men fall one by one, but he was powerless to do anything. Only half of the young and strong people we brought with us are left. Retreat. Everyone retreat quickly. He shouted helplessly and took the lead in retreating. Watching the Black Wolf tribe withdraw from the battle, the Tiger King said, "Don't chase them. Let them escape." The troops who had gone out to chase them returned. "Chief, why don't you chase them and kill them? Someone asked puzzledly. They still have dozens of people. We can't just wipe them out. Tiger King said, so many of us will die if we kill them. We lost a lot of men this time. We can't afford any more deaths. He leaned over, picked up a longbow from the corpse on the ground, and pulled it. It was this simple weapon that killed so many of his men. He saw an arrow stuck in the ground not far away, and took a few steps forward to pull it out. Learn how your opponent uses this weapon, knock the arrow, and draw the bow. After some tinkering, the arrow successfully flew out of his hand. You all saw it. This is the Black Wolf tribe's new weapon. It's a very powerful weapon. Tiger King looked at everyone with lingering fear and said, if they weren't outnumbered, we would be the ones who lost this time. The other leaders also looked unhappy. Although we lost many people, we got this new weapon. Tiger King raised his bow high. Next time we fight, let the enemy also try the power of this weapon. Take the prisoners back to camp. Lang Tu was stabbed in the leg by a javelin and failed to retreat in time, unfortunately becoming a prisoner. Tied to the same rope with him were a dozen or so men from the Black Wolf tribe. Looking at the tall and mighty Tiger King, Lang Tu did not feel much fear. The Tiger tribe was feared by several other tribes because they cooked and killed their captives. He knew he could not escape death. Suddenly I remembered that if I had accepted the invitation of the envoy of God and stayed in the Xuanniao tribe, I might not be where I am today. Please, spare me. I don't want to die. The other tribesmen begged for mercy, but Lang Tu closed his eyes and waited for death without uttering a word. The Tiger King took in the expressions of the captives. Tiger King, looking at that man's accessories, he seems to be a clan leader, someone said. The Tiger King looked over and saw that the animal skins and ornaments on this man were not like those of ordinary people. Are you a clan leader? The Tiger King asked, leaning closer. Yes. Wolf 2 glanced at Tiger King and said, now that you've fallen into my hands, what do you want to say? The Tiger King snorted coldly. The wolf suddenly stretched out its neck and said, chop off my head and eat my meat. Kill me if you want. The Tiger King sneered. Let me ask you, why did you send people to attack us a few days ago? Nonsense. Lang Tu said in surprise. Why would we send people to attack you? Someone, bring the body up, said the Tiger King slowly. When the body was brought over, Lang Tu could tell at a glance that the person did not die today. Both bodies were shot in the chest with arrows that penetrated very deeply into the flesh, almost penetrating it. Lang Tu was stunned for a moment. He knew very well that Chief Wolf Howl did not send anyone to attack the Tiger tribe. What else do you have to say? The Tiger King sneered. Drag him away and roast him. Wait. Lang Tu said seriously, we really didn't send anyone. Tiger King glanced at Lang Tu and pointed at the arrow on the corpse and said, you don't recognize this feathered javelin, do you? On this land, only your Black Wolf tribe knows how to use it. Or maybe you, the Black Wolf tribe, dare to do it but not to admit it. Lang Tu suddenly thought of something and felt a chill in his heart. There is another tribe, no, there is another clan, that can also use it. Yao Ying's team successfully completed the mission. Only 2 people were slightly injured, and the others were almost intact. The order given by the messenger of God was not to fight hard, to protect yourself, and to run away after the fight. 3 captives from the Tiger tribe were tied to a tree nearby. Earlier, they chased the retreating Yao Ying and his companions into the woods. Yao Ying naturally did not let them go. There were 5 people chasing in, 2 of whom were seriously injured in the fight, and Yao Ying gave them a quick death. The remaining 3 captives dared not speak out, because the heads of the other 2 companions were right in front of them. Well done. Sui praised Yao Ying and his group who were covered in mud. Everyone was excited to receive the recognition from God's messenger. You have all worked hard these past few days. 2 fish each, go and get them from the tribe leader. I will give each of you a pair of linen pants and ask Lian to measure your size. If you are injured, go find Ling. She will give you medicine. The 20 team members were extremely happy. They didn't expect that the reward would be linen clothes. They have all seen linen. It's light and thin. It must be very comfortable to wear. For the 3 slaves they brought back, Sui went through the process of accepting captives again. All 3 were willing to stay. Sui naturally didn't trust them, so he arranged someone to monitor them. He paced back to the small stone bench and thought about his next arrangements. According to Yao Ying's report, the Black Wolf tribe suffered heavy losses. Therefore, he planned to take some people back to his ancestral land after making a batch of shields. You are really good at using someone else's knife to kill someone. After distributing the rewards, Yao Yu walked over and exclaimed. She heard it from her brother. The 2 tribes fought very fiercely, and the total number of deaths was more than the current number of Xuanniao people. Everything that happened was exactly as he had told himself a few days ago. Kiki. Sui felt a little uncomfortable looking at Yao Yu's admiring eyes. There is nothing to be proud of in deceiving a group of simple-minded primitives. I thought I could never go back to my homeland. Thank you, Su. Yao Yu sighed. Why are you thanking me? Sui patted his thigh. Come into my arms quickly. There are too many people. No. Yao Yu looked around and shook his head to refuse. No one is watching. That won't work either. Yao Yu insisted. You can do whatever you want when we get back to our ancestral land. Okay. Sui made a gesture and walked towards the shield-making site with a smile. He wants to urge the progress. It is not easy to make a shield with a stone axe. In the past few days, the sound of chopping wood has been heard constantly. There were more than 20 slaves, each holding a stone axe. Some people are responsible for cutting the rough wood into several sections, some are responsible for splitting the wood, and some are responsible for chopping and scraping it. The way they made the wooden boards was to use a stone axe to repeatedly chop out fish scale-like pieces and slowly smooth the surface. Then rub it smooth with a flat stone. The tools were too inferior. A slave had to work all day except for eating and sleeping, and it would take 3 or 4 days to make a shield. That's it, not including other processes. There were already several ready-made shields standing nearby, square with rounded corners. It is half a person's height and 7 or 8 centimeters thick. A hole is drilled in the middle of the shield and a rope is passed through for easy grip. It's well done, but a little too slow. The person in charge of this group of people was a high-ranking slave. He was concentrating on shaving, and when he heard the sound he immediately stood up and came forward. Lord God's envoy, the senior slave said hurriedly, we really can't go any faster. Chapter 66. Hit me if you want. Don't worry, from tonight on, I will lead everyone to light a bonfire and work. The senior slave said respectfully, I will definitely complete your task. Sui thought about it and shook his head. Without adequate rest, work efficiency will not be very high. Since the speed is slow, let's add more people. I'll also assign the people who built the pottery kiln to you. Sui looked at the scene and continued. Also, chopping wood and scraping are more difficult, so you can assign a few more people to these jobs. It's relatively easy to split the wood, so we can use fewer people. Now the hands are evenly divided, which makes it slow. After Sui finished speaking, the senior slave fell into deep thought. When he began to understand a little, he found that the messenger of God had left. With more and more subordinates, Sui cannot arrange everything personally. Training these people will come in handy in the future. Nowadays, the Xuanniao tribe has dedicated people to fetch water, hunt, gather, fish, feed, make clothes, and build houses. He only needs to assign them tasks, and when they encounter problems and think about them without results, he will give them appropriate suggestions. Assigning tasks, delegating power, and distributing rewards can indeed achieve remarkable results. But in the long run, other problems may arise. Therefore, Sui asked the clan leader Yao Yu to be responsible for the supervision and inspection of other managers in the clan. The Xuanniao tribe belongs to her, so she works hard in everything. Sui can see that she liked this job very much. Stroll to the pottery-making area. The person in charge of pottery was a member of the Xuanniao tribe. When he saw Sui coming, he went to greet him. God's messenger, we can build this kiln according to your requirements in 5 days at most. Good. Sui looked at their work. There are various containers of different sizes on the ground. There were also a few people there building a brick kiln with mud and stones. Those cracked containers on the ground are useless. You can break them and reshape them. You should pay attention in the future and let your men use their brains to figure out how to make a container that won't break. Sui said, put down your work now and take your men over there to help them make shields. So, the kiln won't be built? Of course we have to build it. Sui said, we'll build it when we return to our ancestral land. Tableware is the foundation of a happy life and cannot be put down. He is tired of eating barbecue every meal. God's messenger, are we going back to our ancestral land? The tribesman said excitedly. Go ahead and follow their instructions. If you fail to complete the shield mission, you will be punished together with them. Sui reminded. Yes, we will do our best. At this time, there was a commotion at the gate of the camp. Sui turned his head and saw a circle of people gathered at the gate. Yali finally straightened his back. He led his men out and hunted a saber-toothed tiger in one fell swoop. Didn't Yoing and his team just complete a mission and get some rewards? In less than a day, the guy showed off to him several times. Now he finally felt proud of himself and stood tall amid the admiring gazes of everyone. Yaoing came closer to Yao Li and said, if I come across it, I can hunt it too. You're talking nonsense. Yao Li shouted, this tiger is very powerful. If I hadn't thrown out the net to cover it, it would have run away long ago. Your net can't even go as far as mine. You just like to brag all day long. He learned the word bragging from the messenger of God. My net can't be thrown as far as yours? Yaoing sneered. Do you dare to compete with me? Let's compete. Yao Li was not willing to show weakness. The messenger of God is coming. Good morning, God. When they saw Sui, everyone greeted him respectfully. Yao Li immediately put Yaoing behind his mind and looked at Sui with anticipation. Sui's attention was all on the prey. The animal in the net looked like a tiger, with 2 exposed sharp teeth, and its color was not orange-yellow but gray-yellow. There are no stripes on its body, but spots like a leopard. This should be the legendary saber-toothed tiger. Seeing the extinct animal with his own eyes, Sui felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. There were many arrows stuck in its majestic body, and it was covered in blood. Sui was surprised to find that its abdomen was still heaving, and it was not dead yet. Looking more closely, the breasts under its belly are full. Obviously, it has just given birth. Carry him into the circle carefully and see if he can be saved, Sui arranged. Everyone in the hunting team was puzzled, but they faithfully carried out Sui's orders. Li, go find you immediately and ask her to bring some medicine. Everyone else, stop hanging around and just do what you need to do. Yao Yu was leading people to cut hemp in the forest. To spin linen, you need raw materials. The few rolls of linen sent by the Black Wolf tribe are probably not enough to reward the guards. Chief, go back and get the medicine, Yao Li shouted after seeing Yao Yu. Is someone injured? Yao Yu asked worriedly. It's not a human, it's a saber-toothed tiger. God's messenger must save it, Yao Li said. Yao Yu sighed. He doesn't think these medicines can be easily obtained, right? It's bad enough that it's used for slaves, but now it's being used for wild beasts. Go back and tell him that I won't give it to him. Yao Yu said that and ignored Yao Li. Yao Li didn't dare to insist, and went back to pass on the message in frustration. On the way, he met Sui who was coming. God's messenger, the clan leader. It's okay, you go back and rest. Sui smiled. There are more over there. Go 3 more people. You guys take the chopped ones back first. Yao Yu turned around and saw Sui, and didn't give him a good look. Sui moved closer and stood beside her without saying a word. Yao Yu couldn't help but ask, do you know how difficult it is to collect those herbs? That tigress still has several cubs. Sui sighed, if we don't save it, those cubs will starve to death. TSK, how pitiful. When Sui saw Yao Yu frowning, he knew she agreed. This is the last time. Yao Yu said in a deep voice, next time I won't care if it's a beast. I promise. Sui vowed. Then go back quickly. Yao Yu took the first step. It's so hard for you to collect herbs by yourself. Can you take me with you next time? No. Yao Yu flatly refused. It's too dangerous. She turned her head and looked at Sui. Sui asked in a serious tone, what do you mean by that look? Yao Yu said, if you can beat me, I will take you with me. Fight then, Sui said, but you need me to choose a place. Whatever you want. Yao Yu clenched his fists. You can't beat me no matter where you are. That's not necessarily true, Sui said confidently. It's just the 2 of us. We can't ask anyone for help, Yao Yu emphasized. That's natural. You can't use weapons. You can't use traps. I promise, I won't take anything. That's good. Yao Yu was full of confidence. Turning her head to see the other person also looking confident, she always felt like something was wrong. Chapter 67 Long Skirt. Yao Yu held the medicine bag in his hand, opened a circle door and walked straight in. Hurry up and protect the patriarch, Sui said in surprise. Although the saber-toothed tiger was seriously injured, there was no guarantee that it would counterattack before dying. Its head was as big as her entire upper body. Sui had no doubt that the beast could bite off her slender waist with its mouth open. Yao Yu turned around and whispered, don't come in. If you scare it, I'll be in danger. Besides, it's not that easy for this injured beast to hurt me. Sui looked at the half-dead tiger, plucked up his courage, opened the door of the enclosure and walked in. Let me help you. Just sprinkle these on the wound. Yao Yu glanced at him and divided some medicine powder. It's almost dead. You're just wasting my medicine. I just want to try it. Sui smiled bitterly. This medicine is worth using. I will give you a long skirt later. Long skirt? Yao Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. It's a skirt that reaches the calves, Sui explained. Good. Yao Yu thought for a moment and said softly, what if he can't be saved? Whether you can be saved or not, I'll give it to you, Sui said with a smile. He had been planning to give it to her anyway. The 2 men carefully pulled out the arrows and sprinkled the powder on them. During the whole process, the saber-toothed tiger was like a pile of rotten meat, motionless. If it weren't for the fact that its abdomen rose and fell slightly with its breathing, Sui would have suspected that it was dead. However, saber-toothed tigers are top predators after all. Since it entered the livestock area, the rams that used to duel all day have become much quieter. The 2 wolves that often howled were also silent. For 3 consecutive days, Yao Yu felt heartbroken every time he went to get medicine. But when she thought of the long dress Sui promised her, her natural love of beauty overwhelmed other thoughts. 3 days passed, and the saber-toothed tiger neither came back to life nor died. However, the wound stopped bleeding, so I stopped taking the medicine. Its existence has a great impact on other animals in the livestock area. The pigs, sheep, and cows all looked listless and refused to eat the grass or fodder they were fed. The chickens also huddled under the thatched shed all day long and no longer flew around the pen. Sui asked someone to make a large stretcher out of wood. More than a dozen strong men from the guard team were mobilized to move the saber-toothed tiger to an unfinished pottery kiln to make it a home. Time flies. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The group responsible for the shields successfully produced 20 shields. The efficiency is a bit low, but the product is well made. Sui personally selected 20 strong men from the slaves. They do nothing every day, just run with shields in hand. As the morning sun shone, 20 people had finished today's running training, panting. Even if they were so tired that they wanted to fall down, they still insisted on standing straight. Being able to become a new member of the guard was something they never dreamed of. You must not be eliminated by God's messenger just because of poor performance. Raise your shield. Ha! Upon hearing the order, 20 people shouted in unison and quickly put their shields in front of them. Top. Ha! There was another uniform shout, and everyone turned sideways, thrusting their shields forward. Receive. Top. In addition to running, they have to do this exercise at least hundreds of times a day. From the initial few days when I felt pain all over my body and couldn't even lift my arms, I have barely adapted these days. But as long as you endure a little hardship, you can eat meat every meal. The other slaves who were not selected were extremely envious of such a good life. Report. Someone in the queue shouted. Speak. Lord God's envoy, some people say we are not real guards, and that we are just following the lead to eat meat. Can you give us bows and arrows too? This shield can't kill anyone. The environment in which primitive people lived since childhood shaped their wild personalities. They don't have much psychological pressure to kill their own kind. Since the day these 20 people were selected, Sui required them to keep their shields with them at all times. Keep it with you whether you are eating or sleeping. Sui looked around and saw that although the others didn't say anything, they had the same expectation on their faces. You are wrong. Sui said seriously, on the battlefield, the shield is the life of you and your comrades. You are responsible for protection, and they are responsible for offense. You have the same status, but different jobs. Think about it. When you're fighting, you have to dodge the opponent's fist and then swing your own fist. On the one hand, it is to protect yourself, and on the other hand, it is to attack the enemy. The shield is for protecting yourself, and the bow and arrow is for attacking the enemy. Do you understand? Everyone seemed to understand, but were very happy. The gods have said that they are as important as those with bows and arrows. Let's see who dares to say that they are just eating mixed meat in the future. After the team was disbanded, Sui ate something and began to patrol the camp again. Apart from the training of shield soldiers, all other work of the Xuanniao tribe was on track, and he didn't have to worry too much. Passing by the specially built weaving room, the crackling sounds of the looms could be heard one after another. A few days ago, under his guidance, 2 carpenters successfully improved the loom. Tools that used to require 2 people to operate can now be completed by 1 person. This made the tribe's admiration for him reach a new level. They certainly had never seen the blackbird god, but this messenger of God was right before their eyes. Now the number of looms in the tribe has increased to 7. As for the raw material for weaving cloth, Rami, it grows everywhere in this forest. God's messenger, I just happened to be looking for you. Sui turned around and found it was Yao Lian. The rewards for the guards have been prepared, and the long skirt you requested is also ready. Please take a look and see if it meets your requirements. Sui gave a thumbs up. You are quite efficient. I followed Yao Lian to the room next to the weaving room, a room dedicated to making clothes. When the other women in the room saw him, they immediately greeted him in unison. You guys are busy. Sui waved his hand. His eyes were already drawn to a simple long dress on the wooden shelf. The long skirt is sleeveless, white and gray in color, slim and light, with the outer skirt reaching the calf and the inner skirt just reaching the knee, with clear layers. Tisk. Sui couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. He is just a layman. I just tried my best to describe it based on the memory in my head. I didn't expect that Yao Lian and the others could actually do it. The workmanship naturally cannot be compared with modern ones, but the symmetry between the left and right and the integration of the upper and lower parts are extremely rare. As you requested, I added more fabric from the thigh to the waist, and also at the chest. Sui took a closer look and offered his opinion. The waist can be tightened a little bit, and the fabric doesn't need to be cut off, just make it into pleats. Every other place is fine. Well done. Sui praised again. This is what we should do. They don't need to gather or hunt every day. They just need to make clothes to have food to eat. Could it be better than this? Anyway, Yao Lian couldn't think of it. You can't show this dress to anyone except you. Sui said mysteriously, especially not to the clan leader. I know. Yao Lian smiled and nodded. Then you guys get busy. I'll go look somewhere else. Sui left with his hands behind his back. Is this dress for the clan leader? She will look great in it. It takes such a large piece of cloth to make 1 piece of clothing, but with other clothes, you can make 3 or 4 pieces. Someone said sourly in a suppressed voice. She is the daughter of Renze, the chief of the Yinfeng tribe, and has eaten and worn the same since she was a child. But when she saw this dress, she was so envious that she dreamed of wearing it herself. She is the clan leader and the woman of God's messenger. The two of them were whispering, unaware that Yao Yin was standing behind them. You two are not working, but are talking about the patriarch here. Do you want to go back to the slaves and eat tree leaves? Yao Lian asked bluntly. She is the supervisor here and has the power to decide whether they stay or go. If you do it again, you will go back to the slave area. The women immediately shut up. Chapter 68. Not good. Outside the beast forest. The crowd, holding wooden sticks and stone spears, was a black mass. We, the tiger tribe, will lead the way. The tiger king held a huge stone axe in his hand. You, the black wolf tribe, will follow behind and take care of the injured enemies. Thank you, Tiger King. Wolf Xiao bowed his head in greeting. After the battle that day, the black wolf tribe suffered heavy losses. Liang Xiao is ready to migrate with his people. As a result, the next day, the Tiger King came personally with gifts to discuss important matters of cooperation. Only then did he realize that they had all been deceived by the Xuanniao tribe. After these days, the two tribes finally managed to properly accommodate the injured. Come together to seek revenge on the Xuanniao tribe. The Black Bird tribe is treacherous and cunning. There are many, traps in the forest. Lang Tu reminded Tiger King. I heard that those traps are very dangerous. Trap? The Tiger King muttered that nothing could stop him from seeking revenge. If he can't even avenge his people, what qualifications does he have to be a leader? Warriors of the Tiger tribe, the enemy is deep in this forest. Today we must destroy them and avenge the dead. I heard there are traps that can kill people in the woods. Are you afraid? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The men patted their chests and yelled. Kill all the men and children, leaving no one alive. Whoever grabs the woman will own her. Set off. The crowd rushed into the jungle with a noisy voice. Captain Eagle, no. It's bad. So many people have come. One team member was running out of breath. What's going on? Yaoing jumped up from the ground and asked seriously. It's the Tiger tribe and the Black Wolf tribe. They're coming together to attack us. Nonsense. Yaoing said. How is this possible? The subordinate spoke and gestured anxiously. It's true. I looked carefully and they were holding different totem flags. Did I see it wrong? Yaoing didn't believe it at all. The Tiger tribe and the Black Wolf tribe had been fighting like that. How could they possibly unite? I must have seen it wrong. That's right. We saw it with our own eyes last time. The two tribes were fighting desperately. Seeing that no one believed it, the man who reported the news jumped in anxiety. They're about to reach the trap area. If you don't believe me, let's go and see together. Yaoing was unwilling to believe it, but his men had no reason to lie. If the enemy really attacks, we can't waste time. Tell me about their flag. One flag has a fanged tiger on it, and the other has a wolf's head on it. I can't be mistaken. What his subordinate said was exactly right, and Yaoing realized the seriousness of the matter. Did they discover the plan of the messenger of God? He was shocked by his own guess. They couldn't even deal with one Black Wolf tribe, and now two tribes are coming together to attack them. What should they do? Quick, go back and inform the envoy immediately. The man took a deep breath and ran away. Everyone else, call the team members at each intersection to gather here immediately. Yaoing finished making the arrangements and headed quickly towards the direction the enemy was coming from. He had to make sure for himself. Looking from afar through the bushes, I could see that indeed, two tribes were coming together. There are too many people to count. All of them had ferocious looks on their faces and were baring their teeth and claws. Bending over, he rushed back to the assembly point without stopping. The trap area can barely hold the enemy back for a while. The messenger of God had previously made arrangements that when seeing a large number of enemies, we should actively rely on traps to block them and not let the enemies pass through the trap area easily. Our advantage in the forest is that we are more familiar with the surrounding environment than the enemy. Yaoing recalled Su Yi's arrangements. Everyone hide, shoot arrows secretly, don't fight head-on. After the fight, we'll change locations and finally gather at the foot of the mountain behind the camp. Let's go. Yaoing growled and plunged into the woods. The team members who went back to report the news did not dare to stop for a moment. I used to be hungry every day in the Yinfeng tribe. After becoming a member of the Xuanniao tribe's guard team, he no longer had to worry about food and clothing. In the past, women would refuse to mate when asked, but now a different woman comes into the nest every night. He had never dared to dream of such a good life before. Now, their tiger tribe actually wants to destroy the Xuanniao tribe and kill the Lord Messenger of God. He totally disagrees. The team members rushed into the camp shouting all the way. I ran into Sui, who was on patrol. God's messenger, Tiger, the Tiger tribe and the Black Wolf tribe are coming together to attack us. Sui looked at the team members whose legs were trembling and gasping for breath, and thought to himself that something was wrong. How many people are here? So many, too many to count. Okay, I got it. You go and have a rest first. You guys, call the clan leader and the heads of various departments to come to the big shack to discuss matters. Sui casually pointed at a few people. The team member thought he would have to spend some time to persuade the messenger, but he didn't expect that he would believe it as soon as he heard it. He breathed a sigh of relief. In the big shack, in the main seat, Sui frowned. He was happy too early. It also indeed underestimated the wisdom of primitive humans. His plan was not brilliant, although he could have made it more perfect. Today, his disregard for primitive people has put the entire ethnic group in danger, which is his dereliction of duty as a leader. There are so many people, which means they have come in full force. And this time the enemy is seeking revenge. They would never be like the Yinfeng tribe, which had intended to invade but were weak-minded and retreated at the first sign of fear. Revenge means that they will not be scared away by temporary difficulties and will continue to fight. God's messenger, I heard the enemy is coming again. Yali was the first to run in, his face full of excitement. I'll lead my men to beat them back. Sui ignored him and gave him a look that told him to shut up. Yali was puzzled and sat down in his seat in silence. Soon, all the responsible persons arrived. They also heard the news that the Black Wolf tribe and the Tiger tribe were coming together to attack. Everyone was worried. Everyone, gather your tribesmen immediately and let's evacuate. Sui's words shocked everyone. Su, are you saying we should leave here? Yao Ling asked in surprise. Where else can we go? She had no doubts about Sui's orders and had already considered what to do after leaving. But other people in the tribe don't think so. Lord God's messenger, we have shields and bows and arrows, and we will definitely be able to repel the enemy. Yes, the fence is so strong. If we guard the door, they will definitely not be able to get in. Our guard team can protect everyone. We won't leave. Yeli said, patting his chest. Yes, we won't leave. Sui had already anticipated everyone's reaction. Primitive people had a strong sense of territory and would not migrate easily. Sui turned his head and looked at Yayu beside him. She frowned and said nothing. Do you also think we should stay? Yayu was reluctant to leave. It took countless efforts to build this camp. But his decisions were never wrong. She didn't want to voice her dissenting opinion. I'll do whatever you say. Sui pinched her little hand. I'm informing you, not discussing with you. Yali, do you have any objection? Chapter 69, Only Lose. Yali lowered his head and said nothing. Suyi's face flashed with displeasure. This guy's temper came up again. He didn't give him enough warning. No, we are following the orders of God's messenger. Seeing this, the witch pinched Yao Li and answered first. Li, take your people to help Lon and the others tie up the livestock. Everyone else, bring your men and gather outside the door. By the way, don't take anything except weapons, especially the meat in the warehouse. Leave it all behind. Everyone was surprised. It's bad enough that you can't even take your luggage or belongings with you. You heard me right. Leave everything behind. You, take a few people to put the meat on the ground and sprinkle some on the gate. Immediately follow my orders. Anyone who dares to disobey my orders will be expelled from the Xuanniao tribe. Anyone who takes advantage of the chaos to do evil will be beheaded and sacrificed to the gods. Sui said coldly. The crowd quickly dispersed. For a moment, the camp was filled with the sounds of roosters crowing and wolves barking, and everyone was running around. The collection speed is very fast. No one dared to take anything secretly because Sui was personally watching at the door. Su, do we have to leave? Yayu looked up and looked into Suyi's eyes. There was also a bed in her nest that her father made for her, and she ordered her tribesmen to move it during the migration. I was careless this time, causing you to follow me around. Sui sighed, but after this, we can return to our ancestral land. I'll give you a big bed then. Yayu didn't expect Sui could see through her thoughts. Who wants your bed? Sui didn't say anything, just gently held her hand. Lang Bin, take everyone to the single plank bridge where you will cross the river immediately. Just go to the river, no need to cross the river. Sui added. When Lang Bin received the order, he immediately led the way without saying a word. Some people were holding chickens, and some were leading sheep. The injured saber-toothed tiger was able to get up and walk. It was actually pulled away obediently by everyone holding the rope. Li, bring the men with me to stop the enemy now. Yes. Yali shouted. Captain, what about us? The squad leader in charge of the shield soldiers asked anxiously. They were originally considered to be there to make a living, but now they are not even taken with them on missions. We don't need you right now. Protect everyone to the river first. We also want to kill the enemy. The squad leader insisted for the first time. There is a time when you can play a role. Now listen to my orders. Suyi's tone turned cold. The 20 men had no choice but to carry their own shields and follow the main force away. You should evacuate with them too. Sui let go of her hand. I'm worried about that, please. Yayu wanted to say something, but he could only look back every few steps and leave with the team. Sister Yu, stop looking. It's not like you won't see me again. Yao Ling was not as sad as others. She believed that Su would definitely win. You're right, let's go. The two held hands and caught up with the departing team. There were a few stubborn sheep in the team, slowing down the retreat. Yao Yu directly ordered to catch them with a net and carry them away. After the panic just now, the tribesmen have calmed down. The messenger of God doesn't allow us to bring anything, which means we are just going out to hide for a while, and maybe we will be back soon. Someone in the team said suddenly. You have a point. Yes, that must be the case. Gradually, everyone followed the train of thought. The envoy of God is leading the battle himself, but we are retreating? No, I have to go back to help the messenger of God. We'll go too. The team stopped, and there was a lot of noise. Yao Yu quickly knew what everyone was thinking. I admire your courage, but following his orders is the most important thing. Do you know where the messenger of God is now? If you go back, you will cause more trouble. Everyone shut up and transfer in peace. Yao Yu didn't know why Sui asked everyone to leave their things behind. But she knew it was definitely not as simple as they said. The Tiger King was furious. No less than 10 warriors in the tribe have died in the trap. Each of them died horribly. From time to time, human figures would emerge from the bushes and secretly shoot arrows. He disappeared without a trace after shooting, making everyone nervous. Haha, they are all cowards. They don't dare to confront us face to face. They can escape, but their camp will never escape. Let's speed up and kill them at their camp. As soon as the Tiger King uttered a few words, everyone roared and moved forward again. I heard that the women of the Xuanniao tribe are all beautiful. Whoever gets one first will own them, the Tiger King emphasized again. Wolfhowl followed behind the Tiger King, full of admiration. The fact that the Tiger tribe became the strongest among the 5 tribes is inseparable from the bravery of its members. If it were his troops, they would have panicked and dared not move forward after a dozen of them died inexplicably. But the Tiger tribe became more and more excited. Yao Ling was very panicked. He had secretly shot and killed 2 people. But those people were not afraid of death at all. From time to time, short screams and fanatical roars that never stopped could be heard from the woods behind him. When he retreated to the foot of the mountain, he was surprised to find that not only his team members, but also Yao Li and his team had come. Getting closer, I spotted the messenger of God among the crowd. The figure didn't look majestic, but Yao Ling felt less panicked. God's messenger, are we going to have a decisive battle with them here? Yao Ling said excitedly. He turned his head and looked around, but strangely, he didn't see any of the team members carrying shields. A decisive battle? Sui said with a smile. Wouldn't it be courting death if we fought them with our strength? But you are right. We have to fight them here. Sui said. In this battle, we can only lose, not win. Only lose? Huh? Why? Yao Ling was puzzled. It's too late to explain. Sui had heard the roar coming from not far away. Just follow the order. Li, especially you, if you dare to disobey my orders, I will punish you by making you a low-level slave. I will obey your orders. Yao Li said fearfully. Quick, get your bows and arrows ready. Sui saw that the members of the Tiger tribe with totems painted on their faces had appeared outside the bushes. Can we shoot it? Sui asked, yelling beside him. I can shoot it, but I can't shoot it accurately. Just in time. Sui ordered, release the arrows. Except for the 3 members who did not return to the team, the other 37 people released their bowstrings at the same time. Ah. Ouch. Among the first few people from the Tiger tribe who rushed out of the forest, 2 were shot dead on the spot, and several others had arrows in their bodies and retreated screaming. Their large army? The Tiger King heard the report from his people. His eyes flashed with cruelty. We are almost at their camp. They certainly don't dare to be cowards. Shoot the arrows first, and the rest of you will rush forward together and tear them apart. The Tiger King waved his hand, and his followers rushed out of the woods. Lang too, take our people and go around behind them to the woods next to them and block their retreat. Lang Shao ordered. The Xuanniao tribe is really cunning. The place they chose has no extra trees except weeds. Wolfhowl, why are you learning the Xuanniao tribe's tricks? The Tiger King said disdainfully. Our people are not as brave as the Tiger tribe. We can only use our brains more. Wolfhowl laughed. Chapter 70 The Real Treasure. The Tiger tribe is worthy of its name. The tribesmen are as fierce and brave as wolves and tigers. Many people had arrows stuck in their bodies, but they were still running while screaming. Si's eyelids twitched when he saw this. This is what a fucking primitive person is. In comparison, the Xuanniao people are much more amiable. With the current strength of the Xuanniao tribe, they cannot win against such an opponent, not to mention losing on purpose. There are quite a lot of enemies, about 200 of them at a glance. After this round of arrows is finished, immediately go into the woods and retreat. Sui ordered. The enemy has already covered half the distance. The opponent's arrows also flew in sparsely. I only shot and killed 3. Can we shoot one more round? Yao Li said excitedly as he looked at the charging enemies. Every time the prey fell screaming under his arrows, he felt very comfortable. Yaoing put an arrow on it and interrupted, "You want to be a low-level slave? The witch is no longer yours." Yali shut up immediately. The thought of the witch being shared by all the men was more painful than letting him die. Another round of arrows flew out. After the shooting, the guards protected Sui and filed into the woods. The pursuers behind him were biting very hard. But when it comes to familiarity with this dense forest, no one can surpass the guards who patrol it every day. In the clearing in the forest, the Tiger King's eyes were bloodshot and his face was full of murderous intent. There were more than 30 bodies of the tiger tribe lying on the ground. More people were injured than died. And they only captured 3 of the other side. Wolf Howl? It was all your messed up arrangement that caused the cowards of the Xuanniao tribe to escape. The Tiger King stared at Wolf Howl unkindly. His troops were about to charge the enemy, but the enemy, who was still shooting arrows a moment ago, suddenly retreated. They must have discovered the people sent by Wolf Howl, which is why they ran away. Wolf howled in anger. He felt that the Xuanniao tribe must have their plans. He had nothing to do with their sudden retreat. "Tiger King, I will follow your instructions next time." Wolf Shao lowered his head. The Tiger King snorted coldly and did not pursue the matter any further. Lang Xiao, who was still a little worried, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Chief, we lost them." A member of the tribe ran back and said, they knew the way and ran very fast. They disappeared in an instant. "Keep moving forward." The Tiger King waved his hand impatiently. "I don't believe their camp will run away. Where are the prisoners? Let them lead the way." 3 Xuanniao guards with bruised faces and noses were pulled to the front of the team. They had been entangled in a previous sneak attack and were unfortunately captured. "I know you know the way. If you lead us to the Xuanniao tribe, I will let you go." The Tiger King forced a smile on his face. "Otherwise, I will roast you alive." The 3 prisoners looked at each other. "I'm not afraid of you. We will not betray the Xuanniao tribe," said one of them. The other 2 also had resolute expressions and looked ready to die. All 3 were from the Yinfeng tribe and joined the guard team later. The messenger told them on the first day they joined the guard. The guard team protects the weak in the tribe. If they truly care for their fellow tribesmen will love them even more. Sure enough, what the messenger of God said was right. All the women and children in the tribe respect them very much. Now, how could they bring the enemy to kill them? When the Tiger King heard this, a look of cruelty appeared in his eyes. He raised the stone axe in his hand to vent his anger. "Tiger King, if we keep them, we can still use them as food. It will be difficult to lead them if we kill them now," the leader of the Wind tribe advised. The Tiger King was furious for a moment, but soon came to his senses. "Where's Longtu?" he called out. "Keep showing the way." The wolf suddenly made a big circle in the jungle. Not only did he make a wasted trip, but it also seemed that he had ruined everything. Because when they came back, everyone in the Tiger tribe looked at them unfriendly. "Tiger, King Tiger, their camp is behind this mountain. We will be there soon," he said, panting. The 3 captives were taken to the rear of the team like livestock. Lang Tuo's sharp eyes immediately noticed the weapons of the 3 captives. The weapon had been taken away by the people of the Tiger tribe. He approached one of them and said, "Warrior, can I see this weapon?" The man looked at him with disdain, but still took the long bow off his back. Lang Tu stroked the bow, looked left and right, and became more and more angry. This is completely different from the bow that the messenger of God gave to their tribe. He was deceived by the messenger of God. He secretly turned his head and found that the Wolf Howl leader was also staring at the bow in his hand. Wolf suddenly swallowed his saliva, and with an angry look on his face, he held the weapon in front of Wolf Howl. "Look, Chief, this is the real treasure of the Xuanniao clan. The Xuanniao tribe deceived our tribe," he said carefully. Lang Xiao took it with a grim face and pulled the bowstring. This Xuanniao tribe is so abominable. Even though he ran every day, Sui was still very tired. In contrast, the other members of the escort team were all calm and composed. "Don't stop. Keep going," Sui ordered. "Aren't we going back?" Yaoing couldn't help asking as he looked at the gate that was so close. "Obey orders." Sui was too lazy to explain. The group walked around the camp's solid wooden stake wall and headed toward where the tribe had retreated. Yaoing found that there were no people or animals in the camp, so he secretly pulled Yali aside and asked, "What's going on?" "I know," Yali said mysteriously. "The envoy of God must have a plan. Even a fool knows that the messenger of God has a plan. Tell me now. I don't know anything else." When the sun sets in the west and the sky is filled with red clouds, Suitsai took his guards to reunite with other tribesmen. The single plank bridge is quite a distance away from the Xuanniao tribe camp. From a distance, Yao Ling rushed over, then hung on him like a sloth. The guards were already used to it, so they wisely disbanded on the spot. "You're not hurt?" She saw that he was moving freely and knew that he was not injured, but she still couldn't help asking. "Yes." Sui supported her delicate body and spoke in a weak voice. "Oh." Yao Ling exclaimed softly, not daring to move. Sui looked at the worry in her eyes and felt warm in his heart. He just chuckled and didn't let go. Only then did Yao Ling realize that he was lying to her. You're teasing me again. I don't like you anymore, she said angrily. Did you encounter any trouble on the road? Sui asked as he held her in his arms as they walked. Did those 3 captives from the tiger tribe escape? The people of the tiger tribe didn't run away, but the tiger did. Saber-toothed tiger? Sui asked in surprise. Yao Ling twisted her body and found a comfortable position. That's right. The big tiger was very smart. It pretended to be weak and suddenly broke free from the rope and ran away. Is anyone injured? It didn't bite. It just ran. Sister, you led people to chase after him, but they failed to catch up. Just run away. Why chase it? Is she okay? Master God is so busy. Do you still have time to worry about me? Hearing the voice, Yao Ling immediately broke free from the embrace and got down to the ground, standing obediently beside Sui. Sui then noticed Yao Yu standing quietly at the entrance of the makeshift camp. In the setting sun, her whole body was covered with a layer of soft light, so beautiful that it made people's heart palpitate. He pulled Yao Ling, strode up to Yao Yu, and held her hand without saying a word. The other party struggled, but he held on tightly. He brought the 2 beauties to the crowd. All eyes were on him. They knew that the messenger of God was going to arrange a task for them. We have to hurry and do something before the sun sets. Chapter 71. Occupy the nest. Is this the camp of the Xuanniao tribe? Oh my God. What a high fence. It would take 5 days to cut such a thick piece of wood, right? How did they repair it? People from both tribes were terrified when they saw the closely arranged, tall and solid fences in front of them. They never imagined that the fence could be built so strong. Looking through the gaps in the fence, there are nests of various sizes scattered around. Needless to say, living there must be safe and comfortable. The Tiger King was also attracted by the camp in front of him. This is much better than their Tiger Tribe's camp. He decided to occupy this place and make it the second camp of the Tiger Tribe. But he looked around and couldn't find any entrance. It's impossible that the Xuanniao people don't come in and out. I know where the door is. Follow me. Wolf 2 noticed the Tiger King's expression and jumped out to point the way. The group went around to the south of the camp and found a gate that was as sturdy as a fence. Tiger King suddenly realized, no wonder he didn't find the entrance before. The door was half open, and white and yellow things were scattered on the ground, which looked like jerky. Someone with quick hands had already picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. When he found out that it was really dried meat, he immediately picked it up silently and stuffed it into his mouth as he picked it up. Such actions naturally cannot be hidden from others. It's meat. It's actually jerky. What? There's all this dried meat on the ground. Grab it quickly. The crowd was in chaos, scrambling for food on the ground. Stop it, the Tiger King shouted. The traps in the forest are all coated with poison, so you must not eat this jerky. Throw away anything you pick up. It's poisonous, the Tiger King warned loudly. The troops who grabbed the meat threw it away like they were shaking off a poisonous snake. They want to eat meat, but they don't want to die yet. Woo, woo, woo. Several tribesmen began to howl. They had already stuffed the meat into their mouths and had swallowed it, so they couldn't spit it out no matter how hard they tried. Chief, are we going to die? You stupid things, who told you to eat it? Said the Tiger King angrily. They actually poisoned the meat? That's abominable. Let's fight them. A few tribesmen took the lead, and the others immediately rushed in howling. The Tiger King looked at the deserted camp, and a doubt flashed through his mind. Their tribe is brave, not stupid. There's something wrong with this campsite. Everyone stop. The Xuanniao people are hiding inside, waiting for us to go in and die. As soon as the Tiger King spoke, the angry tribesmen immediately calmed down. We'll surround them outside and kill anyone who comes out. The Tiger King is right, the leader of the Wind tribe said. I don't believe they won't eat or drink. The people of the 2 tribes kept surrounding the gate. Until the sun set, no one appeared in the huge camp. Tiger King, I think the Xuanniao tribe has fled. Lang Xiao told the Tiger King the results of his and his tribesmen's analysis. When they were in the forest, your tribe's people rushed over and scared them away. So when they knew we were coming to kill them, they abandoned the camp and ran for their lives. The Xuanniao tribe members looked very cowardly. Besides, they dropped even something as precious as food all over the floor. They must have been in a hurry when they were escaping. The Tiger King couldn't help but nodded. He was a little skeptical at first, but after listening to what Lang Xiao said, he became more determined in his thoughts. I looked up at the camp in front of me, and there was still no movement inside. Oh right, where are those people who ate the meat? A soldier beside him replied, Tiger King, they are still alive. Still alive? Tiger King said, call them over. Soon, several tribesmen who had eaten the meat came to him. How do you feel? The Tiger King stared at their faces. Feeling? My stomach feels a little full. Tiger King stared at the other person. What about you? It tastes good. The two tribes first tried to test the waters gradually, but then they found that there were no ambushes or traps, so they immediately went crazy. I saw this animal skin skirt first. It belongs to me. I was the one who touched it first. The two men started to fight. Such scenes happened in every corner of the camp. Fighting for hides, fighting for food. As long as no one is killed, the Tiger King will not stop. In his opinion, it is only natural for the powerful to occupy better things, just like they occupied the camp of the Xuanniao tribe. Tiger King, we found a warehouse of meat over there. A tribe member reported happily. Laotian leaders stopped the tribe members and didn't let them in. A warehouse. The Tiger King was surprised. Are you mistaken? Wolf Howl beside Tiger King interrupted. How can the Blackbird clan have such a small population and have a warehouse full of meat? You will be punished for lying. The leader of the Wind tribe snorted coldly. That's half a warehouse. It can't be any less. The person reporting thought for a moment and said through gritted teeth. The leaders looked at each other. Lead the way, said the Tiger King. In the wide open warehouse, there were countless strings of dried meat. The soldier didn't lie. It was indeed a warehouse, a full warehouse. If the Tiger King had some doubts before, he was now sure that the Xuanniao tribe must have been scared away. What a bunch of cowards, leaving behind a warehouse of meat and running away. A mocking smile appeared on the Tiger King's face. Lang suddenly squeezed in from outside the crowd, grabbed Lang Xiao and pulled him out of the crowd. Wolf howled in confusion. What's wrong? Chief, follow me. Lang Tu's face looked grim. The two came to a larger nest, and the wolf suddenly opened the door. Chief, please go in and take a look. Lang Xiao looked at Lang Tu suspiciously and stepped in. The scene before him made him stand still as if he had been struck by lightning. It's a loom, but it is not the loom of their tribe. As a chief, he knew the loom well. He could tell at a glance that the Xuanniao tribe's loom was smaller and more ingenious, and could be operated by one person. This. He pointed at the machine and looked at Lang Tu behind him with a trembling voice. How is this possible? Their looms were gifts from the gods, but how could the Xuanniao tribe create something more powerful? Chief, we can't afford to offend the Xuanniao tribe. That envoy of God is really not an ordinary person. Lang Tu said in a heavy tone. We haven't killed any of their people yet, so we still have a chance to reconcile with them. Reconciliation. Wolf Howl shook his head. Our people have already robbed their mate. How can we reconcile? Father, where are you? The voice of daughter Wolf Moon was heard outside the nest. Lang Xiao suppressed the turmoil in his heart and walked out. You, where did you get this dress? Lang Xiao was amazed by his daughter. She is like a white crane flying in the sky. I found it right in this room. It's just the right size. Lang Wei turned around. How is it? Does it look good? It looks good. It looks good. Wolf Xiao muttered with dull eyes. He almost immediately connected the clothes with the messenger of God. Such clothes can only be found in heaven, right? That God made him. He really came from heaven. Chapter 72 Fire Attack. Under the soft moonlight, the Xuanniao people gathered around several bonfires to keep warm. After Yao Yu led his men to distribute the grass roots and leaves collected during the day, he sat back next to Sui. The wind in the forest was cold. The fire was burning in front of me, but my back was still cold. She couldn't help hugging her knees. Sui put his arms around Yao Ling. The girl nodded her head and seemed to be very sleepy. Turning his head to see Yao Yu curled up into a ball, a look of cherishment flashed in his eyes. Report. Sui looked up. Speak. Lord God, they live in our nest, and they eat the meat we store. The team members gritted their teeth. Those are all their Xuanniao clan's things. Have all the enemies gone in? Sui said indifferently. There's no one outside. They're all inside. You continue to monitor and report back immediately if there is any situation. After sending the team members away, Sui opened his arms, indicating that Yao Yu could also hide in his arms. Yao Yu looked around and saw that everyone was huddled together for warmth. After hesitating for a moment, he snuggled into Suyi's arms. For the first time in my life, I was hugged by two people. In the cold wind, Sui didn't have any extra thoughts. He just wanted to give the two people in his arms a warm home. Do you know what happiness is? Happiness. Yao Yu was puzzled. What is that? I can't eat it, right? Haha. Sui smiled and tightened his arms. Happiness is having a nest to block the wind when we are cold. When we are hungry, there is something to eat. We don't have to worry about someone suddenly driving us out of the nest the next day or taking our food away. Is this happiness? Yao Yu looked at the moon above his head and murmured. Then I am very happy now. Why? Sui was puzzled. You are my nest. Yao Yu whispered. With you here, I am not afraid of anything. Sui laughed and said, Did you really grow up in this world? Yeah, aren't you? No. Sui shook his head. Oh yes, you came from heaven. What does the world in heaven look like? There, in the Xuanniao tribe camp. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone went into the nest together. There were several people lying in each nest. The Tiger King occupies a nest all by himself. He was lying on Yao Yu's bed. He was very satisfied with this nest. The bed was covered with soft animal skins, which did not have a bad smell, but rather a pleasant one. Lying on the bed, the Tiger King breathed a sigh of satisfaction. Xuanniao tribe? He couldn't understand why these cowards dared to provoke their powerful tiger tribe. However, in order to prevent any accidents, he still sent a dozen of his men to keep watch. As long as they spot someone from the Xuanniao tribe, the tribesmen will report it. Moreover, he believed in his heart that the people of the Xuanniao tribe would not dare to launch a sneak attack. In the middle of the night, He suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. You guys find a place to sleep? I have to go get busy. Yao Ling rubbed her sleepy eyes and pursed her lips. Yao Yu looked at Yi with eyes full of worry. I'm absolutely sure, don't worry. Yi said. Keep an eye on Ling. Be careful she doesn't roll into the fire. Muchuan, the guard team, is leaving with me. You should let your men be in charge of guarding. Yi looked at the person in front of him and instructed. Don't worry, God's messenger. Muchuan said seriously. Set off. At the command, the guard set out on the journey back to the camp. Under the light of the torches, everyone's face was filled with excitement. They had received orders to fight back long ago, but they didn't expect that the messenger of God would give the order in the middle of the night. It was difficult to travel at night, and Yi had already anticipated this. In order not to alert the enemy, Yi ordered the torches to be extinguished when they reached a place familiar to everyone. The group stumbled along and finally arrived outside the camp when it was the darkest hour of the night. In the dim campfire, the camp gate was closed, and there were a few sleepy night watchmen inside the gate. Did you hear what was said on the way? Yi looked at everyone. Are we really going to burn down our nest? Yao Li was very reluctant. How can we kill them if we don't force them out? Should we rush in? Yi asked back unhappily. Okay. Yao Li's eyes lit up. I'll take the lead. Shut up. Yi said helplessly. Remember, when a person dies, he loses everything. As long as a person is alive, he will have everything. According to his request, the team members divided into 3 groups and sneaked to the outside of the fence from both sides. They carried 2 different kinds of arrows on their backs. In one case, it was tied with sackcloth soaked in flammable resin. The fire flickered, and flaming arrows fell into the dry hut. Wake up, look what that is. A member of the tiger tribe who was on night watch said in surprise as he looked at the fireballs flying in. Huh. The man who was woken up looked confused. But he was soon attracted by the fireball that streaked across the night sky. He rubbed his eyes and looked in the direction where the fireball came from. Oh, that's a person. Quick, the enemy is coming. The enemy is attacking. Several people who were on guard were awakened and immediately scattered and shouted. The sleeping people were awakened and rushed out of the shacks with weapons in hand. Where is the enemy? It's on fire, put it out. Many people fell to their knees in fear when they saw the fireballs falling from the sky. God is angry. God is angry. The camp was filled with cries, coughs, and screams. The Tiger King came out of his nest when he heard the noise and saw with his own eyes a fireball falling on the house behind him. His pupils shrank, and he looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Tiger King, the god of fire, is angry and wants to destroy our tribe. There were crowds of people in front of him, and several of them were kneeling, kowtowing, and begging for mercy. At this moment, a flaming arrow flew right under his feet. What fire god? The Tiger King was terrified. It was all done by the Blackbird clan. They are so cruel, the Tiger King roared. They actually want to burn us to death. Everyone get up. This fire was set by the Xuanniao tribe. Yi, who was outside the camp, quietly watched what was happening inside the camp, from sparks to billowing flames. Dozens of dry thatched huts. The flames burning were really high. Run away. Everyone run away. The Tiger King shouted at the top of his lungs. He casually pulled up 2 of his men who were kneeling on the ground. Stupid thing, the fire was set by the Xuanniao tribe. Run for your life. Don't worry about the fire. Wolf Xiao's hair was half burned by the flames, and he looked extremely miserable. He pulled up his daughter who was trying to put out the fire and ran away. Father, the loom. Don't worry about it. The instinct of survival makes the ants on the hot pot escape towards the door. The door is open and the way to life is right in front of you. Amid the thick smoke and flames, no one noticed the several bodies lying at the gate. Several people who thought they were going to escape were pierced by arrows as soon as they ran out of the door and became hedgehogs. Aim and shoot. If anyone misses the target at such a close distance, don't say they are from my guard team. He stood at the back of the queue, feeling the heat rolling on his face. Tiger King, it's bad. The people from the Xuanniao tribe are blocking the door. What? Tiger King's eyes were filled with tears from the thick smoke. He rubbed them hard with the back of his hand and looked out the door intently. Not far from the gate were the Xuanniao people lined up in neat rows. You want to stop us with just these few people? Gather your troops and let's charge out together. Lang Xiao had already pulled Lang Yu to the door. He noticed that those who died from the arrows did not rush out. Chief, I'll lead some men to burn a hole in the fence, and we'll get out quickly. Lang Xiao turned around and found a man with a black face. He looked carefully and found out it was Lang Tu. Chapter 73, Fight. You take Lang Yue and go first. I'll go call Tiger King and the others. Wait. Lang Xiao grabbed Lang Tu, who was turning around. Hasn't the Tiger King always looked down on us? In the firelight, Wolf Howl's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Let them fight the Blackbird tribe to the death, and then our Black Wolf tribe will be the strongest. But haven't we formed an alliance with the Tiger tribe? Lang Tu, follow my orders, don't call them. Yes, Chief. Lang Tu nodded. Since entering the Xuanniao tribe's camp, the Black Wolf tribe has been excluded everywhere. The comfortable nest belongs to the Tiger tribe. Those fresh jerky are from the Tiger tribe. What the people of the Black Wolf tribe got were what was left over by the Tiger tribe. Even the looms of the Xuanniao tribe were taken by the Tiger King for himself, not giving any to them. Lang Xiao had been full of resentment for a long time, but because he was intimidated by the strength of the Tiger tribe and the current relationship between the two tribes, he did not vent his anger. Outside the gate, these cowards dare not charge out after only a dozen of them died. Yao Li let go of the bow in his hand and complained. Su Yi looked up and saw the morning light gradually turning brighter. The thatched hut burned quickly, and the fire had begun to subside. It's not that the Tiger tribe doesn't dare to charge, but that the tribesmen who are fleeing in all directions have not yet been gathered together. Since they won't come out, let's go in. If nothing unexpected happens, the fire in the shack will not ignite the outer wooden fence. But if primitive people use their brains a little, they will find that there are other ways to survive besides the gate. He didn't want to let these brutal enemies escape. Shield soldiers advance. Archers, follow up. Find your own target and shoot. Aim for the chest and neck, and try to kill with one strike. Sui gave several orders in a row. The guards marched in orderly steps towards the gate. With shield soldiers in the front, 37 team members armed with bows and arrows shot deadly arrows into the gate. It's the Xuanniao tribe. How dare they rush in? Go ahead and kill them. Quick, where are the people with bows and arrows? Shoot them. Someone roared when he saw several people falling under the arrows. Looking at the more than a dozen people from the Tiger tribe rushing over, Su Yi immediately gave orders. Stop where you are. Hold on to the shield. The archers shoot those who rush towards you, and don't worry about those behind you. The shield bearers in the front row immediately took a lunge, holding up their shields while lowering their bodies. The archers in the back row will release the arrows in their hands after taking a quick aim. Yao Li felt that at such a close distance he could hit the target even with his eyes closed. There is no doubt that the dozen people couldn't even get close and were shot like hedgehogs. The Tiger King originally wanted to wait for his troops to gather and then charge together. Unexpectedly, the Xuanniao tribe actually took the initiative to attack and did not give them any chance at all. Looking at the miserable condition of the troops who rushed to the gate, he was shaking with anger. Wrong. People from the Black Wolf tribe are also here. So why are all the people who died from their own Tiger tribe? Turning around, the wolf howling behind me just now had disappeared. King Tiger, this is bad. A tribesman covered in black ash rushed to him. The Black Wolf tribe has opened a hole in the fence, and they are secretly escaping. As soon as the tribesman finished speaking, the eyes of the 20 or so people gathered around the Tiger King immediately lit up. Tiger King, the Xuanniao tribe is too cunning. The fire killed many of us, and the rest were almost roasted to death by the fireworks. The leader of the Wind tribe looked at the Tiger King carefully and said, Next time, we will come again, and we will definitely be able to destroy them. We, the Tiger tribe, were actually beaten away by the cowards of the Blackbird tribe. The Tiger King glared angrily. The person who opened his mouth suddenly stopped talking. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and his body fell straight down. When the Tiger King looked down, he discovered the bloody tip of an arrow sticking out of his chest. They are from the Xuanniao tribe, and they have already rushed in. He shot at anyone he saw, and almost every time an arrow was fired, there was a scream. His poor followers were either killed or injured. Retreat, retreat quickly. The Tiger King sighed. The 20 or so people around him were no match for the Xuanniao tribe. Lead the way to the exit of the Black Wolf tribe. A group of more than 20 people immediately fled along the fence towards the back of the camp. Su Yi had already discovered this small group of people. He had prepared his team members to withstand the impact, but he didn't expect them to escape. Chase them, don't let them get away. As they chased along the way, they found blackened corpses on the ground from time to time. Several of them died while kneeling on the ground. Some people were holding meat in their arms, and they were being roasted and smelling delicious. People die because of food. Outside the fence, Wolf Xiao, who had escaped, was trembling in his heart. Nearly half of the people in their Black Wolf tribe died in the fire. The messenger of God of the Xuanniao tribe is not a human. What had been a spectacular campsite yesterday was now a sea of fire. A whole warehouse of meat, a room full of looms, and so many nests, he just burned them. Chief, people from the Tiger tribe are here. Lang Tu helped out a wounded tribe member and was about to go back to pick up the others when he spotted the Tiger King and others walking in a hurry. Wolf howl, you coward. The Tiger King's roar could be heard from a long distance away. If you had brought your people with you, we would have been able to break out, but you actually ran away. You didn't even ask us to retreat. You are worse than the Xuanniao tribe. The approaching Tiger King led his men to push aside the few people from the Black Wolf tribe who had not yet escaped and occupied the gap. Then he turned his head and looked at Lang Zhao's face with contempt. As he fled along the way, he gathered a dozen or so followers. Their number at this time is still greater than that of the Black Wolf tribe. What surprised Lang Tu was that the Tiger tribe did not forget to take the 3 Xuanniao captives who could not even stand steadily with them when they escaped. Tiger King, Wolf Xiao couldn't explain clearly. Coward, why don't you open your mouth? Said the Tiger King dissatisfiedly. Lang Xiao felt a nameless anger rising in his heart. He is also the leader of a tribe. Why does the Tiger King keep humiliating him? Seal the hole. Wolf Howl suddenly said in a cold voice. Don't let any of the people from the Tiger tribe out. You dare. The Tiger King was stunned at first, then furious. What are you standing there for? Block the opening. Wolf howled. When Su Yi led his men to chase after them, the 2 tribes were fighting around a gap. God's messenger, why are they fighting again? Yao Li asked excitedly. Su Yi thought that their relationship might break down because of the uneven distribution of the spoils, but he didn't expect that they would actually fight each other to escape. He could see that both sides were really bloodthirsty and had no intention of pretending. Ha! The Xuanniao tribe is chasing us. Wolf Xiao laughed crazily. Tiger King, you are dead today. If you kill us, you will be next. The Tiger King stiffened his neck. I have never killed anyone from the Xuanniao tribe. We don't have any deep hatred. We also. Tiger King suddenly remembered that he still had prisoners in his hands. People from the Xuanniao tribe. Who is your leader? The Tiger King stepped back a few steps from the gap and said to the people of the Xuanniao tribe. It's me. Su Yi said calmly. What do you have to say? Chapter 74 Black Wolf Surrenders. You? The Tiger King looked at the frail body, but he did not feel the slightest contempt in his heart. Let me and my men go, or I will kill these 3 men. Su Yi looked at the other party in confusion, only to see the other party pulling out 3 half-dead people from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, he saw that they were the 3 guards he thought were dead. Ha! Tiger King, your brain must have been burned by fire. Wolf howled mockingly, venting his anger. Several of his men who had not had time to withdraw had already died at the hands of the Tiger King. 3 prisoners are worth so many of you. Do you think the Lord of God is a fool? The muscles on Tiger King's face trembled, and he wanted to chop the coward Wolf Howl into several pieces. What do you call him? Lord Messenger of God. That's right. Wolf howled. I have decided to lead my people to surrender to the Xuanniao tribe. There are signs that the Xuanniao tribe's God is not a normal person. He didn't want to go against the Xuanniao tribe anymore. Coward. The Tiger King laughed sarcastically. Warriors of the Tiger tribe, are you willing to kneel down and become slaves? The Tiger King raised his axe and shouted. No. The tribesmen described the scene as miserable, but were filled with outrage. All right, kill the captives. Let's fight these cowards from the Black Wolf tribe. Wait. Su Yi hurriedly stopped them. I didn't say I wouldn't let you go. The stone axe raised by the Tiger King stopped in the air. Looking at Su Yi strangely. Lord God's messenger, we can't let them go. Wolf Howl said anxiously. The guards looked at each other. They all knew how much the entire Xuanniao tribe had paid in order to destroy the Tiger tribe. Did the messenger of God say something wrong? God's messenger, we can't let them ruin our plan. Yaoing looked at his 3 subordinates and said cruelly. The Xuanniao tribe will not give up any of its members. Su Yi said word by word. He knew very well that the Xuanniao tribe's journey from being starving to where they are today was not achieved by his efforts alone. If he wants to go further in this world, he needs to unite more people. What's more, this group of simple people can entrust their lives to him without any doubt, so he must be worthy of their trust. Instead of throwing that trust away and treating their lives as worthless, Lang Xiao, ask your men to move aside and let the people from the tiger tribe go. Sui looked at Lang Xiao and said solemnly. Lang Xiao was unwilling, but he still gave the order. The Tiger King was ready to die, without any fear in his heart. Now that he knew he had saved his life, he was afraid that the Xuanniao tribe would go back on their word. Lord God! A captive woke up from his coma and shouted, I am not afraid of death, kill me. The Tiger King's heart tightened and he clenched his fist and swung it out. Shut up. He looked at Sui carefully and was relieved when he saw that the other party had no intention of taking action. Sui's eyelids twitched. Looking at the team member, he shook his head slightly and gave him a reassuring look. The Black Wolf tribe stood on both sides. Everyone from the Tiger tribe lined up and walked out of the gap. When all his troops came out, the Tiger King hurriedly ordered a retreat. The 3 captives were left there, and the people of the Tiger tribe rushed into the jungle. Lord God's messenger, you shouldn't let them go, Wolf Howl said with great sorrow. Compared to killing them, I care more about the lives of my people, Sui said with a serious face. Yao Li and others behind him were all deeply moved when they heard this. They all knew that if they fell into the hands of the enemy, God's messenger would save them. Lang Xiao, who had already made the decision, did not hesitate any longer after hearing this. He knelt down first and prostrated himself to show his submission. The members of the Black Wolf tribe looked at each other, and then all fell to the ground. Get up. Sui raised his hand. Your decision to join the Xuanniao tribe is the right one. After saying that, Sui changed the subject and turned to Yao Li Dao. Take your men and hunt them down. Yao Li was stunned. Didn't you say to let them go? I have taught you to keep your word, but not when dealing with your enemies. Yao Li grinned and immediately took the lead to chase after him. Lang Xiao, who had just stood up, couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Fortunately, I have already taken refuge with him. That's right. He won't attack his own people. Where's our nest? My hide is still in the nest. I saved a lot of meat. The returning members of the Xuanniao tribe couldn't believe that the camp that was intact when they left had turned into a scorched earth when they returned. Su, was our camp burned down by the Tiger tribe? Yao Ling said angrily with eyes wide open. If I know who burned our camp, I will kill him. Yao Yu gritted his teeth, with a flame of revenge flashing in his eyes. Sui was overwhelmed. When he set out, he only told them that he was going to fight. There was no mention of arson. Collecting resin, soaking linen, and tying it to arrows were all done by slaves, and they divided the work into different groups. No one could connect these processes with arson. Eagle, do you know who set the fire? Yao Yu asked when he saw someone passing by. Yao Ying was busy collecting slaves and didn't notice Su Yi's restraining look. He glanced at Yao Yu and said, the envoy of God told us to release them together. Yao Ying left, and the 3 people who remained there split into 2 camps. Tell me, why did you burn our camp? My soft animal skin shorts are still in the nest. I didn't even take them with me. Where did our warehouse full of meat go? I still have half a hide blanket in my nest. Have you decided to burn down our house a long time ago? The 2 men finally said in unison. Once the enemy is dead, we will get everything. Sui wanted to pull the hands of the 2 people, but was brushed away at the same time. No, you have to tell me why we are not allowed to take away the animal skins and belongings. Yao Yu was still thinking about her bed. That's right. Yao Ling echoed. I have to make sure the enemy will be fooled. Sui shrugged. Our ancestors said that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Ever since the last plan went awry, Sui decided to pay more attention to the enemy tactically in the future. What kid? A wolf. Yao Ling stamped her feet. I just want my shorts and the animal skin. Then I want my bed. It's so clean after burning. Everyone has nothing to carry when moving. It's a good time to start a new life in our ancestral land. Seeing someone coming, Sui put away the playful smile on his face and put on a serious face. Yao Yu and the other man covered their mouths and laughed. Report. Yao Li has leaves hanging on his head. Killed 11. The others ran too fast and we couldn't catch up. I see. Sui nodded. You go ahead and get busy. God's messenger. I'm not busy now. Sui held his forehead with his hand. Take your people and help resettle the livestock. Isn't that someone else's job? Yao Li turned and left in confusion. After sending Yao Li away, Sui turned his attention to the 2 of them again. I have memorized all your things. I will replenish them when I return to my ancestral land. Hiki, okay. Yao Ling said with a smile. Yao Yu also nodded slightly. Lord Divine Envoy, my father wants you to come over to discuss something. Chapter 75. You come back. Sui turned his head and saw that the person coming was the daughter of the leader of the Black Wolf tribe. The dress she was wearing was the one he was going to give to Yao Yu. Glancing secretly, Yao Yu was also staring at the skirt up and down. Sui couldn't help swallowing. There is a lot of black and gray on the skirt, but it doesn't affect the beauty much. At that time, I forgot to tell Yao Lian to bring her skirt. Now that it was in her hands, Sui had no intention of taking it back. I know. I'll be there in a minute. Lang Yu nodded. and when she turned around, she glanced at the two women standing beside him. Just as everyone said, they are all very beautiful. She let out a breath and turned to leave. How is it? In a corner of the camp, Wolf Hao looked at his daughter expectantly. He doesn't want you? It shouldn't be like this. My daughter is so pretty, Wolf Hao muttered. I didn't ask. Lang Yu said, he already has two women, both very beautiful. He won't fall for me. You don't understand. A man won't be disgusted by having too many women. Lang Xiao said earnestly, Father saw those two women. They're not prettier than you. Or do you think he's unworthy? Lang Xiao read some clues from his daughter's expression. Don't be fooled by the way he falls down after being poked. His strength is not in his body, but in his wisdom. Wolf Hao tapped his forehead. Only when he is strong here can he be truly strong. That tiger tribe is really powerful. In the end, the black bird tribe defeated them without losing a single person. Your grandfather has praised me for my intelligence since I was a child, but I still fell for the trick of the angel of God. Your father has already concluded that wisdom is more powerful than brute force. Find a chance tonight and ask again. Father, why must I follow him? Lang Wei resisted. She didn't like thin men in the first place, and her father's repeated urging made her even more annoyed. If our tribe is still as powerful as before, Father would have snatched him back and given him to you. Lang Xiao shook his head and said, Now, the Xuanniao tribe is so powerful, so you have to give him to them. Tell me, are the clothes she is wearing mine? Yeah, you had the expression of a child whose toy had been snatched away. No. How could that be? Su Yi's brain was working rapidly. Yours is even prettier than that one. Really? Yeah, you looked skeptical. Then where did her clothes come from? I don't know. Su Yi shook his head and pretended to be stupid. Maybe her tribe can make it too. You know she is from the Black Wolf tribe. Although the messenger looked very honest, Yao Yu felt that he was lying to her. Without saying much, she turned and left. Su Yi immediately stepped forward and held her. Where are you going? I'll go ask her. Yao Yu showed a sweet smile on her face. But Su Yi felt that there was something more dangerous than her cold appearance. I'll be honest. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Su Yi said, It was originally a gift for you, but I forgot to bring it with me. When I found out, she had already put it on. So that beautiful dress was originally mine. Humph. Do you dare to say that you didn't give it to her because she is pretty? Absolutely not. Yo Ling watched the two people arguing, her eyes wide as copper bells. What did she hear? What did she see? That beautiful dress was actually for you, but was given to another woman by Su? She hates Yo Ling, whom the envoy of God always says he loves the most. I didn't even know there were such beautiful clothes. And other women have already put it on. Yao Ling was like a wounded rabbit, trying to sneak out of the two people's sight. There was no way they could hide this from the two of them. It's your fault. Su Yi muttered softly, You always say that I love Ling the most, and you always give her the good things first. It's your fault. It would be better to burn the woman if she wore it. Yao Yu also lowered his voice, unwilling to be outdone. Hey, why don't you chase her? She will come back by herself soon, Yao Yu reminded. Su Yi immediately chased after him, shouting and yelling. Yao Ling's heart was broken. She was about to leave, and he couldn't see her. Ling, come back and I'll explain it to you clearly. Finally, she heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the voice behind her and walked away without looking back. Should he be able to catch up? In short, there are so many benefits to following him. After listening to his father's description, Lang Wei felt very annoyed. With that little man's physique, I could break his waist with just my legs. How could it be possible for me to be with him? Turning her head, she found that the messenger of God her father had mentioned was walking towards her, and she immediately reminded her father to shut up. Lord God's messenger, you are here. Lang Xiao hurriedly stood up from the stone. No need to get up. Su Yi waved his hand with a smile on his face. What's the matter? I see that everyone doesn't seem to have much food. We in the Black Wolf tribe still have some dried meat left. Do you want to send someone to get it? Chief Wolf howled. Did you see that woman? She is responsible for fishing for us. Su Yi pointed at a tribesman and said, If you're interested, follow her to the river for a stroll. Wolf Howl was confused. A few women can catch a few fish. Including the women and children here, the few fish we caught are not enough for everyone to smell. Forget it. I'll take my men to help later. Lord God's messenger, do you think my daughter is beautiful? Asked Wolf Howl. He wants me to follow you, but I don't like you. Lang Wei interrupted. Hey, Lord God's messenger, don't listen to her. Wolf Howl winked frantically. Su Yi watched the interaction between the father and daughter and felt amused. Why do you look down on me? Su Yi was not annoyed, but rather a little curious. Your tribesman said you're not good at that, and I can see that you're weaker than everyone else. Lang Yu said seriously, you can't give me a child in the future, so I can't be your woman. Who? Tell me, which kid said that? Su Yi's sudden loud voice startled both Lang Xiao and his daughter. That's not true. She's just talking nonsense. Lang Xiao glared at Lang Yu fiercely. Lang Wei pretended not to see it and continued talking. Everyone says so. I've heard several people say so. Hey, I'm just saying it. Listen. Long Yue's ears moved and pointed in a direction. Sui looked in the direction he was looking. Several people from the Black Wolf tribe were surrounding a member of the Black Bird tribe. The tribesmen were talking about something excitedly. Naturally, Wolf Howled also heard it several times, and with a wry smile he grabbed Su Yi's arm. Lord God's envoy, I heard that to become a member of the Xuanniao tribe, one must start as a low-level slave. You see me. You don't need to, just be a high-level slave. Just now he was willing to donate their tribe's stored food, so Su Yi would not be stingy with a position that did not bring much benefit. Wolf Howl was so happy. He heard that the low-level slaves of the Xuanniao tribe had to do heavy and tiring work every day and had no meat to eat. As a leader, he really doesn't want to be a low-level slave. He was troubled by this matter for the whole morning. This was also a small reason why I let my daughter follow the messenger of God. As a result, the messenger of God directly made him a high-level slave. Su Yi was anxious to hear what the kid was going to say, but Lang Xiao just wouldn't let him go. What about my daughter? She can't. How could she be a slave? It would be such a waste for her to be a slave with her figure and appearance. You have to be a secretary. Chapter 76 Secret. And what else? The most important thing for our tribe is to know who we are. Identity. The Black Wolf tribe members were puzzled. What is that thing? You definitely can't eat it, someone interrupted. You are low-level slaves? That's your identity, explained the Xuanniao people. Oh, everyone suddenly realized. You low-level slaves, greet the high-level slaves when you see them. High-level slaves must also greet us, the real Xuanniao people. Do we need to say hello when we meet? Of course I need it, the Xuanniao tribe member said proudly. My status is higher than yours. How can one improve one's status? People around asked. Work hard. The envoy said he has many eyes and can see your performance. He will give you promotions when the time comes. A lot of eyes. Everyone was puzzled. Didn't God give him 2 eyes? How can we know about God's affairs? Not far away. Lang Xiao turned his head and stared at Su Yiming beside him. Then, is there anyone with a higher status than you? The Black Wolf tribe members were full of curiosity. Of course, said the Xuanniao people. Our captain and the Lord God's messenger have higher status than me. Is there any higher one? Oh my, you asked the right person. The Xuanniao tribe member smiled mysteriously. The Lord God's envoy is the person with the highest status. But I don't think so. Is there anyone more powerful than the Lord God's messenger? The Black Wolf tribe members were surprised. In their view, the Xuanniao tribe's messenger was the most powerful and no one would dare to disobey his orders. Yes, they are the 2 women of the messenger of God. Not far away, Lang Xiao and Lang Yu's eyes fell on Su Yi's face at the same time. 2 women. The Black Wolf tribe members asked suspiciously. You are not lying, are you? I heard it with my own ears. It's absolutely true. What did you hear? Everyone was curious. One night, I was patrolling past Ling's nest, and I heard the messenger of God begging Ling with my own ears. Ah, the eyes of the Black Wolf tribe members lit up. Baby Ling, hold on a little longer and don't spit it out. I beg you, can you please end it immediately? The Xuanniao tribe member spoke vividly, panting. Not far away, Su Yi felt his face burning. The looks from the 2 people beside him made him feel even more frightened. He was clearly wearing pants, but suddenly he felt like he was naked. Now you know it. The one with the highest status is the woman of God's messenger, said the Xuanniao people proudly. This was a unique experience, and he didn't tell anyone else. He said it today because he couldn't stand the admiring looks from the people of the Black Wolf tribe. One is our clan leader. When you see her, you will know that she is the clan leader. The other one just wanders around and is happy every day. Remember, she is Yao Ling. The woman the envoy of God loves the most. You must respect her. They are all women of God's messengers. Have they given birth to children for God's messengers? Child. Seeing that tribe member looking around, Su Yi immediately squatted down and pulled out a wolf howl. It's coming. Listen carefully. Lang Yue said to Su Yi. Alas, our God has made him childless. The tribesman shook his head and sighed, looking melancholy. Why? According to you, the angel of God is so powerful. He should have more children. Chill. This is the secret of our tribe. The tribesman looked around again. Hey, I'm telling you guys. The black bird god gave the messenger wisdom, but took away what made him a man. The group of Black Wolf tribe members were horrified. Chill. Why are you yelling so loudly? Is that so? Everyone looked down. That's right. The Xuanniao tribe member nodded vigorously. Don't tell anyone else. Don't worry. Everyone in the Black Wolf tribe swore that they had already decided to share the secret with their companions later, and this was not someone else's. When I think about the fact that the messenger of God can't have children, I feel anxious for him. He couldn't listen anymore. He thought that if he was not wise and powerful, he was at least dignified and generous. As a result, in the eyes of the tribe members, if you are afraid of women and don't mention it, you are not a real man. What's wrong with you? Are your eyes damaged by the smoke? The Xuanniao tribe member saw the person in front of him blinking continuously. Yao Lu, from what you said, you still want to help me have a baby? How dare you? The women of the messengers of God are all chosen by the gods. The man said without even looking up. Blasphemy against the gods will bring disaster. Lang Yue wanted to go over and listen, but Lang Xiao pulled him away by the arm. That is their own clan's business. They are outsiders now. When Lang Xiao saw that the group of fishermen were about to set off, he immediately called a dozen of his men and followed them. What are you doing? Yao Dai asked vigilantly. The messenger of God asked us to follow him to go fishing. Wolf Howl explained. The group came to the river, where there was a specially cleared area. This is our first time participating in a hunt after joining the Xuanniao tribe. Keep your eyes open and move faster. After hearing what their leader said, the Black Wolf tribe members were all ready to show their skills. You just watch from behind. Yao Dai's words dampened the enthusiasm of the Black Wolf tribe. Wolf howled with disdain. How much fish can they, the women and 5 men, catch? Even a fool knows that the more people there are, the easier it is to catch something. But he is not in a hurry. When they fail to catch any fish, he will bring others to help him, so as to show the power of their Black Wolf tribe. Chief, what is that? A tribesman asked in confusion under the shade of a tree. Lang Xiao looked carefully and saw that the group of people from the Xuanniao tribe were throwing things into the water. Like the thing under a spider's, but that catches mosquitoes. The difference was that thing was bigger and had stones tied to it. Whatever that is. Wolf howled. She'll come over to beg us in a bit, so you all shut up and let me talk. After a moment. Oh, Chief, look, look, the tribesman shouted loudly. The wolf howled as he basked in the sun with his eyes closed, feeling unhappy. Isn't it just one fish? Shut up. Chief. It's not just one, it's a bunch. Wolf Howl suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a scene that he would never forget. Each of the people from the Xuanniao tribe was carrying a pile of fish. In the sunlight, the fish scales sparkled so brightly that it hurt his face. On the way back, Lang Xiao put away his arrogance. Although he surrendered to the Xuanniao tribe, he still regarded himself as the leader. In his opinion, apart from the envoy of God, and the envoy's 2 women, no one in the Xuanniao tribe could be respected by him from the bottom of his heart. What are you using? Lang Xiao swallowed and asked humbly. Yao Dai followed his gaze and asked, are you talking about the internet? Net. Yes. You can see the function of the things created by our messenger of God. Yao Dai looked admiring. So it was built by a messenger of God. Lang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and he felt much better. The humility on his face also faded a little. It's not surprising if it's made by God. He thought that ordinary members of the Xuanniao tribe were so powerful. However, this further strengthened his determination to send his daughter to the arms of God's messenger. It doesn't matter if you don't have children. Identity. Identity is the most important. Chapter 77 Identity. Identity. He muttered to himself as he sat on a small stone bench. The class seeds he planted have already sprouted, and no one knows what kind of big tree they will grow into. What mistake did they make? Yao Yu came over and said that she heard that the messenger of God had punished all the guards to run with weights. They are spreading rumors. Yi withdrew his thoughts and was still a little angry when he mentioned this matter. Spreading rumors? They actually said I don't have any manly roots. Oh, this matter, Yao Yu said suddenly. She had heard the rumors a long time ago. She remembered that he did have it when they first met, and she even asked Ling about it secretly. Ling told her that not only did God's messenger exist, but she didn't care. You know? Yi was surprised. It turned out that he was the only one who didn't know the secret of the whole clan. They won't give birth to your child, Yao Yu said unnaturally. It's good enough for us to know whether you have one or not. I understand the reason. How about we prove it to them tonight? No, don't look for me. Go look for Ling. Yao Yu waved his hands repeatedly. Yi was just talking nonsense. The primitive man is not afraid of being shy. He cannot adapt to the local customs. He felt embarrassed just thinking about having a baby in the open air in front of everyone. The dead enemies have been buried in pits. Those who were still alive were taken in at the northeast corner of the camp. Of the more than 30 people, more than half were burned and the rest were wounded by arrows. The people guarding them are from the Black Wolf tribe. Looking at the miserable condition of the Tiger tribe captives, several members of the Black Wolf tribe were glad that they had a good leader. Originally they were prisoners, but ended up being the ones guarding the prisoners. The Xuanniao tribe already has a complete set of methods for accepting captives. Use appeasement, persuade them to surrender, give them sweet treats, then make promises, and if that doesn't work, kill a few people. Su Yi doesn't have to worry about these. A new bonfire was lit on the ashes of the nest. Rest first today. Tomorrow we will return to our ancestral land. After Su Yi finished speaking, he returned to his small stone bench. Oh, oh, oh. All the Xuanniao tribe members and slaves were ecstatic. They had already heard the news from the guards. Although the camp is gone. But early this morning, the messenger of God showed his great power and not only conquered the Black Wolf tribe, but also defeated the Tiger tribe. They also heard that from today onwards, the Xuanniao tribe would never be bullied by other tribes again. The tribesmen held hands and danced together. Su Yi just watched and felt from afar. Feel their pure emotions, joyful mood, overflowing unity, and bravery. Lang Xiao looked at the fish in his hand, then at the wild vegetables in Lang Tu's hand, and was extremely excited. Identity. This is identity. The moment he lay down in submission, he was ready to eat grass and vegetables. As a result, he has now transformed into a high-level slave. Fortunately, I gave birth to a good daughter. Lang Tu fish. He picked up the strip of meat in his hand and shook it. Lang Tu regretted it terribly. If he had agreed to stay in the Xuanniao tribe, he would now be an official member of the tribe. Looking at the wild vegetables in his hand, he gritted his teeth and swallowed them. I'll give you half. Lang Tu almost shed tears when he saw the half fish handed to him by his leader. Chief, I have done something wrong to you. Oh. At that time, I came to the Xuanniao tribe to exchange bows and arrows. Every time I went back, they would give me meat, and I ate it secretly. Wolf Xiao wanted to retract his outstretched hand, but this wolf actually secretly ate the food alone. As a result, the fish has fallen into the hands of the other party. How much meat do they give you each time? Looking at the size of the palm that Lang Tu gestured, Lang Xiao felt better. This size, several pieces at a time, with fish and meat. Wolf howled and gasped. It turned out that he had eaten fish before, but he had never seen it. They also treated me to crocodile meat, but I didn't leave any for you. Lang Tu was still regretting. Crocodile meat? Wolf howled with anger. But the meat had already been given, so he still patted the other person's shoulder generously. It's all in the past. Let's develop well in the Xuanniao tribe in the future. Wolf Xiao said, gritting his teeth. In the open space, under the statue of the blackbird that was carried out and then carried back, everyone gathered together and lined up neatly according to their status. Everyone has been notified that the messenger of God will announce to the gods today that the Xuanniao tribe will accept new members. Mu Feng, Feng Yi. Su Yi read out 8 names. 5 of them walked to the statue amid the envious gazes of the crowd. There were 3 injured people who were actually carried here. The 3 of them were deeply moved. In order to save them, the messenger of God let the enemy escape, and now he wants to accept them into the Xuanniao tribe. Regardless of their injuries, the 3 rolled off the stretcher and lay on the ground like the other 5. The 8 men were all very pious, allowing the black ash beneath their bodies to stain their chests and cheeks. These 8 people are brave in battle, not afraid of strong enemies, and willing to sacrifice their lives for our Xuanniao tribe. Today, I announce to the God of Heaven Xuanniao that you accept these 8 people as members of our Xuanniao tribe. In addition to enjoying the treatment of the Xuanniao people, the Xuanniao people are given power. I hope you will put the interests of the Xuanniao tribe first and worry about their troubles. If you dare to betray my Xuanniao tribe, the gods will punish you severely. Su Yi looked up to the sky, raised his hands high, and his voice was like a bell. Long passages of solemn language, ups and downs of tone, and words that I had never heard of before. The tribesmen firmly believed that the divine messenger was reporting to the gods in heaven and that he was talking to the gods. Everyone bowed down at the same time and listened to Su Yi's announcement. The exercise was declared over, and the 8 people in the front row were the first to get up under the guidance of Yao Yu. They looked solemn and dignified as they swore solemnly. As a member of the Xuanniao tribe, I am willing to obey the orders of the God's messenger and carry out the decisions of the God's messenger. Everything is for the Xuanniao tribe, and I will never betray the Xuanniao tribe. Every member of the guard team has memorized this oath. But swearing an oath before the statue has a completely different meaning. The guards enjoy the treatment of Xuanniao people. But without joining the tribe, they cannot participate in tribal meetings and cannot possess women alone. And these are the rights that only the Xuanniao people have. Su Yi had long discovered that such a ceremony of joining the clan was more effective than the pie he had drawn. Under the watchful eyes of the public, a pledge can often make them self-conscious. Get up. Yao Yu drawled out his voice. The tribesmen who were lying down stood up one after another. The ceremony was lengthy, but Yao Yu refused to allow it to be omitted. Even the job of promoting high-ranking slaves had to be done by him. Ever since his identity as God's messenger was confirmed, Yao Yu entrusted him with all the work of communicating with the gods. And primitive people simply believed that only when the messenger told the gods could they get the approval of the gods. What other people say doesn't count. Being a high-level slave was an honor, so naturally he could not afford to be careless at all, and his messenger had to come in person. As the sun set, the ceremony finally ended. Needless to say, the new members of the tribe were all ecstatic. Those who were promoted to high-level slaves all held their heads high, like victorious roosters. No, Lord God's messenger, that's not right. A wolf howled suddenly from behind the crowd, and those who were about to leave stopped. You forgot about me. Chapter 78. The night rain comes suddenly. It was the first time for the people of the Black Wolf tribe to see this scene, and they all felt uneasy and terrified. Everyone was startled when they heard the leader's sudden shout. Oh! Su-yi resisted the urge to slap his head. Lang Xiao, as the leader of the Black Wolves, took the initiative to surrender and prevented casualties. In recognition of his merits, he will be promoted to a high-level slave. Su-yi said with a serious face. Now please ask Lang Xiao to come to the statue and accept everyone's recognition. Lang Xiao was so excited when he heard this. It turned out that surrendering with his people was such a great thing. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the crowd. A pair of legs felt light, as if they were stepping on thick leaves. Walk up to the person and turn around. Looking at the neatly lined crowd, looking at the envious or admiring eyes they cast at me. Accept the wooden plaque that the matriarch herself hangs around her neck, symbolizing a high-ranking slave. Lang Xiao felt as if he had fallen into a fire and his whole body was burning. Follow the example of others and prostrate yourself in greeting. After getting up, he didn't know how to get back to his seat in front of everyone. Chief, congratulations. Members of the Black Wolf tribe came forward to congratulate him. No, don't call me leader. Wolf Hao looked around. Just call me by my name. Here. Lang Xiao picked up the wooden sign on his chest and said, I am not the leader now. Those who were allowed to join the Xuanniao clan were naturally strictly selected by Su-yi. Even those high-level slaves were recommended by the tribesman in charge, confirmed by Yao Yu, and he made the final decision. In fact, there is no problem with the loyalty of these people. The selection basis is whether they work diligently and fight bravely. One step further, they worked almost equally hard and fought almost equally bravely. There must be people who work harder and are braver. Anyway, the number of people joining the tribe and the number of high-level slaves are based on the proportion of the total number of slaves. Too many places will devalue. There are too few places, and everyone has no motivation. Su-yi is still trying to find the right degree. As for letting everyone live the same life, he never dared to hope for it. Productivity is the biggest constraint. The current situation is that it is impossible for everyone to eat meat, and someone has to eat wild vegetables. Even if productivity develops further, private ownership will be the first to emerge. He had accomplished a great thing by developing the Xuanniao tribe to the point where they no longer killed slaves and no longer treated slaves as property and traded them freely. Night falls. Bonfires of varying sizes were lit throughout the camp. People gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to keep warm. What are you looking at? Yao Ling asked curiously, nestling in Su-yi's arms. She saw that he had been staring at the sky for a long time. I'm watching the sky to see if it's going to rain. Are you asking the blackbird god? No. Who are you asking? I asked the moon. I asked the stars. They might tell me. Su, you are amazing, Yao Ling said admiringly. I asked them, but they never spoke. Will it rain? Yao Yu interrupted. They said they didn't know. In the middle of the night, a strong wind suddenly arose, followed by heavy rain. The bonfire was put out, and everyone huddled into the woods. His body was soaked, and with no campfire to keep warm, Su-yi, who was squatting under a big tree, felt his limbs numb from the cold, and his whole body was trembling. There were no clouds in the sky during the day, and there was no sign of rain. Then this happened suddenly at night. If I had known earlier to build a simple shack, it wouldn't be so miserable. The night with heavy rain and strong wind is really miserable. Ling, where is you? Su-yi found that only Yao Ling was by his side. You asked me to keep an eye on you, and then she left. Yao Ling looked around. I don't know where she went. Are you cold? Su-yi asked her tremblingly, with his arms folded. When we first came here, it rained every day, even heavier than this. Yao Ling said in a relaxed tone. Su-yi felt relieved after hearing that. He was also worried that they would get wet. Cold raindrops kept falling on my body, and the cold wind blew through the forest. Su-yi has felt the sun rising from the horizon several times, and the warm sun shines on his face. But when I opened my eyes, I could always hear the crackling raindrops falling on my body. He realized that he might be suffering from hypothermia. If you continue like this, you'll be dead. Seeing that Yao Ling beside him looked normal and not trembling, he said, Ling, if you are not cold, come and hug me. Hug me. Hug. Yao Ling thought she had misheard. Yes, I am almost frozen. Su Yi said vaguely. You're not lying to me again, are you? Yao Ling blinked her big eyes. God always made him lie to her with various reasons, but this time it seemed to be true. As soon as she stretched out her hand, she saw him suddenly plunge headfirst into the ground. Su, what's wrong with you? Yao Ling held Su Yi in her arms and found that he was cold all over and his eyes were closed. You're teasing me, right? Yao Ling looked at him expectantly, hoping that he would respond to her with a smile, as usual. But the person in his arms didn't move at all. Sister Yu, where are you, Li? Ing. Yao Ling burst into tears. Come quickly, the messenger of God is dying. Yao Yu had just returned after collecting a large pile of long and wide leaves. When she heard Yao Ling's voice, her body trembled and the leaves she was holding fell to the ground. She was worried that his body could not withstand the heavy rain in the forest. That's why I planned to use these materials to build a simple nest for him. I didn't expect that he couldn't hold on any longer. Ling. Yao Yu rushed to the tree in 2 steps and saw Yao Ling slumped on the ground. The person in his arms was pale and motionless. Sister Yu, please save him. Yao Ling burst into tears. When she saw the person coming, she felt like she saw a savior. What happened to the divine envoy? It's fine today. Did the blackbird god take his soul away? I heard that something happened to the messenger of God. The crowd that rushed over upon hearing the noise were like headless flies, talking at once. Shut up, everyone. Yao Yu squatted beside Yao Ling, his eyes red. She had checked and found that he was just frozen, but not dead. Eagle, lead everyone to find a place without a puddle to build a small nest. Hurry. Li, take people to find Big Leaf and shelter him from the rain first. Everyone else go help. The crowd immediately became busy. The Xuanniao tribe is quite skilled in building nests. In addition, there is strength in numbers, and there are sufficient branches and vines. Soon, a small nest appeared in the woods. Yao Yu took Su Yi from Yao Ling's arms, exerted force with his arms, picked him up, and put him into the nest. Li, find a way to get some dry firewood to start a fire. If you don't have any, forget it. Eagle, take your people and raise the surrounding area a little higher to prevent the rain from flowing in. Ling, come in too and seal the hole. Chapter 79 Back to Heaven. After Ling came in, the nest seemed a little crowded. Yao Yu sat cross-legged on the thick leaves, but he didn't feel particularly cold underneath. She ripped off Su Yi's wet shorts in the dark, then lifted the animal skin on her chest with one hand and held Su Yi in her arms face to face. Ling, stop crying. Take off your animal skin and hug him from behind. He's just freezing cold. We can give him the temperature and he'll wake up. After Su couldn't be woken up, Yao Ling felt like the sky was falling. He was so amazing. She never thought that one day he would become like this. Hearing Yu's words, Yao Ling lifted the animal skin on his chest, knelt down, and pressed against the cold body. She stretched out her arms and hugged him tightly. Yao Ling believed that as long as he held on tight enough, the blackbird god would not take his soul away. Ling, are you afraid? Yeah, with a crying voice. I'm scared too, Yao Yu said quietly. He's fine. Our Xuanniao tribe is a powerful tribe with many members. If something happens to him, people from other tribes might have other ideas. Sister Yu, I just want him to wake up. I want it too. Yao Yu tightened his arms. Chief, good news. A tribe member rushed to Lang Xiao in the rain. The envoy of the Xuanniao tribe is dead. What? Lang Xiao jumped up and stared at his tribe members suspiciously. How did you know? It's a mess over there. I heard it was his woman who said it herself. There was a light in Wolf Howl's eyes. Identity. This is definitely a great opportunity to improve your status. Quick, gather our people. The messenger of God, his mission has been completed. After destroying several other tribes, he was called back to heaven by the black bird god. In the rain, under the big tree, several old guys from the Yinfeng tribe gathered together. What about us? Stop dreaming. The messenger of God has gone to heaven, but the guard team is still there. Rinzai glanced at the other party and said quietly, there are quite a few people from our Yinfeng tribe in the escort team. We should be able to accomplish our mission if we call on them. What do you want to do? Rinzai said with a smile. Let's not talk about whether those team members will listen to you or not. Even if they do, the Xuanniao tribe's camp will be burned to ashes. What can you get? What did you get? The old man said angrily. At least upgrade me to a chicken and turn me into a high-level slave. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. High-level slaves? Rinzai sighed. we could all have become high-level slaves. Why? Everyone was puzzled. As long as there are some ignorant tribes that provoke the envoy of God, and as long as there are more slaves of the Xuanniao tribe, we old people will naturally become high-level slaves. No way. Everyone was surprised. Isn't it to see who works harder? It's true that you work harder, but do you think you can outperform those young and strong people? Rinzai stroked his beard. We old guys can only survive and become high-level slaves. God's messenger is amazing. Rinzai sighed again. Unfortunately, he is too smart. God wants to take him away. If he lives well, the Xuanniao tribe will become stronger and stronger, and our Yinfeng tribe will be able to grow and develop accordingly. Will our Yinfeng tribe still exist by then? An old man asked doubtfully. You? So confused. Rinzai looked up at the sky, letting the rain hit his face. Whether they are called Yinfeng or Xuanniao, aren't they still the same people? As long as the children of our tribe can have enough food and water and can give birth to offspring, it doesn't matter whether we are under the protection of the Flame Phoenix God or the Blackbird God. After saying that, Rinzai sighed again and looked at the busy crowd in the rain not far away. The other elders looked at each other, shook their heads, and hunched back under the tree. Yayu was very excited. She felt his breath. His head rested gently on her shoulder, his ear against her cheek. So quiet, like a sleeping child. His body was no longer so cold. My arms are becoming warm, but why isn't he waking up? It was a mess outside the nest. She could tell that it was Wolf Howl and his men who were confronting Eagle and the others. Wolf Howl, why did you bring so many people here? Eagle's voice. What for? Of course, we're here to see the messenger of God. It was the voice of that guy named Wolf Howl. What are you doing sneaking around with these people in the middle of the night? The messenger of God is sick and can't see you now. You should go back. Wolf Howl immediately knew the other party was lying. His own people clearly said that the messenger of God was dead, but this guy said that he was sick. You're lying. Wolf Howl said firmly. You don't want me to see it. Is there another reason? Could it be that this guy in front of me killed the messenger of God in order to improve his status? Warriors of the Black Wolf tribe, follow me in. Wolf Howl, has your brain been damaged by the rain? Outside the nest came the sounds of pushing and fighting between the two sides. Sister Yu, they are about to rush in. What should we do? Yao Ling asked worriedly. It's okay, the eagle will stop them. Yao Yu suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Wolf Howl, are you crazy? Or do you want to betray me? You are the traitor. How dare you kill the messenger of God? Who killed the envoy? Then where is he? I want to see him. Wolf Howl suddenly noticed the small nest in the woods and immediately led his men to attack it. Hearing the sound of fighting getting closer, Yao Yu was worried that they would destroy the nest. Wolf Howl, are you going to betray the Xuanniao tribe? A cold voice came from the nest. Wolf Howl recognized the voice as that of God's woman, the matriarch. She has a very high status. I didn't betray you. Then why did you bring people here in the middle of the night? Yao Yu said coldly. I heard that the envoy of God died. So he's not dead. You're the one who's dead. The angry voice of another woman from God was heard from the nest again. This status is higher. The messenger of God is not dead. Of course he's not dead. He's hugging me right now. Yao Yu said calmly. He was too tired and fell asleep. The wolf's eyelids suddenly jumped, and he quickly returned with his men. Su Yi vaguely felt himself surrounded by soft clouds. The clouds are warm and have a faint fragrance. I no longer felt cold and there was no rain. So comfortable. I feel so comfortable that I don't want to open my eyes. It would be nice to die like this. He raised his eyelids and fell into deep sleep again. Sister Yu, did he move just now? Yao Ling felt that the person in her arms seemed to move and said excitedly. No. Yao Yu said, are your legs numb? If you are tired, take a rest. His body is no longer cold. No, I'm fine. Yao Ling yawned. The rain has cleared and the sky is clear. The sunlight shines on the dense forest. The leaves are lush and green. The birds are singing and the insects are chirping. The body of God's messenger is no longer cold, but now it is hot all over. He's been poisoned by fire. Yao Yu said worriedly. I'm going to find some medicine to treat the fire poison. You go get him some water. Chapter 80 Burned to Death. The two of them fumbled to pack their clothes, settled Su Yi, and opened the door of the nest. You, how is the envoy? Outside the small nest, the tribesmen surrounded it in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Seeing everyone's concerned eyes, Yao Yu felt slightly relieved. He has been poisoned by fire and needs medicine. Ing, take a few people with you to help me collect herbs. The situation was urgent, and she couldn't care less. Others, cut down the trees around here to let in the sunlight. Li, go get some clean water and help Ling look after the messenger. After dawn, Lang Xiao severely punished the person who reported the false news. I thought it was a good opportunity to get promoted, but it turned out to be a fake. The person who was punished felt very aggrieved. He clearly heard everyone shouting that the messenger of God was dead. How did he survive later? Even if one is dead, he can come back to life. Only an angel of God can do this. Chief, it's bad. The people from the Xuanniao tribe are surrounding us. A tribesman stumbled over. Ah, Lang Xiao was confused. What's going on? They all shouted to burn the traitors. Traitor? Lang Xiao looked around. Who among you is a traitor? Stand up immediately. Everyone looked at each other. Lang Xiao looked left and right, and no one looked like a traitor. The people of the Xuanniao tribe were shouting loudly and had already surrounded them. Wolf Xiao was horrified to find that almost all the members of the guard team had arrived. Shield soldiers in front, archers in the back. His steps were meticulous, and it was obvious that he was about to take action. Does it take so many people to catch a traitor? Yaoing, what are you doing? Burn the traitors. Everyone on the other side shouted in unison, and the momentum was breathtaking. Traitor? Who is the traitor? Wolf Hao looked around. You are all traitors. Put down your weapons and kneel on the ground immediately, or you will die, Yaoing said in a cold voice. All of them. Lang Xiao was shocked. How is it possible? You know what you did last night, Yaoing said lightly. Lang Xiao recalled what happened last night when he led his men to the place of the messenger of God. What a misunderstanding. That was a misunderstanding last night. When he heard that the messenger of God had died, he immediately took his men to summon the soul, help drive away the wild beasts, and prepare to put on a good show. Maybe in the eyes of the two women of the messenger of God, he could be promoted to a chicken. When he found out that the messenger of God was not dead, he brought his people back. How come he is a traitor now? We are here to summon the spirit of the God's messenger. There is no betrayal. The messenger of God is not dead. Why are we summoning his soul? Yaoing said coldly. They actually cursed the messenger of God to death. I misheard the news and thought the messenger of God was dead. But we are definitely not betrayers. We can tell for ourselves whether you betrayed us or not. To tell you the truth, it was the clan leader who ordered you to be arrested. Yaoing added, if you have anything to say, just tell her. More than 50 people from the Black Wolf tribe were tied together and driven back to the ruins of the Blackbird tribe camp. Chief, I want to see you, Wolf Xiao said unwillingly. Shut up, a guard said impatiently. The chief is busy taking care of the messenger and has no time to see you. But we are really not traitors. Lang Xiao looked at his daughter hanging on the rope, feeling extremely distressed. Bundles of firewood were chopped and piled not far from them. They really want to burn themselves and their followers to death. The messenger of God is not dead. I want to see the messenger of God. It's all a misunderstanding. No matter how the wolf howled, no one paid any attention to him. Every member of the Black Wolf tribe felt hopeless. This group of guards have a unique way of tying people up, making it impossible to escape. They are going to be burned to death. Warrior, I stayed where I was last night and didn't go to the messenger of God. Why did you tie me up too? Lang Tu yelled. He ate the wild vegetables too quickly yesterday and caught a cold from the rain, so his butt was totally out of control. I wanted to help call back the soul, but I was running away all the way, so I didn't go. The team member stared at Lang Tu suspiciously for a long time. You really didn't go? I swear to God, I definitely didn't go. Lang Tu said hurriedly. Then wait a minute, I'll go report. After a while, the team member came back. The clan leader said that we, the Xuanniao clan, do not kill innocent people. The ropes on his hands and legs were untied, and the wolf suddenly broke free from the skewer and breathed a sigh of relief. Lang Tu, you must find the messenger of God. Lang Xiao grabbed the life-saving straw. He must know that we are innocent. Chief, I understand. Lang Tu shouted when he was driven out of the venue. The lives of so many people from our Black Wolf tribe are in your hands. There were also wolf howls in the venue. The wolf suddenly rode nonstop towards where the messenger of God was. What are you doing? Before he could get close, he was stopped by the guards. I want to see the messenger of God and report something. Lang Tu said carefully. The messenger of God doesn't want to see anyone, so you can go back. The guard held a wooden spear in his hand, his eyes full of vigilance. No, I must see the messenger of God. Wolf turned around anxiously. The messenger of God is sick and hasn't woken up yet. It's useless for you to see him. The team member added. Well, the wolf rubbed his hands and stood on tiptoe to look at the nest that was guarded by layers of defense. Unfortunately, there is nothing to see. Then I can meet the clan leader or Yao Ling. Then wait a minute, I'll go report. The team member left after saying this. Chief, someone from the Black Wolf tribe wants to see you. In the little nest, Yao Yu felt irritated. He isn't even hot anymore. Why isn't he waking up yet? When she heard someone from the Black Wolf tribe wanted to see her, she said unhappily, go tell him, no. None of these traitors from the Black Wolf tribe are good people. After the messenger of God fell last night, they were the first to rush over and cause trouble. If I hadn't lied to them and said that the messenger of God was just asleep, they would have definitely made a big fuss. Today, after she freed her hands, she immediately ordered the guards to arrest the traitors. Burn them to death, and no one can harm the life of God's messenger. How about meeting him? Yao Ying, who was guarding outside the nest, suggested. No, Yao Yu said coldly. Brother, our Xuanniao tribe is where we are today, thanks to the God's messenger. If the Black Wolf tribe wants to harm him, I won't let them go. Maybe they really are here to summon spirits? Yao Ying hesitated. Calling back the soul? Yao Yu sneered. Have you ever seen someone calling back the soul of someone who is still alive? They clearly wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill the envoy of God. Yao Ying sighed and said nothing more. My sister is now like a hen protecting her chicks, and everyone she sees looks like a bad guy. Just now when they were collecting herbs, a member of the Yanfeng tribe accidentally identified the wrong medicine, and she suspected that he was trying to poison the messenger of God. He now hopes that the messenger of God can wake up soon. It's horrible that my sister is in charge. He thought again of the days when the messenger of God had not come. There was no fun at all. It was almost like death. The clan leader said she doesn't want to see you, the guard replied. Not seen. Lang Tu clenched his hands and stomped his feet on the spot. Ling, where's Yao Ling? Doesn't she want to see me either? Ling? She took care of the divine messenger all night and fell asleep. The clan leader didn't allow us to disturb her. Lang Tu looked up helplessly. The blazing red sun seemed to fade and turn gray in his eyes. The lives of dozens of people from the Black Wolf tribe were in his hands, but he was helpless. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a group of people holding torches. They went to the camp where the Black Wolf tribe was tied up. God, please open your eyes and take a look. Lang Tu knelt down on the spot, looking up to the sky and crying, they shouldn't die. Hello. A low voice came from above my head. Lang Tu turned his head with tearful eyes, and it was the guard. I'll point you to someone. Go ask him. He might be able to help you. Chapter 81 Prayer. Who? Tell me now. The wolf suddenly jumped up from the ground. The former chief of the Yanfeng tribe was called. Yes, Rinzai. The messenger of God muttered to me before, saying that the old man had some ideas. After hearing this, Lang Tu turned around and ran away. Do you know where he is? The guard asked puzzledly. The wolf suddenly stopped and touched his face. Where is he? Go to the eastern woods. When the wolf rushed in, he saw only one person chopping trees. The arranged branches were transported by a special person and delivered to the feet of his own troops. Please save our Black Wolf tribe. Lang Tu prostrated himself without saying a word. Rinzai turned his head and looked around, and saw that there was no one else around. Beg me, he asked doubtfully. Do you know who I am? Chief Rinzai, please save my people. They don't want to harm the envoy of God. Why did you come to me? Rinzai waved his hands repeatedly. I am a low-level slave and cannot save your people. As soon as the messenger of God fell ill, the Black Wolf tribe came right after. He also suspected that they had bad intentions. The wolf grabbed at a straw like a drowning man and refused to let go. They are all innocent and should not die. Are you sure? Rinzai frowned. Our leader just wanted to show off. He just left too hastily. If the Black Wolf tribe is truly innocent, then they really don't deserve to die. Although he only had a vague understanding of many of the decisions made by the God's messenger, he was very clear about one thing. The God's messenger attached great importance to population. For the sake of the Xuanniao tribe, I should also help. Are you sure your people are innocent? Rinzai stared into Lang Tu's eyes. I swear to the Black Wolf God. No, to the Blackbird God. They have no intention of harming the God's messenger. Okay, then you get up first. I'll go see the chief. After Rinzai pulled up the wolf, he tidied up his animal hide. Screams were already being heard from within the campsite. Lang Tu forced himself not to look in that direction. Your tribesmen have scared the chief, Rinzai said as he quickened his pace. Chief, the former chief of the Yanfeng tribe. Rinzai wants to see you. Yao Yu was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Please ask him to come over. These people are the same age as her father, and are her elders. If they hadn't driven her out of her ancestral land, she would still have to respect them. Chief Yu. Rinzai bowed and greeted him. Elder Rinzai. Yao Yu nodded in response. I think you should stop burning those people from the Black Wolf tribe first. Rinzai said straight to the point. If the patriarch had given the order earlier, fewer people would have died there. Why? Yao Yu asked patiently. They are wrong. It should be the messenger of God who decides how to punish them. Rinzai looked into Yao Yu's eyes and continued. If we let the messenger of God punish them, he won't necessarily burn them to death. Yao Yu frowned. Rinzai was right. They should follow the leadership of the messenger instead of making decisions for him. She thought that if it were Su, he would probably not burn these people to death, but chop off their heads directly. Think about it again. If they are really innocent, the messenger of God will blame you when he wakes up. Innocent? Yao Yu laughed. His sharp eyes made Rinzai secretly frightened. If they are innocent, I will personally kneel down before them. Okay, I will never let off anyone who wants to hurt my man. Yao Yu waved his hand to signal Rinzai to leave. Chief, let me say one more thing. Rinzai insisted. Yao Yu raised his chin slightly, motioning him to continue. Killing will bring bad luck to the patient. It is better to wait for the messenger of God to wake up, and then we will burn those who betrayed us to death. Rinzai said sincerely with his head down. Really? Yao Yu looked at the other person suspiciously. It's true. Rinzai saw that the patriarch was interested and immediately grasped the key. What we should do now is pray for God to wake up. Instead of killing, it will be bad for him. Yao Yu thought about it and nodded. Someone come. The guards immediately stepped forward to respond. Stop punishing those traitors first. Let them kneel down and pray to the messenger of God. If the messenger of God cannot wake up, let them be buried with him. After receiving the order, the team members rushed out immediately. Rinzai breathed a sigh of relief and left quietly. 5 of his men had been burned to death on the stone pillar in the middle of the open space. The wolf howled and cried to the sky, but it couldn't change anything. It's all his fault. Why didn't he go alone so as not to harm them? Poor daughter, she died before she could give birth to a child. Burn me next. Don't touch my people. Lang Xiao roared when he saw another tribesman being dragged out. The 2 guards who were in charge of the punishment were very considerate. He dropped the person in his hand and walked towards Wolf Howl. Stop! Don't touch my father. Let him go, Lang Yu shouted. If you let him go, I will give birth to a child for you. The 2 guards saw that the person who spoke was a woman, and she was very beautiful. One tall, one short, they looked at each other. The clan leader's order is to kill them all, said the tall man. We can fuck her first, and then kill her. It's the same. The short man rolled his eyes and said excitedly. Is this okay? Why not? It's not against the clan leader's orders. Did the clan leader say that we can't kill them again after we've done it? The dwarf felt somewhat proud after he finished speaking. He felt that his brain had become smarter. No. The tall man grinned. His eyes lit up with joy, then dimmed again. But the messenger of God said that a woman's wishes cannot be violated. The dwarf thought for a moment, then slapped his forehead and said, Did we go against her wishes? She clearly agreed. Hey, that makes sense. The tall man was happy again, but soon thought of something else. The messenger of God said that we can't lie to people. If we kill her, we can't kill his father. Upon hearing this, the dwarf racked his brains frantically, but he couldn't find a suitable reason. Oh, this is a troublesome matter. With a sigh, he looked at Langyue again. This woman was as beautiful as the patriarch. It's a pity to burn her to death. The clan leader and the others didn't even dare to think about it, but how pleasant it would be if they had sex with this woman just once. But since they actually wanted to kill the messenger of God, they cannot be forgiven. When Lang Yu saw the 2 of them immersed in discussion, hope surged in his heart. Having a child can save your father's life, so it must be worth it. Both of these guards are very strong, and the children they give birth to will definitely not die early. Seeing the 2 people's eyes constantly scanning him, Langyue raised his hand and wiped his cheek. We won't touch you. The tall team member's words left her stunned. We have to obey the orders of the patriarch, and the order is to kill you all. Not a single one of you will be spared. He saw the 2 men dragging his father towards the stone pillar. Langyue wanted to rush up and tear the 2 of them apart. Stop! Stop it! I'll kill you. No matter how she yelled, it didn't stop the 2 of them from doing their job. It's useless. Lang Xiao shook his head sadly and said, I'll go find your mother first, and we'll come together to pick you up. Chapter 82 Awakening. Langyue was very confused. As the leader of the tribe, my father had to get everyone's consent before he could deal with any member of the tribe. As for Yao Yu, she is only the patriarch of the Xuanniao tribe, not even the leader. How could she burn so many of her own people to death with just one sentence? Just because she is God's woman? The clan leader has given an order. A guard rushed in from the door. Langyue immediately pricked up her ears and listened. She wanted to know what orders the woman had given. Stop executing the traitors and make them kneel down and pray to the messenger of God. Stop executing traitors. The man shouted 3 times and turned to leave. Not going to kill him, the short guard caught up and asked. If the messenger of God doesn't wake up, they will still die, so don't kill them now. The man explained. Wolf Howl was let down from the blackened stone pillar. He was extremely excited after surviving a near-death experience. The father and daughter looked at each other in silence, holding hands, their eyes blurred with tears. Yao Yu was fidgeting. God made him normal, but he just wouldn't wake up. She was so afraid that he would continue to sleep like this. Since praying worked, Yao Yu simply issued a series of orders. The slaves, both high-ranking and low-ranking, all knelt down and prayed for the messenger of God. Even the captives from the tiger tribe were no exception. Yao Yu did not make things difficult for those who really couldn't kneel down. Notify everyone that from today onwards, pray for the messenger of God every day. Li, you take people to supervise them. If you find anyone who is not sincere, arrest them immediately and deal with them after the messenger wakes up. At the side of the camp, a large number of men, women, old and young knelt down. In the open space in the center, a slightly larger nest was built, and the messenger Su Yi was lying inside it. Chief, it's time to feed the livestock. Yao Lan looked at Yao Yu, who was in the first position, and asked with her head down. First, take your slaves to finish the work. After feeding them, tell them to go back and continue praying. Yao Lan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave. Seeing her bloodshot eyes, she asked with concern, do you want to go to sleep for a while? Me? I'm not tired. You go and do your work. Yao Yu dismissed. Su Yi woke up. The branches and leaves above my head are dark green, and there is a smell of wood in my nose. He is in a newly built nest. My thoughts gradually came back to me. He remembered that he had lost consciousness due to hypothermia in the heavy rain and cold wind. Now it seems that he has been rescued by the big guys. I struggled to get up, my arms and legs still feeling a little weak. There was a simple wooden bed beside him, and Ling was lying on it. Her face was rosy and her breathing was steady. She must have fallen asleep, but her brows were still furrowed. There was also a graceful figure at the entrance of the nest. It was you. How long have I slept? He asked, his voice a little hoarse. Yao Yu heard the voice behind him and turned around suddenly. When she found Su Yi had stood up, she stood there in a daze. You're awake. Tears instantly filled her eyes, but she tried hard not to let them fall. Su Yi looked at her. Did she get scared because I fainted? I'm fine. He patted his chest. Why are you crying? Come, give me a hug. The next moment, a warm body crashed into my arms. Fortunately, there was a bed behind him to support him, and Su Yi used the strength to barely stand. He put his arms around her slender waist, feeling a rare sense of freedom from desire. After a moment, the person in his arms calmed down. The strong female chief rarely shows her vulnerable side, and it's for her own sake. Hey. Su Yi thought happily that it was probably his damn personal charm that conquered her. Su, the Black Wolf tribe has betrayed me. I'm so scared. Su Yi's arms around her froze. Is that why you're crying? I didn't cry. Who was crying? Even though her tears were flowing down her chest to her stomach, she still remained stubborn. But what about the betrayal of the Black Wolf tribe? The camp and all the belongings were burned down. Is there no reason for Wolf Howl to betray us? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to one of his subordinates? Can he defeat the guards? A series of questions came out, and Su Yi gently opened his arms. He had to ask them clearly. Yao Yu didn't want to get out of his arms. Although his chest was not broad, it made people feel extremely at ease. The two stood facing each other, and Su Yi noticed how haggard she looked. He took her hand, led her to the bed, and pressed her shoulders to make her sit down. Tell me about the Black Wolf tribe. I'll handle it. Yao Yu nodded and began to describe. You must have misunderstood them. Su Yi said seriously after listening. If Lang Xiao had betrayed her, he would not have been scared back by her and would not have surrendered the next day. They didn't betray? Yao Yu's pupils shrank and he was stunned. Su Yi nodded. Yao Yu was stunned as if struck by lightning. The messenger of God said that they did not betray, so they definitely did not. Su Yi could see that she was in a bad mood. You punished them? I ordered the guards to burn them to death. She murmured, her body shaking subconsciously. Su Yi sighed and took her back into his arms. Su, I killed an innocent person, Yao Yu said with lifeless eyes. Su Yi noticed that her face instantly lost color and became a little worried. Their minds are hard to predict, so it's normal for them to make mistakes in judgment. Maybe they betrayed me. There was a struggle in his arms, and Su Yi couldn't stop her. Where are you going? Getting no response, Su Yi could only follow her. When I walked out of the shack, I found that there were people kneeling outside. Li, what's going on? Su Yi pulled the person at the door over and asked. God's messenger. Yao Li was so happy when he saw Su Yi that he was at a loss. Answer me, Su Yi said anxiously as he watched Yao Yu walk away. Oh, the clan leader asked everyone to kneel down and pray for you. Pray. Su Yi turned his head and looked at the hundreds of people kneeling. There are many elderly people and children among them. He shook his head and sighed. The prayer went well. I woke up. I have one more announcement to make. The clan leader is very grateful for everyone's prayers. Everyone will have meat tonight. Su-yi quickly finished his instructions and immediately followed Yao Yu's back. Lang Xiao thought their lives were no longer in danger. As a result, he heard the team members chatting and saying that if the messenger of God could not wake up, they would have to die. At this moment, he was thinking about how to escape with his troops. This is a good opportunity while everyone is praying. Looking up, he saw someone walking towards him. It was the female leader who ordered them to be burned to death. Is she going to kill them now? There were only a dozen guards watching around. Even though his hands and feet were tied, he decided to fight to the death to save his daughter's life. The female chief was getting closer and closer, and Lang Xiao made up his mind. Black Wolf warriors, fight them. The wolf howled loudly and jumped up from the ground. Fight them. Kill. Seeing this, the other tribesmen howled and responded to the leader's call. They would rather be stabbed to death than burned to death. Yao Yu ignored the reaction of the Black Wolf tribe. She walked straight to a place not far from Wolf Howl and knelt down straight. Wolf Howl was distracted for a moment. He didn't know what the matriarch was doing, but his experience told him that as long as he captured the female leader, his people would survive. Chapter 83: Kindness and Severity. The Black Wolf tribe launched a sudden attack. When the guards reacted, they found that the patriarch who had just arrived had fallen into their hands. Are you going to betray the Xuanniao tribe? Release our clan leader. The team member said nervously. Betrayal? Huh. Wolf Howl laughed bitterly. Didn't we betray you a long time ago? Let us go, or you'll break her neck. Lang Yue pinched Yao Yu's neck, staring at the guards around him with hatred, his tone cold. When Sui rushed there, the scene was in chaos. The guards were surrounding the perimeter with weapons in hand. Inside were the Black Wolf tribe members who were frantically trying to untie the ropes. At the innermost part, Yao Yu was kneeling on the ground. She was held tightly by Lang Yue's neck and her face looked as pale as death. Stop it. Su-yi was surprised how the situation turned out to be like this. The crowd was stunned when they heard his voice. Guards, put down your weapons. Su-yi gave the order and turned to Lang Yue carefully. Lang Yue, let go of your arms. She can't breathe. When Lang Xiao saw Su-yi, he was as excited as if he saw the dawn. God's messenger, our Black Wolf tribe has not betrayed the Blackbird tribe. I know you didn't betray me. Su-yi couldn't help but raise his hands and comforted them. We are still from the same clan. Bah, father, don't believe him. Lang Yu's face showed murderous intent. Let us go, or I will kill her. Su-yi watched Lang Yu tighten his arms, but Yao Yu didn't struggle at all. Guards, make way and let them go. The guards were still a little hesitant. I said, get out of the way. Su-yi said word by word. The crowd made way for them, and the Black Wolf tribe came out carefully. Can we let her go? Su-yi felt anxious when he saw Yao Yu's closed eyes. They killed my people. I want you to chop off their heads. Lang Yu said coldly, pointing at several guards who were carrying out the punishment. You, that's enough, let's go. Wolf Xiao advised. Did they die in vain? Have you forgotten how tragically they died? Lang Yu said. Seeing that Yao Yu had stopped moving, the anxious Su-yi lost his last bit of patience. He pushed through the crowd and walked towards Wolf Moon step by step. You still want me to use the lives of my people to exchange for my woman's life? Didn't you notice that she wasn't struggling? Didn't you notice that she was dying? Lang Yue looked at the man approaching step by step and felt panic for no reason. Don't come over here. I will kill her, she said bravely. How dare you? Su-yi shouted. If anything happens to her, I will make all the people in your Black Wolf tribe be buried with her. But what right did she have to kill my companion? Lang Yu didn't dare to look Su-yi in the eye and avoided his gaze. Guards, take your weapons and go to the Black Wolf tribe's ancestral land. No women or children should be left alive. Yes. Dozens of guards responded at the same time. Lang Yue shuddered with fear. I'll say it one last time. Give her to me. Su-yi stretched out his hand. Kneel down and surrender, and I'll give you a chance to live. She is really dying. Hurry up and give her to the messenger of God. Lang Xiao looked at Yao Yu's drooping head and said anxiously. Lang Yue realized that the person in his arms had stopped moving, and he let out a scream and let go of his arms. Su-yi immediately stepped forward and held Yao Yu in his arms. You? Wake up. He patted her face. Wake up. The person in his arms didn't move at all, and Su-yi's lips trembled with fear. I put my hand close to her cheek and found that her breathing was weak and her heartbeat was almost unnoticeable. Yes, artificial respiration. As the thought flashed through his mind, he immediately reached out and pushed away the large pieces of rubble and branches on the ground, laid her flat on the ground, and bent down to kiss her. When the people around saw that the patriarch didn't move, they were all worried. Seeing the behavior of the messenger of God, they looked at each other in confusion. After artificial respiration, perform chest compressions. Wake up soon. You please. Sui was busy and kept praying in his heart. The people around couldn't understand, but they roughly understood that the messenger of God was saving people. Langwei was so scared that he hid behind his father. She now felt that if anything happened to the women on earth, this messenger of God would go crazy. Lang Xiao sensed his daughter's fear and held her hand to comfort her. Cough, cough. Yao Yu coughed violently twice. Oh, wake up. The clan leader is alive. The messenger of God brought the patriarch back to life. The people around me couldn't believe it. They looked at Yao Yu, who had opened his eyes again on the ground, and they all knelt down as if they had seen a miracle. Sui sniffed, and his eyes turned red. You, how do you feel? He gently held her in his arms. Why are you so stupid? I'm so scared something might happen to you, he whispered into her ear. I'm here to atone my sins. Yao Yu gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Sui struggled to pick Yao Yu up from the ground and held him in his arms. As he left, he turned around and glared at Lang Yu. I'll settle the score with you later. Yao Ling opened her eyes and found that the person lying next to her was Yu, not Su. She rubbed her eyes. Sister Yu, where is Su? Yes. Yao Yu raised his chin slightly and gestured. Yao Ling looked in the direction he was looking and saw that it was Su who was sitting on the small stone bench at the door. He looked fine, talking to those in charge. Su said that he should not be disturbed when he was doing his work. She wanted to hug him, but she held back. Sister Yu, what's wrong with your neck? Turning back, Yao Ling keenly noticed the bruise on her neck. It's okay. Yao Yu raised his hand and touched it, then shook his head slowly. Su said that she had died once, which was a payment for those people's death. Her current life was given back by him from the gods, so she must cherish it. And he told her, now, and for a long time to come, the value of human life will be different. In some places, one sheep can be exchanged for two people. But in his eyes, she was a worthless treasure. No one could take her away from him. If anything happened to her, he would be very upset. When he said these words, she just wanted to cry. She almost cried twice in one day, and she hadn't cried in a long time. Ling, have you slept enough? When Yao Ling saw Sui coming in, she jumped up and went over to hug him. Ling, Su is still very weak. You should be careful. Yao Yu said angrily. Hearing this, Yao Ling immediately jumped out of Su Yi's arms and carefully held his arm. The Black Wolf tribe. Yao Yu asked, what are you going to do? Su Yi doesn't have any specific ideas yet. It's not necessary to kill them, but we can let them suffer a little, especially that Wolf Moon. He could feel that she really wanted to kill Yao Yu at that time. How about you just listen to me this time? Yao Yu said softly. Tell me about it. Su Yi looked at her. Forgive them. She didn't want him to punish the Black Wolf tribe for her sake. Seeing Su Yi's frown, she continued. They are not enemies, right? They are already members of my Xuanniao tribe. I remember you said that we should not be merciful to our enemies, nor harsh to our own people. It's my fault. Don't blame them. Chapter 84 Ancestral Land. Wolf Howl led his tribesmen to gather together. Only in this way can he feel a little safe. Although the ropes on my body were gone, the fear in my heart increased. Dad, did I do something wrong? Langwei had already asked this question to everyone in the Black Wolf tribe, but they just shook their heads and sighed, seeming to hesitate about what to say. She asked about her father last. It has already happened. There is no use regretting. Fortunately, the messenger of God got her soul back from the gods. Wolf Howl sighed. Regret? I don't regret it. Lang Yu said disdainfully. If he wants revenge, he can just find me. I'm not afraid of death. Silly child, it's not that simple. Wolf Howl said sadly. This will affect our entire Black Wolf tribe. Why? Lang Yu asked in confusion. I hurt her, so he took revenge on me alone. Isn't that how everyone takes revenge? No, we are of different statuses, and her life is more precious than ours. Identity. She had heard this word countless times since she surrendered to the Xuanniao tribe. What exactly is this identity? Think about it. Why can the leader live in the best nest? Why can the leader eat the most tender meat? This is status. Wolf Howl expressed his latest understanding. Can the death of the leader be the same as the death of a tribe member? If you kill a slave, you can pay with your own life. But my daughter, you hurt the woman of the envoy of God, the leader of the Xuanniao tribe. I'm afraid he will use our entire Black Wolf tribe to vent his anger on her. Thank goodness. Thank goodness God made him so powerful that he was able to get her back from the god. Otherwise our Black Wolf tribe would be finished. Langwei finally understood why everyone was shaking their heads and sighing, and finally knew why identity was so important. She always believed that everyone is a human being, and killing someone should be punished with death. This is the truth passed down from ancestors, and she believes that she did nothing wrong. But her ancestors did not tell her that killing a person of high status and paying with one's own life is not enough. No wonder the messenger of God didn't say to kill her, but wanted the entire Black Wolf tribe to be buried with the woman. Thinking of his hateful eyes, she felt a little scared. He also said that he was coming to settle the score with him. She didn't understand what settling accounts meant, but she could guess. He just wanted to punish her. Father, how will God deal with us? Lang Wei asked again. No matter how you deal with it, your father will bear it for you if he can. Lang Xiao stroked her head, just like he did when she was a child. The rest is up to you. Father, I don't want you to get hurt. Lang Wei choked. Lang Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Even God doesn't want his woman to be hurt. The commotion of the crowd interrupted the conversation between the two. Lang Yue looked up and saw that the person coming was none other than the messenger of God. He came alone, but scared everyone so much that they dared not breathe loudly. More powerful than tigers and black bears. My father was right. Wisdom is more powerful than brute force. Lang Yue couldn't help but lower his head, which was usually held high. Lord God's messenger, we. Just do what you need to do. Someone will come and assign you tasks later. Lang Yue, come with me. Su Yi waved his hand casually. The Black Wolf tribe members who were waiting for the verdict were stunned at first, and then filled with ecstasy. They understood that the messenger of God meant that he would not pursue them and would only punish Lang Yue. Lord God's messenger, come to me with whatever punishment you have, and let my daughter go. Wolf Howl stretched out his arms and protected his daughter behind him. Lang Yue tried to go around, but was pulled back by him. I want to take her to give birth to a child for a low-level slave. Can you do it? Su Yi asked back. Lang Yu shuddered with fear when he heard this. He hid behind his father and never dared to come out again. She was not afraid of being killed, but she would rather die than be possessed by a group of smelly men. God's messenger, you can kill me as long as it can stop your anger. Wolf Howl said earnestly. It was my order to capture the tribe leader. It has nothing to do with my daughter. Is that so? Su Yi asked. Yes. Lang Xiao said hurriedly. Lang Yu, is this so? Su Yi stared at the pale-faced person behind Lang Xiao. Lang Yu looked at the other person's sharp eyes and quickly avoided them. She nodded quickly, then shook her head frantically. Is it or isn't it? Su Yi asked with a smile. Don't ask me, I don't know. Wolf Moon screamed. Shut up. Su Yi sneered. Where's the courage you had when you killed Yao Yu? I was wondering why you dared to be so cruel to her. It turns out you were hiding behind your father for protection. No way. Kill me if you can. Don't let me give birth to a child for them. Su Yi couldn't help but look up to her, but his purpose this time was to suppress her, so naturally he couldn't show mercy. It's easy to die, but more often than not, living is much harder than dying. I will tie you up and let the men take turns. Shut up. You are a devil. Wolf Moon screamed. If Yao Yu hadn't pleaded for you, all of you from the Black Wolf tribe would never have a chance to succeed in my eyes. After Su Yi finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving behind a group of Black Wolf tribesmen who were silent as a mouse. Woo! Lang Yue cried and held his head. Through tearful eyes, a thought grew wildly in my heart. The next day, the weather was fine and windy. The long-planned migration of the Xuanniao tribe was finally successfully implemented. Everyone's belongings and luggage were burned to ashes. Su Yi forced me to go on a spontaneous trip. We're almost there. I wonder if my tree is still there. Yao Yu was very excited along the way. Su Yi felt relieved when he saw her cheerful look. The haze left in her heart by the events of the Black Wolf tribe should have dissipated a lot. This silly girl went to the Black Wolf tribe, saying that she was going to apologize, but in fact she was going there to pay for her life. What he did later to scare Lang Yu was 3 parts true and 7 parts false. The purpose is to scare her so that she won't mention this matter in front of Yao Yu in the future. Wow, you've grown so tall. Yao Yu pulled Su Yi to a small tree. How did you recognize it as your tree? Su Yi was curious. It had been several years. Could she remember the location? Besides, the tree had grown up. Look. She walked half a circle and pointed at the tree trunk. Su Yi looked closely and found that it was a feather-shaped mark. This was left by my mother. She said the tree is as big as me. A look of nostalgia appeared in Yao Yu's eyes. Su Yi rarely heard her mention her mother. He learned from Yao Ying that their mothers suddenly passed away when they were in their teens. Everyone rest here and eat something. Then we'll continue on our way. Su Yi ordered. Don't we live here? Yao Ling asked puzzledly. The environment here is good, but the place is too small. Su Yi pointed to the surrounding mountains and small plains. Our Xuanniao tribe is now a large tribe, and we can't fit in here anymore. We, the Xuanniao tribe, are now a big tribe. Yao Ling was very happy. Report. The guards who were walking in front and exploring the way hurriedly stepped forward. Speak. We found a group of people ahead. They are hunting. Oh, hunting in our territory. Upon hearing the voice, Yao Li ran out from behind the team, very excited. How many people are there? Sui asked. Chapter 85, Chasing. No matter how many people there are, anyone who dares to invade our territory is an enemy. Kill them, Yao Li shouted. Shut up first, Sui said unhappily. More than 30 of them, all young and strong men. The team member reported. More than 30 people dare to come to our territory. Messenger of God, send people to kill them. Yao Li pointed at his nose. Sui guessed that this guy was crazy about wanting to make a contribution. He ignored Yao Li and turned to ask Yaoing. Tell him what to do if he encounters this situation. Yaoing was delighted. It seemed that this good thing had happened to him. He waved his fist and said, if the enemy invades, of course we should kill them. Sui subconsciously pulled the corner of his mouth. You two have been with me for so long, but you haven't learned a single bit of the essence. Sui wants to capture them and make them slaves. Yao Ling interrupted. All of them combined are not as smart as my Ling. Sui praised. Oh, I thought of it a long time ago, but Ling said it first. Yao Li said suddenly. Me too. Then tell me how we can catch them, Sui said. We have more people, just charge forward. Hey, how stupid. Yaoing sneered. You just rushed over and scared them all away, and you still caught nothing. Sui couldn't help but look sideways. Even though we have more people, we can't just charge in. We should charge in secretly. Sui thought that it would be more appropriate to give them orders directly in the future. Did you see what weapons they were carrying? Several of them were carrying bows and arrows, and others were holding stone tools that looked very sharp. People from the tiger tribe? No, I've never seen their totems before. He is familiar with the neighbors in this area. Could they be from other tribes that migrated here? Sui became interested in them. Guards assemble. Sui ordered. Wolf Howl, gather your troops. Mu Chuan, gather your men together. What I want is to annihilate them all, which means not letting anyone escape. Those who resist will be killed on the spot, and those who surrender will be captured. Kakawai, for the past 2 days, the Tiger King felt so depressed that he wanted to die. When he was fighting with the Xuanniao tribe, his nest was attacked. Not only did they lose more than a dozen women, but more than a dozen of the 30 young and strong men who stayed behind were killed or injured. Most of the stored food was also stolen. If he had not returned with the remaining troops in time, the entire tribe might have been destroyed. Southern barbarians, hand over some beautiful women, or I will bury you alive. Ha ha, look, they still know how to get angry. Outside the camp, a few people were chattering about something. The people of the tiger tribe could not understand their language, but their action of bending over and patting their buttocks was clearly a provocation. In the spacious house, Tiger King, let me take people to kill them. Some of the troops were so angry that their faces turned red and their necks became thick, and they stomped the ground until dust came out. Sit down. The Tiger King rubbed his eyebrows. These people who came from nowhere are particularly cunning. Every time we sent people out, they would run away. When the troops retreated, they would appear again. If there are solitary troops, they may be ambushed. The arrows they used were even more powerful than those of the Xuanniao tribe. The arrowheads were equipped with sharpened small stones, which would create a big hole when they hit the target, causing bleeding. They are like wolves that smell meat. They can't be driven away or killed. They are just waiting for the moment when they relax their guard, and then they will bite the tiger tribe hard. If we don't attack the Xuanniao tribe, why would we be afraid of them? Sighed a tribe leader. What's the point of saying this now? Tiger King snorted coldly. Will it scare off the enemy? So what should we do now? Even going out hunting has become a problem. Yes, the tribe's food reserves are running out. The Tiger King was in a dilemma. There are nearly 100 young and strong people in the tribe, but half of them are injured. Take some people and chase them out. Some young and strong people must stay behind to protect the women and children. In this way, with fewer people, we cannot defeat the enemy. If they were all taken out, and there was no one to guard the tribe, the old nest would be gone. He racked his brains frantically, but couldn't think of a suitable solution. Tell me, everyone, what methods can we use to repel them? The Tiger King decided to pool everyone's wisdom. Tiger King, I have an idea, someone said. You say. Tiger King's eyes lit up. Why don't we just join the Blackbird tribe like the Black Wolf tribe? The Tiger King looked up at the provocative people outside the camp and said nothing. These barbarians are not chasing us anymore. If they don't come out, it will be really hard to deal with them. Someone was scratching his head anxiously. It's a pity that we only managed to grab a dozen women last time, so there weren't enough for everyone to share. I told you to take the hides. The hides are easy to divide, but you insisted on snatching the women. What do you know, little brat? Can animal skins be compared with women's? Stop arguing, said the leading young man. They will come out hunting after they finish eating. It won't be too late for us to take action then. Let a few people continue to shout. Keep your eyes open, and be careful that the other party will rush out and fight. These barbarians are very strong. It's a pity that it's hard to catch them alive, otherwise we could get some slaves to help with the work. Xiongtong lay under the tree with his legs crossed, thinking about how to catch the stupid barbarian. He follows the principle of using all his strength like a lion fighting a rabbit. A few young and strong people were left behind to help look after the livestock. He sent all the others out. They should be in place, shoot. He whispered the order. In addition to the shield soldiers, the archers led by Yao Li also remained with him. Hearing Su Yi's order, the archers immediately stood up from their hiding places and released their arrows. Sneak attacks always yield good results. Just one round of arrows knocked down 7 or 8 people. Be careful, there's an ambush. It's a bow and arrow, hide quickly. The person who was attacked reacted faster than Su Yi imagined. After their initial panic, they did not flee in all directions. Instead, they looked for cover, either hiding behind trees or lying in the bushes. They were talking in a gibberish. Form a formation and charge. Su Yi shouted. Go. Kill. The crowd shouted loudly and rushed out from the bushes and trees. The two arms have cooperated several times. The shield soldiers marched forward with shields in hand, each followed by 1 or 2 archers. They are very close to each other, and when they encounter obstacles such as trees and bushes that they must avoid, they will quickly separate and then immediately reunite. Barbarians. It's barbarians. What barbarians? They have bows and shields. Yin tribe? Will they chase us here? Retreat quickly, retreat quickly. The enemy fled in panic, which was all within Su Yi's expectations. Shouts came from all directions. How many people did they send? It's over, God is going to destroy my bear tribe. The shouts of killing were deafening, and the people who were surrounded were running around in panic. Chief, that area hasn't been surrounded yet. Someone pointed at a hole that had not been surrounded yet, and said excitedly, Quick, rush out with me. Chapter 86, Am I a Barbarian? Xiongtong, who was sitting under the tree, always felt uneasy. He felt this way when his father was executed that day. But now his brother is his only relative. If he takes half of the people to get food, what can go wrong? He shook his head and leaned back lazily. Damn Yin tribe, damn Qi tribe, they all deserve to die? If it weren't for them, how could I have come to this barren and desolate place? It's obviously your problem, and that's your responsibility. Lang Xiao argued. Bullshit, they all turned to your side from behind, and you didn't stop them. Muchuan also had his own explanation. I didn't react. A loophole appeared in the area where the two groups were surrounding each other, and several people escaped. Su Yi watched them arguing with each other quietly, without saying a word. The two quarreled for a while, then realized something was wrong, and quickly shut up. Lord God's messenger. Have you had enough of the quarrel? Su Yi said with a smile. The two of them lowered their heads, and dared not say a word. I forgive you for not having any experience in this first collaboration. The two people who thought they were going to be punished were overjoyed when they heard this. You brought more than 50 people in total, but you captured 3 people. You are really good. Su Yi said coldly. The two looked at each other. Why did the messenger of God seem to be praising them? Although the tones sounded unfriendly, the two of them couldn't help but smile. Yao Yu, who was listening, couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Su Yi felt a darkness before his eyes. He also forgot that he couldn't speak sarcastically to these dragons and phoenixes. Next time if this happens again, you two will become low-level slaves, and the livestock manure will be yours. This time the two of them heard it clearly. It's so hard to get promoted, but now it's demoted. Yes, they said in unison. Go away and reflect on this. Come back and report to me when you have figured it out. Su Yi waved his hand and sent the two away. Go and take a look at those prisoners. Su Yi rubbed his eyebrows. This small group of people of unknown origin used arrows that were more advanced than his. We must find out the origins and prevent problems before they occur. You just said that you can understand their language? Su Yi asked curiously. Yes, the language they speak is actually the same as the one my mother taught me. Yao Yu's face was full of surprise. I didn't recognize it at first, but I remembered it later. It's great to have you. Those guys will piss me off sooner or later. Su Yi took her hand and said, Your mother? Isn't she from the Xuanniao tribe? Of course not. My father is a member of the Xuanniao tribe, and my mother is, she never told me. Yao Yu looked reminiscing. Su Yi had a rough guess. Either her mother was from the same tribe as the captives, or they come from the same place. The latter is more likely. They are not from the Yin tribe at all. They are barbarians. I don't want to die. I heard that the barbarians would roast people and eat them. A prisoner said tremblingly. When the others heard this, they all shuddered. These barbarians know how to use bows and shields. Maybe they don't eat humans anymore. Are barbarians who can use bows, arrows, and shields more terrifying? When Su Yi led his men over, the 13 prisoners were kneeling in a row. Neat and tidy, no noise or quarrel. Li, go pull 2 of them out. Yao Li was a big and strong man. He picked up the 2 and threw them in front of Su Yi. Don't eat me, I'm not tasty. Yao Yu burst out laughing when he heard the prisoner begging for mercy. The other prisoners stared with wide eyes. This slave is ignorant. Yao Liling took action and slapped the man on the head. Su Yi silently gave a thumbs up. He is a bit fierce, but he is inexplicably smart. What did he say? Su Yi asked curiously. He's afraid we'll eat her. Yao Yu said with a smile. Su Yi suddenly realized, you think he is a barbarian? You. Tell them that if you ask them the same question and they give different answers, you will roast them both. After hearing what Yao Yu said, the 2 were frightened. Really? Barbarians who can use shields and bows are much more terrifying than simple barbarians. Li, please take this person away. Yao Li treated these prisoners rudely and just grabbed their hair and left. Su Yi's scalp tingled when he saw it. Ask him where he's from. How many people are there? What are they doing here? Yao Yu stopped smiling and put on her usual cool attitude. They are from the Bear tribe, from the north. They are coming. 70. For people, driven here by some Chi tribe. Soon Su Yi found out the origins of this group of people. The Bear tribe, from the Bear Tribe Alliance. The alliance was formed by an alliance of 9 different tribes, with the Bear tribe in the leadership. They had been living in peace with the more powerful Yin tribe alliance, but recently the Yin tribe suddenly launched a war against them. Emperor Yin only sent one of his men, the Qi tribe, and defeated them completely. Most of their people surrendered, and this small group of them escaped and fled to the south. Another group of barbarians? Xiong looked at the embarrassed tribesmen in front of him with his eyes widened. They have more people, and they actually know how to use shields and bows and arrows. Xiong body shook. Among the few people who escaped, there was no sign of his brother. It's over. His only relative is also dead. Xiong eyes turned bloodshot and he howled towards the sky. Chief, maybe your brothers are not dead. What's going on? Tell me quickly. He pinched the man's shoulder. Those barbarians seem to want to capture us alive. Xiong eyes sparkled. As long as my brother is not dead, I can definitely save him with my wisdom. But for now, we have to destroy this small tribe in front of us first. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they made trouble behind my back while I was saving my brother. You guys are the best archers, get close and shoot them. Now that his brother has been captured, he no longer has the patience to slowly tease these barbarians and can only take some risks. Be careful, they have bows too. Don't worry, Chief. Can that thing of theirs be called a bow? King Tiger, they ran to the camp gate and shot 2 of our men to death. What? The Tiger King stood up from his chair. He was so angry that he crushed the wilted fruit in his hand. Bring all the young and strong men and fight them. The Tiger King made a decision. Instead of waiting to die in the camp, he would take the young and strong men with him to teach those guys a lesson. Gather the troops, anyone who can move, rush out with me and destroy them. Tiger King, you took all the young and strong men away. What about the women and children? Asked a clan leader. Then what do you think we should do? The Tiger King asked back. The patriarch frowned and hesitated for a long time without being able to explain clearly. As long as the young and strong are here, our tiger tribe will be here. If we lose a woman, we can find another one. If we lose a child, we can have another one. I have made up my mind. The Tiger King gave an order. The young and strong men, who had long been unable to bear it, raised their weapons and shouted. The commotion in the tribe attracted the attention of women and children. Tiger King, we are the women of the tiger tribe. You can't abandon us. I'm pregnant with your child, and you don't want us anymore? Chapter 87. People are superior to others. The Tiger King's newly made determination was shattered by just one sentence. He has always been firm and would never kneel down and submit to anyone, even if it means losing his head. But now he is facing the questioning of his own woman. But I just couldn't bear to abandon them. If we take them with us, there seems to be only one way to go. Those slaves of the Xuanniao tribe seem to be living well. Hurry up and pack your things. Take what you can take, burn what you can't take, and leave nothing for them, said the Tiger King in a cold voice. Xiangnan's scalp still hurts. Every time the tall barbarian grabbed me, he would pull my hair. However, he was more polite when arresting other people. Should I be treated specially just because I am the leader's brother? The etiquette of this barbarian tribe is really strange. Moreover, he discovered something that puzzled him. He always felt that the woman who asked him the question looked familiar. Have you seen that beautiful woman? He asked his companion. Are you crazy? How dare you go after her? The companion was terrified. If you want to die, don't take me with you. How dare I? I'm just asking you, have you seen her? I swear, I've never seen such a beautiful woman since I was born, exclaimed the companion. He asked other people and got the same answer. Xuanniao was silent. Could it be that this person appeared in his dream? There were footsteps and the slaves turned their heads. Looking at the patrol team passing by, they looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. This group of people actually walked like one person, take steps at the same time and land at the same time. Even the height at which the arms are raised is almost the same. Even the powerful Yin tribe doesn't have such warriors, right? If you say this group of people are barbarians, I guess even the pigs in the pen wouldn't believe it. The shock in his heart had not yet faded when Xuanniao saw the guy who pulled his scalp coming again. He struggled to half squat. As expected, the big hand came towards the hair. He quickly stood up. Yao Li felt his hand lighten, and before he could use any force, the other person stood up. Hey, what a smart guy. The two people who were questioned earlier were kicked to the ground by Yao Li again. Sui signaled to Yao Yu that he could start. Originally, our tribe does not take prisoners. Generally, guys like you who break into our territory will be slowly drained of blood. If they are still alive after 5 days, we will kill them and offer them as a sacrifice to the gods. The two people kneeling on the ground were trembling and shaking. The way they worship gods is completely different from that of the bear tribe, so scary. But our God has received a revelation from God, and God actually said that you two will be loyal slaves? I'm asking you, are you? Yao Yu asked coldly. God is right. Yes, we definitely are. The two of them kowtowed continuously. I am the most loyal slave and would never betray my master even if I die. Me too. Yao Yu looked at Sui with a smile. Sui understood and motioned for her to continue. Logically speaking, we should believe in God's words, but I think both of you seem to be ready to betray him. What God says must be right. Everyone in the world must obey God's instructions and must not disobey them. What God said must be right. Then how did God tell me that you were going to escape? The two people kneeling on the ground were so frightened that they forgot to tremble. It turned out that God had already known that they were going to escape. When Yao Yu looked at their reactions, he knew that the messenger of God had guessed it right again. Sui didn't even need to guess who would not want to escape after falling into the hands of the barbarians. After a round of deception and threats, and by the way, some advice on the benefits of slaves, the two men left with tears of gratitude. What did they tell you? When the other prisoners saw the two men coming back with blood oozing from their foreheads, they surrounded them and asked. They already knew about our plan to escape tonight. Xuanniao said with a look of fear. If you don't want to die, just stay and be a slave. How did they know? Someone asked in surprise. We ran over mountains and rivers from the north to here. Isn't it just for freedom? Said another person. That's right. I would rather die than be a slave. After listening to what I say, if you still want to run, it's up to you. Xuanniao said. Their slaves work during the day and sleep at night. A full stomach and a nest to live in. No need to be beaten. Xuanniao said in a low voice. There are still women who can. Rhyme. This? Are you sure you were talking about the days when they were slaves? Not the free people of their tribe. The man who had said he wanted to escape asked back with his eyes wide open. This is nothing. This is just the life of low-level slaves. Xuanniao said yearningly. High-level slaves live better. High-level slave? In addition to the benefits I just mentioned, senior slaves can get meat every day and live in bigger nests. Meat every day? Others were surprised. Does this scare you? Xuanniao continued. The most important thing is that high-level slaves can also gain the respect of low-level slaves and become the superior ones. The superior man. Everyone gasped. Isn't that the noble? That's right. Xuanniao nodded. By the way, are you going to escape tonight? Xuanniao asked expectantly the person who had just said he wanted to escape. The man's head shook, leaving an afterimage. If you run away and are caught, you will definitely die, but staying and becoming a slave is quite nice. At this time, someone passed by them. Look, this is a high-level slave. Xuanniao said enviously. Everyone looked in the direction where a man was walking hurriedly, not knowing what he was doing. A wooden sign around his neck swayed in the wind. See the wooden sign on his chest? Everyone nodded. This is the symbol of a high-level slave, a good thing blessed by the gods. Just then, several low-level slaves around him bowed their heads and saluted the man. The man straightened his back, took square steps, and walked with a smile on his face, which made the captives jealous. Wolf Howl didn't know that there was a group of prisoners watching him. He went back and pondered, and finally felt that he had grasped the key to the siege failure, and was about to go to the messenger of God to report his experience. It's great to be a high-level slave, but it's a pity that we are just low-level slaves. You are wrong, Xuanniao said excitedly. The most important thing is coming. The clan leader said that as long as we behave well, low-level slaves can be promoted to high-level slaves. We may all become high-level slaves in the future, and we will all be the best among people. Can I still upgrade my chicken? Tell me how to upgrade the chicken. Chapter 88. Thanks. Although Xuanniao was the son of a chief, he still had to do labor. Even his father worked with the tribesmen. Noble. What a shuddering thought that is. In the powerful Yin tribe, only the royal family and their clansmen with the same surname, as well as the officials appointed by Emperor Yin, could be called dignitaries. But now the nobleman appeared right before his eyes, so close to him. Raising chickens is neither difficult nor easy. Xuanniao came back to his senses and said in a profound tone, imitating his father's voice, "Tell me now." He saw that except for his companions chosen by the gods together with him, everyone else was looking at him eagerly. This feeling of being the center of attention is so comfortable. As long as you make a significant contribution to the Xuanniao tribe, you can be promoted to a chicken. You can be promoted to a chicken in front of the witnesses of the entire tribe and the gaze of the gods. Achieve meritorious service? The people around were puzzled. What is considered a major contribution? Informing on someone who is planning to defect is a great contribution. As soon as the words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone knelt straight. Other major contributions need to be evaluated by the god's envoy. The tribe leader told me that as long as we care about the Xuanniao tribe and consider the Xuanniao tribe in every way, the god's envoy will be able to see our sincerity. The sun gradually set, and Yao Yu insisted on camping here tonight. She was worried that she would arrive too late and would not have time to build a nest. Sui did not object. He didn't want to suffer the same crime twice. After the last storm, he was one of only 2 people in the tribe who fell ill, the other being a baby who was only a few days old. He couldn't help but sigh that the physiques of people in this world were really good. Reinforce this here. Go find some more leaves and put them there. Why is there a hole here? What if it leaks? Yao Yu personally led the slaves to work. Sui sat on the stone and silently looked at her back. He had dreamed of it. One day, I want to marry a woman whom I love and who loves me. He was looking for a movie in the living room while she was cutting fruit for them in the kitchen. Then the two hugged each other, ate fruit, and watched their favorite movies. The back figures overlapped before my eyes. The imaginary person has a clear face. Sui, is my face dirty? Hearing the sound, Sui came back to his senses from his fantasy. He raised his hand and tucked the loose hair on her cheek behind her ear. Thank you for your hard work, baby. Huh, you finally called me. I thought Ling was the only one. He thought she didn't care, but it turned out she knew everything. Yao Yu turned around playfully and turned inside and outside a few times. Only after making sure there were no problems did he arrange Sui in with satisfaction. Sui looked at her back and fell into deep thought. Someone come. God's messenger. A guard stepped forward to obey the order. Go and ask Rinzai to come over. After the team members left, Sui began to think about other things. The Xuanniao tribe today is no longer the same as before. The total population is almost 500. If each of these 500 people opens their mouths, how much food will they eat and how much water will they drink every day? How much cloth will be needed to provide clothing for everyone? He has to consider all these. Live with them, day and night. He could not treat these surrendered, so-called slaves as real slaves. As recorded in history books, they were exploited cruelly and excessively, and their lives were destroyed at will for fun or to vent their anger. He wondered whether he had the ability or the wisdom to bring about any improvement in the institution of slavery. But he was willing to try his best. Withdrawing my thoughts, the captives of the bear tribe should have been pacified by now. He had to think about how to get the remaining small group of people back. There is also the tiger tribe. In his plan, the tiger tribe must surrender. It is best to conquer them with virtue, but I will not hesitate to use force. Today, the Xuanniao tribe has no immediate worries at home, but has long-term concerns abroad. Becoming strong quickly is the key to preserving your foundation. God's messenger, Wolf Howl wants to see you. Let him in. Lord God's messenger, I've figured it out. The voice of Wolf Howl came before the man arrived. Tell me about it. Sui looked at his excited face and couldn't help but have some expectations. The reason why someone escaped this time was because Muchuan didn't obey my orders. As soon as Lang Xiao opened his mouth, Sui's face darkened. Wolf Howl didn't notice and was still expressing his opinion. As long as all those people are under my command, we will be able to stop those people from escaping. Is this the experience you gained after thinking about it for so long? Sui asked. Anything else? That's all. Wolf Howl rubbed his hands. Did God make me right? Well, you go and discuss it with Muchuan. When you two have the same opinion, come to me together. Sui waved his hand to dismiss him. God's messenger, Rinzai is here, the team members outside the nest reported. Rinzai. Wolf Xiao shouted happily. He looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he moved to the door and was reluctant to leave. Su Yi didn't chase him away, wanting to see what he was going to do. Messenger of God, are you looking for me? Rinzai came in and bowed. Rinzai, I haven't thanked you yet. Lang Xiao looked around again and saw that no one was looking at him. While Rinzai was bowing, he quickly bowed. He is a high-level slave, and it is inappropriate for him to salute the low-level slaves. He had already stood up before Rinzai stood up. Thank you for persuading the clan leader last time and saving my life. You don't know, I was the one tied to the stone pillar at that time, and that pillar was scorching hot. Rinzai raised his eyes and saw that Su Yi had no intention of blaming him. He nodded slightly and greeted Wolf Howl. We are all from the Xuanniao tribe. We are just helping each other. You don't need to thank me. Lang Xiao took Rinzai's hand and patted it before turning and leaving. Elder Rinzai, I also want to thank you for dissuading Yao Yu. Su Yi stood up and bowed solemnly. Lord God's messenger, you can't do this. Rinzai said in fear. He didn't expect that the messenger of God called him over specifically to express his gratitude. It's worth it. You saved Yao Yu's life. I'm very grateful. Su Yi said sincerely. She looks cold on the outside, but she's kind on the inside. Yes, the tribe leader is not harsh to us, and she often asks us if we have enough to eat. Rinzai quickly replied. She is just a little cruel to the enemy. The sudden crisis and the power concentrated in her hands caused her to lose her wise judgment and sense of proportion. Su Yi said quietly. If she really burned those people from the Black Wolf tribe to death, she would be weighed down by regret for the rest of her life. The clan leader has done a great job. She, like me, just doesn't want the Xuanniao clan to suffer greater losses. Rinzai said with his head down. After hearing this, Su Yi looked at Rinzai carefully. He didn't know whether this person was sincere or just trying to please him. Are you willing to become a member of my Xuanniao tribe? Su Yi asked. Rinzai's body trembled. You don't want to? Thank you, messenger of God. Rinzai knelt down at Su Yi's feet for the second time. His eyes were red. He has been recognized by God's messenger. Chapter 89. Can I beat you? Hurry up and get up. You don't have to perform such a big ceremony next time. Su Yi looked at the silver hair mixed in his hair and quickly dodged. I heard you have a daughter who works under Lian. How is she doing? Is she used to it? She's fine. God's messenger doesn't need to worry about her. Rinzai was a little shocked. God made him really watch everyone. Su Yi nodded and continued. By the way, have you heard of the Yin tribe? Yin tribe? Rinzai couldn't help but raise his voice. How much do you know about them? I heard that they love to use powerful force to take away things and women from other tribes. Isn't this a robber? Robber. It's just what you said. It is rumored that the tribes defeated by them often lose everything and become slaves. Rinzai said worriedly. Lord Divine Envoy, are the Yin tribe attacking us? No, but it may be possible later. Su Yi said. The emperor is far away and the sky is high. It may take until the Xuanniao tribe becomes more powerful before they will pay attention to it. For now, it should be safe. We must prepare early. Su Yi nodded slightly. His thoughts drifted to the north. The climate there is pleasant. There are many tribes and a large population. It has rich mineral resources, large fields, and vast forests. The people there sang in the fields and chanted during sacrifices. Annexing or being annexed in war, and in various practices, a naive civilization is being generated. Su Yi shook his head and retracted his thoughts. How can a race become strong? Rinzai thought for a long time, looked at Su Yi and said, God's messenger, I think a good leader is the reason why the race is strong. Su Yi nodded, then shook his head. He wanted to tell Rinzai that having only a leader was not enough, even if this leader came from a higher dimensional civilization. The only way for a group to avoid being eliminated is to continue to grow stronger through competition. In this way, the Xuanniao tribe will definitely be able to live longer than Su Yi, lasting for hundreds or even thousands of years. Chief, Rinzai saluted when he saw someone coming in from the door. Su Yi was stunned. Yao Yu came in with wet hair, without any guard notifying him. God's messenger, I'll leave first. Rinzai slipped out without waiting for Su Yi's response. Why are you here? Su Yi took 2 steps forward and held her hand. I'll come with you, okay? Of course, Su Yi said, but hold me. Seeing the affection in her eyes, Su Yi opened his arms and embraced her delicate body. There is a faint fragrance in the hair. Her waist is as slender as a willow and her breasts are surprisingly soft. Her small hand slid down her chest. Perhaps because her hair was a little cold, Su Yi couldn't help but shiver. The little hand went to the waist and untied the hemp rope on the animal leather pants. Su Yi suddenly felt a chill. You. The person in my arms had a beautiful profile with a captivating blush. I didn't see it clearly last time. It's indeed quite big. He heard the soft voice, and he couldn't believe it came from her. His eyes went blank, and he realized that she had ripped off her upper body, creating an obstacle between the two of them. The blood in my body rushed to one part. My mind was completely controlled by the little head. What a shame. What safety? What hygiene? He growled, picked up the delicate body in his arms, and pressed it onto the fairly sturdy bed tied with wooden sticks. There was no panic on her pretty and cold face. Actually a provocation. Okay, tonight, I have to show her how powerful I am no matter what. Yaoyu was actually extremely panicked. He was like a panting beast, completely different from his usual gentle appearance. As if he wanted to tear her apart and eat her. Ling also said that he would not touch her. It was obvious that she didn't use the right method. But have I gone too far? She felt a chill down below her body and squeezed her legs together in fear. As a result, the man on her body was delighted. It turns out that he likes the fact that I am a little different from others. Yao Ling hated the two people next door. The embarrassing noises were getting louder and louder, and she couldn't sleep at all. Su is so unlikable. Sister Yu kept begging for mercy and even cried, but he still refused to let her go. He kept asking, "Can I beat you?" He beat her until she cried. From this perspective, he still likes himself more. Just ask for mercy, and he will stop bullying you. Alas, poor Sister Yu. The sun rises as usual. Sui got up and ran laps in high spirits. Yao Yu was still sleeping soundly wrapped in half a piece of animal skin. He asked Ling, who had 2 dark circles under his eyes, to guard the nest entrance. God's messenger, should we move camp and migrate? Wait a moment, I'll notify you then. He said in a different tone. Yao Yu woke up and found Yao Ling dozing off on the wooden stake at the door, feeling a little embarrassed. At the beginning of last night, she was trying her best not to make any sound. But the stinky man seemed dissatisfied. The power she received became stronger and stronger, and then she became confused and didn't remember what she said. Looks like he's crying. She couldn't help but cover her hot face and calm down for a long time. Are you awake? Sui raised his legs and walked in, blocking a large area of sunlight at the door. Watching her frantically putting on her clothes, with the obvious contrast between the cold expression on her face and the movements of her hands, the redeemed brother raised his head again. After putting on his clothes, Yao Yu turned around and saw the tent erected under Sui. His face changed. Oh, it's all your fault. It was so bright outside. Why didn't you wake me up? Yao Yu looked away and looked at the door. Don't worry, at most you can stay one more day. As soon as Sui finished speaking, he noticed that Yao Yu, who had just got out of bed, staggered. He hurriedly supported her. He thought they were physically strong and would be good in that aspect as well. Looking at her frowning brows and her inability to move, he knew he was wrong. You're laughing. You're still laughing. Yao Yu brushed off the arm on his arm. It's all your fault. Blame me. If I had known she would be like this, I would have put her to bed earlier. Notify everyone to migrate. Do you need something to carry you? Do you think I need it? Need. I don't want to. It's nothing. Yao Yu waved his hand to refuse. I'm used to a little discomfort. Report. A patrol team member took a shortcut. Speak. We found the tiger tribe. They were fighting with another group of people and were heading in our direction. Sui knew that the bear tribe had set their sights on the women and property of the tiger tribe. But why did the Tiger King bring people here? Could it be that he is coming to rely on me? Whether this is the case or not, he will not miss this good opportunity to reap the benefits. Notify everyone to stop the migration and gather on the spot. Guards. Assemble. Wolf Howl? Muchuan. The 2 people who heard the call immediately squeezed out of the crowd. What are you 2 standing there for? Gather the troops. Wolf Howl back to where the Black Wolf tribe was gathering. Muchuan ran towards the direction where the Yifeng tribe was stationed. Hurry, the war is about to start again. Men assemble. Muchuan called out. He was the only one, except for those in the guard team, who came out of the Yifeng tribe and obtained the identity of the Xuanniao tribe. Sui gave him the power to lead the former Yifeng tribe. Muchuan, if there are any problems in the hunting this time, the messenger of God will not forgive you. Renze saw him and approached him. Elder of the Renze tribe. Muchuan bowed and greeted. There are not many people in the Yifeng tribe that he admires, and Renze is one of them. Remember one thing, God wants the Xuanniao tribe to be better. Renze said, waving his hand. Go. Muchuan muttered it to himself twice and memorized it in his heart. Chapter 90. She squeezed me. The tiger tribe was in a miserable state. It was like a wounded lion, carrying its cubs, dragging its heavy body, and moving forward slowly. The people of the bear tribe surrounding them smelled the blood of the hyenas. They kept moving forward to provoke, and when the lion turned its head to attack, they would retreat far away. At this time, the hyenas in other directions will find the right opportunity and leave bloody wounds in parts that the lions cannot pay attention to. Although the lion was seriously injured, if it really fought to the death, the hyenas would not be his match. But the hyena knew that the beast would not abandon its cubs, so it pulled them back and forth. The Tiger King was exhausted. Even when he was surrounded in fire by the Xuanniao tribe, he had never felt as desperate as he does now. He is wrong. He shouldn't have taken everyone with him on the migration. This group of enemies is very cunning. They only kill young and strong men and do not hurt women. Originally, more than half of the young and strong people in the tribe could survive. Now, most of them have been killed or injured along the way. Those who were not injured were also exhausted from running back and forth. They are no match for these enemies outside. Tiger King, I have a way to leave roots for our tiger tribe to continue, said a patriarch. Tell me quickly, said the Tiger King in surprise. They won't hurt women, right? Let's let the women walk outside and surround the men, so we can reduce the losses. What? The Tiger King shouted. You want women to protect men? The tribe leader shrank back in fear at the Tiger King. This is the only way, otherwise the tiger tribe will be finished. The chief said earnestly, while they are snatching women, let's take the young and strong into the forest. As long as we enter the forest, they won't be able to harass us from all sides. After the Tiger King became furious, he sat down dejectedly. Because he cared about women and children, he led the entire tribe to destruction. Now is the time to make a decision. Xuanniao was very proud. Only one of his men was injured, and he was injured by tripping over vines and falling. The others are all intact. It's really interesting to play with these barbarians in the palm of your hands. Look, Chief, they took the woman outside. Haha, they finally started to use their brains? The troops surrounding him burst into laughter. Bring back the young and beautiful one to me. What about the pregnant woman, the old men, and the children? Need I ask? Kill those who are in the way, and ignore those who are not in the way. The people of the bear tribe split into 3 groups and pounced on the tiger tribe. Women screamed and children cried. Screams and roars. There was also the laughter of the people in the bear tribe. It's noisy in this little world. God's messenger, aren't we going up? Wait a little longer. Sui was determined to catch them all in one fell swoop. If there are any fish that slip through the net, it will be troublesome if the bear tribe, with their weapons, insist on taking revenge on the Xuanniao tribe. He had a good night's sleep because of the tiger tribe attracting fire. Now that the feud has been formed, the right thing to do is to resolve it once and for all. Some people in the bear tribe were carrying women, and some were holding animal skins. After running out of the tiger tribe's sight, they reunited. They didn't know that there was a pair of eyes in the dark, following them. Help! Let me go! The women cried. Are they afraid? Yes, they are. But they were not particularly afraid. Women, in any tribe, are used to bear children. It doesn't matter who you give birth to. If they didn't kill them, it means they don't have to die. After struggling for a while, I shed a few tears. They quickly accepted the reality. Look, I stole 2 animal skins. Haha. I'll trade my woman for your animal skin. Will you? You wish. The short Xiongbai hugged the animal skin tightly in his arms. Can a woman be as warm as an animal skin? Haha. Everyone laughed. It's so warm to be wrapped by a woman. You're lying. You, go and hug him. Xuanniao ordered a woman he had just snatched away from him. As the leader of the tribe, he has never lacked women. It would be the same even if we fled to the wild land of the south. The woman wiped the tears from her face and took a step forward. He went over and held Xiongbai in his arms. Chief, she squeezed me with her chest. Xiongbai yelled. The tribesmen burst into laughter again. You, take off the animal skin that is in the way. Xuanniao ordered. The woman hesitated for a long time and did not take any action. Do as I say, or I'll kill you. Xuanniao threatened. The woman tremblingly pulled away the barrier on her upper body. Xiongbai looked at the new thing standing in front of him, grinned, dropped the animal skin in his hand, and grabbed it. Oh. As his fingers sank in, he couldn't help but push harder, letting out a cry of surprise. The woman's screams of pain made him feel uncomfortable in his lower body. There was another burst of laughter all around. The other men also reached out to the women beside them. What are you doing? Xuanniao shouted. Send the woman back to the camp, and we'll continue robbing. Kill. Go. The sudden shouting and screaming startled everyone in the bear tribe. They jumped up from the ground one after another, holding their weapons in defense. It's them. They are coming again. The person who had previously escaped from the encirclement of the Xuanniao tribe immediately recognized the large shield that looked very strong. Chief, let's retreat quickly, the man said anxiously, before people from other directions surround us. Idiot. The more scared we are, the more rampant the barbarians become. Retreat. Xuanniao sneered. We're just going to be surrounded by them when we retreat. On the contrary, these people holding shields in front of us can't hurt us at all. They're the weakest. Follow me and rush out from the front. These women, One of the troops asked reluctantly. Women are shit. Leave behind your women and belongings. Xiongtong shouted, you can still steal women if you lose them, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. The women from the tiger tribe who were abducted screamed and huddled together. In the battlefield of men, they're a group of lambs. They will follow whoever wins the fight. Of course, this was not their decision. Yali looked at those people who didn't run away but rushed towards him instead, and his face flushed with joy. Aha! These idiots are coming towards us. The linen shorts for the shrine maiden have been found. Shield soldiers, let's show our skills later. The squad leader in charge of the shield soldiers tightened the shield in his hand. He was very excited. This is the first time I have come into close contact with the enemy since joining the guard. He must let the other guards who laughed at them see how powerful the shield soldiers are. Chapter 91 Tiger King's Suit. Yali only had time to shoot one arrow before the enemy rushed in front of him. Throw away the bow and switch to spear, he shouted. 20 men threw their bows behind them and almost simultaneously drew out their wooden spears tied to their animal skin quivers. Each archer has one such spear, which is about 1 meter 34 meters long and as thick as a wrist. The tip of the spear is carbonized by fire, making it resistant to attack and capable of stabbing. The purpose is to deal with the enemies that rush in front of you. Stop them one by one, don't let them escape. The enemies were scattered, and in order to stop them all, the archers had to separate from the shield soldiers and fight on their own. Xiongtong saw the enemy holding up a shield standing in front of him and let out a sinister grin. He raised the stone axe in his hand and chopped at the person behind the shield. The opponent reacted quickly and raised his shield to block. Bang! He swung the stone axe with all his strength and it hit the shield, leaving only a small gap. Suddenly the shield in front of him lowered and then suddenly crashed out. Xiongtong was unable to dodge. He felt as if he had been butted in the chest by a wild bull. He took a few steps back and lost his balance, so he sat down heavily on the ground, his whole chest feeling stuffy. The other party didn't give him any chance to breathe. He took a big step forward and came down with his shield in hand. He rolled over, hurriedly got up, and ran away. The other party was holding a shield, but his speed was no slower than his, and he was chasing him closely. Xiongtong regretted the decision he made. These guys with shields are the most difficult to deal with. From the corner of his eye, he saw several of his men had been knocked to the ground. The other party was chasing and smashing the ground with a shield. Yao Li's favorite is the stone axe. Unfortunately, in order to carry a bow and arrow, he had to give up that powerful weapon. Hold the spear with both hands and point it at the enemy in front of you. He seemed to have found a little bit of the feeling he had during training. After each archery practice, the messenger of God would always ask them to practice spear for a while, saying that too many chickens would not be a burden. Anyway, just hold it with both hands and repeat 2 actions over and over again. Swing and poke. Of all the training, the one he hated the most was spear training, which was completely meaningless. Go to hell. The members of the bear tribe who were blocked by Yao Li felt a little scared when they saw that the other party was tall and strong. He shouted loudly to encourage himself and swung his stone axe at the opponent. Yao Li looked at the stone axe coming at him and subconsciously waved the spear in his hand to push the stone axe aside. He took a step forward, pulled the spear back, and then stabbed forward fiercely. Yao Li was stunned when he saw the enemy twitching and falling to the ground. It turns out that what the God's messenger taught is so powerful. Maintaining the lunge posture, he always felt like something was missing. Dash stab. After shouting, he turned his attention to the next enemy. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Xiongtong howled as he ran away. The man holding the shield behind him was still hanging not far away. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw several people kneeling down in surrender with blood all over their heads, but he couldn't even bring himself to scold them. Chase, the shield squad leader roared. There's so much meat to eat for free every day. Chase them. Charge forward, stab. Yao Li killed another one. After shouting the slogan, I looked for the enemies, but found that they had all run away. A bunch of cowards, he cursed and followed the crowd. If he kills one more, he can buy the witch a whole set of linen clothes. Xiongtong looked at the 7 or 8 tribesmen who followed him, all of them covered in dust and panting. Chief, these barbarians are too scary. I would rather fight to the death with the people of the Qi tribe. Who said it wasn't? Xiongtong couldn't help but echo. Looking around, there seemed to be human figures flashing on all sides. After struggling for a long time, they were still surrounded. Over there. Chase after him. There was a shout from behind. Xiongtong turned around and saw that the guys rushing over first were those holding shields. They run as fast as those with short spears. Chief, there seems to be no one over there, one of the tribesmen said ecstatically. Come on, hurry up and catch up. Xiongtong took a look and rushed out first. He now wanted to stay away from those guys behind him. Muchuan saw the enemy rushing towards him and immediately led his men to block them. You can't run away. Either kneel down and surrender, or I'll kill you, he shouted. Xiongtong had no intention of fighting and immediately changed direction with his troops. Chase, catch up quickly and block them, Muchuan said anxiously. Those people from the Black Wolf tribe are blocking the way, so we shouldn't go there, right? Stop talking nonsense and chase after him. The messenger of God said that if one of them ran away, he would become a low-level slave. The two groups managed to close in as the enemy rushed out. Xiongtong looked at the dozens of people in front of him and no longer had the thought of resisting. He was chased so hard that he didn't even have the strength to lift the stone axe in his hand. Kneel down and surrender. These people look stupid. Let's sneak away at night. Xiongtong muttered softly. Tiger King, where are you and your men going? Su Yi, along with two of his tribesmen, blocked the Tiger tribe's advance from a distance, although various signs indicate that the other party is most likely coming to join him. But behind him was where the Xuanniao tribe camped. Now that the clan is empty, it is better to scare them away before determining their origins. The Blackbird clan's divine envoy? Tiger King asked in surprise. You? Why are you here? Whose territory are you standing on? The Tiger King understood what the other party meant. The leader of the Tiger tribe, the Tiger King, will lead all his people to surrender to the Xuanniao tribe and pray that the Xuanniao tribe will protect us. The Tiger King turned around and glanced at the woman with a slightly bulging belly behind him. I sighed inwardly. Thump. He knelt down on his knees and even prostrated himself on the ground. The crowd behind him fell to the ground. Sui knew that this was an action that primitive people would make to express their submission or great respect. Without any more doubt, he stepped forward, and the two tribesmen beside him immediately followed. You two don't need to come. No, the clan leader said I can't be 5 steps away from you. Before Sui could speak, another member of the tribe raised a question. You remembered it wrongly, didn't you? The chief said 3 steps. Bullshit, it's clearly 5 steps. Shall we go back and ask the clan leader? Just ask. God's messenger, you have to go back with us. Sui, both of you get out of here. No. The clan leader told us that we must follow you. And it has to be within 3 steps of you. 5 steps. These two people always follow orders strictly. Sui valued the qualities of the two and arranged them to be with Yao Yu. Listen to the patriarch. It's the task I assigned to you too, right? That's right. The two thought about it and said in unison. Now I say, you don't have to obey the orders of the clan leader. Can you get out now? No. Sui's eyes went dark. You said that as long as the order is not completed, we cannot stop in the middle. Right. Unless the patriarch orders us not to follow you. We will then obey your orders instead of the orders of the clan leader. Each person speaks 1 sentence. Sui's eyebrows were throbbing. I don't know whether to say that they are stupid or smart. The Tiger King, lying on the ground, listened to the argument between the 3 people and the orders they gave, which made his mind confused. Finally, 3 pairs of feet stopped not far in front. The middle pair was wrapped in animal skins, and the 2 pairs on the sides were barefoot. Chapter 92 Sense of Ritual. Tiger King, get up. Sorry for the trouble. Sui helped the Tiger King up with shame. Thank you, messenger of God. The Tiger King bowed and saluted. Glancing sideways, I saw 2 guards looking straight ahead, standing straight without blinking. He couldn't help but feel more awe in his heart. We will be members of the same clan from now on, so we can say that we have become friends only after fighting. Sui patted the Tiger King's calloused hands. No fighting, no acquaintance, huh? Yes. The Tiger King came to his senses. My lord, I would like to ask you. You mean us, the people of our tribe who were captured? Sui interrupted him and said indignantly. I will definitely rescue everyone. The Tiger King thought for a while, and combined with Sui's angry expression, he finally understood what the we meant. It turns out that the messenger of God has already regarded the people of the Tiger tribe as his own people of the Xuanniao tribe. He couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. I'm not talking about the people who were captured. Tiger King's tone became much more natural. There are still many injured young men in our camp, and we were unable to take them with us during the migration yesterday. After saying this, the Tiger King looked at Sui carefully. Every time the Tiger tribe was about to migrate, the way they dealt with the seriously injured members was usually to kill them directly. It can save them from suffering and prevent them from being a burden to the team. There were too many people this time, so he couldn't do it. After hearing this, Sui secretly praised the Tiger King for his smart mind. You mean, there were still young and strong people left in the camp before? Yes, Lord God's messenger. The Tiger King glanced at Sui's expression. About how many people? More than 50 people. So much. Sui clapped his hands. Seeing this, The Tiger King sighed inwardly. Sure enough, even if God made him not want to take care of a group of seriously injured people, not only can we not work, but we also waste food. He hurriedly said, those people were already dying anyway, so don't worry about them. What are you talking about? He said angrily. How can that be possible? The Tiger King was stunned. We are all the people of the Xuanniao tribe now. We will not abandon any of our own. He couldn't hide his excitement. What the Xuanniao tribe lacks most now, men. You mean to rescue them? Tiger King hesitated. That's right. He patted Tiger King on the shoulder. Not only do we have to save him, we have to save him immediately, right now. After hearing this, the Tiger King felt hot in his heart. He bent his knees and knelt down. My Lord God's messenger, I thank you on their behalf. He tried his best, but failed to pull the Tiger King up. Instead, she was almost knocked down by his prone body. When the two guards around saw that the messenger was about to fall, they immediately lifted him up from the left and right. Both feet left the ground. He turned his head and looked at the strange looks of the Tiger tribe members, trying to remain calm. The two brothers, Wulong and Fengqiu. It successfully destroyed the lofty image he had created over the past half-day. The Tiger King, lying on the ground, looked at the 3 pairs of feet in front of him with their toes pointing towards him and fell into deep thought. Inside the makeshift camp, the victorious guards and all those who had fought were warmly welcomed by the women and children. Look at the fruits and flowers brought by the children and the water carried by the women. Everyone who participated in the battle felt extremely excited. They didn't know that a seed had been planted deep in their hearts. But one day they will know who they are fighting for and for whom their blood is shed. Yi is the planner and Yao Yu is the organizer. Looking at the tribesmen who held their heads high, she seemed to understand what the sense of ritual that the messenger of God was talking about was. He once said that when a man and a woman decide to live together, there should also be a ceremony. I overheard his conversation with Rinzai that day and was so moved that I decided to have a child for him. I wonder if the ceremony can be made up? It must be a wonderful thing to let everyone know that I live with the messenger of God. Yao Yu was fantasizing in her mind and didn't notice that one of the prisoners was staring at her face. Xiong Tong rubbed his eyes. He always felt that the beautiful woman standing in front of him looked familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Tong, look here. Xiong Tong turned his head suddenly and saw his brother Xiong Nan. He felt something was odd, and it took him some time to react. Shouldn't my brother be a slave? How can you mix with those women and children who are civilians? The people around him were all his former subordinates. But what are they doing? They were delivering water to the people who had just killed their own people. The brother even handed a wilted flower in his hand to the guy who had hit him with a shield. Tong, we will meet soon, so don't run away. My brother's voice was still in my ears. Xiong Tong was driven to a big tree in a daze. The camp set out again, and with the addition of people from the Tiger tribe, the team became even longer. I heard that the nest-building clan is your tribe? He asked the Tiger King beside him. That's right, said the Tiger King. Once we migrate to a suitable place, we will have to build a city and houses, but this is the time for them to play a role. He planned. By then, if they do a good job, they can be upgraded to high-level slaves and become God's messenger. The Tiger King interrupted Su Yi's big cake. He turned his head unhappily. They're done. It's over. The Tiger tribe lost many people in several battles. The nesting clan didn't have many people to begin with. The bear tribe attacked this morning and shot the last one dead. What the hell? Sui hit his left palm with his right fist and cursed. God's messenger. What grass? Sui wanted to cry. A big part of the reason why he conquered the Tiger tribe was because of their construction technology. Alas, Sui sighed regretfully. Fortunately, the Tiger tribe has a large population, so the effort was not in vain. When the Tiger King heard this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, thinking that God had made him still sigh for the dead. What do the Wind tribe and the Thunder tribe know? Sui asked without giving up. The Wind tribe. I heard that their ancestors could make things with wood, and the most amazing thing was making tools that could travel on water. Unfortunately, the tradition has been lost. Tiger King thought for a moment and then said, as for the Thunder tribe, it seems that they could make copper. What? Copper? Sui shouted, quickly call the people from the Thunder tribe to come and have a chat. Chapter 93 New World. Sui also only knew about bronzeware. As for how to smelt and shape it, he knew nothing about it. The only thing I know is that the ancients gradually mastered the copper smelting technology during the process of making and firing pottery. But as far as he knew, the Thunder tribe did not know how to make pottery. Could it be that they had some other method that he didn't know about? Sui was waiting expectantly for the Tiger King to come back. The messenger of God has arrived. The Tiger King was delighted. This is the leader of the Thunder tribe, Leijin. The people brought by the Tiger King have more white hair on their heads than Renze. Your Excellency, the messenger of God. Leijun raised his hands flat, palms facing up, and bowed in greeting. He finally saw the messenger of God up close, and he looked even thinner than he had from a distance. I heard from the Tiger King that you can smelt copper? Sui asked hurriedly. Smelting copper? Leijun looked up in confusion. What is that? Sui looked at the Tiger King. Didn't you say that your ancestors could make some copper? The Tiger King pointed at the small package around Leijun's waist. The messenger of God was very happy when he mentioned copper. If I help him get copper, maybe I can get myself a promotion to a chicken. Oh. Leijun suddenly realized and tremblingly took off a purse-like thing made of animal skin from his waist. My lord, this is it. Looking at the small piece of gold that he took out of the bag and polished into a round cake, Sui was very disappointed. This thing is amazing. When you put it on the fire, it will emit light like the sun. Leijun explained excitedly. Also, it didn't look like this originally. I smashed it out slowly with stones. This is a good thing, Sui said politely, looking at his trembling stubble. Leijun felt conflicted when he heard this. This is a treasure passed down from their Thunder tribe. But since the messenger of God likes it, let's give it to him. He hardened his heart and raised his hands in front of Sui. Sui was stunned. I immediately understood what the other person meant. Just because I say this is a good thing doesn't mean I want to get it. Sui waved his hand. Take it back and keep it well. After hearing this, Leijun sighed in his heart. God made him truly extraordinary. Seeing the treasure but not wanting to possess it. What the Tiger King said was indeed right. He was a leader worth following. By the way, that thing is not copper, it is called gold. Sui looked at Leijun's trembling back and reminded him. It was all in vain. Sui speculated that the gold nugget in Leijun's hand was probably naturally formed. His ancestor picked it up by chance, thought it was beautiful, and passed it down. Later I heard the legend of copper from somewhere. Similar color, similar texture, so I mistakenly thought it was copper. It is estimated that every generation of Thunder Tribe leaders would carefully take it out in the dead of night. Put it on the fire to roast. Look at its dazzling luster, kneel down and pray sincerely. The advancing crowd suddenly stopped and made a lot of noise. Go and see what's going on. Sui ordered the guard beside him. Yes. After a while, the guard came running back. Report. The women and children from the Black Wolf tribe have arrived. Oh. Sui suddenly realized. As early as the day before, he asked Lang Sha to send 10 of his men back to help with the move. Now we have joined the main force. Now only the wounded from the Tiger tribe have not been dealt with. Sui thought about it and came up with a way to save those people without delaying the migration. Eagle, Sui shouted. Sir, someone seems to be calling you from the front. At the back of the team, Yaoing was playing with a group of women. The women surrounded him, and Yaoing was so happy that he didn't know what was up. The women all knew that the man in front of them was extraordinary. Not to mention the squad leader of the guard. His sister is also the woman of the messenger of God. Ignore them. Yaoing reached out and pinched the woman's buttocks hard. Ouch. My lord, you are so annoying. The woman giggled continuously, making Yaoing feel itchy. If it weren't for the god's rule that mating was forbidden during the day, he would have dragged her to the nearby woods. The woman in her own nest only knows how to ask if she has eaten well, slept well, or is she tired from fighting. No fun at all. That day under the campfire, the messenger of God told him that he could have as many women as he wanted. At that time, I thought the messenger of God was joking, but I didn't expect that he would do what he said. Today's life seems like a dream. Every night, a woman has to take turns for many days. That Guile hangs around the witch all day long and has no idea what the fun of being a man is. Eagle, Sue is calling you. Yayu left after saying a few words. My brother doesn't look like a human being at all. He's more like a ram in the pen. Whenever I see a female one, I want to ride it. Her mind couldn't help but think of the strange posture that the messenger of God asked her to do that night, and she shook her head vigorously. Eagle, you're having fun. Sui looked at the man in front of him whose pants were torn askew and said unhappily, Not bad. Yaoing grinned. God's messenger, how about you allow me to? Shut up. Sui interrupted him. I have a task for you. I have to wait until they are all well before I can come back? Yaoing hesitated. Can I take the 2 women with me? When did you learn to make demands? Sui said coldly. Seeing that the messenger of God was really angry, Yaoing immediately lowered his head. I'll have people leave marks along the way so you can find it later. This great river that passes through our ancestral land flows from northeast to southwest. Sui didn't know whether this continent was high in the east and low in the west, or whether the direction of the rivers had changed because of some mountains. Anyway, the direction of the river just matched his expectation of heading north. He decided to take everyone up the river. This journey will take 5 days. They ate the surrounding wild animals and fruits and drank the water from the river. Travel early in the morning and stay at night. Every night Yaoyu would thoughtfully build a simple nest for him. but he never found another chance to have a child with her. She was hiding from him. Not only did she hide herself, but she also led Ling astray. The two could still see each other during the day, but they could not be found anywhere at night. Report. There must be a place ahead that can do it. This has been said several times by the exploration team members over the past 5 days. On the way, whenever we saw a small plane by the water outside the forest, we would shout to set up camp. But Sui would deny it every time. Having water and food was the criteria for primitive people's choice. Sui naturally considered more. The population will definitely increase in the future, and the place will be too small to be suitable. In addition, the planting industry must be developed, and there must be large fields around. It would be even better if there were mineral resources such as copper and iron. After this settlement, it is estimated that there will be no migration for a long time in the future. So the place you choose cannot be too isolated. He had decided that after things were settled, he would slowly send people to the north to gather information. In the future, there will definitely be flow of resources and population between those tribes. He can't live in seclusion in a corner all his life. Let's wait and see. Sui waved his hand, signaling the team to continue moving forward. Su, we have all left our ancestral land. Yayu said gloomily. Do we still want to leave? I also want to go back to my home in the Beast Forest. It's so far, and I can't find the way back. Yao Ling also pouted. Sui could only repeat what he had said before. We can find a better place than Zudi. This time the two ignored him. The majority of people were women and children, so the migration speed was not fast. It took them 5 days to leave the range of the 5 tribes. For several generations, they have not left their so-called ancestral land. If it weren't for Sui's request, they would not have been willing to leave at all. Enter from the plain between the 2 mountains. Climb up a small hill. The view in front of me suddenly opened up. The mountains on both sides stretched to the horizon like an open embrace. In the middle is a large flat land that connects to the horizon. A tributary of the river cuts through the land, winding its way. On both sides of the river, there is lush greenery everywhere, and the roars of beasts and the calls of deer can be heard from time to time. Su, look quickly. Does this look like a big bowl with a hole in it? Yao Ling said happily, sweeping away her depression. It's like a bowl, but we call it a basin. Chapter 94 Brats. Should we continue walking? Yao Yu asked. Sui looked at the amazement in her eyes and deliberately said, It depends on you. If you don't like it, I will take everyone away immediately. No. Yao Ling said unsatisfiedly. Why didn't you ask me? I know. Ever since that night. Yao Yu covered his mouth. I'll listen to you. If you say we should stay, then we'll stay. Yao Yu said quickly in a low voice. Yao Ling was at a loss. How could she dare to make a decision on such a big matter? Sister Yu, why don't you decide? She whispered in her ear. Sui looked at the 2 heads put together, making noises, not knowing what they were discussing. I wanted to get closer to listen, but they both turned their heads at the same time and gave me a rejecting look. He noticed that ever since they bullied Yao Yu last time, the closeness between these 2 people had become stronger day by day. They are mixed together no matter day or night, and are never left alone. Is it really my decision? Yao Yu approached and asked. Sui gave her an encouraging look. Yao Yu took a deep breath and said, I declare that this place will be the territory of our Xuanniao tribe from now on. We will stay here, raise children, and reproduce from generation to generation. Oh. The tribesmen raised their hands and cheered. Renze's old face also showed wrinkles from laughing. When the messenger of God decided to move out of his ancestral land, he did not sleep all night. There are still many wild animals and fish in the ancestral land, so we can stay there. He asked many members of the Xuanniao tribe, and most of them did not want to leave. As a result, at the tribal meeting, when the messenger asked who had any objections, he was the only one who raised his hand. Those young people who said they were willing to support him and oppose the messenger of God all cast encouraging glances at him. In the end, his opinion was rejected by the entire clan. Fortunately, it was rejected. At this moment, it seems that the decision made by the messenger of God is so correct. In this big bowl, there are mountains and water, and there must be countless wild animals in it. What a great place. Let's give this place a name. He looked at everyone. Yes, give it a name. Sui hadn't thought of this. Big bowl is better. There are so many trees, it should be called a tree bowl. Is there still water in there? Everyone was whispering to each other and looking around. A bowl surrounded by mountains. Yao Ling thought, let's call it a mountain bowl. After saying that, he looked at everyone expectantly. Sui listened and decided to teach them Chinese once their food and accommodation were arranged. The mountain bowl doesn't sound as nice as the basin. Yao Yu shook his head. The patriarch is right. Everyone agreed. Then let me think of another one. Yao Ling was in high spirits. Do you have any ideas? Sui asked, turning his head. How about calling it a mountain basin? Yao Yu thought about it. Sui shook his head slowly. What is visible to the human eye is only a very small part of the basin. The endless plains between the mountains will eventually become thousands of miles of fertile land. This land of abundance can be used to accomplish imperial ambitions. Let's call it Tianfu. Present it. Xiong Nin encouraged his younger brother Xiong Tong. Xiong Tong had no choice but to willingly become a low-level slave. He really didn't dare to run. Not only were others looking at him, but even his own people were looking at him. His brother told him that everyone was waiting for him, the leader, to escape and then report his great achievement. Moreover, he also noticed it as he followed the migration. The slaves of the Xuanniao tribe lived a good life. Just like the people in their tribe, they had food, drink, and rest, and they did not have to suffer beatings. The thought of running away just disappeared. Today, his brother suddenly came to him and said there was a good opportunity to make a contribution. Let him offer up the small knife left by his father. Can it be done? He couldn't help asking. It will definitely work. Xiongmin vowed. I recently discovered that when people find a nice-looking stone, they run to see the messenger. It must be the messenger who asked everyone to pay attention. This knife is made from a beautiful stone. The items are the same. The messenger of God will definitely like it. I won't have the tools to eat meat in the future. Xiong Tong said hesitantly. You are a low-level slave. Where is the meat to eat? Why don't you two hurry up and cut down the trees and clean up the mess? Lang Xiao walked towards us with his hands behind his back. The two were startled. The other person had a sign on his chest and was obviously a high-ranking slave, so he quickly bowed to greet him. Answer me, Wolf Howl said unhappily. Sir, we don't understand what you are saying. Xiong Tong replied, then lowered his head and pretended to be a quail. His brother had already been frightened by the other party's momentum and didn't dare to breathe. Don't be lazy. Lang Xiao pretended to give a few instructions and then glared at the two of them. Unfortunately, the other party lowered his head and didn't see his expression. He could only snort coldly. He walked back to his own people. When his men noticed that he had come back from strolling, they worked even harder. Lang Yue, who was holding a bundle of branches, almost bumped into him. How can I upgrade to a chicken? Wolf Howl sighed. The status of a high-level slave is still too low. Hearing this, Lang Yu asked in confusion, Father, isn't it enough for you to take care of those people in our Black Wolf tribe? What Black Wolf tribe? It's called the Xuanniao tribe. You are all subordinates of the Xuanniao tribe's high-level slave Lang Xiao. He seriously corrected his daughter word by word. Knight, what did you ask just now? Ask it again. I say, isn't it enough for you to manage so many subordinates? Lang Yue said with a pout. How can that be enough? There are so many low-level slaves. Someone disrespects you? Not really, Wolf Howl muttered. Anyway, I just want to upgrade the chicken. As long as it is beneficial to the Xuanniao tribe, it is a meritorious service. Beneficial, meritorious, promoted to a higher position. Lang Yue shook his head and left holding the branch. She's been in a lot of trouble lately. When we went out to collect things during the day, there were always some high-level slaves who were attentive to us. The father of a low-level slave helped him to block it, but the identity of the father of a high-level slave was not enough. Fortunately, the Xuanniao tribe has rules. If I reject them myself, they won't dare to force me. But there are a few guys who pester him every day. They delivered meat and water. You can't hit them, and you can't scold them either. She could only refuse respectfully. Sometimes she wondered if she were uglier, these things would not happen to her. It's actually a bronze artifact. Su, he broke the thing in his hand. Quick, call the person who presented the item. Pure copper is soft, and only bronze mixed with other metals has such hardness. His judgment must be correct. Xiong Tong, who was waiting outside, was terrified. I thought that by offering something as a gift, I could at least meet the messenger of God. As a result, he was stopped by the guards from a distance. Their eyes passed over him from time to time. He could feel that as long as he made a move to rush forward, the wooden spears in these people's hands would pierce his chest without hesitation. With a sigh, he turned and left. The things are gone, and even the people are nowhere to be seen. If I had known not to listen to my brother, at least I could have preserved the things passed down by my father. Stop! A cold shout came from behind. How dare you leave without being notified by the divine messenger? Xiong Tong stopped immediately and groaned inwardly. It's over. Now my life is about to be lost. Let him in. Someone inside passed the message. Go in. The messenger wants to see you. Chapter 95. You are awesome. Under the gaze of the guards, Xiong Tong gritted his teeth and walked towards the shack not far away. The man holding a knife in the small, open space in front of the shack was the messenger of God. Next to the messenger of God, slightly shorter than him, was the beautiful woman whom he felt he had seen somewhere before. Where did this knife come from? Yao Yu relayed Su Yi's words. My father left it to me before he died. Xiong Tong bowed his head and said respectfully. Ask him who made it. Su Yi said after listening to Yao Yu's retelling. After Yao Yu finished speaking, Xiongtong replied without hesitation. It must be those workers. They only know how to tinker with these little things. They look good, but are not very useful. Work? Su Yi was delighted. It seems that the productivity in the north has developed to the point where division of labor has occurred. Those workers don't have high status? Su Yi asked. He said yes, better than a slave. Xiongtong was very happy. The messenger of God not only promoted him to a high-level slave, but also returned the knife to him. Xiongnan saw his brother's happy look and asked, "Did the messenger accept it?" The messenger took a look at it and gave it back to me, but he asked me a lot of questions. Xiongtong said, "Alas, it seems you don't like it." Xiongnan patted his brother's shoulder comfortingly. Seeing that the other party didn't move, I turned my head and found that he was staring at one place, looking at it motionlessly. "Don't look at her. She is the daughter of the high-ranking slave just now." Xiongnan was not interested. He does not allow any low-ranking slaves to get close to her. Everyone just watches from a distance and enjoys it. If you want a woman, go find a low-level slave. They will definitely be willing to give you this physique. He ignored his brother and only looked away when the figure walked away holding the branch. This woman is more beautiful than the women in the northern tribes who grew up eating fine food. Didn't the big man of the Xuanniao tribe possess her? How can we low-level slaves know about the affairs of big shots? Xiongnan shook his head. "Tong, you're not attracted to her, are you? Her father is a high-ranking slave. If you offend him, you will be punished." "Then what is her identity?" Xiongtong asked unwillingly. "He doesn't like those big and fat guys. He only likes women like this one with long legs and thin waist. She is just a low-level slave." "Low-level slave," Xiongtong said happily. "Brother, just wait and see," Xiongtong said confidently. "After tonight, she will be my woman." "Why?" "I'm promoted to chicken." 2 moons, one big and one small, hung on the treetops. After successfully finding a suitable place to settle down, the gods were pleased and distributed meat to everyone. Beside the bonfires, the tribesmen held hands and danced in circles. "No, doing so will attract enemies to us." In front of the largest bonfire, Yao Yu continued, "I don't agree. Without sharp weapons, we don't know when our city will be built." Su Yi said, "You saw it too. It took the whole clan a whole day to clear out such a small area. Why not take it slow?" Yao Yu asked puzzledly. "We will finish cleaning it up one day. There are plenty of fish and animals here anyway, and everyone has enough food. The reproduction of fish and animals cannot keep up with the speed at which we eat." Su Yi said nonsense, and if they find dangerous humans, they will stay away from here. Only planting can provide us with a stable source of food. But I'm worried that they'll come for revenge. We didn't steal their idols, Su Yi said. Besides, maybe those people are willing to come on their own. They say we are southern barbarians. Are we willing to come? I said they were northern D, Su Yi said angrily. However, even though he talked a lot, Su Yi did not dare to deny the gap between the two sides. Aren't you worried that they will take things away and not come back? Yao Yu thought for a moment and added, I came here because I couldn't stand staying in the north. Where else can I go if I don't come back? Su Yi explained like this, but he already had a big plan in mind for them. As long as the cake is well drawn, there is no need to worry that primitive people will not be tempted. Su, this is the fruit I found today. The chicken has already eaten it. You can try it too. Yao Ling walked over holding a handful of black stuff and said, Is the chicken dead? Su Yi asked carefully. The chicken is good, Yao Ling said angrily. I've eaten it before, it's sweet. I knew you were the best. Su Yi laughed and held one in his hand. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened and he jumped up from the tree stump under his butt. The sudden move startled the two women. What's wrong? Yao Yu asked quickly. Can't eat. Well, will I die? Yao Ling said in a trembling voice. Ahaha, mulberries. I finally found this thing. Su Yi pulled Yao Ling over and gave her a kiss on the face. You are such a sweetheart of mine. Let go of Yao Ling. He immediately shouted to the guards. Quick, call Yao Yan. Wrong. He turned around and looked at Yao Ling again. Where did you pick this fruit? Are there many fruit trees? Is there anything white on it? Where did you pick them? Yao Ling's cheeks flushed as she pointed in a direction. There are a lot of fruit trees like this. There were a lot of white things too. I bit one but couldn't chew it, so I threw it away. Okay, I got it. I don't know if the hemp loom I have can produce silk, but the craftsmanship should be similar. Su Yi spun around in excitement. The two women looked curious. My lord, you are looking for me. Yao Lian still spoke slowly and calmly. You and your women will follow Ling tomorrow. She will lead you to find something called a silk cocoon. The silk on it is much softer than hemp. You will understand when you see it. So you knew it a long time ago? Yao Lian asked with disappointment. When she found out that this little thing could produce silk, she was so happy. She was also thinking of giving him a surprise. He didn't notice her tone. He just stared at the several white silk cocoons she took out from the animal skin pocket, his eyes wide open. So it's called a silkworm cocoon, Yao Lian said slowly. Is that the name you gave it? He came back to his senses from his shock. He shook his head. For the first time, he took a serious look at the woman in front of him. She speaks softly and always looks calm and relaxed. You are awesome. He praised sincerely. Yao Lian smiled sweetly. There may be something wrong with the loom. I'll ask the carpenters to cooperate with you. Tell them what changes are needed. Yao Lian nodded in agreement. Tomorrow, you don't need to work. Just focus on studying this little thing. He said, come to me if you encounter any problems. We will try to make silk as soon as possible. I don't know if there is silk in the north. If not, he would be rich. Make a sample quickly and let Xuanniao identify it. After playing with the women who worked with him for a while, manhwa prepared to go back to where the Black Wolf tribe gathered to rest. Unexpectedly, I felt a sharp pain behind my head and my vision went dark. She turned her head in disbelief and saw a strange man holding a wooden stick in both hands. Chapter 96 Disposal. Be my woman. Xuanniao rubbed his hands. manhwa felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet and fell to the ground. What do you want to do? There was a warm feeling flowing down my neck, and when I touched it, my hands were covered in blood. She was terrified. The Xuanniao tribe does not allow private fights. How dare this person? Help! She immediately shouted at the top of her lungs. Xuanniao was startled by the scream. This woman was quite strong and couldn't be knocked down by a single blow. What is she shouting? It is God's will that men sleep with women. He didn't believe that anyone would bother him again. It's okay if you don't want to. She must have thought she was a low-level slave. When you have the cards, show them to her and make her happy. He decided that since he had this woman, he didn't want any other women. Give her all the good things in the future. The woman on the ground fainted after shouting. That's just right. There won't be any noise when we get things done. He felt a headache when he saw Xuanniao, whose face was bruised and swollen after being beaten by the guards. If someone hadn't reported it in time, this guy would probably be dead. Only Yao Yu could understand their language. After she made the promise to them, she never communicated with them again. These people didn't know the rules he set. Due to language barriers and the fact that they had been on the road for the past few days, they were all very quiet. I didn't expect that Xuanniao would come up with such an idea. He could have targeted anyone else, but he chose manhwa. Many people in the guard team took a fancy to manhwa, and when they heard her cry for help, they almost executed him on the spot. Wow! Xuanniao covered his face and cried bitterly. He didn't even lay a finger on the woman. A group of big men rushed over, pinned him down, and started beating him. They were still not satisfied after fighting together, so they started fighting and took turns. If the messenger of God had not arrived quickly and he had a strong body, he would have probably seen his father. Woo-woo! Why is this place so weird that even children are not allowed? God's messenger, you must deal with him according to the clan rules. Wolf Howl shouted. My poor daughter's head is still bleeding. Su Yi's head became even bigger. If Xuanniao knowingly committed the crime, I would definitely not let him off easily. But he just didn't know the rules he set. And this guy is related to his plan to introduce craftsmen. After Su Yi's contact with him, he found that this person did have some ideas and was considered a talent among primitive people. It would be unfair to kill him without knowing why. But how to explain the wolf howl in front of me? In the escort team, nearly half of the people regarded Lang Xiao as their father-in-law, and at this moment they all stood behind Lang Xiao in righteous indignation to help. Everyone listened to me. Yao Yu took a step forward and immediately attracted everyone's attention. I should have explained our clan's rules to them, but I forgot. So this is my fault. Patriarch, how can this be blamed on you? That's right, it was obviously him who broke our rules. Everyone said angrily. Yao Lu, you deserve to die. Yao Yu said suddenly. Yao Lu, who was the one shouting the loudest and was the most favored by Wolf Howl, was immediately stunned. Come here, drag Yao Lu away and stone him to death. Yao Yu ordered. The guards around looked at each other, hesitating whether to take action. Yao Lu was very scared. Chief, why? He jumped up and asked. No one can stand where you are standing. You are breaking the rules. Yao Yu said calmly. Why didn't I know that people are not allowed to stand here? Yao Lu's eyes turned red with anger. This is my rule. I forgot to tell you. Yao Yu said with a smile. The smarter people around understood what was going on. They knew what the patriarch meant and quietly left behind Wolf Howl. Yao Lu was startled, but he came to his senses when he saw the clan leader laughing. But we can't let him go either. Long Yue's head can't be injured in vain. Yao Lu said. I've asked Ling to bring medicine to help her bandage the wound. The reward Xiongtong receives after his meritorious service will also be fully compensated to Lang Yu. Guards, drag Xiongtong away and beat him with 50 sticks as punishment. Leader Wolf Hao, please follow me. After saying a few words, Yao Yu turned and left. The guard stopped yelling. 50 sticks, he'll be half dead, right? Wolf Hao has complicated feelings towards the matriarch. Respect, I can't respect you. After all, she killed 5 of their tribesmen. I can't hate him even if I want to. The deaths of his 5 followers were mostly due to his own fault. He knew that if he did not act that night, the 5 men would not have died. Chief Lang Xiao, what will it take for you to let him go? Yao Yu asked Lang Xiao to sit down and asked sincerely. He can help the plan of the God's messenger and will make our tribe better. He is likely to make great contributions, and the reward will be given to Lang Yu at that time. Lang Xiao was asked to sit down, feeling a little nervous. He didn't hear everything the matriarch said, but he keenly grasped a few key words. Our people will be better and make achievements. Next up is raising the chicken. Huh. Wolf Hao clapped his hands. All right. What did you just say? Say it again. Wolf Hao, she said that from today on, you are a member of our Xuanniao tribe. Sui knew what he was thinking. When it comes to his addiction to being an official, he is the most addicted to it in the entire Xuanniao clan. What? Wolf Hao jumped up from the stake. No. You don't want to upgrade? Sui was confused. Did he misjudge the person? I dreamed that I was a chicken yesterday. Wolf howled. Why not? Shengji, only you, the Lord God's envoy, have the final say. No one else's words count, not even the clan leaders. Sui admired his piety. Okay, Sui said. Lang Xiao officially becomes a member of my Xuanniao clan. When I find an auspicious day, I will announce it to the God of Heaven Xuanniao and officially accept you into the clan. Thank you, Messenger of God. Lang Xiao's face turned red with excitement. By the way, the guy who hurt my daughter must be dealt with according to the clan rules. Sui opened his mouth and looked at Yao Yu in dumbfoundedness. Yao Yu looked at Lang Xiao in dumbfoundedness. Wolf howled with an expression that said, if you don't do it, I won't agree. It's from Chicken White Liquor? Sui wanted to cry but had no tears. Wolf Hao clan elder. Sui walked up to him and pulled him to sit down. You are already a member of our clan, and you are quite old. Is it okay for me to call you clan elder? When Sui saw him showing the same expression he usually showed in front of low-level slaves, he almost couldn't help but punch him. You're a pretty good kid. Lang Xiao pulled out his hand and wanted to pat Sui on the shoulder. Seeing the other person's eyes fall on his raised hand, he quickly and timidly retracted his eyes. It was a close call. They almost were mistaken for my own troops. I will definitely punish the guy who hurt Langhua later. He still has a mission to complete, so he needs to complete it first. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lang Xiao stood up. The mission is the most important. Everything is for the Xuanniao tribe. After sending Lang Xiao away, Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw Yao Yu trying to sneak away. He pounced on him immediately. Hee little beauty. Where are you escaping to? Chapter 97 The sky is round. Yao Yu, who was as agile as a leopard, was actually caught by him. Sui carried her back to the nest. The guards are still here. Yao Yu on his shoulder exclaimed, put me down first. What if you run away? Sui refused to let go. Actually, I can run away if I want to. You dare. Sui raised his hand and hit the protruding part of her back. She said softly, no, I don't dare to run. Sui put her on the ground with satisfaction. Go and drive the guards away. Yao Yu commanded. Sui was delighted, as he was going to have meat again tonight. I arranged the guards to go far away, and when I came back, I found that there was no one in the nest. Sui slapped his forehead. Great, she actually knows how to use a trick. Lying in bed, other things came to my mind, and my interest gradually faded. Now 2 tasks are imminent. One is the issue of educating the tribesmen. Spontaneously formed customs and traditions are no longer sufficient to restrain such a large population. Another issue is technology. The Xuanniao tribe is now in urgent need of a group of craftsmen, regardless of what kind. Even if it's someone who can only carve small insects, he still wants it. I could smell the scent of Yao Yu at the tip of my nose. He opened his eyes in surprise. Under the moonlight, she stood by the bed with wet hair. You, Yao Yu, how dare you scare me? Sui exclaimed and sat up straight. Yao Yu teased. For someone like you, the leopard would have to eat half of you before you could notice it. Sui patted his heart and said, don't do this next time. I remembered an old friend who liked to appear on TV. You seem to be particularly afraid of that old friend, Yao Yu said, looking at Sui's expression. She was curious. Are there people that the messenger of God is afraid of? Let's not mention that old friend. Sui shook his head. Then can you tell me what television is? Yao Yu asked curiously. Su stretched out his arms and held her in his arms. We probably won't see it in this lifetime. It's something that only exists in another world. Su, are you really from heaven? No, it comes from another world. Isn't the other world heaven? Compared to here, it does look like heaven. Is the land round where you are? Yao Yu asked. Why do you say that? Su was curious. My mother told me that the sky is round, and you live in the sky. Yao Yu said seriously. In this case, our sky is your earth, and it is round, isn't it? Su was speechless. Isn't this the theory of the round sky in history textbooks? Her mother's tribe has already started looking up at the sky. Do you also think the sky is round? Of course. Yao Yu affirmed, isn't it? Our eyes can sometimes deceive us, and what we see may not necessarily be what the object actually looks like. So, you want to tell me that the sky is not round? Yao Yu struggled to turn around, his eyes filled with horror and his mouth slightly open. What shape the sky is in is not important to us. Su did not want to explain too much, nor did he want to destroy what she believed in. What's important is that tomorrow morning, I want to eat the meat you grilled. Okay, I'll bake it for you tomorrow. Do you prefer venison or mutton? I like everything you bake. You are really good at talking. Thank you for helping me out just now, baby. Actually, I can do it myself. I am your woman, so I will naturally help you. You are so kind. I will reward you handsomely. Be gentle. I'm scared. A few minutes later. Su, I really can't stand it. Can you let me go this time? Next time I will be more powerful. After saying that, she turned and left. Su felt a surge of blood hanging in the air, neither going up nor down. But looking at her pleading eyes, he couldn't bear to do it. Then try another method. Oh, you're awake. Yao Ling said happily. There was a bonfire in the nest, reflecting her joyful face. Lang Yu got up in a daze, feeling a slight pain in his head, and his thoughts gradually returned to him. Seeing that there was a woman next to her, she felt slightly relieved. Are you still in pain? You must be in pain, I know it. Once when I was hunting, I bumped into a tree branch and was in pain for several days. Don't worry, Sudu said that my wound was bandaged very well, and you will be well in a few days. By the way, that bad guy has been punished by Sister Yu. Yao Ling didn't notice the alienation in the eyes of the person on the bed when she mentioned Yao Yu. She continued to speak to herself. He doesn't know our rules. Seeing that you are beautiful, he wants you to give birth to his child. However, he will definitely not dare to do it next time. Just because I'm beautiful, do I have to get hurt? Langhua sighed. Su said that beauty is a good thing, but also a bad thing. Yao Ling shook her head and continued. I don't know what this means. Do you know, Sister Langhua? What did you call me? Langhua was surprised. Sister, is it not possible? Yao Ling was a little flustered. She was beautiful, and she always wanted to make friends with her. But every time she saw her, she would deliberately avoid him. You don't seem to like me? Yao Ling's tone was a little disappointed. I didn't. Langhua explained with a wry smile. She has been mumbling nonstop since she woke up. She knew she was comforting herself. Who would hate such a person? Then are we friends? Yao Ling asked carefully. If you say yes, then we can be yes. Langhua sighed inwardly. There were several layers of identities between them. Then we are friends. Yao Ling cheered and went over to hold her arm. Sister Yu, you are so beautiful. If I become friends with you, I will definitely become beautiful. Don't worry, I will protect you from now on. If they bully you, tell me and I will tell Su. Then you want to sleep? Then go back to sleep? Langhua smiled, and she saw her yawning repeatedly. I'll be with you all night. Just call me if you want some water. Yao Ling turned around and went back to lie on the bed next door. Sister Yu told her not to leave all night. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. She opened her eyes and looked at the roof of the shack. Sister Yu, do you have a man you like? No. Then you are so pitiful. Yao Ling said regretfully. Do you have it? Langhua asked knowingly. Yes. Su is the man I like. Yao Ling said happily. He said that when he likes someone, he wants to have children with them. I just want to give him a child. Wolf Moon is silent. She also wants to give birth to a child for him. Is this love? She doesn't think so. Ever since he scolded her last time, the idea of giving birth to a child for him took root in her heart. He is the highest-ranking man in the Xuanniao tribe, and he can make a person live or die with just one word. Like a god. As long as she became his woman and had his child, she would never be harassed or bullied again, and she would be the second most important person in the Xuanniao tribe after him. But she knew clearly that this was impossible. A man who wants to send himself to the slave pile, even though he seems to have forgotten that incident, it is impossible for him to like himself no matter what. But she doesn't care, regardless of whether he likes her or not. She could even force him to give her a child. but she sadly discovered that there was almost no possibility for her to get close to him. He was always accompanied by guards, day and night. But, Ling, are you asleep? Manhwa asked after taking a deep breath. No, sister Yu, do you want some water? Yao Ling said in a dazed voice. I need your help. Lang Yu's eyes sparkled. Will you help me? Chapter 98, She Dares Not to Sleep. Chief, if I die, can the high-level slaves be passed on to my brother? Xiong Tong lay on the bed and hummed, and immediately spoke when he saw the clan leader come in. You can't die, Yao Yu said unhappily. Under the leaves he applied to his waist and hips was medicine specifically for treating external wounds. She still has great confidence in her medicine-making skills. Besides, only those who have made contributions to the tribe can become high-level slaves of our Xuanniao tribe. What contributions has your brother made? Or, what can he contribute? My brother. Xiong Tong hesitated for a long time, but couldn't figure out what he could do. It seems that he can only tinker with some stone tools, but the messenger of God has already set his sights on that bronze tool. Will he be interested in him? He still said with a brave face. He can get some stone tools. Does it count? He can make those fine stone tools? Yao Yu asked back. You're not lying to me, are you? That's not what he said when I asked him. What did he say? Xiong Tong asked in panic. He said he didn't know anything, so I didn't care. Yao Yu thought for a while and said. She was a little impressed when the guy stared at her and was slapped in the face. No, his stone tools are very good. Xiong Tong endured the pain and pointed to the stone axe on the side. My stone axe was made by him. Yao Yu picked it up and his eyes lit up. This stone axe is not as rough and heavy as the ones used by the tribesmen. Not only is it smaller, but its surface is smoother and its blade is sharper, making it obviously easier to use. The messenger of God also told everyone to grind the stone tools and make them smaller, and everyone did so. Although it is much more useful, it is far less powerful than Xiong Tong's stone axe. The envoy of God values you very much. Take good care of your injuries. Let me use the stone axe. Yao Yu picked up the stone axe and turned away. Gu, I appoint you as the Minister of Industry of the Xuanniao tribe. Su Yi called Yao Gu to his side and said solemnly. Ministry of Industry? Yao Gu scratched his head. What is that? Don't worry about it. Your task now is to take them to get the stone tools. Su Yi pointed at a few people waiting not far away. Can I not go? Yao Gu lowered his head slightly and asked cautiously. Lian asked me to fix the loom. Aren't those carpenters the ones who made the loom? They came to me because they couldn't fix some minor details. Yao Gu said, I also participated in the last improvement of the loom, but I didn't ask them to tell you. God's messenger, there is a tear in my woman's fur pants. Sui heard that this guy wanted a reward. Would primitive people be so reserved? Go find Lian later and make your request. Should I still make stone tools? Yao Gu said, if you let me make them, I'll put down what I'm doing. No, you continue to work on the loom. Su Yi said, but I have decided that you will be the Minister of Industry. I don't want to be one. Su Yi saw the hesitation on his face. The minister will have extra rewards. When you have more people under you, you don't have to work. You don't want to work? Yao Gu was surprised. Then I won't work. I want to work. Okay, you can work and be a minister at the same time. Is that okay? Then the minister will be patrolling at night? I, a woman, dare not sleep alone. No patrol. Then I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, you can find someone else. Sui watched him walk away in a straight line and exclaimed in his heart, what a guy. The small Xuanniao tribe is full of talented people. Yao Ying, the playboy king of the sea, Yao Gu, the doting maniac, and Yao Li, who follows the witch all day long. The three of them actually have the same ancestor. When Yao Gu reached the door of the nest where Yao Lian was working, he finally understood what the messenger meant by, just make any request. Lian, there's a hole in my woman's pants, and the messenger of God asked me to come find you. Looking at Yao's serious face, Yao Lian couldn't help but chuckle. Should I reward you with a new one? Or should I fix the hole? The messenger of God said to make a request, so it should be okay for me to have a new one, right? Yao Gumu asked. Okay, come pick it up in 2 days. Yao Gu grinned, turned and left. He has to work hard and get more clothes for his woman. Xiong Nin looked at the nest surrounded by guards, his heart beating fast. I looked around and was relieved to find that the big guy was not there. My scalp still hurts a little when I think of him now. What does the angel of God want us to do? I don't know. What about you? I don't know either. Several people were whispering to each other, but Xiong Nin didn't understand a word they said. However, he saw that no one was panicking, so it shouldn't be a big deal. It was unknown what the messenger of God and the patriarch were talking about. Their eyes kept glancing over at him, and every time they seemed to be looking at him. Could it be that Tong's matter implicated him? He tried to persuade him, but failed. He had known that the woman was not easy to deal with, but he insisted on going, and ended up being almost beaten to death. Well, hey, I'm calling you. Someone nearby nudged his arm. He looked up and found that the patriarch was waving at him. Just call him? Xuanniao, did you make this axe? As he approached, the female leader held up a stone axe for him to identify. He recognized it immediately. This was the weapon he had made for Tong. What a beast. You actually used a stone axe to attack that beautiful woman? How could he do that? Ouch, it must be very painful to be hit by this stone axe. No wonder Tong was beaten half to death. What's the point of just taking it out now and asking him to identify it? Xiong Tong swallowed his saliva and said, I built it, but I didn't let him use it to chop women. I asked him to chop down trees and beasts, but he actually chopped down people. Don't talk nonsense. Teach those people the craft of making this axe. Yao Yu gestured. When they can all make axes like this, you will be a high-level slave. Chief, I don't agree. Xiongnan refused sternly. This is a craft passed down from generation to generation in our clan, passed down to males only, not females. Do you want to die? Yao Yu interrupted him. She didn't expect him to refuse. I won't tell it even if I die. Xiongnan stretched his neck. Yao Yu had no choice but to tell Su Yi about the situation. Call 2 people over here, threaten them first. If threats don't work, beat them. If beating doesn't work, I have many other methods. The stone tools of the Xuanniao tribe had always been in the Paleolithic stage, and his simple suggestion did not play a revolutionary role. It will probably take some time for the tribesmen to figure it out on their own. Now that there are ready-made talents, they must be used for his benefit. He looked at the stone axe, which was beautifully constructed and worthy of being put in a museum. Chief, what do you want to call me for? Yao Li shouted in a hoarse voice, walking towards us from a distance. Xiongnan turned his head when he heard the voice. His scalp numbed, and he said in a lost voice, Don't let him come over. I'll pass it. I pass it on to both men and women. Don't let him pull me. Oh, here he comes. This guy is not afraid of death or pain. Su Yi smiled and sent Yao Li away. Before leaving, Yao Li glared at Xiongnan. The latter was frightened and trembled. As long as you teach wholeheartedly, you will not only be a high-level slave, but I will also make you a member of my Xuanniao tribe. It is possible that you will have a higher status in the future. But if you don't teach me well, I will cut you all over, tie you to a tree, and let the ants slowly suck your blood. After hearing this, Xiongnan no longer had any other thoughts in his mind. On one side, life is worse than death. On the other side, people are the best of the best. Teach by life. Chapter 99 Stone Bureau. The next day, Xiongnan found Yao Yu early in the morning and complained to her. Chief, I won't teach you anymore. They don't do what you ask? Yao Yu asked curiously. They tried to do it, but they are too stupid. Xiongnan sighed repeatedly. I taught them several times, but they still couldn't do it. What's wrong? Su Yi just came back from running and asked. He said our people are too stupid to learn. It's only been half a day. What? He doesn't want to teach anymore? Su Yi said unhappily. He has no patience at all. Tell him that if he can't do it once, he can do it twice, and if he can't do it twice, he can do it 3 times. I don't have any time requirements for him. Anyway, whoever teaches them will get a promotion that day. They are all smart people selected from the tribe. They have some tricks with stone tools. They are not as stupid as he said. Su Yi continued. Tell him clearly that if you teach one person, you will get a deerskin. You will get as many as you teach. After listening to Yao Yu's retelling, Xiongnan turned and left. You, after you eat, follow him and see how he teaches. He thought for a moment and said, Let's go together. In a corner of the cleared camp, several low-level slaves were stretching their necks and bending over. Xiong Tong sat in the middle, hammering and grinding. He taught very seriously, demonstrating as he went along. When Su Yi went over and saw that they were holding stones of different textures in their hands, he felt like crying but had no tears. What Xiongnan was holding in his hand was sandstone, which was easy to polish. In their hands, those tribesmen were holding stone tools that they had made earlier, which were very hard. You ask him to stop. Su Yi instructed. Xiongnan was working so hard that he didn't even notice the 2 people coming. Hearing Yao Yu's greeting, he came back to his senses and immediately stood up and saluted. Patriarch, God's messenger, why are you here? I'm not lazy. Su Yi asked someone for a piece of flint and handed it to Xiongnan. Tell him to grind this. When Xiongnan heard the request, he took the stone and started working. The stone in his hand has been carved into the shape of a stone axe, just right for grinding out a stone axe to open the eyes of the messenger of God. How could I miss the opportunity to show off in front of him? Su Yi was in high spirits, and sparks flew as he ground the stone. Xiongnan thought about it for a while and found something wrong. Bang! Under the gaze of everyone, Xiongnan suddenly stopped and slapped himself. Chief, I understand. I forgot to change the stones for them. The patriarch looked at him as if he were a fool, which made him feel a little ashamed. 5 days later, the Xuanniao tribe, under the Ministry of Industry, the Stone Tools Bureau is officially established today. Su-yi said solemnly. Now, please invite the first director of our Stone Equipment Bureau, Xuanniao, to come up to the stage and accept everyone's congratulations. A wooden platform that was knee-high. There were 4 guards standing upright at the 4 corners of the stage. On the stage, there is a wooden stake covered with animal skin in the middle, which serves as a table, giving it a full sense of ceremony. Xuanniao's face was flushed, and he walked towards the stage with unsteady steps. When passing by the guard, the other party immediately bowed to greet him. How impressive! What is the Stone Bureau? Director? No need to ask, it's definitely not simple. Look at this stage and these guards. They are all set up for him. Below was a sea of men, women, young and old, with burning gazes that made Xuanniao feel dizzy. Everyone must be curious. What is a director? I'm going to tell everyone now. The director is an official, a higher status than the tribesman. Xuanniao, he is not only a member of my Xuanniao tribe, but also the first registered official of my tribe. Every full moon, give out 2 rolls of linen and 2 pieces of animal skin. Clan members must respect officials. Anyone who dares to offend without reason will be punished according to clan rules. Su-yi's words immediately caused an uproar. The tribesmen below the stage were whispering to each other and making a lot of noise. No, looks like I still have to upgrade my chicken. The wolf howled in front of the crowd, looking enviously at the guy on the stage who was a low-level slave a few days ago. How come his status became higher than mine in the blink of an eye? Do you think he is majestic? Yaogu asked the woman with a slightly bulging belly in his arms. It's very impressive, the woman couldn't help but say as she looked at the stage. I am the minister. Yaogu said silently. Minister, what's wrong? The woman turned around and asked puzzled. 1 level higher than that director. Looking at the surprised expression of the woman in his arms, Yaogu couldn't suppress the smile. When the noise died down, Yaoyu came onto the stage carrying a tray covered with animal skin. On the plate was a wooden plaque that Yaogu had made overnight, on which Su-yi had carved 2 words with stone tool. When Su-yi solemnly held up the wooden sign with both hands and handed it to Xuanniao, his eyes rolled back and he fell backwards. Fortunately, there was a guard behind him who was quick to catch him. The inauguration ceremony of the first director of the Xuanniao tribe ended with the director fainting. Since then, the tribe's stone tools have been provided uniformly by the Stone Tool Bureau, and batches of new stone tools have gradually replaced the old stone tools in the hands of the tribe members. The people in the Stone Tools Bureau do nothing else every day and are solely responsible for the production and repair of stone tools. With the tools he made, a tree that would have taken 2 days to cut down can now be cut down in 1 day. Really? Let me try it too. No wonder he became the director. It would be great if I had this skill. The tribesmen found that the tools taken out by the Stone Bureau were easier to use. They saved a lot of effort in chopping trees and splitting vines. Everyone rushed to use them, and the tools did not stop even when people stopped. 5 days after taking office, Xuanniao still felt ashamed for fainting in front of everyone due to excitement that morning. Besides, every noble person has a very imposing manner, but he wants to greet everyone he sees. Now he is in charge of more than 10 people. Reach the pinnacle of life in 1 leap. Sitting in the nest built specifically for the Stone Age, Xuanniao felt that the air was sweet. After finishing the work in his hands, he put his hands behind his back and admired the 1/3 acre of land under his jurisdiction. When you step out of the nest, there is a sign as tall as a person standing next to the nest door. Xuanniao carefully picked up a leaf hanging on it. On the sign were the words written by the messenger of God himself, Stone Bureau. Although he didn't know the 3 words, he understood the meaning of the brand. The messenger of God said that this was the first licensed department of the Xuanniao tribe, and the gods had left their mark on it. As the first director, his soul will go to heaven after his death. Recently, Yaoyu noticed that something was very wrong with Ling. Although she still lived with him at night, she always felt that she was hiding something from him. It seemed that she had changed since that day when I sent her away and had a secret meeting with the messenger of God. During the day, when he doesn't play with me, he hangs out with Wolf Moon. Sister Yu, shall we go help Lien collect silkworm cocoons? Okay. Looking at the 2 people playing in the distance, she felt sad. No, I must get to the bottom of this tonight. Chapter 100. It's not fun at all. At the request of the messenger of God, mulberry trees were preserved in large groups. Why did you choose this when it's all black? I don't want the rotten ones either. Xiao Lu, you did a great job. Everyone come over and see, and choose according to her standards. I'm telling you again, Choose the round, white ones, don't choose anything else. Wow, Lian, you manage so many people. Yao Ling saw the person talking under the tree and ran over screaming. Are you going to be the director too? The messenger of God asked me to be the director of the textile bureau. When Yao Lian saw that the person who came was Ling, she thought that you had come too. She looked over and saw it was Langyue. She smiled and nodded. Langyue was surprised and quickly smiled back. How about I go back to Su and ask for a position as director for 2 days? Yao Ling asked. Is it fun to be a director? It's not fun at all, Yao Lian said calmly. Although I can manage people, if there is a problem in the textile bureau, it is my responsibility. Oh, then I won't be one anymore. Yao Ling thought for a while and said. She turned around and saw that everyone was carrying a small basket. She immediately became interested. Lian, I want one too. Yao Lian took the one from her arm and handed it to her. Seeing Langyue, who was silent behind Ling, she said, Langyue, do you want to collect cocoons too? Langyue forced a smile and nodded. Xiao Lu, give your basket to Langyue. Yao Lian waved to the younger girl who was closest to them. Run once and come back to get another one. Although Xiao Lu is young, he works very efficiently. The small basket in his hand was already half filled with white silk cocoons. She was unhappy to see that the fruits of her labor were to be given to others. He handed the basket to Langyue angrily, muttered something, and turned away. Ling and Lian were already walking away, talking and laughing. Langyue took a deep breath and followed. Xiao Lu said that he was also a low-level slave, so why should he be able to stay with the adults? Yes, why should she? Is it because of Yao Ling's kindness towards me? That night, she carefully told Ling that she also liked the messenger of God. She was not surprised at all. She said that many women in the tribe liked the messenger of God. She hoped she could help distract the guards. And he promised that he would never harm the messenger of God, and that he only wanted one child. As a result, Ling told her that only Yao Yu could mobilize the guards around the messenger of God, and her orders were useless. Ling assured herself that no one would bully her anymore. From that day on, she took her out to play every day. It's great to be a woman who is God's messenger. Ling doesn't need to work. It should be said that she works everywhere. She is respected wherever she goes. These days, she has even more free time than when she was the daughter of the Black Wolf leader. Those annoying guys didn't dare to come to Ling and harass her. But, as Xiao Lu just said, she is still a low-level slave. What's the point of her being pretty? God made sure that he would not even look at himself. If it weren't for Ling, she might not have had the chance to talk to the female director in front of her. It's not that she hasn't thought about improving her status through her own labor. She is willing to work hard. You can do more work than others and do more tiring work. But she knew that as long as Ling was not around, the group of flies that had left would fly back. Even though he was the father of a member of the Xuanniao tribe, he could not drive them away or chase them away completely. They won't stop until someone possesses her and she gets pregnant. She regretted that she shouldn't have hurt Yao Yu in such a fit of anger. But sometimes she just couldn't control her heart. Just like now, she wanted to throw the basket in her hand and turn away. But she resisted the urge. She knew that by doing this, she might feel comfortable, but Ling would definitely be sad. She didn't want to make her unhappy. Sister Yu, please follow us quickly. Lian will teach us how to choose good silk cocoons. Yes, come here quickly. Yao Lian also turned around and smiled. Lang Yu smiled and quickly followed. I'm coming. Look, you can't choose the yellow one. And this one is all contaminated, so it's hard to spin. This one is the same. If the worm inside is rotten and the cocoon is black, you can't choose it. Yao Lian earnestly told the two of them some of the experiences she had accumulated over the past few days. The unhappy things have been put behind him, and Langyue listened seriously. Yao Ling was so impatient when she heard this that she couldn't help herself. Lian, isn't it just taking it back from the tree? Why is it so troublesome? You can't just do it casually. Yao Lian said. Yeah, it's all white. It would be so ugly if the black was mixed in. Langyue couldn't help but say. Sister Yu, let's go. We won't collect silkworm cocoons anymore. It's not fun at all. Yao Ling handed the basket back to Lian and pulled Langyue away. Langyue hurriedly took off the tools from his arms. You, if you want to get silkworm cocoons, you can come to me. I'm just short of people here. Yao Lian looked at Langyue and said, I can help you fend off those messy people, so you can do your work with peace of mind. Langyue was surprised. Why does she know her current situation? Collecting silkworm cocoons is meaningless. Yao Ling had already taken a few steps with Langyue. Let's go see Xuannan's stone grinder. He's really interesting. You can come to me if you've made up your mind. Yao Lian said gently. I see. Thank you. Langyue said as he retreated. Sister Yu, are you going to get some cocoons? Yao Ling asked in confusion after they walked away. Didn't you say you don't like meaningless things? Ling, Now I just want to find a safe place to work hard and improve my status. Why do you always want to improve your status? Yao Ling said sullenly. You are my friend. Who dares to bully you? Manhwa shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then you should listen to me and tell Su that you like him and want to have a baby with him. That guy won't reject someone as beautiful as you. Then we can play together again and don't have to do boring things. No, I won't go. Manhwa shook his head fiercely. It's been so long since the incident happened, he might have forgotten about it a long time ago. Yao Ling said carelessly. No, I still remember the look in his eyes. Manhwa said disappointedly. He hates me. Well, it's a pity that I can't help you. Yao Ling said regretfully. Why don't we ask Sister Yu for help? She can call the guards away. No, Manhwa cried out. I don't know how to face her. And will Yao Yu be willing to share her man with others like Ling? Not necessarily. One is jumping around, the other is worried. When Xuanniao saw the two people coming in, he immediately put down the work in his hands. Bear, what interesting things do you have here? Take it out and let me see it. Xuanniao shook his head to indicate that he didn't understand. Yao Ling gestured again, and Xuanniao seemed to understand. The two watched Xuanniao bend down and search for a while, and when he turned around, he was holding two stones of different colors in his hands. Crack! He struck two stones together, and sparks flew immediately. Oh, this is fun! Yao Ling exclaimed. Show it to me now. After giving the stone to Yao Ling, Xuanniao turned around and went back to work. The tasks were numerous and tight, so he dared not be lazy. And eating without working is disrespectful to the gods. He discovered that the people of the Xuanniao tribe, including the messengers of God, never thanked the gods for their gifts before eating. As long as he expressed his gratitude secretly, the black bird god would soon see his sincerity. The two women had a lot of fun. They didn't notice that the sparks fell on the dry leaves of the shack. Chapter 101 Still wanna lie to me. Next, clean up this side and get this area out first. He pointed to the large area in front of him and said to Muchuan. I understand. Muchuan nodded in response. Wolf Howl, I'll leave this to you. Remember what I say next. He turned around and continued. Leave the trees within 10 steps of the river bank and only clear the low bushes. Have I made myself clear? Leave the trees by the river and cut down the bushes. Wolf Howl repeated. Okay, you just do it first. He waved his hand and sent the two away. Tiger King, take your people and gather the trees they cut down over there. He pointed to a cleared space. Cut off the branches and twigs and stack the trunks. They will be of great use in the future. After that, he emphasized, that area is now in your hands. Remember not to cause any sparks. If anything goes wrong, I will come after you. I promise nothing will happen. The Tiger King patted his chest and left. Lei Shan. Yi looked at the young man who stayed behind. Are you Lei Shan's son? Yes, Lord God's messenger. Take your people and gather the branches and pile them up in the open space over there. Yi gestured. You and your people are responsible for taking care of it. No sparks can be seen around there. If anything goes wrong, I'll find you. I understand. Lei Shan responded cautiously. Oh no, there's a fire, someone shouted. Put out the fire. Yi turned his head and looked at the smoke rising, shocked. They are now in the middle of the forest, and they might be wiped out. What are you standing there for? Come and help put out the fire. He shouted and rushed towards where the smoke was rising. Since entering here, he has been very careful about fire prevention. A bonfire requires digging a pit and piling up stones before it can be lit. This is especially true for keeping warm in the nest. In addition, when assigning tasks daily, emphasize them to everyone. With these repeated requests, how could a fire still break out? Don't let him know who it is. By the time he ran over, the fire had been put out. Looking at the big hole burned by the stone bureau, Su Yi's face was gloomy. What's wrong? Yao Yu ran over from the woods, panting, and saw the nest still emitting smoke. It's on fire. You, help me call Xiongnan over to ask what's going on. Su Yi said to Yao Yu. He won't set a fire, will he? Yao Yu said. Su Yi nodded. The fire was more likely an accident. Xiongnan, who had only recently become an official, had no motive to set the fire. However, it is not ruled out that he was harboring resentment and wanted to avenge his brother who was beaten. Yao Yu went around to the other side of the nest and saw Yao Ling with black ash on his cheeks. He immediately guessed the result. You did it again? Yao Yu asked seriously. Sister Yu, please save me. The panicked Yao Ling found her savior. The messenger of God asked people to prevent fire every day, but she ended up setting a fire. Did you really do it? Yao Yu asked in surprise. I didn't mean it. Yao Ling wiped his face darker. The messenger of God must be very angry, right? Now we know that he is a messenger of God. Hasn't he always been called Su? Yao Yu said with a smile. Xiongnan, come along too. The messenger of God wants to ask you some questions. Yao Yu left after saying this. Xiongnan looked at the black hole on the shack and sighed. He had known that these two people were up to no good, but they actually set off a fire in his stone bureau. Su Yi looked at the three people standing in front of him with their heads down and lost his temper. No one broke his rules. The fire was an accident. Yao Ling wanted something fun, and Xiongnan just gave her a flint. Could it be that the first time humans on Earth discovered how to start fire with flint was also because of a playful girl? Xiongnan, do you really not know that this stone can start a fire? Yao Yu asked at Su Yi's instruction. How would I know? Xiongnan felt that he was being suspected and was about to cry. How could I burn my own territory? Someone will help you fix it. Yao Yu looked at Su Yi and waved to let Xiongnan leave. The scene fell silent. Lord God's messenger, it was me who brought Ling to the stone bureau to play. Please punish me, Lang Yu said courageously. Su Yi looked at her face, which was as dark as Yao Ling's. You don't have to guess to know that it was Ling's idea. How could Lang Yu, a low-level slave, run around alone? It wasn't her, it was me. Yao Ling said quickly, I'll do whatever you assign me from now on, and I won't play around anymore. Can you please spare us this time? He said as he stepped forward and hugged Su Yi's arm. Lang Wei, go and get busy. Su Yi said to Lang Wei seriously, you're just about to tell others that you're lying. Lang Wei hesitated to speak and walked away, looking back every few steps. He shook his arms and raised his dark little face. Su baby, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. I'm always so quick to admit my mistakes. Yao Ling muttered, I'm afraid you will hit me. When did I hit you? Su Yi was puzzled. That night, you beat Sister Yu until she cried. Yao Ling said a little fearfully. When? That night, we had a loud fight, and you still wanted to lie to me. Yao Ling looked as if he saw through her. Yao Yu snorted and walked away with a red face. Su Yi smiled and rubbed Yao Ling's hair. Are you not hurt? My hand is burned. Yao Ling raised her hand, and there was a red spot on the back of her hand. Does it hurt? It didn't hurt just now, but it started hurting when you asked. I'll see if you dare to make trouble next time. Su Yi took the back of her hand and blew on it. If you have nothing to do, go to the textile bureau to help out. Don't run around everywhere. Just follow you first. I won't. Yao Ling refused. There are so many places I haven't visited yet. Besides, she still has to help Lang Wei. Although you didn't do it on purpose, what you did is not a small crime. Su Yi said seriously, if you don't obey, I'll tie you up and throw you in jail. Is prison scary? Yao Ling could tell that prison was not a good place. You don't want to go. Su Yi was helpless. God's messenger, my people have found something strange. Please come and take a look. Mu Chuan ran over with a terrified look on his face. I'll be there right away. He turned around and stared at Yao Ling. Go find you. Don't run around. Seeing Su Yi leave, Yao Ling turned around and ran to find Lang Yu. She had to tell her that she wouldn't be able to accompany her for some time. You're willing to stay and help me? Yao Lian said happily. That's great. I also want to thank you for being willing to keep me. Lang Wei said gratefully. Working in the textile bureau, he enjoys the same treatment as the Xuanniao people in terms of food and accommodation. By the way, I haven't finished listening to the requirements for selecting silkworms you just mentioned. Then I'll say it again. Yao Lian smiled. In fact, I just recently summed up some experience, and a lot of it was told to me by the messenger of God. Can an envoy of God do this? I'm also very surprised. He seems to know everything. Yao Lian exclaimed. He can talk about everything from the sky to the river. Have you ever heard him talk about it? Yes, he had just come down from the sky not long ago, and he took us fishing. Lang Wei didn't realize that Yao Lian had been talking to her as an equal and didn't treat her as a slave. What Mu Chuan and his friends found was actually a piece of jade. To be exact, it's a piece of agate the size of a head. Under the shell that was accidentally opened, there was a large area of red. How much would this sell for in modern times? Anything you make would be a family heirloom. Su Yi rubbed his palms. God's messenger, the center of the earth is bleeding. Should we continue to clean it up? Mu Chuan said in panic. Chapter 102 Then tie me up. This is not Earth's heart bleeding. This is a divine object bestowed by the blackbird god to communicate with us. It cannot be touched lightly by anyone other than a virtuous person. Su Yi pretended to close his eyes and raised his hands. It wasn't long before he opened his eyes. As he expected, the tribesmen around him had already knelt in a circle. This thing is called jade. It will bring good fortune to our tribe, not disaster. Quick, go to the river and wash your hands. Make sure they are clean. Carefully carry it to the nest where the statue is placed. Su Yi clasped his hands together and bowed devoutly again. If you find a stone like this in the future, be sure to inform me, wash your hands, and then carry it to the statue. Su Yi instructed. Who found this stone? Lord God's messenger. It's me, a young man said cautiously. For discovering the sacred object, I will reward you with a set of linen clothes. Su Yi said, go find Yu Lian to claim it after that. Thank you, Lord God. The young man was very surprised. He accidentally dug out something red on the ground and thought he had offended the gods and would lose his life, but it turned out that the thing was actually a divine object. Not only is the person safe, but there is also a reward to be received. The tribesmen around him all looked at the young man with envy, and Muchuan was no exception. He still wears animal skins. What a lucky guy. Kakawa, what are those people over there doing? Yao Lian and the others? They seem to be collecting silkworm cocoons. Oh, Sui muttered, this mulberry tree looks very unique. This patch of mulberry trees was different from what he remembered, and he couldn't recognize it at first. You guys keep busy, I'll go over there and take a look. Sui turned around, thinking of what just happened and turned back to remind him, be careful not to start a fire by smashing the rocks, be careful. Yes. Muchuan nodded in response. Hidden among the green trees are more than a dozen women collecting silkworms. Some were dressed in animal skins and others in dresses woven from leaves. The skin and green leaves are intertwined and hazy. They chatted and laughed with each other, picking up silk cocoons and throwing them into the baskets in their arms. Ah, it's the Lord of God. Hello, Lord God's messenger. When they saw him, they all bowed and greeted him, each speaking in a charming voice. Hello, are you tired of doing this? Sui asked gently. We're not tired at all. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Can you eat and drink well? Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern, said a bolder one. We are all from the Xuanniao tribe, but we do different things. Sui said with a smile. People who work hard are great. After hearing Sui's words, all the women's faces flushed with excitement. They really want to give birth to children for the man in front of them. Sui sensed something was wrong. He is no match for them. Where did Jialin go? Sui changed the subject. The director and the newcomer are over there. Someone pointed in a direction. Sui immediately fled. He wondered whether he should bring Yali with him when he went out next time. It was too dangerous. You learn so quickly. They have to make many mistakes before they can distinguish good from bad. No. Two people were talking among the trees. Sui recognized Yao Lian's voice immediately. It was soft and gentle. The other voice was not loud and could not be heard clearly. Through the layers of green leaves, I could barely see half of the profile of the face. Absolutely a beauty. Sui immediately gave his evaluation in his mind. Carefully push aside the branches in front of you. His angle is amazing. There are only 4 words in my mind. Beautiful girl with a bent waist. Looking again, she is half a head taller than Lian, so her legs must be very long. It's amazing. The best canon. Female tribesman. Why are you hiding here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Why is it Ling's voice? Shouldn't she follow you to collect herbs? Ling is here. Lian's voice. Su wants to tie me up, so I can't accompany you. When was he going to tie her up? This little goblin has also learned to lie. Are you sure you want to work here? Yes, I have decided. Lian, you have to help me take good care of Sister Yu. When Su lets me go, I will come to play with you guys every day. Sister Yu. At this moment, the woman just changed direction. A face appeared completely in Suyi's sight. But she seemed to have noticed something, and Sui immediately squatted down. Wolf Moon. She is actually Wolf Moon. The sexual desire in Suyi's heart was wiped out. What should Jiao Yu do if he carries Lang Wei to bed by himself? Will she hate herself? Are the two of them not going to fight? The two of them? What a bad fate. What a pity. The best female tribesmen can only be given to others. Sui bent over and crouched, tiptoeing towards the camp. You, what are you looking at? Yao Lian followed her gaze and found nothing. It seems like there's something looking at me over there. Lang Yu looked around. There are only us and the silkworms here. All the wild animals have been scared away, said Yao Ling. Am I feeling wrong? Lang Wei tilted his head. The sun sets and the sunset glows like fire. Sui sat on the wooden stake at the door, thinking about things in the north. Xiong Tong and his people claimed to be a civilized race, but based on their description, he guessed that they were not in the core circle in the north. Their territory was more to the south. I guess he is also a barbarian in the eyes of those people. Right now, things have begun to unfold here, and the team heading north should set off after Xiong Tong recovers from his injury. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a sneaky figure. Ling, come here. I'll give you some candy. What is sugar? Yao Ling asked without any doubt. Sui saw her coming and grabbed her arm. Have you ever seen what it looks like to be tied up? I've seen it. Yao Ling didn't struggle. Have you seen it? Yeah. When the eagle was tied up, he looked like a live caterpillar. Ha. Yao Ling covered her stomach and laughed, unable to straighten her waist. By the way, it was you who gave the order to tie him up. Ha. Sui thought of that distant night and felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Seeing her smiling happily, he was also in a good mood. Ling, that's not a bolt. That's a bundle. What is a bolt? Like pulling a sheep. That's the way to tie it up. It seems quite fun, so you can tie me up. Sui looked up at her innocent eyes, not knowing how to respond. To tie or not to tie? Chapter 103. She won't lie to me. What are you two talking about? You're laughing so happily. Yeah, you came back from outside carrying a backpack. Yao Ling smiled and said, we are talking about the Yaoing caterpillar. By the way, I'll take Ling away first. Yeah, you didn't even take off the backpack. He pulled Yao Ling up and left. I have something to ask her. Suyi's hands were empty and he failed to grab the item. Then come over later. I have something to ask you too. Sui said seriously. The brother has raised his head several times today, and he decided to test Yao Yu's level in the evening. See if she has improved. What's the matter? Yao Yu looked at Sui warily. The expressions of the messengers of God are sometimes unbelievable. He can say things that make people blush in a very serious manner. Last time you said you would let me rest for a few days. Are you going to go back on your word? You'll know when you get here. Remember to take a shower. You just want to. Yao Yu said fearfully, I won't come. I'll give you the feather later. Anyway, one of you two has to come. Sui showed a harmless smile. You can come together. What are you talking about? Yao Ling seemed to understand. It has nothing to do with you. Follow me first. Tell me, what are you hiding from me? Yao Yu asked while sitting down. Yao Ling stood awkwardly in front of her. No. Yao Ling answered with her head raised, while secretly observing Yu's expression. She didn't know why she was always afraid of Yu. Obviously, when she was the patriarch, I was not so afraid of her. You're lying. Yao Yu raised his voice. Are you going to tell me or not? Otherwise, I won't help you next time you get into trouble. Sister Yu, if you ask me with a smile, I will tell you. Yao Ling said cowardly. Yu, I'm sorry. Yu was too fierce. She didn't dare not say anything. Yao Yu smiled and said, Ling, then tell me your secret. This matter is related to Sister Yu. I say you can't bully her. Yao Ling said weakly. The two of them hang out together every day, so of course she knows it has something to do with Lang Yu. But what does Lang Wei want to do? Ling thinks everyone is a good person, just in case she is deceived by Lang Wei. Seeing Yao Yu's bad face, Yao Ling still insisted, if you want to bully her, I won't tell. Is it related to the messenger of God? Yao Yu asked tentatively. Seeing her nod, Yao Yu stood up. Ling herself would definitely not harm the messenger of God. But it is possible to be deceived by lies and do bad things. Come on, since you won't tell me, let's go see the messenger of God. Yao Yu grabbed Ling and left. No. Yao Ling said in panic, isn't it enough that I told you? Don't make that expression. Seeing her grabbing her hair randomly, Yao Yu took a deep breath and pulled her to sit down slowly. Sister is not angry, please speak slowly. Yao Ling calmed down and said, Lang Yu asked me to help call the guards away. Hearing this, Yao Yu's eyebrows jumped. Guard called away? Fortunately, she had ordered them not to obey her orders. At that time, I was mainly afraid that she would invite others to cause trouble, but now it seems that it was the right decision. She said she wanted to give birth to a child for Su. Yao Ling continued. Yao Yu thought he had heard it wrongly, giving birth to a child? The guard was called away to give birth to a child? Yes. Yao Ling nodded. What else? You were deceived by her. Without guards, relying on the gods to help you, two of them can't beat one wolf moon. Can he beat you? Yao Ling was puzzled. You can't beat Lang Wei? I was hit. Yao Yu said helplessly, God's messenger. How could he possibly beat me? Anyway, you've been deceived. Wolf Moon might be holding a grudge against the divine envoy because the Black Wolf tribe was destroyed. No. Yao Ling said firmly, Sister, you won't lie to me. Okay. Even if what you said is true. Yao Yu said, why didn't she go directly to the envoy? Why did she go secretly? It's all because of you. He threatened Lang Wei like this. Yao Yu was surprised. Why didn't he tell me? Who knows you too? Yao Ling curled her lips. So you just help her, otherwise those stinky men will pester her every day. Sister Yu, just think about it. A group of men waiting for you to give birth to a child. How terrible it is. How dare they? Yao Yu couldn't help but say, I'll kill them. Low-level slaves cannot kill people. Yao Ling continued. Yao Yu looked at Ling seriously, thought for a moment, and said, go call her over, and I'll talk to her. Really? Yao Ling said happily. Go quickly. Yao Yu nodded. Sister Yu, you were so nice. Yao Ling kissed Yao Yu on the face, then turned around and ran away. Yao Yu touched the place where he was kissed and felt strange. Lang Wei was lying in the shack for the female workers in the textile bureau, quietly listening to the noises of the women playing around her. She had never felt so at ease since she became a low-level slave. Touching the new clothes next to my head, I couldn't suppress the joy in my heart. This was delivered personally by Director Yao Lian after I came back in the evening. She seemed to know how badly her fur skirt was worn. In fact, she also has a long skirt, which is her favorite dress. I washed it clean, but I didn't dare wear it out. The clothes Lian gave her were completely different from what she had worn before. Even the seams are the same as that skirt, not abrasive at all. She must work hard to repay Lian for her help. Can we see your new clothes? Several women gathered around. If you want to see it, go ahead. She didn't want to give it to him, but she still handed the clothes over. She was no longer the chief's daughter. She was now a low-level slave. No, we heard you had a skirt, a woman said. They had worked for Yao Lian before, so they naturally knew the whereabouts of the skirt. This is what's wrapped in the animal skin you brought today, right? Let's take a look. Langwei hesitated for a while and nodded. Be careful. Seeing several women tearing off the animal skins in a hurry, Langwei couldn't help but remind them. Wow, this is it. It's so pretty. Director Yao Lian has been doing this for several days. Come on, let me try. I want one too. I want one too. Wolf Moon, let's give it a try. They took turns putting it on and taking it off. The skirt was dragged on the ground and got dirty. Langwei was becoming more and more irritated. If I had known, I wouldn't have let them take it out. Sizzle. The sound of cloth being torn. Long Yue's eyes turned red as he looked at the piece of cloth held in someone's hand. Why is it that wherever she goes, people always bully her? It was accidentally broken, a woman said with a smile. Renwan, you did it on purpose, said another woman. Shut up. After saying that, Renwan turned her head and met Lang Yu's eyes and was shocked. Why are you glaring at me? Renwan said. I didn't mean it. Do you still want to hit me? I kill you. Wolf Moon growled. He pounced on her like a leopard and pinned the woman to the ground. Two hands tightly wrapped around her neck. The sudden change scared the others. Everyone immediately hurriedly pulled the two people away. Langwei, if you kill someone, you must pay with your life. Yeah, let her go. She couldn't breathe. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a dirty white skirt being trampled underfoot by everyone. Huh? Pay with your life. Chapter 104. Get her in. The noise from next door startled Yao Lian, who was already lying down. She immediately stood up and ran over. Just as he reached the door, a subordinate came out towards him, and the two almost bumped into each other. What's wrong? Yao Lian asked with dignity. Director, Lang Yu has gone crazy. She wants to kill Renwan. Yao Lian was surprised. She pushed away the people blocking the entrance of the nest and rushed in. A bunch of people were crowded together. Langwei rode on Renwan and strangled her neck tightly. No matter how people around you pull you back, you won't let go. Get out of here, Yao Lian shouted. The crowd dispersed. Yao Lian walked over quickly and squatted next to Lang Yu. Her hair is messy. There were many fingerprints and scratches on the arms and neck. Tell me if you have any grievances, and I'll help you punish her. Yao Lian reached out and gently pinched her wrist. Don't be impulsive, okay? It's just a skirt. Yao Lian listened to the whispers around her and quickly understood the whole story. I'll make you a better-looking one later. When Langwei saw the person coming, he slowly let go of his hand. The person under him immediately started coughing violently. Sister Yu, I have good news for you. Yao Ling jumped in happily, but was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. This is too much. They actually ruined Sister Yu's beautiful dress. I remember. Yao Ling covered his forehead and thought hard. The envoy of God has stipulated that if you borrow something, you must return it. You have to pay for the damaged items, Yao Lian reminded. Yeah. Yao Ling put her hands on her waist and pointed at a few people. You guys should compensate Sister Yu for her skirt. Su said that she couldn't bully others by taking advantage of her power. This time she is right. The women were so frightened that they dared not utter a word. They also didn't expect Renwan to ruin her skirt. Forget it, Langwei said quietly. No, Ling and Lian said in unison. I'll make you another one. Yao Lian said. Renwan deliberately damaged the Wolf Moon skirt. I don't want people like her in the textile bureau. Ask her father to come over tomorrow to discuss how to compensate you. Listen up, all of you. Do your job well, or get out of here. Yes, Director. Several people bowed quickly to greet him. There are many people who want to join the textile bureau, and they don't want to be driven away without any reason. Sister Yu, come with me. He wants to see you, Yao Ling said, pulling Lang Yu. Wolf Moon was depressed, with a flash of retreat in his eyes. However, she couldn't refuse the patriarch's summons. Nian, we're leaving first. Yao Ling waved her hand and pulled Langwei away. In the night, nests of all sizes are scattered around. Guards in teams of 5 patrol back and forth. A team of guards approached and saw that it was Ling. The leader bowed slightly to greet him. Yao Ling waved and greeted happily. You knows our secret. After everyone left, Yao Ling said carefully, if I don't tell her, she will tell the envoy. You won't blame me, right? I don't blame you. Langwei patted her hands. As long as we two are friends, I will have to face the tribe leader sooner or later. There was a slight tingling sensation on my arms, caused by the scratches from the women who pulled me. I was impulsive again. I just didn't think about how sad my father would be if I died. Under the moonlight, there stood a figure. When he saw the two of them, he immediately came over to greet them. It wasn't until his arm was grabbed that Lang Wei reacted. Chief. From now on, just call me you. Looking at the woman in front of him with a gentle smile, Lang Yu's uneasiness gradually subsided. You, I. Don't say it. Yao Yu shook his head slightly. Hearing this, Lang Wei closed his mouth. The three of them returned to the nest together, and Yao Yu broke the silence. You, I heard from Ling that you just want a child, so do you want to be his woman? I just want a child, Lang Wei said quickly. She knew he wouldn't want her. Is that so? Then I can't help you, Yao Yu said. Yao Ling, who was listening in, asked in doubt. That's not what we said just now. Lang Wei lowered his head in frustration. You misunderstood, Yao Yu said. I know God's gift to me a little bit. If he possesses you, he will definitely keep you by his side and treat you as a family member. Yao Yu said seriously, you just want a child and don't like him. So why don't I give you a high-level identity and you can do whatever you want? How great. I actually. Yao Yu looked at Lang Yu's expression and smiled secretly. She already knew what she was thinking. The wolf moon is so beautiful, wouldn't the messenger of God like it? Won't. He is actually just like her brother. It's just that his brother is not picky about food, while the messenger of God likes to eat fine food. Lang Wei is so beautiful, it's a good opportunity to recruit her into the group. Ling, take you to the small waterfall over there. I'll go get the guards to stay away from the divine envoy's nest. Oh, take this with you. Hee, I have 2 sisters now. Let's see who dares to bully me in the future. Yao Ling took the leaf bag handed to her by Yu, and said happily. Lang Wei was dragged to the small waterfall by Yao Ling in a daze. There is a barrier woven from leaves surrounding the waterfall. What a great place. The splashes of water shattered the moonlight. Let the cool water fall on your body and all your worries will be washed away. Sui lay on the bed, his thoughts flying far away. Now is the time when we are building houses and reclaiming land, and we are in need of manpower. The eagles have been out for more than half a month. I wonder how many injured young and strong people in the tiger tribe have been saved. Given the primitive people's strong physique and use medicine, their survival rate should be quite high. I just don't know when I can come back. I forgot to give him a deadline. Go back. My brother's finger is still swollen. Please let him rest for a few more days. Inside the tiger tribe camp, there was a lot of activity under the campfire. Yao Ying, his squad leaders, and a few confidants each held a woman in their arms. Chief, I've told you many times, I'm not leader, call me captain. Yao Ying pulled his hand away from the woman's chest and hit the man on the head. Captain, I want a woman too, the man said carefully. Hold it for another night. I will take you to Rob again tomorrow. Yao Ying waved his hand. Oh. Captain. Everyone under the campfire howled in response. This feels so good. Do whatever you want. He brought medicine and food he had found along the way, and in one fell swoop he defeated more than 50 injured young and strong men from the tiger tribe. Unfortunately, several of them who suffered chest injuries did not survive. Otherwise, he would have more men under him. What the messenger of God said is absolutely correct. As long as they are given food and women, these guys are much more obedient than sheep in a pen. He was about to go back, but recently several groups of people came from the north. They all brought women and children with them. Obviously, they were migrants. He immediately set his sights on the tribe closest to them. The woman in his arms was abducted from that tribe. The skin is so tender that you can pinch water out of it. Wait. Seeing his men turning around, Yao Ying shouted, Are you the guy who didn't hit the target this morning? Yes, Captain. You want a woman when you haven't even hit the target? Yao Ying said impatiently. Practice well. I'll emphasize again that strength is the basis for survival. Looking at the confused looks in everyone's eyes, Yao Ying smiled and said, You don't understand, right? Everyone nodded. That's right, you don't understand. Yao Ying said proudly. He heard these words from the messenger of God, and he himself did not understand them. But it doesn't stop you from saying it out loud to scare people. Captain, what does that mean? Yao Ying thought about it and said profoundly. What it means is that no woman can get a man who has no ability. Oh, everyone suddenly realized. Captain, we have food, drink, and women. Why don't you do it yourself? Why do you have to go back? A man came closer and said that he heard that the slaves of the Xuanniao tribe lived a miserable life and had no meat to eat. Chapter 105, Divine Witch. You look honest, but you're actually full of bad intentions. Yao Ying raised his eyebrows and pushed the woman in his arms away. You want me to betray God's messenger? Yao Ying reached out and pinched the man's shoulder. No. The other party gasped in pain. If you ever hear me say something like that again, I'll chop off your head. Letting go of the man's shoulders, Yao Ying sat back down under the campfire in silence. Not being around the messenger of God does give me enough freedom. He can sleep with any woman he wants, and he can sleep with her whenever he wants. He has dozens of subordinates, and none of them disobeys him. Eat the best meat and wear the softest skin. But this kind of life lasted too long, and it didn't feel as reassuring as following the messenger of God. As for betraying God's messenger, he had never even thought about it. The Xuanniao tribe had only a few people at that time, but it was under the leadership of the messenger of God that they became so powerful today. Yaoing knew very well how capable he was. Without the messenger of God, there would be no Xuanniao tribe today. But without Yaoing, the Xuanniao tribe is still as powerful as ever. Captain, we should report the situation here to the Lord God. A squad leader beside him said, let him prepare early. Yes, something big happened in the north. So many people came here. Yaoing came back to his senses and said, this is all the territory of our Xuanniao tribe. We can't let them stay here for nothing. Then shall we go back? The squad leader asked carefully. He couldn't stay any longer. The woman he abducted was like a lump of wood, unlike the women in his tribe who tried every means to please him. And he was part of the guard. And the expressions on people's faces when they mentioned the guard always satisfied him. Rob them again tomorrow, and then go back. Yaoing stretched out his hand again. I just thought of the thin woman in my tribe. No one will bully her when I'm not around, right? My sister should take care of her. We are all people under the protection of the god of Nando. We should have united long ago. Then who will be the leader of our alliance? Of course we are the most populous deer tribe. What's the point of having so many people in your deer tribe? Were they robbed by the barbarians a few days ago? That's better than your lizard tribe, who only brought a few women. Under the campfire, several tribal leaders were arguing with each other. In the end, only the strongest lizard tribe and the most intact deer tribe were left to contend with each other. Chief Hua, who do you support as the leader of the alliance? The leader of the Hua tribe shook his head and said, I don't support anyone. I will obey the orders of whoever the gods choose. God, the gods have ascended to heaven long ago. How can we know God's instructions? Said the leader disappointedly. Everyone be quiet. The leader of the Hua tribe stood up and said, come here, call the witch. Several young and strong men obeyed the order and walked into a towering nest in a line. A witch. The witch is still here. He is lying. The witch has already ascended to heaven. The leader of the deer tribe said firmly. The Hua tribe wants to use a fake witch to deceive us. Chief Lu, be careful with your words, said the leader of the Hua tribe, lowering his eyes. At this time, the sound of jingling copper bells accompanied by chanting came out. The deer leader, who was about to retort, immediately shut his mouth. Lang Yue was wearing Yu's clothes and was led to the entrance of Su Yi's nest by Yao Ling with a smirk on his face. She was still a little dazed along the way. You said he would definitely like her. But she still couldn't help but worry. She felt a push from behind. It was Yao Ling urging her on. He gritted his teeth and lifted the curtain blocking the door. I approached the bed quietly, my heart almost jumping out of my chest. The person on the bed suddenly reached out and grabbed it. She subconsciously slapped it away. You baby, stop it. He didn't even open his eyes. Besides, it was pitch black and I couldn't see clearly even with my eyes open. She must have thought she could scare herself like last time. Come, let me make your mind broader. She didn't understand what he said, but he was calling another person's name. Lang Yue felt a pang in her heart, but it didn't matter. She hoped he would keep his eyes closed. When the hand reached for her again, she straightened up and faced it. An unprecedented strange feeling instantly spread throughout her body, and she immediately covered her mouth. Huh. Doubts flashed through Su Yi's mind. No, it's obviously not you if it's this big. He sat up suddenly. The moonlight slants into the house. In the dim light, Su Yi saw clearly that the person standing beside the bed was Lang Yu. She hunched over slightly and covered her mouth with one hand. Where is you? Why you? Su Yi asked subconsciously. He regretted it after asking. There was no way that Lang Yu could come to him quietly. Who else could have gotten rid of the guard besides you? It must have been her who instructed it. No one knows me better than Yao Yu. Lang Yue looked at the alienation in the eyes of the person on the bed, and a feeling of loss instantly filled his heart. Wait a minute. Su Yi came back to his senses and found that Lang Yu had turned around and was about to leave. He immediately jumped off the bed and grabbed her. Where are you going? Lang Yue said in a trembling voice. I'll go find low-level slaves and give birth to children for them. Is that okay? She broke away from him and walked out of the house. Su Yi immediately took big steps to catch up with her and put his arms around her slender waist from behind. In fact, I have already had my eyes on you. How could I bear to let you go? The person in his arms stopped struggling. You're lying to me, aren't you? I never lie. Then tell me, when did you fall in love with me? That's not a good answer. Then you are lying to me. With mutual consent, the two successfully talked their way to bed. Lang Yu seemed like a different person when he got to the bed. He took the initiative and pressed Su Yi under him. Su Yi tried his best, but couldn't move, so he decisively gave up struggling. Let's see who begs for mercy first. Do you dare? Lang Yu looked down at Sui. She didn't believe that such a thin man could be so good in bed. She secretly looked at those tribesmen and saw that everything was over very quickly. I've never been afraid of anyone in bed. Sui felt that he was provoked again. When Lang Yu pulled down Sui's pants, he was startled. Sui saw her surprised expression and smiled. Under the moonlight, her cold face was slightly raised, and her eyes were filled with confusion and stubbornness. Under the clothes he lifted up, there were exquisite curves. Lang Yu regretted it again. He was completely different from his men, like a tireless bull. In the end, she didn't even have the strength to cover her mouth. Let him make all kinds of strange poses. Sui was also surprised at her perseverance. He just gritted his teeth and said nothing. Sister Yu, why is there no movement? Yao Ling yawned. I don't know. Yao Yu asked in confusion. What's wrong with that guy Sui? Is he only good when he bullies me? Ling, go and give it a try tomorrow night. Aha, I'm going to sleep. Call me when you hear any noise. Then I'll go to sleep too. I'll ask Ling what tomorrow. Chapter 106 is a miracle. The sunlight comes into the house and falls right on my face. Lang Yu, whose bed was covered with animal skins, could not help but frown and turn away. The sun is coming out? Oh no, I'm going to be late for work. I opened my eyes, and the remaining sleepiness disappeared. I propped myself up and sat up, only to feel a chill in front of me. Wow, so big and white. Ahem, you're awake. Two voices were heard, and Lang Yu discovered that Yu and Ling were sitting not far from the bed, staring at her chest. Lang Yu quickly pulled up the animal skin to cover himself. Yao Ling looked down at herself. Sister Yu, can I touch it? After seeing this, Yao Yu couldn't help but look down at himself. Lang Yu just shook his head. Just touch it. Yao Ling pestered. Sit down. Yao Yu ordered. Why did you kiss me yesterday? Why do you want to kiss me today? What's wrong with you? I just want to know how Sui feels. Yao Ling sat back, blinking. Can you be like him as a woman? I'll know how Sui feels once I touch her. Yao Ling turned her head to look at the person on the bed. I have to go to work. You will be punished if you are late. Lang Yu grabbed the neatly folded clothes beside the bed. Just pick it up and put it on. The messenger of God asked you to rest today. Yao Yu said, Lian has already been notified. You don't have to worry. The hand putting on the pants paused. Where did he go? Yao Yu smiled and said, he was called away after running a lap. He has a lot to do. The two of us will accompany you. Sui said you are the fourth member of our family and asked everyone to pay more attention to you. Hee. Our family. Yes, that's what Sui said. Yao Ling chattered. You are our family, and we are your family. Family members should care about each other and not quarrel. Oh. Seeing Lang Yu put on his clothes, he was about to get out of bed. Yao Yu, who had experience, immediately stood up and went forward to support her. Lang Yu also noticed something strange and felt very unnatural. Gave Yao Yu a look of gratitude. Sit down first. Someone will bring food soon. We have something else to ask you. Looking at the questioning looks of the two people sitting opposite him, Lang Yu couldn't help but get nervous. What do you want to ask? The two looked at each other, and Yao Ling spoke first. Why was it so quiet last night? Is God's messenger going to fail? Yao Yu continued. You too. Lang Yu felt his cheeks getting hot. The two men sat beside her, one on each side, each holding her arm. Yao Ling stretched out her evil little hand. You slapped him away. Explain. Captain, why do you want to send a few people ahead? You are the only one who has so many questions. Yao Shi, you tell him. Yao Ling gestured to the squad leader beside him. The messenger of God told them, but he had forgotten it. Yao Shi thought for a moment and said, the envoy of God said that the people sent out first are like our eyes with wings, and they can see the enemy and the crisis earlier than we can. The person asking the question nodded, looking as if he understood, but not quite. Report. A team member ran up to Yao Ling and stood in front of him. Explain. Captain, there's no one in the tribe ahead. No one is here. Yao Ling was puzzled. They were still here 2 days ago. Did you see clearly? I went into their camp and checked, and there was no one there. Yao Ling thought for a moment and said, there are a lot of them. No matter where they go, they will leave traces. We can find them. Walking in the front were 10 experienced team members. In the middle was a large force of 40 people led by Yao Ling. The rest followed with the furs and women. Among the 3 waves of people kept reporting back and keeping in touch. Yao Ling led the team forward in full accordance with the method taught by the messenger of God. Everyone started walking after finishing their morning training and walked until the sun was at its highest point. Except for a few short stops in the middle to wait for the team behind, it never stopped. Report. A team member ran back breathlessly, with a look of fear on his face. What's wrong? People. So many people. Much more than the total number of us in the Xuanniao tribe. The team member who reported gestured. Which tribe are you from? Yaoing asked. It's not just one tribe. The team members were shocked. At least more than 10 tribes. More than 10. Yaoing was shocked. So many people gathered in the Xuanniao tribe's territory, they must be doing something big. The team stays here and pays attention to patrolling. Yaoing ordered. Come on, go back and inform the people behind you to rest where they are. After giving the instructions, Yaoing followed the team members who were responsible for reporting the incident and ran forward. The deer leader knelt devoutly at the foot of the altar. He didn't expect that the witch was still alive. He was not taken away by the god of Nando. The people under the protection of the god of Southern Dipper gathered together under the guidance of the shaman. Lu Shou, our tribe has the largest population. Why should we listen to the instructions of the witch and submit to the Hua tribe? How many people are there in the Hua tribe? Shut up. The deer leader lowered his voice. Are you trying to kill yourself? How dare you question the witch under the altar? It was the god of the Southern Dipper who chose the Hua tribe, and the witch only conveyed God's instructions. On the high platform, the shaman chanted and performed a sacrificial dance. The bells jingled. Bonfires were burning all around, making crackling sounds. The deer chief looked at the god of the Southern Dipper held in the hands of the shaman and knelt down devoutly, not daring to be distracted in any way. There are 3 levels of platforms, and each level is filled with people kneeling. Yaoing took a quick glance and couldn't count them at all. There was a person covered in black cloth on the stage. He moved in strange and twisted ways, like a pheasant emerging from an eggshell. Yaoing couldn't help feeling nervous. Suddenly, the crowd raised their hands and chanted in unison. The sound is sometimes drawn out and sometimes rapid. Yaoing felt that the wind around him seemed to have stopped blowing. There was no sound from any bird or animal. It's a miracle. God has responded to them. The team member next to him stared with wide eyes and was about to kneel down. Yaoing also resisted the urge to lie down. Idiot, we are the people of the black bird god. He lifted up the person beside him. The messenger of God can communicate with God just by looking up, which is much better than them. Yaoing immediately asked everyone to leave. Those who disrupt the sacrificial rituals will be punished by heaven. No matter how brave he is, he wouldn't dare to bring people to cause trouble now. I must go back and tell the messenger of God. These newcomers can also communicate with gods. They were also kneeling together, so they must have a common totem. God said that disaster is not far away. The strange voice of the witch came from the nest. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the tribes outside the nest were all shocked. After the sacrifice, they were summoned together by the shaman. Why are there still disasters? Could it be that the Yin tribe still won't let us go? Everyone said in panic. The god of the Southern Dipper will protect us with his boundless power. Protect the people, provide them with food and clothing, and regulate the weather. And those lost tribes will be struck by disaster. A wizard in a black robe appeared in front of everyone, walking without any wind. He looked up at the sky and raised his hands. God said it would rain tomorrow, and after the rain we could loosen the soil and sow seeds. Everyone looked at the green divine object on the witch's chest in the setting sun and lowered their heads respectfully. Chapter 107 Collision. Rinzai frowned and looked at his crying daughter. There was a bruise on her neck, which was frightening. You said you were almost killed because you accidentally ruined your clothes? And because of this incident, you were kicked out by Director Lien? Yes, they are all in the same group and bully me together. Rinwan's eyes were red. Whose clothes did you ruin? Rinzai stood up angrily. He must seek justice from Lien. That Langyu, Rinwan said angrily. The director favors her and gave her a set of clothes as soon as she arrived. I have been working here for so long, and I don't even have one. You said Director Lien favors her? Rinzai asked doubtfully. Langyu? Is she the one who's been hanging out with Ling recently? Yes, that's her. Rinzai sighed and sat back on the wooden stake. He had seen Langyu before. Her appearance was so pretty that no ordinary person could match her. She must have been blessed by God. These days he has been very close to the woman of God's messenger. Maybe he has already been favored by God's messenger. How could he, an ordinary member of the tribe, dare to question the woman chosen by the messenger of God? Juan, forget about this matter. I'll find you another job. We won't go to the textile bureau anymore. What? Renwan was puzzled. That's not what you said just now. Do you know why Lien gave her clothes? She just favors her. Renwan was angry. I work so hard, but she never rewards me. You are wrong, Rinzai said. Lien saw that she would become a woman of God's envoy, and she was expressing her kindness. Wolf Moon, the woman of the God's envoy? Impossible. She is just a low-level slave. Renwan said. She almost killed the clan leader. The God's envoy will never forgive her. Then tell me, why is Ling always with her? Rinzai asked. Did the envoy disagree with letting Lang Yu get close to Ling? Will the clan leader allow Lang Yue to approach Ling? Juan, you've grown up. You need to think more about some things yourself. Then she almost killed me, so she shouldn't be punished? That's not what the clan rules stipulate. The clan rules are for the Xuanniao people, not for the gods. Do you understand? Take out those 2 pieces of deerskin and come with me to compensate for her clothes. Rinzai's voice sounded haggard, as if he had aged a few years. You want more deerskin? No. The injury was in vain, and the deerskin is gone. Doesn't the Xuanniao tribe have any rules? Rin Wan said angrily. In the past, our Yinfeng tribe had elders who would uphold justice. I'm going to ask the envoy of God to uphold justice. Get back here, Rinzai roared. The envoy is busy with the tribe's affairs every day, so he has no time to care about you. Rin Wan retreated tremblingly. It was the first time she saw her father so angry. Pay compensation properly. We can still gain a foothold in the Xuanniao tribe. If you go out and make trouble, don't expect others to help you. I understand, father. Rin Wan lowered her head, her eyes full of resentment. The rules were set by God, so she had to go find him. She just didn't believe that the messenger of God would break the rules he set for Wolf Moon. And if Lang Yu can become God's messenger's woman, then maybe she can too. Someone came early in the morning to report that a magical thing had been discovered, which was long and straight. Su Yi immediately guessed that it was bamboo and ran over without eating. When I got there, it was true. The entire hill is covered with densely packed bamboos. Many literati and poets like it. Although Su Yi does not understand its true meaning, he decides to follow its example. Anyway, there are plenty of conditions here. Cut some, just cut some, don't cut it all bare. Leave 1 or 2 every other step. The small ones on the ground are edible. Su Yi put his hands on his hips and gave orders. When they heard that there was something edible, some practical people immediately took action. Cut one off and start biting it. His upper and lower teeth were chattering. After realizing that he couldn't chew it anymore, the tribe member tilted his head. Shouldn't it? If the messenger of God says it is edible, it must be edible. Su Yi turned around and saw a tribesman holding an old bamboo shoot, chewing it desperately without even peeling the skin. He felt a pain in his teeth when he saw it. Stop chewing. Su Yi waved his hand. I'm talking about you. When the man noticed that the messenger was looking at him, he immediately dropped the bamboo shoots in his hand, picked up the stone axe, and started working. I don't blame you. Bring the bamboo shoots here, and I'll teach you how to eat them. Su Yi said helplessly. Hearing the sound, the man dropped his stone axe, picked up the bamboo shoots on the ground, and ran over with a simple smile on his face. He never thought that one day he would be able to enter the sight of God's messenger. This old one is no longer suitable for eating, but if you peel it, you can still eat the heart inside. The tribesman's eyes lit up. No wonder he couldn't bite it just now. The messenger of God knows so much. But is the messenger of God peeling the skin? Why doesn't the skin fall off? If you want to eat it, peel it yourself. Su Yi handed it back. Yes, from top to bottom. See the white part in the middle? Take a bite and try it. Su Yi looked at his face. I saw foam coming out of the corners of his mouth and his eyes shining as he chewed. How's it going? Not bad, right? Lord God's messenger, you are so powerful. The tribesman carefully stuffed the rest into his mouth. You seem very hungry? Su Yi asked puzzledly. No one gave you food. I accidentally bumped into you, sir, and I haven't eaten anything today. The tribesman said indifferently. Is that true? Su Yi frowned. Whose subordinate are you? I follow the orders of Master Muchuan. Muchuan. Su Yi looked unhappy. Go call him over. I want to ask what's going on. The tribesmen were barefoot and ran very fast. Soon Muchuan was called over. On the way here, Muchuan had already found out the reason. Seeing that the messenger of God had no expression on his face, he quickly leaned forward to apologize. My lord, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken his food away. Tell me the reason. Su Yi said lightly. This. Muchuan stammered. Can't let anyone know? Su Yi raised his eyebrows. This morning. Su Yi's mouth twitched when he heard this. I've seen people being punished for all kinds of reasons, but I've never seen anyone being punished for pooping. He was taking a shit in the morning, and the tribesmen happened to choose the same bush as him. The two of them were halfway through the poll before they discovered each other. In the morning, he was distributing food to everyone. When he got to the tribesmen, that man was talking to the people on his left and right about the mark he was born with on his butt. Muchuan was so angry that he confiscated his food. This is a great thing, Su Yi said. I was wrong. What did you do wrong? I shouldn't punish him privately. Anything else? Is it gone? Muchuan looked up carefully. Our clan rules clearly state that if you work you will get food. You are breaking my rules. Besides, if you don't let him eat, he will slow down his work. Su-yi said. At the very least, it will affect the time I assign to complete the task for you, and you will be the one who will be punished. To put it in a bigger picture, the loss is to our entire Xuanniao tribe. Besides, it's really not right to punish privately. Chapter 108, Give you fairness. If you do this, you will weaken everyone's trust in the rules of my Xuanniao tribe. Should everyone listen to you or me? Muchuan was startled. I will never dare to do that again. Remember, the power in your hands was given by the Xuanniao clan. If I can give it to you, I can naturally take it back. After sending Muchuan away, Su-yi was not affected by this little episode. Bamboo is so amazing. Bamboo spears, bamboo bows and arrows, bamboo rafts, bamboo houses. It is full of treasures and has endless uses. Picking up a thin and long stick from the ground, Su-yi decided to make a musical instrument to open the eyes of the primitive people. After informing the guards, Rinzai took his daughter into the messenger's nest. Looking at the three beautiful women with different styles, Rinzai quickly lowered his head. You dare to come and tear Sister Yu's skirt. I haven't asked you to compensate for it yet. Yao Ling pointed at Run Wan behind Rinzai. I brought the animal skins from my home here just to ask for compensation. Rinzai stepped forward holding the animal skins in his hand. Sister Yu's skirt is made of linen. Animal skins are not as precious as it. Yao Ling curled her lips. Lang Yu pulled Ling and said, she deliberately tore the clothes I liked, and I impulsively hurt her. Fortunately, she is not dead. Why don't we forgive each other? As for the animal skin, please take it back. Rinzai turned around and glared at his daughter. She did it on purpose. I just wasn't careful. You're still lying. Do you dare to say that in front of those female workers in the textile bureau? Yao Ling wanted to beat her up. Rin Wan was crying, and in her father's eyes, she looked completely aggrieved. After bowing to greet him, Rinzai took his daughter and left the messenger's nest. He went back with a gloomy face. Father, I really didn't mean it. You lied to me. Rinzai was furious. Come with me to the textile bureau. They are all in the same group, and they all bully me. Rin Wan broke free and wiped her tears. Whether you did it on purpose or not, this matter is over. Rinzai sighed. Just stay in the nest for a few days. The food your father makes can still feed you. Rinzai left a message and got up to go to work. When Rin Wan saw her father leaving, she wiped her tears and slipped out of the house. She wanted to find the messenger and tell him that Lang Yue was a cruel woman. Su-yi hummed a little tune and walked towards his room. Last night, the music of the flute and the moon were so joyful. Today I discovered this treasure, bamboo. Life is becoming more and more promising. He was startled by the woman who suddenly appeared from the side. Lord God's messenger. There were traces of tears on the visitor's face, and her appearance was not very pretty. Could it be that someone had done something to her in broad daylight? Someone bullied you. Woo-woo. Lord God's messenger. Rin Wan's eyes were filled with grievance, and she couldn't stop. Su-yi stood a few steps away from her and comforted her carefully. Tell me your grievances, and I will make the decision for the tribe. Look, Rin Wan raised her head. Su-yi became serious when he saw the obvious bruises on her neck. Another member of the tribe broke the rules. When there are too many people, there will be too much trouble. Isn't it time to come up with a code of laws? Who is the murderer? We must not let him off easily this time. Su-yi said righteously. In the case of Xiong Tong, ignorance is not a crime. This time he did it knowingly. He must enforce the law. It's that wolf moon. Rin Wan said happily. The messenger of God is indeed the most fair person. Who? Su-yi, who was taking big steps, suddenly stopped. Lang Yu. Rin Wan looked at Su-yi's back and said to herself, she should be severely punished. Why did she pinch you? Su-yi turned around with suspicion in his eyes. The wolf moon is easily affected by emotions, but it will never be aimless. She must have done something to make Lang Yue take action. I accidentally ruined her skirt. Skirt. Su-yi suddenly remembered something. He still owes you and Ling a skirt each. What did you say? Su-yi came back to his senses. You ruined her skirt? I just wasn't careful. Rin Wan was surprised at how the messenger's expression changed so quickly. How did the skirt come into your hands? Everyone has tried it, so I want to try it too. Everyone has their own clothes. Why are you trying on hers? Su-yi looked at the twinkle in her eyes and asked, are you ganging up to bully her? Director Lien favors her, and we are all dissatisfied. So it was you who really did it. No wonder she has so many scratches on her neck and arms. He discovered it when he woke up early and cursed himself for being a good-for-nothing, thinking that it was caused involuntarily under extreme conditions, but it turned out to be the women's scratches. Now she also wants him to punish his woman according to his own rules. It seems that the clan rules need to be changed a little. Maybe I'll die if I get caught in the rain. When you are alive, you have to make yourself comfortable. He has already controlled the entire clan through theocracy. Because of the fear of conflicts, a set of escalation systems were also developed. He also weakened the ethnic concepts believed by primitive people. Since there was a saying in ancient China that doctors should not be punished, he might be able to follow suit. I wonder if it would be feasible to implement a feudal system in a primitive society. It has to work even if it doesn't work. God's messenger, I'd better go back. My father won't let me go out. Renwan saw the cold light in the God's messenger's eyes and felt timid. No, I'll give you fairness. Su-yi walked in front and urged Renwan to follow. Ren-zhe, who was directing people to place the wood, saw the messenger of God with a dark face and his daughter following behind him. He was so scared that he covered his heart. Wait a minute, I'll be back soon. Ren-zhe hurriedly chased the two figures towards the residential area. Lang Yu looked at Su-yi and Renwan coming back, and his face turned pale with fright. His face looked just as grim as last time. How would he punish her this time? Yao Yu sensed the panic of the person next to him and held her hand. She also didn't know what the messenger of God was going to do by bringing Renwan back. Does he really want to punish Langwa? Don't worry. If the angel of God wants to punish you, I will share the burden for you. Su, this woman deliberately damaged Sister Yu's skirt, so she is angry. Yao Ling also said nervously. Su-yi turned around and glanced at Renwan. The latter shrank back with his head down. You, please notify all the tribesmen, including high-level slaves, low-level slaves, and the guards, to put down their work and gather in the central square. You actually want to punish her in public? Yao Yu said in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Yao Ling turned around in panic. He looked at Su-yi and then at Lang Yu, as if he was struggling with what choice to make. Who to punish? Su-yi just noticed the expressions of the three people. Wolf Moon? She did nothing wrong. Why should I punish her? Hearing this, Lang Yu leaned into Ling's arms as if he was exhausted. Then why do you want to gather the tribesmen together? Yao Yu asked. I just told her a truth. Su-yi pointed at Renwan and announced something by the way. Chapter 109. Handed over to the Blackbird God. The tribesmen gathered from all directions at the square outside the residential area. On the north side of the square, the low platform where the last director's inauguration ceremony was held is still there. Su-yi walked to the center of the stage. Do you know why we are gathering together so suddenly? Have no idea. What happened? Below the stage, tribesmen who suddenly received the notice came together, whispering to each other and asking questions about this and that. Guards, line up here. Su-yi pointed to his left. The team members acted quickly and soon formed a line. Officers, you will stand next to the escort. 7 or 8 officials, including Xuanniao, Yao Lian, and Yao Gu, stood in a row. What is this for? Will anyone want to upgrade the chicken? It's possible. The people in the audience were confused and whispered to each other. Next are the Xuanniao people. Su-yi pointed to the seat next to the official. Including members of the Yao clan, as well as those who later became members of the Xuanniao tribe, all obeyed orders and stood in line. The messenger of God separated people of different identities. Why? I think I have something to announce. Some people noticed something and whispered to each other. High-level slave? Su-yi shouted. What are you standing there for? This time, Su-yi didn't need to give any command, as the senior slaves walked out of the crowd spontaneously. They slowly lined up to the side of the Xuanniao people. Don't look at it. A senior slave pointed to the side and said, You low-level slaves, stand here. The low-level slaves are the most numerous and the slowest to line up. It was sparse, the talking was funny, the child cried, and the food was dropped. Su-yi did not urge them, and everyone waited quietly for the low-level slaves to line up. Yao Yu, who was standing in front of the queue, couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to step in to give orders, but Su-yi stopped her with a look. Others who wanted to take action were all glared back by Su-yi. In the past, during gatherings, everyone commanded his own subordinates, quickly and efficiently. This time there was no one in charge, and things became chaotic and disorganized. Even if there are hundreds of college students, they will not be able to line up quickly based on their own conscience if no one stands up to give orders. What's more, they are primitive people. Finally, when everyone was getting impatient, the low-level slaves finally stood together in a crooked manner. Be quiet, Su-yi said. The noisy crowd below the stage quieted down when they saw the messenger's face turn pale. The envoy of God is angry because the low-level slaves are too slow to line up. That's right. Stop talking. Several senior slaves grumbled. Tell me, are all people the same? No, the same. The people in the audience didn't know why the messenger of God suddenly asked this question. But the answer comes almost without thinking. There are high and low people, men and women. How can everyone be the same? Is it the same for people of every identity? Su-yi asked again. No, the same. This time, everyone hesitated for a moment, but still answered in unison. People of high status have meat to eat and are respected, while people of low status have nothing. Of course, there is a difference. They have different identities, so why should we use the same clan rules to require different people? Xuanniao said patiently. Yeah, why? Who knows why? Because we are all human, but we are different. The audience was noisy and no conclusion was reached. Under the guidance of Xuanniao, not only were the slaves puzzled, but the clan members and officials were also confused. I originally thought that everyone was the same, so I used the same clan rules to require everyone. Xuanniao sighed. But today I found out that everyone is completely different. Everyone can see that the high-ranking tribesmen can organize the team themselves, but the low-ranking tribesmen must be commanded by someone. So I decided that from today on, people of different identities will be punished differently. When the audience heard the sound, they immediately quieted down and pricked up their ears. Slaves, be as usual. Xuanniao said to the slaves in the audience. If you violate the clan rules, you will be punished accordingly. If a clan member or official violates clan rules and is sentenced to death, his status will be reduced by 3 levels. Xuanniao turned his head and continued. If he is sentenced to punishment, his status will be reduced by 2 levels. In other cases, downgrade by 1 level. In special cases, I will personally decide on the punishment. After saying that, Xuanniao paused and continued. As for the mistakes made by me and my relatives, we have to leave it to the black bird god. Xuanniao looked up at the sky and said, there is no way to escape God's punishment. The slaves looked at each other and realized that this conference seemed to have nothing to do with them. Did you hear that? If a big shot breaks the clan rules, he will be punished by being subjugated. Then wouldn't that make us the same again? Yes. Who among them dares to violate the clan rules? God is so fair. Yes, even the messenger of God dare not make mistakes, because the gods are watching him. Huh? But if we violate the clan rules, we will die. A member of the clan asked in confusion. What big thing do you want to do? Several slaves immediately stared at him. I'm just talking casually. The tribesmen and officials were also whispering. We need to bring down the chicken. I'd rather be beaten with dozens of sticks than surrender a chicken. Who said it wasn't? It was not easy to get promoted. Several members of the Yao clan looked at each other, all with fear on their faces. They have to be careful in the future so as not to lose their identities accidentally. Rinzai looked up at his daughter at the feet of the messenger of God and sighed. He had a feeling that the new punishment regulations announced by the messenger of God must be related to the matter between Xuanniao and his daughter. Renwan, right? Xuanniao looked down at her eyes. Do you understand the truth? Renwan was confused as she heard this. What remains unchanged? What is the downfall? When he saw the messenger of God asking him, he immediately shook his head. Xuanniao was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Well, we were planning to upgrade our tribe members today, but the queue took up too much time. Xuanniao said unhappily. The upgrade will be postponed until I find another auspicious day. The crowd roared. I'm sure I can get promoted this time. A large portion of those who thought they were doing a good job were wailing. Everyone go away. Xuanniao waved his hand. After hearing the order from the messenger of God, Rinzai immediately walked through the crowd and pulled away the dazed Renwan. He directed and acted in a play himself. No one reacted as he had imagined, as if everything was happening naturally. Xuanniao had already thought about how to deal with the rebuttal, and everyone was surprisingly cooperative. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, and could only attribute it to the good foundation he had laid before. Let's go back. Xuanniao took the women back to his house. Why did you let the black bird god punish us? When the god was angry, he could even smash our statues to pieces. As soon as he returned, Yao Yu asked in confusion. I can't hide anywhere. I'm going to die, Yao Ling muttered. You didn't make any mistakes, did you? What are you afraid of? Xuanniao spread his hands and said indifferently, My lord, will the blackbird god send down thunder and kill me? Chapter 110 Silk. Langhua looked up at the sky and asked carefully. She had made a mistake. What did you call me? Xuanniao said dissatisfiedly. Think about what you should call me. When I am satisfied, I will tell you God's decision. Langhua thought for a moment and said, Baby? Huh, you learn really fast. Xuanniao was shocked. He smiled and replied, I told God that you are my woman, and God will forgive you. So simple. Langhua was surprised. Well, I am a messenger of God. Xuanniao looked at the surprise in her eyes and felt amused. Then if Sister Yu and I make mistakes in the future, you have to ask God for mercy. Yao Ling leaned in and said intimately, Okay, I promise. After Xuanniao finished speaking, Yao Ling immediately let go of his arm. Sister Yu, let's go play. She hung on Langhua's arms. Then I'll go work in the textile bureau. After Langhua finished speaking, The two of them left together. I'm going to look for medicine too. You stay here by yourself. Yao Yu left a word and disappeared out the door. One by one, they just patted their butts and left after using their skills. Sui thought angrily. They must be taught a lesson tonight. Textile Bureau. Let me see. Don't push, ouch my feet. Who pulled my hair? The female workers formed a circle and stood on tiptoe to look inside. Wow, there's light. It's so pretty. Be careful not to knock over the tools. Yao Lian's trembling voice came from the crowd. Line up and watch one by one. The preparation work alone took more than 10 days. Yao Lian touched the things she had woven, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was just as the messenger of God said, soft and beautiful. It looks so thin. Feel it, and it's like there's nothing there. It's amazing. Hurry up in front. Everyone was discussing it at once. Lang Yue and Yao Ling came in together and saw everyone queuing up. What's fun here? Yao Ling cheered and squeezed over. When she saw a small piece of cloth like mist on the loom, her eyes were immediately attracted to it. What is this? Lian, can I touch it? Yao Ling asked expectantly. Don't worry, I definitely won't break it. You can touch it, Lian said with a smile. After saying that, he turned around and found that Lang Yue had also come. She immediately recognized that the clothes Lang Yue was wearing were the ones she had made for the tribe leader some time ago. You, come and take a look. This is the new fabric we made. We made it from the cocoons we collected from silkworms. Seeing Lang Yue approaching, everyone couldn't help but make way for him. The director has already said that anyone who dares to bully Lang Yue again must get out of the textile bureau immediately. How comfortable it would be to wear a piece of clothing made of this kind of fabric. Yao Ling couldn't let it go, her face full of longing. Is this really made of those silkworm cocoons? How magical. Does the messenger of God know? Lang Yu also touched it and looked at Yao Lian in amazement. The tiny white silkworm cocoons have such a powerful effect that they can be made into cloud-like fabrics. It was just made. I haven't had time to tell the messenger of God. Yao Lian said. Then what are you waiting for? Yao Ling said. Go tell him quickly. Su will definitely reward you. Yao Lian smiled and sent a subordinate away. Inside Su Yi's house, the Tiger King stood respectfully. I have called you here for no other purpose than to have your men cover the wood with grass or leaves. Su Yi found that the sunlight outside was very strong and was worried that the high-quality wood would crack. Report. Someone from the Textile Bureau is coming. Let him in. Su Yi gestured. Tiger King, there's nothing for you to do now. Go and get busy. A woman came in and immediately bowed when she saw him. God's messenger, our director asked me to tell you that the silk has been made. Hearing this, Su Yi jumped up from the wooden stake. It came out so quickly. This Yao Lian might be a gift from God to him. Okay, silk is still a good thing even in modern times. Comfortable, durable, breathable, and moisture-wicking. In this era, having one is simply a super enjoyment. Is there any fabric more suitable for this forest? Su Yi walked very quickly. If there weren't so many tribesmen along the way, he would definitely have run. He was walking in such a hurry that he didn't notice that behind a house he passed by, the Tiger King was dragging the pale-faced wolf along. Wolf Ben, why are you here? The Tiger King asked in surprise. If he hadn't run away, he would have thought he had recognized the wrong person. Why are you running? The Tiger King held on tightly. Are you hiding something from me? Tiger King, Lang Ben stammered. He has been avoiding the Tiger King ever since he surrendered. I didn't expect to be caught today. I didn't even have time to run away and still caught his attention. Where's my brother? If you are alive, he must be alive too. Where is he? The Tiger King caught him and asked several questions in a row. I don't know, Lang Ben said stiffly. The Tiger King stood in front of him, like a mountain, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. You don't know? Tiger King narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You are his subordinate. How could you not know where he went? Say it or not. The Tiger King exerted force on his hands, and Wolf Ben immediately let out a scream. Shut your mouth. The Tiger King looked around and threatened. If you dare to make a sound again, I will kill you before the guards come over. You dare not. Killing someone means paying with your life. Lang Ben looked up in fear. You are just a high-level slave. Your level is not enough to pay with your life. Besides, the person you killed was a real member of the Xuanniao tribe. You're doing well. The Tiger King put force on his hands. At worst, we can go to see the gods together. I exchange one slave for your life. I don't know who will suffer more. I really don't know. We got separated at that time. Lang Ben felt like his shoulder was about to break. Run away. Tiger King raised his thick eyebrows. Explain clearly. At that time, we attacked the Xuanniao tribe later. Lang Ben said while looking into the eyes of the Tiger King. You didn't lie to me? The Tiger King questioned after hearing this. I became a prisoner of the Xuanniao tribe, and I have no idea where your brother has gone. Lang Ben puffed out his neck. Everything he said is true. But he didn't tell him that later on. The Xuanniao people found his brother's body. The Tiger King was ready to let go, which meant that he believed in him, and Lang Ben felt relieved. Lang Ben, you are hiding here. There is no one in charge over there, and things are all messed up. The Tiger King turned his head and saw that it was another subordinate who followed his brother. Lang Ben thought something was wrong and winked at him. When the tribe saw the Tiger King, they turned around and ran away. The Tiger King was worthy of being a king. He ran with the wolf in one hand and caught up with the other in just a few steps. You're running away too? The Tiger King's eyes gleamed fiercely. Tell me, where's my brother? Lang Ben, if you dare to make a sound, I will kill you immediately. He was very happy. Although there were many flaws in what they produced, it was indeed silk. Reward. Must reward. He waved his hand. The female workers from the textile bureau stood on both sides. They knew that the reward would only go to the director. It is a blessing for them to be able to work in the textile bureau. Chapter 111, just remember this. He was still thinking about what to reward. He thought for a moment and said, in the textile bureau, each of you will receive a roll of linen and a piece of animal skin. Soon, when the pottery is ready, I will give you an additional piece of pottery. Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They couldn't believe what they heard. What are you standing there for? Why don't you thank the messenger of God? Yao Lian reminded. After the director spoke, the female workers suddenly understood. What the messenger of God said is, everyone, a piece of animal skin and a roll of linen. Several women, wearing clothes woven from leaves, jumped for joy. Having a fur coat is something you would never dream of. What's more, there is a roll of linen. They didn't know what pottery was, but the reward from God must be something good. Lord God's messenger, what is pottery? Asked a bolder female worker. Bowls, pots, basins. He listed a few. Anyway, they are things for holding water when eating. You will know when the time comes. Something that can hold food and water. There are only a few tools in the tribe that are shared by everyone. How can everyone have their own things to eat and drink? But now, the messenger of God actually wants to give one to each of them. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to seeing the pottery in their hands. Yao Lian has made the greatest contribution. He didn't know how to reward her, so he just said, tell me what reward you want. As long as the clan has it, I will find a way to get it for you. Lord God's messenger, I don't want anything. Yao Lian said quietly. Seeing his puzzled look, she added, I don't want anything now. I'll ask you for something later if I need it. Good. He was happy and agreed to her request immediately. What kind of reward can a woman ask for? Just nice jewelry and nice clothes. He can afford it. Yao Lian was happy to get his consent. That's it. She has to make more contributions that he can't afford. Let's not produce linen for now. Let's focus on silk recently. He said to Yao Lian. If we go north and get this treasure, maybe we can bring back something better. By the way, who can go to the Stone Equipment Bureau and ask their director to come over? He said. A little girl near the door rushed out immediately. Lian, don't worry. I will remember all your contributions. He emphasized again. I'm very relieved, just remember it. Yao Lian smiled gently. There's one more question. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked over. What you have made now is too thin. He pointed at the silk strips hanging on the loom. Everyone, tell me how to make it thicker. It's too thin, not even good enough to be used as underwear, only suitable as a sex toy. Not suitable for outerwear. Make the yarn thicker. Yao Lian's eyes lit up. Just like the thicker the linen thread, the thicker the linen, the better. The same can be said for silk. Sui gave a thumbs up. A good person who can draw inferences about other situations. We can also tighten the thread a little bit. Another weaver girl thought about it and said excitedly. This way it will be tighter and not look so thin. Sui nodded with relief. One of the most important advantages of division of labor is that the expertise accumulated by everyone helps to innovate and improve work. This is more important than improving work efficiency. You can chat with each other. Everyone has their own unique characteristics. Sui looked at everyone and tried to make his words understandable to them. Your weaving technology will get better because of everyone's communication. How can one person's brain be as good as 10 people's brains? Isn't that right? No, Yao Ling said loudly. Don't make trouble. Sui glared at her. I'm not messing around. I'm serious. At that time, our Xuanniao tribe was almost finished. Everyone was using their brains every day, and the situation was getting worse and worse. But later, after you, the messenger of God, came and used your brain, our tribe became better again. You are more powerful than a bunch of people. Sui looked at the admiration in her eyes, not knowing whether to be happy or excited. You can't compete with me. He could only say patiently, you should compete with yourself. Yes, he is a messenger of God and is smarter than us, said Langwei on the side. Oh, Yao Ling responded and closed her mouth. Su Yi turned his head and found that everyone was looking at him in a strange way again. My waist suddenly felt sore for no reason. I hope that you can all bring forward new ideas. Su Yi coughed and said seriously, if you have mastered new technologies, don't be sneaky and hide them from everyone. I stipulate that whoever comes up with a good idea or discovers a new technology will be rewarded as long as it is beneficial to our textile bureau. Su Yi glanced at everyone. And as long as you perform well, I will give you corresponding official positions. Award. Official position? The women workers looked at him with shining eyes, as if he were a piece of gold. Lord God's envoy, as long as there are new ideas and technologies, there will be rewards. It has to be about your work. Su Yi reminded. We only have one director in the textile bureau. Where did this official position come from? Asked another person. More people will join the textile bureau in the future. By then, each of you may become a branch director and an official of my Xuanniao tribe. Oh, the female workers gasped and were eager to start working immediately. Yao Lian stole a glance at the person beside her, admiration unconsciously flowing from her eyes. He always says something that excites everyone. Lord God's messenger. At this time, a voice came from outside the house. The director of the Stone Equipment Bureau is here. Someone come and help me, the girl shouted. I can't hold on any longer. Su Yi wondered what was going on outside. He stepped out and saw the little girl pulling Xuanniao tightly as he was about to leave. Let him go. I'll see what he's going to do. The girl suddenly let go of her hand, and Xuanniao lost his balance and fell out, covered in dust. You? Xuanniao turned around and was about to curse, but immediately shut up when he saw the person at the door. Why is the messenger of God here? He immediately brushed the dirt off his body and stood up straight with a serious face. When he caught a glimpse of the woman coming out from behind the messenger of God, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Su Yi then remembered that he couldn't communicate with this guy in the same language, so he could only gesture for him to come in with him. Xuanniao understood what he meant and immediately followed. When he arrived in front of the loom, Su Yi made way and pointed at the silk on the loom. Then he looked closely at his expression. He opened his mouth first, then stared, mumbling unconsciously. Su Yi was almost certain that this guy had never seen silk. Xuanniao touched it carefully and became more and more surprised. This kind of fabric, which he had never seen before, was smooth and soft, just like a woman's long hair. Shake gently, and the gloss will flow. It's simply a divine object. Chapter 112 Can't Believe. Su Yi walked out of the textile bureau with brisk steps. I met a guard head-on. Report. The Tiger King wanted to rebel, but we have subdued him. Huh? Su Yi couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Everything was fine, but suddenly you rebelled? The guard led the way, and Su Yi followed quickly. Sir, my man did not rebel. Let me go. Don't touch my woman. The woman's voice begging for mercy could be heard from a long distance away, and the roar of the Tiger King. Su Yi's steps quickened. Be careful, he's very strong. Lang Ben took advantage of Tiger King's inattention, broke free from his control, and immediately called for guards. When the guards heard that someone was planning to harm the messenger of God, they immediately controlled the Tiger King. Tell me, do you want to take revenge on the Xuanniao tribe? Do you want to harm the envoy of God? When Su Yi approached, he saw Lang Ben questioning the Tiger King, who was pinned to the ground. What are you doing? Seeing a guard controlling Tiger King's pregnant woman, Su Yi shouted, let her go. The guard saw the look in the messenger's eyes and immediately let go of his hand. Lord God's messenger, my man is not going to rebel. When the Tiger King's woman saw the God's messenger coming, she immediately burst into tears and said, can you let him go? She was staying well in the nest when suddenly a few guards came and took her away. She almost freaked out. I hurriedly asked them what happened. They told her that her man had rebelled. When she was pulled over, she finally understood that it was the people of the Xuanniao tribe who killed the Tiger King's brother. Does the Tiger King really want to abandon her and her son to avenge his brother? No matter what he thinks, she wants her man. He could bring her food and drink, and she couldn't live without him. Don't cry yet. Su Yi comforted him. We will know if he rebelled or not by asking him. Lang Ben came over and interrupted. Lord God's messenger, the Tiger King threatened to kill me when he saw me. We had no choice but to tell him that it was us, the Xuanniao tribe, that killed his brother. Lang Ben carefully looked at Su Yi's face, and seeing that he was not angry, he continued. As a result, he heard that his brother was dead, and he screamed in anger. I was worried that he might hurt you, so I asked the guards to keep an eye on him. You've thought about a lot. Su Yi said expressionlessly. What about the rebellion? He must have this idea in his mind. Lang Bin said firmly. We can't let him run around. Tiger King, what do you think? Su-yi turned his head and asked the Tiger King on the ground. I'm not rebelling, Tiger King said immediately. I'm very angry that my brother died, but I have a woman and a child. I can't just ignore them. You're lying, Lang Bin roared and said to Su-yi. He looked very unhappy at the time. He must have hated us in his heart. He must be killed, otherwise he will rebel sooner or later. Lord God's messenger, Tiger King said hurriedly. I know I can't hide anything from you. I did think of revenge for a moment. Hearing this, the Tiger King's woman trembled. He actually gave up on her and her son for the sake of his dead brother. Look, Lang Bin looked at Su-yi and said confidently. Su-yi waved his hand, signaling him to shut up. But after thinking about it, I gave up the idea of revenge. Every one of my people has enough to eat and a home to live in. My woman doesn't have to work and can take good care of the children. All this was given by God. How dare I rebel against you? Su-yi looked into the Tiger King's eyes, wondering the credibility of his words. I told you my man won't rebel. Why don't you let him go? Seeing that the guards didn't move, the woman looked at Su-yi. My lord, if I wanted to rebel, I would not be held down by the guards. Su-yi raised his eyes and looked at the guard. God's messenger, he really didn't resist. He only struggled a few times when he saw his woman being pulled over. Su-yi nodded and said, let him go. I believe the Tiger King will not rebel. God's messenger, his words cannot be trusted, Lang Bin said anxiously. Su-yi raised his hand to signal him not to say more. The two guards obeyed and released the Tiger King. The Tiger King got up from the ground and held the woman in his arms. Thank you, Lord God's messenger, the Tiger King's woman said gratefully. Thank you, messenger of God. The Tiger King bowed in greeting. It was your brother who led the people to attack my Xuanniao tribe. But we didn't kill him, Su-yi said quietly. The Tiger King was puzzled. The two people who were asked earlier said that it was the Xuanniao tribe who killed his brother, but why did the messenger of God do it? When my people found your brother, he was already dead, Su-yi said. Whether you believe it or not, your brother did not die in our hands. After Su-yi finished speaking, he left with his guards. Seeing this, Lang Bin immediately followed. After listening to the words of the messenger of God, the Tiger King completely erased the grudge in his heart. He believed that the messenger of God would not lie to him, because he could just kill himself to avoid trouble without any unnecessary explanation. After helping the woman back to the nest and comforting her, the Tiger King went to work as usual. There is no need to say much about the thriving Tianfu Basin. The Jiuli tribe, who believed in the god of the Southern Dipper, also took root in the new land. Rain. The god of the Southern Dipper has brought rain. Several tribal leaders looked at each other. See the shock and ecstasy in the other person's eyes. The one in the temple is the real witch. Who dares to doubt it in the future? I never doubted it. It was Chief Deer who suspected that the witch was a fake. I no longer had any doubts when I saw the sacred object. The deer leader quickly clarified himself. Come on, let's go and ask the witch to preside over the sowing ceremony. With the favor of the god of the Southern Dipper again, we will surely have a good harvest this year. Several tribal leaders excitedly went to the temple where the shaman lived. Isn't the temple too simple? A leader looked at the tallest shack in the distance. It's much simpler than our previous temple. Once the grain is planted, how about we gather our people and build a more majestic temple? I've been thinking that for a long time. The god of the Southern Dipper will surely appreciate our piety. A man covered in black cloth suddenly appeared in front of them. Leaders, you are not allowed to approach the temple casually. We are here to ask the shaman to preside over the ceremony. Yes, yes. Others echoed. Hearing this, the man in black cloth took a few steps back. The leaders bent over and spoke in unison. Please ask the witch to preside over the sowing ceremony. There was no movement in the temple. Several leaders did not dare to straighten their backs. Prepare the altar. Finally, when several people were about to give up, the hoarse voice of the wizard was heard from the temple. The leaders breathed a sigh of relief and straightened their backs. They thought they had neglected the wizard and that he was unwilling to pray for them. After leaving the temple, they immediately called together the tribesmen who were turning the soil. Those who were cutting down trees were cutting down trees, and those who were building up earth were building up earth. Under the supervision of the leaders, an altar gradually took shape on the newly reclaimed land. Chief Lu, those barbarians are gone. At this time a tribesman hurried over and said, Chapter 113 Ceremony. Gone, the deer leader wondered. The other leaders also looked sideways. Will they get a taste of success and come after you to rob you? A leader laughed. I also want to be robbed by the barbarians, so that our tribe can have more slaves, said another leader. You won't think so when you meet those people, said the deer leader unhappily. He thought back to that evening. Dozens of men suddenly appeared outside the camp, and instead of coming in, they just stood outside and howled. He immediately gathered his troops and gave chase. He was very happy at that time and thought of capturing some strong barbarians as slaves. He wanted to experience what it felt like to be a slave. As a result, they chased them for a long distance but didn't catch any of them. When he brought people back, his old nest was attacked. Many women died when they migrated from the north. Those who remain are all very healthy, and each one is precious. As a result, more than a dozen of them were gone in an instant. That night, the man whose dozen women were robbed shouted that he wanted his women back. He is not someone who will suffer any loss. He couldn't defeat Yin Huang's subordinates, so he didn't even take the barbarians seriously. So, in the next few days, he took people to seek revenge several times. But the opponent always dodges in advance. He also launched surprise attacks and killed several of his followers. The conflict between the two sides came to an end with the call of Chief Hua. Now they're gone. There is no sign of fire in the camp, and the leftover meat is still thrown there, said the tribesman. You are really a group of uncivilized barbarians, said the leader of the lizard tribe. When they are hungry, they look for food everywhere, and when they are full, they throw away the excess. You think they roast meat over fire? By the way, Chief Deer, didn't you see them once? Do they wear clothes? Are women running with their upper bodies naked? A leader seemed very excited. They are wearing animal skins. The deer leader was already used to their teasing. I didn't see them bringing any women with them. No women? That's because you haven't found their lair, said the leader of the lizard tribe with some contempt. Someone come. When one of the tribesmen heard the leader's call, he immediately ran over. Call a few men, take our dogs, and find the barbarian's lair. Come back and tell me when you find it. Yes. The troops took the order and left. Chief Liu, I will bring people to avenge you then. Hearing this, the leader of the Hua tribe said coldly, Chief Lizard, I think you should ask the witch for her opinion before you start fighting. The lizard tribe leader suddenly came to his senses and bowed to apologize. Yes, Chief Hua, although he is still the leader of the tribe, he cannot make decisions on important matters such as fighting on his own. Now they have returned to the protection of the god of Nan Dipper. We must listen to God's will. After the sowing ceremony, we will consult the witch together. Chief Hua said, the barbarians have taken away the people of God, and God will not ignore them. The sound of the copper bell came from far away. The leaders bowed in greeting. The face of the wizard covered in black cloth is unclear and mysterious. Is the sacrifice ready? The shaman asked with his back to the crowd. We're ready. Chief Hua said, this is our first sowing ceremony in the south. I asked someone to prepare 2 sheep. We also prepared 3 stone shovels and 3 bone shovels. After Chief Hua finished speaking, the shaman in front of him shook his head. Today's auspicious time does not match the things you prepared. 1 more sheep, 2 less bone shovels. Chief Hua was shocked and immediately asked people to make new arrangements. Fortunately, there was a shaman there, otherwise he would have offended the gods and would be guilty of a great sin. The altar was built according to my instructions, right? Yes, the wizard. All tribes gathered together. Under the gaze of the crowd, the shaman took specific steps and climbed up to the altar step by step. The sound of bells accompanies the dance. People knelt down together and looked at the figure on the altar devoutly. The figure suddenly stopped moving. Everyone's breathing stopped. The shaman communicated with God. The leaders' faces turned red with excitement. A good harvest. It will definitely be a good harvest. After worshipping the distant mountains and rivers, the hoarse voice of the shaman spread. Sacrifice. The tribesman in charge of the sacrifice immediately raised his stone hammer and hit the sheep's head. The 3 sheep trembled silently. The tribesman threw the sheep carcasses and tools into the sacrificial pit that had been dug long ago. Fill. At this time, a ray of sunlight shone out from the overcast sky. The voice of the wizard was heard from the altar again. The god of the southern dipper has accepted our offering. Such a miraculous scene made everyone tremble. God answered them. The fanatical tribesmen looked at the wizard on the stage with ecstasy in their hearts. That not-so-tall figure now looked as tall as a mountain. In the woods, looking at the mountains in front of him, Yaoing couldn't feel happy at all. Captain, there are still marks ahead. Shall we continue to move forward? Captain, the women can't walk anymore. They won't move even if we hit them. Looking at the 2 people reporting at the same time, Yaoing let out a long sigh. Forget it. He ordered helplessly. Go and inform everyone to rest where they are. He thought that since God had made them migrate, they must not have gone far, so he led everyone on a continuous journey, hoping to return home as soon as possible. He robbed more than a dozen women, so shouldn't God reward him? As a result, there were always signs ahead, and each mountain was higher than the last. It suddenly rained today, and the roads were muddy, making it even more difficult to walk. How far did God take them? Including yesterday, we have been walking for a whole day, and apart from the marks on the trees, there is no trace of human beings. The team members were also excited to embark on the road back. The result is a long way to go. Only then did they realize that they could not reach the destination in just one day. Who did this? Yaoing pointed at a woman whose arms were covered with bloody marks from being whipped by branches. Captain, she didn't want to leave, so I took action. A man from the tiger tribe said carefully when he saw the captain's unhappy expression. She is now considered a member of the Xuanniao tribe. Yaoing looked around at everyone in the tiger tribe. We in the Xuanniao tribe do not allow members of the tribe to hurt each other. Don't let me find out about this again. Yes, Captain. What if they can't walk? If you can't walk anymore, take a rest. From today on, we will slow down. At this time, someone else came to report. Captain, a woman is sick. Yaoing followed the team members to the sick woman. She looked pale and listless. Why don't we leave her behind? She will slow down our progress, said a member of the tiger tribe. Their tribe has always been like this. The woman on the ground was gasping for breath. Seeing the leader coming, he wanted to salute, but couldn't struggle. She had a headache last night, and when she got up in the rain today, her arms and legs started to feel weak. The whole journey was carried out by two men. The leader and the man seemed to be discussing something. The man's face was full of disgust. The leader seemed to be thinking about something. They weren't going to abandon her, were they? She was so scared of being alone in the woods. She doesn't want to die? Chapter 114, Full of Spirit. He couldn't help but reach out and grab the corner of the leader's animal skin skirt. Leave her behind. Yaoing frowned. He recalled the time when the messenger of God let the tiger tribe run away in order to save 3 members of the team. We will not leave anyone behind. Make a stand, 2 people in a group. Take turns carrying her. What's with that expression on your face? Yaoing looked at the reluctant look of the tiger tribe people and said coldly, Follow the order. Turning around, I found the woman pinching her clothes. Don't be afraid, you won't die. Gently prying her hands apart, Yaoing turned around and was about to leave. After thinking for a while, he turned back and said, If one day you can't walk anymore, I will carry you. When the 2 people from the tiger tribe heard this, they felt an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. They looked at each other and immediately got up to cut branches and vines. The chief lowered his head and said something to her, but she didn't understand. But when his large hands gently squeezed hers, she knew they would not abandon her. She felt just a little better, but the team started moving again. This time the 2 men did not carry her away. The 2 of them made a long shelf and placed it in front of them. What are you going to do? She asked. This stupid woman doesn't understand. Someone from the tiger tribe muttered. Seeing this, the other person just laid down and gestured. Then he stood up and pointed at the woman. She understands. They were actually going to carry her away. I heard that only the royal family and dignitaries of the Yin tribe would be carried away. She climbed up carefully. The 2 men lifted her easily and caught up with the main group. She originally hated these barbarians very much. At this moment, there was not even a trace of hatred in my heart. She didn't expect that she would lie there for 2 days. In the past 2 days, everyone has brought food to their front, and someone is carrying it on the way. She hoped that she would get better so that she could help everyone collect the materials and make the lives of those who were carrying her easier. Let's find 2 people to replace you. Yaoing came to the middle of the team again and asked, Captain, we are not tired. Yes, she's not heavy at all. I can lift her. If you feel tired, find someone to replace you. Yaoing gave some instructions and returned to the head of the team. The woman on the stretcher stared at the figure from beginning to end until she could no longer see it clearly. It has rained heavily intermittently over the past 2 days. Fortunately, there were plenty of wild vegetables and fruits along the way, so everyone didn't go hungry. Apart from a mark at intervals, there are occasional traces of human footsteps. Otherwise, Yaoing would have suspected that he had gone in the wrong direction. The women in the team didn't walk fast, but despite their slow pace, everyone was very energetic. Xuanniao tribe. Wolf Howl has been in high spirits these days. He found that no matter where he went in the tribe, the people around him were particularly pleasing to the eye. Forget about those low-level slaves who bow their heads and scrape. Even the Xuanniao people of the same level as him smiled when they saw him. But recently, those guys who had been pestering me for my daughter haven't come yet. He hides away when he sees me. Yao Lu, recently you. Seeing a familiar figure in front of him, he spoke up to greet him. I still have things to do, Yao Lu said and ran away. He will definitely ask about Lang Yu when he sees her. The messenger of God gave orders to each person in charge. Don't let Lang Xiao know that Lang Yu has become his woman. Well, only a messenger of God could possess someone as beautiful as Lang Yu. He sighed inwardly. Lang Xiao looked at Yao Lu, who had disappeared, and there was nothing he could do. He is a member of the guard team, and his status is much higher than his. With his hands behind his back, he walked in square steps. Turning the corner, I saw a familiar figure. Isn't that my daughter? Who is with her? Looks so much like the patriarch. Patriarch? How come the two of them are together? Lang Xiao immediately crouched down and followed secretly. I saw the two of them walk into a house together. There were guards outside the house, so he couldn't get close. Crouching behind a nearby house, he felt confused and puzzled. How could my daughter be with the clan leader? The two were still talking and laughing. You know, someone almost died at that time. Inside the house, Xuanniao was even more confused than the wolf howling outside. These days, his injuries have finally healed almost completely. Seeing the smiling woman in front of him, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. She is more beautiful than she was some days ago. But why did she come with the patriarch? Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Lang Yu simply turned around and kissed Su Yi on the face. Xuanniao jumped up from the bed. This woman is not just a low-level slave. She is the woman of God's messenger. Did I actually hit her with a stick? Strange. Why wasn't he beaten to death? Xuanniao looked at the three people sitting in front of him nervously. How is your injury? Yao Yu asked him. Xuanniao discovered that the patriarch seemed not to have seen what had just happened. This further proves that Lang Yue is the woman of God's messenger. I'm fine now. I can work. I can do any work. Xuanniao replied quickly. Have you seen this? Yao Yu took out a silk handkerchief from his pocket and handed it over. Xiongnan looked at the gleaming cloth in the patriarch's hand, and his eyes widened immediately. What treasure is this? He quickly stretched out his hands. The fabric feels cool and smooth when it touches your hand, like water flowing through it. After feeling it gently, he immediately returned it. Chief, what kind of cloth is this? Xuanniao asked excitedly. I've never seen it before. This thing is called silk, and it is a treasure of our tribe. Yao Yu finished speaking and then asked, don't the nobles in the north wear this cloth? No. Although I haven't seen nobles many times, I am sure that they are wearing linen. Xuanniao said firmly. Then if I ask you to take this cloth to the north, can you get the craftsmen and seeds we need? Yao Yu asked. Chief, to be honest with you, if this treasure appears in the north, the Xuanniao tribe will be finished. Xuanniao said worriedly. Seeing no fear in the clan leader's eyes, Xuanniao shook his head and continued. At that time, there was a very powerful tribe in front of us, at least much more powerful than our bear tribe. They found a sacred object at the foot of the mountain. When Emperor Yin heard about it, he was willing to exchange millet and people for the sacred object. Result. What's wrong? Yao Yu was curious. As a result, that tribe thought that they had obtained the divine object, which meant they had received the favor of God. They rejected the messenger sent by Emperor Yin. Afterwards, Emperor Yin summoned 10 tribes, killed the entire clan of the tribal leader, and made the rest of the population into slaves. The Xuanniao tribe has such a treasure. We must not let the Flame Emperor know. Even his subordinates must not be informed. After Xuanniao finished speaking, he waited quietly for the tribe leader to repeat it to the messenger. He carefully watched the expression of the messenger. There was no fluctuation on his expression, and he was still as calm as when he first entered the room. Yes. How can someone who has never seen it know how powerful the Yin tribe is? When Emperor Yin made a call from a high place, hundreds of tribes responded. How majestic! This small Xuanniao tribe can be destroyed by Emperor Yin with just a wave of his hand. After surrendering for so many days, he also understood the true strength of the Xuanniao tribe. Even worse than their bear tribe. But even their bear tribe was no match for even a subsidiary tribe of the Yin tribe. We must go to the north. Su Yi said to Yao Yu. Tell him what we have discussed before. Chapter 115, Making Bamboo Armor. Su Yi certainly knew that it was a crime to possess a treasure. But going north is imperative. If you bring some animal skins, you can only exchange them for some northern specialties such as seeds. To attract people from the north, especially craftsmen, is not as easy as taking away the lead sheep. As for robbing, Su Yi had thought about it. But there are not enough people. If we send a dozen or so people to the north to snatch people away, there is a high probability that they will never return. Trying to get something for nothing, or even bribery, won't work. Northerners would not easily follow strangers to the desolate south unless they were left with no other options. The only feasible way is to find the nobles and buy the slaves from them. And silk is undoubtedly the best currency. Land reclamation and planting must also be put on the agenda as soon as possible. With more than 1,000 mouths to feed, everyone needs to be fed. In the short term, we can rely on mountains, rivers, lakes, and marshes to survive, but in the long run, we have to develop the agriculture industry. In his spare time, He would search everywhere and also remind his tribesmen to keep an eye out. But apart from some vegetables and fruits that are not easy to store, such as rice, taro, and potatoes, nothing was found, not even anything that looked similar to them. Chief, please persuade the envoy of God. The divine object must not be known to the big tribes in the north. Xuanniao said earnestly. Otherwise, the Xuanniao tribe will be in trouble. His brother became an official of the Xuanniao tribe and was respected. After all, Xuanniao is a high-level slave. In the Xuanniao tribe, they are all people of status. But once the Xuanniao tribe was targeted, they were destroyed. They have lost their identity and their homes, so where can they find such a good life again? Not only do you have to go, but you have to bring people with you personally. Yao Yu relayed Su Yi's words. I won't go. Xuanniao shook his head repeatedly. They will kill me and take the treasure. Tell him that this treasure is tied to his life. As long as those people in the north know that he will still have this treasure as long as he is alive, they will not kill him. Xuanniao's eyes lit up after hearing this. Can such a treasure be created? Recently, our tribe has been blessed by God, who gave us the method to make this divine object. It took those 10 women who were favored by the gods 10 days to build something about the length of one step. Yao Yu repeated what Su Yi had told her. It can grow this long in 10 days. Xuanniao opened his arms in surprise. Yao Yu nodded. Xuanniao's mind became active. When he is there, the treasure is there. When he is not there, the treasure is gone. If this were the case, the greedy northern nobles would definitely not kill him, and would even treat him to good food and drink. Moreover, God made him seem not to be worried that exposing this divine object would bring disaster. Could it be that he already had a way to deal with it? Chief, in that case I'll go. Xuanniao said. This is a true divine object. How much value you can bring out, and how much you can get will determine how high your status will be when you return. Seeds, craftsmen, colored stones, cattle, and sheep. Anything we don't have here, the more you can get, the better. Don't worry, clan leader. Even if I don't have an official position, I will definitely work wholeheartedly for the Xuanniao clan. Yao Yu looked at Xuanniao deeply and said, We will not be stingy with the official position for those who have made contributions to the clan. After respectfully seeing the 3 people off, Xuanniao slowly sat back on the bed. At the beginning, he came into the sight of God's messenger because he had been a leader, understood northern dialect, and provided some bronze artifacts. Now, this is another opportunity, a good opportunity to be reused by God's messenger. He had been thinking about it every day these days and finally understood the system of raising chickens. He couldn't sleep that night as he was trying to figure it out. The so-called Xingji has only one function, which is to gain the recognition of the messenger of God. In the Xuanniao tribe, the messenger of God is like the Yin emperor of the Yin tribe, even more powerful than the flame emperor. When Emperor Yin issues an order, he also has to consider the opinions of ministers from all directions who are people of high moral character. In the Xuanniao tribe, what the messenger of God says is truly what it comes down to. Therefore, only those who are recognized by the God's messengers are truly nobles of the Xuanniao clan. He must seize this opportunity. The 3 of them went out together and were met with the howling of wolves. You, what are you doing? She is the chief's maid. Sui finished speaking, and seeing Lang Zhao's confused look, he added, She helps the chief eat and sleep. Ah, yes. Lang Wen nodded repeatedly. The wolf howled suddenly. For a moment, he thought you had become the woman of God's messenger. Who else has a higher status than God's messenger? Turns out she was just a maid. Lord God's messenger, what kind of chicken is a maid? Asked Wolf Howl. 1 level lower than the tribe members. So that's the same as a high-level slave? Sui nodded. Thank you, messenger of God. Lang Xiao bowed and saluted. His daughter has a higher status, and with a job in the textile bureau, she is almost like a normal member of the tribe. And my daughter is always with the clan leader, who would dare to bully her like last time. From now on, he would not let them see their daughter unless they were officials. After securing the personnel for the northward trade, Sui immediately went about gathering those tribesmen who could barely be called carpenters. Half of the people from the Stone Bureau were also notified to come. In addition, 7 or 8 slaves with no skills were called in. I called you here today to make something new. The messenger of God spoke, and everyone immediately quieted down. This thing is called bamboo armor. Hearing something new, everyone's eyes lit up. Every time God's messenger asks everyone to make something, it has a very powerful effect. Lord God's messenger, what is this bamboo armor used for? Someone asked curiously. If strictly classified, it is a weapon. Sui said, when fighting with others, it can block the enemy's weapon from stabbing you. Like the shields used by the guardsmen? Asked a tribesman who had made shields. Sui nodded. Lord God's messenger, the bamboo is not thick enough. How can we make such a big shield? Asked another person. Sui was too lazy to explain further. These people have one little problem after another. After answering them one by one, I don't have to do anything today. You'll understand once you make it. Now listen to me telling you how to divide into groups. You two, come with me to pick bamboo later. Sui pointed at the two slaves. You two will be responsible for cutting and splitting, you will be responsible for grinding, and you will be responsible for drilling. Sui said to the carpenters, I will teach you how to do it in a moment. The people from the Stone Bureau are responsible for providing them with the tools they need. The other slaves were responsible for stringing the bamboo pieces that the carpenter had drilled holes on with hemp ropes. Whoever wears the tightest and most rigid clothes will be promoted to a high-level slave. There was a gleam in the eyes of several low-level slaves. The opportunity to be promoted was right in front of them. After making arrangements for everyone, Sui first took the two of them to select bamboo. Came to the piles of cut bamboo. Remember, choose the hard and green ones from now on. Sui pointed at one and said. The two men nodded, picked up the bamboo, and left. The bamboo armor that Sui asked them to make was not to cover the whole body, but only to protect the vital parts of the chest and back. The most difficult part of making bamboo armor is the treatment of the seams. He does not have high requirements for them. After polishing and drilling, just tighten them with hemp rope. In this way, it will not affect the flexibility of the body and will also have a certain protective effect. There is some advantage against an enemy that is nothing. Chapter 116 Merits and Demerits. Sui had thought about getting some leather armor. It's just that he doesn't know how to process the leather to make it harder. Just wrapping it around your body doesn't seem to be of much use. As for putting on multiple layers, the Xuanniao tribe is not that extravagant. Many people still wear grass skirts and children run around naked. So he gave up the idea. The next day, the dawn broke. Sui stood up carefully and pulled the animal skin for Langwei, whose thighs were exposed. The person on the bed groaned, turned over, and continued to sleep. He can't sleep in and must insist on running laps. Your physical constitution is already weaker than that of the people in this world. If you don't work hard, you will only meet the gods early. Moreover, today is the day Xiongtong and his companions are scheduled to set off, and he, as a messenger of God, must also show up. After running around, the trade personnel arranged yesterday have gathered. Including Xiongtong, there are a total of 20 members of the Bear tribe who understand the northern dialect. Xiongtong stood in front of the team with a serious look on his face. I will send you off today. Then the whole tribe will welcome your return. Xiongtong, I hope you return with a full load. Sui reminded. Xiongtong bowed solemnly. Yayu came out holding a linen roll in both hands. It was wrapped in silk. Xiongtong's heart beat wildly as he looked at the roll that was as thick as his calf. This must be the divine object that the Xuanniao tribe has accumulated for many days, and now it has all been given to him. He must not let down the trust of God's messenger. The others also carried rolled-up deer skins and antelope skins, including 2 tiger skins. There were a few people seeing him off, both women and men. Brother, you must come back, Xiongnan shouted. Xiongtong glanced at his brother and twitched the corners of his mouth. Sui watched the trading team disappear into the jungle. This is his first step towards the north, and the outcome is still unknown. Xiongtong left in the morning. Yaoing came back in the afternoon. Under the setting sun, the Tianfu Basin is covered in deep greenery, and the rivers flowing through it sparkle. Wow, this place is so big. How could the gods create such a wonderful place? The team members were full of praise and stopped to watch. Look there. A sharp-eyed team member pointed in a direction. Others also looked over. But I saw that there was a small cleared space in the forest. If you look closely, you can see small houses. It's a nest. Is there anyone there? Could it be God who made them? At this time, a team member responsible for exploring the way came running over and said, Report, there are no marks left by the messenger of God ahead. It seems that this is the new territory of our Xuanniao tribe. Yaoing said happily. Wow, the messenger of God is so powerful. Let's go. Yaoing waved his hand before the sun sets. The group of thirsty people saw Merlin and headed towards the open space without stopping. Everyone, assemble, Yaoing shouted. Sui raised his eyebrows but did not stop him. He wanted to see how many surprises he could bring to himself. The wounded members of the tiger tribe immediately put down the animal skins and weapons in their hands. Start lining up in the open space. After a while, they were actually lined up. Although it's a little crooked, it's already very valuable. He could see that the eagle had trained them beforehand, otherwise it wouldn't be so fast. Yaoing stood in front of the crowd with his chest held high. Report. Tell me. Sui was very interested and wanted to hear what he had to say. You often ask me who is the leader. The one standing before you now is me. As Yaoing finished speaking, everyone shouted to Sui in unison. Hello, Chief. Quite interesting. In the past, he would be involved in all the big and small matters of the tribe, but now it seems that he should give full play to the subjective initiative of the tribe members. Hearing the deafening cheers, Yao Ying's mouth was stretched to his ears. Not only did he bring people back, he also trained them. In addition, more than a dozen women were added to the tribe. God made him not reward himself properly, and even the gods in heaven couldn't stand it. Yaoying, do you know what you did wrong? Yaoying thought he had heard wrongly. The other people in the queue were also whispering to each other. How could their captain make a mistake? Is this leader confused? You made a mistake. Sui said word by word. Where did the woman behind come from? I stole it. Those people were so stupid. Yao Ying's face turned, and he became very excited when talking about the great things he had done. I just used my brain a little bit, and they were fooled by me. Stolen? Does that mean you might have brought us enemies? No. Yao Ying waved his hand confidently. We walked for several days to find this place. They won't catch up with us. Besides, the marks you left behind are only recognizable to us. Those people are very stupid, so you don't have to worry. Everyone else, please disband. Someone will take care of you. Sui waved his hand and pointed at Yaoying. Come with me. At this moment, a woman suddenly jumped out from behind the crowd. Without saying anything, he took Yao Ying's arm. What are you doing? Yaoying was surprised. Let me go. He recognized this as the woman who had been carried all the way here on a stretcher. Every time Yaoying tried to break free, the woman would come close to him again. Seems determined that he won't let go. Bring it along, Sui said and turned around. Yaoying glared at the woman fiercely. The woman shrank her neck but refused to let go of his hand. In the room, Yao Yu and Sui sat on one side. Yaoying and the strange woman sat on the other side. Yaoying kept pulling his arms, but the woman held on to him tirelessly. The injuries of those wounded were healed a few days ago. If you don't bring them back as soon as possible, I won't hold you accountable this time. After all, I didn't give you a deadline for the mission. But you provoked an unknown enemy privately, and that was wrong. If you can't control what's down there, I'll help you get rid of it. Sui looked at the woman who was hugging Yao Ying's arm tightly and said. Yaoying became anxious and was about to speak, but was stopped by his sister's eyes. However, you know how to train them using the method I trained you, so that counts as a credit. You also completed the task I assigned to you and brought the people back, so that's also a credit. If there weren't these dozen extra women, I would have rewarded you well. Now, since I haven't figured out the enemy yet, it's hard to say whether your contribution can outweigh your mistake. Yaoying stretched his neck and listened attentively. Do you understand what I said? Sui wanted him to know what he did right and what he did wrong. I understand everything, Yaoying said. Then what did you do wrong? Sui asked tentatively. Next time I will never bring the kidnapped woman back to our camp, Yaoying said seriously. Sui turned his head and looked at Yao Yu beside him. He wondered if they were born from the same mother. Yao Yu rolled his eyes. Sui understood what she meant. Don't look at me. I'm not as stupid as him. Tell me about those people you provoked. Sui turned his head and asked Yaoying. Those enemies are terrible. Yaoying became serious. There are so many of them, a huge black mass. There was also a man with his head wrapped in black cloth, who looked like a priest. They all knelt at his feet and watched him pray. So, they are from the same tribe? Chapter 117 Jioli Tribal Alliance. No. I saw more than a dozen totem flags alone. They must not be from the same tribe. Sui frowned. A collective composed of multiple tribes with a common belief? The power seemed to be in the hands of the priests. Not easy to deal with. By the way, where are they from? The north. They all migrated from the north, bringing their women and children with them. Is there a war in the north? That trip of Xiong Tong and his friends is not going to be a good one. If he had known that people from the north would come, he would not have sent them out. Did you find anything else? Sui wanted to get more information. Yaoying frowned and thought for a while, then a look of joy appeared on his face. Women from the north aren't as strong as those here. Sui heard this and ignored him. You try asking her using Xiong Tong's language. Which tribe are you from? Yao Yu asked the woman gently. The woman is immersed in her own world. She knows it all. They have been walking for these few days just to return to the real camp. These barbarian women are so shameless. Since entering the camp, she has seen many women seducing the men in her arms. These barbarian men are really rude. Many of them cast their eyes on these women from other tribes with animal desires in their eyes. She couldn't bear to be the wife of many men. After thinking about it, I can only pester him. And if she was not mistaken, the nest she was in now was the largest one. The two people in front of me must be of extraordinary identities. The man is the one standing in front of the team just now. He should be the real leader. The woman should be the chief's wife. She is so beautiful. What she wore was not animal skin, but linen. She could see that the seams were very fine. Her needlework has also been praised by many people. Yaoying saw the woman holding him in a daze, ignoring his sister. He raised his hand and finally poked the woman's head hard with a finger. The woman suddenly came to her senses. Can you understand me? Yao Yu said patiently. Which tribe are you from? Oh. The woman exclaimed. The chief's beautiful wife actually knows their language. How are you? The woman finally let go of Yao Ying's arm and stood up to salute. Sui saw that she folded her hands, was slightly shorter than her shoulders, bent over and kneeled, with her head down. "Oh, it's pleasing to the eye." She bowed to Yao Yu and then turned to Sui. Sui happily accepted it. Just from this etiquette, you can tell that their tribe is much more civilized than the Xuanniao tribe. At Yao Yu's instruction, the woman sat back and immediately held Yao Ying's arm, fearing that he would run away. "To answer your question, I am from the Deer tribe." "Deer tribe?" Yao Yu looked at Sui. This was another tribe she had never heard of. "Someone, go call Xuanniao over," Yao Yu ordered. "They may be from the same place." "Yes." The guard outside the door received the order and left. Xuanniao arrived soon. "Sit down." Yao Yu pointed to a wooden stake. After Xuanniao sat down, Yao Yu asked, "Do you know the Deer tribe?" Upon hearing this, the woman holding Yao Ying's arm immediately turned her head to look at the person who came. "I know. Their tribe is stronger than ours," Xuanniao said. "Then do you know their bear tribe?" Yao Yu turned his gaze and asked the woman. "I followed my tribe to the bear tribe to do business." The woman looked at Xuanniao in surprise, but wasn't the bear tribe destroyed by the Yin tribe? She was somewhat happy that she could still see people from the Jiuli tribe and the barbarian tribe. Xuanniao was also surprised that she was a woman from the Deer tribe. "Has your Lu tribe also been invaded by the Yin tribe?" Xuanniao asked. The woman sighed. "It's not just us. Our entire Jiuli tribe has been invaded. The chief was captured. I heard that Emperor Yin chopped off his head at the foot of Tushan Mountain. The witch was also executed at the same time. Most people surrendered to the Yin tribe and became slaves. Our chief, Lu, took us to escape to the south. At that time, my father went and asked the chief for help, but he did not respond." Xuanniao sighed. "I didn't expect." "Do you know why the Yin tribe wanted to attack us?" "I don't know. Just a few days ago, the chief suddenly summoned all the tribes and started a war with the Yin tribe. Now if I calculate, it seems that this is the time when your bear tribe was destroyed. Are there many people moving here?" Xuanniao asked. "Not many people from our Deer tribe died in the battle. Some died on the way, so half of them died when we migrated here," the woman said. "I don't know about other tribes." "Then why are you here?" Xuanniao asked puzzledly. "The day after our tribe migrated here, I was kidnapped from the Deer tribe." The woman turned her head and looked at Yao Ying weakly. When Yao Ying saw the woman looking at him, he rolled his eyes. "By the way, my name is Xuanniao. What's yours?" "Xuanniao? The eldest son of the leader of the bear tribe. You still know me?" Xuanniao was surprised. "I've heard about you. They say you don't like women but rocks." Yao Yu listened to their conversation and chuckled. "By the way, my name is Lu Mei." The woman stood up and saluted again. Xuanniao also returned the greeting in a serious manner. Sui realized that this guy had always been perfunctory in his previous greetings. Through Yao Yu's retelling, he roughly understood the whole story. For unknown reasons, a war broke out between the Jiuli Tribal Alliance and the Yin Tribal Alliance. Sui guessed that it might be for land and population. The Bear tribe was the unlucky one to be destroyed first. The war ended with the defeat of the Jiuli tribe. Most people surrendered to the Yin tribe and became slaves. A small number of people fled to the south. Combined with Yu Ying's words, these tribes that fled to the south seemed to have gathered around a leader again. It is a considerable threat to the Xuanniao tribe. However, Sui thought that there were both advantages and disadvantages. Northern crops and technology must have migrated south with these people. It is relatively easy to obtain. But Yao Ying had made enemies with the other party as soon as he arrived. What should he do if the other party's troops invaded? "Lu Mei, I'm his sister." Yao Yu pointed at Yao Ying and revealed his identity. Lu Mei was surprised. No wonder he is so popular. It turns out he is the leader's brother-in-law. But it seems that he is more afraid of his sister. Just now, just a look from her could have made him shut up. He already has his own woman, who you would say should be his wife, Yao Yu said. "I don't care. I just want to be with him," Lu Mei said firmly. "I'm worried that his wife won't be willing to accept you," Yao Yu said. She had come into contact with the woman her brother was with. Although she looks petite and fragile, she actually has her own ideas. She allowed him to go out and leave seeds everywhere, but she did not allow him to bring women back to the nest. "Lord God's messenger, Lord Chief, can I come in?" A crisp voice came from outside the nest. Yao Yu could tell that this was the woman his brother had chosen. Chapter 118, Two-Handed Preparation. Yao Ying frowned when he heard the voice. This annoying woman even found her way here. "Are you going out to see her?" Sui said to Yao Ying and then grabbed Yao Yu's hand. "We can't let her get away tonight." These days she sent Lang Wei to deal with him every night and never went into battle herself. Yao Ying stood up and took Lu Mei's hand and walked out. Sui tilted his ear and prepared to eat the melon. Yao Yu frowned and sighed. Mu Ling was delighted to see her man coming out. She heard that they had returned and that he had been called away alone by the messenger for questioning. "Have you finished asking?" Mu Ling said. "I've already roasted it." Halfway through his words, he saw the woman coming out from behind him, held by his hand. Mu Ling closed his mouth, his face full of vigilance. Eagle, who is she? What do you care who she is? Yao Ying said bluntly. How could he bow his head in front of a woman in front of his sister and God's messenger? Seeing the impatience in the man's eyes, Mu Ling felt uncomfortable. You're not going to take her back? I can take whoever I want. It's none of your business. Yao Ying was a little annoyed. Lu Mei saw the woman in front of her eyes turn red, and she tried hard to break free from the man's hand. But the other party squeezed even tighter. The tribe built a new nest for us, which is bigger than the previous one. I have already packed it up. Mu Ling looked into Yao Ying's eyes. I don't care about you outside, but you promised me not to bring women back to the nest. I changed my mind. Okay. Yao Ying said, gritting his teeth. Hearing this, Mu Ling took a deep breath and said stubbornly, there can only be one woman in that new nest. Who do you choose? I will choose her. Yao Ying gritted his teeth and pulled the woman in his arms into his arms. You don't want me anymore? Eagle, I advise you to think carefully. The sister's voice came from the nest. There are so many women who want to be with me. You can go wherever you want. After saying this, Yao Ying left Mu Ling and walked away. Listening to the sobbing outside the house, Yao Yu sighed again. Su, I'm in a bad mood. Don't you know what your brother is like? They will have conflict sooner or later. She is pregnant with my brother's child. Sui was stunned. Yao Yu left her side and went to comfort the woman. Sui lay alone, thinking quietly. He had observed that with division of labor and a small amount of personal belongings, the Xuanniao tribe had gradually developed a relatively stable partnership between a man and a woman. This is reflected in the fact that the man often gives food to the woman, and the woman also sews and mends for the man, grills meat, and passes water to him. But the relationship was unstable. And as the personal wealth and status of individuals within the clan increase, polygamy will definitely have better soil for growth than monogamy. Introduce a system of wives and concubines? It seems a bit too early. There is no shortage of women in the tribe now, and no men are fighting over women. Since there are more women than men, there is naturally room for the development of polygamy, so I won't worry about it for now. Outside the house. Chief, he doesn't want me anymore. Mu Ling collapsed on the ground, crying. She looked forward to his return every day, but he took another woman into their nest. Why don't you tell him that you have a child? Yao Yu bent down and helped her up. Once he knows, he will definitely not abandon you. Children. Mu Ling smiled bitterly. He has so many children out there that he doesn't even know how many there are. He doesn't care. How can they be the same? Yao Yu said, no one knows whose child the child is. Even the mother doesn't know, let alone the father. But what's in your belly must be his. It belongs to Yao Ying, not the Xuanniao tribe. It's okay. I'll take care of it for you tomorrow. Mu Ling shook her head and refused. If you ask him to take me back, he will just despise me. Please arrange a nest for me and find me an easier job. I can support him myself. Mu Ling stroked her lower abdomen gently. I'll provide you with food and clothing. Just take good care of me. Yao Yu said firmly, you are not allowed to refuse. The baby in her belly is her relative. In the house. Su Yi's mind was exceptionally clear. I don't know what attitude we have towards the new neighbors from the north. According to Yao Ying's description, their strength is definitely enough to crush the Xuanniao clan. He had to prepare for the worst. The top priority right now is to find out the number of the enemy and the military quality of the soldiers. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. There were footsteps at the door. It was you coming back. Settled. Well, my brother, he wants me to take care of his own woman. Yao Yu kicked off his shoes and got on the bed. These are just minor internal conflicts. We should focus on the outside now. Sui lifted the animal skin and let her crawl into his arms. The ones from the deer tribe? Alas, my brother is still causing trouble. Yao Yu said, stroking Suyi's chest with her bare hands. He also brought back more than a dozen women. It's hard to say whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. He brought us enemies. How could it be good? Yao Yu turned around and got up, looking at Sui suspiciously. You are not attracted to those women, are you? What nonsense are you talking about? Sui pulled her back into his arms, his big hands soft and gentle. Tomorrow, call those women together and ask them in detail about the situation of the Jioli tribe. Are you ready to deal with them? Now I'm worried that they will deal with us. Sui said, anyway, let's make preparations for both situations. What? You won't understand even if I tell you. Sui said with a smile. You look down on me? Yao Yu snorted. If you don't believe me, just tell me. I will definitely understand. I decided. You're pressing my hair. Okay, go on. Ideology or religious infiltration, you know? What are you talking about? Yao Yu found that he couldn't understand it all. He turned around angrily, taking away all the animal skins, and said, I'm not going to pay any attention to you. You asked me to say it. Sui felt a chill all over his body and couldn't grab her. You must have said this on purpose so that I can't understand. Yao Yu said. Then you just said that you would definitely understand. Sui argued. Whatever I say is what it is. Yao Yu said coquettishly, can't you speak in words that I can understand? Eh? You blame me for this? Yao Yu returned the animal skin to Sui and left himself outside. Sui shared the animal skins with her, but she retorted. Blame me? I'll say it again. Snort. The warm body snuggled back into his arms. Sui found that since he had possessed her so deeply, every time in bed, the person in his arms was like a different person, even more arrogant than Yao Ling. In addition to direct military confrontation, we should understand their beliefs, including rituals and the people who communicate with gods. The moonlight shines on the earth fairly, without bias. In the dense forest, the moonlight is sparse. The barbarians must be afraid of us and ran away. I said that the place before was their lair. Shall we go back tomorrow? Yeah, we've been chasing them for 3 days now, so we should have found their lair by now. You want to disobey the leader's order? The leader said sternly, don't talk nonsense, take turns to keep watch, and continue chasing tomorrow. I don't believe they won't stop. They also took away the women of the deer tribe. We didn't see them abandoning us along the way, so they must be walking slower than us. We will soon catch up with them. Chapter 119, Nandu and Xuanniao. Early morning, Xuanniao tribe. In the meeting hall. What do you mainly eat? Yao Yu asked the people below. In addition to the woman Yao Ying brought back, several people from the bear tribe including Xuanniao were also called over. It must be rice. Xuanniao muttered. How can it be rice? It must be taro, a woman said. That's right. How many times can we eat rice in a year? The chief is asking the main question. Oh, that's you. Xuanniao said hurriedly. He forgot that the identities of the others were different from his. After listening to Yao Yu's retelling, Sui was overjoyed. Finally, there is definite news about food. He didn't believe that these refugees were like Xuanniao and his group, fleeing the war without bringing seeds or food. It's just not known to what extent they domesticated rice. Wild rice has a low yield and may not taste good. So what do they mean by 1 year? Yao Yu asked puzzledly. Sui raised his eyebrows. The most important thing in farming is timing. Only by mastering seasonal changes can sowing be facilitated. It is not surprising that they developed the calendar through observation. 1 year is. I'll tell you slowly when I get a chance. I can't explain it all at once. Okay then. Yao Yu nodded and continued to relay Sui's question. What utensils do you use to eat? It's pottery. I usually use a wooden bowl. I had a stone bowl, but it was broken on the way. Any pottery. Sui was not surprised that these people invented pottery, but he didn't know how good their pottery-making skills were. What is the name of the god you believe in? God of Nandu. This time, everyone spoke in unison. When talking about the god of Southern Dipper, everyone's eyes were filled with piety. Sui noticed that although Xuanniao and the others were not as sincere as those women, their respect was still obvious. God of the Southern Dipper? You. Ask them where their gods are and what symbols they use. After some communication, Yao Yu replied. They said that the 9 brightest stars in the south of the night sky form a circle, which is the god of the Southern Dipper. And what does symbolism mean? It's the image of the god of Nandu. What do they think the god of Nandu looks like? After Yao Yu finished asking the question, everyone started talking. The head of the god of Nandu looks like a cow, right? No. I heard my father say it was a pig. Its body is like a snake. No. The body is a larva that has not yet turned into a butterfly. You're not right. It can still fly. The god of the Southern Dipper has wings. No wings. There must be wings. Stop arguing, I've seen it. Xuanniao said, and the field became quiet. I saw it once during a shamanic sacrifice. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yao Yu glanced at him. Why don't you find a place to draw it? No. Xuanniao refused. How can a god just draw on the ground? Where do you want to draw? Yao Yu asked impatiently. A flat boulder or a precious sacred object? I won't paint anywhere else. Don't glare at me. I'm not afraid of that guy Yao Li this time. Yeah, how can you just draw a god on the ground? People will just step on it when they walk. You must not draw on the ground. This is blasphemy against the gods. Yao Yu conveyed everyone's opinions to Sui. Sui frowned and thought for a long time, then looked at her pocket and nodded. Everyone looked at the patriarch who suddenly stood up and fell silent. Yao Yu put his hands into his pockets in a pious manner. Both hands pulled out a silk handkerchief and held it in their palms. This is a sacred object of my Xuanniao clan. Is it good enough for you to draw it? Xuanniao had seen him once before at the textile bureau, and when he saw him again this time, he was still amazed. This divine object's brilliance never fades. Seeing this, the other women also stretched their necks. They had never seen such a magical object. Is this cloth? Why is it glowing? I really want to touch it. This is a sacred object that the clan leader always carries with him. How can I let you touch it? The god of the Southern Dipper was painted. Its head is like an ox's, its body is curved like a larva, and it has no wings. I don't know if Xuanniao's drawing skills are too poor, or if the god of Nandi looks like that. Yao Yu watched and shook his head. This Southern Dipper god is much uglier than the Blackbird god. She held up the silk handkerchief to Sui. Unexpectedly, the latter fell straight down after just one look. What's wrong with you? Yao Yu was shocked and caught him immediately. He lay in her arms, his eyes closed, his face flushed. Say something. Yao Yu was so anxious that tears welled up in his eyes. Wake up. There were signs when he got sick last time. Why is it like this time? What happened to the envoy? It was fine just now. The messenger of God is like this because he saw the god of the Southern Dipper. Could it be that the god took his soul away? What nonsense are you talking about? Yao Yu shouted angrily. He must be fine. I said I didn't believe it, but I couldn't help thinking about it. Was he really taken away by God? I was so heartbroken that I cried in his arms. There was a sudden pinch on my calf. Yao Yu turned his head and saw that it was Su Yi's hand. Is he okay? Under the gaze of everyone, Su Yi suddenly jumped up from Yao Yu's arms. The body twists and turns. Xuanniao's pupils shrank. He had seen it. It's a sacrificial dance. The messenger of God is performing a sacrificial dance. After shouting, he knelt down first. Everyone knelt on the ground in unison. Yao Yu looked around and knelt down as well. Actually scared her. It made her cry in front of so many people. Where is her dignity as the clan leader? No one is allowed to accompany him at night. But why would he do this? Until the messenger of God stopped moving and laughed towards the sky. Everyone still bowed their heads with their foreheads on the ground. What's going on? You don't know? It must be divine. That's the envoy of the Xuanniao tribe. You, stand up and stand beside me and relay my words. Seeing that everyone was kneeling, Su Yi moved to Yao Yu's side calmly and whispered, "Be more respectful." Yao Yu didn't understand, but he didn't dare to ruin his plan. He stood up neatly and stood respectfully to one side. The vast heavens. The vast sky. It is vast and boundless. It is vast and boundless. The sky is vast, covering all four directions. Yao Yu understood this sentence. He said the sky is round. The network of heaven is vast and wide, and nothing can escape it. The hub of the network of heaven is the heavenly pole. The god of the sky protects the universe. The Southern Dipper helps guard the 8 directions. It turns out that we are all the people of the god of heaven. After Su Yi finished speaking, he sighed. He raised his hands and signaled everyone to stand up. Yao Yu's eyes were full of disbelief. The person kneeling on the ground also looked puzzled. Chief, what did the envoy of God mean? Xuanniao was confused and asked, what do the sun, moon, and stars revolve around? Yao Yu relayed Su Yi's words. Naturally, everyone was puzzled and looked away. The messenger of God said that they are all rotating around the celestial pole. The god of celestial pole is the one who maintains the movement of the sun, moon, and stars. And your god of the Southern Dipper and our god of the Blackbird actually only have the ability to assist the god of the celestial pole. Chapter 120, A Match for the Match. Everyone finally understood a little. Oh, this means that in addition to being the people of the god of the Southern Dipper, we are also the people of the god of the celestial pole. Xuanniao said suddenly. Su Yi silently gave him a thumbs up. Not only you, we are also the people of the god of Tianji, and the god of Nandu and our god of Xuanniao are brothers and sisters. Yao Yu couldn't believe it himself. The people from the bear tribe and the deer tribe left. Everyone had an expression of shock at realizing how vast the world is. They now wish they could grab the people around them and ask, do you know what the sun, moon, and stars revolve around? Then, in their puzzled looks, he replied proudly, it's Tianji. And we are all the people of the god of the sky. This scene is even harder to sing than the last one. I just don't know how effective it will be. Those people seem to believe it. The seeds have been sown. You should sleep alone tonight. Yao Yu said sullenly. Why? Su Yi asked back. I was so tired from being a spirit. I almost died from holding my breath, and you kept holding me and shaking me. I almost got exposed. You're still lying to me, aren't you? Yao Yu said with an expression that said, I don't want to hear your nonsense. If you don't explain clearly, don't even think about touching me for a year. Su Yi curled his lips. She learned very quickly and didn't even know how many days there were in a year, yet she dared to threaten him. I did this all for our Xuanniao tribe. Su Yi explained slowly. Remember what I said last night about religious infiltration? Yao Yu nodded. This is the beginning of infiltration. Then why don't you just tell them that our Xuanniao god is more powerful than their Nanda god, and let them listen to Xuanniao god? You are acting too hastily. Su Yi couldn't help but say. Speak to me nicely. She found that he was saying something she couldn't understand again. a small hand attached to the waist, pinching the soft flesh. You're wrong. Su-yi hurriedly held her hand. I'll talk properly. The first and most important step in this religious infiltration is not to belittle their beliefs. You need to learn everything about their beliefs, rituals, religious leaders, and even praise them and join them so as not to arouse their hostility. Okay, even if what you said is right, why do you put our blackbird god together with that southern dipper god? Yao Yu asked in confusion. And you even said that he is our god's elder brother. Aren't you afraid that God will punish you? You said last time that you couldn't avoid divine punishment. This involves the second step of religious infiltration. Find the common ground between the two sides' beliefs, integrate your own beliefs into the other side's system, and promote integration. Yao Yu didn't quite understand, but it doesn't stop her from worshipping her man. You can think of so many things at once, she asked in surprise. You are amazing. Su-yi had some ideas last night. Today, seeing how much they protected the god of the Southern Dipper and the image he portrayed, he suddenly came up with an idea and directed and acted in this play himself. But he wouldn't tell her. Looking at her cool and pretty face, her gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration, Su-yi's self-esteem was extremely satisfied. It feels better than beating her in bed. It would be good to strike while the iron is hot and ask her to bring a sister along. But it's useless even if Xuanniao and the others know. Our enemies don't know it yet. Yao Yu looked away. She discovered that the messenger of God was trying to do something bad in broad daylight. They are originally from the Jili tribe. As long as they believe in it, we can just let them go back when the time comes. You've already thought of this? You're stupid. How dare you say that That day, issues concerning the sky began to spread throughout the clan. I'm going to ask you a question. You definitely don't know the answer. After someone showed off in front of him at noon, Rinzai approached Lang Xiao and asked in the afternoon. It's Tianji. Lang Xiao looked at Rinzai's surprised expression with a smug look on his face. You knew that already? I know even more. Wolf Howl continued to show off. The sky above our heads is round, like a bowl covering the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Hiss. Really? Rinzai couldn't help but be surprised. My daughter told me. What the envoy said must be right. She's not a messenger of God. She's my daughter. Wolf Howl defended. Rinzai looked up at the sky and wondered how big the sky must be to cover such a vast area of land. Hearing Lang Xiao's explanation, he subconsciously said, Isn't what your daughter, said the messenger of God. What do you mean? Lang Xiao always felt like he had grasped a thread in his mind. Lang Yu. She is not the chief's maid. She must listen to the chief, and the chief will naturally listen to the messenger. Yeah. Lang Xiao thought for a moment and suddenly said, That makes sense. Why around? Come on. I will definitely beat you today. Recently, the messenger of God invented a kind of gobang, which Rinzai was crazy about. He would look for Lang Xiao to play with it whenever he had nothing to do. When two people meet a worthy opponent in chess or a general in talent, they will become close friends. 2 days later. Xuanniao tribe, big playground. Prick. Receive. After completing the action, Su-yi shook his head and sighed. You step out. He pointed at someone in the front row. Show at once. The person who was named was terrified. Holding the bamboo spear in hand, he stepped out of the line tremblingly. He felt that he did nothing wrong, but why did the messenger of God call him? Listen to my orders. Prick. Receive. Seeing that he had completed the action, Su-yi turned around and glanced at the new members of the guard team. Anyone who can point out his most serious problem will be promoted to a high-level slave immediately. In a team of 100 people, Su-yi had to shout when speaking. Everyone looked confused. Everyone saw that the person did it to standard. As a result, the messenger of God actually said that there was something wrong with him. Although he was confused, he didn't dare to whisper. If you talk in the queue, you must report it, otherwise everyone around you will be punished. Su-yi looked at everyone's confused faces and decided to tell them the key points he had emphasized countless times. Report. Hearing the voice, Su-yi immediately turned his head and looked at the queue. Speak. Lord Messenger of God. Although he thrust out the spear quickly, his arm was not strong enough, so the stab was not strong enough. He should have retracted the spear quickly, but he was slow. After hearing this, Su-yi secretly praised. I have been practicing for 2 days, but still haven't gotten it right. Let's see how this guy performs. Come on, come out and let me see you. A strong man holding a spear came out from the third row. Prick. After the order was given, he exerted force with his waist, and the bamboo spear shot out straight away without any up or down deviation. The tip of the spear seemed to have stabbed into the wall, steady and stable. Su-yi's eyes lit up. Receive. He retracted the spear quickly and without delay. The purpose of stabbing hard is to hurt someone, and the purpose of pulling back quickly is to stab a second time. How many times have I told you this? Don't you guys know where I'm going? I will learn from him in the future. You, be their captain. Su Yi immediately appointed. Senior slave identity cards. Go to the clan leader to collect them after you disband. Wait for an auspicious day and report to the gods. Thank you, Lord God. The man's face turned red with excitement. Why does your spear look darker than others? Su Yi asked in confusion after comparing around. Chapter 121 Bull. Report to the angel of God. On the first day you told us that we sweat during training so that we don't bleed when we go into battle. I just thought about soaking the bamboo spear in water to make it heavier and make me sweat more. Su Yi swallowed. This person is not simple. He was able to put the principles he preached into practice in concrete terms. Okay, Su Yi patted his shoulder. Everyone, soak your bamboo spears in water during training from now on. But don't be stupid enough to bring a waterlogged spear into battle. The shouts and cries of killing started again. Su Yi finally had some free time and returned to the shade of the big tree. Have a drink of water. Lang Yue held a bamboo tube and stood up from the wooden stake. Su Yi smiled and took the bamboo tube from her hand. You look so hot. Lang Yu took out a silk handkerchief from his linen pocket and wiped Su Yi's sweat. I just said you can just find someone to help you shout. Su Yi shook his head and said, if it were just shouting, it would be fine. I still have to observe and correct their movements. No need to correct it now? Lang Yu sat back next to Su Yi. Now someone has replaced me, and he has learned it. That's great. Lang Yue's eyes lit up and said happily, then play Go Bang with me. Only then did Su Yi notice the neat grids drawn on the ground. The two colored chess pieces have also been prepared and placed in two bamboo bowls respectively. One type is a nut the size of a fingertip and is green in color. The other one is blue like blueberry. Here we go again. Su Yi didn't want to play. It's no fun playing chess with them. You can win by confusing them a little. Don't you want to play with me? Lang Yue silently put away his excited expression. Play, Su Yi said. We'll stop once I beat you. Lang Yue said expectantly. That won't work, Su Yi said. If there's something going on, I have to go and get busy. Why don't you go play with you and the others instead of coming here to find me? They are not my match. No one in the entire tribe is my match, except you. Lang Yue raised his face proudly. You are so good. Su Yi was surprised. Come on, you go first. After a few interactions, Su Yi discovered that Lang Yu was not bragging. It can be seen that she is indeed better than you and the others. I won. Su Yi pressed a green piece. Ah. Lang Yue was frustrated. I didn't even notice that place. No, let's do it again. Watching her lowering her head and carefully redrawing the chessboard, Su Yi decided to find something else for her to do so that she wouldn't have to play chess with him whenever she had free time. You, I have something more fun. What? Come with me. Su Yi pulled her up and left. The two of them walked all the way to the riverside where pottery was made. Several people are making pottery. There were 3 other people building a kiln nearby. I haven't played with mud for a long time. Lang Yue said sullenly. You just don't want to play chess with me. Do you know what they are doing? Su Yi asked. Isn't it just pottery? These clay things look pretty, but are useless. Lang Yue thought about it and said something that she had been unable to figure out. Not only him, but everyone couldn't figure it out. But no one dared to disobey the arrangements of God's messenger. As his woman, she had to consider him. In her opinion, he must have arranged this matter wrongly. These things will rot if exposed to rain, and water will leak if it is stored. Why don't you ask everyone to cut down trees? Several tribesmen who were making clay figures raised their heads when they heard this. As expected of a woman who is God's messenger, what she said is so true. They also feel that it is wrong to just eat and drink for free every day. After moving here and finally helping out with the tree cutting for a few days, I felt a little better. Who knew that he was called out by the messenger of God again 2 days ago? Every day, they made clay bowls and clay basins. The messenger of God even said that if they didn't make them well, they wouldn't be given anything to eat. Alas, these things are useless even if you make them into flowers. Just like last time, the rain turned everything into a mess. You, think about it. Will these things still rot after being roasted over a high fire? Su Yi said. It cracks when it's roasted over fire. Don't try to fool me. I've roasted it before. Have you roasted it before? Su Yi asked in surprise. Then you must have roasted it the wrong way. If it's really roasted, it won't crack at all. Not to mention holding water. It won't go bad even if you throw it into water. Is this true? Lang Yue's eyes lit up. Of course it's real. Su Yi said. You can even paint patterns on these bowls and basins. After they're baked, they won't fall off no matter how long you use them. Just think about it. We are holding the bowl you made yourself, with the pattern you drew on it. What a wonderful thing it is. Su Yi looked at the strong interest rising in her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. This would at least keep her busy for a while. right? Then I'll make a few bowls and paint some pretty patterns on them. Everyone, give me a seat. The potters looked at each other and quickly stood up. They were counting on her to dissuade the messenger of God. In the end, he was persuaded by the messenger of God. Xuanniao saw them kneading the pottery carefully with their hands and decided to get them a simple pottery wheel to improve their efficiency. Inside the stone bureau, it's just a wooden board. Fix an axis in the center of the bottom of the board and then insert it into a base. It has to rotate. Xuanniao said as he gestured. Lord Divine Envoy, I will give it a try first. If the result is not reasonable, we will adjust it. After listening to Xuanniao's description, Yao Gu said silently. In fact, what the messenger of God said is much simpler than the loom, and it is not difficult to make it. Xuanniao nodded with satisfaction. Yao Gu said this because he was confident. It's more convincing than others saying, it's okay, leave it to me. After coming out of the stone tool bureau, Xuanniao rushed to the bamboo armor production site without stopping. The Xuanniao tribe has few people, so he can only improve the quality of their personnel and equipment. The place where he ran the most these days, apart from the playground where he practiced spearing, was here. As soon as I got closer, the smell of bamboo shavings in the air rushed into my nose. Xuanniao did not stay here, but went directly to the other side near the river. There were simple grills built with stones, with flames rising underneath. The bamboo strips need to be baked to remove moisture, increase their hardness, and prevent deformation. But it is extremely difficult to control the temperature. Either it cracks or burns, or it remains green after being roasted for a long time. The right degree can only be mastered through multiple experiments. Xuanniao couldn't find a more suitable solution for a while. We can only send people to bake them in batches, put the baked ones into use, and accumulate experience at the same time. The burnt ones become fuel directly. Lord God's messenger, this is what we just baked. What do you think of it? Seeing Xuanniao coming, a man immediately went up to him. Chapter 122, Filling the Numbers. Xuanniao looked at the palm-length bamboo piece he was holding. The color is no longer green, but light brown. It was still warm in my hand. I picked up a stone and knocked it, and it made a crisp sound. Xuanniao nodded with satisfaction. This one will work. How long does it take you to bake it now? Lord God's messenger, this is the second pile baked this morning. The tribesman replied hurriedly. The speed is okay. Xuanniao continued. Remember that color change is one thing. If it carries water, it will be heavier, so you have to pay attention to that as well. I will check each one and make sure it is dry before sending it to the carpenters. If this batch of bamboo armor deforms right after it's made, I'll hold you accountable. If it doesn't deform, I'll upgrade you. The tribesmen were terrified. They actually want to punish him? He secretly made up his mind to supervise them well and dry every piece of bamboo. After Xuanniao finished his instructions, he left with his hands behind his back. In the past 2 days, the news of the god of Tianji has spread among the Xuanniao tribe. Even children now know that the sun and the moon revolve around the celestial pole. It's time to let the spy go back. What? Xiongnan was surprised. I'm not going. That's your tribe, why don't you go? Yao Yu said. We are all the people of the god of Tianji wherever we are, and I am still a member of the Xuanniao tribe. I won't go, Xiongnan refused firmly. After listening to the retelling, Xuanniao was surprised at how quickly and accurately this guy understood. This is the order from God's messenger. You have to go whether you want to or not. Yao Yu said. Xiongnan looked bitter after hearing this. Here he has food and drink, status and women. When I went to the Jili tribe, I had nothing and was still a civilian. But how dare he disobey the order of God's messenger? Anyone who disobeyed orders was dragged out and beheaded, and no one felt sorry for him. It doesn't mean you won't come back if you go. Can you come back? Xiongnan eyes lit up when he heard the patriarch's words. Our 2 tribes are originally one. When the time comes, we will all live together and reproduce together. You will still be the chief of our tribe, and you will have more people under you. That's not right. Xiongnan thought for a moment and said, at that time, which of our 2 tribes was the main body and which was the vassal? After hearing the retelling, Xuanniao couldn't help but look at Xiongnan again. This guy looks a little stupid, but he is actually very smart. Then we will have to wait for our divine messenger and the Jili tribe's divine, which to ask the gods together. We all have no choice but to listen to the will of God, Yao Yu relayed. Xiongnan understood. Whether he can continue to be the director in the future depends on God. He knew very well that as long as he did not violate the god's envoys and clan rules, his identity would remain in the Xuanniao tribe. But it is hard to say whether the 2 tribes will merge. Master, why do we have to go back and spread the word about the god of heavenly extremes? Xiongnan asked. Isn't it enough for us to know it ourselves? Yao Yu thought. I can't tell you why I'm infiltrating religion. Foolish. We are all the people of the God of the sky. We should live on the same land and under the same sky. Now we are separated at both ends. This is disrespectful to the God of the sky. If the two tribes can merge together, it doesn't matter if I don't become the tribe leader, as long as we can both enjoy the glory of the gods. After listening to the solemn words of the patriarch, Xuanniao lowered his head in shame. Although the Julie tribes have different totems, no one dares to say that they are not the people of the god of the Southern Dipper. The patriarch might have thought so too. Yao Yu saw Xuanniao lowering his head in thought and prepared to say a few more words. Chief, please stop talking. I'm going, Xuanniao said. I didn't want to go back to the Julie tribe because of my official position. I feel very ashamed for this. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu raised his eyebrows towards Sui calmly. Sui nodded to her. Alas, Yao Yu sighed and shook his head. Xuanniao, actually it won't do much to ask you to go, you're just filling in the numbers. The important task of spreading the message of the god of Heavenly Pole mainly depends on the other people in the bear tribe and the women in the deer tribe. Xuanniao was stunned after hearing this. My father often says that he is not good at anything. The women of the deer tribe also said that they don't like women, they only like stones. Now, even the clan leader looked down on him and even said that he was not as good as other members of the clan. Chief, just wait and see what I do this time. Xuanniao said, gritting his teeth. It sounds like you're better than the others. Yao Yu pretended not to believe it. I must be better than them. The next morning, the sun shone. All the members of the Xuanniao tribe gathered together and stared at the stage silently. On the stage were 17 men from the bear tribe, including Xuanniao, and 14 women from the deer tribe. We are all God's people. We should share what we have and live in harmony. Sui said to the crowd below the stage. Yao Yu recounted the story in words that Xuanniao and the others could understand. Sui pointed at the people on the stage. They are the envoys communicating between the two tribes. Their mission today is the beginning of the common prosperity of the two tribes in the future. Everyone greets them. After Sui finished speaking, he retreated to the side of the stage. Everyone please bow. Yao Yu on the stage shouted solemnly after he finished recounting. In the front row were the guards that Sui had arranged long ago. Upon hearing the patriarch's order, the guards immediately bent down and bowed. Everyone behind him followed suit. Xuanniao looked at the crowd below the stage, who were bending down like weeds blown by the wind, and his face turned red with excitement. That dizzy feeling came back. However, with the experience from last time, he took 2 deep breaths and steadied his body. The other men in the bear tribe had never enjoyed such treatment since they came to the Xuanniao tribe, and they were so excited that they were at a loss. The most shocked were the women of the deer tribe. Their faces were flushed and their hands and feet were sweaty. I have a stronger sense of mission for the responsibilities I shoulder. Get up, Yao Yu ordered. Everyone in the audience straightened up again. Let's set out facing the rising sun. Bring the news that we are as close as one family, and bring our common faith. A group of people set foot on the cleared path, accompanied by everyone's gaze. Lume was in a complicated mood. Although she has only been here for a few days, she has already fallen in love with life here. We worked together, ate together, and everyone had a great time. On the contrary, she was not very excited about returning to the deer tribe. The man never took care of her since he brought her back to the nest. She felt guilty and sorry for the woman he abandoned. Moreover, I later learned that the Xuanniao tribe has rules that those who forcibly possess women will be punished. None of the women who came with her were violated. She felt even more guilty after knowing this. But the patriarch told her that it was not her fault. This time when they went back to the deer tribe, he was the one who led the escort. Seeing him leading his neatly organized subordinates, she couldn't help but want to get closer to him. But bringing her back to the nest without possessing her must mean that he despises her. Cheer up, the messenger of God has told us that we may encounter enemies on the road. The 10 of you will go ahead and explore the way. Come back and report immediately if you find anything. Everyone else, pay attention to the woods on both sides. Yaoing turned around and gave a few orders, then turned around and led the way. After seeing the crowd disappear into the woods, Sui immediately sent everyone back to their respective duties. Sui, if we send them back, will they be able to live in harmony as you said? Yao Yu retracted his gaze and said, Chapter 123, Pottery Kiln. They are more like a gust of wind carrying seeds. Whether the seeds can germinate after landing depends on the soil over there. It also depends on whether the guy holding the hoe will cut off the seedlings. It also depends on, are you going to speak human language? Yao Yu interrupted Sui angrily. I don't know if we can live in harmony, so I'm training our troops. Sui said. In this way, even if the two sides fight, we will not be without the strength to fight back. We may have entered the enemy's sight. We can't burn it down like we did last time. Wait a minute. I seem to understand something. You mean, those people might die if they are sent back? Yao Yu said in surprise. I brought so many people from my entire clan to brainwash them, and also gathered everyone to see us off, making it so grand. Isn't it just to let them survive? Sui said. I don't understand what you were saying. Anyway, in this case, you shouldn't send Xuanniao. When his brother comes back and finds out that his brother is in trouble, he will hold a grudge against us. Yao Yu said worriedly. It's not enough to just send soldiers. We also have to send a general. Sui said quietly. That's why I asked you to provoke him last night. As I said, whether they can survive depends on themselves. The two went back together. On the playground, 100 warriors holding dark green bamboo spears shouted kill in unison. They practice this movement every day. Is it useful? Yao Yu asked puzzled. I told you that you didn't understand, and you blame me. Sui made a disclaimer in advance. This time you tell me. I won't blame you if you don't understand. Yao Yu vowed. What about me? Sui said in disbelief. Speak. Yao Yu nodded. First, it strengthens muscle memory. Second, improve proficiency. Third, Sui counted on his fingers. You sleep alone tonight. Yao Yu said, leaving Sui with a back view of her swinging ponytail. Sui raised the corners of his lips. The plain linen top and shorts make her look youthful and beautiful, truly a sight to behold. When this anger is gone, go find another one. Langhua discovered that there is a science to simply playing in the mud. The bowls she made were not as good as those made by the tribesmen. They made it round and well-proportioned. The ones she made were uneven in thickness and always crooked. Why don't you teach me? Langhua asked humbly. The two men beside her looked at each other and approached carefully. Don't be impatient, and don't be impatient with your hands. Take it slow. Yes, this will easily break if you use too much force, said another person. Also, the piece in your hand is too dry. It will crack easily if you move it. There are grass roots in your mud. The messenger said that grass roots can easily leave flaws in the utensils, and they may leak when burned later. Langhua brushed away the hair on her face with the back of her hand and listened attentively. Sui happened to see this scene when he went over. Yu's personality is exactly the opposite of Ling's. As for Ling, that girl has not been seen all day long. I wonder where she is having fun. By the way, he asked Yao Gu to make the pottery wheel yesterday. I don't know if it's healed yet. It may take a few days. Lord God's messenger. Sui turned his head and found that it was Yao Gu, who was holding a wooden object in his hand. It's ready. What do you think of it? Yao Gu spoke at his usual speed. So fast. Sui exclaimed in surprise. This is not difficult. One end can be fixed and the other end can be rotated according to your requirements. Yao Gu continued. Quick, show me how to do it. Yao Gu put down what was in his arms. The scene here immediately attracted the attention of several potters, and everyone couldn't help but look over. Only Langyue's attention was on the mud in his hands. Sui leaned in to see it more clearly. This wooden potter's wheel has a heavy wooden stake at one end, which serves as a base. There is a wooden axis in the middle with a wooden disc connected to the top. The hole in the middle of the base is slightly larger, and the shaft is inserted into it. The structure is really not difficult. But rubbing by hand isn't easy, right? Yao Gu fiddled with the wooden plate on the upper layer, causing the wooden axis to start turning. Sui noticed that the entire pottery wheel was stable and did not shake. Okay, Sui patted his thigh. Sui shout startled Lang Yu, who was concentrating on his studies. Sui, why are you here too? I heard you didn't do it evenly just now, so I'll give you a tool. Sui said. Come, let me show you. Bringing the pottery wheel closer, Sui picked up a piece of mud that looked sticky and piled it on. You, help me turn the wooden plate up there. Don't use too much force. As the wolf moon rotated, the mud quickly took shape in Suyi's hands. Wow, so amazing. I want to try it too, Langhua said in surprise. The other tribesmen who were holding bowls also widened their eyes. The messenger of God was truly powerful. They would never have dreamed that they could make bowls like this. Yao Gu suddenly realized what this thing was for after thinking about it for a long time. So this is what it was used for. A group of people gathered around a pottery wheel to study. Sui went to the river to wash his hands, then strolled to the site where the pottery kiln was built. Lord God's messenger, you said, how should the chimney be built? The tribesmen in charge of the construction saw the God's messenger coming and hurriedly came closer to ask for advice. Is the kiln room for storing pottery completed? Sui asked, looking at the kiln that was almost built. The oval kiln chamber had indeed been built. We can't continue building now. If you block the opening, how can we put the pottery in? Sui said with a smile. Seeing that the envoy looked happy, the tribesmen knew that they had done the right thing. Tell them to bring a few well-made bowls over, and then seal the mouth after putting them in. Su-yi continued. Just leave a hole for smoke exhaust. There's no need to build a chimney for this small kiln. Soon, the tribesmen followed Su-yi's request and carefully brought over a few bowls. Wait. Su-yi stopped them when he saw them putting them in. Take the ones that are already dry and have no cracks. The ones that are freshly squeezed out are wet. Besides, won't this cracked one take up space? Su-yi pointed at a broken bowl in the tribe member's hand. Soon, another group of tribesmen came, and Su-yi checked them one by one before letting them in. All right, now seal the roof. Remember to leave a gap. Everyone was puzzled, but whatever the messenger of God said was what it was. From building the kiln, to leaving the fire chamber and fire channel, to selecting pottery and loading the kiln. All of Su-yi's requests seemed like a sacrificial ritual to these people. There are many requirements for sacrifice. Likewise, there could be no mistakes in the sacrifices. Be careful not to break anything inside. Su-yi reminded again. Everyone moved more gently, for fear of disturbing the gods. The scale of the kiln is not large, and it is used as an experimental product to test the waters in advance, mainly to see if it is feasible. 6 bowls filled the kiln chamber, and the sealing of the top did not require very high technical content. Okay, Su-yi said, leave that hole as a chimney. Now add some firewood down there, a little at first. Looking at the tribesmen holding firewood as if they were offerings, Su-yi felt amused. Chapter 124 Ignition. Su-yi was glad that when he was slacking off at work, he saw a tutorial on how to make handmade pottery on a small website. There are also some things to pay attention to during this warm-up phase. The temperature needs to rise slowly and evenly to avoid cracking of the pottery. Besides, this kiln was built not long ago, so it is just right for drying as well. This is also the reason why he asked his tribesmen to store less firewood. Ignite. Su-yi gave the order. The dry wood stuffed in the firebox was ignited, and a column of solid smoke began to emerge from the chimney. The 3 people from Xuanniao's clansmen opened their eyes wide. He stood respectfully at one side, staring at the pottery kiln. The kiln was built in a good location with just the right wind direction, eliminating the need for manual fanning. Remember to add firewood. Don't add too much at a time. Su-yi reminded. Just the same amount as he just added. Also, you can't let the fire inside go out. It must keep burning. You 3 are responsible for this matter. If the fire is put out and the pottery is affected, you will be punished. Lord God's messenger, we got it, the 3 people said in panic. If the pottery you make this time is useful, you 3 will be promoted to high-level slaves. All 3 were promoted? A tribesman asked in surprise. Yes, upgrade all 3, and you will have to teach others how to cook in the future. Su-yi said. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the heat in their eyes. Lord God's messenger, how long will this continue? Su-yi looked up at the direction of the sun. When the sun gets close to here, we can add more firewood. Su-yi pointed to a direction in the sky. Then we can make the fire as big as possible. I'll ask someone to notify you when the time is almost up. Su-yi thought for a moment and said, it takes half a day to preheat, and relying on them to estimate the time by themselves might not be a good idea. When we arrived at the place where pottery was being made, the pottery wheel was already occupied by Langler alone. She turned and pinched by herself. He looked so serious that Su-yi didn't have the heart to disturb him. The sun is setting. I walked around the camp and took a nap. She is still there with Wolf Moon. There is a pottery blank placed on the side, which looks pretty good. Without disturbing him, Su-yi went straight to the pottery kiln. The fire at the bottom of the kiln was still burning brightly, and Su-yi turned his gaze to the 3 people nearby. 3 people sat on the ground, 2 of them holding chess pieces of the same color. If you go this way, he will block you, one person commanded. Hearing this, the man immediately made his move. Why are you blocking him? If you don't, he will block you again when you get down here. Okay, one person directs 2 people to play chess. You lose again, more firewood. More firewood. A person sitting on the ground stood up and was frightened when he saw that it was Su-yi coming. Seeing the unhappy look on the messenger's face, the tribesmen were so frightened that they dared not breathe. If you are caught slacking off while working by the messenger of God, you will definitely be punished. Lord God, we were wrong. The tribesmen stood up respectfully and bowed their heads to admit their mistakes. Hearing the sound, the other 2 people jumped up and stood together with the previous person tremblingly. The fire didn't go out in the middle, right? Su-yi asked doubtfully. No. No. The 3 of them said in unison. We keep adding firewood. Lord Messenger of God, are you here to inform us to add more firewood? Someone asked carefully. Su-yi glanced at him. Nodded. I'll leave the matter of adding firewood to you. You'll be in charge of the other 2. If anything goes wrong, I'll only punish you. Keep the fire burning as high as it can until this time tomorrow, without stopping for even a moment. When Su-yi came the next afternoon, the three no longer had the energy to play chess. Everyone has dark circles under their eyes. Lord God's messenger, do you want to continue burning? The person in charge designated by Su-yi yawned. No need to burn it. Su-yi ordered. Seal the upper and lower openings. The three of them showed joy on their faces. Night is the time for people to sleep, and it feels very uncomfortable not to sleep. After sealing the upper and lower openings, Su-yi sent them back to rest. Another guard was sent over to keep an eye on it to prevent the tribesmen from destroying the sealed state of the kiln. The plan to make pottery had been in his diary for a long time, but had been postponed until now. Tomorrow is the time to witness a miracle. Su-yi couldn't help but feel a little excited. Whether it will succeed or not is still unknown, but a lot of firewood was used. Looking at the piles of wood ash, the idea of making soap came to my mind. Once we have a clay pot, we can put it on the agenda. In addition, wood ash is also a good fertilizer. The tribe uses a large amount of firewood every day, and they collect it all together to fertilize the land. From today on, all the ashes left over from burning firewood must be saved. Su-yi specifically instructed at the morning meeting the next day. All the responsible persons responded in unison. The orders of the messenger of God must be carried out. There is no doubt about it. Muchuan, we have enough bamboo now. I will assign you a new task. God made you say. I decided to build a toilet. Su-yi said. Bathroom. Establish. Is that where people live? The responsible persons were at a loss. Langwa laughed out loud when Su-yi mentioned it last night. A toilet is a place where people pee and poop. The men suddenly realized. Several female leaders blushed. We should have built one a long time ago. Muchuan said happily. Until now, he still dislikes that member of the tribe. Yeah, the bushes have been cleared, and we have to run a long way every time. I was almost bitten by a poisonous snake there last time, said a man with lingering fear. Everyone go and get busy. Muchuan, you stay here. I'll talk about the construction methods and requirements. Su-yi waved his hand and dispersed the crowd. God's messenger, I understand that it is far away from the water, for fear of polluting the water source. But why build it on the mountain? I mean the high places. Su-yi corrected. It won't get flooded if it rains heavily in the high places. Oh, Muchuan nodded. You really think about it a lot. So what does this downwind direction mean? Just think about it. It's not pleasant to have a foul smell in your nose when the wind blows, right? I see. Muchuan's eyes lit up. So this is called wind direction. I will immediately take people to find a suitable place and notify you to inspect it after I find it. After sending Muchuan away, Su-yi decided to go to the playground. It is not enough for spearmen to just train their hands. They also have to train their legs, and if they do, they have to train their balance. Su-yi decided to train them step by step into the most elite soldiers of this era. Su, is the pottery going to come out of the kiln today? Langwei ran in and asked expectantly after seeing everyone disperse. Su-yi nodded. Then why aren't you excited at all? Su-yi was excited, but he didn't show it. When putting the theory in your mind into practice, the process of waiting for feedback is really tiring. He also had a dream last night. I dreamed that after the pottery kiln was opened, all the pottery inside turned into dust. Is it true that things made from burning are not afraid of water? If nothing unexpected happens, yes. Su-yi didn't dare to guarantee it. When the temperature drops, we will open it. Why do we have to wait for the temperature to drop? Langyu was puzzled. Can it drop today? That's about right today. I can't wait. Can I open it now? Chapter 125 Kiln Opening. No. Why? Thermal expansion and contraction will cause the pottery in the kiln to crack. Su-yi used a trick to deal with Yaoyu. This trick has worked for him every time. Heat expands, cold contracts. Seeing her lowering her head in thought, Su-yi prepared to slip away. Don't go. Langwei grabbed him and said, You still haven't told me what thermal expansion and contraction are. I can't explain this clearly at the moment. Let's talk about it next time. Su-yi pretended to be very busy. If you don't tell me, the barbecue won't taste good. Langwei held on tightly and refused to let go. You're not making pottery today? If the firing is successful this time, maybe I can bake what you made next time. Su-yi was worried that explaining one problem would lead to another. Then she would keep asking questions. After the kiln is turned on, I will decide whether to do it or not. Now you are telling me what heat, shrinkage, what does it mean? On the way to the playground, the two asked and answered each other. Prick, receive, a hoarse voice. The sun was not yet strong, but the spear-wielding warriors were already sweating. Seeing the messenger of God coming, everyone tried their best. After 2 days of training, everyone's arms were so sore that they couldn't lift them. But every time they heard the command, they had to hold the bamboo spears tightly in their hands and stab out hard. God's messenger has instructed that those who do not train seriously will be eliminated. We are all low-level slaves, and no one has more heads than anyone else. Why should they be able to stay while we should be driven away? This is the common thought of 100 people. None of them wanted to leave. Kill. Kill. The question was interrupted by shouts of killing. Xuanniao frowned and said, "They shouted so loudly that the wild animals were scared away. It's powerful if you can scare the enemy away." Xuanniao said with a smile. "Su, why do they only practice this one move?" Xuanniao watched for a while and asked the same question as Yao Yu. This time Xuanniao didn't dare to talk nonsense. The movements have to be practiced one by one. Once this one is mastered, I will let them start the next one. But I see they are all very neat. It's not enough to be neat and tidy. It will be great when these people can stab like one person. All right. Only after watching her turn and leave did Xuanniao have time to go to the bushes nearby to release water. In the evening, the tribesmen spontaneously gathered in front of the small pottery kiln. The messenger of God is coming. Get out of the way. Seeing Xuanniao approaching, everyone made way for him to lead to the pottery kiln. Xuanniao swallowed secretly. How come? Most of the clan is here. How he wanted to tell them that this was just a test. Under the pious gaze of the crowd, Xuanniao walked all the way to the pottery kiln. I reached out and tried it, but the temperature had already cooled down. Lord God's messenger, open the kiln? The person in charge of adding firewood asked excitedly. He specifically asked 2 temporary subordinates to notify everyone. This ceremony lasted for 3 days, so something extraordinary must have happened. Things made of clay are not afraid of water. If this isn't a miracle, then what is this? The tribesmen were also looking forward to the appearance of the miracle. Several female workers from the textile bureau stood on tiptoe, and the messenger of God said that they would be rewarded with pottery after the kiln was opened. Is the pottery inside that shell? Asked a female worker. I heard they are all made of mud. Can something made of clay be used to hold food and water? Didn't you hear what the messenger said? This ceremony lasted for 3 days, and the sacred fire didn't go out for even a second during the first 2 days. A ceremony presided over by the divine messenger himself will surely succeed. Xuanniao listened to the whispers and moved the mud board blocking the chimney. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Xuanniao could only see that it was pitch black inside, and there was nothing inside. Over. Pottery has a certain luster if it is fired. But there's just a big black area in here, probably all garbage. Regardless of the blackened hands, he slowly pried off the chimney. The tribesmen around stretched their necks, wanting to see what was inside. Yao Yu and others also came over. Xuanniao failed. Yao Yu saw that Xuanniao looked unhappy. Xuanniao shook his head. He doesn't know. He was distracted for a moment, and a piece of burnt dry soil fell from his hand. Ding ding. A crisp sound was heard. Oh. The tribesmen gasped. They had never heard such a clear sound. Xuanniao's face darkened. Don't make a finished product only to break it by accident. As the gap grew larger, the scene inside the kiln chamber was fully revealed. Done. Xuanniao was overjoyed, but he forced himself not to laugh out loud. Of the 6 bowls placed in the kiln chamber, 2 cracked. 4 remained intact. There was a piece of soil in the middle of one of them that I accidentally fell into. Carefully take out one while it is still warm. The whole body is gray and black, with a smooth surface that reflects sunlight. Ding ding. When you pluck it with your fingers, the sound is crisp and pleasant. This. Yao Yu was surprised at the bowl in Xuanniao's hand. So this is the pottery he has been talking about. The Xuanniao tribe has another magical object. Let me see it quickly. Xuanniao looked at Xuanniao eagerly. She was eager to try whether it could hold water. Yao Ling couldn't wait and took one out of the kiln herself. Mud isn't this color either? She held one in her hand, touched it carefully, and even imitated Xuanniao by flicking it with her fingers. The tribesmen around all stood on tiptoe and stretched their necks. This thing is originally mud. Only after being tempered by fire can it become a useful tool. From today on, our Xuanniao tribe can make pottery. Xuanniao raised his arms and said loudly, "Pottery! Pottery! Pottery!" The tribesmen shouted excitedly to the sky. Xuanniao didn't expect that he could bake pottery of good quality in one go. It looks like a higher-grade black pottery. 3 bowls were passed around among the tribesmen, and one was in the hands of Yao Yu and the other 2. So smooth. It glows. It's so light. Everyone who picked it up couldn't put it down and praised it highly. Especially those female workers who were promised pottery rewards by Xuanniao were extremely happy. Do you want it? Yao Gu carefully protected the woman in his arms. I do. The woman did not hide her liking for the bowl at all, and her eyes followed the bowl as it wandered among the crowd. When I have done something meritorious, I will get one for you. Yao Gu said quietly. You 3 will be upgraded to high-level slaves starting today. Xuanniao upgraded the 3 of them immediately. These 3 people made great contributions to the successful production of this black pottery. They almost implemented all of my requirements for the pottery kiln. Thank you, Lord God's messenger. The 3 of them blushed with excitement. They were almost happier than Xuanniao that the pottery in this kiln was successful. The admiring looks from their fellow tribesmen gave them a greater sense of accomplishment than raising chickens. Of course, they didn't know what this feeling was called. I just felt the blood rushing through my body and my hands and feet were numb. It really doesn't leak, and it's not broken. The 3 of manhwa had already gone to the river with their bowls to conduct experiments. Ling, don't take it out so quickly, soak it in water, manhwa suggested. Chapter 126 The Great Evil. What if it gets damaged? Now that it doesn't leak, we can use it quietly when it's not paying attention. Yao Ling held the bowl as if she was afraid of waking it up. Su said it won't go bad if soaked, so it definitely won't go bad. Lang Yu took it and dipped it directly into the water. Be careful. Yao Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Look, there's nothing wrong. Lang Yu took the bowl out of the water. The ceramic bowl looked even more beautiful under the water. Not only can it not break, it can't even be pinched. Sister Yu, what if you pinch it to wake it up? Yao Yu asked worriedly. If you don't believe me, try it. You won't be able to pinch it even if your hands hurt. Yao Ling took it, stretched out 2 fingers, pinched the edge of the bowl, and tried hard, but it didn't move at all. Su is right. The raging fire has turned this clay bowl into something useful. Yao Yu also pinched it and said in surprise. A unique rally came to an end. The messenger of God has created another divine weapon. Su Yi's status in everyone's hearts is infinitely equivalent to that of a god. Xuanniao, what does the god say? Is it good or bad? After the lizard leader learned from his returning tribesmen that the barbarians' lair had been found, he and other leaders asked a witch to predict the future. Divination, whether the battle to conquer the barbarians will be auspicious or inauspicious. The sorcerer, covered in a black robe, stretched out his pale hands and picked up the animal bones from the fire. The leaders who were a few steps away immediately cast concerned glances. God said, the witch's strange and hoarse voice came out. It's a great disaster. Very fierce. It's actually a big villain? Everyone was surprised. I've said it before, we can't fight yet. We have just arrived and we don't have enough food to support us in conquering the barbarians. Chief Hua said slowly. But my subordinates reported that the barbarians seemed to have just moved in and were still cutting down trees to build nests. Do you want to go against God's will? Chief Hua frowned. I dare not. The lizard leader lowered his head in the direction of the witch. Which, the barbarians have taken away my women. Chief Lu, you understand what Xiong means, right? Chief Hua interrupted. The barbarians must be very familiar with their surroundings. It takes 4 days to walk between us and them. They are well fed and waiting for us to pass by. There is no need to ask a shaman for divination for this battle. Even I think it will be a disaster. After Chief Hua finished speaking, Chief Lu lowered his head. They were a tribe of great deer, but they had more than a dozen women kidnapped by barbarians. The entire tribe became a laughingstock of the Jioli tribe. He couldn't stand up in front of the leaders. Chief Deer, we have regained the favor of God. After the harvest, we will have food to support us. We can gather warriors from all the tribes and wipe out the barbarians in one fell swoop. When the time comes, I'll give your deer tribe more slaves as compensation. Thank you, Chief Hua. Chief Lu paid his sincere tribute. Chief Lizard, call the tribesmen who provided the information. I have something to ask them. Soon, several tribesmen who had been ordered to track the barbarians a few days ago were summoned before their leaders. Several people were a little frightened. Have you seen how many young and strong people there are among the barbarians? Asked Chief Hua. After greeting the first person, the lizard tribe members continued. It's too far away to see clearly. Chief Hua looked at Chief Shi with a smile. He always praised his people for how good they were at finding out information. Tell me clearly why the distance is so far. The lizard leader snorted unhappily. There are young and strong men patrolling outside the barbarian camp. We dare not get close to their camp. The lizard tribe replied. Patrol? Chief Hua sat up straight. How far is it from their camp? About 2,000 steps. If the dog hadn't discovered the patrol, we might have broken in. The lizard tribe members said with some fear. 2,000 steps. A look of caution flashed in Chief Hua's eyes. Outside their camp, the daily patrols were only about 500 steps away. The other leaders also looked at each other. How do barbarians know how to patrol? But we counted their nests, and they can accommodate about 1,000 people, the lizard tribe added. Only more than 1,000 people? Are you sure? Chief Hua was stunned. The leaders of other tribes also sat up straight. They thought that this barbarian tribe was quite powerful and would dare to attack the deer tribe, but it turned out to be composed of only a mere 1,000 people. The lizard leader stared at his people with displeasure. He had not mentioned this when he reported to himself. The deer leader's face turned red. and the looks from everyone made him want to leave the room immediately. There are more than 1,000 people, excluding women and children. How many young and strong people are there? Chief Hua was pondering in his mind. But he deduced from the patrol that the barbarian leader was no simple person. Would he specifically reduce the nest and give them false information? Thinking of this, Chief Hua was shocked. It's true. God's prophecy was accurate as always. After farming, gather the young and strong for training. Chief Hua, are you too timid? Said Chief Lizard. There are only 1,000 of them. If only the warriors of our lizard tribe go, we can destroy them. Chief Hua was not annoyed either. He had a firm belief in God's prophecy. Listen to God. His words brought this tribal meeting to an end. For days later, in the same nest, leaders of all tribes gathered together. The seating arrangement is the same as last time. What? Put it back. I heard that several men from the bear tribe also came back. Bear tribe? Weren't they exterminated by the Flame Emperor? Are there still people alive? Please let the people from the bear tribe in, said the first Xuanniao leader. Xuanniao has become accustomed to being looked at with respect by his tribesmen wherever he goes. Now that he had just returned to the Jiuli tribe, those people didn't even look at him, which made him feel extremely unhappy. Entering the nest, the tribal leaders sat in 2 rows. Xuanniao, who was used to big scenes, did not feel embarrassed now. Xuanniao, Chief Hua asked in surprise, you're still alive? Xuanniao was also a little surprised that so many leaders of the Jiuli tribes could gather here. How did Emperor Yin fight? You are still alive too. Xuanniao glanced at everyone on the field. Are you the only one in your bear tribe? A leader asked with a smile. Xuanniao looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out to be the leader of the Ji tribe. Their bear tribe was previously stronger than the Wisdom tribe. Every time the chiefs held a meeting, my father would always make fun of Chief Wisdom's appearance. Chief Shi always greets people with a smile. Now that the bear tribe has come to this point, does he want to take revenge? Xuanniao is no ordinary person now. As the director of the Xuanniao tribe and a man in an official position, he can still be entertained by him. Master Ji, we have fallen into the wild land of the south, and we should help each other. What do you mean by this? Leader Hua, who was the first to come up, secretly praised Xuanniao for his composure. Xuanniao was just about to speak when he found that it was Chief Hua who spoke for him. The Hua tribe has always been one of the weakest among the Jiuli tribes. How can they take the top position now? Xuanniao pondered in his mind. Chief Hua, I just want to know how many people in the bear tribe are still alive. After all, they are all our own people. Xuanniao grinned and said, we still have more than 1,000 people in our tribe. How about we compare to your Ji tribe? Chapter 127 Take him to work. More than 1,000 people? Chief Shi stood up from his chair. Impossible. He saw with his own eyes that large groups of people from the bear tribe were escorted away and used as slaves. How could there still be 1,000 people left? Is it fake? Xuanniao is lying. That is. The miserable condition of the bear tribe was witnessed by all the leaders. Xuanniao, do you still have 1,000 people in your tribe? Chief Hua asked doubtfully at the first position. Xuanniao said confidently, of course. The leaders looked at each other, puzzled. The bear tribe was bound to be destroyed. Is this Xuanniao crazy? Where are they then? It's right there, in the Tianfu Basin. Xuanniao pointed in the direction of the Xuanniao tribe. The lizard leader was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and stood up. The tribe you are talking about is not a barbarian tribe, right? What barbarians? They're the Xuanniao tribe, Xuanniao said unhappily. The tribal rules set by God's messenger are very clear. Everyone has a clear division of labor and everyone in the tribe abides by the rules. How can they be called barbarians? Ahahaha, you're really a barbarian? Xuanniao was taken in by the barbarians. Do their women not wear clothes? Eating raw meat? Do you also drink blood? Will they have children? Each leader leaned forward and asked questions that interested them. Xuanniao's face turned red. He felt that every word they said about the Xuanniao tribe was in humiliation to him. Anger arises from the heart. Shut up. Xuanniao said angrily, the Xuanniao tribe is much more civilized than you people. Civilization? He actually said that barbarians are civilized. Everyone laughed again. Xuanniao wished he could tear their open mouths apart. Okay, stop laughing. Chief Hua held back his laughter. Xuanniao, since you came back from there, you must know their situation. Of course, Xuanniao said angrily. How many young and strong people do they have? Chief Hua asked as he stood up. 500. Xuanniao said without hesitation. The messenger of God had instructed that they should answer whatever the other party asked and must not hide anything. Let them see the Xuanniao clan's sincerity. How many of them are there? More than 1,000. He had never counted how many people there were in the tribe. He doesn't speak the language and he stays in the stone bureau every day, so he doesn't ask around. Anyway, there are a lot of patrol members and you can see them everywhere. Before setting off, the tribe leader told him how many people there were in the Xuanniao tribe. He's right. The deer leader interrupted. There must be more men than women, so they fight over women. Otherwise, they would be snatching food. Chief Hua leaned back in his chair and asked doubtfully, "Then why do you think they want to send the women back?" "They must know how powerful we are and are afraid," said the lizard leader. "Yes, the barbarians are scared." This is possible, Chief Hua thought. "Leader." At this moment, a man outside the door rushed in shouting, "We caught a barbarian." The lizard leader looked around and said proudly, "Bring it up." Xiangnan's heart trembled and he retreated to the side of the house. Barbarian? Apart from the Xuanniao tribe, there are no other barbarians. His eyes were fixed on the door. For members of the lizard tribe came in, escorting a man. The person who was captured was indeed a member of the Xuanniao tribe, and he was the tribe leader's brother, Yaoing. His whole body was covered in bruises and there was blood at the corners of his mouth, and it was obvious that he had been severely beaten. Didn't the escort team return after sending them here? How did he get caught? Yaoing also noticed Xiongnan standing nearby. He heard that the messenger of God also gave them a mission. Moreover, even a dozen people from the bear tribe could not save him, not to mention that it was hard to say whether they were willing to save him. So he just pretended not to know him. Xiongnan saw Yaoing looking away and sighed inwardly. In the eyes of everyone present, he is no longer the son of the bear leader. Instead, it was released by the Xuanniao tribe as a tool to show goodwill. Despite this, he still wanted to try to save him. "You must let him go," Xiongnan said seriously. Why?" The leaders looked at Xiongnan in confusion. Feeling the atmosphere on the court, Yaoing also turned his head to look at Xiongnan. "Because they released our people, so we must let them go too," Xiongnan said. Chief Hua took over the conversation and said, "You can't treat them kindly just because they let you go. Now that we are stronger, they dare not provoke us. If we are weak, we will be like the deer tribe and have our women taken away by them." Seeing that Xiongnan was about to speak, Chief Hua said coldly, "Don't say anything more. Chief Lizard, this was caught by your people. I will give it to your tribe as a reward first." The lizard leader was overjoyed. Their tribe also had slaves. "One of our dogs died trying to catch him. He had companions, and we didn't have time to chase them." "Where did you find them?" asked Chief Hua. "He was not far from our camp. He hid very well, but the dog found him first." Chief Hua frowned. "The other party is most likely here to investigate the situation. There are only 500 young and strong barbarians. Do they dare to take the initiative to attack? I guess they are afraid that they will send someone over, so they have people watching." The lizard chief stood up and said, "These barbarians are excellent slaves. We will capture anyone that comes our way. Tie him up with a rope and take him to work. If he doesn't obey, beat him until he obeys." Yaoing was pushed and taken away. Xiongnan felt uncomfortable when he heard the sound of whipping and groaning coming from outside the house. They had never treated him like this when he was a prisoner. Later, he became a low-level slave and never suffered such harm. The women of the deer tribe went to the Xuanniao tribe and were also treated as their own people. And they treated Yaoing so brutally. "Why do you treat him like this?" Xiongnan said, "He is also a child of God." After hearing this, the people around burst into laughter. He actually still treats slaves as human beings? Xiongnan, you don't think that the Yin tribe is taking your people abducted and treating them as guests, do you? Haha. The Yin tribe is different from us. You are all wrong. Xiongnan continued. We are all the people of the God of heaven. We should help each other and not hurt each other. What? The God of the sky? He seems really stupid. Yeah, there are only a dozen of them left in the entire tribe. Sigh, how pitiful. After a burst of laughter, the tribal leaders all looked at the fool with sympathy. Xiongnan felt a surge of anger. They actually don't believe it? You? Tell your people to step up patrols. There may be barbarians nearby. Xiongnan, take your people and find a piece of land to cultivate. We can provide you with seeds. Let's all go. Everyone stood up from their seats and couldn't help but look at Xiongnan with sympathy as they passed by him. Looking at the empty house, Xiongnan was not discouraged at all. He suppressed the anger in his heart and strode out of the room. Since the leaders didn't believe him, he went to find the craftsmen and farmers. There must be someone willing to listen to me finish. On the edge of a wasteland outside the residential area. Hurry up and work. Don't be lazy. Pa. The branch broke in two and half flew away. Chapter 128, Who Believes? You're so tough. You've broken several of my branches. If you can't finish turning this piece today, I'll beat you to death. Yaoing had ropes tied to his feet. Both hands were also tied with ropes and could only move within a limited range. He was holding a tool in his hand and was bending over working. Two men from the lizard tribe were watching him. It's nice to have slaves. I don't have to do anything myself. The land is turned over by them. If we have more slaves like this, can we eat food without working? This is too good to be true. Yaoing poked the tool in his hand into the soil. Their team is on more than one escort mission. The messenger of God also instructed to investigate the enemy's situation. But he didn't expect that the enemy actually brought with them a ferocious beast like a wolf, which could find them while they were hiding. He was confident of his strong body and was the closest. By the time they realized something was wrong, they were already surrounded. He tried his best to kill the beast, thinking that this way they would not be able to find the others. As a result, he discovered that there were more than a dozen such ferocious beasts. After being caught, he thought he was going to die, but they didn't kill him, but let him work. He tried to escape twice, but each time he was caught and beaten again before he could get far. They were watching very closely, and there were also wild beasts that could hunt people, so there was no way to escape. The team members knew that they would definitely inform the messenger if they were caught. He had to survive, maybe he could go back. The wound on my back was soaked with sweat and was burning with pain. But he didn't dare slow down his movements, otherwise he would get beaten again. I finally waited until the sun set and the sky turned dark. Yao Ying, who was exhausted, was locked in a small room. There were footsteps outside the door, and something was thrown in through the window. When Yao Ying picked it up, he found that it was a half-rotten fruit. Even the low-level slaves of the Xuanniao tribe would not eat such fruits. But he knew that they would not give him any other food besides this. After taking a few bites, Yao Ying leaned against the wall and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, someone opened the door of the cabin. He ached all over and didn't want to move. Now even if they beat him, he would not get up. A soft hand stroked my back. Something gently brushed across the wound, and soon a cool feeling came over me. Yao Ying couldn't help but hum comfortably and opened his eyes. Under the moonlight, he could only see vaguely. All I know is that the other person seems to be a woman because she has clothes on her chest. What was offered to his lips was water. There was also something sweet that he had never tasted before. Thank you. Yao Ying thanked him hoarsely. The other party said nothing, took care of him until he finished eating and drinking, and then turned and left. The moment he pushed the door open, he confirmed it with the help of moonlight. She is a woman, a glowing woman. May, how is it? Have you seen him? In the corner of a shack in the deer tribe, two women were whispering. Thank you. If you hadn't helped me, I would never have seen him. Lu Mei said sincerely. That skinny guard it was over. I forced him to do it twice more. He begged for mercy before I let him go. Good sister, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. I don't feel anything at all. The Xuanniao people are so good to us, but they treat their own people like this. Lu Mei said angrily. That's right. They also said that the Xuanniao tribe is a barbarian tribe. I didn't feel that way before, but after I went to the Xuanniao tribe, I found that they were barbaric. Lu Mei said, the Xuanniao tribe doesn't allow private fights. The Xuanniao tribe does not allow forcing women. May, I still want to go back to the Xuanniao tribe. I want to go back too. Lu Mei said, our two tribes were originally one. The Xuanniao tribe's messenger should be everyone's messenger, and the Xuanniao tribe's rules should be everyone's rules. Lu Mei's eyes became brighter as she spoke. Yes, this way, not only our dear tribe, but also people from other tribes will be protected by the God of heaven. This thing seems to be particularly great. Do you know what the sun, moon, stars, including our southern dipper, revolve around? A woman from the deer tribe approached a tribe member who was sitting down to rest in the fields. After hearing this, the tribesman looked up at the sky in confusion. He never thought about this. When I suddenly heard this question, I felt dazed. I don't know, he said honestly. It's Tianji. The sun, moon, and stars revolve around the celestial pole. The god of the celestial pole is our common god. What? There's meat to eat every day there. Yes. Don't be afraid that he will force you. Once you go to the Xuanniao tribe, the gods will take care of you. They won't allow men to forcibly possess women. But he is the chief's son. Even if he is a messenger of God, it won't work. Real? Xiongnan strolled along the edge of the field with his hands behind his back. During the time he served as the head of the Xuanniao tribe, he learned the principle of division of labor and cooperation. After he found out how many tribes were still alive, he dispersed his people. Let them spread the story of the relationship between the god of Xuanniao and the god of Nandu under the pretext of helping other tribes. In order to convince people, he also asked his tribesmen to talk more about the advantages of the Xuanniao tribe. Under the sunlight, Yao Ying was sweating profusely. He has been working very hard these 2 days. Because this way you can get beaten less. Since that night, the glowing woman has never appeared again. She must have been a messenger from God who had known of his suffering and had been sent to help him. If it weren't so hard recently, she wouldn't come. Have you heard that the women of the deer tribe were not raped when they went to the barbarians? They even treated them with courtesy. It's the same with the bear tribe people. They've never been beaten. What barbarian tribe? They have a name, the Xuanniao tribe. The Xuanniao god they worship is the sister of our Nanda god. The others immediately turned their heads in surprise. No way. Why do I remember his name being the god of heavenly pole? How stupid. The blackbird god and the southern dipper god are both children of the celestial god. So that's how it is. Then shall we still beat him? Several people looked at Yao Ying, who was working in the sunlight. They treat our people with courtesy, so is it wrong for us to beat them? Then don't fight. Why should we fight him? Because he was a slave? Who says slaves have to be beaten? It seems that the leader said so. What the leader said must be right, right? Chief Hua sat in the first seat with a serious expression. The other tribal leaders had different expressions. You all know about this too? It's being spread everywhere. It's hard not to hear it. Are you talking about the God of heaven? Several tribal leaders looked at each other and nodded knowingly. Be quiet. Chief Hua said, do you believe it? Chief Hua, it doesn't matter whether we believe it or not. It's the people who believe it. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Hey, what they said does make sense, muttered a leader. I think so too. I always thought the sky above my head was round, but it turns out the blackbird god had already told his people that. Quiet. Hearing everyone's murmurs, Chief Hua, who was at the first position, shouted loudly. You actually believe that we and the barbarians are protected by the same god? We don't want to believe it either. That's right, who would believe it? Everyone was talking about it. Chief Hua, what do you think the sun, moon, and stars revolve around? After someone asked this question, everyone's eyes turned to the person in the first seat. Chapter 129 Dissatisfaction. I don't know what it's circling around, but it definitely isn't that Tianji. Chief Hua said angrily. When he first heard the rumor, he didn't pay much attention to it. As a result, it spread everywhere in less than 2 days. He soon realized a problem. If this continues, we will all become God's people. And they spread the story that the Xuanniao tribe was full of fairness and kindness, without suffering and hunger. The tribesmen must be hoping that some divine messenger could protect them. When the time came, he summoned his troops to fight the barbarians, but no one was willing to obey. Leaders, please come in. The wizard, a waiter in a black robe, appeared at the door. Outside the temple, the leaders stood in 2 rows respectfully. There is only one God in heaven, the God of the southern dipper. The voice of the witch came from the temple. Anyone who says there are other gods is disrespectful to my God. The God of the southern dipper is very angry and can't even guarantee whether there will be good weather and good harvests this year. In one day, I will capture those who disrespect my God and appease God's wrath with their blood. Otherwise, floods and droughts await us. Divine witches. They didn't say a single word of blasphemy. A leader who believed what Tianji said couldn't help but ask, isn't the punishment too severe? Yes, a leader echoed. The women of our tribe were just deceived. They will never dare to disrespect the gods in the future. The dear leader bowed his head and said, please let them go. It is God who wants to punish them. An indifferent voice came from the temple. Do you want to disobey God's will? I don't dare. I dare not, but... Chief Lu stopped talking. Chief Hua interrupted. Come here, arrest all those who were released from the barbarians. The tribesmen were hesitant. Xuanniao and the others are going to lose their heads just for saying a few words? They are right. What are you standing there for? Go and catch them. Chief Hua shouted. The tribesmen then obeyed the order and moved towards the fields. Xuanniao, run away quickly. The witch wants to kill you to appease the wrath of God. Ah. Xuanniao was surprised. Why? The shaman said there is only one God in heaven, and other gods do not exist. He also said you were disrespectful to God. Run away, we will pretend we didn't see you. It doesn't exist, Xuanniao said angrily. Those leaders don't believe it, so even if he is a wizard, he still doesn't believe it? The sun, moon, and stars don't revolve around the celestial pole, so what do they revolve around? Xuanniao, we let you escape because we trust you. Don't run away. Xuanniao recalled the eager gazes of the entire clan when they set out that day. He fled back to the Xuanniao tribe in disgrace. He was too embarrassed to be a low-level slave. What was the difference between that and being dead? In the Xuanniao tribe, all adults and children hope that the 2 tribes can live in harmony. But not only are the Xuanniao people treated cruelly here, but now they even want to kill those who tell the truth. A sense of mission rises from my heart. I want to go back and ask the witch in person. Xuanniao stood there without moving. The few troops who came to arrest him were stunned. You'll die if you go back. Yes, run away quickly. We will pretend we didn't see you. Several tribesmen said anxiously. I'll die. Xuanniao gritted his teeth and said, I believe what the envoy of God said. I also believe that everyone will understand who is the barbarian and who represents civilization. Several tribesmen looked at Xuanniao in front of them and felt that he was extremely tall. They tied up Xuanniao politely. The people with their hands tied walked towards the temple with determined eyes. The people escorting them behind them looked in agreement. They were all caught. Not a single one escaped. Chief Hua asked puzzledly. Yes, they were caught while standing still, a member of the tribe said in a muffled voice. Why? Aren't they afraid of death? The leaders were puzzled. They are right. Why should we die? Said a member of the tribe. They blasphemed God. But they didn't say a single bad word about the god of Southern Dipper. Another member of the tribe continued. All of you shut up. Several leaders were speechless and said angrily. God witch, capture everyone. Set up stone pillars and burn to death those rebels who disrespect God. A cold voice came from the temple. Don't waste your firewood. As long as you can make me understand, I will bang my head against the stone pillar and die. Xuanniao shouted fearlessly. There's no way to escape now. Otherwise I will never obey. Yes, we refuse to accept. I don't agree. I don't agree. The people with their hands tied shouted more and more uniformly. The troops guarding them were also moved. They shouted in unison. Why are you shouting? A soldier asked the person next to him. The feeling is coming. I just want to shout. They really didn't make any mistakes, and I don't accept it either, said another person. Shut up. Shut up. The leaders all suppressed their troops. But the calls are getting louder and louder. No, it's unacceptable for the witch to execute these people for no reason. Yes, they are obviously right. And they didn't blaspheme the god of Nandu, so why do they have to be burned to death? Amid the calls of the crowd, the wizard covered in black robe finally appeared. The field immediately fell into an eerie silence. Do you want to die with a clear conscience? A hoarse voice said. I just want to know where I went wrong. Xuanniao gritted his teeth and tried hard to see the face covered in the black robe at the temple door. Unfortunately, I didn't see anything. You blasphemed God, so you must die. The God of heaven is unique. There has never been a god of heaven. Why do you say there are no other gods? Xuanniao became confident. On that day, the messenger suddenly communicated with the gods and received instructions from the gods. Only the gods know those mysterious words. The god of Nan Dipper told me, the shaman said in a hoarse voice. The god of Tianji also personally told the envoy of the Xuanniao tribe. Xuanniao said. He, the man in the black robe, laughed creepily. God's messenger? You have all been deceived by him, said the witch. He has no divine ability at all. Whether God has given him the ability to communicate with God is not up to you. Xuanniao said, my words don't count either. It will only count if all the people of the Xuanniao tribe say so. They all firmly believe that he is a messenger of God, so he must be able to communicate with God. The man in the black robe frowned. He would not allow anyone to challenge his authority. He also did not allow his followers to believe in other inexplicable gods. Chapter 130 Bull Taming. Our two tribes are originally the people of the god of the sky. A female voice spread out. So, the Xuanniao tribe never treated us as outsiders and gave us the same food and shelter as their own people. We lived with them as equals and were never treated as slaves. I almost died of illness on the way to their tribe, but they didn't abandon me. Instead, they carried me all the way back. Looking at the surprised eyes of the tribesmen, Lu Mei emphasized again, you heard it right. They didn't want me to die on the road, so they carried me all the way back. It's a place full of kindness and fairness, nothing like here. A wizard? A dead wizard suddenly appears. Whatever he says is the truth. We just said the truth, the things that everyone should know, and he wanted to burn us to death. It won't work even if you burn me to death or burn several of us to death. Because everyone always knows what is true and what needs to be covered up secretly. Lu Mei stared at the invisible face under the black robe and said coldly. The wizard in the black robe clenched his fists. Can't kill. Killing him would arouse suspicion among his tribesmen. I wanted to use strong measures to curb the rumors, but I didn't expect that these people were not instructed by anyone. His faith is very firm, and he is not afraid of death at all. The manhwa envoy of the Yin tribe seemed to have said that the sky is round. Could it be that the god of Southern Dipper is really the son of the god of Heavenly Pole? But that messenger of God must be fooling everyone. His false disguise must be exposed. As long as that messenger of God can prove that he has the ability to communicate with God and can prove the existence of the god of heaven, I will let you go. If he can't prove it, it means that those are false. You have blasphemed God and must be burned to death to appease the wrath of heaven. Not only you, but my Jili tribe will also mobilize all our strength. On behalf of the gods, we will attack the Xuanniao tribe and completely destroy them. The wizard's speech became a little discontinuous at the end. After saying this, he turned around and disappeared at the entrance of the temple. To communicate with gods? Only the lineage of gods and witches can communicate with gods. If any divine messenger can appear at random, Then becoming a divine being would be too cheap. After strangling the blasphemer, he immediately launched a war against the Xuanniao tribe. Completely wipe out this race that dares to mock the gods. Let one go back and report, and lock up the others. A hoarse and strange voice was heard from the temple again. Xuanniao, with his hands tied, was overjoyed. God made him more trustworthy than ever. It's just a divine power, there will be no problem. The other people who were tied up also looked relaxed. Especially Lu Mei and a dozen other people, they personally witnessed the communication between the divine messenger and the divine. There's nothing to be afraid of. Xuanniao, then we'll let you go back and report. Chief Hua didn't expect the situation to be like this today. The always mysterious wizard said so many words. Could it be that the god of the sky really exists? 10 days is enough for the round trip. If that divine messenger fails to prove his divine ability after 10 days, you will be the only one left in your bear tribe. Xuanniao understood what he meant. After untying his hands, he looked around at everyone. There was no panic in everyone's eyes, only trust. He immediately turned around and headed towards the direction of the Xuanniao tribe. Looking at that lonely figure, no one on the field, including the leaders, doubted that he would never come back. Xuanniao tribe. God's messenger. God's messenger. God's messenger. The whole clan knelt down and shouted in amazement at her beauty. He was already used to their noise, but he was still startled this time. Don't shout. Don't shout. He lowered his voice and pressed his hands down. I quickly turned around and found that the buffalo behind me was indeed a little scared. This big guy can send him to see the gods. He quickly stuffed the grass in his hand into its mouth and reached out to stroke the huge bull's head. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the buffalo was safe and sound. It's just taming a cow, why shout so loudly? It seems I need to get a nose ring, just in case. When he was a child, when he was herding cattle in the village with his friends, his favorite thing was to find the grass that the cattle liked to eat and feed it to them handfuls. Feeling its long tongue pulling the fodder from your hand gives you a satisfying feeling of having been fed. Later, when I moved to the city, I always missed the days of herding cattle. Nowadays, when you travel back to primitive society, you still feel close to cows when you see them. Therefore, every time after feeding the wolves with meat and leaving the livestock area, he would habitually feed the black buffaloes at the door with grass and chat with them. Result: even if you try to plant flowers, they may not bloom, but if you plant willows by accident, they will grow into a shade. The docile black buffalo gradually understood his instructions. Stand up, lie down, come here, stop. I'll just release it today. Sure enough, the buffalo not only did not run away, but followed him. Go when you want to go, stop when you want to stop. Being able to make livestock obedient. If this isn't a miracle, what is? That's why so many tribesmen knelt down. Yao Yu, Lang Yu and others were also surprised. They did not kneel down like their tribesmen, but the love in their eyes almost burst out. I want to accompany him tonight. Yao Yu said, blushing. Okay, Ling, and I will sleep. Lang Yu said with a smile. You is the first woman of God's messenger. Yao Ling looked at the two of them indifferently. She doesn't want to have children yet. It's inconvenient to go anywhere when your belly is big. Moreover, Sister Yu's begging for mercy made her worried every time she thought about fighting with Su in bed. But Su is really amazing. He can actually make the cows listen to him. Everyone get up. He called up the tribesmen who were kneeling in a circle around him. Go, make something for me later. You get some hemostatic powder. After making the arrangements, he wanted to invite the buffalo into the fence. As a result, it grabbed a clump of grass nearby and kept eating it. After finally finishing eating, he licked his nose and followed back in the circle. Not long after, Yao Yu found him with a small leaf bag. God's messenger, you need to send me a few more people. Seeing that there were tribesmen around, Yao Yu addressed him formally. How many people are helping you now? He was a little embarrassed. Not enough. Every young and strong man in the tribe was used by him, and there was no way to even out the number of them. If it is given to Yao Yu, progress in other places will be delayed. I want 5. So many? They're all going to take my entire team that built the pottery kiln. You have to give it to me. Yao Yu said firmly. You train those guards day and night, and they come to me when they feel dizzy. Don't you know anything about this? Oh, hasn't it always been your responsibility? He looked at her frowning brows and soothed her. I thought you could do it. It was enough originally, but they come too frequently recently, and I don't know why, Yao Yu wondered. He suddenly realized. New guard members will sweat a lot during training. It would be strange if there was no shortage of salt. He just didn't think it through. Are 5 people enough? He asked. If not, I'll give you 10. That's enough. There are a lot of salt grass here. Yao Yu turned around with satisfaction. Go find Wolf Howl and ask for help. Pick the smart ones. Don't pick the wrong grass and poison your tribesmen. Got it. Yao Yu waved his hand and left his back. Su Yi was thinking, when he could find a salt mine, he wouldn't have to collect salt grass anymore. It is convenient to use and can save manpower. Chapter 131. I really want to. The buffalo's nose ring was put on. After the people who came to help left, Su Yi read resentment in Buffalo's eyes. I patted its curved horns and put some more grass on it. Looking at the buffaloes eating grass, Su Yi left the livestock area. The she-wolf is already pregnant, and all she needs to do is give birth to cubs. The pigs and sheep had been confined for many days and were less irritable. What made Su Yi feel uncomfortable was the unfaithful saber-toothed tiger. I gave it so many medicines, but it never came back. Stroll along the river. In the distance, larger and new pottery kilns are being built. On the other side, the production of bamboo armor is also in progress. Those who were cutting down trees were cutting down trees, and those who were carrying things were carrying things. Fishing by the water, collecting in the woods. From afar, there was a faint shadow moving in the mulberry forest. There were bursts of shouts and cries from the guards on the playground. Everything is in order inside, and he is in charge of all military affairs, big and small. Combined with theocracy and hierarchy, power is firmly in his own hands. Su Yi was worried about the outside world. The people sent to the north happened to encounter war and never were heard from again. The people who were sent to the Juli tribe have been there for a few days, but no one knows what the outcome will be. It's not easy to have a strong enemy next to your bed. Thinking of this, he raised his legs and walked towards the playground again. Sharpen the knife. Lord God's messenger. The sturdy man's complexion became darker. Su Yi nodded to him. He turned to the people on the playground and said, "Get up early tomorrow, and each of you will carry a piece of wet wood and a bamboo pole to do training to cross the forest. I will have someone mark the endpoint in advance. The last 5 people who came back will be recorded in the book. If they are recorded 3 times in a row, they will be expelled from the guard team." Su Yi said loudly, "The guard team needs real warriors. Those who can't do it can go fishing and chopping trees, which can also make contributions to the tribe." After saying this, Su Yi left with his hands behind his back. The queue was silent and no one dared to say a word. But many people already showed worry on their faces. 5 people, 3 chances. If you can't do it, you have to leave here. None of them wanted to leave. Although I am very tired every day. However, when everyone doesn't want to move their fingers after training and lies down together under the shade of the trees to rest, that is the most beautiful moment of the day. A day's hard work is nothing. They don't have to work, they just train every day. After the training, the women prepared barbecue and fruits waiting for them. The messenger of God said that after eating everyone's food, we should always think about repaying them. The training is not for others, but for themselves and the weak in the tribe. Prick, the command sounded. Without even thinking, the bamboo pole in his hand had already stabbed out. One day later, under the bonfire in front of the house. "It smells so good, can I have a piece?" Yao Ling stared at the clay pot intently. The pot was filled with evenly cut pieces of fatty pork. There is very little fat on a wild boar, and it took several days to save up some. There was bubbling in the clay pot. "Didn't you just eat?" Manhwa asked puzzledly. Being full means being full, and wanting to eat means wanting to eat. There's a difference. Yao Ling stretched out her hand carefully, but was slapped back by Yao Yu. "Don't move. Don't be afraid of the heat." Su Yi sat on the wooden stake next to him with his legs crossed. Looking at the 3 people of different looks gathered around the small clay pot, I felt happy. He decided to make some soap for them and get some admiring looks at the same time. He never gets tired of this. In the several bamboo tubes at my feet are purified wood ash water that has been filtered through linen. Bright yellow. I didn't know and thought it was excrement. Everything is ready, except for refining the lard in the clay pot. As time goes by, the pork becomes more and more yellow and its size becomes smaller and smaller. There is more and more liquid oil in the pot. "You, make the fire smaller." The aroma of lard began to spread everywhere. Many of the tribesmen passing by sniffed and cast curious glances. "Su, I really want to eat a little, just a little bit, okay?" Yao Ling swallowed, moved closer to Su Yi, and looked at him eagerly. "I told you to make soap for us. How can you use it if you eat it?" Yao Yu pulled her back. Su Yi didn't have time to say his agreement. "There is not much oil left from the oil residue, so it doesn't matter if I give it to her." "All right," Su Yi called out. "You, use a spoon to scoop the oil from the pot into another pot, and be careful not to get any residue in there. You, go find some salt grains, and bring the things you usually use to wash your hair. Ling, come over to me and don't get in their way. I want to work too." Yao Ling pouted, looking unhappy. "Why do they all have work to do, and I just have to watch? They'll make it for you in a minute, isn't that good?" Hearing this, Yao Ling walked around behind Su Yi with a smile and massaged his shoulders. No, you also have work to do. Su Yi suddenly thought of something. Go find Gu. I asked him to make a small wooden box. It should be done. Go get it. Don't tinker with it on the way. You will be punished if you break it. Su Yi warned. By the time Yao Yu came back with the salt, Lang Yu had almost finished the lard. Su, what next? Lang Hua looked up and asked. Put the pot with oil on the fire. Su Yi commanded. Then it's time to witness the miracle. No. Yao Yu stopped Su Yi when he saw him getting up. Wait a minute. Ling hasn't come back yet. If she comes back and finds that the miracles are over, she will be unhappy again. Yao Yu said quietly. You can't ignore her feelings just because she is easy to coax. You is right. Lang Hua agreed. Su Yi was ashamed. He really didn't think about it that much. Has it started? Yao Ling was running breathlessly while holding several boxes and shouted from a distance. Lang Yue and Yao Yu both cast blaming looks at Su Yi at the same time. Su Yi grinned. She is obviously his woman, but why do they care about her more than he does? He scratched his head with a wry smile. Su Yi reminded himself that he should not favor one over the other in the future. No, Su asked everyone to wait for you. Yao Yu took the box from Ling's hand and said. Upon hearing this, Yao Ling looked at Su Yi suspiciously. Real? You, she is really thoughtful. Su Yi gave Chao Yu a look that said he would wait for him all night. Nodded towards Ling. Hey, I knew you liked me the most. Ling didn't avoid others. She hugged Su Yi's face and kissed him. Okay, let's start. Su Yi concealed his embarrassment. You, take a stick and stir it. You, put the box on the stake. It will burn your hands if it overflows. Ling, add this water in it. Su Yi pointed to the bamboo tube. He originally planned to pour it himself, but then he thought about it and decided to let her participate as well. Hearing this, Yao Ling's eyes lit up. Pour slowly and follow my instructions. Okay. Yao Ling held the bamboo tube and nodded seriously. I don't know when, but I stopped allowing the reckless Yao Ling to participate in making things. Looking at her happy face, Su Yi reflected on himself again. When the yellow lye water is added, the clear lard in the pot begins to turn grayish-white. It has changed. It has changed. Chapter 132. Unacceptable. The change in color made them exclaim in surprise. You, keep stirring, don't stop. You, turn down the fire a little bit. Su Yi asked when he saw the bubbling in the clay pot. After stirring for a while, there was no sign of coagulation. Ling, add some more, not too much. Yao Ling held the bamboo tube in both hands, trembling, and finally dripped a few drops into it. After dripping, he looked up at Su Yi. Add some more. Yao Ling held the bamboo tube and started dripping again. If I don't tell you to stop, you'll keep adding more. The four people surrounded the small clay pot tightly. Report. 2 members of the team sent to the Julie tribe have returned with important matters to report. No matter what it is, wait a moment. Su Yi said without turning his head. The saponification reaction has reached a critical point, and if he walks away it will be ruined. Finally, with constant stirring, the grayish-white solution in the ceramic pot turned into a sticky paste. Okay, Su Yi said happily. You, add the vanilla powder. You please stir it again. Are you tired? Not tired. Long Yue's arms were sore, but his heart was warm. Ling, put down the bamboo tube. No need to add more. Wait for it to cool down, then pour it into a small box. When I straightened up, I found the lard residue fried in the small ceramic pot next to me. Ling, just sprinkle some of the salt that you brought on it, and you can eat it. Yao Ling excitedly put down the bamboo tube, picked up the salt bag, and poured it all in. Su Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw it. Fortunately, there is not much in total, so it should not be too salty. I saw her rubbing her hands, carefully picking up a piece and putting it into her mouth. Chewing and chewing, a pair of big eyes sparkling. Wow, it's so delicious. Yao Ling clapped her hands. Su, here you go. Seeing her pick up a piece and hand it over, Su Yi hurriedly shook his head and refused. I don't like eating this. It's too greasy. Hey, let me eat it. He threw it into his mouth and didn't forget to suck his fingers. Su Yi immediately decided to teach them how to use chopsticks. You have to learn it anyway. The aroma of lard attracted a group of children. They gathered on the periphery, not daring to approach the guards, and looked over eagerly. When Yao Ling found them, she immediately held the pot in her arms and said, They are all mine. I won't give them to anyone else. Seeing this, Yao Yu reached out his hand towards her. Su, look at her. She's bullying me again. Yao Ling hid behind Su Yi holding the pot. Don't give it to them. They're all yours. Su Yi said seriously. She's making trouble, and you're following suit. Yao Yu said angrily to Su Yi. Those kids are greedy. Ling is already so big. Ling is a child in my heart. Su Yi defended. Yao Ling was delighted when she heard this. Who doesn't like to be maintained like a child? After Su Yi finished speaking, he turned to the cheerful Yao Ling and said, "It's okay to eat a few of these, but if you eat too much, your teeth will hurt." Looking at Su Yi's serious expression, Yao Ling pinched out a few large pieces and put them in her palm, then moved the clay pot away. And you should try it too," Su Yi said. Yao Yu carefully picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. The crispness and saltiness make it delicious. "You, come and try it, it's really delicious." She waved immediately. Langyue put down the scraped clean clay pot and walked over. The three of them gathered around the pot of lard residue and began to share it. "Yours, mine, yours." "Su, you really don't want it?" "Don't want." The children standing outside were selectively ignored. "No, if we eat more, one piece won't be enough for each person." Yao Yu was the first to restrain himself. Langyue nodded. Yao Ling ate the most and felt a little greasy, but still nodded reluctantly. Finally, Yao Yu held the pot and shared the first pot of fried food in primitive society with the children. The children who received the meat scraps immediately threw them into their mouths, fearing that they would be snatched away. Su Yi guessed that they couldn't taste anything. The guard standing guard not far away looked anxious. He could see that the people who returned from the Jiuli tribe really had important things to report. Su Yi suddenly remembered that someone had just reported it. Standing up, he saw Yao Ling staring at the soapbox and couldn't help but remind her, "Don't eat the things in that small box. They're poisonous." After hearing this, Yao Ling's desire to taste it disappeared. She thought the white one must taste better. Two members of the Jiuli tribe who returned overnight were placed in a room. Someone brought them water and food, but the two had no intention of moving. "Is the messenger of God still busy?" someone asked anxiously. "Yes." The two looked at each other and walked around the room anxiously. "God's messenger." A voice came from outside the door. The two people in the room immediately came to the door anxiously. "Report. What happened? Sit down and tell me." As soon as Su Yi entered the room, he saw that the two men looked unhappy. "Lord God's messenger, Captain Eagle has been captured." As soon as Su Yi's buttocks touched the tree stump, he immediately stood up and said seriously, "What's going on?" After listening to the two people's descriptions, Su Yi was secretly shocked. "That wolf-like thing is called a dog. It can find people by smelling them." The two players looked at each other. The messenger of God really knew. Captain Eagle was captured, and we were immediately sent back to report. One person sighed. "I wonder if the others have rescued the captain?" "My lord, it's been several days. Could Captain Eagle be dead?" Another team member said angrily. "When the time comes, I will go and avenge him." The Jiuli tribe has slaves, so the chances of them dying are low. Su Yi frowned and said, "But they will have to suffer." He wasn't actually sure. He just hoped that Yao Ying's strong physique could save his life. "Lord God's messenger, shall we gather all our people immediately and attack them?" "Yes, kill them and save Captain Eagle." The two team members spoke indignantly one by one. Su Yi could tell from the expressions of the two men that they respected Yao Ying. That guy's mind is always on women, but he is very nice to his subordinates. Yao Ying, he is the captain of the Xuanniao tribe guard team. He is also Yao Yu's biological brother and his brother-in-law. Not saving him is unacceptable from both the left and the right perspective. You don't need to gather the entire tribe. All the guards can join the battle. This time he wanted to let the primitive people see what military tactics were. "Are we a little short of people?" "Lord God's messenger, there are so many of them. They are everywhere." They had seen that the enemy was everywhere in the mountains and plains, digging for something unknown in the ground. Quality of troops is more important than quantity. As long as these 150 people can be used as they wish, it will be enough to give the primitive people a hard time. "By the way, when did you get there?" Su Yi asked. 3 days ago, noon. "Have all the people from the bear and deer tribes been delivered safely?" "We're all here." The journey took nearly 4 days, but the two returned in less than 3 days. "Go and have a good rest." Su Yi stood up and walked out of the house. "Notify everyone to send out the troops tomorrow morning." Chapter 133, Supporting Yourself. Under the setting sun, the river running across the Tianfu Basin is peaceful and tranquil. The tributaries, distributed like branches, nourish large tracts of fertile soil in the basin. The Xuanniao tribe's settlement area. Next to the creek in front of the house, a beautiful figure was looking worriedly at the stream. The wild flower in her hand had been rubbed to the point of losing its color. After washing her hands, she stood up from the stone she was sitting on. When she turned around, she found that Su Yi was looking at her from behind. "For someone like you, you wouldn't notice until the leopard had eaten half of you." Su Yi teased. "I'm just thinking about something," Yao Yu said coquettishly. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Su Yi seriously and said, "Should we not take people to fight?" "Brother, you won't save him?" Su Yi knew what she was thinking and said with a smile, "When he wanted to commit suicide, you didn't let me save him. Now that he's been captured, you don't let me save him again. What a cruel woman. Humph. You still dare to mention that day. Yeah, you couldn't help but think of the past scene, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I really wanted to kill you at that time. Then why didn't you kill him? Just be thankful. If it weren't for the clan's reproduction, the grass where you were buried would be taller than me. Yeah, you said, silently getting into Suyi's arms. However, fortunately I didn't kill you, otherwise our Xuanniao tribe would have been gone long ago. Sui raised his arms and wrapped them around her waist. Su, my brother's guy. Don't go save him. With a muffled voice, he strained his arms to get her closer to him. You don't have to consider me. For him alone, you put the entire Xuanniao tribe in danger. There was a cool warmth in my chest. There are still dozens of people from the bear and deer tribes, and they may die by then. Su, let's not save him, okay? Sui looked down at her tearful eyes and said gently, don't you believe in your man? Go to the water and see for yourself. Your face is all stained. If he wasn't executed immediately, he might still be alive, and the people from the bear and deer tribes shouldn't be in any danger. There may be new developments in the next 2 days. Sui looked in the direction of the Jioli tribe and murmured, our ancestors said that to defeat the enemy without fighting is the best of all. I won't pinch you today. Yaoyu sniffed. Let's go. Sui bent down, put his arms around her legs, and picked her up steadily. Yaoyu couldn't help but put her arms around his neck. There are so many people, and I'm the clan leader. What's wrong with the clan leader? He's also a human being. Sui hugged her tightly. Take a stroll along the path that runs along the stream. The tribesmen passing by all cast playful glances at him. I want it too. Yao Ling looked at the figure walking by the river and said sourly, no, I'll go over and replace Sister Yu. She must be very shy. I'm not shy. Seeing that she was about to leave, Lang Wei quickly grabbed her. Su is comforting you. It's not good for you to go. Then you go. It's not good for me to go. Let's go find Lian and let her go. Ling, it's not a good time for anyone to go now. Lang Yu said seriously, it has nothing to do with who he likes. This is a time that belongs to the two of them. Don't you think they're beautiful? No. Yao Ling shook her head and said, I'm sure Su won't be able to hold me any longer. Look. Yao Ling cheered. He put it down. Lang Wei pursed her lips and said nothing. Watching the two people walking hand in hand in the sunset, ripples appeared in her heart. She also wanted him to give her some private time. Time passes so slowly. It's so boring not working. Oh, right. Didn't the angel of God invent a kind of go-bang? Let's play that. Okay. How do we play without chess pieces? Who's guarding outside? A woman shouted towards the door. Are you hungry again? A man's voice came from outside the door. You can help us find 2 small stones or fruits of different colors. Remember to get different colors, added another. It's so late, it's hard to find it. The person outside the door hesitated. If you behave well, maybe one of our sisters will take a fancy to you and follow you. There are more men than women in the tribe now. Be careful that you may never touch a woman's hand in your life. Stop talking, I'll go right away. The footsteps outside the door faded away. Lume looked at everyone eagerly drawing the chessboard, but she felt uninterested. Since I saw him once that day, I never had the chance again. I wonder how he is doing now. Will they beat him again? May, are you thinking about that man again? We have food and drink, and I am worried that he will suffer. How about I help you meet him again? No. Lume shook her head. This is not good for you. My man is dead. It would be nice to find another man to support me. That won't work either. Lume refused. At least you have to find someone who can support you. You can't just find someone casually. Okay, let's play chess? Lume nodded. In the slightly cramped room, Yaoing stared at the door eagerly. He had a good time these days. I don't know what happened. I've been giving him more food recently, but it's barely enough to fill his stomach. You won't be beaten if you take a break from work. But the glowing goddess I saw that night never appeared again. Yaoing felt a little lost. It was like a dream. But he knew it was true. She gave him food, and later his guards also gave him food. He began to suspect that the goddess that night was a woman from the Jioli tribe. The morning dew reflects the faint light. The sleeping Xuanniao tribe woke up again. In the big house in the center of the residential area, the responsible persons gathered. After I leave, you will each be responsible for your own affairs and make no mistakes. The tasks have already been arranged. I will check them when I come back. Yes, Lord God's messenger. Everyone nodded and obeyed. If you encounter something that cannot be solved, you can discuss it with the responsible persons. Sui said, anyway, the principle of everything is to not harm the Xuanniao tribe. Okay, let's go down. After sending away the leaders, Sui turned his attention to his women. You is leaving with me, you two help me take care of the house. No, I want to go too. Yao Ling muttered. Lang Wei also looked at Sui expectantly. If we all leave, what will happen to the tribe? My father and the others will take good care of it. Lang Wei said. Yes, What could happen to the clan? Can it be the same? You are my family, and you represent the will of the God's messenger. Sui said, if they have something they can't solve, they have to ask you for help. We can't decide. Right. Yeah, you couldn't help but frowned and said to the two of them, you two stay here and don't say anything more. Okay. Yao Ling nodded. We'll listen to you. Lang Wei smiled. As Sui was pulled out of the door by Yao Yu, he turned around and glared at the two of them. Yao Ling stuck out her tongue. Lang Wei pretended not to see it. I know you don't want to give them orders. They see this and keep pestering you. As the only man in the family, you should be gentle to them when you need to be gentle, and serious when you need to be serious. Oh, and for you? I'm talking to them. Yao Yu pinched Suyi's waist. I'm so sensible, I will definitely listen to your arrangements, right? That's right. Chapter 134 The Shining Person. On the playground, the team members, with bamboo armor covering their chests and backs, lined up neatly, carrying their respective weapons. The rest of the tribesmen gathered quietly around the playground. You must all know that a group of people came to our ancestral land not long ago. They came from the north and thought they represented civilization. They looked down on us and treated us as barbarians. Are we barbarians? No. 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 The players shouted in unison. The sound is short, powerful, and shocking. We are here for no other reason than to show those guys what a real warrior is. Sui shouted to the more than 100 guards. Now, let's go. The team members formed a long line and crossed the playground surrounded by their tribesmen, heading towards the ancestral land. You, go find Lian to ask for clothes for me. She knows. Yao Yu obeyed the order and left. Sui walked to the livestock area. He opened the gate of the fence that enclosed the black buffalo. He held the reins in his left hand and a bamboo pole in his right hand. After meeting up with Yao Yu, the two caught up with the team waiting in the woods. Li, you and your men follow the team leader and explore the way forward. Yes. Yao Li took the order and left. Shield soldier. Here, the shield captain responded. Pay attention to the mountains and forests on both sides. Yes. Everyone, full speed ahead. The buffalo followed Sui, and occasionally when it was attracted by food along the way, Sui would pull the rope to remind it. What's the point of bringing the cow? Yao Yu asked puzzledly. You will know then that my husband has his own magical powers. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't want to know. For days later. The sun is setting again. Xuanniao, the divine messenger you said will arrive today? The sun is about to set. He won't be afraid to come, right? Chief Hua asked doubtfully. The leaders around couldn't help but cast questioning looks. Originally, many of them were optimistic about Xuanniao. The former leader of the bear tribe, Xuanniao's father, is usually generous and sincere. If a tribe is short of food and clothing, asking other tribes for help may not necessarily yield any results, but seeking help from the bear tribe will definitely yield some assistance. If the bear tribe has a surplus, they will give more. If there is no surplus, they will give less. In the end, no one will go back empty-handed. Now that the bear tribe is in decline, many people are willing to help. This is also the reason why Chief Hua did not annex the bear tribe, but let them develop on their own. Xuanniao, if the envoy of God hadn't shown up this time, we old guys wouldn't be able to save you. Yes, the last time we spoke, we angered the wizard. Several people looked at each other and sighed in unison. Xuanniao is also anxious. He could ignore the questions raised by those leaders. Now, even his followers looked at him with doubt. The women of the deer tribe also looked at him from time to time. The messenger of God clearly said that he would arrive today. They met on the road 2 days ago. After 2 days of traveling together, the messenger of God asked him to come back and report the news first. As a result, they waited from noon to sunset, but there was no sign of him. No. Xuanniao shook his head alone. The angel of God would not lie to him. I told you, he doesn't have divine powers. The wizard in a black robe appeared behind everyone at some point. On the chest, a green divine object the size of a baby's palm sparkled brightly in the setting sun. Catch them, a hoarse voice said. If we don't burn them to death, it will not be enough to appease the anger of God. Seeing that his men were slightly hesitant, he still tied those people up. The person in the black robe felt that everything was back under his control. The messenger said he would arrive today. Xuanniao struggled. Today is not over until the sun sets. Several tribal leaders looked at each other and dared not say anything. Previously, the people of the bear and deer tribes swore solemnly that they dared to question the witch doctor a little. Now, something terrible is happening. I'll tell you to give up. The wizard waved his hand indifferently, and his followers retreated respectfully. The sun began to sink like a fiery red disk. There was not a single person from the Xuanniao tribe in the northeast. Xuanniao's heart cooled like the sun. Lu Mei and the others all looked as pale as death. Sudden, the clear voice spreads from behind and goes straight into people's hearts. Everyone turned around. But then I saw a strange-looking creature coming with its back to the sun. The sound that pierced through heaven and earth came from that thing. Farmers working in the fields and women weaving in the house had no choice but to put down their tools. They gathered together following the sound. What is this? This is the voice talking to God. No, this is a voice from heaven. The tribal leaders opened their eyes wide and looked at each other in surprise. Why do I feel happy when I hear this voice? Yes, we are happy too. More and more people gathered. The figure was getting closer and closer. Only then did everyone see clearly what that thing was. Cow, that's a cow, someone exclaimed. There's actually a person on the cow's back. Why do people glow? Is it a human that glows? The people of the Jiuli tribe talked about it in surprise. God's messenger. That's our messenger of God. Xuanniao rubbed his eyes and shouted excitedly. Lord God's messenger. It's a messenger of God. The women of the deer tribe also cheered. The one pulling the ox is the leader of the Xuanniao tribe. Yao Yu had complicated totems painted on his face, and Xuanniao only recognized him when he approached. The pleasant and clear voice was still coming from the mouth of the messenger of God. The miracle took place, and the people of the Jiuli tribe were extremely excited. They all knelt on the ground. God's messenger. God's messenger. God's messenger. Everyone looked up, raised their hands, and shouted in unison. The cow was startled. Fortunately, Yao Yu kept holding the rope tightly. Su-yi removed the flute from his lips and looked at the only person standing in the field besides Yao Yu. The man was covered in a black robe. Su-yi knew that this was the mysterious shaman of the Jiuli tribe. If there is a chance, I will lift up the black robe and see what kind of old man is inside. Yu, how is it possible? The hoarse and strange voice made Su-yi frown. That sounds so ugly. Why don't you pay homage to the angel of God? A cold voice came out of Yao Yu's mouth. The wizard's knees weakened, and he almost fell to his knees. He can make the animals obey. He was enveloped in light. He made the voice of a god, breaking through boundaries and reaching the ears of heaven. But how could this be possible? Yes, he has no fetish. The wizard grasped the key. Only divine objects are the medium to communicate with God. Without divine objects, there is no way to communicate with God. Everyone get up. Don't be fooled by him. A hoarse voice spread. He can't communicate with gods. Look, he has no divine object. How can someone without a divine object possibly communicate with gods? Only then did the leaders kneeling on the ground notice it. The man on the cow's back really didn't have that kind of translucent, magical thing that made people want to look at it again. But the tribal leaders did not stand up. He comes riding on an ox, all shining. Yes, he talked to God. So if he's not a messenger of God, then what is he? If this isn't spiritual knowledge, then what is it? Everyone was talking about it. Yao Yu was shocked when he heard the words of the witch. Do you need a divine object to become a god? She felt relieved only after hearing the discussions of the kneeling people. Her messenger can communicate with gods even without any divine objects. She relayed their words to Su-yi. Su-yi heard this and smiled knowingly. I am a barbarian, but I have always had great scholars to explain the classics to me. The one who possesses the divine object is the divine shaman of my Jiuli tribe. He doesn't have any sacred objects. He doesn't believe in our god of Nando. Why are you kneeling to him? The hoarse voice was intermittent with some anxiety. Chapter 135, just right. Yes, even if he can communicate with gods, he is not our wizard. That makes sense. He is just the messenger of the Xuanniao tribe. But if that's the case, then the god of heaven must be real. I knew it was true. Bullshit, that's not what you just said. Xuanniao and the others listened to the discussions around them, and each of them raised their heads and breathed a sigh of relief. It has been said long ago that the messenger of God can communicate with God. I really don't believe it. Although everyone was talking about it, no one dared to stand up first without the permission of the person on the ox. Yao Yu was very satisfied listening to their discussion. God made him do it. Why isn't that guy in black kneeling down yet? Su-yi asked in confusion as he watched the man in black robe saying something to the kneeling man. He said you don't have any divine objects and doesn't acknowledge that you have divine connection. Later, it seemed that they admitted that you were in touch with the gods, and then they said that you did not believe in the god of the Southern Dipper and told people on earth not to kneel to you. But they just won't get up. Look, he even wants to drag them up, Yao Yu said with a smile. It's enough that I believe in the god of heaven. Su-yi raised his eyebrows. Also, who said I don't have a divine object? Tell them I'm going to show them the divine object. We didn't do it. Don't make it up. Yao Yu said in surprise. They all believe you now. The man in the black robe who doesn't believe must be convinced for the perfect ending. Tell them. Seeing Su-yi's confident expression, Yao Yu turned his gaze to the kneeling people and said with a stiff upper lip, "The divine object is right in front of us." After saying that, like everyone else, she turned her head to look at the person on the cow's back. Highly anticipated, Su-yi took off a silk brocade bag from his waist that was the same color as his clothes. Yao Yu knew that he always carried this bag with him. When asked, he just smiled and said nothing. Snort. She wanted to see what magical item he could come up with. On the cow's back, Su-yi carefully opened the mouth of the large silk brocade bag with one hand. He took out the things inside with both hands and raised it slowly. A divine object. A divine object. A divine object. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the elliptical spherical divine object emits a fiery red light like the sun. Everyone knelt down and shouted. Yao Yu was the closest, looking at the crystal stone in his hand with eyes full of surprise. When did he hide such a beautiful thing from her? When he first descended from the sky, he had nothing. Even the animal skins on his feet belonged to their tribe. You, stop being in a daze and help me pass on the message. Yao Yu came back to his senses when he heard an urging voice from the cow's back. The god of the sky controls the sky and maintains the operation of the universe. This divine object is the image of the god of the sky. Just like the southern dipper before its transformation and the blackbird before its birth, it represents the chaos of heaven and earth, and the yin and yang of the four seasons. I am the messenger of the god of heaven walking on earth. Why don't you bow down to me? As Yao Yu shouted the last sentence, the black-robed wizard finally trembled and knelt down. No one knows the meaning of the image of the god of the southern dipper except himself. He actually revealed it in one sentence. How could he be the messenger of the blackbird god? He is clearly the messenger of the Tianji god. Looking at the people kneeling down in unison, Su-yi took back the things in his hands with satisfaction. When he heard that day that the identity of the sorcerer could only be confirmed by relying on some magical object, he immediately guessed that it was jade. The ancients believed that jade was a necessary piece of equipment to help communicate with gods, and was also a symbol of identity and status. Even in modern times, jade still has a reputation for being psychic. Therefore, he immediately thought of the piece of fine red agate that was gathering dust under the statue. Yaogu took a few people to peel off the outer layer of stone shell day and night. With their carving skills, Su-yi was afraid of destroying the treasure. Simply keep the oval egg shape without the stone shell, plus a few random words of my own. Isn't it here? Everything is just right. Su-yi and Yao Yu were treated with unparalleled respect, lived in the temple, and ate the offerings. Even the cow was treated warmly, with its mouth filled with its favorite grass. Lu Mei, Xuanniao, and others went from being enemies of the entire clan to being heroes of the clan. Why? Because the messenger of the god of Tianji promised to protect the people of the god of Nandi. In this way, the Jili tribe was favored by two gods. Su, what on earth is on your mind? That's what you thought of right away? Of course, God knows everything in the world with just a thought. Su-yi said proudly. Yao Yu, with totems all over his face and looking like a tabby cat, has eyes shining with admiration. Su-yi was very sure that no matter how excessive his proposal was, she would be willing to cooperate. However, there is still one last step left in this journey. Only after you have completely appeased that sorcerer can you rest easy. Wash the totem off your face. Su-yi pointed to a basin of water behind the house. I've told you it's useless. Didn't I represent the Xuanniao tribe? Who knew you would represent the god of heavenly pole? Have you informed the wizard? It should be here soon. There was the sound of splashing water outside the house. Divine witch. Hearing the shout, the man in black robe who was walking in a hurry stopped. I will always believe in our god of the southern dipper. Chief Hua nodded. I hope you will not forget your loyal assistant. I know you are sincere, said the witch, but you must not be disrespectful to the god of heaven. Is he really a messenger of God? Chief Hua asked. You shouldn't doubt him. He must have a divine object in his hand. Most importantly, he clearly knows the meaning of the image of our god of the South Dipper. He can't be fake. The voice in the black robe was very firm. I understand. Chief Hua bowed and saluted, then stepped back. Every god is mysterious and unpredictable, but this god's messenger is upright and makes people feel like an ordinary person. This alone made him feel particularly suspicious. Only after getting confirmation from the sorcerer did he feel relieved. Su-yi crossed his legs and ate the local specialty fruits happily. A man in a black robe appeared silently at the door, which scared him. This person walks without making any sound. That's weird. The black-robed wizard walked up to Su-yi, bowed in greeting, and then stood quietly by his side. Su-yi pointed to the wooden stake behind him and motioned for him to sit down. The wizard hesitated for a moment, then obeyed the order. Why are you so slow in washing your face? Su-yi asked. The paint Ling gave me is not the usual kind. It is too hard to wash off. She must be taking revenge on me. Wait till I get back to deal with her. Yao Yu washed his face before stepping into the house. Su Yi noticed that the man in black robe suddenly stood up and ran out. You, stop him. Chapter 136, Concubine Yin. Why? His voice was hoarse and sharp. Someone come quickly. Someone come quickly. My clan is in trouble. The man in black robe rushed out while shouting. Su Yi was shocked. There was only one thought in my mind, telling him to shut up. A figure appeared beside him and rushed out a few steps ahead of him. Well, when the man in black robe was about to reach the door, Yao Yu kicked him to the ground without any mercy and held him down. What is he shouting? Su Yi whispered, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Shut him up. He's calling for help. Yao Yu held down the struggling person. Fortunately, the other person was not strong. The black robe spread apart during the struggle, revealing a black wooden mask on the face of the person inside the robe. Su Yi saw the frightened eyes under the mask. What surprised him even more was that the witch's neck was as delicate as snow, not dark yellow and loose as he had imagined. Yao Yu roughly lifted the mask. The revealed face made both of them a little dazed. Under the mask was a woman with an extremely beautiful face and eyes full of surprise. The mask was removed, and the woman's screams became louder, hoarse and shrill. Lord Divine Wizard, what's wrong with you? A man's voice came from outside the door. You cover your mouth. Su Yi squatted down and helped hold down the person on the ground, and Yao Yu freed his hands to cover her mouth and nose. Stay away from the temple and don't disturb the messenger of God. Yao Yu tried to make his voice sound serious. The two people outside the door looked at each other. They clearly heard the witch calling people. But this time there was no sound. Should we ask Chief Hua to come over and take a look? Someone asked in a low voice. The other person nodded. Inside the house, Yao Yu rode on the witch, pressed her arms with his knees, and covered her mouth and nose tightly with his hands. Su Yi put his hands on her kicking calves. Su, what now? Tell her that I will kill her if she screams. Su Yi said coldly. When this man saw you, he suddenly went crazy. In his plan, it would be better if she didn't kill him. Now we have to find out the reason quickly. If we have to kill her, otherwise both of them might die. It would be bad to kill him, right? Yao Yu couldn't help but ask. This shaman had a high status, and she was worried that something might happen. I'm not asking you to kill her now. Yao Yu turned his head and found that the person under him had flushed red, so he quickly lowered his voice and said, I'll let you go. If you keep shouting, I'll kill you. The fear was still in the other person's eyes, and he blinked. Seeing this, Yao Yu slowly let go of his hand. The shaman immediately breathed in the air greedily. The pair of eyes looking at Yao Yu were full of hostility. You are not Yin Fei? Are you her daughter? Yin Fei? Yao Yu was puzzled. Who is she? You don't know her? The person under him looked slightly changed and asked in confusion. Yao Yu tried hard to digest the information in her words. But concubine Yin really didn't know, so she shook her head. Seeing that Yao Yu did not look fake, the witch said, You are pressing me so hard that I can't breathe. Can you get up first? What if you run away? Yao Yu didn't move. If you have nothing to do with Yin Fei, I won't run away. Is it concubine Yin again? Yao Yu's mind became even more confused. Master Divine Wizard, someone outside the door called out tentatively. Hearing the sound, Yao Yu covered the witch's mouth and nose again. Master Divine Witch. The troops reported that they heard your call for help. Outside the door, Chief Hua got on high alert as he could not get a response. If you're okay, please say something. Otherwise we're coming in. Yao Yu's body trembled, his eyes flashed with ferocity. If you dare to scream, I will kill you immediately. She slowly loosened her grip, ready to break her neck. I'm fine. A hoarse voice came out. The messenger of God is communicating with the gods. You should stay away, so as not to disturb the gods. Yao Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. But he still stared at the people below him with caution and said rudely, I have just warned you. Why do you dare to come closer? Chief Hua recognized that it was indeed the voice of the witch, although there were some differences. Let's retreat immediately. Hearing the footsteps outside the door fading away, Su Yi's heart finally settled down. The three of them sat down again. Yao Yu leaned closely against the witch to prevent her from escaping. Did you recognize the wrong person? Su Yi asked suspiciously. Two people would only be mistaken for each other if they looked very similar. It is possible that Yu Gai is really the daughter of that concubine Yin. Also, this sorcerer might want to calm them down first, and then wait for an opportunity to take action. You, tell her that your mother is not Yin Fei, but another woman. We in the Yin tribe are enemies, not friends, Su Yi continued. The best strategy is to stabilize her first. Killing her is still the last resort. After Yao Yu finished speaking, The wariness in the woman's eyes gradually disappeared. After learning that the other person was actually the woman of God's messenger, she felt that they became closer. They are all women related to God. The two of them started chatting. Su Yi wanted to interrupt, but couldn't. I thought you were a man. Yao Yu was surprised. By the way, what's your name? My name is Yunluan. Is your throat naturally like this? Yao Yu continued to ask. My father once said that the closer you are to God, the further you are from people. Yunluan said, I made my voice sound like this on purpose. On purpose? Yao Yu was curious. Can it be changed back? That's it. As Yunluan spoke, she took out a red, thumb-sized object from the pocket of her black robe. After you eat it, your voice will change, and it will be fine after a while. How amazing! Yao Yu, who had mastered the art of making medicine, immediately became interested. Can I try it? You don't want to try it. Yunluan dissuaded him. Your mouth and tongue will feel numb and painful after eating it, like a burning sensation, which is very uncomfortable. So I seldom talk to my tribesmen. I only eat a little when I really need to talk. You've worked so hard. Yao Yu patted her hands. Why does the Lord God's envoy seem so far away from God, but so close to humans? Yunluan cast a glance at Su Yi, who was eating watermelon. He's always like this. Yao Yu said, the messenger of God may be a god in the human world, different from a person who can communicate with gods. He just told the gods when he made his decision. It seems like he can talk to them at any time. Yunluan's eyes lit up when she heard this. She couldn't do that. She could only feel the signs from heaven through celestial phenomena and animal bones. With the protection of the god's messenger, their Julie tribe will surely become stronger and stronger. I thought the messenger was fake and the god of heaven was also a liar. Yunluan said with emotion. I almost killed the person you sent back. Yao Yu smiled and said nothing. Su, he is indeed just the messenger of their Xuanniao tribe, not the messenger of Tianji God. The god of Tianji was a fabricated character he created to deceive people. This is a secret between her and Su, and no one else will ever know it. By the way, can you tell me who Yan Fei is? Yao Yu asked. She is the concubine of Emperor Yan. Yunluan said angrily. And she is a woman who was married off from our Julie tribe. She tricked us into fully supporting Emperor Yan in his crusade against the Western Rome. We sent a lot of people and food, but after the Western crusade ended, Emperor Yan immediately turned his attention to us. Chapter 137 Wine. Yao Yu didn't know how to respond. You and her really look alike. Yunluan said, that's why I made a mistake. By the way, where's your mother? She is dead. Yao Yu said, gritting his teeth. Su said that concubine Yan might be related to her. But in her heart, her mother was never a bad woman. I'm sorry. Seeing Yao Yu's sad face, Yunluan apologized quickly. Where are your parents? Yao Yu asked. Su Yi didn't know how they ended up holding hands while chatting, and their eyes were red. He couldn't get a word in, so he just thought about how to get the labor force of the Julie tribe to move and develop the Tianfu Basin together. The water system there is well developed, so developing the planting industry can save a lot of effort. Moreover, the terrain is very good, easy to defend, and difficult to attack. Once it gets going, it is like a flying dragon in the sky, with unparalleled strength and power. Su, she is so pitiful, you must help her. Yao Yu's voice came from the side. Now we are counting on her for help. Su Yi said. She said that as long as you can bring prosperity to the Julie tribe, she will listen to you no matter what decision you make. Real. Su Yi patted his thigh. The moonlight is hazy. A large bonfire was lit in the center of the settlement. People held hands, formed circles, and danced around the bonfire. Things like sweet potatoes were roasted by the fire, and the air was filled with a sweet smell. Yao Yu was pulled into the circle by Lu Mei and the others. She had a natural aptitude for dance, and following their steps and listening to the beats of the wooden drums, she soon found her own rhythm. Wow, Chief, you must have learned this dance before. Lu Mei and others were surprised. Yao Yu smiled and shook his head. Su Yi couldn't jump, so he sat in front of a small campfire with a group of leaders. The Lord God's messenger actually attended our gathering. Yeah, unlike the divine wizard, he never participates. Just as they finished talking, they noticed a man in a black robe approaching from a distance. The green magical object hanging around his neck refracted faint light from time to time. Master Xuanniao, what instructions do you have? The leaders immediately stood up to greet them. Seeing this, Su Yi did not stand up but nodded at them. I just came to take a look and join in the fun. Hearing the beautiful female voice coming from the black robe, the leaders looked at each other in disbelief. Did I hear it wrong? I must have heard it wrong. You heard me right. I am a woman. The witch raised her hand and pulled down the veil on her head, revealing a beautiful face to everyone. Oh, everyone gasped. Who would have thought that the usually mysterious witch was actually a woman in her 20s? Master Divine Witch, you. Please sit down and entertain the Lord Messenger of God for me. I am going to dance. The black robe moved like a ghost towards the big bonfire in the distance. She was finally able to hold everyone's hands and dance happily again. Ever since the changes in the tribe, she has never felt as relaxed as she does today. The messenger of God said that people who occupy special positions can better understand the joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness of the world, and the more they can understand the sufferings of the world, the closer they will be to God. She used to. You all understood it wrong. The witch is actually a woman. But her voice? Don't you think she's familiar? I remember now. She is the daughter of the old witch. An elderly leader patted his head and sighed. No matter if they are men or women, old or young, anyone who can communicate with the gods is a witch. That's right. That's right. Everyone sat down again after discussing it. Su-yi withdrew his gaze from the black figure that was floating away. He looked at the two sheep on the fire. Some female tribesmen have already started cutting with knives. Su-yi recognized that what they were holding were bronze artifacts. A piece of steaming lamb leg was first brought to Su-yi on a wooden plate. The griller has good technique, and the meat smells delicious. But Su-yi had eaten a lot of fruit before, and his stomach couldn't fit in half a leg of lamb. He gestured to the female tribesman and asked her to cut it in half. The tribesman obeyed the order. Su-yi casually gave the cut half to a leader beside him. Chief Hua was stunned at first when he saw the lamb leg handed to him by the messenger of God, but he immediately took it with both hands out of flattery. Carefully place it on the wooden stake in front of you. Then he stood up and bowed respectfully. Su-yi was attracted by his actions. Looking at his entire set of behavior, which was quite polite, I smiled and nodded. Chief Hua then sat back in his seat, looking drunk as if in a dream. Congratulations, Chief Hua. Congratulations. The leader said sourly. Chief Hua's face was filled with smiles. He had previously suspected that the messenger of God was fake. Now he will get angry with anyone who says that the messenger of God is fake. All right, Chief Hua said to the people behind him. Go get the wine I brought. I have 2 jars hidden as well. Bring them here quickly. You go too. The other leaders said one after another. Su-yi looked at the jars of wine that were delivered to him and curled his lips. There was surplus grain to make wine, which seemed to indicate that these people had lived a good life in the past. A female tribesman had already poured a bowl of liquid into the coarse earthenware bowl on the wooden stake in front of her. The turbidity and thickness can be seen under the flame. I picked it up and took a sip carefully. It tasted slightly sweet and sour, with the rough taste of soil. 1 sip gives you a feeling that you wouldn't get from 10 sips today. He put the bowl down gently. He didn't want to take a second sip. He smiled and waved to the leaders. Signal everyone to drink. Looking at them drinking happily with satisfaction on their faces, Su-yi couldn't empathize with them. Several women who had just finished cutting the meat stood respectfully aside. Su-yi saw that there was still a lot of meat on the sheep, so he invited them to eat together. Several women shook their heads. Only at Su-yi's request did everyone take a piece and hide behind the crowd. When the leaders saw the messenger of God giving meat to the waiter, they all saw surprise in his eyes. Legend has it that the ancient saints showed equal love to everyone, regardless of their religion, race, status, or class. God made him like a saint. Our Jiuli tribe is going to prosper. The leaders' cheeks turned red, and they all sighed with emotion. Su-yi felt amused when he saw their confused looks. One person drank 2 or 3 bowls and got so drunk? Yao, you ran over from the big bonfire. The sound of your communication with God today made everyone happy. Can you do it again? Yun Luan, who was brought along by Yao Yu, also looked at him expectantly. Su-yi lowered his head in thought. He knew that music had ceremonial and political implications in ancient China. That's why today we are giving them a great show of riding a cow and playing the flute. If used in entertainment, it would not seem to have such religious meaning. But he would sing a nursery rhyme, Happy New Year, instead of keeping it to himself and serving himself. It would be better to pass on the concept of music and let the people of this world carry it forward. He thought about it and organized his words. God gave me music to convey joy and sorrow, so that people can feel the majesty and grandeur of God. How can I not bring God to educate the world? What are you talking about? Yao Yu asked carefully. Is it not possible? Chapter 138 playing. Yao Yu, it's okay if you don't like it, but why are you so serious? Yao Yu looked at Su-yi's expression. It's weird for you to call me like this suddenly. Tell Yun Luan what I said, and ask her to tell the whole clan. After listening to Yao Yu's retelling, Yun Luan's eyes sparkled with joy. He hurriedly bowed respectfully to Su-yi. Su-yi had seen their etiquette. Now this black-robed wizard looks quite stylish. You, Go get my instrument. Xuanniao waved his hand. In front of the big bonfire, Xuanniao stood holding a flute. The silk clothes on her body looked even more luxurious under the firelight. Everyone knew that the messenger of God was going to speak for God, and they all held their breath. As the joyful tune of Happy New Year spread, joy appeared on everyone's face. After repeating it twice, Xuanniao began to improvise. How could the tribesmen understand any song? Just the slightest sound would make them laugh. Following the tune of Su I Sabu Xiang, people held hands and started dancing again. Yaoing lay on the crack of the door and tried hard to look outside. The bonfire dyed half the sky red, and countless people were gathered not far away. There was also a wonderful sound that I had never heard before, coming from the middle of the campfire. The Jiuli tribe is quite powerful, he thought to himself. I touched my stomach and felt really hungry. I worked for half a day today and was locked up in the house early. He first had a good sleep. After waking up, I waited for food to be distributed. As a result, I waited from the time the sun set until it went down. It was only just now that he understood. They were having a merry party and had forgotten about him, their slave. Looking out from the small window, there was no one guarding around. The thought of running away came to my mind, and I couldn't stop it. Do we too have a mission? A tribe member outside the campfire scratched his head. Oh yes. Another man slapped his head. I forgot to feed that slave. What slaves? Now we and the Xuanniao people are the people of the same God. The two took the food and left the crowd. Walked straight to the room where Yaoing was imprisoned. Yaoing untied the ropes on his hands and feet. He regained the feeling of freedom. Now all that's left is to leave the house. His heart was beating fast with excitement. He looked around carefully. Only a fool would run away from the door. He had to find another way. After struggling for a while, the wooden stick in his hand was broken, and he finally dug out a hole the size of a fist. The houses built by the people of Jiuli tribe are really sturdy. Yaoing had to give up the idea of escaping in other directions. Turn your eyes to the door. The door was obviously not as strong as the wall and could not stop him. He took 2 steps back, turned sideways, and pushed hard. Bang! The man fell out and fell heavily on the ground. The door is not locked. He struggled to get up and saw 2 people in front of him staring at him blankly. He really wanted to go back, pick up the rope on the ground, and put it on. I haven't been beaten for several days. Did the chief say he would release him? I forgot. Another person said, go ask again. The 2 of them took Yaoing all the way towards the small campfire. Yaoing was very well behaved, but he was nervous. Isn't it usual to get a beating? Chief, this slave. Didn't we let him go? Chief Hua thought for a moment and waved his hand. Forget it. Take him over to their clan leader. Unable to communicate in the same language, the 2 men urged Yaoing to go to the big bonfire. There are so many people around, I can't escape. Yaoing felt hopeless and thought he was going to die. In front of the big bonfire, a glowing figure was making strange sounds. Yaoing rubbed his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. It's God's messenger. He is coming to pick him up now? Turning his head, he was horrified to find that his sister was also in the crowd. Seeing him, I smiled at him. Yaoing suddenly felt that everything before his eyes seemed fake. Bonfire crowd. When did he die? At this moment, 2 people beside him suddenly took his hands and started dancing. Close your eyes and then open them suddenly. His sister was still smiling at him. When did your sister die? Clan leader, why is your brother crying and laughing at the same time? Lu Mei asked. Maybe you won't be a slave anymore, but you'll be happy? After Yao Yu knew that his brother was fine, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Someone just came to report, and she asked them to be happy with him. Master Patriarch, he should be able to have another woman, right? Lu Mei asked. The leaders and clan leaders of the Jiuli tribe could also have several women. He is the elder brother of the clan leader and has a high enough status, so it should be possible. Do you really want to be with him? Yao Yu asked, puzzled. I like him. Lu Mei said firmly. Please help me. I can weave and sew, and I'm very hardworking. Yao Yu shook his head after hearing this. How could he be so lucky? You know, he has a woman and she already has his child. Yao Yu wanted to dissuade her from thinking this. I just want to be with him. Lu Mei's expression remained unchanged. Let's call them together and discuss it. Even though I'm the clan leader, I can't make decisions for him. Yao Yu said sincerely. After hearing this, Lu Mei's expression darkened. Why can the patriarch of their tribe decide who the tribe members will marry, but the patriarch of the Xuanniao tribe can't do the same? Does she look down on herself? How can men and women in your tribe live together? Are there any taboos? Yao Yu turned his head and asked. Apart from the taboo of not marrying people with the same surname, the Xuanniao tribe does not have many requirements for marriages between men and women. She didn't know the rules of the Jiuli tribe. Just give our tribe some animal skins and tools. Lu Mei said in surprise. but I can persuade the clan leader not to do that. No, I'm just asking. Yao Yu shook his head and said, can you tell me about other aspects? Lu Mei was very happy. It was what she wanted. She thought that Yao Yu asked these questions to agree to her request. Yao Ying danced along in a daze. After a while, he finally realized that he didn't seem to be dead. Break away from the person holding your arm. Pa. He raised his hand and slapped himself. The stinging pain on his face and the stunned looks from the people around him made him feel like he was still alive. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Amid everyone's puzzled gazes, Yao Ying rushed towards Yao Yu. He now has a lot of questions for his sister. He's coming, Lu Mei reminded. Yao Yu turned around and saw his brother pushing his way through the crowd. You, why are you and the messenger of God here? Yao Ying stared at him expectantly. We're here to pick you up. Yao Yu said. What about these people? We are all family now. Boom. Yao Ying felt like the sky was falling. He was severely beaten and forced to do hard labor for several days. Tell him now that we are all family. What to play? It was discovered that the previous slave was actually the brother of the Xuanniao tribe leader. Everyone's attitude towards him changed immediately. Single women often send out flirtatious glances. Many of them were sent by the clan leaders of various tribes. Yao Ying enjoyed the feeling. Just right. That's the feeling. He has suffered a lot over the past few days, and he will definitely have a good fight tonight. You can't mess around with these women. Drag your brother out of the circle of women, Yao Yu reminded seriously. Chapter 139, Becoming One of Us. Why? Yao Ying was unhappy. The clan rules only stipulate that women cannot be forced. The rules have changed, Yao Yu said seriously. The two tribes have merged, and the previous rules of the Xuanniao tribe are no longer sufficient. Is this what the messenger of God meant? Yao Ying was puzzled. Of course, Yao Yu said firmly. If you dare to possess these women, they will follow you and eat and drink your food and drink your water. Think about it. Can you afford to support them? Why? Yao Ying asked. Don't they have hands and feet? Since you own them, they will identify you and follow you. Yao Yu said seriously. If you don't plan to support them, don't take off their clothes. Otherwise, their clan leader will bring people to block your door. Let's see what you can do. Yao Ying was frightened when he heard this. He quickly looked away. If you like someone, you have to find the head of the family or the father to make a formal exchange. Exchange. Yao Yu didn't really understand, but he still explained to him. You have to use animal skins and food to exchange for women from other tribes. After the exchange, the woman is yours and the things belong to him. Oh, Yao Ying nodded. Then I can exchange 10 or 8. Is that okay? Let's not talk about whether you have so many things. Yao Yu said unhappily. Even if you do, I won't care about you. Go ask the envoy of God. She didn't know why a good woman like Lu Mei would fall in love with such a man. By the way, Mu Ling is pregnant with your child. Go back this time to bring her back to your side and take good care of her. She has a child? Yao Ying exclaimed. Is it mine? Yao Yu grabbed his ear and said, You are her only man. Whose child do you think it is? It hurts. Yao Ying grinned. I know. Pick her up. I must pick her up. Be nice to others. Yao Yu reminded. Yao Ying smiled foolishly and nodded repeatedly. He is going to be a father. That skinny woman can actually give birth to a child. He regretted it the last time he drove her away, but every time he wanted to go find her, a voice in his heart told him that he should not give in to a woman. He inquired privately and felt relieved only after knowing that his sister was willing to take care of her. I have something to tell you first. Yao Yu said. Do you remember the woman you brought back to the nest last time? What's wrong? Yao Ying asked. At that time, he was the one who made Mu Ling angry, so of course he remembered it. She likes you. Yao Yu said. She wants to be your woman. No, Yao Ying said decisively. I'm telling you, from today on, I've changed. I'm going to be a father. Really? Yao Yu asked doubtfully. But, Yao Yu glared at him with disdain, and then said, She is a good woman. She felt guilty for a long time because of what happened between you two. Then I don't want it either. Yao Ying said, Hasn't she pestered me enough? She even pissed Mu Ling off last time. Yao Yu raised his hand, and Yao Ying quickly covered his ears. You took the wood spirit away by yourself, and you blame others? Let me tell you, when you were suffering here, people helped you. Helped me. Yao Ying thought without hesitation. Impossible. No one has ever helped you. Yao Yu was puzzled. How could Lu Mei lie to her? Someone helped me. You mean the one who helped me was her? Yao Ying couldn't equate the goddess in his mind with the woman who was pestering him. Why not someone else, who applied medicine to you, gave you food and water? After hearing this, Yao Ying crashed. The goddess has been found. But how should he face her? When he brought her back, he was so disgusted with her that he didn't even touch her with a finger. As a result, when I was in the worst situation, it was she who helped me. Are you willing to accept her? Yao Yu asked. But what about Mu Ling? Yes. Yao Yu also had a headache. You decide for yourself. After saying that, she got up and left. She needs to discuss this with Su. She has found out a lot of information today. In the temple, on the comfortable bed, Yao Yu nestled in Su Yi's arms. There was a look of fear on his face. Su, it's over. Yao Yu suddenly remembered something and said, covering his face. What's wrong? Su Yi looked satisfied. I forgot that the witch lives next door to us. What should I do? She must have heard it. It's all your fault. The soft flesh on Su Yi's waist was pinched. Why did you suddenly go crazy today? Why are you using so much force? Yao Yu covered his face and crawled under several layers of linen quilts. How am I going to face her at tomorrow's ceremony? Didn't she cry just now? It seems like he is crying and begging for mercy. Did I still call him by the strange name he taught me? This time, it was even more embarrassing than the first time Ling heard it. It would be better to die now. Why didn't you tell me earlier that she was next door? Su Yi said in surprise. I have an idea. Yao Yu poked his head out from under the quilt. She must have heard it all. Rather than being ashamed to see her tomorrow, it is better to make her one of my own so that she can't laugh at me. She is beautiful, has a good personality, and is a shaman. She leads such a large tribe and can communicate with gods. Although sharing your man with multiple people, overall the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. We are like this. Isn't this bad? Su Yi was a little surprised by her idea, which coincided with his. She will definitely not want to do that. You mean you're willing? Yao Yu stared at Su Yi's face suspiciously and said angrily. I knew you were attracted to her. No way. Su Yi realized that his little thoughts had been exposed, and he denied it flatly. Xinwu is petite, fair-skinned, and beautiful, and is half a head shorter than Yao Yu and the others. It would be unfair to my own noble spirit to say that I didn't like it. A real man who travels through primitive society must face his own heart. He came clean to himself. He really wanted to unlock new characters. Just lie to me. No, you were the one who brought it up just now. Su Yi retorted. I'm just asking. Who knows if you really have that in mind? I really didn't. It doesn't matter if you do. I can help you. Yao Yu's sudden turn caught Su Yi off guard. What was the first method you just told me to promote the integration of the two races? Yao Yu drew circles on his hands, but was muttering to himself. Yunwan must be saying in her heart now that she is a dissolute woman. She was determined to get her into Su's bed. Let her see how powerful he is. Intermarriage between the two tribes? Su Yi hesitated. Yes. Yao Yu said happily. That's it. Think about it. As a divine messenger, you took the lead in intermarriage and took the goddess witch of the Jiuli tribe away. How could they not agree with your method? You are truly my confidant. Su Yi praised it in his heart, but said, it makes sense, but I really don't like her. Yao Yu was anxious. He actually didn't like it? You always tell me to look at the long term. Yunwan is just an ordinary woman. She is a witch. Yao Yu said while counting on his fingers. She can communicate with spirits, tell fortunes, and lead the entire Jiuli tribe. Just think about it. After they completely become Xuanniao people, how powerful we will be. No, go now. I'll hold you down and you do it. Yao Yu said as he stood up and grabbed the clothes beside the bed. Chapter 140 Migration Mobilization. After hearing this, Yunwan next door felt hot all over and her cheeks were burning. She didn't understand at first and thought Yao Yu was not feeling well. Later, when she heard the rhythmic sound, she suddenly reacted. I just didn't expect that Chief Yao Yu, who looks dignified and steady, is actually such a person? Why isn't she afraid of others hearing this? They knew they were next door, yet they still made such loud noises. Did he do it on purpose for me to hear it? Yunwan was shocked by her own thoughts. But why is this? Are you crazy? Su Yi didn't expect that Yao Yu would actually get up and put on his clothes. He quickly pulled her back into his arms. Shouldn't this be done slowly? No, it will be too late tomorrow. Yao Yu struggled. Tonight is just right. Why do I feel like you are more anxious than me? Su Yi put his arms around her waist. The wizard is not an ordinary person. How can he be suppressed or forced at will? If this leaves a bad impression on her, how can the two parties continue to cooperate? I just think. She likes you too. Yes, she told me so tonight at the dance. She stared at herself, twisting her hair in circles, and Su Yi knew she was lying. Okay, go to sleep obediently. We'll talk about Yunwan's matter later. Su Yi held her in his arms, preventing her from escaping. Yao Yu also realized that he was impulsive. Lying in Su Yi's arms, with her eyes open, she thought about how to explain tomorrow. The morning light is dim. Some of the troops have already gotten up and are ready to work. Su Yi got up early as usual. He has developed a habit. Yao Yu didn't stay in bed this time. He jumped up, put on his clothes, and left the house. I ran into Yun Luan, who pushed open the door. Luan, did you hear anything last night? Yao Yu said carefully, hoping for a lucky break. What if she fell asleep? In front of the door, Yun Luan's cheeks felt hot. She wanted to pretend that she heard nothing, but Yao Yu actually came to ask. Was he really doing it on purpose for me to hear it? I heard everything, Yun Luan said seriously. After saying that, Yao Yu's face turned red instantly. Wasn't it intentional? I know everything about sexual intercourse between men and women. Yun Luan gritted her teeth and comforted Yao Yu. This is a big thing for reproduction. There's no need to be shy. Only after seeing the other party's frank look did Yao Yu feel less embarrassed. Last night, I forgot you were next door. Yao Yu couldn't help but hold Yun Luan's hand and said embarrassedly. It was very noisy, wasn't it? No, just a little bit. Yun Luan lied. Last night, she was worried that the troops far away might hear the noise and come to rescue her. That's good. Yao Yu patted his chest. Let's gather our troops quickly, otherwise they will all go to work. Yun Luan changed the subject. The gods and witches summoned everyone and announced something important. The leaders of each tribe notified the chiefs of each clan, and the chiefs of each clan notified everyone in the clan, young and old, men, women, and children. The scattered people gathered towards the temple. In front of the temple, on a high platform made of rammed earth, Su Yi, dressed in white silk, stood in the middle. The left and right hands are Yao Yu and Yun Luan respectively. Yao Yu wore a linen long-sleeve top and a linen pleated skirt that reached her calves. Yun Luan was still wearing the black linen cloth, with only her face exposed. I'm calling everyone together today to announce that we will be migrating immediately. Yun Luan said loudly to the crowd below the stage. We are going to join the people of the Xuanniao tribe. The messenger of God conveyed the message to her through Yao Yu. If you just want stability, this place is enough. But if you want revenge, you have to go to the Xuanniao tribe. How could she let go of the hatred of the annihilation of her entire clan, the murder of her father, and the humiliation of her mother? After he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the audience. We have to migrate again. Didn't we just get here? The land is half reclaimed, and the seeds in the reclaimed part have been sown. I want to stay. Xuanniao and the others said earlier that the Xuanniao tribe is a good place. I want to go. It's a good place, but it can't be without food, right? Several leaders also discussed it. They settled here and received the promise of the gods, so why do they have to migrate again now? Yun Luan had already anticipated the reaction from the audience. The messenger said that in another land favored by the gods, there is fertile land, clear water, and a peaceful environment. After getting the confirmation from the wizard, many people were tempted again, but some people still insisted on staying. Migration is a very painful thing for them. Going all the way south from the north, there are towering mountains, rivers, ponds and swamps, poisonous snakes, and ferocious beasts. I don't know how many people died along the way. Now that we have finally found a plain suitable for planting, why should we leave? Hearing the dispute between the two groups below the stage, Yun Luan spoke calmly. The gods told me that the Yin tribe will invade us again soon. There is no defense here, and more people will die then. Yun Luan directly told everyone Su Yi's words as if they were the words of God. What? We've already run here, and they're still chasing us? What does it mean to have no safety? Why are you asking so many questions? What the gods say must be right. The tribesmen were whispering to each other. Some people who were originally reluctant to migrate also raised their hands in agreement when faced with a possible crisis. Lord Divine Wizard, after we migrate, the Yin tribe will not come to attack us anymore, asked Chief Hua. The gods said that in that land, our Julie tribe will become stronger again, far more powerful than before. Yun Luan relayed Su Yi's words. Then we don't have to worry about any enemy invading us. With the guarantee of the gods and the vigilance of powerful enemies, it is not difficult to trick these people into moving. However, this migration is very different from the last one. With a population of nearly 10,000, you can't just leave like that. In the temple, 3 people sat opposite each other. Su Yi was talking, Yao Yu was conveying, and Yun Luan kept nodding. At that time, the tribes moved south spontaneously, and it was only later that Yun Luan gathered them together in the name of a shaman. Now that she has to lead so many people to migrate, she is afraid that she won't be able to handle it all. It would be better to organize the tribes into units, and have each tribe assign half of its young men and women to be responsible for hunting and gathering food. The other half is responsible for taking care of the elderly and the weak and helping to transport things. We will select a few nimble tribesmen from each tribe to form a communications team to facilitate the transmission of messages. We are migrating with a certain route and destination, so the danger is much less. As long as we ensure food supply and take good care of the elderly and children, there shouldn't be a big problem. Xuanniao, please pay attention to the weather and set out on a sunny day. Hearing the last sentence, Xuanniao was a little confused. Why is she still needed to observe celestial phenomena? Is this a test from God's messenger to himself? Early the next morning, the migrating team set off. Leading the way were the Xuanniao tribe's first 60-man guard team, 40 archers and 20 shield soldiers. The spearmen were sent ahead by Sui. They were hindered in moving through the woods with their spears, and they had not been trained in formation, so they did not look good when they held them out. Is this the guard of the envoy of God? He looks so majestic. Look, they walk so neatly. Lizard Chief, if you were given the same people, can you beat them? Said the Deer Chief with a smile. The lizard leader curled his lips. He couldn't understand how these people were able to move in unison. He knew from a distance that they were powerful without engaging in battle. Chief Hua looked at the backs of the guards and silently replied, "They must have received a lot of training to be so neat. If the young and strong men of our Juli tribe were like them, the Yin tribe would not dare to invade us." Chapter 141, Nanwei Ambassador. Eat this. Are you thirsty? Take a break. Along the way, Lu Mei was busy shuttling between Yao Yu and Yao Ying. Sometimes he handed fruit to Yao Yu, and sometimes he handed water to Yao Ying. What did you tell your clan leader? Yao Yu pulled her aside and asked. I told them that your brother liked me and wanted to take me away first, and they agreed. Lu Mei said happily. Yao Yu was helpless as the entire Lu tribe stayed behind, and he thought Lu Mei would stay as well. She also thought that if they were separated for a period of time, their feelings might fade. As a result, she actually lied to the tribe. No need to take care of him. He has hands and feet. He won't starve. Yao Yu advised again. Lu Mei nodded. But Yao Yu knew that it was useless for her to persuade him. Yeah, take a break. I'll go get him some water. Looking at Lu Mei leaving with the pottery jar, Yao Yu shook his head helplessly. What's wrong? Sui asked curiously when he saw the two of them interacting. She's attracted to him? Yeah, but she has to follow him and doesn't care about anyone else. Yao Yu asked puzzledly. What's so good about my brother? I don't know what's good about him. Sui looked at the two people in front of him, but I know that he wants to give all the women in the tribe a home. The whole clan? They can't even understand each other. I will solve the language problem. Sui continued. The text you said? Not only characters, but also corresponding languages. Sui said. Instead of letting everyone learn each other's languages, it is better to directly learn the language given by God. The language given by God? Will it be difficult? I don't know if it's difficult for you. Sui hesitated. If it's difficult, what if no one can learn it? Those who learn can serve under me, and those who can't learn can go to open up wasteland and farm. It's that simple. Sui said. It's you, do you want to learn? I really want to farm. Yao Yu thought for a while and said, this is a good job that can keep people from going hungry. Sui heard this and asked seriously, do you know why the Yin tribe drove the Jili tribe here? Yao Yu thought about it and shook his head. The answer she could think of was probably not the answer he wanted. It's because of the land. Sui said, and because of the extra food. Yao Yu was puzzled. This is something that is bound to happen. You may not understand what I said. Sui confessed. Anyway, filling your stomach is the most basic need. After that, other ideas will come up. Crops are easy to store, and farmland and crops gradually ceased to be shared resources and evolved into private wealth. In addition, in an agricultural civilization, society is relatively stable and population growth is stable. And population has always been a valuable asset. The plunder of land and population and the emergence of slavery are the laws of social development. Sui couldn't explain it clearly in one sentence, and Yao Yu rarely asked any further questions, but lowered his head to think. She didn't understand why something that was obviously a good thing to ensure that no one would go hungry turned into such a bad thing. After resting for a while, the team started moving forward again. Yao Yu didn't think it through and simply put the problem behind him. Luan, God has made him fall in love with you. Yao Yu twisted his fingers around his hair, spinning in circles. She realized afterwards that Yun Luan was trying to comfort her yesterday, but she might be laughing at her in her heart. She even foolishly chased after him and asked, it makes me blush just thinking about it. From a distance, Yun Luan saw Yao Yu waiting for her beside the team. I didn't expect the first sentence we said when we met would be so surprising. Does she like the angel? Yun Luan asked herself, and the answer she got was that she neither liked nor hated it. But does he actually like himself? Why didn't he say it himself, but sent his woman to tell her? Besides, Yao Yu is so beautiful, how could he still like her? He couldn't help but raise his hand and gently stroke his cheek. Yao Yu watched her reaction carefully. I found that it was different from the first time I tried to test Wolf Moon. Yunluan actually doesn't like Su? What should I do about this? Outside a village in the north. Chief, they have more people this time. What should we do? Don't call me chief, Xiong Tong said hastily. These people like to chop off the heads of chiefs and clan leaders. Do you want me to die by calling me like that? But they are surrounding us. What are you afraid of? Just follow the old rules, Xiong Tong said calmly. The other side doesn't have many people. Can you be more steady? A group of 20 people took out the paint they carried with them and painted the totem of the Yin tribe on their faces in a few strokes. The messenger of God said that totems are external things, and only with true piety in one's heart can one receive God's blessing. At first they were a little worried about God's punishment, but later they found that what the messenger of God said was true. They have used this trick taught by the messenger of God to get away with it countless times. Our own people. Our own people. Xiong Tong walked out of the woods with empty hands. As the son of the tribal chief, he was taught the language of the Yin tribe since he was a child and had no problem communicating. Crash. A team of nearly 50 people immediately surrounded them. Wooden spears of uniform length, looking extremely sharp, were pointed at everyone's chest. The leader stared at Xiong Tong suspiciously and asked, "What are you doing here?" "We are the team sent out earlier to collect treasures for Lord Manhwa." Xiong Tong said this no less than 10 times, and it worked every time. Now the land of the Zhuli tribe is under the jurisdiction of Ambassador Nanhua, who is in charge of the southern countries. He is the highest-ranking official in the south. Who dares to mess with the people he sends? This is perfect, the leader said happily. Lord Nanhua is setting up camp ahead. Xiong Tong's heart trembled. Is it such a coincidence? Isn't Ambassador Nanhua in the territory of the Yin tribe? Why is he here? The ambassador is not. Xiong Tong asked what was in his mind. The remnants of the Zhuli rebelled and caused quite a stir. The Nanhua envoy personally led his men to suppress the rebellion. What good stuff have you confiscated? The leader asked curiously. Just a few animal skins, no other treasures. Xiong Tong was anxious in his heart, but said calmly, "By the way, where are you?" "Alas, it's all your fault," cried the leader. "We are chasing a group of escaped slaves. Have you seen them? He ran away a long time ago." Xiong Tong pointed directly to the south. "That direction. Quick chase." Seeing the group of people leaving in a hurry, Xiong Tong's heart finally settled down. That damn Nanhua envoy actually came here. Quick, let's hurry north. He planned to find a marquis of a foreign country for exchange, but the status of the envoy from Nanhua was too high and something might go wrong. Xiong Tong waved his hand and said, "Wipe the stuff off your face. Don't get hurt by your own people." Along the way, they saw people of the Zhuli tribe being killed, enslaved, and raped everywhere. They have no ability to save, nor do they dare to contact. But there is a layer of haze in everyone's heart. Why can't we treat slaves like the Xuanniao tribe? It would be great if the Xuanniao tribe was as powerful as the Yin tribe. Chapter 142, The Ugly Guest. "Chief, that group of people are chasing us again." A tribesman stumbled over from behind. "You're still calling me leader." Xiong Tong slapped the tribesman. "Why are you all standing there? Draw a totem." "You drew it crooked. Why paint your nose?" Just as they finished drawing the totem, a voice came from behind. "You run pretty fast." Xiong Tong's eyelids twitched. Was he found out? Ambassador Nanhua's status is too high, and he is not a good choice for a deal. If the other party has bad intentions, they can easily gather a lot of people. By then, wouldn't the Xuanniao tribe be finished? If possible, Xiong Tong still wants to find a powerful person with lower status and position to exchange with. "We didn't run, we were just walking so fast." Xiong Tong turned around and said stiffly, "As long as the other party doesn't use direct violence, there is still room for discussion." "I'm so tired," the man behind him said. "You are going in the wrong direction. The Nanhua envoy is over here." It turns out that his identity was not revealed. Xiong Tong felt a little relieved. Looking at the person in front of him, he considered whether to kill the other person. Looking around, I found that the others were not far away, looking this way. Oh, Xiong Tong pretended to be surprised. "Come on, I'll take you there," the man said enthusiastically. Xiong Tong knew he couldn't hide this time. If you don't go now, you will be suspected immediately. Helplessly, he could only follow the man with his men. The further you walk, the more people there are around you. Some held flags, some raised spears, some carried bows, and some held axes. Tents of various sizes appeared before our eyes, with solemn guards standing outside the tents. The people around them stared at them inexplicably. Everyone in the bear tribe was silent. Finally, the man leading the way stopped. "See that big tent in the middle? Master Nanhua is inside." Looking in the direction he was looking, he saw a black tent that was several times bigger than the others standing in front of him. Outside the tent were several circles of guards standing solemnly. Flags of various colors fluttered in the wind. At the entrance of the tent, you can see servants and maids in uniform. The scene before him made Xuanniao feel timid. This is the first time I have met someone of such high status. Even his father did not have this honor. Also, what identity should I use to meet the other party now? If I offer the treasure as a member of the Yin tribe, I will not be able to fulfill the mission of the envoy of God. He had also heard of people being killed for offering treasures. It would be better to reveal your identity directly and trade with the other party. Just like this. My Lord God's messenger, I hope you are confident enough to face such an important person. Just wait for me here. After explaining, he turned around and wiped off the totem on his face. Xuanniao took a deep breath and walked towards the big tent. Who is it? Seeing him approaching, the two outermost guards came forward. The weapons in their hands were actually shiny bronze objects. The envoy of the Xuanniao tribe, bring the divine object to make a deal with the envoy of manhwa. With the divine object protecting him, he did not have many worries. Divine object? The two guards looked at each other. Anything that comes close to adults must be checked. Take it out and check it. Another person shouted sternly. I've already said it's a sacred object. How can we let anyone see it? Xuanniao said unhappily. Bull, are you trying to assassinate my lord? The shining weapon was pressed against his chest. This divine object is a gift from the gods. I'm afraid it would be a bad idea for you to check it out first, right? Xuanniao was not afraid. How could a sacred object be examined casually by anyone? He has never offered any treasure, but he has heard of others doing so. The two guards also hesitated. The other party was so persistent. If it really was a divine object and its spiritual energy leaked out, the two of them would not be able to bear the consequences. You keep an eye on him, I'll go report. One of the guards said something and ran towards the tent. He ran out after a while. The master wants to see you. Xuanniao straightened his chest and walked slowly towards the tent under the watchful eyes of the guards on both sides. He now represents the Xuanniao tribe. The servants and maids at the door were all handsome. They all cast curious glances at him. Stepping into the tent, there was plenty of light inside. My feet felt soft, and I discovered that the ground was covered with a thick straw mat. You are so naughty. I won't bring you out next time. My daughter is wrong, a sweet voice said. On the couch opposite the door, a well-dressed middle-aged man was covering his beard. On the other side of the couch was a young woman who looked very important just by sitting there. Seeing him come in, the woman raised her eyes. You are the one who comes here to trade. Bring the things here and see them. His tone changed completely, leaving no room for doubt. Xuanniao turned a deaf ear to him. What he was carrying was a real divine object, and he couldn't lose face just based on what he was carrying. You actually ignored me. The man sitting on the couch stood up. Guards, drag him out and break his legs. Xuanniao's heart skipped a beat. This shouldn't be possible. The two guards came in as ordered and were ready to take action. Xuanniao became anxious and prepared to greet him. Don't mess around, the man on the couch said sternly. Here comes a guest. Humph. I've never seen such a rude guest. The arrogant female voice said. He doesn't even have shoes. He must be trying to trick you by offering you treasures again. You guys go down. The man waved his hand and looked at Xuanniao's face. The envoy of the Xuanniao tribe pays homage to the envoy of manhwa. Xuanniao bowed solemnly. The Xuanniao tribe? The envoy from manhwa frowned. He had no impression of this tribe and thought it was a small tribe. You said you brought treasures to trade with me? It's not a treasure, it's a divine object. Xuanniao emphasized. Then bring it over and have a look. The manhwa envoy pointed to the low table not far in front of him. The dark red low table with carved patterns on the edges is flat and smooth. Xuanniao approached the table and took off the sack on his back. Father, be careful. The young woman stood up and exclaimed. It's okay. The man pulled her to sit down, his eyes fixed on the thing in Xuanniao's hand. When I was conquering and killing people everywhere, he wasn't even born yet. Sir, please dismiss the servants at the door. Xuanniao said after thinking for a while after putting the sackcloth bag on the table. What on earth do you want to do? Yinner. Envoy Nanwei waved his hand. All of you go down. No one is allowed to enter without being summoned. Sir, I still need to wash my hands. Xuanniao noticed that his hands were covered with paint and looked at the bronze basin on the side of the tent. Go wash it. The envoy of Nanwei finally felt a little curious. What kind of divine object could it be that deserved such careful treatment? Only after there was no water stain on his hands did Xuanniao walk to the table and solemnly open the sackcloth bag. Carefully take out the rolled-up roll of silk inside. The luster flows, gentle and natural. The touch of water was so good that Xuanniao couldn't help but admire it in his heart. The two people on the couch looked at each other in surprise. They all stood up. As the rolled silk unfolded, soft light streamed across the table. Lord Nanwei, can this be called a divine object? Xiong Tong raised his eyes, saw the amazement in the two people's eyes, and said proudly, as an ambassador, the Nanwei envoy has seen many things that can be called divine objects. But what I saw before me was something I had never seen or even heard of. Chapter 143 Don't Disturb Me. He saw that it looked like a kind of cloth, and couldn't help but walk forward and stroke it. It feels cool and soft to the touch, as smooth as water, truly worthy of being a divine object. Father, do you know what this is? Xiong Tong was displeased when he saw the two of them touching each other without washing their hands. But he didn't dare to stop them. I'm going to trade it to them anyway, so I can't blame myself if it breaks. It's so soft. She held it in her hands and put it against her face. It's so smooth and comfortable. Father, this would be great for making clothes and beds. She held the silk in her arms, reluctant to let it go, as if she wanted to keep it for herself. It's a pity there's too little. The Nanwei envoy gently let go of his hand, sat back on the couch, and looked at Xiong Tong quietly with his eyes. As a subject, if you discover such a divine object, you should worship Emperor Yin. But this thing is extremely extraordinary. If you can wear it, not only will it be comfortable, but it will also make you shine and you will definitely be blessed by God. Moreover, only the three of them had seen this thing. When selfish thoughts arise, they cannot be restrained. The other party asked him to expel the servant, probably because he had guessed that he had possessive intentions. This person cannot be let go. Seeing the murderous intent in the eyes of the Nanwei envoy, Xiong Tong couldn't help but take a step back. I won't follow him. In the forest, Yunwan took a step back and refused sternly. She was very happy that the messenger of God took a liking to her. But she didn't like him. In addition, the shaman must restrain his desires and keep his body and mind clean in order to better communicate with the gods. How can an unclean person communicate with God? Take it back quickly, it's too precious. Yunwan handed the flute back to Yaoyu. This is a sacred item that allows gods to communicate with gods. How can we be without it? It's just a bamboo. Yaoyu declined. We have plenty of them. She secretly took the messenger's flute and gave it to Yunwan in his name. I thought the other party would gladly accept it, but he actually refused. Don't be disrespectful to sacred objects. Yunwan held the flute in both hands and muttered an apology. Isn't this just? Chief Yaoyu, your disrespect for sacred objects will bring punishment from the gods. Yunwan said in a serious tone with anger on her face. Yaoyu was frightened by her solemn expression and put away the flute awkwardly. If there is nothing else important, don't bother me. Yunwan said, I can definitely pass the test of observing celestial phenomena. Yaoyu returned to Sui dejectedly and threw the flute back. Why is it here with you? I thought I lost it. Sui put the flute back into the package on the buffalo's back. It's all your fault. Yaoyu said with a bitter face, it's all your fault. After saying that, he walked to the front of the team. Sui looked at her back in confusion. She just doesn't know how to play the flute. Can I teach her myself? Lord God's messenger. Hearing a voice behind him, Sui turned around and found it was Yunwan. I need your help. Yaoyu acted as an interpreter with a sullen look on his face. She said that the gods told her that it might rain tonight. Should we set up camp early? Notify everyone to set up camp. Sui ordered the guards beside him, tell everyone to take good care of the elderly and children. Seeing the team stop, Yunwan said helplessly, I'm not sure yet. He said he believes you. Yaoyu relayed the message and turned away. Sui knew nothing about observing the weather based on clouds, wind direction, etc. The only thing I learned was the proverbs I memorized in elementary school, but I always got them wrong. Therefore, leave professional matters to professionals, and don't show off if you don't have the ability. Cutting wood, weaving ropes, and building huts. By the time everyone was settled, dark clouds like ink soaked the sky. The downpour came as promised. In the shack, Sui stared at the raindrops flowing down the leaves and felt surprised. It seems like Yunwan means what she says and what she does. If he were a primitive man, he would kneel to her too. In another tent, Yunwan breathed a sigh of relief. The envoy of God didn't believe her at all. He knew it would rain. I want to eat fruit. I want some water. I want to eat what you made yourself. Yaoyu vented his little emotions to his brother. Yaoing sighed in his heart. When she was a child, she liked to pester me like this when she was unhappy. It's so rare. But he enjoyed her pestering him. His mother left suddenly, but when his father left, he repeatedly told him to take good care of his sister. Whoever bullies you, I will help you teach him a lesson. Yaoing said, patting his chest as he picked a dozen fruits for her in the rain. It's that guy from God's messenger. Yaoyu looked up. Do you dare to beat him up? Change one. Yaoing scratched his head. Brother, Yaoyu propped up his chin and looked at the rain curtain. What should I do? What? Yaoing didn't hear clearly. It's okay. Yaoyu pursed her lips and said, why do those women like you? I'm strong. Yaoing said without hesitation. Strong? Yaoyu shook his head. Anything else? You have to care about women. Yaoing said thoughtfully, the messenger of God said that if you want to lose your temper, you should vent it on your enemies, not on your own people, especially women. Care. Yao Yu's eyes lit up, and he stood up from the hay. Brother, I'll leave the fruit for you to eat. I'm leaving now. Seeing her throw the fruit and rush out of the shack, Yaoing shook his head in confusion. In another shack, Juan, the messenger of God, has something to ask you. Yao Yu looked at the other party and stammered. Yunluan looked at her wet hair and quickly stood up and took out a piece of dry cloth from her small bag. Are you in such a hurry? What if you get sick from the rain? Yunluan asked with concern. What did God ask him to talk to me about? He wants to teach you how to use that magical object that can make a sound. Yao Yu found it difficult to lie. She almost got caught. Really? Yunluan clenched her hands, her eyes shining. The messenger of God actually wanted to teach her the skill of communicating with God? Lord Divine Envoy, are you really willing to teach me? Yunluan asked expectantly. He never lies. Seeing that she was fooled, Yao Yu simply lied again. His fingers couldn't help but entangle the ends of his hair. So I'll go find him now? No. Do you need to take a bath first and be more pious? Yunluan turned around on the spot. Yao Yu was surprised by her reaction. Was the lie you told too big? That's not necessary. Please wait a moment. He still needs to ask the gods for advice. Okay. Seeing that Yunluan really sat down quietly, with her hands on her knees, she looked obedient. Yao Yu immediately turned around and left. Someone, come here. Tell the chef to prepare a banquet. The envoy from Nanwei waved his hand and an attendant went down to report. Quick, prepare it for the other guests. Xiongtong was surprised when he saw the Nanwei envoy's expression change so quickly. Xiongtong, right? The Nanwei envoy smiled. Can the Xuanniao tribe really get this magical object? It would take 10 girls blessed by God 50 days to make a 2-step long one. Xiongtong thought about it and decided to lie. The more precious something is, the less likely you are to die. 2 steps long? That's enough to make a set of underwear. The daughter of the Nanwei envoy said happily, Father, we will trade with them in the future. What do you want to exchange? The Nanwei envoy asked Xiongtong, who was sitting opposite him. Chapter 144 Banquet. Sir, we want seeds and craftsmen, Xiongtong said. The seeds are fine, but what about the craftsmen? Ambassador Nanwei and Xiao hesitated. What does your tribe need the craftsmen for? The house is drafty and leaky. Cultivating the land is a lot of work. There are no utensils to eat from, and the clothes are colorless. Sigh. Xiongtong complained while pulling at his dirty linen clothes with holes in them. My craftsmen are busy building the palace, and they are still far away in the north. I am afraid they cannot be given to you. He Xiao said sincerely, for the other things, such as cloth, livestock, slaves, and food, you can tell me the amount. The messenger of God asked for seeds and craftsmen. If the craftsmen could not be obtained, wouldn't the transaction be considered a failure? Xiongtong touched his chin in embarrassment when a commotion was heard outside. Sir, the man you are hosting a banquet for is a Jioli rebel. A guard holding a bronze spear came in to report. Hearing this, he Xiao met Xiongtong's gaze with an expressionless face. Look at the other person's eyes. Xiongtong secretly thought that this was not good. There is no way to hide it. As soon as his subordinates open their mouths, the other party will be able to hear it. Xiongtong hurriedly stood up from the straw mat, took 2 steps back, and bowed respectfully. Sir, I dare not hide it from you. We are indeed from the Jioli tribe. We have no intention of revenge. We were taken in by the leader of the Xuanniao tribe. Now we just want to survive in peace. After Xiongtong finished speaking, he lowered his head and didn't dare to look at her. Now their 20 lives all depend on the sacred object of the Xuanniao tribe. He now hoped from the bottom of his heart that the envoy from Nanwei could be a little greedy. Father, we can't kill him. He sat up from her knees and leaned over to whisper, if he dies, where can we go to exchange for the sacred object? He Xiao patted his daughter's hand and motioned her to sit down. He also didn't expect that the person in front of him was actually from the Jioli tribe. I was ordered to suppress the rebellion. How dare you come to my tent? You are quite courageous. He Xiao said to Xiongtong, sit down. You are no longer members of the Jioli tribe, so you are naturally not the enemy of our Yin tribe. In just a short while, cold sweat had already flowed down my back to my waist. Xiongtong finally felt relieved. Release those people outside and give them meat and rice. He Xiao said to the guards standing at the door. Thank you, sir. Xiongnan raised his hand and saluted. It's easy since you are from the Jioli tribe. I still have a lot of slaves here, and there seem to be a few craftsmen among them. 10 should be enough. 10 pigs, sheep, and cattle of each kind, and 10 bushels of seeds of each kind. In addition, I will give you 20 slaves to help with the transportation. Xiongtong rubbed his hands together excitedly. Will these things be enough to report back? Not to mention the 10 craftsmen, 30 pigs, cattle, and sheep would be a huge fortune. It is almost equal to the annual income of some small tribes. He immediately stood up and bowed again. Not long after, A group of maids with dignified manners came in, holding utensils. The wine and dishes were soon placed on the low table in front of them. Xiongtong noticed that the low table in front of Xiao and his daughter was decorated with brilliant bronze wares, while in front of him were all pottery wares. The division of these artifacts is really the rule of the Yin tribe. I dare not overstep my boundaries, Xiao said to Xiongtong. It's already extremely rare to be able to dine with a great noble like you. Xiongtong felt respected and felt relieved. As for the utensils, of course, I'll follow the rules. There was absolutely no difference between everyone's food, so Xiongtong no longer had any doubts in his mind. Xiao couldn't help laughing as he watched Xiongtong staring at the food and swallowing his saliva. Yin, who had just washed her hands in the basin held by the maid, saw Xiongtong's condition and showed no disdain in her eyes. Xiao glared at his daughter when he saw this. Please. Xiao raised the wine glass politely. Xiongtong hurriedly bent over and picked it up. Drink up 1 cup. As soon as he put down the ceramic cup, the maid beside him immediately filled it up. Please use it. Xiao gestured. Xiongtong looked at the 2 thin sticks in front of him, feeling a little helpless. I heard that nobles all use things called chopsticks to eat. Now I have seen it. Please come in, Xiongtong said in panic. Xiao picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat steadily, and raised his hand to signal Xiongtong to eat too. Xiongtong clenched the chopsticks tightly, but the meat he had picked up with great difficulty flew onto the table. The maid beside her couldn't help laughing. Xiao's eyes turned cold, and 2 servants beside him covered the maid's mouth and dragged her out. He offended our honorable guest. He should be punished. Xiao apologized to Xiongtong. Your honorable guest, there is no need to plead for me. Sir, this. Xiongtong sat restlessly, not knowing whether to eat or not. At this time, a maid behind him was already holding a plate with a knife on it. Xiongtong finally put the food into his mouth. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart at how much Xiao valued me. The sound of drums and chimes rang out, and a dancing girl came in through the door. Xiongtong heard the voice and looked up excitedly. You all, go down. Xiao looked around and said to Xiongtong apologetically, to fight against rebellion, it is not appropriate to indulge in military activities. Please understand. Xiongtong thought he could see a dance today, but it turned out that the rules did not allow it. You came at the wrong time. Xiao and his daughter just ate a few bites. Xiongtong was still a little reluctant at first, but after Xiao's repeated persuasion, he started to eat with relish. Xiao looked at Xiongtong, who was eating voraciously, and said with a smile, enjoy your meal, dear guest. He didn't understand why this man, who knew almost no etiquette, knew their language. Sui bowed to the shaman again. I thought to myself that I had to let my fellow tribesmen learn it carefully and enjoy it. You, Lord God's messenger, are you really going to teach me how to use the divine object? Yunwan asked uncertainly. Yeah, you told Sui calmly. Yunwan wants you to teach her how to play the flute. Sui knew she was lying again. Her lies always reminded Sui of children lying in front of their teachers. But the look in her face when she looked at him did seem like she was asking for something. Just teach him. He only knows one trick anyway. The main thing is to teach her the concept of scales. As for how lucky she is, it depends on herself. Don't shrug. Sui reached out and patted his shoulders. You don't need to put too much strength on your shoulders. Yunwan's body stiffened and she looked at Yaoyu. He said don't shrug your shoulders, it's not pretty. Oh. Yunwan hurriedly relaxed herself. We must respect the gods, and the messengers of God are indeed much more pious than ourselves. You can't tilt your head, because the air you blow will go off center and affect the sound. Sui tried hard to recall the scenes when he was studying. He had to admit that the things he remembered when he was a child were remembered firmly. Feeling the big hand behind her ear, Yunwan's body stiffened again, and she looked at Yaoyu while biting her lip. Yaoyu was happy. He smiled and said, it doesn't look good if your head is tilted, and it affects your ability to breathe. Forget it. I'll demonstrate it again, and you ask her to pay attention. Sui said to Yaoyu and took the flute from Yunwan. He wants you to see how powerful he is. Yaoyu relayed. Yunwan looked over immediately. Sui gave a brief demonstration and handed the flute to her again. Yunwan clenched her hands tightly, her face full of tension. How can we be careless about something like communicating with gods? You can't make any sound when you hold it, and also, your mouth should be pointed here. Sui simply stood behind Yunwan. Chapter 145 Return. He held the flute in one hand and pointed it at her little mouth. With the other hand, he pinched her fingers, separated them one by one, and pressed them on the holes. By the time the gestures were adjusted, Yunwan's face had already turned red. No man has ever been so close to me. Could it be that the messenger of God did this on purpose under the guise of teaching me? She turned around and found that the other person had a serious expression on his face. Quickly suppress the thoughts in your mind. How could a messenger of God be such a person? Okay, blow now. Sui gestured. When her lips touched the flute, Yunluan finally realized that the messenger of God had done the same thing just now. He said to blow air now. Yao Yu reminded Yunluan when he saw her in a daze. Woo. When the voice came out, Luan's eyes lit up with joy. Woo. Woo. Yunluan blew a breath, then turned her head and looked at Su Yi happily. You. Tell her that she can keep blowing. Pressing and releasing different holes with her fingers will produce different sounds. Yao Yu thought for a moment and said, he praised you for being great. He also said that pressing different holes would produce different sounds. The envoy of God actually praised himself for being so powerful. Yunluan's eyes became brighter and brighter. She was so immersed in her own world that she didn't realize it was getting late. Luan, eat something, aren't you tired? Seeing that she had been standing there for a long time, Yao Yu handed her a fruit. It's so late. You, tell the adults that I'm going back to have dinner. After she bowed to Su Yi, she handed the flute to Yao Yu and left. The two were left with a bewildered look on their faces. She said it was time to eat. Yao Yu was puzzled. Don't you eat when you're hungry? This is the first time I've seen such a self-disciplined primitive person. Su Yi muttered. She probably goes to bed at a fixed time at night. Late at night, the stove in the tent radiates heat. Everyone in the bear tribe was lying on the straw mats, rubbing their stomachs with satisfaction. This manhwa envoy is really great. You spineless guy, have you forgotten how many dead people you have seen along the way? Another tribesman said coldly. Xiongtong quickly gave them a glare and said, shut up. They are all members of the Jili tribe. What do they have to do with our Xuanniao tribe? After Xiongtong finished speaking, he carefully looked at the guards patrolling at the door of the tent. Seeing that no one was paying attention to their conversation, he breathed a sigh of relief. We are on someone else's territory now. Use your brain when you speak. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, He Xiao delivered all the exchange items. He Xiao also accepted the tiger skins and deer skins that other people from the bear tribe brought with them. These things only changed 5 workers, 15 workers, and 20 slaves. Add to that livestock and grain seeds, and when put together, it looks like quite a lot. What's your job? Xiongtong asked one of them, who looked too old to walk. Sir, I am a jade craftsman. When the old man heard the sir's question, he immediately knelt down and answered. Jade? Xiongtong thought about it and asked in confusion. Sir, jade is a divine object of heaven and earth and is used exclusively by nobles. What's your job? Xiongtong came up to the other person. Mason. The man knelt down immediately. Stonemason? What do you do? Xiongtong asked unhappily. Can you move stones? Sir, the white hair on my head is actually caused by hunger. It's like a rock. The man kneeling on the ground patted his chest and said. His eyes were cloudy and he lowered his head and sighed. Masonry is about more than just moving stones. Among the 15 workers sent by He Xiao, more than half have gray hair. But the other party did give enough money. We have been treating each other politely since yesterday. Why is it like this during the transaction? The 20 slaves seem to be in good spirits. I hope the messenger of God will be satisfied. These jobs, He Xiao came from a distance, saw this, and sighed. Originally, they were definitely given to you when you were young and strong. But you came a few days late, and they were all sent to the north. I don't know how many days it takes to go back and forth, so? Sir, this is fine, Xiongtong said respectfully. I will take these people back with me, and I think I can get the job done. Xiongtong was half believing and half doubting, but felt a little more comfortable. Oh, take these foods with you and eat them on the road. The people following He Xiao put down the large hemp sacks they were carrying. There are dried meat and food in them. Thank you, sir. This time Xiongtong was sincerely grateful. I see you seem to be in a hurry to go back. I do have something to do here, otherwise I would definitely let you stay for a few more days. He Xiao stepped forward and took Xiongtong's arm, looking like a close friend, and said in a low voice, You must trade all the divine objects to me. I will definitely compensate you for the work next time. As for the dance and music at yesterday's banquet, I will definitely entertain you next time you come. I will give you 2 or 3 of those beautiful dancers. What's the problem? Xiongtong was somewhat flattered when he heard this. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely trade with you. The slaves carried seeds and food. There were also slaves who were responsible for driving and pulling the livestock. The 20 people of the bear tribe were actually in a much more relaxed mood. Xiongtong looked at the large number of soldiers following behind him and looked at He Xiao in confusion. This area is where the rebels often hang out. We are only escorting you out of here. Don't worry. Sure enough, after walking out of the plane, the people escorting behind him stopped far away and no longer followed. Chief, this mission is very simple, a tribesman said happily. I also thought that the other party would make things difficult for us, Xiongtong said with emotion. I still underestimated the power of the divine object. That's right. Will we be the ones to do the next transaction? I am the only one who can understand the language of the Yin tribe. The messenger of God will definitely send me, but you don't know. Chief, we followed you all the way from the north to the south. Shut up. Can I go out without a few people to help me? Xuanniao joked. We will follow our leader until death. Everyone cheered. By the way, why don't we take these things and people with us and find a place to rebuild our bear tribe? You ungrateful bastard. Xuanniao raised his hand and slapped him unceremoniously. Without the Xuanniao tribe, where are we now? The envoy of God entrusted the sacred object to me because he trusted me. You want me to betray the Xuanniao tribe? If you dare to say such things again, don't follow me. Xuanniao didn't say one more thing. His useless brother is still in the Xuanniao tribe. If he rebels, he will not survive. Moreover, with just these people, they were no match for the Xuanniao guards. If we are captured again, we will have no way out but death. Dad, can Mother and I each take half of this cloth? Yin took her father's arm. I'll give it all to you, my dear daughter. I'll make you a lining and a midriff bearing. That's not good. Make a set of underwear for Mother. It will definitely be very comfortable if she wears it next to her body. Your mother's will be there soon too. He Xiao looked at the direction where Xuanniao and others left, with a smile on his face. I thought I was here to clean up the mess, but I ended up running into such a magical object. He himself would also like to wear one. Not only inner garments, outer garments as well. Chapter 146 Welcome Ceremony. Sir, you really can't walk anymore. Can you take a rest for a while? An old man approached Xuanniao and said carefully. Xuanniao sighed inwardly. What a bunch of ancestors I have been dealing with. I can't hit them, nor can I scold them. These people are also members of the Jiuli tribe, and he can't bear to abandon them. Besides, there are 15 in total, and one less death is one less. Rest where you are, he said helplessly. Thank you, sir. The old man was about to kneel down, panting. Xuanniao hurriedly grabbed him. Go and rest quickly. It's better to walk a few more steps than to worship me here. He was eager to go back as soon as possible. He will definitely be promoted to a higher rank this time, and by then he will be a prominent figure. Several old men leaned under a tree, some rubbing their legs, some massaging their feet. Because I was worried that if I went alone, the adult would dislike me. Therefore, they will only send a representative to make a request when they really can't move. Why do those guys always have diarrhea? Look, another one of them went to the woods holding his stomach. An old worker pointed at a slave. It's hard to say whether we can get to the destination, and we can't care about these young people. Another old man sighed. This old bone might get lost on the road. If I'm on my way to death, will you guys dig a hole for me? Stop talking about it. Who is digging a hole for whom? Yeah, others exclaimed. Chief, there is no one following us. A soldier came from the back of the team and reported. Xuanniao felt relieved when he heard this. Should we still keep an eye on the back? Of course, Xuanniao said without question. Notify me immediately if anything happens. Yes, Chief. Not only have we completed the mission this time, but we have also not attracted any enemies. The angel of God will definitely reward us, said a tribesman happily. From now on, you will be a man with cards, said another person. You too. Travel early in the morning and sleep at night, and set up camp on the spot if it thunders or rains. After 9 days of slow march, the migrating team finally arrived at the Tianfu Basin. This must be a land sent by God. God is watching over us. No, it was the messenger of God. It was the messenger of God who brought us here. God's messenger. God's messenger. God's messenger. People stopped and cheered. Those who didn't understand what was going on at the back of the team also started shouting. Looking at the magnificent scenery before her, Yunwan's heart was filled with emotion. This place is indeed beautiful with clear water and green mountains, and extremely rich. This place is called Tianfu, a name given by the envoy of God himself. Yao Yu pulled her arm. We will live here together from now on. Yeah, Yunwan nodded slightly. We are all God's people, and we should live and multiply together. In the Xuanniao tribe, busy as a ball. Are the flowers, food, and water ready? Langyue asked Muchuan with her hands on her hips. Everything is fine. Muchuan replied with his head down. King Tiger, is the platform reinforced? All right, Captain of the Guard. Arrive. When they come on stage, remember to salute. Yes. Lang Xiao arrived slowly and saw his daughter standing on a high place, gesticulating and making gestures. He was very scared. How dare she, a maid? Why did you listen to my daughter? Seeing Muchuan passing by, he grabbed him. She said everything the clan leader had told her to do. Lang Xiao looked suspiciously and saw that Tiger King and his men were also bowing to his daughter. Then he turned to look at Muchuan. Muchuan felt bitter. He didn't bother the messenger to ask, but just caught him and didn't let him go. I don't know either, go ask them. Muchuan broke free, turned around, and disappeared into the crowd. Wolf Xiao was not giving up and grabbed Tiger King, who was coming out of the crowd. I am just following the orders of the angel of God. The Tiger King's status was lower than Wolf Howl's, so he did not walk away. But after he said this, no matter how Wolf Howled asked, he never responded. Tiger King, you'd better go and get busy. Wolf Xiao said helplessly. You get down here. Lang Yue jumped off the stone when he saw his father coming towards him with an angry look on his face. Who are you and how dare you command everyone? Lang Xiao pulled his daughter's sleeve and found that the clothes she was wearing were also very good. You dare to wear the tribe leader's clothes secretly? Why don't you return quickly? Lang Xiao said anxiously. The envoy will not forgive you when he comes back. Father, I did all this because the clan leader asked me to do so, and the clothes were also given to me by her. Lang Yu said, the angel of God won't punish you. No, go and do your thing and don't disturb me. Lang Yue said and jumped onto the stone again. Lang Xiao always felt that something was wrong. But all the responsible persons told him that his daughter was the maid of the clan leader. Lang Yu didn't have time to pay attention to his father. The messenger of God sent someone back to inform her and gave her some details. Ask her to organize a welcoming ceremony. She will definitely not let him down. Ling went somewhere to play again and didn't even offer to help her. The Lord God's messenger and his companions will be here soon. A guard came running to report. Everyone, stop talking, stand to the sides, and clear the stage. Lang Yu hurriedly ordered everyone. Whose child is that? Don't let him run around. You are heroes and should go in front. Yao Yu said to Xuanniao and others. We just delivered a message. We are not heroes at all. Xuanniao looked at the enthusiastic crowd in front of him and felt a little flustered. Go quickly, don't block the people behind you. This is the order from the messenger of God. Xuanniao had no choice but to walk towards the low platform. The guards are on both sides. In addition, almost all the members of the Xuanniao tribe had arrived, and each of them had a happy look on their face. Xuanniao excitedly took the flowers handed to him by the child. He never thought that he would have such a day. What are they doing? Lume was also holding a bunch of yellow flowers, at a loss. This is called a welcome ceremony. It's the Xuanniao tribe's recognition of those who have made contributions abroad. Xiongnan said excitedly. Is she also a meritorious person? Lume couldn't help but raise her hand and greet the people around her who were clapping. Following behind Xiongtong and the others were Yao Yu and Yun Luan. The two of them walked arm in arm through the applauding crowd. The two of us represent two tribes. The messenger of God said that we should walk hand in hand. This is to tell our tribesmen that we will prosper together in the future. Yao Yu turned his head and said to Yun Luan. After hearing this, Yun Luan looked at the smiling faces around her, and a smile also spread across her face. You look so pretty when you smile. Don't always have a stern face. Behind them were the leaders of the Jili tribe. They all walked nervously amid the applause, bending down from time to take the flowers handed over by the children. Chief Lizard, how do you feel? Asked Chief Hua. I'm happier than the day I became the leader. How about you? I feel ashamed of my original intention to conquer them. What they hoped for was peace between the two tribes, but I have always been hostile to them. Hey, it's all over. There was no fight. Yeah, it's great like this now. After all the leaders left, Su Yi walked around from outside the crowd to the front of the stage. He won't walk in the middle, which may easily cause traffic jam. Su, you are hiding here? A voice came from behind. Su Yi turned around and saw Yao Ling's surprised face. He quickly raised his finger to his mouth and told her not to make any noise. Yao Ling ran 2 steps, and feeling that her skirt was getting in the way, she simply pulled it up to her waist. Chapter 147, renamed Huaxia. Su Yi's eyelids twitched. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that she was still wearing shorts. Slow down. How can you run like this in a skirt? Su Yi pretended to be angry. Yao Ling didn't care and jumped directly into Su Yi's arms, wrapping her legs around his waist. Baji kissed him on the cheek and said, You've been gone for so many days. I can't sleep at night because I miss you so much. I miss you too, Ling baby. Su Yi hugged her. But you can't wear a skirt like this next time. I don't want others to see what they shouldn't see. Do you understand? I am wearing shorts. Yao Ling was puzzled. They can't see my butt. You can't let others see your shorts. I know, fierce. She pinched his cheek. Look at the front of the stage. Su Yi freed up one hand and pointed. Yao Ling turned her head and just happened to see Yao Yu's gaze. Ignore her. She accompanies you every day. How could she know how much I miss you? Aren't you afraid of her anymore? Su Yi said with a smile. I'm not afraid if you hold me. They're all waiting for me. I'll come and keep you company once this is over. Yao Ling obediently let go of the legs that were wrapped around Su Yi's waist. Then go ahead. Yao Ling looked at Yao Yu carefully and felt relieved when she saw that there was no blame in her eyes. Quiet. Su Yi went on stage and shouted. The messenger of God has come on stage. Shut up. Listen to the messenger of God. Shoo, shut up. The audience soon quieted down. First, please help the envoys of friendly communication between our two tribes to come on stage. After Su Yi finished shouting, Yao Yu gave instructions to Xuanniao and others. On the stage side, the guards had used their bodies to block off a passage. Seeing Xuanniao and others come in, they immediately touched their chests and bowed their heads in salute. Xuanniao took a deep breath, and it felt like his feet were stepping on clouds. Before he knew it, he was on the stage. The cheeks of the troops following behind him were all flushed with excitement. Mei, why are you standing there? Yao Yu urged. Hurry up, the envoy is waiting for you. Lu Mei looked up and saw the messenger of God smiling and nodding at her. Her companions didn't come, so is she alone? Without any hesitation, he walked towards the stage and waved generously to the guards who saluted him. The low platform was not only reinforced, but also expanded a lot. Xuanniao and others lined up, facing the stage. Warm thanks to our heroes. There was immediate applause and cheers from the audience. Xuanniao took a deep breath and exhaled bit by bit. After the applause died down, Su Yi spoke loudly. The rewards will be distributed below. Each person will be awarded 2 rolls of linen, a piece of fine black pottery from a pottery kiln, and a wooden identity card. After Su Yi finished speaking, the audience began to buzz with the sound of people talking. The Lord God's envoy really gave me black pottery as a reward. I want one too. I want to go up and lead it for them. The Xuanniao people were talking about it. What is black pottery? Sound like a kind of pottery? Can something like pottery be used as a reward? After listening to Yao Yu's retelling, not only Xuanniao and others on the stage were confused, but even the Julie people in the audience were confused. At this time, a row of girls carrying the same trays came slowly from outside the crowd. Look, their clothes are the same. This dress. Hiss. He's also very good looking. Several leaders in front of the stage were whispering to each other and looking around. Yao Yu was also dazzled. How come I have never seen this dress before? Near the neck, there is a neat circle of fabric, which makes the neck look particularly beautiful. The waist is tightened and fits closely to the body, and the curves of their bodies can be seen in every direction. The dress is one piece from top to bottom and reaches to the knee. The most important thing is that there is a long cut on one side, which goes all the way down to the thigh. When walking, a pair of legs appear and disappear. God must have made him do this. But why does he send clothes to other women? When this group of girls came on stage, the audience instantly became quiet. The man's eyes were filled with admiration, and the woman's face was filled with envy. Xuanniao looked at the girl who walked up to him and stopped with a smile on her face, and his hands were sweating with excitement. Only when he sensed the unnaturalness in the other person's eyes did he withdraw his gaze from her face. When I moved my eyes to the tray, I could see clearly that the black pottery that the patriarch had just mentioned turned out to be a pure black bowl. Before he left, he heard that there was a group of people in the tribe making pottery, but he didn't expect that they could make such amazing things. The whole body is pitch black, the surface is smooth, and there is no impurities. It's actually shiny in the sunlight. Is this pottery? The chiefs of the Julie tribe in the audience also saw it. That bowl-like thing, is it pottery? Why do I feel like it's a divine object? How can pottery glow? They just said a few words to us, and they can get such a precious reward? Someone said sarcastically. Stop talking. Chief Hua retracted his envious gaze. If the messenger of God had not appeared in time, they would have died. They paid with their lives for this. That's what Chief Hua said. After displaying the items on the trays, the girls left with their items. Stop looking, I'll send you to the nest later. Yao Yu reminded them as he saw them staring at the girls' backs. Chief, will they still be the ones to escort us later? A member of the bear tribe asked. What? Are you attracted to someone? Yao Yu said, those women are all workers in the textile bureau. If you don't bring out something good, they won't look down on you. So he's from the textile bureau. Stop chatting, Yao Yu urged. After Xuanniao and others left the stage, Yao Yu took Yunwan's hand and went on stage. This is the divine shaman of the Julie tribe. From now on, he will be the divine shaman of all of us. The guards in front of the stage began to applaud first, and the tribesmen behind them followed suit. Yunwan was still wearing a black robe, with a blush on her fair face. I will communicate with the gods devoutly and pray every day for good weather and peace for our people in Tianfu. After Yao Yu finished his retelling, there was another wave of applause from the audience. After the situation calmed down, Su Yi walked over and stood between the two women. Next, I have some big announcements to make. The first one is how the two tribes will address each other in the future. Yes. Should we be called the Juli tribe or the Xuanniao tribe? There are so many people in the Juli tribe, we must call it the Juli tribe. Does having more people mean more power? Quiet. The sound from the stage spread, and with the shouting of the guards who were maintaining order around, the sound subsided. God gave me the answer. Su-yi looked up at the sky. The name has long been engraved in my heart. From now on, there will be no Xuanniao tribe, no Juli tribe. From today on, we are called the Huaxiao tribe. Hua means glorious, Xiao means prosperous. I hope our Chinese civilization will prosper and shine forever. When Su-yi and Yao Yu were relaying the last sentence, they kept looking into the eyes of Yun-Wan beside him. Yun-Wan also looked at him quietly. Hearing what you said in her ear, a smile appeared on Yun-Wan's lips. She likes this name given by God. The original name of their tribe was far less impressive than this one. Chinese people. From now on, she will also be a member of the Huaxia ethnic group. Su-yi continued only after the audience had digested the information. There's no need to paraphrase this. It's for our own people. Chapter 148, Law and Writing. The second thing. From today on, low-level slaves will be called civilians, high-level slaves will be called scholars, and the former Xuanniao tribe members and officials will be collectively called officials. From now on, our Xuanniao tribe will have no slaves. Do you understand? Understood. The Xuanniao people spoke in unison. The third thing is that I will compile the first set of laws for the Huaxia tribe based on the rules of the two tribes. Su-yi signaled Yao Yu to continue relaying. Blasphemy, murder, fighting, theft, rape, these will all have corresponding punishments. The people in the audience listened attentively. What is the law? How stupid. The clan rules have changed the name. Just like you are no longer called a low-level slave, but a commoner. Oh, so that's how it is. The Xuanniao people quickly accepted this information. The Juli tribe also has its own set of punishment standards, so they can naturally understand the intention of the God's messenger's actions. Yun-Wan turned her head to look at the man beside her. She was a little curious. Why was he a messenger of God and still doing what a patriarch should do? The last thing is about the God-given language and writing. Su-yi said loudly. Text. After listening to Yao Yu's retelling, Yun-Wan exclaimed. Yes, it is writing. The gods gave writing to the messenger, and he wants to teach us. Yao Yu explained in a low voice. The envoy of God wants to teach the people characters? Yun-Wan glared. No way. You, tell the envoy to stop talking. The writing cannot be taught to the tribesmen. Yao Yu was a little confused and hurriedly pulled Su-yi's sleeve. The voices from the audience gradually died down, and Su-yi was ready to announce the class schedule. Why? Su-yi was curious. In ancient times, people could communicate with gods, but wars often broke out among tribes due to differences in beliefs. Yun-Wan said seriously. So the ancient saints severed the connection between heaven and earth and only allowed a few people to communicate with gods. Writing is a tool for communicating with gods. It cannot be taught to the people. After listening to Yao Yu's retelling, Su-yi suddenly understood. That statement must have been made by some ancient saint in order to monopolize divine authority. Their current concept of writing is still at the stage of divination using animal bones and tortoise shells. But this is what the gods meant. Su-yi looked at the sky with a mysterious look on his face. The gods told me that the reason they sent down words is to educate all the people in the world. God is for the world. I dare not disobey. Looking at Su-yi's expression and listening to Yao Yu's retelling, Yun-Wan frowned and pursed her lips in thought. From now on, I will teach you Chinese characters every afternoon. I will also conduct tests every once in a while. Those who learn the best will receive rewards. Yao Yu looked at Yun-Wan and repeated Su-yi's words aloud. People were not particularly interested in learning characters, but when they heard there were rewards, they immediately became excited. In the future, I will select more officials to help me manage the tribe. Those who are good at writing and language will be given priority. If you are good at writing, you can become an official? Did I hear that correctly? Just priority. Then I must learn well too. The Xuanniao people were extremely excited. Officials? Like the nobles of the Yen tribe? That's right. I am an official. Xiongmin pushed through the crowd and came close to the leaders. The two races merged, and it was still the Lord God's messenger who made the rules on the stage. The thing he had been worried about, which was losing his official position, did not happen at all. An official is responsible for managing his subordinates and completing the clan's tasks. Isn't it the same as before? The lizard tribe leader asked puzzledly. How can they be the same? Xiongnan said proudly. You could only manage your own people before, but as an official, you manage the entire clan. For example, I am the director of the Stone Tool Bureau. All the people in the tribe who make stone tools are under my jurisdiction. Hiss. All the leaders gasped. Then how many people should you manage? There weren't many before, only a few dozen. Xiongnan lied subtly. He was in charge of about 10 people in total, and 10 of them were people he taught himself. After you come, I can manage more people. Didn't the envoy say that we will start teaching characters tomorrow? How did you become an official? I can grind fine stone tools. Xiongnan said. The envoy of God saw that I was the best at grinding, so he made me the director. Then can I be the director? The lizard tribe leader asked. I can train dogs. Xiongnan thought about it and nodded. The lizard leader's face flushed with excitement. Being a senior official will also give you a fixed monthly reward. Per month. Yes, every month. On the stage, Yunluan silently accepted the decision of the gods. She is just a subject of God. How dare she disobey God's will? Are you still thinking about this? Yao Yu said gently. When has God's decision ever been missed? Yunluan nodded. The conference is over. The leaders of each tribe, with their own people, began to set up camp with the original residents of the Xuanniao tribe as the center. The Xuanniao tribe also sent people to help and provided food and water to the elderly and children. Thousands of tents are lit deep in the night. In the central area, inside Su Yi's house. You did a great job in this ceremony. Thank you for your hard work. Su Yi praised. Is this okay? Langhua was happy. Of course. Su Yi looked into her eyes and said seriously, not only did you add what I asked, but you also added your own ideas. I saw them all. Long Yue's eyes were sparkling. I just didn't mess up what you arranged. No need to praise me. Su Yi gave her an approving look and turned to look at Yao Ling. Ling, you didn't cause any trouble after I left. That's great. Yao Ling turned sideways, hugged Su Yi's arm, and kissed him on the cheek. Yunluan didn't know why she was dragged here. Seeing Yao Ling kissing the messenger of God, she quickly looked away. She's always like this. You'll get used to it in the future. Seeing this, Yao Yu smiled and patted her hands. Tell Yunluan that we want her to be the Minister of Rites. Su Yi said to Yao Yu. From now on, she will be in charge of formulating ceremonies and presiding over sacrificial ceremonies. After hearing the retelling, Yunluan hurriedly shook her head and refused. It is the power of the God's messenger to preside over these matters. I can assist him from the side. He has to manage the tribe and communicate with the gods at the same time, so he is too busy to handle it all. He said that it is decided that you will be the one and you cannot refuse. He also said that if you don't do it, you are not pious enough to God. Yao Yu said, no. After hearing this, Yunluan stood up. I know what I have to do. It's getting very dark. Can I leave now? It's almost time to go to bed. Yunluan said apologetically. Let her come early tomorrow. After Yao Yu finished speaking, Yunluan saluted Su Yi, then turned around and left quickly. Yao Ling watched the figure leave and said to Su Yi, why did you ask her to come earlier? Are you attracted to that quiet sister? We only know the day now, not the month and year. We have to introduce their calendar. Su Yi was helpless. Otherwise, how can we act in a unified way? He also knows how to prioritize, and it's never too late to talk about picking up girls later. Now that I have more subordinates, something might go wrong, so I have to set up the framework as soon as possible. Are you sure you don't like me? Yao Ling was too lazy to listen to his explanation. She just felt that the look in his eyes when he looked at her was very gentle. Su Yi pulled Yao Ling over and held her in his arms. You are so rebellious. You still care about me? Seeing this, Yu and Yu looked at each other, then stood up and left. Chapter 149 Year-Month Day. Yao Ling felt a little panicked. Sister Yu, you guys. Yao Ling shouted as she watched the two of them leave together. You guys, don't leave. Su Yi felt that the person in his arms just twisted his body, so he picked him up by the waist and walked towards the bed. I'm going to take a shower. You wait for me in the bed. Don't run away. Then you have to promise me that you won't hit me. Yao Ling nestled in his arms, making a soft sound. Okay, I promise you. Su Yi smiled and gently put her on the bed. When has he ever hit anyone? Woo-woo, bad guy. Hearing the groaning sound coming from next door, Langhua got up from the bed with a red face. Is the guard still there? I've already asked them to leave, don't worry. Poor Ling, he got beaten in the end. That guy from God doesn't even know how to take care of her. The sun rises and sets, and that's a day. 35 days make a month, and 10 months make a year. Early the next morning, Su Yi asked all the leaders to gather with their subordinates on the playground. On the stage, Yunluan was earnestly describing the calendar she knew. Today is March 33rd. This month is the rice planting month for our Jili tribe. While listening to Yao Yu's retelling, Su Yi was thinking about other things. The climate here is hot and humid, so it is possible to grow double-season rice. In addition, animal power should also be put on the agenda. My sacred cow should be able to plow the land. Otherwise, I would just eat and drink for free every day, and recently I have been fed a lot by the people of the Juli tribe. If you use cows, you need to make a plow. Gu, come with me and build something. Yao Gu was sitting cross-legged on the ground listening. When he heard the call, he stood up and walked out of the crowd. The two of them headed all the way to the Ministry of Industry. The Ministry of Industry is an entire area. There are quite a few houses there. Except for the Pottery Bureau by the river, the Stone Bureau, Textile Bureau, etc., are all located here. Your Excellency, the envoy of God. Yao Lian bowed when she saw Su Yi and the other man coming. Lian, your people surprised me yesterday. Su Yi thought of the girls from the Textile Bureau who appeared yesterday. He didn't expect that she would actually put into practice an idea he just casually mentioned. It is really a good helper sent by God to him. Yao Lian asked with a smile. Master Divine Envoy, are you satisfied? Of course I am satisfied. Then, you're not going to reward me, Yao Lian said, looking into Su Yi's eyes. Su Yi was a little troubled. The only things I could offer were pottery and silk. She didn't seem to be interested in these. I don't know what she likes. The number of craftsmen in the Juli tribe has not been counted yet, but it would be nice to have a jade carver. I got a lot of scraps from that piece of red agate and made some earrings with them. I think she would like them. It's okay if I didn't expect it. The voice was as gentle as water. Anyway, I haven't received the reward from last time yet, so I'll give it to you all at once when the time comes. Okay. Su Yi came back to his senses and nodded. How considerate. Xiongnan was secretly watching from the door of the Stone Tool Bureau. There are many people in the tribe who admire the female director of the Textile Bureau, including him. But he has a high status and great power. There are only a few people in the whole family who are willing to come forward and show their courtesy. He had been in front of people a few times, but they were unwilling to even look at him and clearly looked down on him. This time he understood. It turns out that the female director has fallen in love with the messenger of God. The way she looked at the messenger of God was obviously different from the way she looked at other men. Lord God's messenger, what are we going to build? Yao Gu asked. I have to go to work too. Yao Lian waved her hand and turned away. Su Yi was stunned for a moment as he looked at her back. Oh, a plow, something that can help turn the soil. Su Yi turned around and replied. Come, let me show you how to do it. The two of them walked into the room where Yao Gu often worked. After listening to Su Yi's description, Yao Gu thought for a moment and said, if we do this, it will definitely break down in no time. Oh, if we add something made of stone here, it can last longer. Yao Gu bent down and pointed at the position of the plowshare drawn by Su Yi. Su Yi nodded approvingly. He had long seen that Yao Gu was a man with ideas. Once you get the stuff, I'll give you a reward. Su Yi said, just ask for what you want. I want a reward, a set of pottery. My lord, it's a set. Pots, bowls, cups, and spoons, 2 of each. Su Yi waved his hand generously. Thank you, messenger of God. Yao Gu bowed to express his gratitude. Oh, and you have to think about how to get it onto the cow so that the cow can pull it. Ox. Yao Gu was surprised. He always thought that this thing was the same as the pottery wool last time and was also used by humans. How can a human be as strong as an ox? Then these parts need to be made stronger, and the connecting parts also need to be changed, and the length. Su Yi saw him squatting and talking to himself, then turned and left the room. Outside the house, groups of 3 or 4 came and gathered in the open space in the middle. Su, these are all the craftsmen of the Juli tribe. Yao Yu hurriedly came from behind. These 50 people are not included, right? Su Yi roughly counted them. There weren't many workers to begin with, and I heard the Yin tribe captured quite a few. Su Yi sighed. Although the degree of social division of labor is not high, it shouldn't be so shabby, right? There are less than 50 workers for a population of 10,000. Are they all here? Su Yi asked suspiciously. Are some people not coming on purpose? Of course not. We've all been notified that the craftsmen have extra food, so how could they not come? Yao Yu said, I'm also worried that some people are not workers, but come here just to eat for free. Let's go and ask. Line up and come to me one by one to report. Yao Yu shouted to everyone. What's your job? Yao Yu looked at the ragged man in front of him. Master Patriarch, I am a carpenter. I'm a carpenter. There were 7 or 8 carpenters in a row. Su Yi was anxious. Was there no worker among these people who could smelt copper? I am a... Looking at the hesitant person in front of him, Yao Yu said unhappily, Are you here to fool around? Sir, I am really a worker. I can dig ore. They also call me a worker. What kind of job is digging stones? Yao Yu raised his eyebrows. Guards, take him away. Wait. Su Yi's eyes lit up. A stone digger? Then he has seen many kinds of stones. He said yes. Ask him if he's ever seen copper ore. He said he had never seen copper ore, but he had seen gold ore. He also said that he had worked in the gold mine of the Juli tribe before. Gold mine. It seems that copper in the pre-Qing period was called gold. When the Yin tribe attacked, he happened to be home because his wife had given birth. Otherwise, he would have been captured too. Don't ask anymore. That's enough. Su-yi said happily. He's a talented person. Let him go over there and wait. Next, Yao Yu continued after everyone left. After the final count, there were 47 workers in total. There are 20 carpenters alone. 8 of them could make pottery, 8 could repair houses, 7 were specialized in making stone tools, 2 could make lacquerware, the remaining 1 could mine, and 1 could smelt. Okay, that's good. Su-yi was very happy. 1 is fine, as long as he really knows how to do it. Soon there will be 10 or 100. Unfortunately, there was no jade craftsman. So many scraps of the jade are still preserved. Report. At this time, a guard came running from a distance. Speak. 2 of the people we sent to the north have returned, and they are very anxious to see you. Chapter 150 Cooking. When I walked into the meeting room, I saw 2 haggard-looking men kneeling in the middle of the room. Master, the enemy is chasing us. There are so many of them. Yao Yu wanted to ask the 2 to stand up and talk, but after hearing this, he asked seriously, who is the other party? They are from the Yin tribe. They must have been sent by the manhwa envoy. One of them answered and lowered his head again. You didn't send anyone to keep an eye on your back? How come there are still enemies chasing us? Yao Yu said unhappily. The 2 kneeling people raised their heads at the same time. Master Patriarch, we have always left people behind. There was indeed no one in sight in the past few days. But just 2 days ago, a large group of people suddenly chased after me. When Xiong knew that the enemy was chasing us, he immediately sent us back to report the news. He is still with people and things, circling around the enemy. The 2 of them looked nervous and spoke one by one. The enemy is so close. What's the point of reporting the news? Yao Yu said angrily. She turned her head to Su-yi beside her and repeated what they had just said. Seeing that his expression remained unchanged, I felt a little relieved. What should we do now? Yao Yu said worriedly. The enemy this time is too powerful. Su-yi gave Yao Yu a reassuring look and leaned over to help them up. The 2 looked at each other in fear. They thought they would be punished for their serious mistake, but the messenger of God didn't seem to blame them. Thank you, Lord God's messenger. The 2 of them bowed in gratitude. Someone, give them food and water, and take them to have a good rest. Yes. Su-yi originally thought that Xiong and others would fail in their mission. As a result, not only did the person come back, but he also brought a lot of things with him. As for attracting enemies, this was completely within his expectations. Yao Yu stared at the 2 men's backs angrily as they left and said, everyone is busy cultivating land, building houses, and finding food. How can they spare manpower to fight? Su-yi smiled and comforted him. Don't worry. The enemy will always have a way to deal with it. Go and help me arrange those workers first. But they said the enemies were very numerous. Sometimes having more people is not necessarily a good thing. Do you have another idea? Yao Yu looked into Su-yi's eyes with joy, stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the face. Then I'll be busy now. She turned around and left with her ponytail swinging. Notify the guards to assemble. The enemy had traveled a long distance, and not only must they be exhausted, but their condition must also be not very good. He also wanted to see the high-end combat power of this world. 60 team members quickly gathered together. Stand in 3 rows, facing Su-yi. I'll give you half a day to comfort your loved ones, and then follow me to the battle in the afternoon. Yes. The guards were excited. Fighting in a war is merit, and merit is reward. Now that I have the reward in hand, it's a good opportunity to move the woman I fell in love with a few days ago into my nest. Disband. After saying that, Su-yi put his hands behind his back and walked into his room. Yao Ling was tormented for the entire night last night. Although she was not as strong as you, she did not beg for mercy. Instead, she gritted her teeth and let him enjoy himself. It was rare for him to put aside his desire to conquer her and be more considerate of her. After spending some time with his woman and taking care of clan matters, it's almost time to set off. When I walked outside, I heard laughter from inside. Yeah, everyone said he was not good enough, and some even said he didn't have manly qualities. Yes, I have heard about this matter too. Wolf Moon's voice. Sister Yu even asked me about it. She said she remembered that he did. Haha. Poor child, I won't accompany her anymore. Su-yi turned around and tried to slip away. At this time, Yao Ling, who was laughing so hard, happened to look outside. Su, don't leave. Are you going to deny me after you pull up your pants? Looking at the laughing eyes of the tribesmen around him, Su-yi glared at Yao Ling and quickly walked into the house. Why weren't you here when I woke up in the morning? Yao Ling jumped off the bed and threw herself into Su-yi's arms. Her rosy face adds a unique charm to her. I want to make you nice clothes and let you live in a big house. Sui put his arm around her waist. Besides, I am not only your man, but also the messenger of the whole tribe. Then I don't care. In their eyes, you are a messenger of God, but in my eyes, you are just a bad man. I feel empty inside when you are not by my side when I wake up in the morning. Yao Ling said softly. There are many men who do that to women and then leave them alone. Sui reflected on himself. It must be because he left early in the morning to do something, which made her feel a little insecure. The women I have very different personalities. Yao Ling always looks heartless, but she is very delicate when it comes to feelings. It's my fault. I should have spent more time with you. Sui admitted his mistake sincerely. Actually, there's no need. Hee, can you make me that delicious dish you made last time again? It turns out that I was greedy. He happened to have a clay pot and he was going out for a while, so he let them see his cooking skills. Before he traveled through time, he had a meager salary and cooked almost all of his meals a day in the rented house. Therefore, I also learned a lot of dishes from this small station. Although it's not as delicious as the ones in restaurants, it's good enough to go with rice. Why are you standing there? Come here and give me a hug. Sui waved at Lang Wei, who was pretending to be invisible. Sui pulled Yao Ling closer and directly pulled Lang Yu into his arms. Are you shy? Then should I beat you tonight? The two people in his arms blushed at the same time. Baby Ling wants to eat delicious food. I decided to make it for you again. Okay. Yao Ling said happily. Listen to the mission. You, go find the wild vegetables with thin stems and broad leaves that we often ate. Okay. Lang Wei crawled out of his arms. Ling, are you feeling unwell? I'm much better. Then go to the livestock area to find Lon and ask her for some eggs. I'll go get some pork and oil and call you back. You are not allowed to go. Yeah, you pulled Yunwan in from outside. You mean you were going to die? If anyone is going, it should be me, the clan leader, who will go. You know everything? Sui was helpless. He wanted to tell them after dinner. After learning the whole story, Lang Wei, who had walked to the nest gate, immediately turned back. You want to go to the north? You are not allowed to go. That's right. I won't eat it anymore. The two of them hugged Sui's arms, one on the left and one on the right. There are enemies coming from the north. If I don't fight them off, they will come and take you away. I can't bear it. Sui said to them, looking at them. If they dare to come, I will bring people to kill them. Lang Wei gritted his teeth. We have so many people in the Xuanniao tribe now. Why do you need to go alone? Yao Ling asked puzzledly. You can just command them to go. Only if you know the enemy's strength can you win the war. I don't know the enemy's situation at all. How can I fight? Sui explained. Wouldn't it be a waste of life to send people there rashly? You are a divine messenger, not their parents. Yao Ling hugged her arms tightly. Let the Jioli tribe go. Their leader can also command his men to fight. Anyway, I won't let you go. Su, I heard that the enemies in the north are particularly powerful. You don't even have a child. What will you do if something happens? Lang Wei also advised softly. Don't go. Don't go. Yao Ling started to act like a rogue. Just because I can't win doesn't mean I won't run away. Also, who said I'm going to die? Sui comforted everyone. I'm a messenger of God. I won't die because God is protecting me. No. You run so slowly, even a child can catch up with you. Yao Ling shook her head. Yunwan didn't know what they were talking about. Anyway, I felt the atmosphere was particularly tense. She struggled but couldn't free herself from Yao Yu's hand. Wan, the envoy of God, is going to the north to fight the Yin tribe, and we are trying to persuade him. Chapter 151: The Rise and Fall of a Clan. Yunwan was horrified, the tragic situation of her parents and relatives still vividly in her mind. Don't let him go. The Yin tribe is too powerful. We are no match for them now. Yunwan stood at the door with her arms open. Sui regretted it. I should have known that I would not have told the guards that I was going. How nice it would be to have a happy meal and then leave quietly. The loud arguments in the room were heard by many people. All of you sit down. Sui caught a glimpse of the tribesmen who gathered around him and pointed at the long bench scraped out of a log. The four women looked at each other. They all saw the seriousness in Sui's eyes. They didn't dare to say much and sat down in a row. Men are responsible for the rise and fall of a tribe. I am a messenger of God. If I don't go, who will? It's true that I am your man, but who is not a woman's man, who is not a son to his parents? If I don't go to war and he doesn't go to war, who will protect the tribe? Stop talking. I must fight the battle with the Yin tribe myself. After Sui finished speaking, all the tribesmen outside the tent who heard it were in awe. The way they looked at Sui was even more respectful than the way they looked at the stone statue. Men are responsible for the rise and fall of a tribe, one person murmured. The rise and fall of a tribe is the responsibility of men. The murmurs gradually merged into a unified shout from the crowd. The sound waves spread out from the center. The people of the Jioli tribe didn't understand what was happening, and they all stared blankly in the direction where the sound came from. Ling baby, it's inappropriate for you to cry. Sui took her hand and comforted her. Just think of me as going out for a walk and coming back. You're lying. Sister Yunwan just said it. The Jioli tribe was much stronger than it is now, and they never beat the Yin tribe. Yao Ling sniffed. You only brought a few dozen guards, and you're saying you're not going to die? You don't understand this. Sui wiped away the tears from her eyes. People with truly noble beliefs are completely different from those who believe in some god. Okay, you see everyone agrees that I should go, but you just don't agree. Then you have to come back alive. I promise you. The vegetables are washed. You can do it. Yao Yu's muffled voice came from outside the house. Let's go. I'll whet your appetite today. Sui took Yuling's hand and walked out of the house. Outside, a clay pot was placed on a stove with flames rising from underneath. There were several kinds of ingredients on the wooden board next to it. Yunwan and the others stood beside the ingredients, all of them looking unhappy. Cheer up, Sui said with a smile. The first dish is fried eggs with vegetables. As Sui spoke, he picked up the small ceramic jar containing lard, scooped a spoonful and poured it into the pot. The temperature in the pot has risen and the lard melts quickly. He skillfully cracked a few eggs into a bowl and casually threw the eggshells into the stove. Stir with 2 bamboo chopsticks and pour into the pot. The aroma of fried eggs immediately spread out, and several women couldn't help but twitch their noses, forgetting their unhappiness. It smells so good. You, what are you doing? It was the first time that Yunwan saw Sui operate, and she was curious and confused. He said it's called stir-frying, and it was taught by the gods. Yunwan immediately widened her eyes and looked at it carefully. After the eggs were fried into shape, Sui scooped them out deftly with a spoon. Add lard and stir-fry the vegetables. Why does this dish smell so good? Yao Ling smacked her lips. It should be the thing called lard. Lang Wei explained. Once the vegetables are cooked, add the eggs from the bowl and sprinkle some of the salt that Yao Yu made. Use chopsticks to turn it evenly and serve. How could primitive people have ever smelled such a wonderful smell? The tribesmen passing by stretched their necks and sniffed as they walked. What are you doing, Lord God's messenger? It smells so good. They must be cooking. This must be food sent by the gods. Let's go quickly. Don't gather here and disturb the work of the God's messenger. Hurry up, take those children away too. Whose children are they? The second dish is fried pork with dried chili peppers. Sui announced the name of the dish. Ever since he found out that the silly witch Yunwan used chili peppers to pretend to be mysterious, Sui asked for all her chili peppers. I cut off a little with a stone knife and put it in my mouth to taste it. It is spicy, but mildly spicy at best. That's it. Made her voice hoarse. Yunwan watched the messenger of God put the food into her mouth and couldn't help staring at his face. It turned out that he had no expression on his face and even looked a little happy. The messenger of God may feel sad. After the peppers are sautéed, add the sliced fat and lean meat. You, add some firewood. The fire is too small and it's not tasty enough. Sui commanded. Stir-fry the pork belly over high heat. The aroma is far better than the previous fried eggs with vegetables. A strange smell wafted away, and the tribesmen passing by sniffed hard. This smells so good. The smell of this makes me want to eat dirt. Me too. Yunwan opened her mouth slightly, looking at Sui in front of the pot in disbelief. Is this how it is used? So magical. How did God make him know everything? Yao Ling kept swallowing her saliva. If yet you hadn't pulled her back, she would have already leaned over the pot. Su, it's done. It must be done. Don't turn it over. Just get it out. It's so hard to wait. You little greedy cat, haha. Hearing Yao Ling's voice behind him, Sui laughed out loud. Finally, sprinkle salt, stir well and serve. Sui caught a glimpse of 2 eggs in the small basket and decided to make some vegetable egg drop soup. Simply pick up a clean pot, put it on the stove, and add water. Take it back and eat it inside first. It's easy to get cold outside. Sui arranged. I'll be back after I make this soup. You hold the basin, and I'll watch Ling. Yao Yu instructed the 2 men. Sister Yu, you're the best. I will just take a bite first, just a small one. Yao Yu turned a deaf ear and instructed the 2 men to take the food and leave. You stay here with me until Su finishes, and then you can go back. Su, can't this water be used now? The water has to be boiled first. Sui answered, then looked at Yao Yu and said, You guys go back and eat. I've eaten before, and it won't taste good if it gets cold. You really don't have to wait for me. Seeing that she was about to refute, Sui raised his eyebrows and said, Aren't you the most obedient? Go. Yao Ling pulled Yao Yu's arm and pulled her back into the house. Luan, don't leave. Chapter 152 Departure. I'm an outsider. It's not good for me to stay. Yunwan hesitated. They were all the wives of God's messengers. She had no status at all, so how could she have the nerve to stay and eat? Although the food smelled really good. Who dares to say you are an outsider? Yao Yu held her tightly and refused to let go. You? Are we friends? Can't we invite friends to share food together? If it's a friend, then yes. Yunluan cursed herself inwardly for being indecisive, but the fragrance at the tip of her nose made her swallow her saliva. Yao Yu pulled Yunluan back as he spoke and pressed her shoulders to make her sit down. Sister Yu, I want meat and eggs, but not that vegetable. Can you replace the vegetable with meat? You have to eat both the vegetables and the meat, otherwise I won't give you any. Yao Yu held the ceramic basin in one hand and a long-handled wooden spoon in the other, and distributed the food equally to everyone. Okay, then hurry up. Yao Ling looked at the pottery basin eagerly. As soon as the food landed on Yao Ling's plate, she couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat with a wooden fork and put it in her mouth. It's so hot. It's just out of the pot. How can it not be hot? My mouth is numb, how about you? Tasty. It's numb and painful, but I can't help wanting to eat. Juan, what do you think? Ceramic pots are not suitable for cooking, as they may get burned a bit, but they are perfect for making soup. The egg liquid in the pot is like clouds, dotted with green leaves, and it smells very good too. Move aside, be careful of the heat. Seeing Su Yi carrying the pot, the people at the table immediately moved aside to make room for him. Carefully putting down the casserole, Su Yi sat down in the seat reserved for him. Oh, my mouth hurts. Yao Ling swallowed the food in her mouth and muttered, Su, try it quickly. You might find it very greasy. I'm not afraid of getting greasy. Su Yi saw that everyone else had food on their plates, but there were only 2 pieces of wild vegetables left on her plate. A pair of eyes were staring at the remaining piece of meat in the ceramic basin. Everyone gets the same amount. You can't eat it after you finish it. Yao Yu saw what she was thinking. The rest belongs to Su. Let me try it. Su Yi picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fried meat, and put it in his mouth. His proficiency in using chopsticks made Yunluan, who was using a fork, feel confused. She suppressed the question in her mind and did not ask it. Su Yi chewed it twice and swallowed it. The taste wasn't as good as he thought, but it does smell like stir-fry. The first stir-fried meal in primitive society may be the first stir-fried meal in the world. How about finding a stone tablet to describe it, to give future archaeologists some strength? Su Yi thought with evil humor. How is it? Is it delicious? Yao Ling, with sweat on her forehead and rosy lips, looked at Su Yi expectantly. You're right, it is indeed a bit greasy. After Su Yi finished speaking, he picked up his plate and wanted to hand it to Yao Ling. Don't snatch snacks from greedy children. Then I want one too. Lang Yu looked at Su Yi and said quietly. He took a long time before taking a bite. We can't let him spoil Ling like this. You, what are you making a fuss about? You want to eat too, right? Langwa looked at you. Yao Yu looked at Su Yi and nodded at Yao Ling's gaze. Master God's messenger, then you divide it. Yao Ling said with a bitter face. I don't want it. Su, you eat it. This is my own stuff. I can give it to whoever I want. Su Yi stood up and handed the meat to Yao Ling. Seeing the displeasure in Lang Yue's eyes, he immediately leaned over and whispered to her, I will personally design a set of underwear for you, made of silk. Lang Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Just lower your head and eat your meal. After putting the plate down for Yao Ling, Su Yi walked around behind Yao Yu and whispered in his ear, You also got involved. Next time. No. Yao Yu blushed. Then I just don't care. Baby Ling, eat yours. Su Yi smiled and waved his hand. Yao Ling grinned and gave Su Yi a big smile. I'll leave a few big ones for you. No, I really don't like it. Yun Wan watched the interaction between the few people and wished she could bury her face in the plate. The food was delicious, but she regretted staying. After dinner, you took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Yao Ling also followed suit and was busy. Yun Luan sat awkwardly aside, and Su Yi wouldn't let her leave. I won't take you with me this time. She is the channel of communication between the 2 tribes. If she is taken away, there will be chaos. But I have decided, Su Yi continued. The most important thing for our tribe now is to cultivate land and grow crops. Everything else is not as important as this. Don't leave those workers idle. Let them make tools, and reward those who make the best tools. Do you remember the man who could identify the ore? And the one who knew metallurgy? Yao Yu nodded. Send a few guards to follow them, and have them look for mines and strange stones in Tianfu. If you find it, you will be rewarded. By the way, all rewards must be given in front of everyone, and any punishment for mistakes must also be given in front of everyone. I know all this. Yao Yu looked at Su Yi and said, I've told you several times. Don't kill those who made mistakes yet. Lock them up and wait for me to come back and deal with them. Okay. And you and Yunluan. At noon, 60 guards gathered. Lord God's messenger, you said, men are responsible for the fate of the tribe. Why don't you take us with you? The captain in charge of training the spearmen ran over and knelt at Su Yi's feet. God's envoy, please take us with you. We will obey orders. Even if you ask us to die, we won't blink an eye. 100 spearmen knelt in unison behind the 60 guards. Su Yi was also moved when he looked at these 100 men. He knew what they were thinking. There will be a place for you to use your skills. We are not going to fight to the death in this battle. Scare them off, scare them away, and we will come back. You must train well and obey the orders of the clan leader. You said that soldiers should go to the battlefield, the captain said excitedly. We have never fought against the enemy. How can we be called soldiers? I also said that a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Do you want to disobey my orders? Su Yi said unhappily. I dare not. The captain lowered his head. There will be many battles to be fought in the future. You will have your chance. Whether you are a warrior or a coward, we will see you on the battlefield. After Su Yi finished speaking, he signaled the team to move forward. 60 guards walked in unison past the 100 kneeling guards. Su Yi just wanted them to see the difference between him and these regular team members. Crack, crack, crack. The orderly footsteps are shocking. The 100 kneeling people lowered their heads even lower. Both sides of the road leading out of the Tianfu Basin were filled with people who came to see them off spontaneously. They knew that these warriors went out to keep the enemy out. They are the real warriors. When the messenger of God comes back, I will go and beg him. I must join them. My son is not a child anymore. It's time for him to contribute to the clan. Su Yi looked at Lu Mei holding Mu Ling, whose belly was slightly bulging, to see her off, and couldn't help but look back at Yaoing. How did this guy get these two women to obey him? Chapter 153, What is a slave? It is a 2-day walk from the Tianfu Basin, a hilly area with few people. Sir, should we still follow? These damn barbarians are actually going back. The leading young man was furious. Should we chase them and surround them? No. The leading young man looked angry. Before setting out, Ambassador Nanhua specifically instructed that they must follow these southern barbarians and find their lair. Now, they were obviously discovered. Could it be that the slave who left the mark on them betrayed the Nanhua envoy? In any case, following no longer works. So what do we do now? If we kill them, there will be no one to lead the way. If we don't kill them, they will continue to lead us in circles. The leading young man was also troubled. He was drinking and having fun in the tent every day, but was sent out to carry out this terrible mission. It would be better to catch them and force them to lead the way. It seems that this is the only way. Follow my orders and catch up with the barbarians ahead at full speed. Chief, they are chasing us. Looking at the breathless troops in front of him, Xiongtong's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Going back to the Xuanniao tribe empty-handed, even if the messenger of God is angry, it is impossible for him to kill everyone. It won't be so easy if it falls into the hands of the other party. Leave everything behind. Xiongtong gritted his teeth and said, Follow me. Leave them all behind. Stop talking nonsense. Xiongtong shouted, Someone come. Leader. 17 people responded in unison and surrounded Xiongtong. Kill the remaining 7 slaves as well. Xiongtong whispered. Among the 10 slaves, 3 who reported the news had been killed by him. If the remaining 7 are not dealt with, I'm afraid they will take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. Yes. 17 people rushed forward, and the 7 people who were sitting under the tree to rest died before they could escape. These people informed the Yin tribe. Now the enemy is chasing us. We have to run for our lives. Xiongtong said to an old craftsman who was so scared that his face turned pale. You are slaves of the Yin tribe. You are old too. They will definitely not do anything to you. Our people are coming to meet us. Xiongtong continued. It's still what I said before. In our Xuanniao tribe, slaves are not slaves. If you want to stay, just wait here. If you want to go north and return to the Yin tribe, I don't have the time to stop you. Walk. Hearing footsteps in the distance, Xiongtong made a quick decision. The group of 18 people disappeared from the sight of the old craftsman like a gust of wind. What's wrong with them? Why are they killing people? An old man's beard trembled. It was fine just now. They are traitors. The old man who was talking to Xiongtong said quietly. They informed the Yin tribe, and now the people of the Yin tribe are chasing us. Traitor. The old men were surprised. But isn't Lord Xiong a guest of Ambassador Nanhua? I don't know what's going on. What should we do now? Mr. Xiong told me that their people are coming to pick us up. You all know how he treats us slaves. I've decided to wait for them here. Those of you who want to go back to the north can go back. I'm willing to stay too. I want to go back to the north. My granddaughter is still alive. Then I want to go back to the north too. Before the old men could figure out what was going on, the people from the Yin tribe had already surrounded them. The leading young man's pupils shrank when he saw 7 bodies under the tree. They are late. You quickly ask what's going on. The young man instructed one of his men. Sir, the barbarian just ran away. Then what are you still standing there for? Chase them all, the leading young man said angrily. Should we leave a few people behind? Leave 10 men to watch over these slaves and livestock. The 10 people from the Yin tribe who stayed behind immediately became emperors of these old men. Go get us some water. We're dying of thirst after running for so long. Hurry up and move. If you stand still, be careful of the stick. An old man walked a few steps slower and was immediately hit in the back by a spear from the Yin tribe. Well, the old man cried out in pain and fell to his knees without even being able to stand firmly. See, this is what happens when you're lazy. You slaves can't do anything without fighting. 10 young men were sitting carefreely against a big tree. 15 old men were busy serving. Should we kill a pig? We haven't had meat for a long time. Do you want to be punished by the adults? These are all the adults' property. How dare you eat them? Then, I dare not. We're hungry. Go get us some more food. Do you think they can get food with their clumsy hands? If you can't get it, just beat him up. Slave, can you still be called a slave if you don't beat him up? Ha ha. The 15 craftsmen were busy all the time. Some are picking fruits, and some are gathering wild vegetables. Those who make fire, and those who fetch water. By the stream, 2 old men were holding pottery and sighing. Still want to go back to the north? Alas, I don't know what happened to my granddaughter. I'm afraid I won't be able to see her again, another old man sighed. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely fight them to the death. Fight to the death? Can you beat 10 strong men by yourself? Aren't you guys still here? Huh. Even if I risk my life to help you, what about the others? The old man who was speaking was stunned for a moment and let out a long sigh. Slaves who dared to disobey their masters or even harm them would be hanged alive. No one wants to be hanged. The soul of a person who is hanged is incomplete. Hanging on the tree, it looks like a large piece of pork jerky. They will be hung until they rot and stink before being allowed to be taken down and buried. Thinking of that scene, the anger in the old man's eyes was covered by turbidity again. If I can survive this time, I would like to visit the Xuanniao tribe. Master Xuanniao is indeed different from other masters. All masters in the world are the same. He treated us like this in order to report to his master. Do you know who his master is? Well, let's go back quickly. If they can't wait, we'll get beaten again. Chief, what do we do now? What should I do? Xuanniao frowned. I'm too embarrassed to go back empty-handed, said one of the tribesmen. Who isn't? Go around and follow them. Xuanniao's eyelids twitched, and he said the decision in his mind. Chief, are you crazy? The tribesman asked in surprise. They followed us before. This time it's our turn to follow them. Xuanniao's eyes became brighter as he spoke. When the messenger of God comes, we will at least know where the enemy is. Perhaps with the ability of the God's messenger, he can take back our things? Chief, I think you are crazy. There are at least several hundred people chasing us. Even all the men of the Xuanniao tribe combined are no match for them. Chapter 154 Harassment. You too, go and meet the Lord Messenger of God. Everyone else follow me. Xuanniao ordered. There were many people in the Yin tribe, and the grass was trampled down wherever they passed. Xuanniao and others followed without much effort. This followed for 2 days. Even though he ran every day, Xuanniao was still very tired. After 2 days of running, my calves were shaking. Lord God's messenger, we found 2 people from the bear tribe ahead. Oh, Xuanniao slumped down on a big rock. Bring it here. If you can't communicate, then gesture. It seems like they are lost. Yao Li looked at the 2 of them and said with certainty. No, I think they were being chased by the enemy and couldn't find the direction, so they kept going in circles. Yao Ling analyzed. Xuanniao didn't understand what the 2 were gesturing at. This language barrier is a huge problem. Eagle, take 10 people with you to follow them and see where they are going. Leave marks along the way and come back to report if you encounter any situation. Everyone else, follow behind. Among the layers of hills, the trees are sometimes dense and sometimes sparse. After a certain period of time, the 2 groups of people would run towards each other. It was not until nightfall that we finally saw Xuanniao and his group, who were dressed in tattered clothes. Xuanniao was very frightened when he saw the messenger of God personally leading people to rescue him. My lord, I have failed your trust. Looking at the people kneeling in front of him, Xuanniao took 2 steps forward and helped Xuanniao up. This guy has some brains. Knowing to keep the enemy hanging. Lord God's envoy, the enemy is 2,000 steps ahead. A team member ran back to report. They have already lit a bonfire and are ready to set up camp. There are about 400 of them. Okay, Xuanniao nodded. Go back and keep an eye on it. Follow my orders below. Xuanniao squatted on a stone with a wooden stick in his hand. He first drew the positions of both sides on the ground. He pointed at Xuanniao, signaling him to stay where he was. Xuanniao nodded in agreement. Let's beat him first while we can still see a little bit. Li, take your people this way. Yi drew an arc from where his own troops were stationed. Go around to the enemy's side. Do you understand? Understood. Yao Li agreed and prepared to leave. Stop. Yi said coldly. Did I let you leave? Eagle, lead the people this way. Yes. Shield soldiers. Old man, you only have these 2 sips of water after fetching it? Go again. Pala. At the Yin tribe's encampment, the leading young man threw the pottery bowl in his hand away in frustration. The pottery bowl happened to hit a stone and shattered into pieces in an instant. What are you standing there for? Go get some water. Looking at the slave's staggering steps, he wanted to hit him twice. These old guys walk slowly every day. If they were not Lord Nanyue's property, he would have killed them long ago. Sir, why don't we kill a cow? Said one of the loyalists. Then we can say that the cow was eaten by the barbarians. The young man pondered for a moment and said coldly, Do you want to try whether the spear in my hand is sharp? My lord, I was wrong. The man knelt down upon hearing this. Forgive me, I won't dare to do it again. Get out of the way. The young man waved his hand impatiently. They lost track of the barbarians 2 days ago and now have no idea in which direction the barbarians' lair is. He could only shamelessly go back to report, but this time he would definitely be punished by Lord Nanyue. Fortunately, except for the 10 dead slaves, everything else was fine. If there were any more losses, he might even lose his head. Squeak. A shrill, sharp sound suddenly pierced the night sky. The bonfire in front of him also jumped in fright. Ah! A scream. Be careful. There are enemies. Not good. Shouts and screams came from 3 directions. The young man was shocked at first, and then he was ecstatic. Barbarians. It must be barbarians. There are only 20 of them, and they dare to attack us. Put out the bonfire. Archer. Archer, fight back. Shoot hard. Those without bows, charge. There will be a reward for catching the barbarians. The warriors of the Yin tribe immediately roared and rushed towards the nearest enemy. Where are the people? They escaped. Do you want to chase? Let's stop chasing. There are only a few of us here, and it's dark. Soon, hundreds of people from the Yin tribe returned to their original places grumbling. You didn't catch anyone? Idiots, all idiots. 400 men cannot catch 20 men, and the daily millet goes into the pigs' stomachs. Sir, this is not our fault. When we chased after them, there was no one there. The barbarians are cowards and run very fast. Alas, 2 of my men were shot dead. I lost 5 people, sir. Several tribal leaders looked at the young man with an expression that said, I've tried my best. People die, so die. If we fail to complete Lord Nanyue's mission this time, we will all be punished. How many people will die? I'm afraid your heads will also fall off. Sir, we all follow your orders this. The barbarians dare to come. They must want to take the things back. As long as we guard the things well, they will come again. My lord, shall we have a bonfire? Click, the young man shouted. He just chased out 2. The barbarians run away when they see people. They definitely don't dare to come. Outside the 2 small hills, the guards and 20 people from the bear tribe were quietly waiting in the dark. Messenger of God, shall we light a small fire to keep you warm? Yaoing said as he approached the shack. Before leaving, his sister specifically told him to pay more attention to the condition of the messenger of God and to take him back immediately if he found anything wrong. He just noticed that the messenger of God looked a little cold. You can't light a fire. Yi said seriously. You must take the enemy seriously tactically. Don't let some small factors cause your failure. Now the enemy is strong and we are weak, so we better be cautious. Ing, I haven't tested you for a long time. Tell me, how did you get Mu Ling and Lu Mei to get along with each other? My lord, this has nothing to do with me. Mu Ling was very angry. She was angry that I abandoned her and she refused to return to my nest. As a result, the night before we set out, the 2 of them actually came to see me together. Lu Mei persuaded Mu Ling to come back. Isn't that amazing? Then we slept together. Lord God's messenger, you don't know then? Shut up. Yi interrupted him. This guy? Primitive people played more extravagantly than modern people. Almost done. Yi looked at the sky. Eagle, take your people and harass the enemies of the Yin tribe. No problem. Yaoing patted his chest. Wait, do you know what harassment means? You taught us. You said harassment is like touching a woman's butt. You should get away from her immediately after touching her, otherwise she will get angry and scratch you. After hearing him talk about it, Yi finally remembered something. I'm talking about the tiger, right? Isn't she a woman? Yaoing scratched his head. Yao Li looked at Yaoing with disdain. Master God's messenger, I testify that you are talking about a tiger. It's a tiger. I remember it was a tiger too. The team members said seriously. You are awesome. Tell me how you plan to harass them. Just like before, hit and run. Pay attention to the enemy's sentinels. Su-yi warned, go. Watching Yao Ying and his group disappear into the night. Su-yi said to the others, except for the sentinels, everyone go to sleep immediately. Chapter 155, Closeness. Go to sleep. The adults have said so. I don't think those barbarians will dare to come. Yes, a bunch of cowards, not like barbarians at all. The headquarters of the Yin tribe. The firewood made crackling sounds from time to time, raising a string of sparks. Next to the biggest bonfire in the middle. Why did you leave those things behind? Lord Manhwa will blame us. Can't leave it behind. I also think we can't abandon it. Several people were arguing with each other until their faces turned red. I said intentional. Don't you understand intentional? Just think about it. When the barbarians are happily going to get their things, if so many of us rush out together, we can catch both the things and the people. Great. My lord, you are so clever. The young man enjoyed the flattery of the crowd. Of course, he didn't know that this was called flattery. He just felt comfortable all over. When he thought of this idea while staring at the fire just now, it felt like God had told him. So awesome. How could a stupid barbarian possibly see through the method God told him? It will definitely work tomorrow. Squeak. The strange, shrill sound was heard again from outside the camp. Oops. The enemy is coming again. Quick, shoot the arrows. There is no need for young people to take command this time. Those holding bows and arrows shot arrows into the darkness, and those holding spears and stone axes rushed towards that direction. If you catch any barbarian, you will be rewarded with a cow, the young man said through gritting his teeth. He didn't expect that the barbarians were so bold as to dare to harass them. Heard reward a cow. The eyes of the Yin tribe warriors turned red. They chased him into the woods desperately. Ouch! My eyes! What tripped me? Hearing the loud shouting behind them, Yao Ying and others running in the front were overjoyed. The messenger of God arranged that the guards must participate in night patrols. Now it seems that the messenger of God had already thought of today's situation. I didn't catch him again. The young man felt somewhat relieved. If they catch up with the enemy, he will definitely lose a cow. I didn't catch up with her just yet. I was a little impulsive just now and said that. There is a way tomorrow, so there is no need to worry that the barbarians will be fooled. Sir, 3 more of us died, and I found a problem. You say. The young man looked at his confidant. There seemed to be more enemies the first time around, and the second time around. Wait, there are fewer people coming the second time. That's right, my lord. I suspect the barbarians' companions are here too. You're right. They may have companions here. No wonder they dared to attack us. Everyone, wake up and don't fall asleep, the young man ordered. The enemy will come again soon. Everyone, rush at the enemy as soon as you see them. Don't shoot, or you might hurt your own people. After the young man finished speaking, he said to several team leaders, place more of your men in the surrounding woods, and shout when you find the enemy. Yes, sir. Several team leaders discussed for a long time and decided to send 5 people to the woods. Why doesn't he send his own people? That's right. Their people are wearing leather armor. They can run back when they encounter the enemy, but our people will not survive if they encounter the enemy. I am a direct descendant of the Yin tribe, so I will obey your orders. It's so dark, sir. Can we bring torches? I'm asking you to go there in the dark. What's the difference between bringing a torch and not going there? Can. There are only 5 of you. Go and follow my orders. The 5 people who were called out were trembling all over and standing still. The others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it wasn't them. This is a battlefield. If you don't obey orders, you will be beheaded. The 5 people had sad faces, huddled together, and moved away. As soon as they were out of the range of the fire, they stopped. It's no use being so close. Stay further away. The 5 men looked at each other, then walked away a little further away. In this dark jungle, a sharp sound was heard after a while. Every time there is a sound, a companion is about to die. This is more frightening than asking them to fight the enemy to death. The team leader looked at the conditions of the few people and did not urge them any further. They are all his own men. How can he explain to his superiors if so many of them die? Lord God's messenger, the eagles have gone. Why don't you let me go? Yao Li had been staring at the stars. When he heard that Yao Ying and the others had returned, he immediately went to the door of the nest to challenge them. As a result, Su-yi flatly rejected it. The envoy of God is afraid that you will get lost at night and can't find your way back. Yao Ying lowered his voice and lit the fire. Lord God's messenger, you know that our team always gets the most during night patrols. We bring back a lot of pheasants and rabbits for you. I will definitely not get lost. Of course you and I believe it. Su yawned. The eagle just left. If the enemy has a bit of brains, they will know to guard against us. Let them be busy for half the night, and then go when it's almost dawn. Did you hear that? Yao Li glared at Yaoing. Su Yi felt a little homesick while lying in the nest. Even though I was snuggling in the linen and velvet quilt, I always felt like something was missing in my hands. The moon is like a hook, and the stars are like fireflies. The young leader of the Yin tribe has yawned no less than 10 times. Sir, the barbarians won't stop coming, will they? I don't know either. The young man was also a little skeptical. Everyone waited with their eyes wide open for most of the night, but they didn't even come. This makes him look extremely stupid. Tomorrow, after catching them, he will definitely kill 2 of them to vent his anger. People outside keep watching. Those inside go to sleep, the young man ordered. Why are you all lying down? You are all outside. After staying up most of the night, everyone thought they could finally get some sleep, but they sighed and picked up their weapons and pointed them outside. Why are they the only ones who can sleep? They are all the Yin tribe's army. What do we count as? Aren't we from the Yin tribe? Your woman and someone else's woman. Who are you going to kiss? Is there any need for this? Oh, I get it. If I don't want to sleep, then I won't. I can always sleep tomorrow night. Sir, why don't we all take a rest? We still have to take action tomorrow. One of the young man's confidants said worriedly. What's wrong with not sleeping for one night? I played in the female captive room of the Julie tribe that night for the whole night and didn't feel sleepy at all. Our Yin tribe warriors are stronger than the barbarians, even without sleep. Chapter 156 Bait. Su Yi came out of the shack and shuddered. All around were team members sleeping soundly against tree trunks. Looking up, the stars in the sky are particularly bright. Sentinel. A team member covered with grass came running from a distance. Lord God's messenger. What's the enemy situation? They are still standing there, not moving at all. Okay, keep watching the surroundings. I'll send someone to pick you up after daybreak. Don't sleep, it's time to set off. Wake up. Everyone woke each other up. In the cover of night, the team members quickly lined up. Everyone, sit down where you are. We'll set off after we eat something. The headquarters of the Yin tribe. The soldiers guarding the periphery were sleeping soundly. Even some cautious people let their guard down. It's almost dawn. How could the barbarians come at this time? Take a nap. It was at this time that the Xuanniao tribe launched a sneak attack. The group of people sneaked into the camp of the Yin tribe silently like ghosts. Yaoing approached a man who was sleeping against a tree trunk and broke his neck cleanly. Gently putting the trembling body down, he walked towards the person next to him. 2 of them. This time he must surpass that guy Yao Li. Help, The cry for help came to an abrupt end. But it still woke up the people around. It's the enemy. Get up quickly, the enemy is coming. Seeing the man in front of him suddenly stand up and stab at him with a weapon, Yaoing ran away. The messenger of God said that if we are discovered, we must retreat immediately. As he ran away, he did not forget to pick up the whistle hanging around his neck. Squeak. A shrill whistle cut through the night sky. Which idiot woke up the enemy? Yao Li cursed inwardly and quickly pounced on the next enemy, still finding time to kill another one. These sleeping enemies are easier to deal with than wild boars. He thrust the short spear into the opponent's neck, and the opponent died trembling with pain. This is much faster than killing someone head-on. The man from the Yin tribe was awakened. After a brief moment of confusion, he saw a strong man rushing towards him in the dark. Someone help me, he exclaimed, picked up his weapon and swung it at the other party. Seeing a lot of people coming around, Yao Li turned around and ran away. After running a few steps, there was a sudden cracking sound on the vest. He didn't slow down and rushed into the jungle. It's a hit. A leader put down the bow in his hand. It's definitely a hit. My lord. I saw it too. Quick, chase after him and take a look. Until daybreak, they still hadn't found the body of the man who was shot by the arrow. There wasn't even a trace of blood on the ground. After a whole night of tossing and turning, almost everyone couldn't sleep well. The young man stared at the dozen or so corpses in front of him with a gloomy expression. He had never seen such a method of killing. They were almost all killed in one blow, and some of them had their heads nearly torn off. The warriors of the Yin tribe looked at these corpses, fear flashing in their eyes. They had fought wars before, but they always stabbed and slashed each other with weapons during the day. There was no way they would break someone's neck in the middle of the night. The barbarians are so terrible. Li, you are so lucky. Look at this bamboo, it's all cracked. When Yao Li came back with an arrow stuck in his back, everyone was shocked. After checking, they found that the arrow had only shot through the bamboo. If it weren't for the bamboo armor made by the messenger of God, you would be dead, Yaoing said seriously. Yao Li felt a little scared, and he decided not to do anything rash next time. He was lucky this time. If the enemy had shot him in the neck, he might not have been able to come back. Lord God, a sentry came running back. The enemy is starting to leave. Which direction are they going? They're heading north. Could it be that the several harassments last night have caused the enemy to lose their fighting spirit? Everyone, keep your distance and follow. You can come whenever you want, but it's not so easy to leave. You too. Take Xuanniao and the others with you and keep in touch at all times. 2 groups of people, one in front and one behind. The low bushes grew taller and the ground became flatter. Report. The enemy has entered the woods. Keep watching. Report. The enemy has left the cattle and sheep behind. I got it. Just keep an eye on their people. He waved his hand. Lord God's messenger, why don't we go over there and get the things back? They must be scared. Yao Li and Yao Ying each spoke a sentence. He was too lazy to pay attention to them. I'm so exhausted these past few days. What's going on? 15 old workers looked at the people from the Yin tribe going away and collapsed on the ground. I heard that more than 30 of them died last night. They are scared. They couldn't move fast enough with us, so they left us behind and ran for their lives. What should we do then? Is there anyone who wants to go back to the north now? An old man stood up and asked. No, I'm not going back either. Xuanniao has now become their hope. If you follow him, you can rest when you are tired and drink when you are thirsty. If you follow the Yin tribe, you will either be beaten or scolded. Since they've abandoned us, let's go back. No, the people from the Yin tribe told us to stay here and not go anywhere. I know. An old man's cloudy eyes lit up. They want to use us to harm Lord Xuanniao. What's going on? Report. Those old men are coming towards us with their livestock. After listening to the guard's report, He could no longer sit still. Naturally, he could not hide the enemy's clumsy strategy from him. He was thinking about how to make the enemy uneasy. As a result, the other party's fishing bait actually came towards the fish. So smart. Where are the enemies? He asked. They are still lying in the bushes in the forest, said the team member covered in leaves. They are probably very anxious too. In that case, someone come. Go call Xuanniao and the others. Xuanniao and his 19 followers soon appeared in front of Xuanniao. Xuanniao pointed at Xuanniao and the others, then pointed at a team member beside him. Finally, make a move to follow him. These gestures were not difficult to understand, and Xuanniao and others understood them immediately. Sir, what should we do now? The young leader of the Yin tribe almost jumped out of anger when he saw the slaves leaving with the livestock. These old guys, when I go back, I must ask Lord Manhwa to sell them to me, so I can chop them up one by one. My lord, they are almost out of sight. Follow them secretly, the young man said angrily. Tell the tribesmen that if anyone makes a noise and scares the barbarians away, I will chop off his head. Just then, the slaves and their livestock suddenly stopped. Hide them all. The young man frowned as he watched only one barbarian emerge from the woods. These barbarians are so cowardly. Chapter 157, In the Jar. No one knew what the barbarian said, but the slaves all followed him. Did they think we left? The young man was overjoyed. Hurry up and follow them. We will definitely find the barbarians' lair. Wait, the 5 of you go and follow the barbarians. The young man had an idea. Too many people will make them easy to be discovered. The 5 of you take turns coming back to report the news. The 5 men in leather armor looked at each other, then stood up and left the bushes. They followed the slaves from a distance and soon saw 20 barbarians and the slaves joining together. Go back and tell the adults that the barbarians are here. Not far from them, on the ground, a guard covered in leaves opened his 2 dark eyes and saw the 5 people clearly. 20 in total, the young man asked doubtfully. Yes, sir. I counted them one by one. It was normal that I couldn't see clearly last night because it was too dark. The number of barbarians may always be this. They must have thought we had left. The young man smiled. Just keep following us. Everyone, we just need to follow behind from a distance. The young man glanced at his tribesmen, feeling extremely excited. The idea he came up with is really great. Report. They followed behind and did not rush forward directly. They also sent 5 people as forwards. Oh, he raised his eyebrows. This enemy leader is quite smart. Lord God's messenger, compared to yours, his intelligence is just like. The team member covered with leaves patted his head. Okay. You are suitable to be a spy, not to flatter, so go and do your own thing. He smiled and waved his hand. The rest of you, follow me. He waved his hand. The team members didn't know why they had to go back, but they carried out the orders of the messenger unconditionally. He ran all the way, holding his breath, and finally reached his destination. He put his hands on his hips and looked at the terrain ahead. He had a deep impression of this place when he came here. This is a must-go place leading to Tianfu. If you take a detour, You will have to cross the vast mountains, and it may take several more days. This is a perfect place to catch a turtle in a jar. As long as the two narrow openings in the front and back are blocked, no matter how many people are inside, they will not be able to exert their combat effectiveness. It's true that one man can hold the pass against 10,000. Li, take your people to the opening over there, chop dry wood, and prepare stones. Su-yi ordered. The more the better. Yes. Eagle, take your men to make spears. They have to be this long. Su-yi paced on the ground and measured. Yes. Yaoing also led his men away. Shield soldiers. Su-yi looked at the remaining people in front of him. This battle will let Yaoing and the others know whether you are turtles hiding behind shells. Can you do it? Able. 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 The shield soldiers were excited. According to the messenger of God, they are going to play a big role. Go and help Yao Li and the others chop firewood now. The more the better. Su-yi sat on a rock, squinting at the sun. Did you hear that? This is our chance. The shield captain took off the palm-sized fine stone axe from his waist and chopped the dead wood while talking to his men. We must not only let Yao Ying and his men look up to us, but also let the Lord Messenger of God look up to us. I usually eat fish and meat, but if anyone dares to show weakness to me today, don't blame me for not recognizing you. Captain, just watch. We will never embarrass you, said a team member. Is this battle for me? If we don't fight well, it will bring shame to us shield soldiers. The captain raised his brows. If our reputation as turtle soldiers spreads, which woman will be willing to follow us? In a big way, we fight for the people who bring us water and meat every day. If you are a guard member but don't protect your people, what's the point of being a guard member? Captain, what you said makes my heart warm. Of course, this is what the Lord God's messenger said himself. Report, they are coming. Looking at the spy's figure, Su-yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The sun was beginning to set, and they still hadn't come. He was beginning to doubt the plan's success. If the team members hadn't been reporting continuously, he wouldn't have been able to resist going to take a look himself. In the distance, Xiongtong and his men were slowly approaching with slaves and livestock. Li, listen to my orders carefully from now on. Su-yi said seriously. Yao Li stood up straight. When you hear shouts and screams coming from our side, immediately use firewood and stones to block the hole. Then, if you meet people from the Yin tribe, just kill them. But, before setting the fire, if you encounter people from the Yin tribe, you must hide well. Did I make myself clear? Repeat it again. When I hear you shouting, I will set fire to block the hole. Before setting the fire, we must not let the enemy find out. Yao Li said carefully. Okay, go on mission. Eagle, your mission is to cooperate with the shield soldiers and strangle the enemy with spears. Just like we usually do in training. Su-yi warned. Don't raise your head so high. Just listen to the shield soldiers' instructions. Otherwise, the arrow behind you may fall on your head. Yes. Yaoing said loudly. Everyone hide, and keep your farts to yourself. Su-yi said with a smile. The team members listened to the messenger of God still in the mood to joke, and the seriousness on their faces melted away a little. Hearing the birds singing, the team member who followed Xiongtong and the others to guide the captives left the team, holding his stomach. After finding their companions, the two hurriedly ran to Su-yi. Lord God's messenger. I called you here to tell you something. Su-yi added one more sentence. This was a mistake he thought of while basking in the sun. Take these people 5,000 steps out of the valley entrance and stop to wait for our news. If you spot a large group of enemies, just abandon the prisoners and run for your lives. Go directly back to Tianfu Basin with Xiongtong and the others. Lord God's messenger, I want to fight with my brothers. Su-yi was too lazy to talk nonsense. Execute the order. The guards hiding behind the huge rocks on both sides didn't dare to breathe. Xiongtong and his men left with the captives and livestock. Then came 5 furtive figures. Looking at the leather armor on the 5 people, Su-yi's eyes lit up. This thing must be owned by your own people too. Not long after the 5 people left, a large group of people from the Yin tribe stopped at the entrance of the valley. Stop and don't move forward. Sir, this place looks strange. You can see that there's something strange, so why can't I? The young man said unhappily. What do you think I'm waiting for here? Sir, you are such a smart leader. Lord Nanhua will definitely reward you handsomely when you return. The subordinates echoed. Sir, a trusted confidant shouted from afar. We followed the barbarians and slaves out of the valley and didn't encounter any enemies. Okay, go ahead. The young man looked confident of winning. Everyone listen up. Forward. The young man took the lead, and the team behind him began to move. Su-yi looked at their sparse appearance and had some idea of the true combat power of the Yin tribe. Look up at the sky. The sun is shining brightly. God is going to kill them. Most of the enemy had already gone in. When Sui was about to give the order for everyone to rush out, a team member stumbled over from behind. Chapter 158 Foot Massage. Master Divine Envoy, there is someone coming from behind. The team members ran out of breath. There weren't many people here, but they were all riding on some kind of animal as tall as an ox. They ran very fast and found this place in no time. Sui was stunned after hearing this. Could this thing that looks like a cow be a horse? Besides, why would anyone come at this time? Lord God's messenger, the enemies have all gone in. Should we go? At his side, Yaoing asked excitedly, holding a spear as thick as his forearm. Sui sighed and shook his head. We've all hidden. I didn't hear anyone coming. It's probably the enemy. If we go out now, we might be attacked from both sides. After hearing this, the shield captain squatted back behind the rock like an eggplant hit by frost. Not long after, a group of people appeared in Suyi's sight, getting closer and closer. There were 16 of them in all, riding on motley horses. These people were vaguely led by a woman in the middle riding a large maroon horse. She was about 20 years old. Her clothes were exquisite and decent, and her look gave off an aura of being pampered and noble. Wow, a big shot is here. Sui muttered in his heart. I wonder who he is. No matter who they are, as long as they dare to target him, they will be in trouble. Notify everyone to find a place to rest. Although the dozen or so people on horseback entered the valley, the enemy's vanguard had probably already left the valley. Plan ruined. Eat some dried meat and fruits, and remember not to make a fire. After Sui gave the instructions, he walked out from behind the stone where he was hiding. I felt lucky for my arrangement. There are unexpected changes in the weather. The measures originally intended to prevent sudden rain were used to prevent people. The other side of the valley. Captain, are we still not going? Bullshit, there's no movement from the messenger of God. Are we going to die? Yao Li said in a low voice as he looked at the long line of enemies below. How stupid. Don't tell anyone you are from our team when you go out. Yao Li recalled what the messenger of God said to him. But we cut so much firewood. The team members looked back at the dry firewood tied into bundles with vines. You can still chop wood if there's no firewood left, but if your woman dies, you don't know who she belongs to. Captain, I was wrong. Seeing the enemy completely gone, Yao Li was just about to get up from behind the rock. Da-da-da. Hearing a sound in the valley, he hurriedly asked his team members to hide. A stone rolled down the hillside, but fortunately it did not make any big noise. Yao Li glared at the team member fiercely. A dozen people came out of the valley, riding on animals that had never been seen before. Yao Li whispered to the person beside him. There are some great people who can communicate with gods among these people. If you have to fart, hold it in and be careful not to let them hear it. Squat until your feet and legs are numb. Yao Li and his men waited until the enemy had disappeared from their sight before they stood up from behind the rocks. Chirp. Hearing the voice, Yao Li was delighted. Just as he was worrying, people sent by God arrived. Go and bring him to me. Lord God's messenger, what are the arrangements? I hope I haven't done anything bad. Yao Li asked hurriedly when he saw the person coming. My lord asked you to wait where you are. They will be here soon. Chief, they are sneaking around here. What should we do? When Xiong Tong heard the report from his troops, he immediately gestured to the team leader. Seeing this, the team members' hearts trembled. What the messenger of God said really happened. Without any nonsense, he waved his hand to signal everyone to follow, and pointed at the slaves and livestock to ask them to stay here. Then he took Xiong Tong and the others and headed towards the direction of the Xuanniao tribe. The slaves were left there, staring at each other. They ran away? The young leader was so angry that he jumped up and down. Then why don't you chase them? The young man finally ordered everyone to surround the slaves and livestock, but in the end he didn't catch a single trace of the barbarians. Sir, you guys were too slow. They had been here the whole time, but suddenly they started to flee. When we reacted, they were gone. The young man raised his hand and slapped him. Now things have come to this, and people are blaming him. It's really hateful. Who can tell me what to do now? The young man roared. His plan and arrangement were so perfect, but the barbarians still escaped. Sir, should we leave the things here and hide them like we did last time? Do you think the barbarians are fools? The young man thought for a moment and said, Bring those old guys here. They actually disobeyed my orders today, and I haven't settled the score with them yet. At this moment, there was a sudden noisy sound from the crowd behind him. The young man turned around and saw the woman he had been thinking about. Yinner, why are you here? He was startled at first and hurriedly trotted to meet her. Gu Feng, you are so impressive, bringing so many people with you. He Yin pulled the reins to stop the horse and greeted the young man. What are you standing there for? Gu Feng pointed at the old slaves. Don't you see that the master is about to dismount? The two old men immediately went over and knelt beside the horse's belly. He Yin turned sideways, stepped on the old man's back, and walked slowly to the ground. Gu Feng bowed, and He Yin bowed in response. Where is the barbarian's lair? He Yin asked. Have you found it? Not yet, it's too far. Gu Feng laughed. You guys must be tired after running all the way here, right? Yes. He Yin lowered her head and looked around. Gu Feng immediately ordered people to bring a flat stone and cover it with animal skin. He Yin sat down and kicked off her shoes. Gu Feng immediately bent down to pick it up and carefully shook off the dust. He wanted to pick it up and smell it, but he didn't have the nerve to do so. He Yin smiled and said, There were several places on the road where I couldn't even ride a horse. I was exhausted. Watching her swinging her feet, Gu Feng's heart beat wildly to the rhythm. Yinner, can I rub your feet? Meeting Gu Feng's attentive gaze, He Yin was stunned. My father was planning to marry into the Gu family. Then rub it for you. Gu Feng looked at the pair of small feet handed to him and quickly sucked his saliva. A pair of hands stretched out, just as they were about to touch the jade feet and socks, but the other party actually retracted them. Yinner, this is not good in front of your warriors. He Yin just wanted to tease him. Finally he came. He is willing, but she is not. I made up a reasonable excuse. In fact, she looked down on Gu Feng a little. Everyone said how clever and brave he was. She always felt that he was like an animal called a dog that she had heard of before. Whenever she was around, he became a completely different person and would only revolve around her. Sometimes she made some inappropriate requests, and he would agree. She likes manly men. What future can a man like him, who only knows how to revolve around women, have? So she didn't like him, and even hated him a little. Gu Feng looked around and saw many people secretly staring at him, which made him furious. Someone, tie these two slaves to the tree. His trusted men rushed forward and tied up the two old men who were kneeling on the ground and using them as stools. Yinner, can I borrow your whip? Chapter 159 Beef. Ah, sir, we were wrong. Sir, please spare us. Well, hearing the screams of the two old men, He Yin frowned. Stop. Hearing the delicate cry from behind him, Gu Feng stopped swinging the whip. Yinner, did they disturb you? What did they do wrong? He Yin said unhappily. Gu Feng's eyes rolled, and he just couldn't explain why he lost the enemy. Isn't that perfect? I had come up with a great idea to capture all the barbarians. Gu Feng said angrily, but these slaves actually disobeyed my orders and took the initiative to join the barbarians. Because of them, we lost track of the barbarians. You lost him. He Yin stood up from the stone, but her bare feet stepped on a branch, and she sat back down in pain. That's what my father told me to do, she said coldly. It could have been successful. Gu Feng felt a little annoyed as he looked at the other party's stern expression. Once I get her to the bed, I'll make sure she gets a good beating. You, tell the ambassador's daughter, were we almost successful? Gu Feng said, pointing at a close friend. Sir, it was these slaves who colluded with the barbarians and deceived us. The confidants naturally side with the master. Moreover, in their view, the failure to capture the barbarians was due to the slaves' disobedience to orders. I begged my father to come out so I could see you conquer the barbarians, but you let them run away? He Yin said angrily. I am so disappointed. I'm going to go back and tell my father to reconsider our marriage. After hearing this, Gu Feng hurried forward to explain. Yinner, this is all the fault of the slaves. All I want now is to see the barbarian's lair. He Yin sneered in her heart, blaming the slaves for her own incompetence. Someone come. He Yin took her shoes and put them on. Bring my horse here. Let's go back. Yinner. Gu Feng became anxious. If He Yin really went to Ambassador Nanhua and talked nonsense, their engagement would definitely not go through. Stop them. Seeing the crowd surrounding the guard she brought with her, He Yin raised her eyebrows, snatched the whip from Gu Feng's hand, and threw it at him. You dare to stop me? Gu Feng was unarmed, and when he saw the whip coming, he hurriedly used his hands to block it. He felt a sharp pain in his palm and succeeded in grasping the whip tip. Hiss! Yinner, how dare I stop you? There was resentment in Gu Feng's eyes. This woman actually dared to hit him. One day I will make her look good. But we will find the barbarian's lair in the next 2 days. Wouldn't it be a pleasure for you to ride on horseback and conquer them yourself? He Yin snorted coldly, thinking that he didn't have the courage to stop her. However, what he said was indeed quite interesting. I just said that I lost the barbarians, not that I couldn't find their lair. Gu Feng added hurriedly when he saw the other party's expression relax. Then tell me how to find the enemy's lair? The barbarians must be secretly watching us from a distance now. Gu Feng looked around. He Yin also looked around suspiciously, and everywhere she looked was either trees or stones. These livestock and seeds will be of great use to them. They will definitely not give them up. When the time comes. He Yin nodded after listening. His method, one within another, sounds pretty good. I hope the enemy does what he says. The barbarians are good for nothing except their bravery, so maybe they will really take the bait. Then I will wait for a day or two, conquer the barbarian tribe, and become a chief for fun. These slaves have made mistakes. Either kill them or leave them alone. He Yin sat back on the stone and looked at the two people tied to the tree and groaning. What's the point of beating them? Since they are still of some use, let's let them go first. He Yin waved her hand. The sunset glows in the sky and the crows return to their nests. The surroundings were peaceful and harmonious, and the groans of these old men affected her mood for going out for fun. My lord is so kind that he has released you. Why don't you kneel down and thank me? The two old men walked over tremblingly and knelt down beside He Yin's exquisite shoes. Let's go, let's go. He Yin waved her hand in disgust. The sour smell from their bodies filled my nose. Gu Feng, what do you eat when you go out to fight? He Yin asked curiously. She always heard her father talk about raising food, and the food for the soldiers must be delicious. Gu Feng hesitated. You don't want me to eat? He Yin turned her head. Yuer, take our rations, don't eat theirs. Watching He Yin take out the dried meat and corn cakes and eat them with relish. Gu Feng swallowed. They only brought 5 days' rations, which they had finished long ago. Moreover, the soldiers always ate millet dumplings mixed with wild vegetables and never saw meat. We were in a hurry to chase the barbarians on the road and had no time to hunt. He and a few of his close associates ate roast chicken twice, while the others just smelled it. Yinner, we only brought 5 days' worth of food, and we've already finished it. Gu Feng scratched his head. We've been relying on wild vegetables and fruits in the forest to fill our stomachs these days. You're living such a miserable life. He Yin was surprised. There are livestock and food here, why don't you eat? Aren't these kept to tempt the barbarians? Gu Feng would not say that because he was worried that Lord Nanhua would pursue the matter. It's always okay to eat a little. He Yin waved her hand. Kill a cow and let everyone have a good meal. Gu Feng's face was full of joy. He stood up straight and shouted. Ambassador Nanhua's daughter, Lady He Yin, gave everyone a cow as a reward. Why don't you kneel down to thank me? After he said that, everyone knew that it was He Yin Rang who was killed, and it had nothing to do with him. Thank you, Master Han. Thank you, Master Han. Nearly 300 or 400 people knelt in a circle and kowtowed in unison. He Yin imitated her father and jumped onto the stone. I wondered what my father might say. He usually clears his throat first, right? Ahem. Seeing everyone kneeling lower, He Yin felt happy. Serve the Yin tribe well. The Yin Emperor will never forget you. Get up. I saw people standing up one by one. He Yin jumped off the stone. The cow died. How can these ordinary soldiers usually get meat? Although everyone got a little bit, at least we got to taste it. Lord He Yin has the demeanor of Ambassador Nanhua. Who said it wasn't? 1 cow can be exchanged for 3 strong slaves. She can give it as she wishes. I'll give you something to cheer you up. I just saw the Yin tribe's direct warriors. Each of them has a piece at least as big as a palm. It's so big, a soldier said enviously. How many bites does it take to finish it? The originally harmonious campfire barbecue party lost its flavor due to the spread of this news. Although people didn't say anything, they always felt uncomfortable in their hearts. But everyone has a good impression of He Yin. They believe that if Lady He Yin divided the property personally, it would not be so uneven. Yinner, that dried meat is not as delicious as freshly roasted ones. I roasted a piece myself. Would you like to try it? He Yin looked at the black barbecue in his hand, showing no disdain at all. Yuer, get some salt. He Yin ordered the maid. It's more fun to grill the meat yourself. In the afterglow, a scream was heard from the outside. There are enemies. Quick! Squeak! Squeak! There were shrill sounds all around, and He Yin, who was sitting in front of the campfire, stood up and looked around curiously. What's that sound? It's so ugly. Chapter 160 Annihilation. I told you those barbarians didn't leave. Gu Feng jumped up. Fight back. Fight back hard. Are these noises made by the barbarians? He Yin frowned. The sound was heard from all directions, so the number of barbarians must be extremely large. Yinner, don't be afraid. Gu Feng stood in front of He Yin. I will protect you. Who's scared? He Yin said unhappily. Yuer, take my weapon. I won't hide behind a man. Follow me and protect Lady He Yin. Seeing He Yin holding a dagger and rushing towards the outskirts of the camp, Gu Feng shouted a few times. He immediately took his trusted followers with him and followed He Yin. Harsh sounds came one after another all around. Under the dim sky, one can vaguely see human figures flashing among the bushes. Can these barbarians see at night? He Yin held the sword and looked at the dense forest hesitantly. Rush in and catch them. Gu Feng ordered his subordinates loudly. He was also a little confused. Shouldn't these enemies retreat? Why are they making noise on the periphery? The people of the Yin tribe divided into several teams and chased into the dense forest. The shrill voice faded away. Sir, should we continue chasing? A member of the Xuanniao tribe asked hesitantly. The leader looked at the sky and gritted his teeth and said, the sound is not far away. We can definitely catch up. As long as we catch them, we can share a cow. That will be enough for us to have several full meals. It was getting dark, which gave them a sense of security. The sound from the front continued to come, and it sounded like I could catch it with my hands. Sir, we have chased them for a long way. Why don't we go back? One of the tribesmen said fearfully. What are you afraid of? Will the barbarians dare to return and attack us? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a group of people jumping out of the bushes in front of him. Those who hold shields, and those who hold spears, hold spears. Sir, there are also people behind you, said the troops in trembling voices. The team leader looked back and found that a lot of people had appeared behind him at some point, and they were surrounded. Let them see what the Xuanniao tribe is like. The shouting stopped abruptly. Several tribesmen turned their heads and found that their leader had an arrow stuck in his neck and his body fell limply. The leader is dead. Run away. Forward. Surround. If anyone escapes, we will all be punished, shouted the captain of the shield soldiers. Deal with them quickly. Don't leave anyone behind. Yao Li urged the team members. A battle of annihilation ended quickly. Su Yi looked at the corpse on the ground and said expressionlessly, immediately, change into their clothes and paint their totems. The subordinates came back one after another. Gu Feng looked at their faces and knew that he had not caught a single barbarian. These barbarians are like rabbits. They run away when they see people. He walked back to the center of the camp and explained to Hien, it's okay during the day, but it's impossible to catch up with them at night. Hien nodded. Gu Feng was right about one thing. The barbarians really didn't want to give up these things, so they followed them. In this way, there is no need to worry about not being able to find their nest. That kind of sacred object will definitely become theirs and the tribe's. Yinner, those barbarians will appear again soon. Don't be busy then. Go to bed early. Gu Feng said with a smile. You've been tired all day. Do you need my people's help? Hien asked. No need. Gu Feng waved his hand. Watching several maids set up a small tent, Hien stretched her body and leaned over to go in. I wish he could get in there someday. Tonight, everyone, open your eyes wide. Gu Feng stood on the stone and gave a lecture. A sneak attack by the barbarians is a small matter, but disturbing Lady Hien's sleep is a big deal. Yesterday the enemy was right in front of us, but you idiots were still sleeping. If you don't want your neck to be broken in the middle of the night, keep an eye on your surroundings. Let's go. The leaders of each tribe led their people to the periphery. The barbarian didn't sleep last night, so he has to sleep tonight. Just leave a few people to watch over him. You're right, I thought so too. Looking at the Xuanniao tribe members gathered in a group and kept silent, someone asked curiously, why didn't they listen to the adults' arrangements? Didn't you see? Their leader was accidentally shot dead, and the soldiers looked unhappy to everyone they saw. I just want to call them and got a stern look at them. That big one is so fierce. Another person was surprised and asked, the team leader is dead? He died miserably, with an arrow piercing his neck. I only know their leader. The shrill voice sounded again. The people of the Yin tribe lazily picked up their weapons and chased after them. From the Xuanniao tribe? Aren't you in charge of that side? A leader of the tribe asked puzzledly as he looked at the people chasing after him. But the other party ignored him at all. A group of people chased out like the wind. The shrill sound from the front suddenly stopped, followed by a scream. The leader of the dark tribe's heart was beating wildly. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Catch up and help the Xuanniao tribe. The enemies captured here were more or less due to their contribution. With the faint moonlight, I could really see the men of the Xuanniao tribe surrounding a barbarian wearing animal skins. Well done. Your leader must be dead, so let me take this person with me to commend you. The leader of the dark tribe walked towards the people on the ground in a carefree manner. The men around showed no intention of moving aside. When he got closer, he noticed that their clothes were stained with blood. A chill rose from the soles of my feet. Forget it, forget it. Since you have caught him, our Ming tribe will not take advantage of him. He sneered twice, turned around, and walked back. There was a sudden sharp pain in my vest. How dare you? Lord God's messenger, if they sneak in and get surrounded, won't they be dead? The few team members who stayed behind asked in confusion. Su Yi shook his head. Do you remember what our spies said? They set up camp with people wearing the same clothes and totems, in groups. Do you know what this means? Su Yi asked. Is there a grudge between them? The team member thought for a moment and answered. It's not that they have any hatred, but at least it means that they didn't come from the same place. They may not be from the same village or the same tribe. Anyway, they are not particularly familiar with each other. Mr. God's messenger, you are so smart, the team members said admiringly. Sir, he can see so many things from just one point. Plus, on this night, with the totems painted on their faces, it's impossible to recognize who is who. Su, he said firmly. They only recognize clothes and totems, so it's easy to say. As long as they are not stupid enough to shout, they will not be exposed. So what do we do next? It has nothing to do with us now. Prepare some food, arrange sentries, and rest. It's late at night, and the world is quiet. Hurry, it's your turn. Yao Ying commanded. Remember, don't come back if you make any noise. Two men with the totem of the Xuanniao tribe painted on their faces followed the enemy, who went out to release the water into the woods. Chapter 161 Muddy Waters. Soon two people came out of the woods. Two people wearing different clothes and painted with different totems. Have you dealt with the body? Don't let anyone else touch it. Yao Ying asked in a low voice. There's a big hole over there made by the water. We threw him in. It's pitch black, and you can't see anything. There's absolutely no problem. Okay, you go with him next. Remember to go to another tribe after you draw the totem. Don't go back to your original tribe. Many people who went out to release water never returned. Hey, brother, are you sleepy? This is not the Ming tribe. A man woke up from his confusion, his shoulder numb from being pressed by the head of the person next to him. Yao Li glared at the man unhappily, found another person to lean on, and continued to pretend to sleep, but he was listening carefully to the movements around him. The messenger of God said that we should treat them as our own people. The more they look like one of our own, the less likely it is that something will go wrong. He often sleeps next to his brothers in the guard team, which should make them look like one of their own. The man shook his head in confusion. Who cares? As long as he's not a barbarian. Then I found a comfortable position and continued to sleep. Hey, wake up. 3 people went to the woods to pee just now, and only 2 came back. A man who was worried that his head would be twisted off kept staring. Those around him slept peacefully. Oh my, what's going on? I just fell asleep. It's so dark, maybe you saw it wrong. Did I see it wrong? The man rubbed his eyes. Just then, by a campfire not far away, a man was walking towards the outside while unbuttoning his pants. Then, 2 people from the Xuanniao tribe also stood up. There is definitely a problem. His heart was pounding, and he felt like he had discovered a big secret. He immediately half squatted down and followed him out secretly. Yao Ying pretended to stretch and looked around. Seeing someone leaving the campfire, he immediately stood up and coughed a few times. 3 people went out and 3 people came back. Watching the 3 people exchanging the fruits they had hidden during the day, the man moved back to the campfire. Although there were no fewer people this time, he always felt that something seemed to be wrong. There are 30 or 40 people in a tribe. In the middle of the night, who would care where 1 or 2 of them go? No one noticed that the number of people in the Xuanniao tribe was getting smaller and smaller, and finally only a few were left. I know, the man said, there is something wrong with the Xuanniao tribe. Go get some sleep, or add some more wood to the bonfire. It's almost going out. Why do the Xuanniao tribe always pee in pairs? Why does the tall guy always stand up and stretch? There's something wrong with them. Emperor Yin can't stop people from peeing together, right? Also, what's the point of watching men stretching, really? Said the person who was woken up unhappily. I just saw it clearly. 3 go out and 2 come back. There will be 1 less person in the Xuanniao tribe every time. Are you annoying? That guy stayed in the woods to take a shit. Can he come out late? How can a shit take so long? Something is wrong. Then go report to Master Gu Feng and don't bother me. Let's go. In the center of the camp, within the guard circle of the Yin tribe. You said there's something wrong with the people of the Xuanniao tribe? Gu Feng was a little insomniac. Next door was the beautiful He Yin. It was the first time that I slept so close to her. If we could get in and hug each other, our souls would ascend to heaven. Sir, if you don't believe me, go call their leader. There is definitely something wrong. Come here, go call the leader of the Xuanniao tribe. I have something to ask you. Watching his subordinates yawning and leaving, Gu Feng glared at the messenger with displeasure. He was just fantasizing about something wonderful when he was interrupted by this guy. If there is nothing wrong with the Xuanniao tribe, I will punish you for lying. The person who brought the news had a bitter face. He wasn't sure. I shouldn't have come if I had known. Yao Ying looked at the man in leather armor in front of him. He was gesturing at himself angrily. It looks like he wants to take me to the middle. Where can we go? Once you go, you will never come back. It just so happens that the subordinates have almost finished their arrangements. He pretended to follow the man, and when the man turned around, he covered his mouth with one hand and pulled out the short spear with the other hand and thrust it into the man's neck. Several people around had already seen that the captain was going to take action. They rushed forward, picked up the body, and dragged it into the bushes. Chirp. The sound of birds singing is very abrupt. How intelligent can a person who is confused in his sleep have? At the signal, the guards drew their weapons and began to work. Yali directly picked up the enemy's sharp-boned spear on the ground, covered his mouth with one hand and stabbed his neck with the other. The other person's horrified eyes really looked like the rabbit he killed. This is easier than sneaking in that day. The two people who were sleeping next to each other had died in his hands. Silently, a man who got up at night walked out of the camp in a daze. He stumbled over something under his feet. When I looked down, I found a corpse with its eyes wide open. Ah. Someone's dead. Enemy, there is an enemy. The whole camp was in an uproar. Watching the man in front of him getting up in a daze, Yali stepped forward and thrust a spear into the man's chest. The enemy's bone spear is well made. From the Dark Tribe? Are you crazy? Seeing a man shouting at him, Yali said nothing and raised his spear to stab him. Rebellion! The Dark Tribe has rebelled. The man ran away, shouting as he ran. How dare you kill my brother? I want to avenge him. Follow me and kill this traitor. Seeing that the other side had more people, Yali immediately started running around on the field. Let's go find the leader of the Dark Tribe and seek justice. You are from the Go Tribe, right? How dare you kill 5 of us? Go to hell. Stop, stop, don't kill each other, one person shouted. But he was pierced through the body by a spear that came from the side. We are going to kill people from your tribe. Except for his own troops, everyone else on the field immediately became an enemy. When you see someone with different totems on their face, you must take action immediately. If it was a step later, the opponent's spear might have entered his chest. Yali stood outside the circle, looking at the chaotic camp of the Yin tribe, and once again had a deeper understanding of the power of wisdom. Only a God's messenger in the world can come up with this idea. That's right. Yaoing was also very excited. Look at that guy. TSK, he's even hid into the bonfire. The guards squatted in the distance and watched the fun. Don't move. Let me count to see if there are any less people. What's the point of counting? We kill people and run away when we are discovered. We are not stupid, Yali said. Yaoing didn't listen to him and pointed at everyone's heads one by one. Suddenly, I saw a person whose arms were not wrapped in vines. The 2 guys on his left and right were looking at the campfire with excitement on their faces. Everyone, check to see if the people around you are one of our own. Yaoing said seriously, catch them alive. The team members were surprised and turned their heads to check, and a small riot broke out in the crowd. Unexpectedly, there were 4 enemies running out with them. A bunch of idiots. Yaoing pointed at everyone's noses and scolded them. You really don't even know how you died. Yali was a little dissatisfied. The people around him were all his own people, and Ing was at the same level as him, so why did he scold him? But he thought again, it was the eagle that discovered the enemy, so he was smart this time. The conflict in the Yin tribe camp gradually subsided. Gu Feng shouted at the top of his lungs, but was unable to stop them from killing each other. Fortunately, they did not dare to kill the people they brought with them. He is confused. He is puzzled. The bonfire was burning brightly. Yin looked at the ground stained with blood and felt her throat tighten. She was sleeping soundly when she was woken up by Gu Feng. The reason was not the barbarian attacks, but the killing of each other by his men. It was only when she ordered everyone to kneel that the fight was stopped. Sir, all the people from the Xin tribe are gone. The people from the Dark tribe are missing too. There are only 10 people left in the Go tribe. The Bao tribe still has. Yin became more and more uneasy as she listened to the report below. She also couldn't understand why everyone wanted to kill each other. She decided that she would set off back at dawn tomorrow. Chapter 162 Big Fish. Sir, we indeed found bodies over there. They are all our people, all without clothes. After listening to the report from his confidant, Gu Feng jumped up and slapped the messenger hard. Why didn't you report it earlier when you found something was wrong? Why did you come here after so many people died? Take him down and give him 50 lashes. The messenger thought that even if he had no merit, he should not have committed any fault. Hearing Gu Feng's order, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Sir, may I ask what mistake I have made? The man said with a stiff face. You missed something important. You deserve to be punished. Gu Feng glared. What are you standing there for? Why don't you pull him down? Stop it. Yin looked up while rubbing her handkerchief. You didn't arrange it well, so you can't blame others. Let him go. Yin waved her hands impatiently. The uneasiness in her heart gradually subsided, and now she was filled with irritability. People around were dying or injured, crying and shouting. She wanted to leave this blood-stained camp immediately. The 2 guards in leather armor looked at Gu Feng and let go of the people they were holding. Thank you, Master Han. The man hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to Yin, then retreated in panic. I'll go back to the north at daybreak. Yin put away the wrinkled handkerchief. You where? Pack up the tent. Sir, don't you want to take a nap? The maid not far away asked carefully. Why are you still sleeping? Yin said unhappily. There are corpses everywhere. Have the horses been fed? Sir, I'm fine. A servant replied. Gu Feng looked at Yan's back and clenched his fists. She looked at him with contempt in her eyes. Does he really want so many people to die? He went out to fight, not once or twice, and he always won a great victory. This time it's the barbarians' problem. They are so cunning. What's more, those who died were from other affiliated tribes, not from them or their tribe. Why did she look down on them? Yinner. Gu Feng took a few quick steps forward and grabbed Yan's arm. Let go. The other person turned around slowly, his eyes full of pride and majesty. Meeting the other person's gaze, Gu Feng couldn't help but let go of his hand and forced a smile. We have to go back too. Let's go together, and someone will take care of us on the way. Don't. Yan took a step back. I'm in danger if I'm with you guys. We have horses, much faster than you. At the beginning of the morning, before the sun had set, Yan and her group left the camp. Everyone speed up. We'll eat after we pass that mountain. Yan raised her whip and pointed. 16 horses rushed towards the valley like a gust of wind. Looking at the open gap in the valley, Yan thought of something. He quickly grabbed the reins and the whole team stopped. You two go first, and come back to let me know when there's no danger. The two attendants drove away on horseback, the sound of horse hooves clattering. The crisp sound of stepping on stones echoed in the valley. The sound comes from near, and then gets far away, and then gets near again. My lord, there is no danger in the valley. Why did you come back alone? Yan was puzzled. He stayed in another. Squeak. A shrill sound suddenly came from behind me. Yan hurriedly turned around and saw a group of barefoot barbarians wearing animal skins, howling and rushing towards them. They actually want to catch up with our horses with their own 2 legs. Yan sneered. Let's go and tire them to death. Yan rode his horse at full speed and entered the valley first. The valley is not straight. There is a bend in the middle. It just blocks the view and you can't see the other end from this end. The horse couldn't keep up with the speed, so she couldn't help but look back. Seeing that the servants were following closely behind him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the distance, the barbarians did not catch up, but instead began to line up. Aren't they stupid? How could she possibly go back? Once we get out of the valley, we'll see how they chase us. At this moment, I suddenly smelled the scent of fireworks. Looking back, she saw black smoke rising from the other side of the valley, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on the reins. Won't. Definitely not. My heart, which was lifted up in the air, finally died when I saw the raging fire at the entrance of the valley. The horse was blocked by the fire, and no matter how she urged it, it paddled its hooves and stood still. The scorching waves of fire made her tighten the reins. The horse took several steps back before it felt better. The thick smoke made it unable to open its eyes, and it was choking to death when it breathed. Ahem. Behind the flames, one can vaguely see the barbarians lined up in neat rows. It's over. They are surrounded. But why is this? She clearly sent people to explore the way. She didn't know that the other person sent to explore the way had been shot in the chest by an arrow and was dead. The horse he was riding was now tied to a tree behind Su-yi. The people inside are of high status, especially the leader. Keep him alive, Su-yi instructed. Everyone pay attention. Kill anyone who resists immediately. If you can avoid hurting them, do it. The ropes are ready. Just pull when the horse comes. Su-yi rubbed his hands and gave instructions. In order to catch this big fish, he was fully prepared. Lord Han, the barbarians behind us are also following us, said a servant in a trembling voice. Hearing the sound, Yan hurriedly turned her horse around. Really? The barbarians behind him pressed forward. They were silent and their steps were in unison, without any sign of chaos. If they hadn't been wearing animal skins, she would have thought they were Emperor Yan's royal guards. She wanted to lead her men out from behind. When she saw the 2 rows of sharp spears extending straight out from behind the huge shield, she gave up the idea. It must be extremely painful to hit it, and death would be extremely ugly. My lord, what should we do? The Manhwa asked in tears. We swear to defend you to the death, the captain of the guards shouted. Guards, follow me out of the sea of fire and clear a way for you. He tried to turn the horse around, but the horse stood up and threw him off. Yan bit her lips and her palms were sweaty. She didn't expect that she would end up in such a situation just because she came out for fun. Behind the fire, the sharp spear tips in the enemy's hands made her feel frightened. She saw some of the barbarians had drawn their bows and were aiming at them. But no arrows were fired. Could it be that they want to capture him alive? Damn it! Damn it! The captain of the guards climbed back onto the horse and whipped the horse. But no matter how hard he tried, the horse under him just refused to move forward. Don't waste your energy, just dismount and surrender. Yan ordered everyone. Grown-ups. The crowd of people and horses was so crowded that they couldn't move forward. The horses can't charge, we can't get out, Yan said with a wry smile. Get off the horses and surrender." After saying that, she drew the dagger from her waist and placed it on her neck. She would rather die than fall into the hands of the barbarians. "Sir," the maid Yuer trembled all over. "Stop it. You are the daughter of Ambassador Nanhua. The barbarians will definitely not dare to touch you." The maid's advice and the stinging pain of the sword cutting her neck dissipated most of the courage that Yin had finally mustered. "What do you know?" Yin gritted her teeth. "Barbarians don't care about people's status." She once heard that the daughter of a nobleman accidentally fell into the hands of barbarians while hunting. When she was found later, she not only gave birth to a child for the barbarian leader, but also gave birth to a child for each of the leader's 2 sons. She didn't want to end up like that. It would be better for her to die. "Sir," Yuer cried, "how do you know they won't recognize you if you don't try?" "Shut up," Yin said coldly, and put the sword back to her neck. "Yin, you can't bring shame to your father. Just grit your teeth and paddle hard." Chapter 163 Massacre. A scream. Yin's closed eyes suddenly opened. It turned out that the captain of the guards wanted to take a bow and shoot an arrow, but was shot through the chest by the barbarian. Thump. The body fell from the horse, and its head hit the sharp stone hard. Red and white things immediately splashed everywhere. I don't want to die. Mercy. Several maids with pale faces jumped off their horses and knelt beside the cliff. There was a sound of breaking wind, and more arrows were shot from outside. In an instant, the 3 attendants were shot dead. Each of them had an arrow piercing their chest. The remaining servants were finally frightened out of their wits. They dismounted from their horses and knelt down with the maids. After watching all this coldly, Yin quietly put the dagger back into the scabbard. She sat upright on the horse, looking disdainfully at the barbarians around her. She is a noble, so she would not kneel down and beg for mercy and humiliation, especially when the other party is a barbarian. Since she couldn't do it herself, she let them shoot her. "My father will definitely avenge me. Lay down." Looking at the team members beside him raising their bows and arrows and aiming at the woman on the horse, Yali shouted in a low voice. Seeing the other party put down his weapon, he raised his hand and slapped him in the face. "Captain, she provoked us." The team member was not annoyed when being beaten, but just said angrily. "The messenger said to spare her life, but he didn't say that we can't shoot her arm. Let's teach her a lesson." "Yes, Dahan is right. I shot her calf," another team member said. Everyone else dismounted and surrendered, but she was the only one who was so awesome. Yali turned his head and looked at the other team member with a bow full of arrows. "Stupid, if you dare to shoot this arrow, the messenger of God will make your butt burst." "Why?" Erhin pulled the bow and turned his head to ask. "We brothers have always been following the orders of the messenger of God." "Yes," Dahan agreed. "That woman, the God's messenger, has taken a fancy to her, understand?" Yali said nonsense casually. "Think about it. She will be the God's messenger's woman just like Ling and the others in the future. Do you dare to shoot her?" Seeing Erhin release the drawn bow, Yali raised his hand and slapped him in the face. "Shoot!" Yin yelled. "Why don't you shoot?" She thought they were going to shoot her, but they dropped their bows and arrows. Next to her, a group of barbarians were tying up her servants with ropes. The fire in front of her gradually died down, but she still had no chance of escape. "What are you all standing there for?" Sui outside the crowd asked impatiently. "You just watched her, and she dismounted and surrendered? Don't you know there are enemies over there? You guys, put out the fire quickly." Sui commanded. "People at the back, hide the bodies, clean up the blood, and go back to ambush immediately. Remember, encircle the enemy after all of them have entered the valley." After the fire was extinguished, Sui walked slowly to Yan's horse. Seeing the person on the horse trembling but pretending to be strong, he gave up the idea of scaring her. He raised his hand and grasped the bronze dagger hanging at her waist. He took the scabbard along with it. He stretched out his hand, motioning for the other party to give him the reins. He stared blankly at the man in gorgeous clothes. His clothes are well made. He is definitely not a barbarian. But why did he hang out with the barbarians? The barbarians seemed to listen to him. If he knew her identity, would she be safe? Looking at the other person's unquestionable eyes, she bent down and handed the reins to him. Sui pulled the horse all the way to the hiding place outside the valley. "Stand still and signal the other party to dismount." Yin hesitated for a moment and got off the horse. "You two keep an eye on her and don't let her leave here." Sui ordered Dahan and the other man. "Yes, Lord God's messenger." Dahan and Erhin looked at each other, their faces full of relief. Thanks to Captain Li for reminding them that the messenger of God was indeed different from this woman, and he personally brought her back. "Lord God's messenger, the enemies over there are starting to leave." A team member ran out of the valley, shouting breathlessly. Prepare for battle, Sui ordered. Looking at the moving grass, Heian's eyes widened. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that it was actually a person covered with leaves. As long as the other person doesn't move, she won't be able to notice him even if she passes by him, right? Who spread the rumor that the barbarians were stupid? I saw the man in fancy clothes arranging everyone and walking over. She loosened the handkerchief she had clenched in her hand. He took her dagger and waved it around with a look of joy on his face, looking very satisfied. Seeing the other person approaching, she took 2 steps forward and saluted solemnly. She wanted to let him know that she was a well-educated aristocrat, not an ordinary person. The other party just looked at her indifferently and nodded slightly. Well, she is his captive now, and he probably thinks she is trying to please him. Hello, I am. Before he could finish his words, he saw the other party shaking his head. He couldn't understand her. So how do you prove your identity? After thinking about it, she suddenly remembered the jade pendant she had put away. He took it out from his waist pouch and handed it to the other person. Jade is something that only nobles can own, and he should understand what he means. Sui took the jade pendant and played with it. The color is comfortable, the texture is fine, and the carving is also good. Still with warm body temperature. It's a good thing. But why would this woman give someone such an expensive gift when they meet? Did she want me to let her go? Impossible. She was his trophy. If we go back and identify her, we'll get at least 100 cows in exchange. Seeing that the other party directly took her jade pendant into his arms, Heian was stunned. Her? How is this possible? Hearing shouts and screams in the distance, Sui hurriedly turned around and left. Heian wanted to catch up and get her jade back. As soon as he took a step, 2 barbarians immediately blocked his way. Let her follow and see how we fight. Sui put his hands behind his back and headed for the viewing spot he had chosen. In the valley below, the sound of shouting and killing was deafening. Forward, the shield captain ordered. The front line moved forward in unison. First row stab. Second row stab. Go ahead. Gufeng couldn't even hold the spear steadily. Every time the enemy shouted, he trembled unconsciously. He had fought dozens of battles, big and small, but this was the first time he saw someone being killed like this. Every time the 2 shells with spikes on them moved, the troops fell down in rows. His men were now huddled together, unable to even swing their weapons. Sir, I really can't get out. Even arrows can't hit me. Shall we surrender? Yes, surrender. Gufeng said happily. Everyone drop your weapons and surrender. Dang. He was the first to throw away the bronze spear in his hand and kneel down. Upon seeing this, the troops dropped their weapons one after another. That's it, it's over. Looking at the sun that had just risen and was hanging in the sky, Sui said to himself. Heian looked at the people kneeling down in unison at the bottom of the valley, without feeling a trace of contempt. Even if they and the tribe's bravest warriors were trapped inside, they would never be able to get out. All of this seemed to be directed by the man beside him. With so many people dead, my father will definitely come for revenge. If he had been killed, my father would not have been in such danger. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on the dagger on his waist. Chapter 164 Return. No. Heian was shocked by her own thoughts. Without this man's protection, she would fall into the hands of the barbarians. By then, life will be worse than death. If you don't have the courage to die, just live well. We won't eat you. Sui waved his hand, signaling the woman beside him to follow him. Clean up the battlefield and prepare to return. Seeing the man turn around, Heian followed carefully behind him. She felt safer around him. A big fire broke out in the distance, burning the bodies of the dead. Some were carrying corpses, some were moving weapons, some were taking prisoners. The whole battlefield was in good order. Sui looked at the spoils in front of him and couldn't help humming a tune. Cows, sheep, pigs, all good things. I opened a sack on the cow's back and found it was full of soybeans. He happily tied the hole and opened the other one to check. After looking at them one by one, soybeans, wheat, millet, soft rice, several northern crops are all available. The types of things that the Jioli tribe brought with them were not as many as those seized this time. Walking among the bushes, Sui felt that the environment today was particularly pleasant. I just want to find someone to share my joy with. Unfortunately, everyone is busy. Your Excellency, there are still a dozen old men here without weapons. I wonder what they are doing. The team members came running to report. Sui put his hands behind his back and walked towards the old men under the big tree. The 2 guards on duty raised their hands in salute. Sui nodded. Heian, who was following behind, was stunned when she saw these barbarians saluting by clenching their fists and touching their chests. What do you guys do? Sui asked as soon as he opened his mouth. What if someone could understand? As a result, one of the old men actually spoke to him. My lord. We are The other party stuttered, but he was indeed speaking the language of the Xuanniao tribe. Don't be in a hurry, speak slowly. Sui looked at his bruised forehead and cracked lips and ordered the guards to get some water. When the old men saw the water in the clay jar, their eyes lit up and they drank it all up politely. Do you want more? Sui asked tentatively. The old man immediately knelt down and nodded. Go get some more. The team member picked up the pottery jar and left. Old man, if you kneel down to me, aren't you shortening my lifespan? Sui hurriedly stepped forward and helped up the old man with gray hair who could be blown down by a strong wind. The old man was stunned. Yin, who was standing behind Sui, also froze in place. She was full of doubts. Why was he so kind to his slaves? She felt that he treated his slaves more politely than he treated her. Could it be that in his eyes, I am not even as good as an old man? The old man who was helped up shrank in fear, with his gray head hanging. I finally found a northerner who can understand me. Don't be afraid. Sui raised his chin. Sit down. Let's talk. Sui sat on a stone, but the old man refused to sit and stood respectfully beside him. The two asked and answered each other. Oh, I understand. I understand this time. Sui said, you mean you were all slaves, not warriors? Indeed. Who sent these people to fight? You said you were craftsmen? Seeing the old man nod, Sui was delighted. What craft do you have? It will take a while to clean up the body, so since we have nothing to do, we might as well chat. Jade. Sui took out the jade pendant given by the woman from his arms and gestured. You mean this? The old man nodded repeatedly. The identity of this gentleman in front of me is indeed extraordinary. He actually carries a jade pendant with him. Yin looked at her jade quilt being taken out, wanting to take it but not daring to. That's not right. Sui pondered for a moment. Jadeware is something that only the kings and nobles can use. According to you, how can a slave like you carve jade? What? You are the one who came out of Yinwang's room. Sui clapped his thigh. He probably wouldn't use the word palace, so he used the word house. I found a treasure this time. Xiongtong and his team did not do nothing. Their contributions are worthy of recognition. You said the person behind me is of noble status? Sui took back the jade and turned to look at Muumu's woman. I can see that too. You want me to let her go? Sui shook his head. No, she is the daughter of Emperor Yin, and I want to get her back too. The feud has already been formed, and the two sides cannot shake hands and make peace just by sending someone back. Strength. Only strength can allow you to sit at the negotiation table with the other party. The women behind him are just bargaining chips at best. After the old man heard what Sui said and digested it, he couldn't help but raise his cloudy eyes to peek. The other person was young but not arrogant. He was dressed in fancy clothes but did not have the airs of a big shot. There was always a smile in her eyes, and the sharpness that was inadvertently revealed made him frightened. Sir, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? The old man stuttered. The elders at home won't agree. That won't happen. Sui said with a smile, in our place, my words should still be effective. Hearing this, the old man didn't persuade him any further. The other party is a man who does big things and has his own calculations in mind. Report. A team member ran over, stopped and saluted. Speak. Captain Eagle asked me to tell you that everything has been packed and we can return at any time. Then let's go home. Sui waved his hand and stood up. The team slowly set off on the road, feeling a little strange. In this battle, including several women, 88 enemies were captured, not counting the 15 old craftsmen. Including the sentries, there were only 59 people in the guard team. There are more prisoners than our own people. However, after several blows, the captives lost their fighting spirit and were tied together with ropes to keep them safe. The only prisoner not on the skewer was Yin. Gu Feng's eyes rolled around. He thought Yin and the others could escape back and ask for help, but they were caught too. She is so beautiful. How could she be any better if she fell into the hands of the barbarians? He had already figured out that the barbarians actually had fewer people than they did. As long as he can find a way to gather everyone together, he will be able to defeat the barbarians and rescue Yin. By then, she would definitely throw herself into his arms obediently. But what made him despair was that the barbarians were very smart. Those who were tied to the same rope with him were the leaders of various tribes. Their subordinates were all tied to different ropes. There is no room for negotiation. Moreover, there were always two barbarians following him. He believed that if he dared to do anything strange, such as discussing something with the people around him, the other party would kill him without hesitation. Yenner, it's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that the barbarians are too cunning. Gu Feng sighed inwardly. Yin is so angry. The man actually sent his horse to a slave to ride. Her feet ached, and she could hardly lift her calves. Why did he only care about slaves and not her as a noble? Old man. Yin tried to make her tone gentler. Can you talk to him? I can't walk anymore. Chapter 165 Barbecue. Hearing this, the old man on the horse looked at Sui, who was not far away. Just now, The adults saw that they were having a hard time following the team, so he directly arranged horses for these old guys. Only nobles can ride horses. How dare they use them? But the other party insisted on letting them ride on the horses on the grounds that it would not delay their journey. Riding on horseback, they all hunched over. How dare they be taller than adults? Master Hien. The old man turned his head away and smiled fearfully. You have suffered. Uncle, I'm so tired. This time, calling her Hien is much smoother. He was right. When had she ever suffered so much? The old man hesitated for a moment before speaking. He was more afraid of offending the person next to him than bothering that adult. Grown-ups. He heard the old voice behind him and slowed down. What's the matter? He asked when the other party came to his side. This jade carving craftsman who was finally discovered must not die on the road. Moreover, when he came out of Emperor Yan's palace, he might get to know Yu's mother. He decided to go back and settle down before slowly finding out the truth about this matter. My lord, I shouldn't have bothered you again. The old man looked reserved and was about to dismount. Sui stopped him with his eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. Lady Hien, she. The old man spoke intermittently, and Sui interrupted him directly. You are the slaves that Xiong Tong exchanged for. You have been members of the Xuanniao tribe since the day of the exchange. She is not. She is an enemy who came to invade us. After saying that, Sui left directly. Uncle, how is it? Did he agree? Hien asked hurriedly when she saw people leaving. Seeing the old man on the horse shaking his head, Hien clenched her sleeves in anger. Sir, you are a captive, and I am a slave of the Xuanniao tribe. The old man explained carefully, emphasizing the word Xuanniao tribe. I understand. Hien didn't say much and followed the team silently. She is a captive, but he obviously knew her identity. It would be fine if they didn't let me go back, but why wasn't there any preferential treatment at all? The more I walked, the more pain I felt. After climbing up a small hill, she clearly felt a sticky feeling on the soles of her feet. The pain is piercing. After looking around, I finally found a stone. The two men stared at her with their eyes wide open. Hiss! Be careful not to sit on the rocks and pull your shoes when you take them off. She took a breath and suddenly remembered the time when her arm was broken when she was a child. At that time, I had relatives around me to comfort me. Now there are only two barbarians who can't understand what they are saying. There was blood on the socks. Her feet are broken. I'm not leaving. I won't leave even if you kill me. Just stab me to death. Seeing each other's appearance, Dahan and Erhan looked at each other. I'm going to report to the Lord Messenger of God. You must keep an eye on her. After saying this, Dahan turned around and caught up with the team. After hearing the report, Sui frowned and walked to the end of the team. He didn't expect that her feet would be rubbed raw after walking such a short distance. She is indeed a spoiled young lady, and is not the same kind as these peasants. She straightened her neck, her eyes closed but with a slit in between, secretly looking at him. Dahan, go get a horse and let her ride it. Sui arranged. Tie the horse rope around your waist. Erhan, just stay with her. If she dares to run away, pull her down. Those slaves would definitely not run away even if they were riding horses, but it's hard to say about this woman. Let Brother Dahan keep an eye on her, and you won't go wrong. The team did not stop to set up camp until night fell. My lords, an old slave came over carefully. We have more people than them. Why are we prisoners? Gu Feng's eyes lit up, but when he remembered that the slaves ahead did not obey his orders, he became a little suspicious. They all gave you horses to ride on, and you thought of resisting? Sir, he is afraid that we will die on the road and won't be able to report back. The old slave understood. As long as you promise me that you will release me from my slavery after the mission is accomplished, I will help you pass the message. After hearing this, Gu Feng was completely relieved. If the other party needs something from him, it must be true. Several team leaders looked at each other and nodded. We have already discussed it a long time ago. Tonight, the bonfire is rising. Outside Hian's small tent, Sui was happily eating fruits and grilling meat. Lord God's messenger, is this also salt? Yaoing looked at the tiny crystals in the small jar curiously. It's salt. It's better than the salt you made. Then the roasted meat must be delicious. Is it delicious already? Sui threw away the fruit core and took out a small bag of chili powder. It's a pity there is no cumin, otherwise I would let you experience what real barbecue is. The roasted venison sprinkled with chili powder and salt is really delicious. Slurp? Yali smelled the smell and almost drooled. Master Divine Envoy, this smells very similar to what you cooked that day. It is, in essence, one thing. Come on, you guys sprinkle some too, but not too much. Sui reminded. When Yali heard that the fragrance was the same as that day, his eyes lit up. While Sui wasn't paying attention, he pinched a handful and sprinkled it on his flesh. The aroma of barbecue is everywhere. Hien, who was sitting at the edge of the tent with her knees hugged, swallowed again. She doesn't want to eat wild vegetables. She also wants to eat barbecue. But how could she get the barbecue? The venison was roasted and Sui was just about to eat it. Noticing movement to his side, he stopped. Turning around, he saw Hien staring at the barbecue in his hand. She leaned over slightly and extended a tender white hand. The palm of the hand is open, and in the palm is a pair of jade earrings. She looked at the jade earrings, then turned her head to look at the barbecue. Sui was happy. I've seen people exchanging jade pendants for wine. I've never seen anyone exchange jade jewelry for barbecue. Pushed her palm back. By the way, I handed her the barbecue in my hand. She was particularly well-behaved the whole afternoon. A prisoner who didn't run away was a good prisoner, so it wouldn't hurt to give her some barbecue. Hien took the barbecue and hopped back to the tent on one foot and sat down carefully. I got closer and sniffed gently. It smelled even better than from a distance. Carefully tear off a piece, and the unique taste will fill your entire mouth. Turning sideways, without caring about aristocratic etiquette, she finished a few bites and still felt unsatisfied. What to do? I seem even hungrier. Anyway, I have to go through it once, so I'll go again. He propped up his body and after thinking for a while, he decided to take the small mat on the ground with him. Sui looked at the girl who was kneeling beside him with her body straight. Her eyes were fixed on the meat in his hand. No words, just watching. Miss, this is already the third piece. Can your stomach hold any more? Okay, here you go. When he handed it over, the other party was not polite and took it without forgetting to nod and thank him. She chewed slowly and carefully, but Sui didn't hear any sound of her eating. This is in stark contrast to Yao Ying's loud mouth. Sui baked the fourth piece and seeing that she obviously wanted more, he handed it to her. But this time the other party shook his head. No more. No wonder, just watching her eat, he gets hungry too. Where did they go? Sui noticed that there was one less person beside the fire. Him. Yao Ying said vaguely. He ran to the river. He must be thirsty. Hien didn't know where to sleep. Her little tent was occupied by the man beside her. I will definitely get sick if I sleep outside. What should I do? Chapter 166, Rebellion. Ah. Sui listened to the sniffing sound outside the tent and pulled open the curtain of the tent. I told you to come in, but you refused to come in. I told you to leave, but you refused to leave. Sui yelled at her. What on earth do you want to do? Hien looked at the impatience on the other's face and tightened her sleeves. She didn't dare to leave him too far, for fear that the barbarians would take advantage of the night to do something to her. But I didn't dare get too close to him, for fear that he would do something to me. Hien gritted her teeth and pointed at the tent, and then at herself. Sui understood what she meant. She was the only one allowed to be in the tent. You can come in, or not. Sui simply lowered the curtain and lay back in the warm bed. After a while, the sound of sniffing was heard outside the tent again. Well, he was definitely not being sympathetic to women. He was just worried that her illness would affect her schedule. Sui convinced himself, opened the curtain, and walked out of the tent. At the edge of the tent, the figure hugged his knees and huddled into a ball. You win. Sui motioned the other party to go in. There was a bonfire not far away, but she chose to stay by the tent, blowing the cold wind. Hien turned her head and saw the other person's gestures clearly in the moonlight. Why are you standing there? The tent is yours, Sui said unhappily. Hien bent down and crawled into the tent, still feeling incredible. He actually gave way to her. His bedding was spread inside the tent. He looked behind him and carefully reached his hand in. It was still warm inside. Hien was startled by her own actions. My cheeks felt a little hot, but luckily no one could see it. Carefully sit down in a corner of the tent. She couldn't use his things. Secretly open a small gap. She felt relieved when she saw the other person sitting by the campfire. He has no interest in her, Hien thought thankfully. Her father doesn't know that she has been taken away yet, but he will definitely come to pick her up when he finds out. When my mother finds out, she will probably be very worried. She cares most about herself. Where is this barbarian leader going to take me? Will they exchange her for livestock with people from other tribes? What should she do then? It would actually be good if he had some interest in me. I'm so sleepy. I feel tired and sleepy, and I really want to lie down and rest. Or just lie down for a while and get up before dawn so no one knows. Take off your shoes and socks and get into bed carefully. The bed had a strange smell. But it's so warm. Lord God's messenger, you don't have to come in person. We will make sure those guys die quietly. Yao Ying saw Sui also by the campfire and remembered his sister's instructions. Go back to the tent and rest. I'd better take a look to make sure, Sui said. It was already very dark, and it was inconvenient to trouble the team members to build a shack. There is no wind or moon tonight, and the stars are hanging in the sky. It doesn't look like it's going to rain, so we can just deal with it like this for one night. I should be home tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Yes. He also has a family in this world. The woman in the tent turned out to be the only daughter of a local leader. As long as he can control her, his plan to go north to compete might be much smoother. We can't be too nice to her and let her mistakenly think that they are afraid of her father. She couldn't be treated like the other captives, as her physique couldn't handle it. This degree is not easy to grasp. Not far away, by the bonfire on the other side, Gu Feng opened his eyes, completely awake. If nothing unexpected happens, he will accomplish something big tonight. The more he thought about destroying the barbarians, finding their lair, and winning the heart of the beauty, the more excited he became. Sir, the old slave came over from the darkness. Gu Feng looked around carefully and saw that no barbarian noticed him. Did it work? Gu Feng stared at the other party with joy. Everyone has been notified. As soon as the adults give the order, everyone will immediately rise up and fight the barbarians. Okay. Gu Feng patted his thigh. Several team leaders around also looked happy. If it works this time, I will buy you directly from Ambassador Nanwei. From now on, you will be mine, Gu Feng said seriously. The old slave nodded. He believed what he said was true. In the past, he would definitely be tempted. But since he met that adult, he realized that there are other kinds of people in the world. He had lived most of his life in vain. Apart from his passable jade carving skills, he had also seen all kinds of people in the world. From kings and nobles to the Emperor Yan, to slaves and captives, and even human sacrifices. A person's unconscious look cannot be concealed. Just like the person in front of me, even though I needed something from him, the disgust that he inadvertently revealed was still so obvious. But that adult was different. The way he looked at himself, he was indeed looking at a person, not an object. It's still the time we agreed on. Don't back out. I've already communicated everything to you. I won't let my people down. Time passes. The sky is dark. Gu Feng jumped up from the campfire. Warriors of the Yin tribe, come with me to kill the barbarians. Several team leaders beside him responded to his call and rushed towards the nearest guards. Gu Feng shouted again. I was horrified to find that, except for a few people around me, no one stood up to respond. His eyes looked around frantically for the hunched figure. They are actually going to cause trouble. A member of the Yin tribe was shocked. Pretend you didn't hear it. We really won't help. You stupid pig, they told us they were going to cause trouble tonight. Are you afraid of our help? Well, a few short howls were cut off. The commotion around the campfire started quickly and ended even faster. When Gu Feng was dying, he discovered that the slave was standing next to the barbarian leader. He was cheated again. These barbarians are so cunning. No one should want to mess around this time. Sui looked at the body that the team members dragged away. Let everyone take turns to guard it and take a rest. Yes, Lord God's messenger. Yaoing took the order and went down to make arrangements. Sui walked back to the campfire and looked back at the tent not far away. The curtains were drawn low, and there was no movement. Don't sleep anymore. It's time to get up. Sui half knelt in a corner of the tent, looking at the girl who was sleeping soundly in his quilt in the rising sunlight. What a big heart. Sleeping like at home. His hair was messy, and there was saliva. If it weren't for the tears on her face, he would have thought she was a visitor. Hey, time to set off. Sui raised his hand and clapped again. Well, don't bother me, or I'll punish you. The other person muttered and continued to sleep. When she turned over, a large area of white skin on her chest was inadvertently exposed. God is my witness, he definitely didn't mean to look at it. Sui stood up and quietly left the tent. If she is woken up like this, who knows what trouble might occur. Tell her outside the tent that if she continues to sleep, she will be thrown into the wolf's den. Chapter 167 Patriarch. Hien was suddenly awakened when she heard the old man's voice outside. I opened my eyes, and it was already bright. She rolled over and got up. He was busy fixing his clothes and hair. I'm up, I'll be fine soon. He put on shoes and socks, and didn't care about the rubbed skin on the soles of his feet. After I tidied myself up, I found that there was still some of my long hair on his quilt. Carefully picking up what she saw, she then lifted the curtain and went out. There was only a horse and 2 men outside the tent, and the others were nowhere to be found. Bonfires of varying sizes were scattered around, reminding everyone that they had left. Seeing a man approaching, she couldn't help but hug herself and take 2 steps back. What do you want to do? The man glanced at her, walked around her, and silently packed up the tent and mattress. She heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Xuanniao tribe. Yao Yu looked at the person who got up from the ground, and his heart finally settled down. If Su came back and found that the only smelter was dead, he would be very angry. Give him to me. Lock him up and wait for the messenger of God to come back and deal with him. Yao Yu pointed angrily at the miner who looked at a loss. The miner was called over when he woke up, and was scared to learn that the stone he found almost killed someone. He just couldn't understand how stones could harm people. Chief, I didn't know that the black stone could harm people. I am innocent. After listening to his crying, Yao Yu pondered for a moment. No matter what, he almost killed the only smelter in our tribe. Yao Yu said to the guards, just lock him up, don't beat or scold him. Remember to send some food. After giving the instructions, Yao Yu turned around and saw Yun Luan trying to slip away, so he quickly grabbed her. Where are you going? You want me to handle the clan's affairs alone? Why don't you help me? I am a shaman, and I am responsible for communicating with gods. The tribe's affairs are originally handled by the tribe leader. Yun Luan evaded the question, holding the flute in her hand. The god has made him responsible for the tribe's affairs. You are a wizard, so you have to help. Go find other people for help. My music is ready. I'll need you to dance with me then. Yun Luan broke free from Yao Yu's hand and ran into the bamboo forest. She had someone build a small bamboo hut for her and lived in the bamboo forest every day. Everyone is busy, right? Yao Yu stamped his feet. I don't care anymore. At this time, a man came running from a distance in a panic. Chief, this is terrible. Someone is trapped in the swamp. You guys rescued him when he fell into the swamp. Why are you looking for me? Yao Yu said as he ran in the direction the man pointed. We have thought of a way, but it is not easy to save him, the man explained. You will know when you go there. From a distance, Yao Yu could hear the woman crying. Seeing her coming, the crowd immediately made way for her. The clan leader is here. Quick, the clan leader is coming. Everyone greeted in unison, as if they had a backbone. Only when he got closer did Yao Yu see clearly. Trapped in the swamp were two children. Somehow the two guys got into a situation where only their heads were exposed, with their whole bodies stuck in the mud. There were ropes around their necks. The force was too strong, and the child cried out in pain. The force of pulling was reduced, and it didn't move at all. Where are the guards? Chief, two team members immediately ran over. Why don't you go and save people? Yao Yu asked puzzledly. We only follow your orders. You didn't say anything. Stop talking. If you encounter something like this next time, save people first and report to me when you're done. The two team members received the order and prepared to head towards the swamp. My lord, no. Once you leave, you can't come back. We've all tried. The tribesmen all gave their advice. Sure enough, after just a few steps, the mud had already reached the thighs of the two team members. Come back quickly. Are you stupid? Still walking inside. Seeing this, Yao Yu hurriedly called the two back. I have an idea. Yao Yu looked at the child whose neck was submerged in mud and thought of a solution quickly. Quick, go get some bamboo. Master Patriarch, the child can't even get his hands out. How can we catch him? Don't just stand there, listen to me. Let's all go. The thing the tribe had the most was bamboo, and soon everyone came running over with bundles of bamboo poles. Throw the short ones aside and use the long ones. Yao Yu commanded. Quick, lay them one by one. Hold me again, it's not enough. Take turns one by one, don't go up at the same time. Later, everyone was surprised to find that as long as they stepped on the bamboo, they would not sink. There is strength in numbers. Soon the bamboo was spread around the two children. Two team members went up and dug with their hands, and quickly rescued one person. Rescued? Chief. Oh. Everyone cheered. Where's the other kid? At this moment, someone shouted loudly. In the blink of an eye, the child whose little head was just visible was submerged in the shadow. Quick, go and grab the bamboo. Yao Yu said anxiously. It's right there on the branch. The two team members acted nonstop. When we spread the bamboo over and found the person and pulled him out, there was no movement anymore. Even after picking the mud out of his mouth and nose, he still couldn't breathe. My baby. The child's mother cried out and fell to the ground. Mother, please stop crying. I have some cloth at home. Please make some new clothes for the child. I'll go ask the master of divine which to calculate a date for the burial. The tribesmen around him tried to persuade him with sad faces. Pa. Yao Yu clapped his hands. Hurry up and blow into his mouth. Yao Yu ordered a team member. The team members were stunned and looked at the tribe leader in confusion. Blow into his mouth. Knowing that the tribe leader was serious, the team members took immediate action. When you open the mouth, there are two big mouths. Now press his chest. Yao Yu knelt down and gestured, ignoring the mud on the ground. The team member did as he was told. Blow, press the chest, don't stop. What is this, Patriarch? Yeah, how can he order a man to kiss a dead person? Everyone was puzzled and pointed fingers at others. Thanks to the team members' unremitting efforts, the child suddenly began to cough. He vomited several mouthfuls of dirty water and opened his eyes. The child's mother watched her son come back to life, cried out again, and kowtowed repeatedly to Yao Yu and the team member. Oh, my God. Can the patriarch even bring the dead back to life? She is the woman of God's messenger. Chief, chief, chief. Everyone shouted in unison. Everyone looked at the young patriarch covered in mud with respect. Don't shout, don't shout. Yao Yu smiled and waved his hands. Everyone go back to work. We'll put up a fence here from now on, and you guys should keep an eye on your own children. It was when she thought about her own experience that she remembered how Su had saved her. I didn't expect it to work. Therefore, the one who is truly powerful has always been her man. Among the mountains and rivers in the north of Tianfu Basin, He Yin bit her lip while riding on the horse. She knew that the one who would come into the tent and call her in the morning must be him. He must have seen himself sleeping. Her mother told her that all noble women must strictly observe etiquette, which is part of what distinguishes them from ordinary people. But who is she? She calls herself a noble, but she's finished. Not only did he use other people's bedding, which is a private thing, but he also slept soundly in front of them. He didn't know what he thought of her in his heart. People would definitely think that Ambassador Nanyue's daughter is a very rude woman. She is not. He Yin thought about it and shook her head to herself. If I had known last night, I would never have laid down even if you beat me to death. Now not only did I lose face for myself, but also for my father. Chapter 168 Sleeping Together. He Yin was immersed in his own thoughts for the whole morning. Worry about gains and losses. It would be great if he was also a noble recognized by all clans, but he happened to be the leader of the barbarians. I will definitely marry a nobleman. Her father did not allow her to have any other choice. Although he always said that he loved her the most, she had no say in marriage. Her father gave her several options. Either he is the son of an ambassador or he is the descendant of a marquis of a vassal state. Gu Feng is the eldest son of the Gu family patriarch, and his father is very optimistic about him. Although she didn't like him, he was pretty good compared to the other candidates. By the way, he had eye contact with me yesterday, but why didn't I see him today? He Yin searched for a few rounds, but couldn't find the figure, and several team leaders were missing as well. Old man, she asked the old slave who was also riding on a horse in front of her, where did Gu Feng and the others go? Master Han. Upon hearing the voice, the old man turned around and bowed. Don't you know? They got up and made trouble last night, and are already dead. He Yin on horseback felt like she was struck by lightning. The eldest son of the Gu family is dead? I'm asking about Gu Feng, the one who led the team before. That's right. It's him. Oh, the barbarians killed the son of a great noble. This is a big deal no matter where you put it. But the figure walking in the middle of the team seemed to be talking and laughing with his subordinates. Should I call him stupid? Or should I admire his courage? The sun was at its highest point, and when they stopped to set up camp and rest, He Yin approached Su Yi with a serious look on her face. Tell her that I'm not afraid of anything except being struck by lightning from God. Su Yi asked the old craftsman to relay the message. He Yin laughed angrily after hearing what the other party said. The Gu clan is stronger than our clan, not weaker. They killed the core descendants of the Gu clan, and they will definitely retaliate. Su Yi was not surprised to hear this. A piece of jade was also found on the leader of the Yin tribe, and the workmanship was almost the same as the one she gave her. Tell her to take care of herself first. I won't let her use my bedding tonight. After listening to the old craftsman's retelling, He Yin wished she could burrow into the ground. He's yelling so loud, afraid that no one can hear it. Ignoring the gazes of the people around her, she took 2 steps forward and grabbed Su Yi's sleeve. Come with me and help me pass the message. The old craftsman hurried to catch up. 2 in front and 1 behind. The 3 of them came to a corner of the camp. Seeing that there was no one around, He Yin stopped. Tell him to forget about the bedding. He can set any conditions he wants. Su Yi suddenly understood after hearing this. No wonder her face turned red all the way to her neck just now. So this is what happened. They were all captured and they still made arbitrary demands. No problem. Either she obeys my orders, or I will let the whole world know that not only did she sleep with the ambassador's daughter using my blanket, she also drooled over it. After hearing the retelling, He Yin was so angry that she was smoking. Sure enough, he saw it all. He wants me to obey his orders obediently. Wouldn't that make me his personal slave? He is dreaming. If this gets out, people will at most say that I am impolite and that my father didn't teach me well. But I still have plenty of people who want me. He Yin said and turned to leave. It was the first time Su Yi saw her angry. It looks very different from the usual little lamb. After that, we camped until night. She had been avoiding him. Even when we met, he didn't look happy. The look he gave him was filled with anger. Su Yi didn't care, as long as she didn't cause any trouble. If the little girl is throwing a tantrum, just ignore her. In the dead of night, when Su Yi went out of the tent to drain water, he saw a group of people huddled on the side. Hug your knees with your arms and rest your chin on them. In the reflection of the firelight, There were tears in his eyes. A strong woman during the day, secretly crying at night. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for a day. I'm cold and hungry. I guess I miss home very much. Seeing that the other party turned away, Xuanniao ignored her. After going outside the camp to relieve himself, he came back with his hands behind his back and found that the figure beside the tent was gone. Looking around, the team members were patrolling and standing guard, so the person definitely did not run away. He heard footsteps outside the tent and coughed twice. She had to remind him that there was someone in the tent and he couldn't come in. When Xuanniao heard the other party's reminder, he turned a deaf ear to it. Lift the curtain and go straight in. Oh, when he saw the people inside, he pretended to be startled. Ian was really shocked. She knelt up and sat up, trying to push the person out of the tent in the dark. As a result, he missed the push and fell into Xuanniao's arms instead. As God knows, she took the initiative to walk into the tent and throw herself into his arms. Xuanniao put one hand around her waist and supported her head with the other. I found her lips and kissed her. A strong masculine scent enveloped her. Ian opened her eyes, but her mind was blank. Let the other person's tongue pry open your teeth. It was not until the other person's big hand reached into her clothes that she suddenly realized it. He used all his strength to push the other person away, then quickly retreated to a corner of the tent. Fortunately, the other party did not pounce on her and continue, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Xuanniao felt her nervousness and decided to quit while he was ahead. A forced melon always lacks its appeal. Ian's tense nerves finally relaxed when she saw the other person get into bed. It seems like it's really over this time. Is this considered a secret meeting with a man outside of your home? It seemed that neither the family reputation nor his father's marriage wish could be preserved. No, the demand for marriage can still be maintained. As for the family's reputation, as long as he doesn't say anything and I don't say anything, no one else will know what happened between the two of them. Anyway, those nobles only cared about her status. If she can give birth to a boy after getting married, and with his power, her status can still be guaranteed. Thinking of this, Ian calmed down. Being kissed by this man is better than being gnawed by a barbarian. The other person has regular features, is not lame, and is a leader. Ian comforted herself silently. Gurgle. Look carefully at the person lying down, pressing on the stomach, but it makes it louder. I'm so hungry. So this is what it feels like to not eat. No wonder giving the slaves some food makes them so happy. Xuanniao raised his hand and took out 2 fruits from the corner of the tent and handed them over. This is what the team members picked today. I heard that there are only a few of them on a big tree, and they taste very similar to mangoes and are delicious. He originally wanted to bring it back for Ling and the others to try. Ian took the food and felt warm in her heart. He wiped it carefully with his sleeve and put it into his mouth. There is sweetness in the bitterness. It's better than eating nothing. When she ate the second one, she found that only the skin was bitter. It tastes much better if you peel the skin slowly before eating. After eating the 2 fruits, I finally felt much better. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, curled up in a corner, and began to sleep. Xuanniao stood up, opened the curtain, and signaled to the other party in the dim light of the campfire. Ian understood that he meant that the bedding should be divided equally between them. Seeing that the other party was still hesitating, Xuanniao simply lay down on one side with his back turned. After a while, there was a rustling sound behind me. He could feel her body as she lay down. Early the next morning, Xuanniao's biological clock automatically woke him up. Carefully removing the legs from around his waist, he quietly left the tent. Morning, Lord God's messenger. Yaoing stretched lazily, his eyes looking towards the tent behind him. As expected, his sister had another sister of her own. Nothing happened last night, right? Xuanniao said indifferently. Since the death of those captives, these people have been much more well-behaved. Notify everyone and set off immediately. The tribe has prepared meals for us. Let's go back and eat well. Xuanniao said. Yes, Lord God's messenger. After giving the instructions, Xuanniao turned around and went back to the tent. The girl was sleeping soundly in the middle of the quilt. After what happened last night, Xuanniao was less concerned. I originally wanted to put her on the negotiation table in her entirety, which would definitely be a big bargaining chip. Chapter 169 Worry. Now, having an extra pair of chopsticks at home is no big deal. Gently pinch her face. The next second, their eyes met. The person in the quilt was panicked for a moment, but quickly covered it up. Then she climbed up and turned her back to him. Start tidying up your clothes and hair. Then put on socks and shoes. Finally, she greeted him with a smile, then calmly lifted the curtain and walked out. Wrong? Why does it feel like the other party is playing his role? Ian was extremely panicked. I breathed a sigh of relief when I got out of the tent. She looked around, and when she saw that no one around her noticed her, she quickly ran to her horse. Just grab a handful of grass and pretend to feed the horse. Su-yi came out and saw her holding the grass, looking guilty. Dahan, is she stupid? Can this grass horse be eaten? I don't know whether horses can eat it or not. I only saw her running out of the tent of the messenger of God. Dahan raised his eyebrows. What Captain Lee said is absolutely right. Fortunately, I didn't shoot her with that arrow. Xuanniao tribe. We won. With the divine messenger personally commanding, how could we lose? We killed hundreds of enemies, but unfortunately, we only captured less than 100. The speaker was the team member who Su-yi had sent back to the tribe to report the news. Haven't you eaten yet? Yao Yu noticed the dew on his body. Come here, prepare some barbecue and fruit, and stew some broth for him. Add salt. Go on. Tell me, how did the messenger of God defeat the enemy? Yao Yu asked curiously. Yes, tell everyone about it. Feeling the passionate gazes from the important figures in the tribe, the team members suddenly felt that their lives had reached their peak. Yao Yu couldn't contain his excitement. Xiong Tong and others who came back earlier all looked unhappy. She was so worried about it that she didn't sleep all night. Finally, I heard good news early this morning. Did the Lord God's messenger really defeat the Yin tribe? Yun Luan rushed in from outside the house, and Yao Yu noticed that she was not wearing shoes. Yes, we won. Won? We actually won. Yun Luan muttered, turned around, and ran out again. Her mind was now filled with joy, and she only wanted to tell the gods. Listen, why do you want to be happy when you hear this sound? Me too. Master Shenwu is announcing the good news to the gods. A tribe member ran over. We won the battle against the Yin tribe. The news spread to the entire clan at an extremely fast speed, like a whirlwind. In the past, the people of the Xuanniao tribe only knew that the messenger of God had won again, and at most the enemy was a little stronger this time. The people of the Jili tribe are different. They are all ecstatic. The powerful Yin tribe was actually defeated by the Lord Messenger of God. Then it is not impossible for them to return home and take back their land. Su-yi hasn't returned yet, but his reputation has reached another peak. The whole tribe celebrated, and everyone spontaneously organized themselves to welcome the return of the Messenger of God. Yao Yu did not go against the enthusiasm of his tribesmen. The intense land reclamation work was stopped for a day. Tell her that we are almost home and let her dismount and follow us. Su-yi said to the old craftsman. After listening to the retelling, Hien quietly got off the horse. She will eventually face her fate. On the road, he was the leader and no one dared to disobey his orders. But once he returns to the barbarian base, he may not be the leader anymore. If a barbarian of higher status took a fancy to her, would he protect her? She doesn't want to be traded like livestock. She's a human being. Uncle, please say a few words for me. Hien bowed and asked. No. The old craftsman was flattered. Hien trotted to catch up with Su-yi, who was at the front of the team, gritted her teeth, and held his arm. Ask him, if someone asks him for me, will he give it to me? After listening to the retelling, Su-yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Seeing her little face lose color in an instant, the arm was wrapped tighter. Su-yi recalled how Lu Mei hugged Yaoing tightly when she first arrived at the clan. He decided not to tease her anymore. Just tell me, if she is willing to follow me, I can guarantee to protect her. Su-yi said to the old craftsman. The old craftsman was stunned when he heard this. This young leader has a big appetite. He actually wanted Ambassador Nanyua's daughter. He just treated her as a captive before, but now he is taking her to bed. When Lord Nanyua heard that his daughter had followed a barbarian, he would cause chaos in the southern part of the country. But he was just a messenger and told Hien the other party's request in detail. Hien was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, I am willing to be his maid, as long as I can stay by his side. No problem. Sui agreed readily after hearing this. When Hien heard the affirmative answer, her heart returned to her stomach. In this way, she would just become a servant of the barbarian leader, not of children, not get married, and she could still meet her father's requirements. Unconsciously, I climbed up the hill in front of me. The magnificent scenery of the Tianfu Basin made Hien's heart waver. Is there actually such a piece of land in this world that is not under the rule of Emperor Yen? There are shacks of all sizes standing side by side, and roads crisscrossing the area. Let's go. Sui couldn't help but feel happy. We're home. Several guards followed Sui and walked in front. Other guards were responsible for escorting the prisoners. Horses and livestock followed at the end of the team, and grain and seeds were tied to the backs of the cows. When Sui was still some distance away from the camp, he saw people coming to greet him. On both sides were members of the spear team, who seemed to be more energetic after not seeing them for a few days. At the entrance of the camp were the backbone members of the tribe led by Yao Yu. There were also children holding flowers and girls carrying food and water. If he had known this would happen, he would have come back secretly to give them a surprise. However, It is not redundant as it is needed by the team members who are fighting. He walked blankly among the captives. The Xuanniao tribe is not the small tribe that Xiongtong mentioned. It's obviously a big clan. With such a large population, it is comparable to those powerful countries. Although the other party promised to protect her. But seeing the huge crowds of people around, He was still worried that if the other party's status was too low, he might not be able to protect her. Look, this prisoner is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. As beautiful as the clan leader. Look at the clothes she's wearing. They're also good stuff. And the shoes. Feeling the pointing and talking of the large group of men around her, He tried to walk calmly. Although she was a captive, she was also the daughter of Ambassador Nanwei and a noble. She couldn't bring shame to her father. This girl looks like a person of status. The former leaders of the Jioli tribe also followed everyone to look at the beauty. What's wrong with having a status? He is still a prisoner of our Lord God's messenger. Ha ha, that's true. Chapter 170 Flute Music. Wow, it really looks good. Outside the open-air prison surrounded by wooden stakes, Yao Ling pulled Lang Yu to squat in a corner and peeked at the people inside. How did she get the pattern on her clothes? You look good eating too. The two men stared at the girl inside, occasionally leaning over to whisper. She is so beautiful. Why would she invade our tribe? Are these two things related? Lang Wei asked puzzledly. No. A good-looking person is not necessarily a good person, and an ugly-looking person is not necessarily a bad person. Lang Wei said seriously. Oh, but I just don't want to talk to some people when I see them. Yao Ling said, like this beautiful girl, I just want to make friends with her. Don't mess around. She's an enemy. Lang Yu said hurriedly, you have to listen to Su's arrangements. Only if he allows you to play with her. Yao Ling nodded repeatedly, but had her own ideas in mind. He was crying in the prison. She was trapped in the circle after all. That man is not a man. I was actually kissed by such a person. He took out his handkerchief and wiped his mouth hard. What you say doesn't count at all. I thought he was a noble before, but now he seems like a barbarian. There were people watching outside the fence, and they actually treated her like a pet in a cage. Is it true that as long as I look unkempt and disregard my noble status as a human being and act like everyone else, they will stop peeking at me? If that's the case, what's the point of living? It's better to die on the road. She seemed very sad. Yao Ling saw the figure sitting back in the corner with his knees hugged and felt a little sympathy. These men won't bully her, will they? No, the guards are watching. Under the setting sun, in the lush bamboo forest, Sui sat on the bamboo chair in front of the bamboo house, crossing his legs. In the small open space in front, Yunwan played the flute, and Yao Yu danced to her lively rhythm. The bamboo forest is quiet. Only the flute sounds are pleasant and the dance is charming. Good. At the end of the song, Sui clapped his hands in approval. The two of them played and danced perfectly together. Sui was delighted and praised repeatedly. You, I almost thought you were a fairy from heaven. You dance so beautifully. Sui praised sincerely. As long as you like it. Yao Yu pulled Yunwan forward and said, she's not bad either. Did she compose this song? Sui looked at Yunwan standing beside him. She always wears black. Seeing Yao Yu nod, Sui was slightly surprised. This Yunwan must be a genius, because she actually composed a piece of music based on the music theory that she casually taught. The tune is cheerful and lively, making people feel happy. She wants you to name this piece. After listening to Yao Yu's retelling, Sui was stunned. This is her own creation, so she should name it. Sui evaded. The two women exchanged a brief conversation, and Yao Yu turned around and said, she said that this was because you made it, and you have to come up with a name. Sui thought about it and nodded. This may be the first bamboo flute music in the world, so give it a better name. Watching Sui sit back in his chair and think. The two women turned around in tacit understanding. One went to get a clay kettle to boil water, and the other went to find some fresh fruit. The breeze is gentle among the bamboos, and the setting sun is warm. Sui fell asleep while thinking, looking at the sun that has half sunk over the distant mountains. It's a pity that I won't be able to see the sunrise tomorrow. He sighed inwardly and clenched the tiny stone leaf in her palm. She was tired of being viewed as a pet. At sunrise tomorrow, everyone will see his decent corpse. Dong dong. The wooden stake she was leaning against was knocked, and she turned around in confusion. Outside the palm-wide gap between the wooden stakes was a lovely girl with a kind smile on her face. What does she want to do? He got up from the hay and stepped back a little. Looking again, I saw that the clothes she was wearing were also silk. This must be the daughter of some important person. She regretted so much that if she had not left her parents, she would not have been locked up in the circle. She must have been as happy as the other person, looking at the slaves her father brought back from the war. Then bring food to them and give it to them, just like the people outside the fence are doing now. She looked coldly at the food that the other party handed to her through the gap, wondering whether to take it or not. If she gave alms to a slave and the slave ignored her, she would definitely be angry. But she's dead tomorrow morning, and she's not afraid of her. Thinking of this, she turned her head away and didn't look at the other person. Seeing that the other party ignored her, Yaoling simply went straight to the prison gate. You can't go in. What if they hurt you? The guard at the door blocked the door and refused to let him in. The messenger of God asked me to bring her food. If you are worried, you can come in with me. That won't work either. The guard at the door refused to budge. I can help you get the food in. Who asked you to send me off? Yaoling raised her eyebrows and pretended to have the same expression as you when he was angry. The guard was a little overwhelmed. Why did this person get involved in the area I am responsible for today? Ian looked at the angry girl and couldn't help but shrink into a corner surrounded by several wooden stakes. I should have taken her food just now. How will she punish herself? The circle door is open. The other party smiled and came over with 2 soldiers. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Yaoling noticed that the other party was trembling, probably because he was frightened by the 2 guards behind him. I'm giving you barbecue, why don't you want it? Yaoling was puzzled and handed the barbecue over again. Ian carefully reached out to take the barbecue, but unexpectedly the other party grabbed her hand. Wow, such white hands. Yaoling pinched them, pulled the other person away and said, I'll take her away. You just need to keep an eye on the others. The guards tried to stop him, but Yaoling used his ultimate move. If you stop me today, I will come to play with you every day in the future. Watching the 2 women leave their sight, the guards hurriedly arranged for someone to notify the messenger of God. Yaoling pulled Ian and staggered towards a corner of the camp. Ian watched her happily greet every patrol team she met. Those holding spears always raised their hands to signal. This girl's status among the barbarians may be higher than that damn barbarian. But where is she going to take herself? Ian was confused, as the other party didn't seem to intend to punish her. Because if it were her, she would never hold a captive's hand intimately. Following the other person, we walked a long way before we arrived at a place surrounded by a fence. There were 2 guards at the door, looking at her cautiously. Enter through the fence gate. After passing through a small forest, I looked back and could no longer see the fence in the distance. There is actually a clear little lake in the middle of the forest. Strangely, steam was rising from the small lake, as if water had been boiled. There are 2 brand new cabins on the lakeshore. The other party pulled her into one of them. Chapter 171 Hot Spring. As soon as he entered the room, he started taking off his clothes layer by layer. From inside to outside, it was all that precious silk. Doesn't it take a long time to produce a little? Xiong Tong actually deceived them father and daughter again. Her inner garment has very little fabric, but it covers her key parts just right, making her look very attractive. If she also wears a set, I was shocked by my own thoughts. When I came to my senses, the other person was already completely naked. Looking at the other person's well-proportioned body, Ian couldn't help but feel her cheeks getting hot. Take off your clothes. It's not comfortable to play in them. Yaoling gestured to the other party. Ian hugged herself and shook her head repeatedly. How could she possibly take off her clothes in front of strangers? How can you not take off your clothes? There's no one else here except me. Yaoling walked up to him with a smile. She just likes shy girls, unlike Sister Yu, who is bolder than herself. Push the other person down on the low bed and start tickling him. This is how you was subdued by me 2 days ago. Later, she kept cheering and felt comfortable. There is no shy woman in front of her Ling. Haha. I'll take it off. I'll take it off. Ian threw the small stone in her hand aside, and the 2 began to play on the bed. In a short while, Ian's body was torn apart, and her private parts were exposed. She found that she was not as strong as the other person. Wow, it's so white. Yaoling took advantage of the other party's inattention and exclaimed, secretly taking action. Ian trembled all over and quickly slapped away the evil hand. Seeing the other person's angry expression, Yaoling realized that she had gone too far. However, this does not bother her. He skillfully picked up the other person's arm, shook it a few times, and then showed a wrong expression. Seeing the anger on the other person's face fade away, Yaoling thought it was fun. The cottage actually has a back door. When the door is opened, the lake is just 2 steps away. I stretched out my foot and carefully tried it, and found that the water was indeed warm. What a magical place. Yaoling cheered and jumped in. Seeing Ian hugging her chest and testing the shore, she reached directly for her feet. No, just come. Ian took a deep breath and hurried inside. As the warm water soaked my body, the fatigue of the past few days seemed to disappear all at once. Much more comfortable than taking a hot bath in a tub. Yaoling looked at the other person's eyes that were gently closed and smiled with satisfaction. The other person's skin was incredibly white. The only one who could compare to her was probably Yunluan. It's a pity that Yunwan escaped last time. Otherwise, we could have compared which one was bigger. Yao Ling went ashore carefully and brought out a plate of washed fruit from the house. She had originally hidden it to give to Su. As a result, he went to the bamboo hut and never came out again. It was really too much. That's a bargain for both of them. He looked at the plate that floated towards her and was slightly surprised. She still hasn't figured out what the other party's intentions are. Could it be that she knew that I was the daughter of Ambassador Nanyue and came to show her goodwill? She quickly dismissed the idea. That stinky man isn't afraid of her father, so this woman who might be of a higher status probably isn't afraid of him either. So why is this? This place is obviously not for ordinary people to come. These foods should not be given as rewards to prisoners. Never mind. Anyway, the girl in front of him would not harm him. If she was willing to protect her, maybe he could really wait safely until his father came to pick her up. The other party took me out to play and ate a lot of her food. How could I repay her? The two played in the small lake for a while, and when the moon was above the treetops, they returned to the cabin laughing. The dry firewood in the middle of the cabin started to burn, and the two of them sat side by side on the bed, hugging their knees and staring blankly. Ian looked at the wrinkled clothes beside her and sighed in her heart. She was clean and flawless now, but she could only wear dirty clothes. Yao Ling was worried that Su Yi would come after her. She deliberately walked slowly on the way and greeted everyone. If he didn't want to play with her by himself, he should have sent someone to stop her, right? You are about the same age as Sister Yu, so just wear hers. After Yao Ling figured it out, she turned sideways, opened the wooden box beside the low bed, and took out a set of clothes. Ian was a little dazed holding the clothes. A complete set of clean clothes, from inside to outside, all made of silk. Holding the small undergarment in her hand, she was a little at a loss. As a noble, she doesn't know how to wear it. Oh, I forgot. Ling slapped his head. You must have never seen this dress before. It was all thought up by the God's messenger. Lord God's messenger. Hot Spring Forest, outside the fence. When the two guards saw Su Yi coming out, they hurriedly raised their hands to salute. How come the messenger of God came out just after he went in? And there seemed to be blood on his hand that was covering his nose. Are you okay? The guard asked with concern. It's okay. I accidentally hit the tree. Su Yi waved his hand and fled. After taking a few steps, he turned back and reminded, be sure to watch the door. Yes, the two guards behind him answered. As I walked back, the two naked figures kept flashing in my mind. Thinking of this, my nose bleeds even more. He swore to God that he definitely didn't mean to peek. He accidentally fell asleep in the afternoon and was awakened by the guard's report. He had forgotten about what happened with Yan. Thinking about Yan's performance along the way, he estimated that she would not hurt Yao Ling, so he did not ask the team members to stop them urgently. I asked around and found this place. His original intention was to teach Ling a lesson and then arrange a place for Yan to live. Who knew that when I entered, I saw two naked people playing around. The dazzling white eyes, the sweet laughter, and then the nose felt hot. He immediately decided that Ambassador Nanwei would be one of his fathers-in-law in the future. When traveling through time, you cannot let yourself down. Love is to be possessed. Su, what's wrong with you? At the door of the house, Yao Yu, who had just returned from a busy job, ran into Su Yi. It's okay, I just didn't pay attention when I walked and bumped into a tree. Su Yi said, get me some clean water. Yao Yu held the basin and handed it over, saying with concern, it was a serious collision. A lot of blood is flowing. Do you want some hemostatic medicine? That's not necessary. Su Yi remained calm, it will be ready in a moment. Yao Ling opened her palms again to look at the pair of sparkling earrings. She loves it so much. The other party actually gave me such a beautiful thing. She wants to send it too. What a give. She doesn't seem to have anything good to offer. Got it. She pestered Su to give her something good and then give it to her. Yao Ling held Yan's hand and walked into the center of the camp. He took Yan into her own little room with confidence. Sitting on the soft bed, Yan felt relieved. She was now wearing comfortable clothes and her belly was full of food. The most important thing is that she doesn't have to spend the night in the pen. She can see tomorrow's sunrise again. This lovely girl must have been sent by the Golden Crow God to save her. Unlike that stinky man whom I pin my hopes on. He hasn't come to see me yet, so he probably has no authority to deal with prisoners of war. He clearly had no ability, but he still deceived her halfway and made her his maid. So shameless. If I meet him, I must pretend not to know him. And that damn Xiong Tong, it would be better if he died on the road. The father and daughter were deceived so badly. Master Xiong Tong did not lie. Yes, this is how people live. In the Ministry of Industry area, inside an empty tent, the ground was covered with hay, and a dozen old craftsmen, who had eaten and drunk their fill, were lying there chatting. Old guys, given how they treat us, are we too embarrassed not to use our best skills? Do you have the nerve to eat the wild vegetables and meat they sent? I see. No one should hide anything from us. Yes. Tomorrow morning, we will find work to do. That's right. The old men said in unison. In another tent not far away, Yao Yin, who was lying on the bed, heard that the messenger of God had brought back another beautiful woman and decided to discuss something with her good sister tomorrow. Chapter 172 Coal Mine. Under the night sky, clusters of bonfires on the ground echoed the stars in the sky. Residences of all sizes surround the central area. In the central meeting hall. Okay, let's do this for the next few days. Sui waved his hand, and several persons in charge of planting and animal husbandry bowed and retreated. He stood up from the chair and stretched, then took Yaoyu's hand and prepared to go back to the house. Oh, there's one more thing. Yaoyu suddenly thought of the miners he had locked up. The black stone almost killed the smelter? Sui was stunned after listening to Yaoyu's description. Smelter? Then a mineral popped up in my mind. No way. Quick, bring that thing over here for me to see. Someone, go get the basket of black stones. Just carry the basket and don't touch it with your hands. Be careful of poisoning. Yaoyu instructed the guard at the door. Yes, Patriarch. The two men took the order and left. Sui was curious, the poisonous stone. After a while, two team members came in carrying a bamboo basket. The basket was full of black stones, both big and small. Sui was not sure after just looking at it, so he took a few steps forward and grabbed one in his hand. His action scared several people in the field and made them gasp. Put it down. Yaoyu screamed and reached out to grab it. Don't worry. I know this thing, it's not poisonous. Sui looked at the bamboo basket excitedly. No poison, Yaoyu was surprised. But that smelter almost died and couldn't be woken up for a long time. You are not as healthy as him. This thing is called coal, it's a treasure. Sui gave Yaoyu a reassuring look. By the way, where did this stone come from? Who found it? Call someone here quickly. Sui happily held the coal in his hand and looked at it again and again. After hearing this, Yaoyu was glad that he did not punish the miner. Almost made a mistake again. Bring that miner here. Yaoyu waved his hand, then felt something was not right and prepared to go in person. Just send someone to run the errand. Aren't you tired of running around? Training subordinates is to let them help us. Sui held her hand. I wronged the miner and locked him up for a day. Yaoyu tried to break free, but Sui held her tightly. Don't go. You are no longer the small chief of the Xuanniao tribe. You are now the chief of the Huaxia tribe. You lead thousands of people. Your decisions are correct decisions. You will not make mistakes. Do you understand? But I was obviously wrong. Yaoyu said seriously. You are wrong. Just know it yourself. You can give him clothes and food to compensate him. Some things are enough for you and him to understand. There is no need to let everyone know. Yaoyu seemed to understand what he said, but he didn't try to break free from Sui's hand. Ouch! Let me go. Don't get my clothes dirty. Yaoyu came back to his senses. Sui then remembered that he had just touched the coal. Soon, two guards brought the middle-aged miner into the house. Ask him where he found this stone. Does he have any more? Sui turned to Yaoyu and said when he saw him. Hearing the patriarch's question, the miner trembled all over. Sure enough, it's still about the black stone. This time it was the messenger of God who asked him personally. Master Chief, Master Messenger of God, I really didn't know this stone could harm people. Please forgive me this time. What are you doing kneeling down there? Stand up and talk. Did I say I was going to punish you? The miner didn't stand up after hearing this, but kowtowed several times. Chief, you can beat me up, but please don't lock me up. I don't want to go into that dark room again. The messenger of God was able to recognize the black stone. He said you made a contribution. Yaoyu looked at Sui and turned to the miner. Hearing this, the miner stood there in a daze. Not a bad thing. Is it a good thing? He looked up at the clan leader in disbelief, and there was indeed no blame in her eyes. The miner then got up from the ground and explained in detail the origin of the black stone. The more Sui listened, the brighter his eyes became. Confirmed. There are actually open-pit coal mines in the Tianfu Basin. After the miners went down, Sui excitedly walked around the conference room. Is that thing really that good? Yaoyu asked in confusion, seeing that he was happier than if he had won a battle. You don't understand. With coal, the quality and efficiency of metal smelting will be much higher. Sui continued, we can stride from the Stone Age into the Bronze Age, and even the Iron Age is possible. Then, our Xuanniao tribe, not the Huaxia tribe, will no longer have to worry about foreign invasions. According to what you said, the black stone is indeed powerful. Yaoyu looked at Sui with sparkling eyes. How do you know that stone? I've seen it before. We use that stone to keep warm. Oh, Sui, we live in separate rooms. Whose room do you want to go tonight? Yaoyu asked with his head down. Then I'll go find Ling. Sui looked at her deliberately and said, My Mu Ling's belly is getting rounder and rounder, but I don't feel anything at all. What's going on? Of course, Su Yi knew what was going on. He doesn't want children. He wanted to wait until he was completely settled before considering it. Did you do this on purpose? Yao Yu looked at Su Yi with suspicion. How is this possible? Am I that powerful? That's true. But almost everyone can have children after doing that. I should be fine. Why can't you? Being a mother is very hard. Are you sure you want to have a child? Su Yi asked seriously. Yao Yu looked into his eyes and nodded solemnly. The ancient sages said that men and women are divided into men and women for the purpose of reproduction, so it doesn't matter that she couldn't give him a child. You haven't taken a shower in a few days, right? I'll take you to a good place. Yao Yu took Su Yi's hand and left. Hot Spring Forest, at the fence gate. Lord God's messenger. Chief. The guards at the gate were replaced by 2 others, who greeted the visitor immediately. Yao Yu nodded and pulled Su Yi into the woods. Let's go give you a bath over here first, and then we'll go to the small lake over there. Su Yi acted like a puppet throughout the whole process. He let Yao Yu scrub his body and wash his hair. Soaking in the warm water, every pore of my body exudes a breath of joy. The door opened, and a perfect body came into view. Hold the delicate body in your arms. Under the hazy moonlight, in the open lake. The stars are in the water, the whole lake is shining brightly. Did you hear any animal noises? Outside the fence, a guard listened with his ear tilted. I heard it too. It's inside, right? The other guard thought it was his illusion. Will it not affect the rest of the Lord God's messenger? Wait for orders. If the Lord God tells us to go in, we will go in. What kind of animal is this? I've never heard of it before. Yes, it's like crying. It's really weird. Yao Yu collapsed on the wooden planks by the lake and raised his hand to touch his face, not knowing whether it was tears or lake water on his face. This time when he finished, she clearly felt something different. The body feels warm inside. Carry me back. I have no strength left. Yao Yu cried. Chapter 173, Tyrant. Su Yi looked at her lazy expression and gave up the idea of tormenting her again. It seemed that because she was outdoors, she was particularly relaxed today. Let him fully enjoy the most essential pleasure of being a man. On the soft bed in the cabin, the 2 of them enjoyed the pleasure after the tide receded. Why is there a stone on this bed? Su Yi took out the thing that had been poking him in confusion. I don't know. I guess Ling brought it again. She always has some weird things in her pocket. Su, do you think we can succeed this time? I feel like it feels different than usual. She moved her hand to her belly, which was smooth and delicate without any fat. It's warm inside this time. I think it will work. Su, do you like boys or girls? The red sun rises in the east. The quiet Tianfu Basin has become lively again. When Su Yi got up from the lakeside cabin, Yao Yu got up with him. Don't you want to sleep for a while? I have to help you find clothes. Besides, there are a lot of things to do in the tribe. Su Yi looked at the underwear she was wearing, and the little brother stood up again. Didn't you ask Lien to do this? She really did it? Su Yi was surprised. I just mentioned it casually. Everyone will listen carefully to everything you say. Yao Yu dressed himself and took out a set of Su Yi's clothes from a box beside him. Help him put it on thoughtfully. You make me feel like a tyrant. Su Yi joked. What is a tyrant? It's just, the man who is supposed to be in charge of important matters is only willing to lie in the arms of a woman for pleasure, but not do what he should do. Then you are not a tyrant. Yao Yu said firmly. If you were a tyrant, I would definitely look down on you at the beginning. Su Yi pushed the door open with a smile, pulled Yao Yu and muttered. The spring night is short and the sun rises high. From now on, the king will not hold court early. You can try it too. You will smell delicious after washing. Yao Ling pointed at the soap next to the shelf and gestured to He Yan. He Yan couldn't wait any longer. It turns out that the pleasant smell on the other person was emitted by this little white thing. She held it carefully. Follow the other person's example, wet your hands, and then rub them together. I was not careful, and the slippery thing in my hand almost fell to the ground. After washing and drying her hands, she quickly raised them to her nose. That's the scent. Why has she never seen this thing before? The Xuanniao tribe is such a magical place. Besides silk, there are also treasures like this. Come with me. Eat first, then I'll take you out to play. He Yan felt a little uncomfortable when her hand was pulled up by the other party, but she soon relaxed. Passers-by around greeted each other kindly. She must have a very high status in this clan. As long as you don't offend her, she will most likely protect you. But who could she be? Could she be the daughter of the Xuanniao tribe leader? We passed many houses along the way, most of which were newly built. These houses are all made of wood and are not as beautiful as theirs and the tribe's houses. But they are arranged in order. They are lined up neatly on both sides of the road. Ling, Lang Yu looked at the two people who came in together and asked suspiciously, "Who told you to bring her out?" Su agreed, "Don't worry." Yao Ling waved her hand and turned to greet the outside. "Is anyone here? Bring me a chair." Lang Yu stared at the strange girl suspiciously. She seemed to be still wearing used clothes. "Lian just sent someone over to invite us to see the new clothes she made. Do you want to go?" "Go? Of course," Yao Ling said happily. Yan watched the two people chatting. She didn't understand and couldn't join in the conversation. The other girl was also very beautiful. Could it be that they were both daughters of the clan leader? The other person looked at him with a defensive look. She gave the other person a kind smile. The other person was stunned for a moment and nodded to her. "Where are Sister Yu and Su?" Yao Ling asked. "Are they not eating?" "They were together yesterday, who knows?" Lang Yu said sullenly. He didn't even see her when he came back. However, he didn't seem to have seen Ling either. "After we look at the clothes today, shall we go play on the river?" Lang Yu shook his head and said, "I promised them today that I would go to the pottery kiln to paint patterns on the finished pottery." The two chatted, and soon someone brought in food. Yan finally felt a little balanced when she looked at the food on the table. What they ate was not much different from what her tribe ate. There were two empty chairs next to the wooden table, probably occupied by their elders. A father, mother, and two daughters make a family of 4, just right. Su Yi did not eat. After coming out of the hot spring forest, he parted ways with Yao Yu. But when he passed through the Ministry of Industry area, a dozen old men he brought back surrounded him and asked for work. He is a carpenter and has 2 apprentices. They both did a good job. He was a dyer and had 2 apprentices. Listening to the old jade craftsman's introduction, Su Yi's eyes lit up. "Dyeing worker, dyeing cloth?" "Yes, sir." "Okay, we don't really have this profession. Go on." "These 2 are." After listening to the introduction, Su Yi nodded with satisfaction. 15 veteran craftsmen. Among them there were 4 carpenters and 4 stonemasons. 2 of them can build structures and 2 can make pottery. 1 is a dyer, 1 is a jade worker, and the remaining 1 can make clay molds. Among the people Xiong Tong exchanged, there were no miners or smelters. These jobs are controlled by the nobles, so it is normal that they cannot be replaced. As usual, jade craftsmanship is also a rare profession. Thanks to the old man's mistake, he was demoted to a slave. From now on, you will be responsible for helping them communicate. I will have someone send you a piece of jade material later. You can try to make it. "Yes, sir." It is much more convenient to have someone like this who can communicate information. "Come with me. If you have any questions in the future, just go to him." Su Yi took them directly to find Yao Gu. "Lord God's messenger, the stuff is ready. I've had people try to pull it, but I don't know how it works on a cow." As soon as he saw Su Yi, Yao Gu came forward to report. "Let's not talk about that for now. I brought a few people to you. Don't you always complain to you that there are not enough people? I've heard about it a long time ago. We're just in need of some experienced craftsmen. We don't know a lot of things and have to figure them out on our own. These people are here just in time." Yao Gu seemed even more excited than Su Yi. "Okay, then you can communicate with him. He can understand what we say." Yao Gu's eyes lit up again when he heard this, and he took the old craftsman's hand and said, "Every time I make that." Su Yi looked at them and didn't disturb them. Walking out of Yao Gu's studio, I ran into 3 women head-on. The 3 of them walked side by side. Ling pulled Yan, and Lang Yu was also beside them. Each of them is beautiful in her own way, attracting people around them to stop and look. "Look, he's there." Lang Yu was the first to discover Su Yi and said to Yao Ling, "Busy man, you don't even have your meal." Yao Ling waved at Su Yi from a distance. She didn't notice that Yan beside her turned away in panic when she saw Su Yi. Chapter 174 Misunderstanding. Yao Ling gently let go of Yan's hand and rushed into Su Yi's arms in 2 steps. "Sister, you snatched you away as soon as you came back. I'm waiting for you to come find me in the evening." Yao Ling raised her face and kissed Su Yi on the cheek. "You're lying. You slept with someone else yesterday, and you thought I didn't know? I brought them back because I knew you wanted to accompany them. You are so smart." Su Yi scratched her nose affectionately. Why are you standing there? I miss you too," Su Yi said to Lang Yu, who was standing there. She thought he would always ignore her. "I miss you too." Lang Yu smiled and walked towards Su Yi. "Here, kiss this side." Su Yi gestured with his face sideways. "There are so many people." Lang Yu looked around. Su Yi remained in his position. In this wolf month, among the 3 women he had been with, she was the most difficult to deal with in bed. It is most reserved when there are many people around. His face was soft, and he left as if a dragonfly touched the water. "I have prepared something for you," Lang Yu whispered in Su Yi's ear. After saying that, she immediately took a step back, keeping a close but not excessive distance. "I'm looking forward to it." Su Yi looked into Lang Yu's eyes. "You must have prepared it for me carefully. It must have taken you a long time." Long Yue's heart trembled. He really understands her. Watching the interaction between the three people, He Yin was stunned. Is this how the upper-class nobles of the Xuanniao tribe greet each other when they meet each other on a daily basis? Should she follow them? This etiquette is so strange that it is unacceptable. Yao Ling looked at the awkward He Yin and realized that she had abandoned her friend because she was too happy. He waved at the other party. Well, there's no getting away. He Yin gritted her teeth and approached the three men. Sui looked at the person who was very close to him, not knowing what she was going to do, and just stared at her blankly. He Yin was furious. Doesn't he know how to be considerate of her and bend down a little? I'd rather risk it than embarrass my good friend. He placed his hands on the other's shoulders to keep his balance, then stood on tiptoes and gave him a hard kiss. This time it was the other three's turn to be stunned. Lang Wei covered his mouth and inhaled, and Yao Ling was puzzled. Sui raised his hand and touched the place where she was kissed. She was even stronger than Yao Ling. You guys. After kissing Yin, he noticed the three people looking at him strangely and suddenly realized that he might have made a mistake. She stomped her feet and was about to run away, but Sui quickly pulled her back. Want to run away after the kiss? Sue, she must have made a mistake. Yao Ling came back to her senses and grabbed He Yin's other arm. Why don't you just not lock her up and let her play with me for a few days? He Yin lowered her head and dared not look at anyone. She had never been so embarrassed since she was born. Are these two his wives? How could she be so stupid? This stinky man must have thought he had a crush on him. How is that possible? She doesn't like men who don't keep their promises at all. Young man, what did you say you were calling? The old jade craftsman scratched his head and asked again. Yaogu. Yaogu repeated it again without getting tired of it. Yo. The jade craftsman muttered. He thought of someone whose surname seemed to be pronounced that way. Yaogu, what is the status of the person who brought us here today in the tribe? Take you? Oh, you mean the Lord of God? Yes. Those warriors also call him Lord God's envoy. The old jade craftsman nodded. In your tribe, does the God's envoy have much power? Power. It was the first time Yaogu heard this new word. It's just that there are too many people in charge, explained the old jade craftsman. A lot. Yaogu nodded. I am under his charge, and so are you. Are all the craftsmen under his charge? The old jade craftsman was surprised. If he is in charge of all the craftsmen of a large family, his status is not low. Moreover, he is in charge of a team of soldiers. But even so, Ambassador Nanwei would not look down on him. Alas, who knows about the affairs of important people? That's right. Yaogu continued, not only the craftsmen, but also those who raise livestock, farm, and fight are all under his control. Wait, he's in charge of everything? The old craftsman lost his voice. Didn't he say that he didn't have much power? Yes, even though there are so many of us now, our tribe only had a few dozen people in the beginning, and it was all thanks to the messenger of God. Old man, what's wrong with you? Yaogu looked at the old man in front of him with his eyes wide open and his hands trembling, and asked hurriedly with concern. He is really amazing. The old jade craftsman's eyes sparkled. Tell me how many years it took him to do these things. How many years? Let me calculate. Yaogu began to count on his fingers. The old craftsman watched his fingers break more and more, and the glimmer of hope that had risen in his heart was completely extinguished. Any capable leader can develop and expand the tribe within a few years. His old bones probably can't wait any longer. According to the time of the Jioli tribe, it should be a few months, less than a year. Yaogu calculated for a long time but couldn't figure it out. He also forgot the day when the angel of God descended from the sky. What? You said less than a year? The old jade craftsman's face flushed with excitement. It will be less than a year, I can be sure of that. Yaogu said confidently. This is incredible. This is incredible. Yaogu looked at the old craftsman who was looking up at the sky and muttering something mysterious, but did not disturb him. Yaogu, please take me to see the Lord God's messenger. I am not only a jade craftsman, I am also good at metallurgy. I have even secretly smelted something harder than gold. This may be useful to the Lord of God. He knew that only by saying this could he meet that important person. Yaogu listened carefully and took the old jade craftsman out of the house. It turned out that the messenger of God was still in the small square in front of the house, surrounded by several women. Uncle. He Yin saw the familiar old man and hurriedly went up to him. Please help me explain it. The jade craftsman nodded to He Yin. I didn't kiss him on purpose. I just made a mistake. He Yin was a little incoherent when talking about this. You kissed him. The old jade craftsman's expression was unclear. Did the god make him despise you? He Yin looked around and saw that no one around her could understand what she said, so she whispered, I don't even dislike him. Just tell her I didn't mean to kiss her. It's good to kiss. Ha ha ha, it's good to kiss, said the old jade craftsman happily. He Yin was angry after hearing this, but she tried not to show it. The old jade craftsman turned his head to look at the two beautiful women beside the divine messenger and said to He Yin, Do you want to be a concubine? Yin Huang is the same age as my father. Are you senile? She couldn't help but retort. As a result, the other party walked straight past him and walked towards the stinky man. Lord God's messenger. Seeing the old jade worker preparing to salute, Sui hurriedly stopped him and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Do you like a yin? It doesn't matter if you don't. It's better to let her get pregnant with your child before she goes back to the tribe. Chapter 175 Master. Yao Ling and Lang Yu looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Sui was stunned for a moment and asked back, you want me to marry into the tribe? Tell me your reasons. There was a gleam of brilliance in the old jade worker's eyes. He Xiao can be an ally but not an enemy. Now, I see that the Xuanniao people have just moved here and have not yet settled down. The land is uncultivated, and the food is stored. The previous battle you fought was for shock and deterrence, and the purpose is to recuperate. A cold look flashed across Suyi's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. But why did this old jade craftsman suddenly stop pretending to be confused? Ling, she is considered a guest of our clan. Please help me entertain her. Yao Ling could tell that he was trying to chase people away. She didn't understand what they were saying, but she knew he was going to get down to business, so she nodded quickly. You must have your own things to do. Sui looked at the other person's expression and knew that he had guessed right. Go ahead and do your work. I'll come find you when you're done. After sending away a few women, Sui walked into Yao Gu's workshop first. The jade craftsman was overjoyed, knowing that the other party had definitely listened to him. He followed closely behind them. Yao Gu looked at their backs, thought for a moment, and followed them in. Go on. Sui sat in the first seat and motioned for the two to sit down. The old jade craftsman didn't sit down. He picked up a peeled wooden stick from the ground and said, this place is called the Land of Abundance, and it is worthy of its name. The rivers are dense but not flooded, and the land is vast but not barren. In less than 5 years, this place will be able to develop into a powerful country. But the north is eyeing them covetously. What you have in your hands, the fine black pottery and the gorgeous clothes you are wearing will surely arouse covetousness. Isn't this why he Xiao sent people this time? I think that we can only trade to exchange what we have and what we don't have, and only when we have accumulated strength can we compete with the north. And he Xiao is the perfect candidate for the transaction. Sui watched him swing the wooden stick to the north. He had long yearned for the position of the common ruler of the world. If he had 20,000 troops under his command, he would have marched north long ago. Why would I compete with the north? Sui laughed and waved his hand. Old jade craftsman, are you confused? Sir, you know I'm not confused. The jade craftsman bowed and saluted. It's a crime for common people to hold jade. I've been carving jade for many years, and I understand this principle. You treat people with respect and courtesy and only do what you can, train soldiers, and prepare equipment. If you don't have the world in your heart, why do you do this? I will definitely be your loyal subject and will never have any second thoughts. The old man knelt on the ground. Sui looked at his gray hair quietly. Why? For my master. The old man kowtowed heavily. Master, Lord Divine Envoy, Xiongtong, and the others are here to apologize to you. Can you please go over there when you're done here? As soon as Yao Yu came in, he saw someone kneeling on the ground. Please stand up and talk. Sui said to the person on the ground. The old man stood up and stepped aside. The moment he saw Yao Yu, his eyes never moved away. Yao Yu became annoyed by being stared at and glared back coldly. Can you tell me where is your mother? Yao Yu looked at the old man who was coming towards him and glanced at Sui in confusion. Sui nodded to her. My mother left when I was little. Left? She left. Not dead, right? Yao Yu was confused. Does this old man know his mother? Do you have a brother? Young master. The jade craftsman cried out and fell to his knees. Yao Yu stood there, at a loss as to what to do. Lian, I want a set of this dress. Lang Yu was amazed when he saw the clothes. The sleeves of the clothes are wide and they look like a butterfly with its wings spread when hung on the rack. It is one piece, with the neckline running diagonally from the neck to under the arms, and tied at the waist with just a strap. If you ask, I will agree to it. I want it too. Yao Ling also liked it very much. She touched here and looked there. He wants one too. We have both. Yao Lian said with a smile. You are wrong. Our textile bureau works for the God's envoy. You are all his family members. If you need clothes, just tell me. It's different. I always feel that you're very kind to us, and I want to repay you. Yes. Sister Lian, if you need any help, please let us know. Yao Ling came forward. If I can't help you, so you can help you. 2 good sisters, and this one is also a good sister. Yao Lian pulled the 3 of them into the inner room and sat on the couch. He looked at the gentle older sister in front of her and felt inexplicably at ease. Her hands are so warm, like a mother's. Ling, do you remember when we were little and we dug wild vegetables? Of course I remember. At that time, you found the most wild vegetables every time, and you always secretly shared them with me. Yao Ling recalled. Now it's good. We don't have to go hungry anymore. To be honest, I am a few years older than you. Yao Lian nodded. I remember that I was able to follow the adults to collect when you were just born, and you were so small. Lang Wei listened quietly, thinking about the scene at that time. Yao Lian held Yi Yan's hand and continued to say to Lang Yu and the others, I called you here this time because I really need your help with something. Great. We will definitely help you. Yao Ling cheered. Yes, I owe you a lot. Lang Wei said. You have all found men, people who love and care for you. Yao Lian was interrupted by Yao Ling before she finished speaking. She patted her chest and said, Don't worry, Sister Lian. You are my real sister. Let's see who dares to bully you. Ling, sister is very happy. Yao Lian gave the other party a gratified look. When Lang Yu heard this, her heart moved. Did Lian want a man? As time goes by, men will want women, and women will definitely want men. Didn't I just want to find a strong man to have a child? Later, she became Sue's woman, and they slept together, and the idea disappeared. Lian must have thought so. I'm several years older than you too, but I'm still single. Yao Lian showed a lonely look. You're big shots, you must know more people. Is there any suitable man to introduce to me? Sister Lian, are you looking for a man? Yao Ling said in surprise. Lang Yu tugged at Yao Ling's sleeve. What's wrong with looking for a man? Which woman doesn't look for a man? I'm afraid that Sister Lian will find a man and no longer need our help. Yao Ling said. Sister Yu, I have seen things between men and women a few times. We are sisters chatting, so we are not afraid of being embarrassed. Lang Wei nodded. Lian knew what she was thinking and always felt comfortable talking to her. No way. Yao Ling shook her head while thinking. Those men in the tribe. You are beautiful, you can make clothes, and you are my sister. Why don't you just follow Sue? Lang Wei said what he was thinking. Ling is right. Only the god's messenger in the tribe can match you. I'm not worthy of him. Yao Lian's face was bitter. He doesn't like me either. Besides, if I follow him, I will have to share the love and affection of your men, and you will definitely not want that. We are willing. Yao Ling blurted out, then looked at Lang Yu, right? Yes, if it's Lian, we wouldn't mind. Lang Wei nodded. Ever since they met, including before she became a messenger of God, the other party has always cared about her. It always reminds her of her dead mother. Every time I send her clothes, I always send 3 sets, never leaving her out. Will he dislike you? Yao Ling said as if she knew him very well. He has only met Yin a few times. Today, someone suggested that she give birth to a child for him, and he didn't refuse. Chapter 176 Inspiration. Inside Yogu's workshop, the old jade craftsman finally calmed down. She's not doing well? Yao Yu said coldly. In order to find her, my father took the young men in the clan with him, and we don't know whether they're alive or dead. Does she know? When we were first driven into the forest, we picked up rotten fruits to eat every day. Did she know? If it weren't for the messenger of God, we might have been buried in the ground, and there would be no chance of knowing her whereabouts. You said that people living in the palace will suffer? Yao Yu paused. Do you think I will believe it? Yao Yu didn't expect that her mother was really a concubine of Emperor Yin. Wan did not admit her mistake that day. Young master. The old jade craftsman stood up from his chair and knelt on the ground. My master talks about you and your sister day and night. She is now in the palace, doing the work of a slave, and is always being bullied by other concubines. An old slave. Don't say any more. We are living well now. I don't want to know about her. After saying that, Yao Yu got up and ran out of the house. Let the old jade craftsman kneel on the ground. Yao Gu was stunned when he heard this. He vaguely remembers Yu's mother. She was very kind to all the children, but she always sat by the river alone and daydreamed. He thought she was dead, but he didn't expect she was still alive. Lord Divine Messenger. I sigh. The old jade craftsman looked at Su Yi and sighed. He was in a state of confusion at the moment. I didn't expect to find the owner's children here. But the little master seemed to have suffered a lot and was quite resentful towards his master. Go on. I want to know what she doesn't want to know. Su Yi said with interest. Are you willing to help me rescue my master? The old jade craftsman raised his gray head and asked excitedly. Su Yi thought for a moment and shook his head. Then I'm sorry I can't say more. The old jade craftsman knelt down. I am willing to use my half-buried body to serve you, but I just hope that one day I can see my master again. But I won't say a word about anything about the master. Do you want to disobey my orders? Su Yi said lightly. Yao Gu felt that the atmosphere was not right and wanted to stand up to persuade them, but Su Yi glared back at him. Sir, I used to work under the old leader of the Jiuli tribe. I participated in all matters, big and small. Besides jade carving, I also know how to make metallurgy. Su Yi secretly praised in his heart that this old man had a clear calculation. What he meant was to tell himself that he was still useful. Can't tell. Cannot. Stand up and talk. Sui raised his hand. Your little master, she is my woman. The kneeling old jade craftsman was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yao Gu next to him, without any doubt. The young master is so beautiful, it's no wonder that she is the woman of God's messenger. Please forgive my impoliteness. The old jade craftsman kowtowed several times respectfully before standing up. Master, whatever you want to know, I will tell you everything. Sui noticed that he changed his address but didn't care. First, let's talk about the reason for the conflict between the Jioli tribe and the Yin tribe. Upon hearing this, the old jade craftsman nodded with satisfaction. What he has his eyes on is indeed this world. Everyone is saying. But I'm still worried. Yao Lian felt warm in her heart when she saw the two girls who were thinking about her. Don't blame your sister for stealing your man. Apart from him, she could no longer look down on anyone else in the world. She had originally thought that she would wait until he owed her enough before she made the request to him in person so that he would not be able to refuse. As a result, he brought back women one by one. First it was Yunwan, then Han. Each of them was young and beautiful. The former was a shaman from the Jioli tribe, and she couldn't understand his abilities. The latter was spoiled and had an extremely high status in the north. She was afraid that if she didn't take the initiative, he wouldn't have room for her. Sister Lian, I have an idea. Lang Yu's eyes lit up. He will definitely get into your bed obediently. Hurry up and tell me. Yao Ling urged. Yao Lian also looked curious. Do you still have the silk that you made the first time? There was a spark of inspiration in Lang Yu's eyes. Yes. Yao Lian was a little confused, but it's too thin and can't be used. No. Lang Yu raised the corner of his mouth. Our Lord God's envoy is not an ordinary person. We have to surprise him. Let's go to the place where you sew clothes. The more Lang Yu thought about it, the more excited she became. She felt that the messenger of God would definitely like what she made. Yanmu was dragged away. She didn't understand, but she felt that they must be talking about something interesting. You want to use this as my underwear? Yao Lian waved her hands. No, it's no different from not wearing anything. He must think I'm a woman looking for men everywhere. I won't wear it. Nian, I'm asking you, is he going to sleep with you? Lang Wei had finally caught the spark of inspiration. How could he let it go out? You're going to get naked anyway, so why worry? That's different. Yao Lian refused. It's indeed different. When he takes off your outer clothes and sees your inner clothes, haha, believe me, he will be like a different person. Lang Wei said this to Yao Lian's ear with a red face. Listen to me. If it doesn't work, I'll wear it myself. Lang Wei gritted his teeth. Okay. Sister Yu, I'll leave it to you. Yao Lian was rarely unsure. Rest assured. On the one hand, Lang Wei really wanted to help Yao Lian. On the other hand, it is about wanting to make what is in my mind appear in this world. She felt that this was what people should do after eating. Although the old jade craftsman is old, he is organized. I can always clearly understand the core questions that Sui wants to ask. So in my opinion, the conflict between the Jioli tribe and the Yin tribe is inevitable. The Flame Emperor will not just sit there and watch the tribes around him grow stronger. Sui nodded after hearing this. Yin Huang used the identity of Yao Yu's mother to deceive the chief of the Jioli tribe, who was Yao Yu's uncle. Now, Yao Yu's mother lives in pain. She killed her brother and destroyed her own tribe. The master is worried about his two children, otherwise he would have committed suicide long ago. The old jade craftsman's eyes were red, but the young master. You think she resented her mother? You are wrong. She just doesn't know how to face the mother who killed her father. Her father. A moment of confusion flashed across the old jade craftsman's eyes. Tell me about Gu Feng. Sui continued. The old jade craftsman came back to his senses and said, Gu Feng, the eldest son of Gu Yuan, the leader of the Gu clan. Gu Yuan is seeming under Emperor Yin, the official in charge of Water Conservancy. Sui looked at the old jade craftsman with a smile. He had known Gu Feng's identity for a long time. When he wanted to kill him, he did not come out to dissuade him, but instead went along with it. Don't kneel. Sui waved his hand. I didn't say I was going to blame you. The person is already dead. There is no point in regretting now. Sui never regrets the wrong things he has done, and it is still unknown whether killing Gu Feng will bring blessing or disaster. The old jade craftsman moved his butt back onto the stool in panic. He also noticed it after several exchanges. This Lord Divine Envoy is worthy of the title of Divine Envoy. His intelligence frightened him. There are many things he doesn't know, but he thinks he knows them. When communicating with him, he actually acts like a young man. Chapter 177 Business Department. After coming out of Yao Gu's workshop, Sui felt that the spring in his heart, which had been tightened for a long time, finally loosened a little. Now in the north, Emperor Yin is busy mobilizing people and materials in preparation for the Eastern expedition. All the subordinate countries and tribes within the influence of the Yin tribe sent people or transported grain. If Gu Yuan wants to come and avenge his son, he needs time to find out the truth and deploy his troops. This period of time is enough for him to make a lot of arrangements. When I went out, I found that Yu had not left yet. Have you been waiting for a long time? Have you found out? Yu asked. The jade craftsman probably didn't lie. According to his description, your mother is a pitiful person. You also think she is pitiful, right? Yu looked at Su Yi's face seriously. Sometimes being alive is more painful than being dead. After hearing this, Yu sighed inwardly. She must have had no choice but to leave her and her brother at that time. Do you miss her? Yes. Yu was silent for a moment and nodded. Every time I see the child asking for his mother. I already remember when she left. If you want us to find it back. Su Yi took her hand, and the two of them walked towards the area previously assigned to the Ministry of Commerce. Shall I tell you a story about a little tadpole looking for its mother? Great. Yu said happily. His story was very interesting. In the story, cows, pigs, and sheep can all speak and have their own ideas. Once upon a time, the two walked all the way to the business area. Xuanniao and the members of the bear tribe who had headed north earlier all knelt on the ground. You guys get up? Yu waved his hand, showing the demeanor of a clan leader. Xuanniao didn't dare to move and raised his eyes to glance at Su Yi. Not only did he lose something, but he also attracted powerful enemies. If the Lord God's messenger had not gone north in person, Tianfu would have been targeted. When he heard yesterday that the messenger of God had captured nearly 100 people from the Yin tribe and brought back some valuables, he was definitely the happiest person in the entire tribe. The messenger of God said that you have not passed, so get up. Xuanniao confirmed again and again, and seeing the determination in the tribe leader's eyes, he stood up with his fellow tribesmen in confusion. You went to the north this time and traded for goods and people, which means you have achieved your original purpose. Inside the house, listening to the clan leader's retelling, Xuanniao sat upright on the chair with his butt touching the ground, ready to kneel down and apologize at any time. He understood that this was God's recognition of his hard work, and the next step should be punishment. So, the envoy of God has decided to appoint you as the Minister of Commerce of the Xuanniao tribe. Xuanniao was stunned at first, then suddenly jumped up from the chair. Master Patriarch, this. See the other party nod. Xuanniao knelt down and bowed. No punishment? Instead, he became an official. Minister, there are only a few ministers in the entire tribe. He is definitely a high-ranking official. Su Yi looked at the other person's red forehead and wondered if he had been given too high a position. 2 days later, the messenger of God wants you to take the previous people and go north again. Your mission this time is the same. Take our gifts to find Xiao and tell him that his daughter is a guest of our Xuanniao tribe. His daughter. Xuanniao was puzzled. He only knew that nearly 100 people were captured, and he heard that there were important people among them. But it was clearly a group of men who were chasing them. Are you talking about Hien? Do you know him? Yu was curious. Is it really her? Xuanniao was speechless. Don't waste time talking to him. Let him rest. We'll set off the day after tomorrow. Su Yi stood up. If we delay for too long, the other party will come to our door. When dealing with Xiao, Su Yi decided to use courtesy before force. The messenger of God just went out for a trip and brought the daughter of that big shot here. They told him they were guests, but the rumor among the tribe was that they were captives. Xuanniao looked at the departing figure, and the shock in his heart could not subside for a long time. As long as you follow God's messenger, you will definitely have a higher status in the future. When they left, there were only more than 1,000 people in the tribe. When they came back, there were more than 10,000 people. In the future, there will probably be tens of thousands of people. Even Xuanniao thought of the row of graceful dancers in the big tent and trembled with excitement. You, go tell Gu to bring the plow and wait for me in the field in the north. After giving the instructions, Su Yi rushed to the livestock area without stopping. The buffalo, which was called the sacred bull, was fed till it was shiny and oily. Seeing Su Yi looking indifferent. When you drink water, don't forget the person who dug the well. You, black bull, are so unfair. Su Yi pulled the rope and gave it a tug. The buffalo was stunned at first, and the long-lost memory of pain reminded it of the person in front of it. It used to be a stray cow, but thanks to him, it became the master of these upright apes. This ape in front of me can't be provoked. Su Yi led the cow and walked all the way to the field. The tribesmen holding stone and wooden tools were busy cultivating the land. When he saw the messenger of God coming with the divine bull, he paid his respects to Su Yi and also gave one to the black bull. Lord God's messenger. Yu carried the plow himself. The reward of making a plow was given to him by the angel of God a long time ago, but the plow has not been used yet, and he feels unhappy about it. Tie it to the cow's neck and treat it as a human being. Yu thought about it, put the plow behind the cow's butt, and then tied a rope around the cow's neck. Su Yi watched him operate and always felt that something was wrong. Yes, this will definitely be very tiring for the cow. Wait a minute. Find a sturdy wooden stick first. Sui gestured. This long will do. The tribesman who had stopped to watch the fun immediately came over holding a tree trunk. Too thick. Sui was helpless. The calf is thicker. It's better to have a bend in the middle. After getting the wood, Sui gestured towards the cow's neck and nodded. This will at most be a little uncomfortable. Yayu was also on the ridge of the field. The old jade craftsman stood respectfully behind him. The old jade craftsman looked very happy. The little master just took the initiative to talk to him, and he was so excited that he almost cried. He also watched the messenger of God fiddling with things on the ox's back, not knowing what he was doing. Go. After Sui made sure that the wood was fixed and would not fall, he gave the order to the cow. The cow stood still. Sui went straight to the front of the cow and pulled the rope. The cow's nose felt pain, and it let go of all 4 hooves and followed Sui. Lord God's messenger. Your clothes. The farmers around exclaimed. The messenger's clothes were suddenly covered with a lot of mud. The old jade craftsman was also surprised to see the messenger of God coming down to the earth in person. He holds a high position but is like this. He is comparable to the ancient sages. The little master found an amazing man. Gu, you come and pull the cow. Seeing that he couldn't hold the plow properly, Sui switched positions. Slow down. He picked up the plow and held it down. The oxen led the way and the plow began to tear through the ground. Sui maintained the depth of the plow, and soon a long trail of fresh soil came into view. This is. Use animal power instead of manual tillage. The old craftsman was stunned. If we use manpower, it will take a while to make the land. In an instant, his mind was filled with warehouses full of grain. The farmers around were even more surprised. It turns out that the Xuanniao has such a function. Yayu looked at Sui who was covered in mud. I didn't find it strange. He was always like this. Fishing, making bows and arrows, making nets. You have to try it yourself before teaching it to your people. Sister Yu, I finally found you. Yao Ling pulled Yin over and said, can you let me play with the thing you made last time? Chapter 178 Bamboo Raft. Edge of the field. Yin, who followed Yao Ling, saw that Yao Yu was distracted for a moment. Concubine Yin? No, not Yin Fei. She looks younger than concubine Yin and does not have her graceful temperament. But why do these two people look so similar? Why was that old craftsman standing behind her like a servant? When Yao Yu heard Ling's call, he turned his gaze away from Sui in the field. This was her second time meeting Yin. I only took a glimpse of it from a distance yesterday. Now that I look at her closely, she is really as beautiful as everyone says. But how does she wear her clothes? The feather mark on the cuffs was put on herself by you. She would not make a mistake. Sister Yu, are you here to help? Yao Ling said with a smile. Can I take 2 guards with me to play with that bamboo thing? Yao Yu pulled her over and asked, why is Yin wearing my clothes? Did you only give her the outer clothes? Or did you also give her the inner clothes? I gave them all. Yao Ling admitted, you must change into clean clothes after soaking in the warm lake. I am younger than her. You is older than her. And you? Are those clothes clean? Yao Yu interrupted her and asked. It's absolutely clean. I wash all the clothes in the cabin myself. That's good. Yao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Yin watched the two people's intimate conversation and looked at Sui who was working in the field. Could it be that this beautiful sister is also that guy's wife? The Emperor Yin only has a few concubines, and he's almost catching up with the Emperor Yin. Lord Yin, what do you think of that one? Hearing the voice, Yin turned her head and saw that the person who spoke was the old craftsman who was standing quietly beside her. His eyes were also looking at the field and the person following behind the cow. He is the leader of this tribe, right? Yin asked. Seeing the other party nod, Yin felt angry. How could he not keep his word? It was obvious that he was deliberately teasing her. He clearly hugged and kissed her on the way, but when he came back he locked her in a pin like an animal. Also, each woman around him is more beautiful than the other. What a stinky man. But as the leader of the tribe, why should he go to the fields himself? His clothes were covered in mud and were dirty. Master Heian? Oh. Yin turned her gaze away from the figure. He must be a good leader since he works in the fields himself. The old jade craftsman noticed her politeness. If you marry him, you will have endless fish, meat, vegetables, and fruits to eat, and endless silk to wear. In the future, I will live in a big house, and I will be surrounded by people when I go out. Uncle, please stop talking. Yin interrupted each other. It would be great if he would surrender to Emperor Yin. With the silk and exquisite pottery in his hands, he will surely be appreciated by Emperor Yin and become a local lord. Anyway, with all the embarrassing things that happened on the road, I might as well marry him, which would be quite suitable. The most important thing is that my father can't be picky about anything. But he happened to be the leader of the barbarians, and he killed Gu Feng. The Yin tribe will definitely come to attack him. Master Yin, Gu Feng is dead. Your marriage partner must be the sons of those families. Think about it. Is there anyone among them who can compare to Master Divine Envoy? Besides drinking and eating meat, can they govern the tribe? Don't be fooled by the fact that Lord God's envoy has several women around him. Those disciples have just as many as him, but they just look better on the surface. But he's not a noble. Yin gritted her teeth and retorted, "My father won't agree." "Do you mean you agree?" I don't agree either." Yin hesitated. She tried hard to recall how she felt when she was locked in the circle and watched by others that day, but she found that she couldn't hate him. The Gu family will come for revenge, and Emperor Yin will not sit idly by. We, the tribe, and the Xuanniao tribe will definitely be enemies. "Lord Han, don't be so confident," said the old craftsman with a smile. "You want me to marry him? Then we and our tribe will become tools for him to deal with the Yin tribe." "I'm not that stupid," Yin said, turned around with a smile, and walked towards Yao Ling. "Come and see, all of you." At this time, Su Yi, who had plowed the field, returned to the ridge and waved to the farmers who were marveling at him. Yao Yu relayed Su Yi's words. Everyone gathered around immediately. Food is the first necessity of the people, and agriculture is the basis of food. Su Yi said loudly. Everyone should become a good and skilled grower of food. Don't think that we are all working together now. When more land is reclaimed, everyone will be able to get their own piece of land. By then, most of what the land produces will belong to you. After hearing the clan leader's words, the surrounding area became buzzing with excitement. Can we get our own land? Isn't the land part of the tribe's property? Master, do we not have to pay the tribe for the crops we grow? Listening to everyone's questions, Yao Yu could only relay them to Su Yi one by one. The land still belongs to the tribe, but it can be divided among them for cultivation. They only need to pay a portion of what they grow, and the rest can be kept by themselves. So, the more you plant, the more you will naturally keep for yourself. After listening to the patriarch's narration, everyone rolled up their sleeves. Fuck hard. I'm going to teach them this method of turning the soil now. Su Yi said to Yao Yu, let them learn it seriously. Come, follow me and help me explain. Su Yi held Yao Yu with his muddy hands, and Yao Yu happily followed him down to the ground. The plow is too shallow. No good. Raft. After washing up, Su Yi was pulled by Yao Yu all the way upstream of the river. He looked at the object floating on the water in surprise. Who came up with this? Yao Yu, who was waiting to be praised, had the smile on his face frozen. Bamboo raft. Do you know this thing? You came up with this? Su Yi praised. My Yu is really smart. It's not interesting at all. Yao Yu said sullenly. I thought you didn't know? Then why didn't you make it out for everyone to use? No one could use this thing before. Who said that? She thought it was a surprise, but it turned out he would have done it himself a long time ago. It's much faster to carry wood from upstream by floating on the water. Su Yi looked at her seriously and said, You are really smart in this matter. Other things I'm not smart about. You're the smartest. What about me? Yao Ling interrupted. She recently discovered. Everyone has their own things. Sister Yu is in charge of all the big and small matters of the entire clan. Sister Yu can make flowers on her clothes and draw all kinds of beautiful pictures. She is always invited by the potter to fire pottery in the kiln. Sister Lian can weave and make clothes. Yunluan can communicate with gods. He also seems to be very smart. She doesn't know anything. You're smart too. Su Yi didn't notice her expression and answered perfunctorily. Oh, Yao Ling agreed with a smile, but she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Chapter 179 Dispute. The group stepped onto the wide bamboo raft, and the two guards in front and behind were responsible for controlling the direction with bamboo poles. A small bamboo raft floats down the river and passes by the towering green mountains on both sides. Su Yi couldn't help but hum a song. Let's row our oars, the boat pushes away the waves, and the lake reflects. The women stopped playing, listening to Su Yi quietly. Hian's eyes were full of surprise. She couldn't understand what he was singing, but she could feel relaxed and happy. The fish in the water looked at us and listened quietly to our happy singing. Yao Ling squinted her eyes and felt the breeze blowing towards her. The sunshine feels warm on my face. The unhappiness in my heart disappeared in an instant. She decided that she must learn to sing. This is something that brings joy to people. Su Yi couldn't help but finish singing the song. Successfully gained the women's sparkling eyes. I want to learn, you teach me. Yao Ling hugged Su Yi's arm. If you want to learn how to sing, you have to learn Chinese first, otherwise it won't sound good. I will learn, and I will study hard. Yao Ling vowed. You, notify everyone when you get back and have each tribe select 5 people to come and study. Su Yi arranged. I will test them in a month, and the tribe that learns the best will get a reward. The matter of teaching written language has been delayed for so long, It must be implemented as soon as possible. I've got that. Yao Yu nodded. The bamboo raft docked, and Yao Ling took He Yin to an unknown place. Yao Yu was called away again. Su Yi put his hands behind his back and walked towards the Ministry of Works. Yao Gu was fiddling with something on a pile of wood. When he saw Su Yi, he quickly stood up to greet him. Lord God's messenger. Gu, I'm here to discuss something with you. Su Yi said. Do you know why I asked these workers to gather together? Yao Gu thought about it and shook his head. Letting everyone live together is for the purpose of exchanging and inheriting technology. At present, the things people make are of different sizes and dimensions, and the speed of making things is too slow. I will supervise them carefully and not let them be lazy. That's not what I meant. Su Yi shook his head. How about this? Su Yi decided to tell him the measures directly. From now on, we will have an evaluation every month. Whoever has the best skills and who makes things quickly and well will get a reward. Everyone communicates with each other and promotes each other. Whoever comes up with the best solution will also receive a reward. As the Minister of Industry, you need to pass these down. We will hold an election together at the end of the month. Lord God's messenger, if the two are equally good, who would you choose? Yao Gu asked. We are not afraid of too many people like this. We are only afraid of too few. Su Yi said. Just choose them. I will give you plenty of rewards. By the way, I have something for you to do. After hearing this, Yao Gu's eyes lit up. There was another reward to be won. His wife had long been eyeing silk clothes, but had never had the chance to get one. This thing is called a water wheel. I'm afraid it's hard for you to use it alone. I stayed with Yao Gu in the Ministry of Industry for the whole afternoon. There is a huge gap between what is in my mind and what can be described. When the setting sun cast its afterglow, Su Yi stretched lazily and walked out of Yao Gu's workshop. Standing in front of the small open space, I was thinking about the next development of the tribe. If we do not violate the farming season and do not impose excessive taxes, we will have enough grain. If we do not ban or suppress business, there will be sufficient goods. If we improve the treatment and social status of craftsmen, we will have enough tools. As long as these three veins are grasped, the Chinese people should be able to develop rapidly. Report. One team member was running out of breath. Speak. The clan leader asked you to go to the meeting hall. Something has happened. What happened? Su Yi frowned. Someone died. No one is dead, but a fight has broken out. We have clearly stipulated that fighting is not allowed within the clan, so why are people still fighting? He immediately walked towards the meeting room. 3 groups of people gathered outside the hall. The messenger of God is coming. Get out of the way. Seeing Su Yi coming, everyone immediately made way for him. Torches have been lit in the hall. Yao Yu sat in the first seat, looking hesitant. There were 2 women and 1 man kneeling on the ground. The 2 women had disheveled hair, and the men had well-developed muscles. Su Yi's eyelids also jumped when he saw this. This case might be difficult to judge. Seeing Su Yi, Yao Yu immediately stood up to greet him. Su, I don't know what to do about this matter. Yao Yu said in embarrassment. Fortunately, you are in the clan. This man gave food to the girl's family, and the 2 families agreed to get married. Yao Yu pointed at the girl kneeling on the left. Later, the girl's parents thought that another man was better, so they promised her to another family without the girl's knowledge and returned the food that the previous man had given her. Go on. Su Yi had probably guessed what would happen next. The man went to find another woman, her. Yao Yu pointed to the woman on the right. The 2 families were already married, and the 2 were already husband and wife. But then the woman came up to him. Let me tell you. Yao Yu lowered his voice. This woman has been playing with men since she was a child, and they seem to have a good relationship. How do you choose a man? Su Yi asked. Him. Yao Yu glanced at Su Yi. On one side is the girl he has considered his wife since childhood, and on the other side is his wife he has slept with. His choice is the same as yours. He wants both. You decide. Yao Yu acted like a hands-off boss. This guy looks like a man, but he can't even handle 2 women? Su Yi looked at the man's shiny muscles under the firelight. Tell him that if he wants both, it's simple. Just let the 2 women get along harmoniously. If you can't do it, don't delay the girl's marriage. In Su Yi's opinion, this is the man's fault. He couldn't make the decision between the 2 sides, which caused the 2 women to fight. If you directly reject one party and protect the other party, there probably won't be a conflict. The parents of the girl on the left are dishonest, so their food allowance will be reduced by half this month. Su Yi said to Yao Yu, I will have the guards monitor them. Anyone who dares to disobey this order will be punished with the same crime. If there are still such dishonest people in the future, they must confess on the stage in front of the whole clan. Let everyone see their true colors. These 2 women are fighting. According to the clan rules, each of them should be beaten with 20 sticks. Guards. Immediately 4 guards rushed in from the door. Master Patriarch. After listening to Yao Yu's retelling, the man on the ground began to kowtow. Stop. I'm willing to take the punishment for them. Yao Yu raised an eyebrow. Men need to hit 10 more times, which adds up to 60. Are you sure? Hit me. Don't hit them. They can't stand it. After listening to Yao Yu's retelling, Su Yi's opinion of this man changed. Perhaps he could be recruited into the guard corps. The two women's faces turned pale when they saw the strong guards. When the childhood sweetheart heard the man's decision, she immediately rushed forward to block him. Brother Nyo, how can I let you suffer for the mistake I made? Master Patriarch, I'm the one who is wrong. Don't hit Nyo Air. Chapter 180 text. Seeing this, the other woman also rushed over. The two of them opened their arms like old hens protecting their chicks. When did I say I could take the punishment for someone else? Su Yi said to Yao Yu. Whoever should be punished should be punished. The law is merciless. For guards pulled the two women out of the meeting room. Bang! Bang! The man kneeling on the ground slapped himself twice. It's all his fault. The punishment was over soon. The guards fought without mercy. Both women had blood on their waists and hips. They were carried back by people from their respective tribes. See what you did? That's right. It brought shame to the entire tribe. Leader, the old couple, who were scolded by everyone, looked bitter. When the guards fell in love with my daughter, it was you who came up with the idea. Me? She's your daughter. What can I do about it? The leader looked around and saw that no guards were paying attention, so he glared at the old man. Your Excellency, the messenger of God handled this fairly, he shouted. The other two groups were not happy either. The men in your tribe can't protect their wives, right? The woman's parents complained. My daughter has never been beaten so hard since she was a child. My son is feeling better? Nyo Air's old father pulled his distraught son. The people from the Xianpei tribe looked at Nyo Air and shut their mouths. Good job by the angel of God. That's right. As parents, they even lied to their own daughter. Starve them. After these groups of people left, people from various tribes who came to learn writing also arrived outside the meeting hall one after another. You, help me translate. I'll try to keep it simple. Okay. Yao Yu, who was sitting at the table, nodded. Yunwan is here too. Looking at the clay tablet standing up and illuminated by the torch, with simple symbols painted on it, she sighed inwardly. Yao Ling, like He Yin, knelt upright in the front row. Su Yi found it funny to see her tilting her head from time to see if He Yin was relaxing. Most everyone is here, let's start now. Su Yi clapped his hands, and the people who were whispering looked up at him. During the learning process, you are not allowed to speak without my permission. If you violate it, you can go back to sleep. After hearing this, several members of the Xuanniao tribe immediately shut up. After listening to the tribe leader's retelling, the people of the Jiuli tribe also quieted down. Not only will you be rewarded for learning Chinese well, you can also become an official, so no one wants to be driven away. Okay, let's learn the first character run. Su Yi took the wooden stick in his hand and wrote again following the words carved on the clay tablet. The people below immediately followed suit and scratched the ground with branches. Now you can communicate and ask any questions you have. I've memorized it. Look, these are our two legs. One this way, one that way, write it like this. Hey, did you notice that it also sounds like what we said before? The language of the Xuanniao tribe seems to be related to Chinese to some extent. A big part of the reason why Su Yi was able to master the language so quickly was because of this. Yunwan was yawning. Looking at the stars outside the window, it was already past her rest time. But she didn't dare to get up and leave until the messenger of God finished. As a shaman, mastering writing is a must. Mastering more than one will definitely help you communicate with the gods better. Su Yi looked at Yao Ling sitting like a duck and felt a little cute. On the other hand, He Yin next to her was still sitting upright. Among the others, Luan and Yu studied the most seriously, while Lang Yue was always absent-minded. Lian, who came on behalf of the Xuanniao tribe, seemed to be unable to understand and kept frowning. There was also strong interest in the eyes of others. After teaching the 5 words, population and hand size, Su Yi announced the end of today's learning. The tribesmen, who worked from sunrise to sunset, left the meeting hall yawning. It's so difficult. Which one is the human and which one is the boss? Outside the meeting room, Yao Lian pulled Lang Yu aside and asked, Oh, I know these two. Lang Yue's eyes sparkled. The one with open arms is the biggest. Hey, you're so smart. Yao Lian raised her hand and gestured, praising sincerely. Lian, are you ready? Lang Yue whispered in her ear. Yao Lian was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. We were just exchanging words. How come your ideas changed so quickly? Okay, I washed myself several times. Do you want to smell it? I'll wash it again later. Yao Lian was a little unsure. How about I change my clothes? Lian, I was fascinated by the way you were wearing this afternoon. Langyue vowed. Trust me, you won't go wrong. What about me now? Go to Wenhu Cottage and wait. The messenger of God will come to your door soon. Langyue said confidently. Sister Yu, this time it works out. In addition to the Hanfu, I will also give you a set of Cheongsam. Yao Lian promised. Don't be like this, sister. I'm glad I could help you. Silly girl, I'm competing with you for a man, and you. Yao Lian couldn't bear it and confessed. Lang Yu interrupted her. I have already regarded you as a family member. Su Yi originally wanted to follow Ling. She actually dared to doze off in his class. She must be taught a lesson. But when she came to her senses, she had already run away with He Yan. Lang Yue and Yao Lian were discussing something and ignored the inviting look he gave them. Su Yi finally turned his attention to Yao Yu. She is still the best. Su, you should stay with other sisters tonight. Don't come to me. Yao Yu said and turned away. Soon he was the only one left in the huge conference room. Su Yi suddenly felt like a lonely person. Hasn't he become emperor yet? No, he can find whoever he wants. In the light of the fire, he wrote several names on the ground. Whoever you point to is the one. Seeing the wooden stick stop on the word Ling, Su Yi curled his lips and smiled. My dear Ling, we are destined to meet tonight. It doesn't matter if she has guests in her nest. The bed in the hot spring cabin is not small. Last time I excused her because she was a newbie, but this time I'm going to give her a good beating. I walked all the way to Yao Ling's room, which was still lit with warm light. He was going to speed up his pace to alert the people inside, but when he recalled the scene in the lake last time, Su Yi inexplicably slowed down his pace. Tiptoeing closer, peeping at his woman, he actually felt like a thief. Light shone through the crack in the door, and Su Yi squatted down carefully. He closed one eye and looked inside. The scene in the house made him feel hot. Ling was not there, only Yin and I were in the room. The snow-white body was wearing a set of silk underwear. She has a curvy figure, and although she doesn't have the abs like Yao Yu, it adds a touch of softness. She was wiping her body with a cloth. While wiping, she twisted her body, as if admiring her own curves. Raise your arms, stretch your legs. Su Yi wanted to look away, but he couldn't bear to miss the beautiful scenery before his eyes. Who? A gentle voice came from behind. How dare you come here to peek? Yao Ling looked at the figure squatting at the door of her house, shaking with anger. Guards. Guards. What do you do? Chapter 181 Yao Lian. The guards who heard the shout rushed over immediately. The team leader felt cold sweat soaking his back in just a moment. Just now, only the messenger of God entered. Could someone else have sneaked in? This is a serious dereliction of duty, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he deserves to lose his head. Su Yi was also frightened and rushed over to cover Yao Ling's mouth. It's okay. He waved at the guards who came running over. I'm just testing it. You guys are very alert. There's no wall built yet, and the house isn't sealed off, so you better be careful at night. Yes, Lord God's messenger. The leader's guard finally breathed a sigh of relief, and after completing the salute, he led his men away. Looking at the guards' receding backs, Su Yi turned to Yao Ling and said, Who else could be here besides us? This area is exclusively for him and his woman. In the eyes of the tribe, it is a temple. At night, no one is allowed to approach except the guards patrolling the perimeter. You were peeking. Yao Ling yelled after her mouth was released. You are my woman. I have seen everywhere. Su Yi lowered his voice. But there's someone else in the room, and He Yin hasn't agreed to be your woman. Ling baby, this is a secret between us, and we can't tell anyone. Su Yi felt guilty. Okay, I will never tell He Yin that you peeked at her. Yao Ling said with a smile. Isn't it pretty? What did you see? Where have you been? Su Yi decided to change the subject. The next moment, the door of the wooden house opened, and a large area of bright light poured out. He Yin heard the screams outside and hurriedly put on her clothes. She vaguely heard some movement at the door and felt both frightened and angry. But she is a captive, lonely and helpless, and she doesn't speak the language. What can she do here? If she was with the tribe, she would have dug out the eyes of the person who was peeking at her. Yao Ling looked at He Yin, who was about to cry, and turned to glance at Su Yi. Su Yi understood her eyes. Look at the good things you have done. He Yin also saw Su Yi not far away. He looked calm, but he didn't dare to look me in the eye. You know, he was never afraid to look her in the eye. She discovered this when they first met. Okay, he is the leader of his clan, yet he actually peeked at her. But for some reason, after I found out it was him, the anger in my heart subsided a lot. Just thinking of my actions just now. He Yin stamped her feet and ran back to the house. Stinky man. Bad man. She tore at her cuffs. When he realized that they were not his clothes, he loosened them again. Yao Ling didn't know how to comfort her. Just sitting next to her and patting her back. She has a mission tonight and can't delay any longer. He stood up apologetically and gestured to the other party that he was leaving. He understood what the other party meant and nodded to indicate that she was fine. She lay in bed dressed, puzzled. He could have threatened her or taken her by force. Why peek? Sui felt a little embarrassed. That girl must have discovered something. She doesn't think she has a peek habit, does she? If there is, then there is. At that time, I will beat her while clarifying the situation, which will be more convincing. Yao Ling ran out and saw Sui still standing under the moonlight. I hurried forward and held his hand. We're going to give you a gift tonight. Sui came back to his senses. You guys? Sister Yu and I sent it to you together. Yao Ling blinked. Do you want to know? You too, are you kidding? Sui's eyes lit up. Yao Ling felt amused. Sister Yu was right. He really thought so. But neither of them were ready. How could they let others see them like that? Seeing Yao Ling nod, Sui pulled her up and left. Wait a minute. Yao Ling struggled to free herself. I told you this is a gift. You have to listen to me. No problem. Sui agreed readily. Yao Ling pulled Sui up. He thought the two were going to Long Yue's house, but he found out that their destination was actually the hot spring forest. After entering the tall fence, Yao Ling pulled him to stop. Now, you wait here. We need to prepare. After saying this, Yao Ling walked towards the lake. How long will it take? Very quickly. Watching Yao Ling disappear under the moonlight, Sui waited for a moment before chasing after her. There are 2 cottages by the lake, one of which has a light on. 2 little sheep. The big bad wolf is coming. Sui pushed open the door with a smile. He knew there was a big bed behind the door. He pounced on him without thinking. Yao Lian, who was lying on the bed, had already heard the footsteps and let the man pounce on her. God's envoy, Yao Lian asked with a smile. Am I like a little lamb? I thought it was Ling. Why are you here? Sui was stunned for a moment and withdrew his hand awkwardly. Why are you leaving? Lian, I have several women. You know that. I am worried. Are you worried that you can't take care of it? Don't worry. I will help you. Yao Lian gritted her teeth and said boldly. After saying that, he picked up Sui's head and pressed it against himself. Just like in my last dream. Sui's breathing became heavier, but he was suffocated by the warmth. He kicked off his shoes. They understood in their hearts that it was not you at all. They had figured out that the gift was clearly Lian. It's too late for you to regret now. Sui took a deep breath. The fragrance is mixed with warmth, and there is a gentle nasal sound in the ears. When she opened her outer robe, she revealed a set of barely there underwear. The crystal white lace made her ripe, peach-like body look particularly plump and attractive, adding to her charm. Looking at the fire in the man's eyes and listening to his rapid breathing, Yao Lian twisted her waist. Sui took off his clothes in a few seconds. Wow, Sister Lian's voice is also. In another small house not far away, Yao Ling whispered to Lang Yu. Lang Yu felt her warm arm and touched it. Sister Yu, what are you doing? Yao Ling screamed in a low voice. Don't. Well, let you bully me. The two of them twisted into a ball on the bed. In the next room, Sui's soul was nowhere to be found. If other women of his are unripe plums, Lian is the ripe peach. Su, I can finally call you that. You promised to give me a reward. Yao Lian turned around and looked at him dazedly. I just want a child. Give it to me. Okay. Yao Lian panted. I'm a few years older than them already. You can. Don't worry about me. The fire is warm. The tool at the bend of the legs seems to be there or not. It was not until she fell asleep while mumbling that Sui gently picked her up and placed her on the bedside. This bed can't be slept in. Fortunately, there was another set of bedding in the box. He changed it carefully and carried the beautiful body back to the middle of the bed. Sui, you are amazing. Yao Lian woke up from her sleep and pulled Sui into her arms. The next day, Sui got up early. You can't neglect physical exercise. The burden on him is getting heavier and heavier. After warming up, he looked at the closed room next door, then walked over and opened the door. Chapter 182 Bedwetting. In the morning light, the house was in a mess. Silk underwear, middle clothes, and outer clothes were scattered everywhere. Two bodies were entangled on the low bed. If not Ling, then whose thigh is exposed? The other one with half his chest exposed and his face covered by his hair should be Manhwa. Hey, this time it's okay. It turned out that they were just shy in front of him, but they were having fun behind his back. Bang! Sui looked around, turned back and slammed the door. What are you doing? The light was dazzling, and Manhwa frowned and squinted his eyes. Looking at Sui with an unhappy face, the memories of last night came flooding back. Sui, He sat up straight and tried to find his clothes, but couldn't tell which ones were his. Don't move. Yao Ling muttered as the quilt was pulled away and she felt the chill. Sleep a little longer. Sui, Look at your neck and chest. You two women. Ah, I've never seen anything like this. Su-yi pretended to be angry, closed the door, and left. Run. I must run 1 more kilometer today. The picture is too erotic. Seeing Yao Ling's cute sleeping posture and Long Yue's awkward expression, he was worried that if he stood in the room for a while longer, he would be tempted to take a nap. In the house, Lang Yue looked down at his chest, which was covered with marks left by Ling. Su just saw it. She pulled back the quilt angrily. It turned out that the other person had more than himself. I lost my temper for a moment. Ling, don't sleep. Lang Yue patted the others, but Su found out. The other person stood up with his eyes closed, looked around, and lay back down again. Oh, you. She remembered that Su once told her that it would definitely be better to sleep with 2 women in her arms. She immediately understood what he was trying to do. I rejected it without even thinking about it. How can I let others see my ugly behavior in bed? Now, what are these 2 doing? It's all your fault. Lang Yue slapped his right hand hard with his left hand. The back of my hand quickly turned red. It was it that touched my feathers first last night. The 2 of them hugged each other. Then they started tearing each other's clothes, and then Lang Yue shook his head, trying to get those things out of his mind. Su looked very angry and must be concerned about this matter. He wouldn't want her anymore, would he? And Ling, what should she do? The more I think about it, the more anxious I become. I got out of bed and started to identify my clothes, then put them on one by one. He also didn't forget to pack Ling's clothes together. Ling, Su just saw what happened to us, and he doesn't want you anymore. Lang Wei woke Yao Ling up. Yao Ling woke up from her daze, and after being stunned for a while, her face turned pale. He grabbed Lang Yu's hand and said, Sister Yu, what should we do now? He doesn't want her. She doesn't want to live anymore. A thought that made Yao Ling tremble came to her mind. Let's go find Lian for help first. Long Yue's eyes lit up. If that doesn't work, then ask you for help. Open the door to the next room. The first thing you see is the mattress hanging on the rack. Both of them have experienced it and understand the red dots above. Did Sister Lian wet the bed? Yao Ling turned her head and whispered. She noticed that there was a large circle of water stains outside the bright red spots. Lang Wei sighed. She knew what it was, but she had no intention of explaining it. Yao Lian noticed the 2 of them and sat up lazily. Sister Lian, please help us, Lang Yu said with a sad face. Yao Lian turned around and said as she put on her clothes, if you have anything to say, sit down and talk. Seeing the mattress hung up by Su and Ling staring at the mattress with curiosity, Yao Lian couldn't help but feel her cheeks getting hot. You was right, a woman just needs a man. Her Su is really amazing. After a good night's sleep, I still felt a little uncomfortable when putting on my pants. Lang Yu glared at Yao Ling, then stood up and pulled her back to sit on the bed. Sister Lian. Lang Yu saw that she had put on her clothes and hurriedly said, last night Ling and I slept together, and Su found us this morning. Wolf Moon is too embarrassed to describe it. What's wrong with sleeping together? Yao Lian was puzzled. The female workers in our textile bureau sleep on a big bed every day. The 2 of us. Just like Su treated us, biting and kissing each other. Yao Ling saw Lang Yu hesitating and spoke up. Here. She leaned over and opened her collar. Su saw all of this. The more you wipe it, the redder it gets. It's so frustrating. Yao Lian was also a little surprised. So, what was Su's reaction? He looked very angry, saying he had never seen anything like this before. Lang Yu grabbed Yao Lian's hand. I'm worried that he doesn't want us anymore. Did he really say that? Yao Lian asked. Yes, he closed the door and left without saying another word. After hearing this, Yao Lian nodded. To say that Su didn't want them was definitely because the 2 of them were worrying too much. But if I were a strong man, what would I think if I saw my 2 young and beautiful women doing this? You must join in and come together. But why does he look so angry? Really? By the way, he hadn't had time to spend time with him since he came back from the north. I might as well help him. Don't blame me for being on my side. This is not an easy matter to handle. Yao Lian said seriously. God must have made him mind what was going on between the 2 women. Lang Wei followed the other person's gaze and looked at his chest. Good sister. If Su doesn't want me, there's no point in me living. After hearing this, Yao Ling sat on the other side of Yao Lian. Yao Lian's heart started beating fast when she heard this. I didn't dare to scare them anymore. I have a way to make him not angry. Yao Lian took their hands and put them together. You 2 can stay with him for a night. He won't have the energy to get up. How can he still be angry? Lian, he mentioned it before, and I refused. Hearing Lang Yu's words, Yao Lian smiled knowingly. She became more certain of her idea. Sister, there's another person watching you, and Su. Can you handle that? Yao Lian's cheeks flushed. It's possible. Yao Lian gritted her teeth and said reluctantly, we are all sisters. Seeing each other's appearance is like seeing ourselves. I tell you, if Sue asked me personally, I would definitely agree to it. Sister Lian. Yao Ling covered her mouth. The movements he made were too. I don't like this. The three of them blushed at the same time. After running, Sui took a shower. This place is located in the tropics and the 4 seasons are not very distinct. It becomes hot and stuffy as soon as the sun comes out. Although the water temperature is cool, it is not enough to make you sick. On the way to the meeting hall, I couldn't help but look in the direction of the hot spring forest. I must have scared Wolf Moon this morning. Ling, she has no opinion of her own. The two of them should compromise, right? It's a good night to look forward to. Lord God's messenger. A man with red eyes kowtowed when he saw Sui. Chapter 183 Paying Life. Sui didn't understand what the other party said, so he motioned for him to stand up and speak. Morning, Sue. Yaoyu, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, walked towards where they lived. I don't understand what he said. Yaoyu talked to the tribe and described to Sui. Their leader is dead, and the tribe members believe that the murderer of the leader is his brother. Now they want to tie up his brother and punish him according to the clan rules. Clan rules. Sui was puzzled. I have made the laws. After saying that, he closed his mouth. In modern highly civilized societies, there are people who know the law but break it, take advantage of loopholes, and use tricks. I guess there are exceptions in this primitive society who don't follow the rules. Then take this opportunity to reorganize it. Gather the spearmen, Sui ordered, and then said to you, let him lead the way. The assembly whistle sounded, and the spearmen who were preparing to go to the woods for cross-country training immediately lined up in unison. Come on, follow me and see who dares to ignore my clan rules. The spearmen trained every day, and although they had not yet gone into battle to kill the enemy, they still had a sharp aura. Upon learning that someone dared to ignore the clan rules, everyone's brows were filled with anger and they were determined to maintain the dignity of the clan rules. When the man who brought the news saw this scene, hope ignited in his heart. His brother shouldn't have to die. Outside the core area, there are tribes of all sizes. The further out you go, the smaller the tribes are. Achi is really not a human being. The leader was so good to his brothers, but he still harmed him. That's right. In my opinion, his brother should be arrested and punished as well. Where did he go? I don't know. Maybe he ran away? I said they both had bad luck, Chief, alas. I didn't kill him. Achi, who was tied to the stone pillar, shouted. When I heard Zhuer scream and ran over, the leader was already dead. Bullshit. Wu Tai, who was holding a torch beside the stone pillar, said coldly, I heard the screaming and ran over, and I saw you. Zhuer is the leader's daughter. She will definitely not harm the leader. The murderer is you. There were a lot of people with me at the time, and everyone saw it. I saw it. Yes, I saw that too. This matter was witnessed by everyone. Achi must be the murderer. Poisoning the leader. How should we deal with it according to clan rules? After Wu Tai finished speaking, several of his best friends said in unison, burn him. Burn him. Yes. He should be burned to death in front of the whole clan. How dare you? Achi snorted coldly. The Lord God's envoy has made laws that the death penalty can only be carried out after being verified by officials of the Xuanniao tribe. How dare you go against the will of the Lord God's envoy? Wu Tai's face darkened. Once the Lord Messenger of God knows that you killed the leader, he will make you pay with your life. Don't think you're the only one who knows the law. Wu Tai recited aloud, if someone kills someone without reason, he must pay with his life. If someone harms someone without reason, he must pay with his life, and his family must pay a fine. Killing someone means paying with your life. This is stipulated in the law, and I haven't violated the law. Tai, it's bad. A Huang is coming this way with his guards. Why are you panicking? Wu Tai calmed down and looked at his men. Did you see who was leading the group? Are they just guards, or are there officials here too? Yes, there are officials. The subordinates hurriedly said, a beautiful woman, who looks like the clan leader, and another one also wearing silk, who should be a messenger of God. Damn it. Wu Tai kicked the man fiercely. What's the point of making you unable to understand a person? The person on the pillar cannot be punished. As for Ah Huang, he had originally planned to kill him quietly after the incident, but he actually dared to run and call for help. How careless. Looking at the neat and aggressive guard team from afar, Wu Tai's eyelids twitched. So many people came. However, there should be no problem with his arrangement. Master Patriarch, Master Messenger of God. Wu Tai walked up to them with a smile and saluted them. He is the one who broke the law? Sui asked Yaoyu, and Yaoyu asked the person who was complaining beside him. The person who made the complaint nodded repeatedly. When Wu Tai heard that he was accused of violating the law, he immediately panicked. Master Patriarch, the law stipulates that a person must be killed for his life, and we are doing everything according to the law. Who killed someone? How can he be sure that the other party has killed someone? Are there any witnesses? Any evidence? Even if the other party killed someone, would he dare to punish him privately? As Wu Tai listened to the patriarch's words, his expression changed again and again. Guard. Sui ordered, capture him. The 10 guards in the first 2 rows stepped out and raised the green bamboo spears in their hands in unison. The men following behind Wu Tai were so frightened that they shrank their necks and raised their hands. They had no desire to resist. Wu Tai's face turned pale and he was tied up tightly. Let's go and see the murderer. Sui waved his hand. Surround the camp and don't let anyone in or out. After saying that, the guards filed out from both sides. Soon the small tribe was surrounded. When Achi, who was tied to the stone pillar, saw the guards pouring in, his heart dropped back into his stomach. When Yaoyu saw the man tied to the stone pillar and the firewood under his feet, he looked a little unnatural. It's all over. It's not your fault. Sui took her hand and placed it in his palm. Yeah, Yaoyu nodded. Brother. The man next to him howled and let go of the person on the stone pillar. Carry the body of the deceased and notify the deceased's family and guards. Also, let everyone who saw it at the time wait there. Sui pointed to an empty space. So many witnesses? Seeing more and more people gathering in the open space, Sui was a little surprised. Find out the identity of the murderer and his relationship with the deceased. Sui said to Yaoyu. Yaoyu is really charming when he is working, with a serious face and capable movements. Sui sat lazily in front of the largest house in the tribe, sitting on a small stool brought by his team members. Not far in front of him, there were 2 rows of team members holding bamboo spears. Each of them looked straight ahead and their eyes were bright. I found out his identity is no secret. Yaoyu walked to Sui's side. They were adopted and raised by the leader, just like biological children. Yaoyu pointed at the 2 brothers who were kneeling between 2 rows of guards. It's not right that he should kill anyone, but everyone says he's the one who killed someone. How strange. It's really strange. Sui said, go ask them. He raised his chin and looked at the witnesses. Did they see him do it with their own eyes? Did you see him do it with your own eyes? Yaoyu walked over and asked. I saw it with my own eyes. It was him, said a member of the tribe indignantly. Are you sure? Yaoyu asked doubtfully. When I heard the screaming and went over, he was next to the leader. Who else could it be but him? The tribesman swore. Shut up first. Yaoyu said unhappily. This person doesn't understand what she means. Does that count as seeing it with your own eyes? Master Chief, I remember now that you asked me this. Another tribe member interrupted. I really didn't see him do it. But the leader was killed by a poison needle. Achi is the only one in the tribe who knows how to make poison. Chapter 184. Evil Plot. The sunlight is warm. The people of the Wu tribe did not feel the warmth. The circle of guards holding spears standing outside the tribe was terrifying. He's the only one who can poison people? In the middle of the camp, Sui looked at the person kneeling on the ground. I asked a lot of people, and they all said the same thing. There shouldn't be any problem, Yaoyu said. Sui frowned. All signs told him that Achi was framed. There were too many witnesses, and it was obvious that someone was deliberately misleading them. The person he suspected most was Wu Tai. But apart from looking a little scared, there was no sign that he felt guilty. Could it really be Achi who killed him? Seeing the god's messenger's gaze coming over, Achi raised his head and looked at him carefully. He didn't kill anyone. It's not him who should be damned. It must have been done by that guy Wu Tai, but why was he not there when I ran over? Lord God's envoy. Achi's younger brother Huang hesitated. In fact, in the tribe, besides my brother, the chief's eldest daughter also knows how to use poison. Are you crazy? How could the chief's daughter harm her own father? Achi turned his head and said with a low voice. This Huang is a piece of shit. The chief's daughter is so respectful to her father. How could she harm him? Ginger-eyed wolf. What an ungrateful bastard. The people watching outside were talking about it. Then you can just go to hell. Huang was scolded with his spine pointed at, and he growled angrily. That woman doesn't like you. Don't you know? It's definitely not her. Yaoyu listened to the conversation between the two and captured new information. Guards. Why hasn't the daughter of the dead leader been brought here yet? Yaoyu asked. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 2 women being brought up. One was a few years older than her, the other younger. The younger one was very pretty, with no expression in her eyes. The older one looked a little flustered, and Yaoyu could see that she was trying to remain calm. The information Sui received was all relayed by Yaoyu. He saw new developments and looked at Yaoyu in confusion. Su, I think there is something wrong with this woman. Yaoyu half knelt beside Sui. How? This woman also knows how to use poison. Yaoyu added, she is also the chief's eldest daughter. She was also there when the chief died. After hearing this, Sui looked towards the woman. Even in the sunlight, his face was still pale. There is indeed a problem. You, handle it yourself from now on. If you can't figure it out, come and ask me again. Sui waved his hand. There was joy jumping between Yaoyu's eyebrows. She wanted to let him see that she was also very smart. Why did you kill your father? Hearing the clan leader's cold question, the woman swayed. How did the patriarch know? I didn't. His eyes couldn't help but look at Wu Tai, who was controlled by the guards. The other person saw her gaze and stared back at her fiercely. Did he instruct you? Yao Yu saw the exchange of glances between the two. No, not him. Oh, it means you killed that person. Yao Yu turned around and raised his eyebrows at Su Yi. The method he often used to deal with her also worked well against others. No, it wasn't me. The woman screamed and shook her head. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, it was Achi. He killed him. I saw him stab the poison needle into my father's neck with my own eyes. Achi, kneeling on the ground, looked at the woman of his love in astonishment. How could she? Chief, don't ask anymore. I was the one who killed him. Achi lowered his head. Did a wild boar hit your brain? Ah Huang exclaimed. He was clearly with him when the leader died. I ran over when I heard the scream. How could it be him? Yao Yu turned around and looked at Su Yi. She was a little confused. How come you're back after going around in a circle? He just denied being the murderer, but now he admits it. Su Yi quietly watched the people involved on the field. After Achi said something and lay down, Wu Tai, who was being escorted by the guards, showed a smile of success on his face. He was not wrong. It's the smile of a sinister plot being successful. It turns out that what is shown on TV is not exaggerated. He may not have killed the person, but he was definitely involved. At this moment, he happened to see Yao Yu's confused look. She rarely showed this expression, and Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Why? Have you run into any problems? That Achi confessed his guilt and said he was the one who killed the person. Yao Yu walked up to Su Yi angrily. Isn't this just to amuse us? What did that woman just say? Su Yi stood up because but was uncomfortable after sitting for so long. She said she saw that Achi do it with her own eyes, and then Achi admitted it. We should have brought this woman here for questioning earlier, so we wouldn't have wasted all this time. Su Yi's eyes fell on a pair of women. Notice the girl hiding behind the woman. She was probably in her teens, probably underage. As the daughter of a leader, she was dressed quite neatly. Seeing his gaze, the woman moved her body to block the person behind her. He is not a professional crime solver, but how can he survive if he can't even deal with these primitive people? Guards, separate them. Su Yi pointed at the two women. The guard pulled the two men to both sides without saying anything. Lord God's messenger. The woman lost her voice and immediately looked at Yao Yu. Clan leader. This has nothing to do with my sister. Don't say anything. Yao Yu interrupted her seriously. The messenger of God has his reasons. Ah Huang stays here. Take the others away first. Su Yi ordered the guards. Lock them in different rooms. Don't let them see each other. The guards followed orders. Let him stand up and talk. He is not the murderer. Su Yi pointed at Ah Huang and said to Yao Yu. Ask him why he said this morning that it was not his brother who killed the person. Ah Huang got up from the ground, clenched and unclenched his fists, and then clenched and unclenched them again. He was moved by his brother's pleading eyes when he was dragged away. I believe you are an honest person. You definitely don't want the real murderer to escape punishment while letting an unrelated person bear the consequences. Yao Yu relayed Su Yi's words, even though she was puzzled. If the murderer has a reason to kill, we will punish him according to the circumstances. We won't necessarily kill him directly. After hearing this, Ah Huang took a deep breath and unclenched his fists. The clan leader said that he would not kill him directly, and his brother would probably forgive him. Master, I dare to say this to the God of heaven. Ah Huang said solemnly. My brother and I were together before I heard the scream. It was definitely not him who did it. Yao Yu felt angry when he heard this. That guy Achi was really deceiving her. She knew that the poison in the leader would lose its effect if it was left out for too long. So if Achi is not the murderer, then the murderer must be that woman. How do you know it's that woman? Su Yi asked after hearing this. The needle was so thin, but it went in so deep, almost completely. So, it must have been done by someone holding it in the hand. Yao Yu thought for a moment and continued to analyze. And the leader didn't fight with anyone when he died, so it must have been done by someone who was able to get close to him. After saying this, Yao Yu looked at Su Yi proudly. Su Yi gave her a thumbs up. Bring that woman up. Yao Yu waved her slender hand. At Su Yi's request, she sat on the mat. He is upright and serious, like an official going to court. Chapter 185 Prisoner's Dilemma. The woman was brought in alone, her face even paler than before. Tell me, why did you kill someone? Yao Yu asked straight to the point. It's not me, it's not me. The guard let go, and the woman fell to her knees, shaking her head. Achi, it's Achi, he admitted it. Why are you asking me? Don't you know if it's Achi? Yao Yu said coldly. You are so evil. Are you willing to let others take this life for you? I woo. The woman was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears. I killed that person. Master Patriarch, I was the one who killed him. Not Achi. After that, the woman began to kowtow. I didn't mean to deceive you. Lord Chief, after I die, can you take my sister to live with you and let her bring you water and food and serve you? Master Patriarch, please. Looking at the woman with blood oozing from her forehead, Yao Yu thought for a moment and said, First, explain clearly why you killed someone and what that Wu Tai did. As long as you promise me, I will tell you everything. The woman raised her head, bleeding. Yao Yu's eyes turned cold. Are you teaching me how to do things? I dare not. The woman lowered her head in fear. I won't promise you anything, but if you explain yourself, you might be able to save your life. If you still try to make demands on me, I will have no choice but to punish you severely. The woman raised her head with some joy when she heard that. Can you save your life? Seeing the person sitting on the small stool nod, the woman immediately knelt up straight. My father, The woman looked around. Can you ask me alone? Yao Yu thought about it and asked the guards to disperse the crowd around. My father is not a human being. He took me by force. Yao Yu, who was sitting on a small stool, was caught off guard by the news. I hate him, I'll kill him. Yao Yu came back to his senses from his shock. What about Achi? Why do you say he killed her? Wu Tai. He happened to know that my father had possessed me. The woman's eyes flashed with anger. This is a taboo in the tribe. Anyone who breaks this taboo will be punished together with his close relatives. He threatened to tell his tribe and punish me and my sister, but as long as I said it was Achi who killed someone, he would keep the secret. So, he didn't commit any serious crime. Yao Yu stood up and walked towards Su Yi. Su Yi saw her movements and hurriedly stopped her, saying, Go on. Why did you stop? Now that I've asked all of this, I don't want to ask any more questions, right? Seeing Su Yi shaking his head, Yao Yu sat back in his chair. I really don't understand him. It's all clear now. The woman followed the guard downstairs. When she saw the guard leading her sister out, she immediately bit her lips tightly. She has confessed everything. Why is the clan leader still asking? Master Patriarch, I was the one who killed him. Yao Yu, who was sitting on the mat, felt his heart beating violently a few times. What did you say? She asked with her eyes wide open. If my father wants to bully me, I will kill him, the little girl said calmly. This has nothing to do with other people. That Wu Tai, he wanted to threaten us with the tribal taboos and take possession of us sisters. He is a bad guy. My plan to kill people was based on his words. I'm going to die. Let my sister go. Let brother Achi go. Yao Yu swallowed and looked at Su Yi. She didn't know what the other person was thinking and didn't notice her gaze. Why didn't you say anything just now? My sister won't let me. But your sister said she killed the person. She was trying to protect me, the little girl said clearly. Looking at the thin figure being taken away, Yao Yu stood up and went to find Su Yi. There was too much information, and she needed to calm down before continuing to ask. Su Yi was also surprised after hearing this. The world is so big. Next, Wu Tai asked. After listening to Su Yi's arrangements, Yao Yu sat back on the mat. Wu Tai figured it out in the house. He didn't kill the man anyway, so what was he afraid of? Being escorted by guards, he looked calm. Seeing the stunning clan leader up close, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Luxurious clothes, beautiful face. The next moment, there was a sudden pain in the knee. He was forced to his knees. Seeing that he dared to stare at the clan leader disrespectfully, the guards on both sides attacked him directly. Wu Tai. Chief. You asked. Wu Tai raised his head to take a peek, then quickly lowered his head. I now understand that you and the leader's daughter are guilty. Yao Yu said coldly. She was determined to make him suffer. Wu Tai's eyelids twitched. Yes, he heard it right. The clan leader already knew that Achi was innocent. If you confess, the clan leader's daughter won't confess. You are not guilty, she will die. After hearing this, Wu Tai's heart moved. He thought he would at least be punished, but in the end he was found not guilty. If you don't confess, the clan leader's daughter will confess. She is innocent, and you will die. How can this be possible? Wu Tai yelled and tried to stand up, but was held down by the guards with bamboo spears. The law does not stipulate this. I haven't finished yet, Yao Yu said calmly. If both of you say it, I'll put you in jail for 10 years. Of course, you don't have to say anything. I can only give you a symbolic punishment of 2 years in prison. Don't be anxious. Think about it. Should I tell you or not? Yao Yu looked at the man who was strolling not far away. I admire you so much. How could he come up with such a brilliant idea? She just thought about it for a long time. If she didn't tell it and the other party told it, she would be dead. If she said it, she wouldn't die no matter what the other party said or not. So if it's her, she'll definitely say it. Wu Tai is not a stupid person. After kneeling on the ground and thinking for a long time, I finally understood the key. Can that woman not say it? She wished she were dead. Speak. I'll tell you everything, Chief. Wu Tai kowtowed, but saw that the other party had no intention of paying any attention to him. I can ask the chief's daughter now. You will definitely lie to me. Yao Yu said, if she tells you, you will die. After saying that, Yao Yu got up and left. Chief, I don't lie. I won't lie. Chief, this is what I want to say, Patriarch. Listen to me first. Seeing the figure stop, Wu Tai spoke hurriedly. It's me. I ordered it. Yao Yu turned around and saw that the other party was pointing at his face, with blood all over his forehead. Then he sat back on the mat leisurely. I knew that the leader forced her, so I threatened to expose it to everyone. I was the one who ordered the use of the poison needle and suggested the killing. These two women are too useless to dare to do anything cruel. As long as we kill the leader and get rid of Achi, I will be the new leader and no one else can compete with me. Then, both mother and daughter will be mine. Wu Tai talked incessantly. When Yao Yu heard the words mother and daughter, the corners of her mouth froze. Stop! Yao Yu cried out. What mother and daughter are you talking about? Wu Tai was stunned and immediately realized that it was an opportunity. As long as he tells everything, there will be no problem. It's the leader's two daughters. They are actually a mother and daughter. They deceived everyone. Chapter 186 The Truth. Oh. Hearing the exclamation, Su Yi turned his head. I saw Yao Yu sitting on the stool with his mouth wide open enough for an egg to fit in. What did you say? Chief, it seems that woman has also deceived you. Wu Tai looked as if he understood everything. She must have lied to you that they were sisters, just like she lied to others. In fact, she is the mother of that little girl. She and her father gave birth to her. You still dare to lie to me even now. Yao Yu waved his hand. Guards, take him away. Wu Tai was furious. He didn't expect that even though he told the truth, he would not be believed. Master Patriarch, this is what my father told me before he died. It is absolutely true. I dare to say this even under the statue. Master Patriarch. Chief. Wu Tai was taken away, and his ears finally felt a little quieter. Now the situation is clear. Wu Tai instigated the two women to commit murder, and then asked them to falsely accuse Achi of being the murderer. The two women had no choice but to do as they were told because of their fear of the clan's taboos. That Achi took the initiative to admit that he must have feelings for the leader's eldest daughter and was willing to die for her. So it seems now. The murderer must be two sisters, or perhaps one of the mother and daughter. The calm little girl is more likely. Bring the chief's eldest daughter here. Yao Yu ordered the guards. She must get to the bottom of this matter thoroughly. The woman looked even worse than when they first met in the morning. He was almost dragged up by two guards. It was your sister who killed someone. Yao Yu said coldly. How dare you lie to me again and again? The woman in the middle of the guards shuddered when she heard the sound. Master Patriarch. The woman looked up and around, muttering. I was the one who killed him. I was the one who killed him. The next second, the woman burst out with unprecedented speed and crashed into a rock not far away. The guards who can go to the hall are all people with quick eyes, quick hands, and flexible minds. They perked up since the woman looked around. If the Patriarch were to be harmed in front of them, how would they still be able to serve as guards? As soon as the woman moved, the guards pinned her to the ground with a bamboo spear. Bull! The guards shouted in unison. The woman struggled desperately, but could not move at all. I killed him. Shouldn't I pay with my life? Why don't you let me die? Why do you do that? The woman yelled at Yao Yu with red eyes. Let me die, please. Do you want to take the blame for your sister or daughter? Yao Yu said expressionlessly. After hearing this, the only trace of color on the woman's face disappeared. It's Wu Tai? It must be him. He's not a man. He lied to me. The woman on the ground was mumbling something, but she lay there motionless, as if she were dead. Tell me the truth, and I will save you and your daughter. Yao Yu stood up, squatted down, and said to the woman on the ground, if you still insist on lying, I will severely punish both of you. Ha, alive. After a while, the woman laughed bitterly. It's better to die than to live in the world's curses. Only you, I, and Wu Tai know about this. Even the Lord God's messenger doesn't know. Yao Yu felt a little sympathy for the woman on the ground. She must be living a very painful life carrying this secret. After that, she added, guards, they don't understand what we say. The woman on the ground finally had some light in her eyes. Chief, Ling killed him, the woman sighed. My father. No, that beast. He wanted to be with Ling. She coaxed him into drinking water mixed with sleepy grass, and then stabbed his neck with a poison needle. Linger, whose name is Wu Ling. When he was brought up by the guards, his eyes were still like the calm surface of a lake, without a single ripple. Yao Yu admired her for having such energy at such a young age. How did you kill someone? It wasn't difficult to coax him to drink a bowl of water. I added sleeping grass to the water. After he fell asleep, I stabbed him to death with a poison needle. Aren't you afraid? I hate him, Wu Ling said indifferently. Since I can remember, he has been bullying my sister. Sister has always liked Brother Achi, but she dare not say a word to him. Just because I sewed some clothes for another man, that bad guy, he stabbed my sister here with a needle. Wu Ling gritted his teeth and pointed at his chest. Yao Yu felt nervous after hearing this. She kept mentioning the word sister, and it seemed that she didn't know the truth. It's better not to know. Killing someone means paying with your life. Aren't you afraid of death? I'm afraid. Wu Ling looked into Yao Yu's eyes, but I'm more afraid that my sister and I will live a life worse than death. Kill him, and my sister and Brother Achi can live together. A smile appeared on the little girl's face, like a blooming flower. You said that Achi was almost burned to death. Did you know that? Master Patriarch. Wu Ling turned his head to look at Sui, who was not far away, then turned back to Yao Yu and continued, if Achi was really burned to death, then you and Master God's envoy are too. You. Yao Yu was speechless. The other party didn't finish speaking, but she understood what he meant. Good sister, don't be angry. Wu Ling realized that she had said the wrong thing and blinked. I know that the guards will intervene in such a big matter. I think you are not afraid of death. Although you are so young, you have so many thoughts on your mind. Yao Yu said unhappily when he saw that there was no fear on the other party's face. I won't die, right? Wu Ling seemed to be asking, but his tone was very firm. You do have a valid reason for killing someone. Seeing Wu Ling's relief, Yao Yu changed the subject. But you killed your own. Father, your crime is even more serious. Your sister deceived us to protect you, so she should be punished together. And that Achi, he deceived me several times. There are corresponding punishments for spreading rumors, cheating, and making false accusations. You know that, don't you? Do you think you can get away with just a little punishment for killing someone? Isn't the price of killing someone too low? Seeing the hesitation in the other party's eyes, Yao Yu continued. Then Wu Tai, admit that he ordered you. But if this happened a month earlier, it would not be our turn to take care of it. Do you want me to continue? Do you dare to test her in return? Wu Ling's face lost its color, and Yao Yu snorted coldly and ended the conversation. Apart from Su, the person who knows the clan's laws best must be Yao Yu. She had to convey the message to the Xuanniao tribe while also conveying it to the Jiuli tribe. Normally, we have to deal with disputes in the clan according to the law. Playing the law with her. Take him away, and keep an eye on him, Yao Yu said. After that, he instructed the guards in the language of the Xuanniao tribe. Don't give her food or drink today. It's fine if you say that about me, but you also mention my man. I'll starve you for a day. When Wu Ling was taken away by the guards, he heard the murmurs behind him, and the fear in his heart slowly subsided. A few days ago, she did intentionally or unintentionally show her desire to kill in front of Wu Tai, and the other party really fell for it. However, the clan leader actually used such a small trick to punish himself for saying the wrong thing. It's a little different from what was rumored. The matter is clear. Yao Yu recounted the whole incident to Sui, but did not mention the relationship between the sisters. She promised the other party that she would keep the secret. So they have a good relationship. Sui sighed after hearing this. Being able to die for each other is better than many people. Yao Yu couldn't help but glance at him. Could he have guessed something? Chapter 187, the end. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When they heard that the leader was killed by his own daughter, the crowd was excited and in an uproar. Could the patriarch have made a mistake? It must be a mistake. That's right. How could they kill people when they are so submissive to their leader? Everyone listened to me. The tied-up Wu Tai appeared in front of people. The clan leader said that every word he said would determine his final fate. He has to speak nicely. It was indeed the chief's daughter who killed him, but I was the one who ordered this. After these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became quiet. The leader is not a human being. He actually forced his own daughter. Wu Tai said righteously, such a taboo-breaking thing actually happened in our tribe, so I arranged for them to kill the leader. Wu Tai took the blame almost word for word as Yao Yu requested. No way. The leader is actually such a person. The discussions were getting louder and louder. No wonder he died at the hands of his own daughter. He really deserved it. That's right. You can even kill your own daughter, you old beast. Killing such a person should be innocent, right? How can that be possible? It's a life. Let's listen to what the clan leader has to say. Wu Tai. At this time, one of the tribesmen remembered the original murderer. What happened to Achi? Someone has to pay for the murder. I was the one who arranged the false accusation against Achi. I feel sorry for him. Wu Tai continued. I made a mistake in this matter. I am willing to accept the punishment. No matter how the Lord Envoy of God punishes me, I will accept it. After Wu Tai finished speaking, he kowtowed to Achi. Alas, what Wu Tai did was not very kind. That's right. That damned man should be dead, that's all. He made everyone think it was Chisha who did it. That's ridiculous. Several old men in the tribe came forward to comment. It'll be all right if you kowtow. A Huang said loudly, If it weren't for the gods sending them, my brother would have been burned to death. Ah Huang. Ah Chi, who was being watched by the guards, looked extremely unhappy. Stop talking. He stole a glance at the clan leader and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that her expression had not changed. He was worried that the patriarch would increase the punishment for his beloved. Achi is not the murderer, but he intends to deceive us and sentence us to work in the mines for 3 months. Iju, the eldest daughter of the deceased chief, intended to take the punishment for the murderer and deceived us as well, sentencing us to 3 months imprisonment. After hearing this, everyone realized that the murderer was actually the leader's youngest daughter, the child who was always quiet. As the mastermind, Wu Tai is sentenced to 10 years of mining. If he behaves well, he can be released early. The murderer, Wu Ling, the second daughter of the murdered leader, was spared the death penalty due to extenuating circumstances and sentenced to 30 years imprisonment. After Yayu made his announcement, the audience fell into silence. I heard that the envoy of God also discovered the mine, and now it seems to be true. They knew about mining in the mines when they were in the north. Eat little and work a lot. I heard it's very bitter. Normally, it was the captured captives who went to mine, but the messenger of God actually punished those who broke the law by sending them to mine. Everyone in prison also knows about it. Being locked up in a dark room at night and not allowed to walk around during the day, you can only stay in one place, just like a caged animal, which is equally uncomfortable. Master, your punishment is too harsh. An old man was recommended by the crowd. The leader violated the taboo and deserves death. According to our previous rules, his relatives were branded a few times and their faces were destroyed, but they can still live. But you locked her up for 30 years. When she came out, she was old. What's the difference between that and being dead? No matter how great a crime a person has committed, he should be punished according to the laws of our Xuanniao people. Yeah, you recalled what Sui taught her, rather than having the tribe members decide a person's life and death privately. We are all God's people, so we should obey the same laws. You can't say this and they say that. If we do that, how can such a large tribe like us develop? How can we prosper? You seem to be a prestigious person, too. The old man who was called was stroking his beard. Do you all follow the rules of your tribe? Of course, the old man said without hesitation. That's right. Yeah, you continued. The rules of our Xuanniao tribe must also be followed by all tribes. Don't you agree? The patriarch is right. The old man felt at ease. He thought for a moment and turned to his people, saying, we are the Xuanniao people first, and then the Wu tribe. So, we should abide by the rules of the Xuanniao people first, and then the rules of our Wu tribe. Old man, I've long thought you're extraordinary. Yeah, you immediately praised. You're definitely a reasonable person. The old man straightened his back due to the praise. Those who killed people and those who made mistakes were taken away together. The people of the Wu tribe were left whispering to each other. My lord patriarch is so fair. Yes. According to the law, murder is punishable by death. But you see, after the patriarch knew the reason, he reduced the punishment to only 30 years in prison. And I heard that if you behave well, you can be released early. This is much better than killing him directly. Not only that, she was bewitched by a woman and actually wanted to take the blame, but the clan leader wisely saw through his trick and punished him. So, I won't lie anymore. On the way back. Sue, do you really want to lock her up for 30 years? Yeah, you asked. What else? Sui spread his hands. This is the first case we two are handling. We must be fair, open, and just. Where's Itai? He plotted behind people's backs, framed others, and threatened the weak. I originally wanted to get rid of him directly, but this idiot was fooled by the little girl. Let him go to mine first. I didn't expect that it was really that little girl who was behind this. More than that, she killed the people who hurt her, brought down the people who threatened her, and finally her sister and Chi lived happily together. She considered a lot. So you're keeping her locked up? Just lock it up first. I have to leave quickly. Xiong Tong and the others will be leaving tomorrow. I have to prepare the gift for the one in the north myself. Apart from pottery and silk, the only thing he had was Sinnet soap. Since he has decided to treat He Yan with courtesy first, he must let He Yan's father see his sincerity. No, it was to let the tribe see his sincerity. Chapter 188, Sacrifice in War. In a smaller room behind the meeting hall. In the middle of the room, 2 big-bellied pottery jars, one large and one small, were ready. There are also processed hollow bamboo tubes placed next to it. You said the envoy of God specifically asked us to make this small-mouthed jar. What's the use of it? I want to know that, too. The 2 potters sat aside, chatting intermittently. Hiss. Do you smell it? There's a jar over here. Is there a bar inside? Is this the smell of wine? It really is as fragrant as everyone says. Wine is for adults to enjoy. Sui came in from the door and just saw the 2 men staring at the wine jar and swallowing their saliva. He didn't know why some people just like to drink. For him, drinking is not a pleasure but a torture. Don't look at it. Sui said to the two potters he had trained, I have a use for this wine. When our Tianfu produces grain and brews new wine, I will send 2 jars to your pottery bureau so that everyone can have a taste. The Lord God's messenger is here. Hello, sir. Hearing the voice, the 2 craftsmen hurriedly stood up from the ground and saluted Sui. They looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Start working, everything is. Sui was halfway through his question when his eyes were attracted by the painting on the pottery jar. He quickly squatted down. Painted on the pottery jar are a group of little people looking up in the same direction. In front of them was a person who was obviously several sizes larger. However, this person has a human body but a bird's head. The figures are painted vividly, and the 2 circles of fine patterns above and below not only define the painting area, but also add an artistic touch to the pottery jar. Who drew this pattern? Sui couldn't help but ask. There are such talents in their tribe? Looking at this artifact that seemed to be exhibited in a museum, he was filled with shock. Sir, don't you know? A potter asked in confusion. This was painted by Lord Langhua, another potter added. Wolf Moon. Sui was amazed. She has this ability? In addition to being pleasantly surprised, he realized that he still knew too little about them. Then do you know what this painting means? Sui continued to ask. These represent the people of the Xuanniao nation. The potter pointed at the group of little figures. Another person pointed at the largest person and said, This represents you. It is you who led us to multiply and thrive. Sui was stunned after hearing this. Why do I look like this? You are a messenger of God, said the potter. You are a combination of man and God. That's how it should be. I see. Sui nodded and secretly praised in his heart. How to show the unity of man and God through painting is a good expression. Could it be that the images of humans and animals collected by modern museums also have the same meaning? Another small pottery jar also has patterns on it, depicting flying birds and fish. The lines are simple, but the image can be seen at a glance. The moon is really amazing. By the way, are all the things ready? Sui asked after coming back to his senses. Everything is ready. The 2 men pointed to the pile of messy things behind them, such as rags, hemp ropes, etc. Then let's start. Sui moved away from the pottery jar. Now, connect the bamboo tube to that small opening. Sui squatted down to direct, then seal it with mud. Remember, Sui stressed to the 2 of them. There must not be any leaks. Lord God's messenger, just wait and see. The 2 men were very confident. Next, by the stream, Yao Ling was washing their clothes carefully. Yu and the others were all very busy, so she took on the task of washing clothes by herself. He stood aside, full of doubts. Why should I wash my own clothes given my status as the other person? Aren't the clothes washed by servants? She had only washed a handkerchief once since she was a child, and she didn't know how to wash clothes at all. But it doesn't seem difficult. She saw how hard the other person was working and wanted to help, but was rejected. After washing the clothes, the 2 of them carried the bamboo basket containing the wet clothes and walked towards the residential area. Yao Ling was still thinking about what Lian said this morning. Lian could see that the other person was worried, but it was a pity that the other person couldn't understand her language, otherwise she could have helped him with some advice. After hanging up the clothes, the 2 came out of the living area. Yao Ling noticed that there were several people gathered at the door of the small room behind the meeting room. It's noisy and seems like there's something exciting to watch. She pulled Hien and ran all the way over. Sister Yu, Yao Ling shouted happily. What are you doing here? After she finished speaking, she realized that the atmosphere on the field was not right. The old man who always follows you was kneeling on the ground for some reason. Lord God's messenger, as the leader of a tribe, why don't you do your work instead of playing with the mud with these workers? Sui felt a headache after hearing this. He had explained it twice, but the stubborn old man insisted that he was not doing his job. Even orders cannot drive them away. He knelt there, as if he was risking his life to give advice, and refused to get up. The sealing of each step of distillation and purification is very critical. If he leaves, what will happen if all the efforts are in vain? You? Take him away from me. Sui pointed at the old man and said to Yao Yu. I can't persuade him either, Yao Yu said with a bitter face. He was serving her and handling matters in the council chamber. She wanted to come and see what Sui was doing during her free time. The result was what happened before our eyes. Uncle Sui, you said you would obey my orders. What about now? Young master, please kneel down and help me persuade you. You're losing your ambition with these toys. The old man's beard trembled. If you don't come out of this room, I'll kneel down and not leave. The most important affairs of the state are sacrifice and war. May I ask what you are doing now? You don't focus on national affairs, but are here messing around with the slaves. Guards, pull him away. Sui waved his hand, and 2 guards pulled the old man away. Yao Yu took a look and followed. After making way for the door, Yao Ling's eyes lit up when she saw the assembled pottery jars inside. This was definitely something she had never seen before. Su, what are you doing? Wow, this smells amazing. Can I have some? Just watch carefully. If you disturb me again, I will ask the guards to take you away. Su Yi turned around and responded. Hearing this, Yao Ling covered her mouth and took a few steps to find the angle to look inside. He Yan's eyes fell on Su Yi. What a strange tribe they are. The chief's woman had to wash a large basket of clothes herself. The chief himself had to till the land, and now he was fiddling with the mud, with both hands full. So weird. She also smelled the aroma of wine, which was far different from the wine her father often drank. You can tell it's not a good wine the minute you smell it. If Yao Ling doesn't leave, she has nowhere to go. I simply followed him and looked inside. Chapter 189 Distillation. Now pour the wine in. Su Yi washed his hands in a ceramic basin beside him and pinched a funnel himself. The 2 craftsmen took turns holding the wine jar and carefully pouring it into the large jar. These wines were saved by the leader of the original Jili tribe. After being displaced from the north to here, there are only a few jars left. Su Yi spent a lot of effort to find these 8 jars of wine brewed from the same kind of grain. It smells so good. Yao Ling sniffed and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Su Yi looked at her intoxicated expression, smiled, and shook his head. All right. He stood up. Now seal this jar too. With the experience of blocking the small altar, the 2 men were familiar with the process. Su, why do we have to stick a piece of grass on this? Yao Ling didn't understand and interrupted. This grass is hollow. If you don't insert this grass, the jar will explode when you start burning it. Explode. Boom. Su Yi raised his arms and gestured. Then the jar broke into pieces. Isn't that dangerous? Yao Ling showed a frightened expression. Let's go outside and wait. Don't pull me first. Su Yi broke free from Yao Ling's arm. It won't explode if I stick some grass in it now. This fine grass is amazing. After sealing the tank mouth, Su Yi circled it twice more. Only after making sure that the entire organization was reasonable did he give the order to start the fire. Don't make the fire too big. Just make the bottom of the pot slightly red. Su Yi instructed one of them. After the fire started, Su Yi carefully stared at each connection. These 2 veterans of playing with mud do have some skills. There was not a single air leak through the sealed openings. Now wrap the wet grass and wet cloth around the bamboo tube. Su Yi instructed. Be careful not to touch the seams. Ling, you have to help too. Okay. Yao Ling on the side was eager to try. Go find a big clay basin. Before Su Yi could finish his words, Yao Ling rushed out. He quickly added, it has to be able to hold this little clay pot. I understand. Yao Ling's response came from outside the house. He Yin turned her head and found that the other party ran away without calling her again. The 2 craftsmen squatted and stared at the jar. The 2 standing people exchanged glances. Facing this man alone, Yin was so nervous that she didn't even dare to breathe heavily. As a result, the other party ignored her and turned his head to stare at the broken jar. Is that jar as pretty as her? Humph, he just peeked at me last night. I must be good looking too. Yin thought about it anxiously. Well done. Su Yi gave the 2 craftsmen a look of approval. Where did you get this mud? It's so good at sealing. When it comes to their old business, the 2 are very confident. Lord God's messenger, we have discovered a tree with a very sticky sap. The soil stirred with the sap is especially suitable for plugging holes. Every time smoke leaks from the pottery kiln, we are responsible for sealing it up. Su Yi nodded. So, it still has to be the broad masses of working people. After a while, Yao Ling rushed in holding a large ceramic basin. Are you tired? I'm not tired at all. Do you need any help from me? Well, now we need to get some cold water and pour it into this basin. Su Yi looked at her flushed face and said, you take a break. I'll ask someone else to do it, okay? No need. Yao Ling picked up the wooden barrel at the door and left. I'm very happy to be able to help you. He unsuccessfully kept up with Yao Ling's pace this time. She saw it. Yao Ling is not favored. She is such a poor girl. Obviously so kind. Why don't his other women have to do these rough jobs? He just wanted to bully Ling alone. Let her do the laundry, let her run around. She also had to pretend to be happy. She was definitely worried just now. Although he has a smile on his face now, he must be very sad in his heart. If I could go back to the north, I would definitely find a way to take her away. Let her be his sister and be served as a master instead of being a slave. That stinky man. If you don't like her, you shouldn't have married her in the first place. He doesn't take it seriously when he marries her. It's very similar to the Flame Emperor in the palace. Yao Ling was very happy. I have helped before, so I should be able to have a sip later, right? The basin was quickly filled with water. Su Yi carefully placed the basketball-sized ceramic jar containing the wine into the basin. All done. Next, we just wait for the strong liquor to come out of the oven. Lord God's messenger, how long do we have to keep burning? Asked the craftsman in charge of the fire. He knows how many days it takes to fire pottery, so this won't take several days too, right? It won't take long. Su Yi stared at the wisps of steam coming out of the grass stalks, and every once in a while he would test it with the piece of linen in his hand and put it to his nose to smell it. Don't add firewood yet. Su Yi stopped the craftsman as he watched him. I understand. The craftsman put the firewood aside. Just like when you first start firing pottery, you can't use too strong a fire, or it will crack easily. Right, Lord Messenger of God? That's right. Su Yi gave a thumbs up. 8 jars of wine, about 5 liters. Su Yi planned to purify it only once. Otherwise the quantity would be too small, and it would not look good to give it to others. About 2 hours later, Yao Ling almost fell asleep while waiting. Finally heard Su Yi's order. Cease fire. Su Yi gave instructions when he smelled the alcohol smell on the wet linen in his hand becoming lighter. When the craftsman heard the instruction, he quickly took away the firewood. Su Yi opened the small clay pot soaked in the pottery basin with great anticipation. When the hole sealed with several layers of linen and mud was torn open, a rich aroma of wine spread everywhere. Done. Su Yi tried it with the bamboo chopsticks beside him, and his eyes lit up. It's a mixture of sour and spicy, but the alcohol content is definitely more than doubled. It was enough to fascinate the ancients who had never seen the world. It smells so good. It smells much better than before. Su, can I? No. Su Yi looked into Yao Ling's eyes and refused seriously. The ones in the jar are not allowed. Don't look at me like that. It's really not okay. Su Yi shook his head. Those will be very useful if you keep them. All right. Yao Ling nodded. When Su said it would be of great use, he was definitely not trying to fool her. Be obedient when you should be obedient. Do you want a drink? Su Yi asked. I want to. Yao Ling blinked as the situation took a turn for the better. Lengthen the bamboo tube and wrap it with wet cloth. Su Yi said to the 2 craftsmen, make it and you can have a taste later. The 2 craftsmen were overjoyed when they heard this. They all looked at Yao Ling with gratitude. If it weren't for Lord Ling, they would definitely not have this opportunity. Su Yi took away the essence, but the dregs left in the big jar were enough for them to taste. Make it longer and wrap it with wet cloth. Su Yi emphasized again. Otherwise the wine will escape with the gas. The fire reignited. A thin stream of liquid soon flowed out of the extended bamboo tube. A wide-mouthed pottery jar is placed underneath to hold it. Su Yi did not order the fire to be extinguished until the smell of alcohol coming from the large ceramic jar had almost disappeared. About half a liter of distillate was distilled from the clay pot. But the quality is definitely not as good as before. Taking out a few small bowls, Su Yi distributed 1 portion to each of the 4 people present. The 2 craftsmen carried the pottery bowls out of the house and went back to show off. This tastes different from what we had just now. Yao Ling took her portion and said with a smile, Su, I knew you liked me the most. Su Yi saw her sniff, then swallow the drink in one gulp, and his eyelids twitched. He uncovered her mouth with her sleeves and drank it all in one gulp. Su Yi watched her expression change. Hien was very shocked. She had never drunk such a strong drink. What her father treasured so dearly was far inferior to what she just drank. After standing there for a while, she felt her feet begin to feel lighter. The man opposite was also blurry. Are you drunk? Impossible. I can drink a lot. So why do I get drunk with just a small bowl? He raised his foot and tried to take 2 steps. Unexpectedly, the world suddenly spun around. Chapter 190, After Getting Drunk. Seeing Hien staggering, Su Yi couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and support her. Hien felt a little embarrassed. She made a fool of herself again. She actually got drunk in front of a strange man. If she had known the wine was so strong, she would have drank it slowly. At least it won't be like it is now, when I feel like the world is spinning when I move my head slightly. There was a strong arm of his around her waist, so she simply closed her eyes and pretended to be drunk, letting him hold her. Feeling his breath, Hien suddenly remembered the scene in the tent that night. Pity. It is impossible for her and him to have a marriage. But it should be okay for me to possess him for a while now, right? My mind raced, and an idea came to my mind. She pretended that she couldn't hold on, and her body went limp. The other party really picked her up gently. He still cares about her in his heart. Ling, I'll send her back first. Su Yi turned his head and saw Yao Ling with a bitter face, squatting down and starting to vomit. Ugh. Su, please stand still. You're making me dizzy. Ugh. Looking at the confused person in his arms, Su Yi thought for a moment, squatted down and put the person down, then ran over to take care of Ling. Hien was put on the ground, Her hands and feet were numb with anger, and her head was dizzy. How could he do this? You've never drunk alcohol before, yet you dare to drink it all in one gulp. It's no wonder your stomach doesn't feel uncomfortable. He saw that Sue-yi actually used his sleeve to wipe Ling's mouth. He also patted her back gently, his eyes full of concern. It turns out that all previous guesses were wrong. He is very good to her. Sue, I still want to vomit. Yao Ling looked very uncomfortable. I'll take you back first. You'll feel better if you lie down. After saying that, Sue-yi picked up Yao Ling and strode out of the house. He looked at the legs passing by her and wanted to hug them and take a bite. Put Ling back on the bed. Sue-yi ran back to the previous house without stopping. Damn it, stinky man. Put me on the ground. I'll ask my father to beat you, lash you with 20 or 30 lashes. I'm so pissed. Even if I'm not your woman, you can't treat me like this. When Sue-yi went back, Hien was swaying, pointing at the pillars supporting the roof, cursing. Hearing his movement, the other party turned around, pointed at the pillar, and slightly raised his finger to point at his nose. Okay, how dare you come back? Are you back to comfort me? I'm telling you, I'm really mad this time. Hearing the other person still mumbling and looking like she would fall down if the wind blew, Sue-yi stepped forward and wanted to support her. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. The outstretched arm was slapped away with great force. He received the most resolute rejection since the several contacts between the two sides. We are impossible. I will never put my tribe in danger. Sue-yi was anxious. He didn't understand a word she said. He just saw that her expression was a little sad. You are so young. How did you win over those people? They respect you so much. You are not bad to Ling either. It turns out you care about her. Oh no, I think I like you a little bit. What should I do? Seeing the other person's eyes looking at him, Sue-yi became embarrassed again. What's your expression? There are so many people who want to get me. By the way, you had the nerve to put me on the ground. Seeing the other person speaking, he pointed his finger at his nose again. Sue-yi directly pulled over the arm and held the other person in his arms. Shame on you. You're touching me without an engagement. Do you secretly like me too? Looking at the raised little face, it was completely different from the reserved and noble look of the past. Sue-yi couldn't help but kiss those red lips. What he didn't expect was that the other party's response was so overwhelming. Holding the soft and delicate body in his arms, he wished he could rub her into his own. Something hurts me. Take it away. Sue-yi's body stiffened and he grabbed the other person's hand and moved it away. Amid the other party's exclamation, he picked her up and carried her towards Yao Ling's cabin. Do you like me? You only kiss if you like each other, right? Hey, where are you taking me? The girl in his arms was screaming all the way, as if he was forcing a decent woman. This attracted the attention of the guards and passing tribesmen. In the hut, Yao Ling was soundly sleeping. On the small bed on the other side, two figures were entangled together. Hien took the initiative to scare Sue-yi. She put her arms around his neck and kept kissing him. Sue-yi knew that some people would become emotionally excited and have decreased self-control after getting drunk. And it's not just about being drunk. Previously, the other party seemed to want to keep his distance from him. If something really happened, she would probably regret it after she sobered up. Sue-yi claims that he is not a gentleman, but he is unwilling to take advantage of others. As a result, the other party grabbed his hand and stuffed it into his chest. A pair of eyes looked at him passionately, seemingly sober in the haziness, as if drunk, but not drunk, angry but happy. Her red lips parted slightly, and her breath smelled like orchid. Sue-yi reached out and untied the belt around her waist. In the meeting room, young master, I have disobeyed your orders. Please punish me. The jade craftsman named Su knelt in front of Yao Yu. It seems that you haven't realized where you went wrong. Yao Yu said unhappily. Old slave, Su Yujiang sighed. The sooner the Xuanniao tribe can become strong, the sooner you and your master can be reunited. This old slave is eager to see that day. My lord, he is not doing his job properly. Shut up, Yao Yu said angrily. You call yourself an old slave every day, and you talk about your master behind his back like this? I've told you several times that he's preparing a gift for Ambassador manhwa. Why can't he listen? Gift? Su Yujiang couldn't help but ask. The silk of the Xuanniao people is enough to make the northern nobles fight over it. Do you need other gifts? I have seen many rulers of other countries indulge in pleasure and neglect important matters. Those people also found a very reasonable reason. Okay, I know everything you said. Yao Yu waved his hand. Go to the Ministry of Industry to help with the work. I will go and persuade the envoy of God. Su Yujiang sighed again, bowed, and left the meeting room. He did not go directly to the Ministry of Industry, but walked around to the back of the meeting room. Looking up, there was no one in the room except the two black jars. Did I really underestimate the Lord of God? As long as the messenger of God stops indulging in these trivial matters, what does it matter if he offends him? He felt relieved, and his hunched back straightened a little. When he returned to the room assigned to him, which was specifically used for jade carving, his eyes were attracted by the jade materials placed on the low table. He took a deep breath and carefully grasped the piece of jade the size of a baby's fist with trembling hands. The whole body is red, warm, and shiny. It's actually red jade. God, it is definitely no coincidence that red jade appears here. Chapter 191 Confession. Red jade is like fire and sun. It is highly integrated with the meaning of the Yin tribe's totem, the golden crow. Emperor Yin once summoned all the princes in the world to ask for the red jade, but could not get it. Now that the red jade has appeared in the Xuanniao tribe, does it mean that the fortune of the Yin tribe will flow here? Lao Su, what are you so flustered about? Seeing that the usually steady jade craftsman was almost tripped by the wood in his house, Yao Gu hurried forward to help him. Mr. Minister, was the jade in my room sent by the divine messenger? Oh, Yao Gu just remembered this incident. The Lord God said to use these scraps to try your skills first. Carve whatever you are good at. What did you say? Su Yuzhong was speechless. Scrap. Yao Gu knew the importance of the large jade stone, so he didn't say much. Anyway, I just want you to make some small accessories. Su Yuzhong left the room with dazed eyes. There are more than a dozen pieces of different sizes just from the scraps, so how big should the main body be? It was because of his jade carving skills that he caught the eye of the old leader of the Jili tribe. Later, as a dowry, she followed her master to the Yin tribe. As a worker, his livelihood depends on his craft. Gently stroking the jade in front of me, the carving techniques that remain unforgettable after going through so many hardships appear in my mind one by one. He couldn't wait to take out the set of jade carving tools that had been passed down from generation to generation from his clothes. Death is like smoke, but jade is immortal. Remembering what his father had said before he died, the old jade craftsman carved with trembling hands. The temple building area, that is, the living area of the gods and their relatives. Inside Yao Ling's cabin, the air was filled with the smell of hormones. Tian was sleeping soundly with her head tilted to one side. They were only halfway through when she became drunk and passed out. Su Yi quickly ended the fight, helped her clean up, covered her with a blanket, and then quietly left the house. There are more and more women around him, and he is no longer alone in this world. They rely on him, and he will provide them with a roof over their heads. Su Yi probably knew Hian's concerns. He wouldn't make it difficult for her. The quality of the gift is more important than the quantity. I don't know if it can impress his father. Su Yi decided to take you with him to have a chat with Xiong Tong. In the meeting room, Yao Yu dealt with a minor case of stolen dried meat, rubbing his brow. Seeing Su Yi coming in, she hurriedly stood up to greet him. Mr. Su, I've already told him. I don't blame him. Su Yi waved his hand indifferently. He wished there were more people like him. Sometimes listening to opposing opinions can help you make decisions. At this time, Yao Yu frowned, sniffed, and then stared at Su Yi's eyes suspiciously. Su, what else did you do besides making wine? Su Yi knew that if she didn't call him God's messenger, she would return to her role as a woman. He didn't intend to hide it from her, because he couldn't hide it even if he did. I want Hien. When he talked about it in front of her, he still felt a little unnatural. You? Yao Yu shook his head helplessly and looked into the other person's eyes seriously. Su, tell me, how many women do you want? If we don't refuse, you won't keep adding people to your family, right? Su Yi paused. Actually, I don't want much. I won't mention you, and Ling Langyue was brought to me by you. Su Yi saw the resentful look in the other party's eyes and added, of course I also like her. What about Hien? Come, let me listen to your explanation. Yao Yu suddenly felt that as his first woman, she needed to restrain him a little. If you do that every day, your body will break down. Hien, do you want me to tell the truth? What do you think? Yao Yu reached out to his waist. Since the establishment of the Xuanniao tribe, he has become more and more majestic, and she sometimes doesn't dare to make trouble with him like this. The first time I saw her riding a horse with such a proud look on her face, I wanted to pin her down on the bed and teach her a lesson. Su Yi waved his hands. Huh. Yao Yu looked at Su Yi with a teasing look in his eyes. Come on, then go on and explain. What's going on with Lien? Seeing Su Yi's eyes flickering, Yao Yu pinched the soft flesh on his waist. What? Are you trying to hide it from me? I'll tell you everything. Su Yi said with an apologetic smile. Lien actually. Stop talking. Yao Yu said sullenly. Lien tried her best to make clothes for us. She remembers the size and length of each of us better than she does herself. She takes care of us like a sister. Look, everything is done by her. How can we repay her? It's only a good thing for a stinky man like you. But this isn't Ling and you. You think I know nothing? Sui really thought so. To tell you the truth, I know that the two of them plan to get together at night and keep you from getting out of bed. Yao Yu blushed. They both came to me to discuss things behind each other's backs. Sui suddenly understood after hearing this. It seemed that you had become the queen without realizing it, and the others all revolved around her. Hien, we accept it. Yao Yu said unhappily. Don't be so smiling. You've done that to others. How can I just ignore it? I feel very happy to have such a good wife. Sui took Yao Yu's hand. Yao Yu quickly pulled it back. It's broad daylight, and we're still in the meeting room. There are so many beautiful women in the world, and you have to keep yourself busy with them. Yao Yu said, turned around and left. Sui was left alone in the room to reflect. He knew that he had added another member to the family, which made her unhappy. The women I have are all related to me. It can be said that they are in love with each other. There were more than 10 women in the tribe. All of them were outstanding in appearance, but now only 3 of them have entered his heart. Don't force it. Don't distance yourself. Just follow your heart. That's all. After figuring it out, Sui followed Yao Yu out of the conference room. I don't know where the other party has gone. In the sunlight, Sui strolled on the road with his hands behind his back. The road surface under his feet was hard because it had been trampled on without any special repair. There were neatly arranged wooden houses on both sides of the road, and the tribesmen on both sides greeted him from time to time. The core area of a city has begun to take shape. The trees he left on both sides of the river have now become a scenic spot. These trees are mainly used as barriers to separate residential areas from streams. It would be beautiful to build a running track around the river in the future. Wooden stakes were driven into the water to form fishing platforms. When the tribesmen in charge of fishing pulled up the net, the shining fish jumped around. The logs floating down the river were pulled to the shore one by one and turned into wooden houses. Looking into the distance, there are gathering areas of tribes. There are shacks of all sizes everywhere. Further away is the cultivated land. The end of the land is still land. Once all the fertile land is cultivated, this place will become a paradise of wealth. Hien felt her body was light and floating, as if she was on the clouds. I opened my eyes and found the room was dimly lit. I stood up, but felt my body getting cold. In my fragmented memory, it seemed that he finally carried me to the bed. The strange feeling between her legs startled her. With eyes closed, he lay back on the bed. Chapter 192 Tears on the Towel. How could she? 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of my eyes to my ears. Yao Ling climbed out of bed and shook her aching head. It's so late? I'm so hungry. There was someone in the bed next to me, and Hien had also been drinking, probably like me. She put on her shoes and walked to the other person's bedside, and saw that the other person's eyes were open, and he was crying silently. What's wrong with you? Yao Ling squatted down with concern and took out her handkerchief. Well, I can never go back. Hien saw the other person's eyes and couldn't control her emotions. Only then did Yao Ling notice the clothes folded on the bedside. Underwear is also there. What did she do when she saw the mark under the other person's neck? Could it be Sue's doing? Yao Ling tried to wipe the other person's tears, but the more she wiped, the more tears there were. Don't cry. I'm going to scold him. Just wait for me. After saying that, Yao Yu left his handkerchief behind and ran out of the house. She went to discuss it with you. In the meeting room. Still crying. When Yao Yu heard Ling's description, he sighed inwardly. Sue, force her? He doesn't seem like such an impatient person. Why is it that this time? Young master, the messenger of God has assigned me some work, so I won't be able to serve you for a while. At this time, Su Yuzheng just came in from the door, bowed and waited for Yao Yu's reply. Mr. Su, I have a question for you. Young master, you say. Su Yuzheng looked up and answered, then lowered his head again. That's right. What would happen if a noblewoman from the Yin tribe was possessed by a barbarian? Su Yuzheng was stunned when he heard this. Quickly came to his senses. The Lord God's move was too fast. With his ability, it would be a matter of time. Why were you so anxious? Young master, this. Su Yuzheng thought for a moment and continued. Nobles attach great importance to blood purity and family honor. Women in particular are seen as the link between marriage and alliance. If a noblewoman is possessed by a barbarian. He raised his head and looked at Yao Yu carefully. Seeing that the other party didn't care, he continued. If a noblewoman is possessed by a barbarian, it will be regarded as an insult to the dignity of the family. So serious? Yao Yu was surprised. Ling, who was standing by, seemed to understand what was said, but not quite. That? Young master, you can take this old servant with you. Su Yuzheng raised his head and said, I know what she cares about. Yao Yu no longer concealed it. The 3 of them left the meeting room and headed straight for the residential area. Inside Yu Ling's cabin, Hien was already dressed. Looking at the bright red spot on the mattress, my heart ached again. She brought this upon herself. She can't blame anyone else. He pulled the quilt over to cover the mark. Being captured is already an insult to the tribe. Relying on her father's love for her, perhaps the tribe will accept and forgive her. Now, even if she was released, she would not be recognized. What should she do next? Hearing footsteps outside the door, she took a deep breath and cheered herself up. She is the daughter of a noble family and cannot lose her identity. The door is open. You looked at the tear marks on the other person's face, but tried hard to force a decent smile. This reminded her of her mother. She was alone in a foreign tribe, just like Yin, and had to face the grievances on her own. He hurried forward, took the other person's hand, and placed it in his palm. Are you hungry? Let's go eat. Su Yujiang relayed the young master's words. Yan's hands were held separately. She smiled at the two of them and felt a little better. Master Yan. Su Yujiang followed the three of them half a step away. There's actually no need for you to be sad. Yan's heart trembled when she heard this. She just knew it. This matter cannot be kept secret from anyone. She pulled away Yao Ling's hand, and she smiled at her, but held it even tighter. Forget it. It's not her fault. Look around. This endless land belongs to the Xuanniao people. The old man behind her was still talking to her, and she really wanted him to shut up. Do you remember that I asked you if you wanted to be a concubine? To tell you the truth, Lord God's envoy, it took less than a year to develop the Xuanniao tribe from a small tribe of dozens of people to such a large one. Hearing this, Yin took a breath and couldn't help but look forward to his next words. The Xuanniao people have never regarded your father as an opponent. With the ability of the God's messenger, he will definitely handle the relationship between the Xuanniao people and the tribes well. You can just be your master with peace of mind. At the dinner table, Yin was still thinking about the old man's words, and her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. It was not until the two women brought the food to her that she came back to her senses. Concubine? She finally understood. What the old man meant was, that man is so brave. My heart is pounding. But how should he deal with his relationship with the tribe? You looked at Yin, who forgot to put the meat in her mouth after forking it, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Mr. Su, who was standing at the door. What did he say on the way? Young master. Old Su bowed. I have to go back to my work and will not disturb you while you're eating. Su Yujiang was still thinking about the jade, so after taking his leave, he headed towards the Ministry of Works. I met two women on the road. In the sunset, the two of them were arm in arm, very close. He recognized one of them as the woman of the Lord's messenger of God, and the other as the director of the textile bureau. The woman who mastered the art of silk. Is she also the wife of God's messenger? Good. Retreating to the side of the road, he bowed. Lang Wei waved his hand, recognizing the people on the side of the road. Where are you, and the others? We'll eat inside. Just right. Lang Yu pulled Yao Lian and quickened their pace. You she. Yao Lian felt a little embarrassed. Among the several women of God's messenger, the only one she was a little afraid of was Yu. Maybe it was because the other party was the patriarch, or maybe it was because the other party was the first woman of the messenger of God. Status is always different. She seemed to have known your feelings long ago. You looked so nervous that your palms were sweating. Real. When we too were planning to give you to Sue as a gift, we looked for you. She wasn't surprised at all. Lang Wei realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, but he finished speaking embarrassedly. Yao Lian gave Lang Yu a reproachful look. Was she being that obvious? When Yao Yu saw the two people at the door, he immediately stood up to greet them. She was holding Yao Lian's hand. The two looked at each other and smiled, saying nothing. Take a seat. Yao Lian saw that He Yin was there too, and was not surprised. He Yin looked at the person who came and silently scolded the stinky man again in her heart. The few beautiful women she met after she came here turned out to be his wives. Guard, tell the messenger to find something to eat somewhere else. We have something to discuss. Yao Yu said towards the door. Yes. The guard took the order and left. Sister Yu, you were right. Su didn't blame me at all. Yao Ling swallowed the meat in her mouth and muttered, he even made me some wine today. By the way, he probably took advantage of He Yin being drunk and... Yao Lian suddenly understood what she heard. No wonder this girl from the north was in a trance. So this is what is happening. Now that she is my sister, I should give her clothes as a gift. She also trained several of her subordinates, and their skills improved day by day. It won't take long to make one piece for each set for the other party. Lang Wei turned his head and looked at Ling. He really didn't blame you? Chapter 193 Love Talk. Not at all. He just wanted to scare you. He is really... Lang Wei gritted her teeth. She had been worried about this the whole day. By the way, Su is very good at taking advantage of others. Lian, you can't indulge him. After hearing this, Yao Lian knew what he was talking about. The oil lamp lit on the wall made everyone's cheeks red. He Yin listened to the four people falling silent at the same time. He looked at her in confusion. As a result, each of the four gave her a gentle smile. She could feel that they had already treated her as one of their own. He lowered his head and cut the meat on the plate. She didn't know whether to be sad or happy. I hope he can really handle the relationship between the two tribes well, as the old man said. Only, she knew her father best, and she was afraid it wouldn't be that easy. Sui spent the entire afternoon strolling around the core area, focused on several composting areas. After reporting some of the problems he had discovered to the various persons in charge, he went into Yao Gu's workroom. The two of them discussed the water wheel again. Report. A guard came to the door and saluted. Speak. The clan leader said that they have something to discuss, so you should find something to eat by yourself. The guard retreated after saying this. He has experience and knows that such an order might easily lead to anger. After hearing this, Sui shook his head helplessly. Forget it. The idea of having girls all around is probably gone. They're united again. But it is also easy to differentiate. Lord God's envoy, shall we eat together? Yao Gu suggested. Okay. Sui did not refuse. What Yao Gu eats is almost the same as what they eat, just a little lighter in seasoning. After eating, the two went to the meeting room together. Quite a few people have come here to learn characters. After Sui entered, everyone entered in an orderly manner. Yao Yu and his companions sat upright on several mats in the front row. Sui's eyes swept over and lingered on He Yan's face for a moment. The other party lowered his head silently with no expression. Okay, just like last time, you are not allowed to speak without my permission. The teaching has begun. Sui discovered that this time was different from last time, and He Yan was studying very seriously. He Yan has her own plans in mind. She knew that she would probably have to live here for the rest of her life, so she forced herself to learn the other side's language. He taught in a very regular way. First teach how to write, then teach how to pronounce. Then comes the explanation. Not understanding his explanation, she simply matched each glyph with its corresponding pronunciation. After that, he went to ask the old man for help. Xiang Tong also came to listen to the lecture. Only by learning to read and write can he become a true nobleman. Otherwise, it won't work if you only have identity but no connotation. Do you think today's study is difficult? What's so difficult about it? You don't think it's difficult, do you? A tribe member looked around and said, It seems that I have to decide on the reward for the God's Messenger's test. Don't be happy too soon. The tribesmen left in twos and threes. The room suddenly felt much emptier. Seeing that the women were sitting still, Yunluan looked at them strangely, then left yawning. She also has to write down what she learned yesterday, otherwise she will easily forget it. She has been crying for a long time. You can handle it yourself. Yao Yu got up and left. Su, you actually took advantage of someone who was drunk. Ah. Yao Ling pretended to shake her head and sigh. She stood up. Seeing this, He Yan wanted to follow. Yao Ling quickly pushed her back onto the cushion. You scared me on purpose, and now the things I prepared for you are gone. Langhua left without looking back. Su, the other people don't welcome you tonight. Including you? Sui asked. Of course, Yao Lian said. She needs you to accompany her the most. Yao Lian resisted the urge to ignore He Yan's pleading look. In a blink of an eye, there were only two people left in the nest. He Yan lowered her head and rubbed her cuffs. They won't take her with them tonight. Where will she sleep? Sui looked at her kneeling figure. Did she cry? It turns out that this is not a mutual agreement. Drinking is a misleading thing. She looks completely different now than when she was drunk. Sui walked up to her. He Yan looked up. Sui leaned over, grabbed one of her hands, and pulled her up. Come with me. He spoke to himself, holding that soft and boneless hand, and strolled towards the Ministry of Industry. There are some things that need to be told to her. What she thought was a big deal might not be a big deal to him. Her hand was being pinched by the other person, and she tried to struggle but couldn't get free. He didn't walk fast and deliberately walked beside her. Looking at the faint shadows of the two people under the moon, she felt an unprecedented strange feeling in her heart. Nervous, relieved, and a little happy. You are from another tribe, and I am worse than you. I am from another world. Sui, he seemed to be talking to himself. I once learned a text in which there was a sentence. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species? It is impossible for your ancestors to be born nobles. The same is true for Emperor Yan. The two of them came all the way to the Ministry of Industry. There was still light in the jade carving hut. When Sui went to give a lecture, he saw a diligent figure inside through the door. He knew he wasn't asleep. Lord God's messenger. When Su Yujiang finished carving a line and came back to his senses, he noticed two figures behind him. The envoy of God held He Yan's hand and watched him carve quietly. Mr. Su, your body is your own now that you are old. It is better to rest early. Su Yujiang felt warm inside when he heard this. My master often says this. Thank you, master. Seeing him leaning forward to salute again, Sui supported him with one hand. Tell her that I will marry her with a grand ceremony using the northern tradition. After hearing the retelling, He-Yan's heart started pounding. He said this himself. It is very different from the old man's advice in the afternoon. I understand, but my father. The Lord God's messenger said that he has 100 ways to make your father agree to marry you willingly. After listening to this, He-Yan looked at Su Yi's serious face. Can you help me ask, does he like me? He-Yan turned to Su Yujiang. Or is he attracted by my status and the power of my tribe? The Lord God said that you are the most important. He-Yan couldn't help but feel her heart beating fast after listening to this. He really said that? The Lord God also said that the rising and setting of the sun and the moon have meaning only because of you. Su Yujiang glanced at Su Yi, his admiration evident in his words. The Lord God's messenger also said that a virtuous and beautiful woman, a gentleman. He-Yan was almost overwhelmed by the string of love words. Yes, his expression was serious and determined. Has he said this to every wife? He-Yan thought about it and asked. The envoy of God said that this belongs to you alone, and, in his heart, you are the most beautiful. Su Yujiang wanted to ask for his young master whether she was ranked second, but he didn't ask. He knew that the envoy of God wanted to take advantage of He-Yan's identity. It's a pity that the young master has no family support behind him. Chapter 194 Sweetness. This was the first time Su Yi came to the so-called temple after returning to his tribe. It is called a temple, but it is just a larger house. The several small houses in the distance are where Ling and her friends live. In addition to the guards, there were two girls standing at the door of the house. Seeing him pulling He-Yan over, they both stepped forward happily to greet him. You look very happy. Su Yi couldn't help asking. Lord God's messenger, please give us orders. We are so lucky that you came back to live here just when it was our turn. The two girls spoke one sentence each. Su Yi was curious and chatted with them for a while. Only then did I realize that these were all temporary jobs arranged by Yao Yu. They participated in the tribe's work during the day and took turns waiting at night to be assigned tasks. I didn't come back for the past 2 days, so the two groups of people who were waiting there didn't get any extra rewards. Sir, if you need anything, please give us your orders. We will do it seriously. Definitely not lazy. What kind of work can we do so late at night? Looking at the eager eyes of the two, Su Yi thought for a while and said, well, you guys take a slightly larger basin and prepare half a basin of warm water. Thank you, Lord God's messenger. The two of them bowed hurriedly. One of them immediately turned around and ran to the hut adjacent to the temple. Lord Messenger of God, I'm going to light the lamp in the house. Please wait a moment. Another person entered the house. He-Yan looked at the person who held her in confusion. How could he be talking and laughing with two maids? What his father said to the maid in a month was not as much as what he just said. A faint light came out from the door, and Su Yi walked in holding the person in his hand. When I entered the room, I saw a table with a faint light from an oil lamp on it. Next to the table were 2 cushioned chairs. There is a vertical cabinet against the wall. Facing the cabinet, there is a knee-length bed covered with neatly laid bedding. The house is simply furnished, clean and tidy. Who decorated this room? Su Yi couldn't help but ask. It should be arranged by the clan leader. The maid said, My lord, I will go down first. Please call me any time if you need me. Su Yi nodded. The maid bowed and retreated, closing the door gently. He-Yan sat on the bed, feeling uneasy. She had almost no recollection of what happened in the afternoon. If it weren't for the abnormality in her body and the marks on the bed, she would have thought she was fine. Now he brought me back alone, so he must be. His words just now really made her feel much better. He likes himself. If you don't like someone, you definitely can't say those affectionate words. If she could really get her father's consent as he said, she would be willing to marry him. However, the previous time was an accident, and she didn't want it to happen again before they got married. How should she reject him so that he wouldn't get angry? Will he get so angry that he doesn't want me anymore? Probably not. Watching the other person pat the table and touch the chair with a curious look on his face. Hasn't he seen tables and chairs? How is that possible? The bedding under him was also made of precious silk. How many sets of clothes could he make from it? He-Yan's wandering thoughts were interrupted by the maid knocking on the door. Lord God's messenger, the maid said carefully. The warm water you requested is ready. Bring it in. Su Yi sat on the chair and tried it. It was sturdy enough. This craftsman is capable of making such a finished product with such simple tools. Sir, shall we put it on the table? The maid pushed the door open and saw the messenger of God sitting at the table. Oh no, just put it next to the bed. Su Yi saw that she was not only holding a basin, but also had a clean cloth hanging on her arm. He is very considerate in considering things. The maid brought water to the bedside, put down the basin and secretly glanced at the woman whose butt was touching the head of the bed. She is so beautiful. No wonder he is loved by the messenger of God. I envy her so much. see the maid leave and close the door. He-yin looked at the approaching man and felt like her heart was about to jump out. She doesn't want it. Only after marriage can he possess her again. I was about to stand up and push him away, but he suddenly squatted down. He pulled the ceramic basin over with one hand and tested the temperature with his fingertips. It was just right. Under the other person's surprised gaze, he held one of her ankles. He-yin was startled and struggled, but the other party held her hand even tighter. She felt half of her body was numb and her face was hot. The shoes were taken off. Oh, what on earth does he want to do? The ankles are as slender as willows. Take off your stockings and curl up your toes gently. Faint veins can be seen on the instep, and the skin is delicate and smooth. After testing the water temperature again, Su-yi tidied her clothes and put her 2 slender feet into the basin. This is washing feet. He-yin covered her open mouth with one hand and looked at the man squatting beside the bed in disbelief. As a leader, how could he wash her feet? Moreover, he washed very seriously, without any intention of just going through the motions. The warm, big hands caress every inch of skin on the feet, making people feel itchy. I looked up and found the door was closed tightly. She wanted to pull it out, but the other party noticed and gave her a look that brooked no resistance. Su-yi looked at her, her face flushed, her eyes filled with shock, and her body slightly tilted. The knees are so tight. Su-yi, definitely had no thoughts about this pair of jade feet. Washing feet is definitely the best way to deal with this girl. Su-yi muttered to himself, touched it again, and washed it again. He waited until the water cooled down before he dried her carefully and put her back on the bed. He hugged her knees and hid her feet under her clothes. He is fine now. How can she reject him? I watched the other person move the basin of water away and blow out the bean-sized lamp. The room fell into darkness, but she could hear his movements clearly. The sound of taking off clothes, the sound of lifting the quilt. Su-yi felt helpless. She wasn't going to sit there all night, was she? Isn't it just that she's worried that I'll hit her? He's not that anxious yet. Oh, the arm was grabbed. He-yin only had time to exclaim before she found herself pressed against a warm chest. The man's breath enveloped her. The belt around the waist was untied. He-yin closed her eyes and bit her lip. Let the other person take off his coat. Give it one more time, just one more time. Consider it your reward for washing my feet. Feeling the stiffness of the person in his arms, Su-yi originally wanted to leave only her underwear, but he decided to leave her middle clothes as well. Lying in each other's arms, He-yin was still waiting for the other party's next move. Soon, I heard a soft snoring sound behind me. Fell asleep? My heart dropped back into my stomach. I secretly reached behind his back and saw that he was still wearing shorts. It turns out he didn't intend to have me. So what about washing your own feet? There has never been a man washing a woman's feet. It has always been women serving men. Combined with the blushing and heart-pounding words the other party had said before, she was extremely certain. The other person must like you. Not a bit fake. My heart feels as sweet as if I had eaten honey. She fantasized about the future. First of all, she must learn the language as soon as possible, and then help you deal with household affairs. Feeling the breath of the people around me, I fell into a deep sleep. The morning light is just breaking, and a faint light is shining through the window. Su-yi looked at the girl in his arms with a smile on her face and kissed her gently on the forehead. After putting on his clothes and pulling the quilt over his exposed slender feet, Su-yi went out for a run. Chapter 195 Concern. When He-yin woke up, Yao Ling was sitting beside the bed. The other person blinked his eyes and looked at her with a smile. She calmly lifted the quilt and began to put on her coat. The clothes were folded next to the pillow like last time. It must have been him who folded them. Get out of bed and put on your shoes. He naturally took Yao Ling's hand, ignoring her surprised expression, and the two of them left the house together. Inside the small restaurant, Su-yi and his beauties finally gathered together. Sit wherever you want. Don't make eye contact to discuss seating arrangements. Su-yi saw through the looks in their eyes and said unhappily, I'll emphasize again that family members should understand and care about each other. There is no distinction between close and distant relatives or between you and me. I hope you won't let me down. After Su-yi finished speaking, he sat down first. How could that be? We are fine. Yao Yin smiled gently, pulled out the chair in front of her, and sat down. That's right. You always seem to worry that we'll have a conflict. Yao Yu said puzzledly. Several other people also sat down nearby. Food, vegetables, fruits and melons were served on the table. Everyone was using knives and forks. Only Su-yi was holding chopsticks. He-yin was surprised to see how skillfully the other person used chopsticks. She was sure that this was definitely not something that could be achieved in a day or two. He must have eaten like this since he was a kid. He must be the descendant of some great noble who has been stranded abroad. He just happened to be the leader here. Do you want to use chopsticks yourself? Looking up and seeing that everyone was using knives and forks, she thought about it and gave up the idea. She can't be different from everyone else. Time flies, blowing the sands of the world. A few days later, in a large camp in the north. My lord, don't tell me so much. I just want my daughter. Xiao felt anxious as he looked at his wife with red eyes and pale face. My daughter and Yin are missing. Not one of her attendants returned. The people he sent out later found the burned bodies outside a valley somewhere in the south. Apart from this, there are no other traces. The lady who got the news took no pains to come here all the way from the tribe. Don't worry, I will definitely find my daughter. You're still lying to me. Yan's mother, Xuanniao, burst into tears. I heard everything. After 2 heavy rains, I couldn't find any trace of my daughter anymore. You have to compensate me for my daughter. She said she wanted to go out, so you let her out? She said she didn't want to get married. Why didn't you listen? The barbarians in the south have never been pacified and have been constantly rebelling. How dare you let her go? Yao. In front of the servants, Xiao felt ashamed and snorted coldly. Why don't you just send me to the barbarians? Xuanniao took out her handkerchief and wiped her tears. She is beautiful. How can she be good if she falls into the hands of the barbarians? My poor daughter. Master He, are you going to send troops or not? If you can't, I will go back and ask my mother clan for help. Stop. Xiao felt a headache. He should have kept it a secret from her earlier. Mobilize the army to the south. The remnants of the Julie will surely cause chaos. After all, it's still not possible. Xuanniao smiled bitterly and shook her head. You've lost your daughter, and you're still thinking about your identity and your title. Shut up, Xiao said angrily. I'm more worried about my daughter's accident than you are. Although the main army was not mobilized, I dispatched no less than 10 small teams of 100 or 200 people. If I was worried about the blame from Emperor Yan, I would not have done these things. Your Han tribe is in the west, and you don't know much about the south. Even if someone comes, they won't be able to help you. But the more people there are, the greater the chance of finding it. Xuanniao looked at her man with disheveled hair and a tired expression, and could not help but slow down her voice. Do you think my daughter will fall into the hands of barbarians? Xiao wanted to shake his head to deny it like he did before, but this time he didn't. He knew that his daughter's disappearance must be related to Xiongtong's gang. And what tribe did the other party join? If not barbarians, then what else could it be? Xuanniao actually knew it, but she just couldn't help but ask. Seeing her husband's acquiescent expression, her heart ached. So she's still alive, isn't she? Xiao held his wife's hand, gritted his teeth, and nodded painfully. Women are also a resource. His precious jewel, his golden branch and jade leaf, fell into the hands of barbarians. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would never have let her leave when she acted like a spoiled child. He wanted to punch himself twice. But the lady was still by her side, and she was now relying on him for support. It's good to be alive. Right. Xuanniao wiped away the tears with a handkerchief. We can definitely find her and bring her back, right? That's right. Xiao nodded. Come on, send 5 more teams to the south. Sir, if you transfer these people away, the remnants of the Julie people will probably follow my orders. Xiao said word by word. I'll go pray under the statue, and you can make the arrangements. Xuanniao stood up and wiped away her tears. Report to the Lord, there is news from the south. Hearing the announcement outside the tent, the 2 men looked at each other. Come in and talk. Xiao shook off his depressed look. Xuanniao hurriedly moved behind the screen. Sir, the people sent to the south brought back a caravan, and the leader wanted to see you, saying that they had something important to discuss. Do you know the name of the leader? Xiao leaned forward involuntarily. Bear what? It's Xiongtong, right? Xiao simply stood up from the coffee table. Yes, sir, that's what it's called. Bring him in quickly. Please come in, be polite. Xiao was sitting in the middle of the tent, feeling uneasy. Xuanniao felt distressed when she saw her husband's appearance. Ambassador Manhwa, Xiongtong of the Huaxia tribe greets you. Xiongtong was dressed up by Su Yi this time. He was wearing brocade and shoes, and looked very handsome. The messenger of God said that this time he represented the Chinese people, which was completely different from last time. Xiao looked at Xiongtong, who was completely different from the last time, with his eyes full of surprise. Xiongtong, why are you here? He did not mention his daughter directly. If my daughter falls into the hands of the other party, he will definitely bring her up on his own initiative. He knew that the barbarians were greedy and might want to exchange his daughter for something else. Sir, is your daughter still with you? Xiongtong looked at Xiao with a smile. He discovered that so-called big shots were just like that. If you lose your daughter, aren't you the same as a commoner? You can tell from his appearance that he hasn't been having a good time these days. Xuanniao, who was behind the screen, couldn't help but speak out when she heard this. My lord, we are not afraid of being overheard when we talk. You don't need to hide anyone. Before the dazed He Xiao could say anything, Xuanniao appeared from behind the screen. Xiong Tong looked at the noble lady in front of him and bowed. This should be He Yan's mother. Like daughter, like mother. She is as beautiful as her daughter. Chapter 196, Hard. Hello, madam. Xiong Tong bent over and said respectfully. The beautiful woman bowed in return. This, sir, do you know the whereabouts of my daughter? Xuanniao ignored her husband's eyes and looked at Xiong Tong earnestly. This man was well-dressed and well-mannered, and did not look like the barbarian that my husband described. Will my daughter be okay? I dare not hide it from you. Your daughter is currently staying as a guest in my Xuanniao tribe and is reluctant to return. I am here on the orders of our leader and your daughter to report safety to you two. Xiong Tong looked at the two of them calmly. He Yan has never been far away from home, so how could she not miss home? Xuanniao felt distressed when she heard this. They must have detained her, and they said it so nicely. She was angry but didn't show it. Lord Xiong Tong, I wonder what your tribe can do to release my daughter. Food, livestock, slaves, minerals, you name it, we'll take it all. He Xiao was still thinking about what Xiong Tong had just said. Why did the other party deliberately emphasize this and at the same time follow his daughter's orders? You're joking. How dare we trade your daughter? Xiong Tong waved his hand. Then why are you here? Xuanniao was puzzled. If he didn't want to use his daughter as a bargaining chip, why didn't he let her go home? I'm here to give you a gift. He Xiao's face turned cold when he heard this. From what you said, you want to exchange something for my daughter? Xuanniao also came back to her senses. How could her daughter be replaced without any clear reason? No, I just gave you a gift. It has nothing to do with your daughter. Xiong Tong said this, took out a jade pendant from his sleeve, and handed it over. Xuanniao took it, and her eyes turned red. She recognized it immediately as the one on her daughter's body. The other party must know the whereabouts of her daughter. He Xiao also leaned over to take a look at the jade pendant. My daughter is indeed in their hands. Looking at the other person, he wondered if he could get his daughter back if he captured the other person as a hostage. Lord Manhwa, you breached the contract first, so we had no choice but to invite your daughter to be our guest. Xiong Tong looked at the coldness in He Xiao's eyes and said indifferently, for a transaction between two parties, it is important to be fair and reasonable. You treat us rudely, so we will naturally treat you rudely. Xiong Tong said neither humble nor arrogant. What on earth did you do to my daughter? Xuanniao pinched the jade pendant in her hand and cried out. She was just naughty and ran out to play. Why are you so cruel? Madam, calm down. Xiong Tong looked at the beautiful woman with eyes that seemed to want to swallow him, and continued, when I say rude, I don't mean how to treat your daughter. In fact, she has not suffered any injustice in our tribe. But I wonder if the women of my Xuanniao tribe will receive the same treatment if they fall into the hands of your tribe? Xiong Tong sneered. I'm afraid not. He Xiao wanted to refute. He is the ambassador of Nanhua, and his He tribe is the most loyal ally of the Yin tribe. What are they, the Xuanniao people? He only regretted that he shouldn't have let his daughter go. I also regret that I sent fewer people. Master He, I know you feel that what I said is ridiculous. Xiong Tong recalled the long conversation he had with the Lord God's messenger before setting off. In response to your rudeness, our leader buried all the hundreds of people you sent out underground. He Xiao took a deep breath and was startled. Gu clan. Gu Feng. Yes, how is he? He Xiao asked anxiously. Our leader knows his identity. Xiong Tong said lightly. But he dared to lead others to cause trouble, so he has been beheaded. Your daughter is not causing any trouble. He Xiao's face turned pale. I wanted to give Gu Feng a chance, let him destroy a small clan and accumulate some reputation, but who knew? He understood the other party's implication. If his daughter also causes trouble, she will probably not end up well. This Chinese ethnic group is truly arrogant. He didn't take these nobles seriously at all. Your daughter is very polite and courteous, and she has shown the noble manners to the elders of our clan. After the leader knew that she was the daughter of your Nanhua ambassador, he treated her with courtesy and even arranged for a maid to serve her. After hearing this, He Xiao and his wife both breathed a sigh of relief. I think you understand that since our leader dares to send me here again, it means that he is not afraid of your attack. Xiong Tong said to He Xiao, my Xuanniao people of 20,000 people, under the leadership of our leader, sharpen their weapons every day, ready to deal with you rude invaders. Looking at the other person's expression, Xiong Tong felt happy. The Lord God's guess was absolutely correct. He Xiao fell silent after hearing this. The leader mentioned by Xiong Tong must not be underestimated. When two tribes go to war, the key to victory is for the entire tribe to be united and share the same hatred of the enemy. His rude behavior was cleverly used by the other party and helped to win their hearts and minds. Moreover, none of the several hundred people sent out initially escaped, which explains a lot of problems. He thought that the other party must have surrounded them with more people, which led to this result. Now, the Xuanniao tribe mentioned by the other party is actually a large tribe with a population of 20,000. He couldn't tell whether this statement was true or not, but the other party seemed very confident. Therefore, even if he knew the whereabouts of his daughter, it would not be feasible to snatch her away by force. Emperor Yin mobilized a large number of manpower and food for the eastern expedition. The remnants of the Juli people who had not been completely eliminated before went into the mountains and forests, causing attacks from time to time. If he were to summon the princes under his jurisdiction and march south now, he would encounter tremendous resistance. After figuring this out, He Zhao's expression relaxed. Yao, notify the kitchen to prepare delicious food. I want to entertain our distinguished guests. He had to calm the messenger down first, and then find a way to bring his daughter back. In addition to being his daughter's father, he is also the right-hand man of Emperor Yin. He could swallow this. Yin Huang's status as the common ruler of the world cannot be challenged. In the future, when Emperor Yan's eastern expedition is over, he will report the whole story, and Emperor Yan will definitely issue orders to the world to drive out the barbarians. Looking at the bronze utensils of the same size on the small table, the dishes contained much more sumptuous food than last time. There are dancing girls in the hall, and the sound of bells and drums is pleasant. Xiong Tong suddenly understood. He had a deeper understanding of the words of the messenger of God before he left. Cooperation is about seeking common ground while reserving differences, not about compromise. You represent our Chinese people, and I only ask of you one thing. Be tough. After the song ended, two beautiful dancers danced towards him. Some people massage shoulders, some people massage shoulders, some people pour wine. Xiong Tong let out a long sigh of relief. You too, serve this master well at night. If you dare to neglect me. He Xiao ordered the two of them, looking at Xiong Tong with a smile on his face. Will this arrangement not disturb your rest? Sir He, thank you for your leader's trust in me and for entrusting me to come here to deliver gifts. You don't have to do this. Xiong Tong waved his hand to let the dancer go away. He Xiao thought the other party was dissatisfied and prepared to persuade him. Remember to send it to my room in the evening. Xiong Tong said with a smile. Of course, He Xiao responded with contempt in his heart. Let's take a look at the gifts now. Xiong Tong straightened up. Please. He Xiao stood up, and a waiter came up immediately to clear away everything. Xuanniao also came in from outside the tent at this time, with a maid behind her holding a tray with something on it. Chapter 197 Gift. Master Xiong, seeing that you are not wearing any jade, I specially took out a good piece and gave it to you. Xuanniao waved her hand, and the maid walked up to Xiong Tong with a tray. Everything the messenger of God said happened. Xiong Tong looked at the white jade, touched it, and put it back on the tray. I'll take this too. Xuanniao glanced at her husband and saw him nod, and she had an idea in her mind. Master Xiong, I guess you have a high status in your tribe? The Minister of Commerce is no match for Ambassador manhwa. Ministry of Commerce. The two were puzzled. He is in charge of the trade of goods within and outside the tribe. He is not considered an adult. Are there really 20,000 people in your clan? Xuanniao asked, his eyes sweeping over the jade on the table. Xiong Tong understood. Trying to buy me off with beauty and treasures is a wrong idea. He can still distinguish between having a full meal and being full every meal. The messenger of God said to let him figure it out himself. He decided to take them all and return to present them to the Lord Messenger of God. It's really 20,000. Xiong Tong pretended to be earnest. He exchanged a glance with the Xiao couple and decided not to dwell on the issue anymore. What about my daughter? Tell you the truth. Xiong Tong lowered his voice, as if he couldn't let others hear him, and the two of them immediately moved closer. He not only won the appreciation of our leader, but also became good friends with the leader's wife. The two of them traveled around the mountains and rivers every day. When I said that they were so happy that they didn't want to return, I was definitely not kidding you. After exchanging a look with the Xiao couple, they realized that neither the people nor the things were given away in vain. This news is much more accurate. The chief's wife and my daughter? Our leader is about the same age as me. Xiong Tong saw the surprise of the two and explained. You became a leader at such a young age? If I hadn't accepted your things, I wouldn't say a word. Xiong Tong said mysteriously. Our leader is called the messenger of God by everyone in the tribe. God's messenger? One day, our messenger of God suddenly descended from the sky in a rosy cloud. Everyone called him the messenger of God, but in fact, he was the son of God. Hiss. Inhale at the same time as Xiao and his wife. Such a statement is simply unheard of. Even Emperor Yin was only acting on behalf of heaven. Why does the leader of the Xuanniao tribe dare to call himself the son of God? This is our clan's biggest secret. It's actually easy to want your daughter to come back. Xiongtong said, pulling the two back to their thoughts. We don't want to go to war with the tribe. Our leader hopes that both sides can share what they have and become as close as one tribe. Then your daughter will return to you both intact. You mean, the Xuanniao people want to trade with us? He Xiao asked. The item for the transaction is the gift I'm giving you this time. Please read it before making a decision, Xiongtong said. After the notification. After a while, servants came in one after another with items. After 2 rounds of inquiries, the other party said that their daughter was doing well, and the worries of the He Xiao couple were relieved a lot. 5 rolls of silk. Xiongtong instructed the attendants, put them over there. 2 sets of exquisite goblets. 10 pieces of pine soap. 2 bottles of facial mask for long-lasting beauty. 2 jars of heavenly jade wine. In addition, there is a set of clothes prepared for each of you. Xiongtong pointed to the last 2 trays, bowed, and pretended to leave. Although the 2 men stood still, the surprise in their eyes could not be deceived. Master Xiong, what is this facial mask that keeps your beauty forever? Xuanniao couldn't help but ask. This is great stuff. Xiongtong looked at the 2 black jars with envy. Apply it on your face once every 3 days. In the long run, it can delay aging and make you look at least 10 years younger. Really? Xuanniao couldn't help but step forward and hold a jar. This facial mask for long-lasting beauty and pine soap are specially prepared for you by our leader. Then what is this pine soap? Xuanniao completely let go of her aristocratic reserve and asked curiously. There's water right here. Xiongtong signaled the maid to bring over the basin. This is for washing your hands. It leaves your skin refreshed and fragrant for a long time. He watched his wife roll up her sleeves and start washing her hands under Xiongtong's guidance. He Xiao couldn't help but turn his eyes to the 2 jars of wine. Tianding Yuya wine. It sounds amazing. It's really useful. It was the sound of his wife exclaiming. Isn't this difficult to make? This is what our leader learned from heaven. What do you think? Xuanniao was surprised and looked towards her husband, only to see him holding the wine jar with a shocked expression. He seldom showed such an expression. Could it be that the wine was also special? Master Xiong, this wine? Does it smell good? Smells good. He Xiao held the unopened jar and sniffed the edge. This is also what our leader prepared specially for you, Xiongtong said. There are also these 2 sets of clothes. They are made by our weaving girl according to the sizes your daughters described. You can try them on when you have time. After hearing the news, the 2 completely believed that their daughter should be living a good life. Master He Xiao, what do you think? They're all good stuff. He Xiao asked, how can we trade this jar of wine? What do you think? This jar of wine can be exchanged for 3 sheep. Only 3. Xiongtong frowned, too few. You don't know. This wine is very good for your body. 5 sheep, no more. He Xiao couldn't help but say. The aroma of the wine was so delicious that it would be unbearable to drink a sip. At least 10 can be exchanged, Xiongtong said confidently. This. He Xiao also felt that it made sense. But exchanging 10 sheep for a jar of wine was a bit extravagant. If it was him. This wine still needs to be changed. Our deal with you is 5 sheep. It may be less, but it will definitely not be more. Hearing Xiongtong's sudden words, both of them were stunned. Your daughter is a guest of my tribe, and she is teaching etiquette to my Xuanniao tribe. Reciprocity is the rule, and this is decided by the leader. He will give it to you in exchange for 5 sheep. And he also said that he has no control over how you exchange with other people. He Xiao's eyes flashed with brilliance. What about this roll of silk? 2 cows. Xiongtong held up 2 fingers. I'm exchanging this with you. If you want to trade with other tribes, you need at least 4 cows. Do you think that the transaction between our 2 tribes can proceed now? Master Xiong, how do we exchange these things? Xuanniao quickly pointed to the soap and 2 jars of facial masks. You can exchange the pine soap for the long-lasting beauty mask, which is a gift our leader prepared specifically for you. There is no more. He didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights to prepare this mask. Leaving the 2 of them in the tent, Xiongtong bowed and took his leave. That's not right. After everyone left, Xuanniao asked in confusion, as the leader of the tribe, why did he go to so much trouble to prepare a gift for me? Chapter 198 Excuse. Tents are scattered across the vast wilderness, and the tribal camp is centered. Beyond there were camps of other tribes, large and small. Chief, you still want to sleep? A tribe member panted. The Xuanniao tribe has come from the south to distribute gifts to the tribes. If you go too late, they will be gone. Gift. The middle-aged man stood up from the couch. What gift? It shines like a golden vessel, but it's not golden, it's black. The tribesman said anxiously, you'll know if you go and take a look. It's definitely a good thing. In the tribal camp, outside the tent arranged for Xiongtong to live in. The crowd was pulling each other, and there was a lot of hustle and bustle. Don't push, everyone, don't push. Xiongtong stood on a table, holding a black pottery bowl in one hand and pressing down with the other hand. This thing only belongs to the people of this tribe. People from other tribes can leave. As soon as the words fell, noisy voices broke out in the field. Why? Didn't everyone have a share? We are all allies of the Yin tribe. Why don't you give it to us? The middle-aged man who ran over took a breath and shouted hurriedly. That shiny black bowl, if not a treasure, what is it? That's right. Why don't you give it to us? After hearing this, the tribe members could not help but retort. The Xuanniao people are our friends and our tribe's friends. Why are you joining in the fun? With the tribe, drive the people of other tribes out of our camp. There was another conflict on the field, with people pushing and shoving each other. The tribesmen did not dare to drive away the leaders directly, but their eyes were full of unwelcome looks. Xuanniao still held the ceramic bowl high. Under the sun, it looks mysterious and beautiful. He spoke again only after he saw that the parties were about to start a fight. Everyone, be quiet. Be quiet. I am the Xuanniao tribe. We came here only to give gifts to the tribes to express our friendship. Xuanniao shouted word by word. I didn't know that the tribes were meeting here, so I didn't prepare enough gifts. After saying this, he looked at the people around him with an apologetic look on his face. So that's how it is. The middle-aged man reprimanded his people and took another look at the treasure. But why did you say that the Xuanniao people distributed gifts everywhere? That's what was just said. I definitely didn't hear it wrong. The tribesman made a bitter face. These things are distributed to ordinary civilians in the tribe. After all, we are leaders and nobles, and you can't give them to us. The leader of a tribe beside him shouted. The middle-aged man stopped and watched. Xuanniao asked knowingly with a painful look on his face, what is the relationship between your tribe and the He tribe? The leader who had spoken was delighted when he heard this. Although we obey the orders of Emperor Yin, you are our commander. Is it with friends from the tribe? Of course, I had a couple of drinks with Master He a few days ago. Xuanniao saw that the person who was speaking was well-dressed, so he waved his hand and asked the people from the tribe to let him in. The people of the tribe were quite respectful to the guests standing at the table. He let the person into the circle without hesitation. Although there are few things, I will grit my teeth and give you one. Xuanniao jumped off the table and handed over the pottery bowl in his hand. The leader held it in both hands, his face full of joy, and touched it again and again. With this incident, the scene became noisy again. We are also friends with the tribe. We too. A dozen of Xuanniao's men carefully protected the wooden box behind them, fearing that someone would come up and snatch it. The people in the tribe were even more anxious because these things originally belonged to them, and they surrounded Xuanniao and his companions. Stop making noise. Xuanniao slapped the table. With the tribe, one for each household. I mean one for each household. No more than one can be taken. Except for the leaders of other tribes, everyone else retreated. I'll say it again, these things are gifts from our leader to the He tribe, not to other tribes. I'm giving some out because of your alliance with the tribe, but I can only give it to the leaders. Which tribe causes trouble will not get any money. Xuanniao slammed the table. Line up. Line up. Those who don't line up will not get any. If you get more than you want, I'll complain to the adults. Xuanniao gave the command and everyone in the tribe immediately formed a long line. People from other tribes gathered outside the camp and watched with envy. People in the camp, especially those who received the treasure. Everyone held their heads high and chests puffed out, wishing they could put the bowl on their faces. What is the origin of this Xuanniao tribe? I don't know, it just appeared suddenly. Hasn't Master He been sending people to the south these days? Could it be related to the Xuanniao tribe? Who knows? All the leaders retreated to the outside of the tribe's camp and whispered to each other at the door. Chief Ji, can you show it to everyone? Didn't Lord Xiong say that you will have your share soon? Why are you in such a hurry? The leader held the bowl and hid it in his sleeve. Can you tell something bad by just taking a look? The middle-aged man snorted unhappily. Something that emits light, maybe. Madam, what do you mean? Xiao carefully put the jar of wine in his hand back on the coffee table. I just think the gifts they gave are too expensive. Xuanniao raised her arm and gently sniffed the fragrance on the back of her hand. Xiao picked up the wine jar again. Didn't he say that he wanted to repay our daughter for teaching her etiquette? Husband, I see that you were thinking about these 2 jars of wine. Xuanniao said unhappily, you are the only one who believes this excuse of teaching etiquette? Now a foreigner comes to teach you some etiquette, and you give him so many things in return? Xuanniao pointed at 5 rolls of silk. She just touched it, and it was the best material she had ever seen. Lady. Xiao put the jar down again. He could tell just by smelling it that this wine was better than any of the ones collected by Emperor Yin. When you say that, I remember something. You say, Xuanniao said. As for Xuanniao, he just said that he came here on the orders of our daughter. Xiao said, can our daughter command the people of the Xuanniao tribe? That's even more wrong. Xuanniao frowned. A girl with no power, who would listen to his orders? Could it be? An idea popped up in Xiao's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Could it be that the leader of the Xuanniao tribe has taken a fancy to our daughter? Ah, Xuanniao was stunned. Husband, it seems to make sense when you put it that way. The couple looked at each other with mixed feelings. Prepare a banquet tonight, and we'll ask that Xiongtong again. Good. What should I do with this thing? Xuanniao looked at her man. I've already used it. Can I return it? He Xiao said nothing, just stared blankly at the wine on the table. He wants to take his daughter back, and he also wants the things. The other party said it was just a gift and had nothing to do with his daughter, so why not keep it? Someone come. He Xiao shouted outside the tent. The person who came in was an unfamiliar servant. Where did the servant go before? He asked unhappily. Sir, the distinguished guest from the Xuanniao tribe is over there, distributing gifts to the tribesmen. He also go to line up. He Xiao hurriedly stood up from his seat and asked, give out gifts. Each household has a black bowl, which is very beautiful. The servant saw the wine jar on the table, just like your jar. Every household? Xuanniao also stood up from the table. The two men came out and saw a long line of troops in the distance. Those holding the black bowls were delighted. Outside the camp were people from other tribes and a group of leaders who were waiting eagerly. The affairs of the Xuanniao people can no longer be concealed. Chapter 199 Admiration. It's getting dark and the evening mist is thick. The mood of He Xiao and his wife was as gloomy as the sky. The Xuanniao people came with gifts and treated the He tribes with courtesy. This was known to all the southern tribes. If we raise an army to attack, not to mention that my daughter is held hostage by the enemy, it would be difficult to mobilize my troops. After discussing it, they decided to find Xiongtong to find out the truth first. If the other party really has other intentions, some things should not be hidden. Xiongtong looked at the He Xiao couple who came together and bowed to them. Not only are they important figures in the north, they may also be the family members of God's messenger in the future, so they cannot be neglected. Master Xiong, the banquet is ready, but we still have some trivial matters to consider. Oh. Xiongtong interrupted hurriedly. Send a servant to call me. How dare I not go there immediately? On the way, I chatted with Xiao and Xiongtong about this and that. Xuanniao walked to one side, not looking around, but listening to the conversation between the two people. Inside the account. Sir, please don't have any dancing or music. Xiongtong said as he looked at the dancers on one side of the tent. Whatever you ask, I will answer truthfully. There was meat and rice in the bronze vessel. Xiongtong held the knife and fork and ate politely. Have you two tried the clothes? The clothes were tailored under the personal guidance of Lady He Yin, so they should fit you well. Xiongtong suggested. To be honest, sir. He Xiao raised his cup to signal, sighing and shaking his head. Now that my daughter hasn't seen it with her own eyes, she doesn't know how to enjoy food, how to wear beautiful clothes, and everything seems dull to her. Xuanniao cast her eyes on the dress. It was made with the help of Yinner. Wouldn't it be like having her daughter by her side when she wore it? She retracted her gaze and raised the wine cup with both hands. Master Xiong, I have a question. Please tell me the truth. If I knew, I would never hide it. Xiongtong leaned forward with a serious expression. The leader of your tribe, does he have a crush on my daughter? Xuanniao asked, staring at the other person's expression. The same was true for He Xiao beside him. Our leader didn't want to hide this from you too. Xiongtong said earnestly, he knows that if you two find out your daughter is missing, you will be worried. That's why he ordered me to come here without stopping to report the news. This is what the leader told me before I left. Please speak, they said in unison. The leader said, parents who love their children will worry about them and take care of everything. If he lost his daughter, he would definitely be unable to sleep or eat well. But since the first time I saw your daughter, I was attracted by her gracefulness, and I fell in love with her. This is why the two adults are worried, and he is terrified. The leader swore in front of me and in front of the temple of the god of land and grain that he would take good care of your daughter. He said that if you break this oath, the Xuanniao people will suffer from drought for years and no crops will be harvested. The two were surprised after hearing this. Xiongtong looked sincere and didn't seem to be pretending. Their guess was correct. The other party really took a fancy to their daughter. Moreover, what the leader said was absolutely true, and he was even willing to swear on the matter of the country. I think my daughter will be fine. After seeing Xiongtong off, the two returned to the tent together. Husband, Xuanniao said, what should we do now? He Xiao thought for a while and said, we can only hide the matter from Gu Feng and make a deal with him. There is no other way. Gu Feng's death is not a trivial matter. Can it be concealed? Xuanniao asked. We have to keep it secret if we can, and we have to keep it secret if we can't. He Xiao said, if the Xuanniao tribe was a small tribe with a population of a few thousand, it would be fine, but he is so powerful, and now there is no way to get my daughter back. What about these things? Stay. He Xiao approached the low table and tore open the seal on the wine jar. No matter what, he has the audacity to detain my daughter. Don't you hate barbarians the most? Xuanniao smiled. Why do you accept their things? The clothes Xiongtong is wearing are not something that barbarians can make. The words he relayed should not have come from the mouth of a barbarian. Speaking of which, I would like to meet the leader. Besides, are things still divided into civilized and barbaric? A cow is a cow no matter where it is. Xuanniao waved his hand and said, Madam, come over and smell it. This wine is worth 20 sheep. Xuanniao was looking at the clothes prepared for herself. The material is silk, with exquisite workmanship and fine seams. The style is unprecedented. She noticed that on the cuffs there was a lifelike, palm-sized lotus embroidered with threads of different colors. What's so good about the clothes? Come and have a drink with me. He shouted 2 tall black pottery cups and placed them on the table. Here I come. Xuanniao put down the clothes in her hands and knelt down beside her husband obediently. I'll pour the wine. Don't. Xuanniao grabbed the jar. You are weak. What will happen if you spill it? The aroma of wine is intoxicating. Xuanniao raised the wine glass, gestured to his wife, and drank it all in one gulp. The smell of alcohol only went from the stomach to the head. In an instant, my whole body became transparent. Good wine. He clapped his hands and exclaimed. Xuanniao smiled and picked up the wine glass to appreciate it. Then he covered it with his sleeves and drank it all. The two of them were like children who had tasted sweets. You took a cup, and I drank a cup, and soon the whole jar was finished. Husband, why do I feel the tent is moving? Xuanniao looked at his wife's rosy face and charming demeanor, so he pulled her over and held her in his arms. The hand enters through the collar. Someone, close the door. Xuanniao shouted outside, no one is allowed to enter without being summoned. The servants outside the tent immediately obeyed the order. Xuanniao picked up the lady in his arms and placed her on the couch. When they went south to conquer Jiuli, the two were separated for several months. They had met for several days, but there was not a single moment of tenderness between them because of their daughter's matter. Now, after learning that his daughter was safe, he let out all his emotions under the influence of intoxication. Xuanniao felt her husband's roughness like a mountain, and Xuanniao felt his wife's gentleness like water. The clouds and rain in Wushan were unexpectedly more beautiful than ever before. Xuanniao was amazed at his own strength. Looking at the lady who was enjoying herself tactfully, he felt filled with heroic spirit. We went to Wushan together several times. It was not until the next day, when it was bright, that the two woke up from their couch. My daughter hasn't been found yet, and Xuanniao sighed softly and pulled the quilt over herself. My husband, when they go back, I want to go with them to see my daughter. I won't feel at ease if I don't see her. You're crazy. Xuanniao couldn't help but sit up straight. I don't agree. If they want to capture me too, please ask Emperor Yin to suspend the Eastern expedition and first wipe out the Xuanniao people. But if that leader really likes our daughter, I can go there and see what kind of person he is and whether he is worthy of Yinner. No. Xuanniao's tone left no room for doubt. If you also fall into their hands, how can I still live in this world with dignity? Xuanniao tightened his arms and said, we can send a group of merchants to trade with things from the north. Then we will know how our daughter is doing. Xuanniao thought about it and nodded. He bent over to pick up the underwear thrown aside. Madam, wait a minute. Xuanniao stopped her. How about we try on this silk dress? I forgot. It looks like an undergarment. Oh, this is so embarrassing. I won't wear it. Xuanniao looked at the clothes in her hands and felt unhappy. How could the leader of the Xuanniao tribe give people such clothes? Does he know etiquette or not? Chapter 200 It's not me who deserves the reward. Tianfu Basin, Xuanniao people. Are you not fed enough? The leader of the Hua tribe squatted beside a yellow cow, his brows furrowed. Some time ago, the envoy of God distributed the cattle in the tribe to the larger tribes based on the population size and used them to reclaim wasteland first. Their Hua tribe was lucky enough to get one. It had been fine for a few days, but when the troops took it to the fields early this morning, they found it lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and it couldn't get up even when they urged it. Chief, it ate most of the fodder we found yesterday. We stopped feeding it when it couldn't eat anymore. Shouldn't it be hungry? The tribesmen in charge of looking after the cattle saw that their leader's face was ashen and began to explain in panic. Then did you feed them the wrong food? Chief Hua said seriously. This cow will be used by the Wu tribe in the future. How can I explain this to the envoy of God? This is a treasure. The amount of land turned over in one day is equivalent to the workload of half of the people in their tribe. If we work for a few more days, we will be able to complete the reclamation task assigned by the messenger of God. This is what happened. If he had not completed his task by the day of sowing, how would he have the face to attend the leaders' meeting? Chief, what should we do now? The several tribesmen in charge of feeding the cattle all had sad faces. You will have to bear the brunt of this first. Chief Hua waved his hand. Tie them up and take them to the Lord God's messenger to ask for forgiveness. How can you give it away? In the conference room, Sui looked melancholy. Failure. Absolutely a failure. He chatted with Yayu this morning and found out that the 2 sets of clothes sent also included underwear. You said we need 2 sets of equipment, inside and outside. We are all following your orders. Yayu recalled that Lian seemed to have said something inappropriate at the time, but unfortunately she was busy and forgot about it. What does our tribe's underwear, especially women's underwear, look like? How can it be given as a gift? Sui held his forehead and sighed again. I don't know what that noble lady from the north thinks of me. However, if Yan's father was a normal man, you should be satisfied. It's okay to have one satisfaction. What should we do then? I just blame myself for being negligent, not you. Sui looked at Yaoyu's somewhat anxious expression and said slowly. When we meet in the future, just say that Yan gave it to you personally out of consideration for her mother. That's good. Yaoyu smiled. Report. The guard announced at the door, the leader of the Hua tribe wants to see you. Let him in. Sui put aside the things in his mind and got into work mode. Yaoyu sat quietly beside, assisting and learning at the same time. Lord God's messenger. The visitor addressed him in Chinese, and Sui raised his eyebrows. The other party is smart and knows how to use these words in combination. I am guilty. Chief Huan knelt upright in the hall. Yaoyu glanced at the other person and related to Sui. What happened? Yaoyu asked. The cow that our tribe was given was fine until it suddenly fell to the ground this morning. Sir, I am guilty. After hearing this, Sui frowned. If the cow is sick, he can't cure it. Maybe Chief Lizard knows something about livestock? Send someone to call him over, and let's go take a look together. After leaving the meeting room, there were several tribesmen kneeling outside with their hands and feet tied. After understanding the whole story, Sui ordered everyone to be released. When the ox dies, it is people who pull the plow. Moreover, given everyone's love for cows, he believed that no one would deliberately do something bad. Good morning, Director Lon. The guard in charge of the notification ran to the livestock area and just saw people inspecting outside the pen. Was you sent by the messenger of God? Yalan quickly put down her rolled-up sleeves and straightened her clothes. The messenger of God wants to see the leader of the lizard tribe. The guard said respectfully. The director of the Animal Husbandry Bureau has a high reputation within the clan, so it is right to show him some respect. Lizard. Yalan waved. The lizard leader, who was busy feeding the dogs in the dog pen, heard the sound and immediately trotted over. Grown-ups. Yalan pointed at the guard, then turned around and went about her own business. Director Lon. The guard thought for a moment and said, I heard that there was something wrong with the cow, so the envoy of God asked Chief Lizard to come. You deal with these livestock every day, so you must know something about it. Why don't we go together? The envoy of God didn't notify me. Yalan rolled up her sleeves and opened the door of the sheep pen. The guard sneered and took the lizard leader towards the Hua tribe. It's obvious that this cow is too full. Sui pointed at the cow's bulging belly and said, tell them to feed the cow less next time. Then how do we save it now? Yaoyu asked, looking at the livestock with drooling mouth. There are not many cows in the tribe, and the death of one is a big loss. This time, Sui was really stumped by the question. He can give a general idea of the other questions based on his experience. But he had no idea what to do if the cow's stomach was full. When he was a kid herding cattle, he never saw this situation. Wait for the lizard leader to come over. Under everyone's gaze, the lizard leader hurried over. The Lord God's messenger is right. We have finally made it. The lizard leader only took one look and came to a conclusion. This is easy to solve. The lizard leader said confidently, take some tomatillo berries and mix them with the oil of the purple fir tree and pour it down your throat. It will work. Yaoyu was delighted to hear this and quickly related to Sui. Reward. Sui clapped his hands happily. He was not stingy with the rewards for those who had made contributions. When the lizard leader learned that the envoy of God wanted to reward him, he waved his hands to refuse. He wanted the reward, but he couldn't pretend to be someone else to receive the reward. What's more, the other party was one of the people he respected the most. Master, please help me explain it clearly. The lizard leader said sincerely, this method is not my idea, so I am not the one who should be rewarded. Huh? Yaoyu asked puzzledly. This is what Director Lon came up with. She has already used this method to treat several cows. This. Yaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, why don't I know anything about this? Director Lon said these trivial matters, it is inconvenient to disturb you and the Lord of God. Yaoyu couldn't help but turn his head to look at Sui, who was busier than himself. All day long he was either in the meeting room or at the Ministry of Industry, and at most he would go to the Textile Bureau to guide Lian in making new clothes. I guess he doesn't know anything about the Animal Husbandry Bureau. I didn't expect it was her. Sui sighed. Since moving to Tianfu, the Animal Husbandry Bureau has been fully handed over to Lon. Before, he would ask the other party if there was anything he needed help with after a while. Every time, the other party always said there was no problem. Later, the Animal Husbandry Bureau developed well and he paid less attention to it. Looking back, he realized that the diligent woman who had been with him at the beginning had almost faded out of his life. Go and ask her to come. If she finds the solution, why doesn't she come to ask for a reward? Sui said to Yaoyu, didn't the Animal Husbandry Bureau receive my order?